Lu Jin, are you sure you want to form a fleet of your own? I'm sure.
In the spacious classroom, numerous young faces still brimming with innocence looked on.
At that moment, all eyes were fixed on Lu Jin. In today's society, interstellar travel had become commonplace. The boundless infinite cosmos represented endless opportunities for every young person. Yet even in an era where interstellar travel was routine, the price of even the cheapest starship was beyond the reach of an ordinary family. Thus, after graduation, most people would ultimately choose to join a fleet and become a crew member. They would follow their fleet and explore the endless, boundless sea of stars. Everyone in the class knew Lu Jin's situation well. Lu Jin had outstanding grades and had earned multiple A-level degrees during his time at the academy. With his abilities, upon graduation he would become a crew member coveted by all fleets. But today Lu Jin declared that he would not join any fleet. He wanted to form a fleet of his own. Lu Jin, did you not sleep well last night? Are you still dreaming? On the current blue star ship market, even the cheapest hyena battleship costs at least 10 million credits. Given your current situation, let alone a starship, even buying a spacecraft would be a stretch. Lu Jin, your grades are indeed outstanding, but everyone knows your circumstances. Jokes like this might fool your buddies, but don't fool yourself. Faced with all the sarcasm, Lu Jin offered no excessive explanation. Perhaps even if he told them, everyone would think he was joking. In short, Lu Jin had been reborn. The moment he woke up this morning, many memories that did not belong to him flooded his mind. To be precise, they were memories that did not belong to his present self. He had foreseen the future. In that future, he joined a fleet and served as first mate. He commanded the fleet in campaigns across the stars. He led his ships to fight amidst swarms of countless insectoids. He outwitted demon fleets time and again during demonic sieges. But the assimilation war erupted, and in a cosmic-level conflict, Lu Jin realized his own insignificance. Hundreds of millions of insectoid fleets devoured a star in an instant. The ubiquitous whispers of demons drove countless cosmic races into madness. Even Lu Jin could not survive that war that swept across the entire universe. And after his death, Lu Jin returned to the present with memories of the future. He came back to the very moment when he would make the choice that shaped his life. Lu Jin. Outside the classroom, a figure as brilliant as flame appeared. A call drew everyone's attention away from Lu Jin and onto that girl as fiery as burning fire. It's Qin Mo, the top goddess of our Blue Star Academy. Why would she come to our class? Think with your toes, obviously she's here to recruit Lu Jin. Don't you know? Qin Mo just bought a Fire Phoenix class battleship 2 days ago and is now recruiting crew. No wonder she's the daughter of a planetary lord. I wonder if I can get on board. Even if I just scrubbed the decks on her ship, I'd be willing. Everyone buzzed with discussion, not surprised by Qin Mo's move. Blue Star Academy was the highest institution in the entire solar system, filled with prodigies and geniuses. And children of lords and corporate heirs were naturally abundant as well. Besides Qin Mo's recently formed Blazing Fire Fleet, at least 2 other graduating students at Blue Star Academy were already preparing to establish their own fleets. Qin Mo, ignoring the stares of those around her, strode briskly like a walking flame straight up to Lu Jin. The next second, Qin Mo placed both hands on Lu Jin's shoulders as if afraid he would slip away from her. Lu Jin, join my fleet. If you are willing, I can make you my first mate. And I'll pay you an annual salary of 1 million credits. If we encounter combat, I'll give you extra bonuses based on the situation. What do you say? Qin Mo's eyes were full of confidence as she stared intently at Lu Jin. She was confident. According to her investigation, no other new generation fleet captain had come to recruit Lu Jin yet. She was definitely the first captain to approach him. Besides, she knew that Lu Jin had once received an offer from the Solar Alliance. The Alliance's offer was an annual salary of 500,000 credits. And she had directly doubled that, so her chance of recruiting Lu Jin was 99. 99. Unless Lu Jin wanted to form his own fleet, no fleet could match her offer. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar Qin Mo, Lu Jin's lips curled slightly, revealing a somewhat gratified smile. So you agree? Seeing Lu Jin smile, Qin Mo thought he had accepted her recruitment invitation. But the next second, Lu Jin spoke directly, and spoke those 3 words with conviction. I refuse. In his previous life, Lu Jin had indeed joined Qin Mo's fleet. And precisely because of that, he knew that if he made the same choice, his fate in this life would be no better than in the last. So he chose the 001 possibility. I want to form my own fleet. So I cannot join anyone else's fleet. Form his own fleet. Qin Mo was taken aback at first, then quickly understood. So Lu Jin's refusal was not because he was joining another fleet, but because he intended to build one himself. Wait. Form a fleet of his own. Lu Jin wants to form his own fleet. How is that possible? She had investigated Lu Jin's family background. Lu Jin was a war orphan. His parents had died in a war. Although Lu Jin had received a substantial compensation, the amount was barely enough to buy even a spacecraft, let alone a starship. Buy a starship. Where would he get the money? Lu Jin looked at Qin Mo's expression and could almost read her thoughts without guessing. Yes. He didn't have nearly enough money now to buy a starship, not even a spacecraft. But Lu Jin was very clear about one thing: at the largest starship recycling yard on Blue Star a certain ship was waiting for him to activate. And that ship was the only unclaimed Origin-class vessel on Blue Star even in the entire solar system. Origin-class ships differed from ordinary ships; they could upgrade themselves by continuously devouring various materials. Every Origin-class ship was unique. Their appearance resembled ordinary ships, and even starship research experts could not explain their origin. If he could obtain this Origin-class ship, Lu Jin would have the means to build a fleet of his own. Well, I didn't expect you to build your own fleet. In that case, it would be inappropriate for me to continue recruiting you. However, if you change your mind, you can come to me anytime. Regardless of whether Lu Jin's fleet building was an excuse, Qin Mo understood that continuing to pester him would likely backfire. So Qin Mo extended her palm. A holographic projection immediately emerged from the microchip embedded in her fingertip. Lu Jin said nothing more. After exchanging contact information, Qin Mo directly left Lu Jin's classroom. My god. Bro Lu, are you serious? $1 million annual salary, first mate position, a goddess personally inviting you, how can you resist? Are you crazy? Oh no, the genius has gone mad. Unless he wins the interstellar lottery jackpot, there's no way his background can afford a starship. Regarding Lu Jin's rejection of Qin Mo, everyone was incredulous. The conditions Qin Mo offered were undeniably generous. Faced with such generous terms, Lu Jin still insisted on building his own fleet. Without much explanation, he picked up his backpack and walked out of the classroom, heading outside the school. Next came the graduation season. Lanxing Academy would no longer hold classes. Most of the students still on campus were those looking for small groups to prepare for interstellar voyages. Lu Jin already had his own goal, so he naturally would not linger at school. Without any hesitation, he decisively took a vehicle to the largest ship scrapyard on Lanxing. As soon as he arrived at the scrapyard gate, Lu Jin could hear the sharp sound of metal tearing. The loud noise echoed in his ears, and he couldn't help but quicken his steps. He didn't want to find the Origin starship already reduced to worthless scrap. Entering the scrapyard, his eyes fell upon numerous damaged and rust-covered abandoned starships. Among them were both spaceships and starships. On these massive hulls, numerous scrapyard workers like industrious ants were using tools to remove part after part from the starships. Bang! Suddenly a huge sheet of metal fell to the ground. The immense sound wave from the collision made Lu Jin involuntarily dig at his ears. Hey! Kid! This is no place for a youngster like you. As he spoke, a worker in shabby overalls holding a chainsaw emerged from the starship ruins, a half-burned cigarette dangling from his lips. When he saw Lu Jin wearing the uniform of Lanxing Academy, a smile appeared on the worker's face. Oh, a student from Lanxing Academy. What are you doing here, kid? There's nothing but scrap metal waiting to be recycled here. Nothing interesting. Scrap metal? Lu Jin was precisely looking for scrap metal. His gaze scanned back and forth among the starship ruins. Unfortunately, although Lu Jin knew the Origin starship was in the scrapyard, he wasn't sure exactly where. So Lu Jin had to think quickly and make up an excuse. I just came to observe what a starship really looks like. Observe starships. Hearing Lu Jin's reason, the worker laughed heartily. This kid is interesting. Why not go to the starship market to observe? What's the point of looking at this scrap? But remembering his own child who also studied at Lanxing Academy, after a moment's thought, the worker placed his spare hard hat onto Lu Jin's head. Be careful. You can look around, but don't get near the abandoned starships. The scrapyard was full of abandoned starships, usually unmanaged. So with the hard hat on, Lu Jin could roam freely in the vast scrapyard to search for the Origin starship he wanted. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jin finally stopped in front of one abandoned starship. Compared to others, this one was much more intact. Looking left and right to ensure no one was around, he crawled through a broken hatch into the abandoned starship. Familiar with the route, he finally arrived at the core area of the ship. The bridge. If this is an Origin starship, it must have something different from other ships. That would be the Origin core. The Origin core was the heart of an Origin starship and the key distinguishing it from ordinary ships. Only a ship with an Origin core could achieve continuous evolution and upgrades by devouring materials. Found it. Lu Jin finally noticed a device at the center of the bridge. He opened his portable microcomputer and connected to the bridge's data center. After a series of operations, Lu Jin finally obtained access to the Origin core device. A low hum. Under Lu Jin's delighted gaze, the Origin starship revealed its greatest secret. A crimson pot-like object. The heart of the Origin starship. At this moment, there was no material supply within this Origin core. Without material and energy supply, the Origin starship, even with 3 heads and 6 arms, couldn't unleash its full power. After a moment's thought, Lu Jin returned the Origin core to its original position. Finally, Lu Jin restored the pile of scrap material that had been on top of the Origin core. After everything was concealed, he left the abandoned starship and found the worker who had given him the hard hat. I want to see your boss. I'm going to buy an abandoned starship. What?
All the workers were stunned. Having worked at this scrapyard for years, this was the first time they encountered such a request.
Someone was actually willing to pay for scrap metal. What for? As a model.
A few workers wanted to advise Lu Jin, but seeing his determination, they could only summon the scrapyard owner.
Someone wants to buy an abandoned starship. And a student. The scrapyard owner had never heard of anyone wanting to buy an abandoned starship. Could it be that he wanted to refurbish the starship? But these ships were abandoned because the cost of repair far exceeded their value. Unless this starship had special significance to him.
But a student.
What significance could it possibly have?
After hesitating, the owner came to the scrapyard and frowned deeper when he saw Lu Jin.
You're the one who wants to buy an abandoned starship. Kid, an abandoned starship is still a starship. The price isn't cheap. If you want to take the ship, it's 500,000 credit points. Take it or leave it.
Deal.
What? Done.
For a moment, the scrapyard owner thought he must have misheard. In this day and age, who would actually be willing to spend 500,000 credits on a pile of scrap metal?
Then the scrapyard owner quickly snapped back to reality.
A fat sheep had walked right to his door. If he didn't fleece it, someone else would.
The scrapyard owner immediately drafted a transaction contract. Lu Jin gave it a brief glance before signing his name.
The contract took effect and 500,000 credits were instantly transferred to the scrapyard owner's account. Staring at the additional 500,000 credits in his account, the scrapyard owner's face crumpled into a grin like a blooming chrysanthemum. He never imagined that this heap of scrap could fetch such a high price. As for Lu Jin, gazing at the dilapidated starship, his heart brimmed with elation. He had managed to purchase an Origin Warship for a mere 500,000 credits. If this were his past life, even if he told anyone, they would have thought he was bragging. After all, every Origin Warship was virtually priceless and rarely available on the market.
500,000 credits couldn't even buy a decent spacecraft, let alone an Origin Warship. Yet Lu Jin had truly accomplished it.
Next, Lu Jin hired a transport vessel to haul the nearly scrapped starship from the scrapyard to the repair dock. At this moment, the Blue Star repair dock was crowded with countless starships and spacecraft. Among them were many graduating students from various academies hiring ship engineers to inspect and repair their vessels. Suddenly, a shadow fell over the ground.
Everyone instinctively looked up at the sky.
What met their eyes was a battered, nearly derelict starship.
Holy crap! What did this starship go through to end up like this? Seriously, is this wreck even worth repairing?
Even if it could be fixed, the repair costs would probably buy a brand new starship.
Whose beloved ship is this?
Still wanting to fix it in this state, now that's true love.
For a moment, all eyes followed the battered starship as it landed at one of the docks. Even the ship engineers couldn't help but wipe cold sweat at the sight of it.
They had ruled the repair industry for years and seen countless battle-damaged starships. But this was the first time they'd encountered one so ravaged. Many engineers crowded around, curious to see which eccentric captain owned such a vessel. A few graduating students also joined the crowd, eager to discover the identity of the ship's captain.
Just then Lu Jin appeared in everyone's view. Glancing at the gathered engineers, he spoke directly.
I need 10 laborers.
Anyone interested?
Laborers.
What for? Shouldn't he be asking a ship engineer to assess the damage first? Though judging by the ship's condition, an inspection seemed pointless. The watching students gasped in recognition as they saw Lu Jin. Lu Jin. This wreck belongs to Lu Jin. WTF. You mean the Lu Jin from Blue Star Academy?
That's right, the one who turned down Chin Mo to form his own fleet.
What the hell? The guy actually got himself a starship. You call that a starship? It's practically scrap metal. If it can fly, you'll eat my words.
News spread like wildfire, especially since the repair dock was filled with graduating students preparing for interstellar voyages. Apart from the resident ship engineers, the largest crowd here was these newly graduated students. Soon the news had spread throughout the entire repair dock. At that moment, Chin Mo happened to be there conducting final checks on her own starship. Captain Lu Jin actually got himself a starship.
A crew member relayed the news to Chin Mo.
Hearing this, her eyes lit up and her face beamed with excitement.
Lu Jin really got a starship.
That guy's got some skills after all.
Shall we handle the remaining work? I'm going to check out Lu Jin's ship.
Without waiting for the crew member to finish, Chin Mo rushed off. She handed her tasks to a nearby crew member and summoned a hoverboard.
The next second, she vanished from sight.
The crew member who had delivered the news stood frozen.
Wait, I haven't finished. Captain. But Chin Mo was already out of earshot.
Meanwhile, a crowd of onlookers had gathered around Lu Jin's ship.
Staring at the battered vessel behind him, they openly mocked him without restraint.
A starship.
You call this a starship? Is Lu Jin here to make a joke? Lu Jin, you've lost your mind. You could have joined a decent fleet, but no, you had to start your own. And this is your fleet starship. Even space pirates wouldn't want it. Ignoring the jeers, Lu Jin pulled out his communicator to check his messages. The ore he had ordered should be arriving soon. Just then Shin Mo arrived at the scene. Spotting the starship behind Lu Jin, she paused, then furrowed her brow. In 2 quick strides she was in front of Lu Jin. Grabbing him by the collar, she spoke with a tone of bitter disappointment. Lu Jin, this is your starship. What's the difference between this and a pile of scrap? Is this wreck the reason you turned me down? You'd better give me a good explanation, or else, even if I have to drag you away by force, I won't let you waste your talent here. Shin Mo was genuinely furious. Lu Jin's talent could shine brilliantly across the starry sea. But now he was staking his entire future on this broken ship. What was this? She couldn't understand it, nor would she allow Lu Jin to throw his future away like this. Seeing her so agitated, Lu Jin couldn't help but curl his lips into a faint smile. As expected, even after being reborn, she was still such a soft-hearted fool. Lu Jin grabbed Shin Mo's arm and said earnestly, "This starship is far more than what meets the eye." Just then a transport team entered everyone's sight. A burly man at the front held up a delivery slip, looked around and asked, "Hey, is Mr. Lu here? Your order of 1 ton of high-energy ore has arrived. Can you please sign for it?" "It's me." Lu Jin pried Shin Mo's hand away, then brushed past her and strode directly toward the burly man. After signing for the high-energy ore, the transport team immediately began their work. Using various transport machinery, they managed to move the ton of high-energy ore to the bridge in less than 10 minutes. Shin Mo followed Lu Jin to the bridge of the starship. Gazing at the dilapidated bridge, which resembled a garbage dump, her anger flared even more. She was determined to see what kind of explanation Lu Jin would offer. Lu Jin opened one of the crates containing high-energy ore and picked up a piece. High-energy ore was a mineral-rich and energy mined from the depths of a planet. Most often it was used as fuel for starships. For the Origin battleship, high-energy ore was also the most cost-effective consumable material. Activate the Origin core. Lu Jin manipulated the data panel in the air. In an instant the once pitch-black bridge was illuminated by a faint glow. The sudden change startled Shin Mo. This piece of junk can still move. Junk? It was no junk. This Origin battleship had merely fallen into a slumber due to depleted energy. Now Lu Jin was about to awaken this sleeping beast. A hum resonated as the Origin core appeared before Lu Jin and Shin Mo. The Origin core, glowing with a red light, resembled a gaping maw ready to devour, sending a chill down Shin Mo's spine. What kind of device was this? A normal bridge wouldn't have such an eerie apparatus. Lu Jin raised his hand and casually tossed the high-energy ore into the Origin core. An astonishing event occurred the moment the high-energy ore fell into the Origin core. It seemed to be disassembled by an invisible force. In an instant the fist-sized high-energy ore vanished into thin air. Lu Jin. What? What is this thing? By now even the bold Shin Mo felt a creeping dread. Was this ship eating? Could it be that the ship was alive? Lu Jin didn't answer. He simply poured an entire crate of high-energy ore into the Origin core. A mechanical voice suddenly echoed through the empty bridge. Ding, material replenishment detected. Ding, deactivating slumber mode, switching to normal mode. Ding, 95 hull damage detected, initiating self-repair. The cracked screens flickered to life. The long dormant engines roared to life. At that moment the entire starship began to tremble like a beast awakening. Those outside also noticed the changes in the starship before them. Is that the sound of an engine starting? What the hell? An engine? You mean this starship can still move? Are you kidding? How is that possible? Forget possible, it's really moving. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the starship, which had been lying inert in the port like a dead thing, began to slowly levitate. Anti-gravity system restoring. Warp drive restoring. Missing hatch detected, reconstructing. As large amounts of high-energy ore were poured into the Origin core, the entire Origin battleship came back to life. The broken screens emitted a faint ghostly light, and under its glow the cracks healed like wounds. Scattered debris on the floor was enveloped by an invisible force, floating up and returning to their original positions. In just the time it takes half an incense stick to burn, the dilapidated bridge was completely renewed. At this moment Shin Mo felt as if she were dreaming. Am I dreaming? You're not dreaming. This is the miracle of Prometheus. As the last crate of high-energy ore was devoured by the Origin core, the entire Origin-class battleship Prometheus radiated a newfound brilliance. The external hull underwent a radical transformation. A brand new hull like newly grown flesh gradually covered the entire ship's surface. Rust and debris were replaced by the new hull. The damaged sections emitted a faint glow, and the gaps in the hull were gradually covered by new material like 3D printing. Witnessing the transformation of the starship, the crowd that had been mocking now wore expressions of utter shock. Oh my god, this is the starship repairing itself? A miracle. This is a miracle. The starship is actually repairing itself. A starship that can repair itself. Yes, this is the legendary Origin battleship. An Origin battleship. Really? This miraculous transformation unfolded before everyone's eyes. The dilapidated, nearly abandoned starship completed its metamorphosis in just 1 hour. Many ship engineers immediately recognized the true identity of the starship. An Origin battleship. The legendary Origin battleship. There were only 6 known Origin battleships in the entire solar system. And almost all of them were held by the Solar Alliance. Now a 7th Origin battleship had appeared here. As the ship continued its self-repair, Lu Jin, standing at the center of the bridge, turned to look at Shin Mo behind him. Is this explanation satisfactory? Shin Mo was dumbfounded, unable to speak. After a long silence, she suddenly looked at Lu Jin. So this junk starship is actually an Origin battleship. As the daughter of a planetary lord, Shin Mo had heard of the Origin battleships. A treasure of the starry sea, a Woneo-Faken starship. An Origin battleship. At that moment, Shin Mo felt a surge of joy. So Lu Jin's talk of forming a fleet wasn't just empty words. This one Origin battleship was enough to be the foundation of his rise. Indeed, you are who you are. Everyone underestimated you, including me. Congratulations. From today on, you are a captain. Shin Mo extended her hand, her gaze burning with intensity as she looked at Lu Jin. This was a look of recognition. Lu Jin smiled and took her hand. When it came to Shin Mo, Lu Jin was certain no one knew her better than he did. If he hadn't seen the future, he definitely wouldn't have refused her invitation. By the way, now that you have a starship, you should recruit additional crew next. Interstellar travel isn't a one-person job. I know a few good headhunting firms want me to introduce them. Crew. At the mention of this, a figure flashed through Lu Jin's mind. At this time, that person should still be at the lunar spaceport. Thinking of this, Lu Jin gave a faint smile. That's true, but I already have someone suitable in mind. Is there already a suitable candidate? Hearing this, Shin Mo said no more. With the Origin starship before her, she understood that Lu Jin had already prepared everything he did. Perhaps her assistance might even cause him some trouble. After Shin Mo left, Lu Jin once again stood upon the bridge. He waved his right hand in the air. Instantly, several system panels appeared within his field of vision. Lu Jin's gaze swept swiftly across the numerous system panels. In less than a quarter of an hour, he had grasped all the information about the starship within his mind. Although the Prometheus was a priceless Origin starship, in Lu Jin's eyes, the vessel's configuration barely reached the level of a small battlecruiser. An Origin starship needed to be continuously fed with various rare materials in order to grow. Therefore, the first destination of Lu Jin's interstellar voyage was especially crucial. Thus, the Prometheus remained docked at the Blue Star repair port for 3 days. During these 3 days, a constant stream of visitors came to see it. Everyone wanted to behold the legendary Origin starship. It was not until the dawn of the 3rd day that Lu Jin finally heard the ship system prompt. Ding, ship self-repair has been completed. Current starship hull integrity has reached 100. No starship armor detected. Starship armor value is 0. No starship shield detected. Starship shield value is 0. Lu Jin looked at the system panel before him, showing little surprise at this situation. After all, the current Prometheus was merely a small battlecruiser. The starship's external armor and shield core were things that could only be equipped once the vessel reached the medium battlecruiser class. Check the status of the energy core. Currently detecting energy core status. Current energy reserve is 45. A 45 energy reserve. Lu Jin stroked his chin. This reserve was decent enough. It was sufficient for the starship to reach the first destination of his interstellar voyage as planned. Perform the final checks. Once complete, lift off immediately. Please set a destination. Lunar Starbase. Every starship or spacecraft departing from the solar system must register at the Lunar Starbase. Without registration, a starship would be unable to pass even the Pluto outpost. Therefore, if Lu Jin wished to officially set sail, he had to first go to the Lunar Starbase for registration. Additionally, in the memories of Lu Jin's past life, there was a powerful yet overlooked crew member at the Lunar Starbase. If he could invite this crew member aboard, his personal safety during the upcoming interstellar voyage would be significantly enhanced. At that moment, the starship finally completed its final inspection. Inspection complete. All systems normal, ready for takeoff. Sending takeoff request to Blue Star Aerospace Center. Takeoff permission received. Engines starting. Hum. The dim engines began to emit a faint glow. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, this glow gradually became dazzlingly bright. Heat gathered at the stern of the starship and a barrier rose around it. The starship at berth N333 is about to take off. All unrelated personnel near the takeoff area, please evacuate immediately. Hearing the announcement, everyone quickly moved away from the takeoff area. They knew that if they had not evacuated by the time the barrier rose, Once the starship took off, the pressure from the heat waves would be enough to crush a person into pulp. Moreover, in such a situation the repair port would bear no responsibility. That Origin starship is about to take off. It must be heading to the lunar starbase. What a pity. In my lifetime I finally get to see the legendary Origin starship, but I can't go aboard and have a look. Haha, the legendary Origin starship has self-repair capabilities, it doesn't need engineers like us. Under the gaze of the crowd, the ship's engines expelled a massive wave of heat. With tremendous thrust and the aid of anti-gravity engines, the Prometheus began to ascend. Eventually the starship vanished into the sky. Its destination was the immensely prosperous lunar starbase. Compared to the starbases of Blue Star, the lunar starbase was many times larger in scale. The vast and magnificent lunar starbase had been transformed into a port city a century ago. Every day countless starships and spacecraft from all corners of the cosmos docked in its sprawling port. Lu Jin engaged the autopilot, setting the destination for the lunar starbase. The moment the Prometheus took off, the lunar starbase had already received the information. As the Prometheus approached the moon's orbit, a message from the lunar starbase center was transmitted to the bridge. Welcome to the lunar starbase. Your berth has been opened. Please follow the information guidance to your designated berth for docking. Once again, thank you for using the lunar starbase. The massive form of the Prometheus descended into the port. The hatch opened and Lu Jin, who had been waiting at the entrance, strode directly down the starship. Looking around, he saw that the entire lunar starbase was enclosed within a transparent dome. This was the ecological barrier developed by the Solar Alliance. On planets covered by the ecological barrier, humans did not need to wear spacesuits. The moon's oxygen levels and gravity had all been adjusted to levels suitable for human activity. Thus Lu Jin did not put on his portable spacesuit and walk straight off the starship. Esteemed Captain, welcome to the lunar starbase. May I ask if you require services such as ship repair, crew recruitment, or tour guidance? For just 1000 credits you can have an omniscient lunar guide. As soon as he disembarked, a woman approached him. Under normal circumstances Lu Jin would have likely ignored these self-promoting lunar guides. But today was different. He had come to the lunar starbase for two main tasks. One was registration. The other was to find a person. Lu Jin looked at the lunar guide and asked directly, I'm looking for someone. Looking for someone? You've come to the right person. I'm a native lunarite. Having navigated the lunar starbase for so many years, even if you wanted to find a fly I could dig it up for you. The person I'm looking for is named Yu Tiansong. Upon hearing this name, the lunar guide's expression changed noticeably. Seeing this, Lu Jin was certain that this lunar guide knew the whereabouts of Yu Tiansong. Yu Tiansong. Captain, you don't mean that madman Yu Tiansong, do you? That's right. Do you know where he is? Captain, you may not know, but Yu Tiansong has a strange temperament and is constantly on the move. Very few people know his usual haunts. So you don't know? No, I mean. ITLL cost extra. Take these 2000 credits. With a wave of his hand, Lu Jin watched his account balance diminish by 2000 credits. The lunar guide across from him, upon seeing the extra 2000 credits in his account, immediately broke into a warm and enthusiastic smile. Generous boss. I'll take you to Yu Tiansong right away. Following the guide, Lu Jin made his way to the central area of the lunar starport. A diverse crowd from all corners of the realm had gathered here, interspersed with a few peculiar alien species. The guide led Lu Jin directly to the lunar starport's job market. During this period, the job market was teeming with 10 times its usual foot traffic. After all, aside from the few wealthy scions who could afford to build their own fleets, most graduating students had to rely on their own efforts to find a fleet willing to take them in. Boss, we've arrived. Lu Jin stopped and surveyed his surroundings. He noticed that every resting spot against the walls was occupied by hulking men in simple vests. These roughly dressed muscular men shared a common title: temporary porters. They possessed no skills, only raw physical strength. Thus they were only fit for the simplest hauling tasks. If fortune favored them and a fleet took them on, they could shed the label of temporary porter and become an honorable porter. Observing the scattered temporary porters around him, Lu Jin couldn't help but ask, is Yu Tiansong here? As soon as he spoke, Lu Jin keenly sensed a few of the porters casting covert glances his way. Oh. There were experts among these temporary porters. Before long, a slightly hoarse middle-aged man's voice rang out from a crude tent patched together from various scraps of fabric. Who the hell is looking for me? Don't they know it's nap time? As the voice drew nearer, a disheveled middle-aged man with a stubbly beard, bloodshot eyes, and a haggard appearance stepped into Lu Jin's view. Seeing this man, a faint smile curved Lu Jin's lips. The figure before him gradually merged with the one in his memories. Lu Jin was certain this was the man he was searching for. Yu Tiansong lifted his eyelids with effort and looked at Lu Jin. Seeing that his visitor was a young man, he made no effort to hide the disdain in his eyes as he scrutinized Lu Jin. Kid, out with it. What do you want from me? Yu Tiansong said, picking his ear with an impatient air. Witnessing this, the lunar guide subtly distanced himself from Lu Jin. His earlier claim that Yu Tian-song was a madman was no empty threat.
This man had a notoriously explosive temper ready to throw a punch at the slightest provocation.
Everyone knew that temporary porters possessed strength far exceeding ordinary people.
And Yu Tian-song had made a name for himself here solely through his fists. Sometimes in his fits of rage he would even dare to strike the very bosses who hired him. It was fair to say that no one would willingly hire Yu Tian-song to move cargo unless they were absolutely desperate.
Yet despite his notorious reputation he still managed to survive in the job market.
Even the market's administrators were cautious about provoking this living devil.
Yu Tian-song, would you accept my employment and become a member of my crew? These words stunned every temporary porter present. Become a crew member.
This kid was inviting Yu Tian-song to be a permanent crew member, not a temporary hire.
Even Yu Tian-song was taken aback for a moment.
Then recovering his senses he burst into raucous laughter.
Kid, I suggest you do some asking around before you try to hire me. I, Yu Tian-song, am quite famous in this job market. Of course my reputation might be a bit different. With that Yu Tian-song waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. But watching his retreating back, Lu Jin became even more certain he had found the right person. A temporary porter. That was merely Yu Tiankang's current guise.
Before becoming a porter he had held another identity.
He was a 5-star admiral of the Solar Alliance.
To be a 5-star admiral meant one's personal combat prowess alone was enough to stand against 100 foes, not to mention their fleet command skills.
The title of 5-star admiral was not merely a rank, it was the benchmark for humanity's peak martial might. Therefore Lu Jin had no intention of giving up on this recruitment easily. I wasn't joking. Hearing this, Yu Tian-song abruptly halted. He turned back and seeing the calm, serious look in Lu Jin's eyes, his interest was piqued. He strode directly up to Lu Jin and a powerful oppressive aura washed over him, laced with a killing intent forged through countless battles and seas of blood. An ordinary person facing this version of Yu Tian-song would surely be intimidated. But Lu Jin's past life experiences were no less harrowing than Yu Tiankang's. In that moment Yu Tian-song realized that despite Lu Jin's youthful appearance his aura was as unyielding as a rock. Interesting.
Yu Tian-song, intrigued by this unfathomable youth, rubbed his chin and asked with a mocking tone. So what compensation are you offering to hire this temporary porter?
I'm a fresh graduate, so I'm broke. Broke?
The surrounding porter's eyes widened in disbelief.
Was this kid expecting Yu Tian-song to work for free? Yu Tian-song clenched his fists, feeling utterly mocked. A surge of nameless fury ignited within him. So what if you're a student? Even if you were a beast, you wouldn't work for nothing. Yu Tian-song raised his fists, knuckles cracking loudly.
Seeing this, the other porters knew what was coming. This young man was about to get beaten up. Yu Tian-song didn't care if you were a student or a beast if he was displeased. He'd take a swing at anyone from an 80-year-old elder to a 3-year-old in kindergarten.
But just then Lu Jin spoke again. I may not have money, but I can cure your ailment. The hell you say, I'm sick? Yu Tian-song threw a punch immediately.
This strike used less than a tenth of his full strength.
Though the force was minimal, a blow from Yu Tian-song would still be painful.
But Lu Jin's gaze was sharp. Yu Tiankang's fist seemed to slow down in his eyes.
He stepped back half a pace, using battle instincts from his memories to effortlessly evade the attack.
Furious that his blow had missed, Yu Tian-song threw another punch. Lu Jin dodged while beginning his persuasion.
Do you often hear voices whispering in your ear? Or do you have nightmares every time you sleep?
Do you sometimes lose control of your emotions, becoming incredibly irritable and prone to anger?
These symptoms aren't just post-traumatic stress as you believe.
As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Tiankang's fist came to a halt right in front of Lu Jin. However, all 3 punches were evaded by Lu Jin.
Although Yu Tian-song did not exert much strength, his fists were not something an ordinary person could easily dodge.
The most critical point was that all the symptoms Lu Jin described perfectly matched Yu Tiankang's own condition. His mental state had been deteriorating for several years. He often experienced auditory hallucinations, had nightmares every time he slept, and in severe cases even exhibited sleepwalking.
His emotions were like gunpowder, becoming extremely irritable and volatile.
Initially, Yu Tian-song thought it was a psychological trauma caused by enduring numerous battles and killings in the Starsea. But as the symptoms worsened, he began to doubt.
Perhaps this was not psychological trauma at all.
He was being targeted by something unclean. Yu Tian-song retracted his fist, suppressing the anger within himself.
Why should I believe you?
Over the years there have been hundreds if not thousands of people claiming they could cure me.
You little punk, what makes you think you can cure me?
Despite saying this, Yu Tian-song still found it hard to trust Lu Jin.
This information about him could be easily uncovered with a little investigation.
Thus, facing the young man who accurately stated his symptoms, Yu Tian-song could not lower his guard.
You may not believe me, but I can responsibly tell you that you only have 1 year left to live.
The symptoms on Yu Tian-song were due to his accidental contact with demonic relics. Most cosmic beings, once they come into contact with any objects related to demons, will be targeted by the demons.
The demons continuously lure and corrupt those cosmic beings, ultimately turning them into breeding grounds for demonic births.
And in 1 year Yu Tianxong would completely become a breeding ground for demonic births, becoming the source of disaster for the solar system. At the same time he would drag the solar system into the abyss of war. But now that Lu Jin had encountered Yu Tianxong in advance, he had countless ways to sever the connection between the demon and Yu Tianxong. Not only could this eliminate the demonic disaster in its infancy, but it would also gain a powerful and reliable fleet member.
1 year. Yu Tiankang's heart sank. He knew very well that his symptoms were worsening and his physical condition was continuously deteriorating. However, he never expected that he only had 1 year left to live. Believe me, you can gradually return to your peak and even surpass it. If you give up, you will only gradually fade away in this talent market. So why not choose to believe me? Do you have anything left to lose? Upon hearing this, Yu Tianxong clenched his fists, memories rushing to his mind. Indeed.
What did he have left to lose?
Honor, status, wealth. Now he had nothing.
If I fight for it, perhaps there is still hope. With this thought, Yu Tianxong turned around, his weathered and murky gaze landing on Lu Jin.
I have to say, you've successfully convinced me. I'll join you. Yu Tianxong made his choice. He chose to temporarily trust Lu Jin and become a member of Lu Jin's fleet.
The surrounding temporary workers and the lunar tour guide who had brought Lu Jin were all wide-eyed.
They could hardly believe it. Lu Jin had actually recruited Yu Tianxong under his command.
But what puzzled them most was why, when there were plenty of talents available, Lu Jin specifically chose the infamous Yu Tianxong. Before they could react, Yu Tianxong had already packed his few belongings and followed Lu Jin out of the talent market. Their next destination was naturally the lunar hall responsible for registering fleet information. Only after obtaining a pass could Lu Jin easily leave the solar system. At this moment, the lunar hall was like a bustling market filled with all kinds of fleet personnel. After getting his queue number, Lu Jin directly sat down in a massage chair in the waiting area. Seeing Lu Jin sit down, Yu Tianxong also took a seat beside him without any formality. After they had both been seated for some time, Yu Tianxong initiated a conversation to learn more about the young captain who had just hired him.
Hey kid, which academy did you graduate from? Call me Captain. Captain. Yu Tiankang's anger flared up again.
But after thinking for a moment, he forcibly suppressed his anger. Ever since Yu Tianxong learned from Lu Jin that he only had 1 year to live, he felt that every time he got angry he was consuming his lifespan. Calming down, Yu Tianxong patiently continued, Captain, which academy did you graduate from?
Blue Star Academy.
Wow, still a top student, but speaking of which, how is our fleet's personnel configuration?
I am the captain and you are the first mate, that's all. Ha! No way. Upon hearing Lu Jin's answer, Yu Tianxong found it hard to believe.
He was the first mate.
Just the two of them in the entire fleet.
What kind of joke is this? Don't you know a starship requires at least 100 people to operate normally and conduct interstellar travel?
I know. Then shouldn't you recruit more crew members? No money.
In that instant, Yu Tianxong nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. He even doubted that the one who was sick was not himself but rather Lu Jin in front of him.
Just then a voice rang out from the loudspeaker.
Please, holder of number 490, proceed immediately to counter 6 for business.
Number 490, it's our turn. Lu Jin stood up first and walked straight to counter 6. Yu Tianxong reluctantly followed Lu Jin's footsteps and arrived at counter 6.
In front of counter 6, a beautiful young woman signaled for Lu Jin to place his palm on the information detector on the counter. As Lu Jin placed his palm on the detector, all of his personal information was displayed in front of the staff.
Lu Jin graduated from Blue Star Academy. Fleet name Spark Fleet. Fleet personnel 2 people.
The staff was stunned upon seeing the number of personnel in the fleet. She had seen fleets with hundreds or even thousands of personnel, but this was the first time she had seen one with only 2 members.
Sir, isn't your fleet personnel a bit too few? No, I think it's just right. Hearing Lu Jin's response, the staff's mouth twitched slightly. Yu Tianxong behind Lu Jin could not help but facepalm.
He confirmed that his new captain truly had some serious issues. It seemed he should take the opportunity to sneak back to his talent market. He had been desperate and randomly sought help, actually believing a fool. But next, when the staff saw the ship-level information below, her eyes widened in disbelief.
The Origin battleship. Yu Tianxong, standing behind Lu Jin, froze for a moment, doubting his own ears. But Lu Jin's reply instantly jolted him back to clarity.
If there's no one named Lu Jin among the other owners of the Origin battleship, then it must be me. Faced with Lu Jin's slightly teasing response, the staff member's fondness for him grew significantly. At the same time, she also understood why Lu Jin had said his fleet only needed 2 people. The Origin battleship was different from other starships. It possessed an exceptionally advanced intelligence system.
This meant that even with a single pilot, the Origin battleship could engage in interstellar navigation.
Your pass has been printed.
After confirming Lu Jin's identity, the pass quickly landed in his hands.
Meanwhile, Yu Tianxong, who had been standing behind Lu Jin all this while, found a torrent of questions surging within him.
How did Lu Jin acquire an Origin battleship? What functions did his Origin battleship possess? Where was this fleet headed after leaving the solar system? But before he could voice his inquiries, Lu Jin was blocked by a group of people. 5 burly men heavily equipped with mechanical prosthetics stood before Lu Jin. They stood like a wall directly obstructing Lu Jin's path. Behind the 5 men, a young man in luxurious attire with an arrogant expression strode straight up to Lu Jin. Finally, I've been waiting for you, Lu Jin. Something on your mind? Lu Jin was no stranger to the man before him. This person was a member of the numerous new generation fleets from the Blue Star Academy. Meng Lifeng, one of the heirs of the Blue Star Shinong Medical Group. In Lu Jin's memory, Meng Lifeng was a quintessential example of a wealthy second-generation heir. Any problem that could be solved with money was no problem in his eyes. Now, with 5 burly men blocking Lu Jin's way, even a fool could guess his true intention. Lu Jin, I'll offer you 100 million credits. Sell me your Origin battleship. As expected, Meng Lifeng's target was precisely the Origin battleship in Lu Jin's hands. As a treasure of the universe, a legendary starship coveted by all, Lu Jin knew it was only a matter of time before he drew attention. The owners of the other 6 Origin battleships in the solar system were at least Solar Alliance warlords. Compared to wresting ownership from them, Lu Jin was a far more convenient target. Faced with Meng Lifeng's nearly predatory behavior, there was not a trace of fear on Lu Jin's face. Instead, his gaze settled on Meng Lifeng. Meng Lifeng, how about a wager? If you win, I'll give you the Origin battleship as the bet. If you lose, you pay me 100 million credits, how about it? A wager. Hearing this word, Meng Lifeng's eyes lit up. You see, Meng Lifeng loved nothing more than participating in various gambles, reveling in the thrill of victory and defeat. Hearing Lu Jin propose a bet, he naturally agreed immediately. Fine. What's the bet? Hearing this, a subtle, almost imperceptible curve lifted the corner of Lu Jin's mouth. Just like in his past lives memories, Meng Lifeng was an incorrigible gambling addict. What a pity, since had indulged in such a vice, he was bound to pay the price sooner or later. These should be the crew members you've recruited, right? That's right. Then how about having your crew and my crew engage in a battle PK? Battle PK. Meng Lifeng glanced at his own crew. Standing 2 meters tall, built like oxen and outfitted with various mechanical prosthetics to enhance combat power. Most crucially, each of them was a former mercenary with extensive combat experience. As for Lu Jin's side, Meng Lifeng looked at Yu Tiansong. No matter how he looked at it, he seemed like nothing more than an ordinary person. Thus, after weighing the options, Meng Lifeng decisively agreed. Of course, as long as you don't regret it after you lose. Perfect, there's a public arena just outside the Lunar Hall. Get ready to transfer your Origin battleship to me. Public arena. It referred to designated combat zones. The lunar starport was a chaotic mix of people with heavy traffic, so conflicts were inevitable. To prevent these conflicts from disrupting the surrounding order, the Solar Alliance had established numerous public arenas at the lunar starport. As long as an agreement was signed within the public arena, violence could be used to resolve certain disputes. The signed agreements were also recognized by the Solar Alliance. Over the years, thanks to the existence of these public arenas, the number of conflicts at the lunar port had dropped to an extremely low level. Now, after Lu Jin and Meng Lifeng signed the betting agreement, both crews stood on the public arena. You're one ruthless boss giving me this job on my very first day. Standing at a corner of the arena, Yu Tiansong complained with some dissatisfaction. Faced with Yu Tiankang's complaint, Lu Jin chose to pretend he hadn't heard it. How many minutes will it take? Hearing this, Yu Tiansong chuckled. This kid sure had confidence in him, even staking his Origin battleship as collateral. If it were Yu Tiansong, he wouldn't have had that kind of guts. Snapping back to reality, Yu Tiansong looked at the mechanical mercenary opposite him. 1 minute, that's enough. With that, he walked to the center of the arena. The mechanical mercenary approached as well, his gaze arrogant, looking at Yu Tiansong as if he were a lamb to the slaughter. It'll make you regret standing here. With you. Before the fight had even officially begun, a thick tension filled the entire arena. The commotion at the public arena also drew the attention of the surrounding crowd. Whoa, another fight's broken out. Whoever invented the public arena must be a genius. Hurry over or well miss the front row. Wait, isn't that person in the arena Yu Tiansong? Yu Tiansong, him again. Among the crowd, a few people recognized Yu Tiansong on the arena instantly. You see, Yu Tiankang's reputation at the lunar starport was far from obscure. Moreover, he was a regular at the public arenas. That guy across from him looks tough. That set of mechanical prosthetics must cost at least 1 million credits. That makes it interesting. What's the fun in watching Yu Tiansong beat people up all the time? Exactly. Yu Tiankang's reputation isn't great anyway. If he gets beaten up today, that'd be big news. Just then, a mechanical electronic voice rang out from the center of the arena. Both contestants, please take your positions. The arena duel is about to begin. As the countdown appeared on the public arena, the mechanical mercenary opposite Yu Tiansong entered combat mode.
He raised his right hand, his entire arm forged from metal. The mechanical mercenary clenched his fist and his mechanical arm suddenly erupted with bursts of searing steam. I will use my proud right hand to send you on your final journey. Ding! The countdown ended and the mechanical mercenary's fist streaked through the air like a phantom hurtling straight toward Yu Tiansong. But the next second Yu Tiansong sidestepped and effortlessly dodged the attack. Then with light and nimble footsteps Yu Tiansong moved with lightning speed behind the mechanical mercenary. Bang! He threw a punch striking the mechanical mercenary squarely in the waist. Oh! It seems this part of you hasn't been turned into iron plating yet. At that moment the mechanical mercenary's face contorted in agony, his features almost twisted into a grimace. He swung a fist backward violently but Yu Tiansong dodged it with ease once again. Then Yu Tiansong drove a punch directly into the mechanical mercenary's face. Bang! The mechanical mercenary staggered backward, crimson blood gushing from his nose. Below the stage Meng Lifeng's face darkened at the sight. Damn it! You useless piece of trash, can't you even beat an ordinary man? Ordinary man. The mechanical mercenary on the arena cursed inwardly. This opponent was no ordinary man. His combat experience, body control and power management, every aspect far surpassed his own. Before Yu Tiansong the mechanical mercenary felt as though he had returned to his first encounter with an enemy. Weak and helpless. Who are you? Bang! In response Yu Tiansong delivered a merciless roundhouse kick. The strike hit a vital spot, and though the mechanical mercenary was equipped with various mechanical prosthetics, most of their bodies remained flesh and blood. Yu Tiansong's targeted blow sent the mechanical mercenary crashing to the ground, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. The victor was decided. The audience below froze in shock. They never imagined Yu Tiansong could dispatch the mechanical mercenary so easily. What's going on? Is the fight over already? That was too fast. It must be a fixed match. Why do you care about that? It's none of your business. Was Yu Tiansong ever this strong before? Is this really him? At that moment Meng Lifeng's gaze fell upon Yu Tiansong. His eyes were cold and venomous. 1 billion credits was a substantial blow to his finances as well. And all of it was because of this seemingly unremarkable man. Who are you? With your skills you could never be an unknown in this lunar spaceport. Before Yu Tiansong could respond to Meng Lifeng's accusation, a young man stepped forward from the crowd. On his chest a badge representing his identity gleamed in the sunlight. Solar Alliance 3-star General. Master, are you planning to return to the world? Master. Instantly the crowd stirred. This young 3-star general of the Solar Alliance was addressing Yu Tiansong as master. Yu Tiansong scratched his ear and replied with great impatience. I stopped being your master long ago. Don't call me that, kid. A teacher for a day is a father for life. Without you, master, there would be no Jiang Linfei today. Enough, enough. After all these years you're still putting on this air. Seeing Yu Tiansong treat a 3-star general of the Solar Alliance so dismissively, anyone with half a brain could figure it out. The connection between Yu Tiansong and the Solar Alliance was no ordinary bond. At that moment Yu Tiansong jumped off the arena and walked straight up to Lu Jin. Captain, are you satisfied with this result? So. If you had hit him in the face with your first punch, this fight could have ended 10 seconds earlier. Cut me some slack for an old man. My physical condition isn't what it used to be. Lu Jin smiled, then walked directly to Meng Lifeng. He extended his hand demanding the 1 billion credits he had won. Meng Lifeng stared at the fallen mechanical mercenary on the arena, his face a mask of fury. But he didn't renege on the debt. Having signed the betting agreement, he had to accept the outcome of his loss. More crucially, a 3-star general of the Solar Alliance was present. Yu Tiansong was clearly closely tied to the Solar Alliance, and he was also inextricably linked to Lu Jin. If he continued to target Lu Jin, the situation would only turn against him. Take it. Realizing he had lost the upper hand, Meng Lifeng tossed a credit card directly at Lu Jin. Catching the card, Lu Jin swiftly transferred the entire 1 billion credits into his own account. His previously depleted balance instantly swelled. Now my interstellar travel funds are much more comfortable. Hearing this, Meng Lifeng's face grew even darker. He glared venomously at Lu Jin and spat out a final remark. You'd better have the life to spend it. No need to worry about that. I may not have many virtues, but spending money is my specialty. Watching Meng Lifeng's retreating figure, Lu Jin knew full well that Meng Lifeng would never let things go. Whether driven by greed for the Origin battleship or hatred for Lu Jin, none of these would make him easily abandon his vengeance against Lu Jin. At that moment Jiang Linfei approached Lu Jin, having long heard of his deeds. Purchasing an Origin battleship for 500,000 credits was a feat worthy of being recorded in Earth's history. Jiang Linfei, 3-star general of the Solar Alliance. I am deeply grateful that you managed to pull my master out of his little tent. If your fleet ever encounters trouble, remember to inform me. Zhang Linfei had repeatedly invited Yu Tiansong to return to the Solar Alliance.
But Yu Tiansong, well aware of his physical condition, had wearily refused the Alliance's invitations time and again. Yet neither the Solar Alliance nor Zhang Linfei could have imagined that Lu Jin would somehow persuade Yu Tiansong to become his crew member. Perhaps this young man possessed an extraordinary charisma. Both the acquisition of the Origin battleship and the recruitment of Yu Tiansong, these two feats alone proved his uniqueness. Zhang Linfei's gesture of goodwill was in a sense the Solar Alliance's friendly overture toward Lu Jin. My captain, where do we go next? Watching Zhang Linfei leave, Yu Tiansong turned his attention back to Lu Jin. Recalling the 1 billion credits in his account, a smile spread across Lu Jin's face. Now that we have the funds, it's time to hit the market and spend some.
It must be said that the gain of 100 million credit points was entirely beyond Lu Jin's expectations. Originally, Lu Jin had planned to register the fleet information and immediately depart from the lunar port after recruiting Yu Tiansong, hastening to their next destination. But Meng Lifeng had the audacity to deliver himself right to their doorstep. A fat sheep that came willingly. If Lu Jin didn't fleece him, he wouldn't be Lu Jin. Arriving at the largest trading market in the lunar starport, Lu Jin had a clear goal: first head to the energy shop. Among the supplies consumed during interstellar voyages, energy was undoubtedly the most massive expenditure. The high energy ore Lu Jin had purchased at the blue starport was one type of energy material. However, now that he had funds, he certainly intended to acquire more efficient energy sources.
Boss, give me 10 tons of energy crystals first. No problem.
Yu Tiansong, who had been following Lu Jin, couldn't help but ask upon hearing the order for 10 tons of energy crystals.
Is 10 tons of energy crystals enough?
If those 10 tons were placed on a single spaceship, they would certainly last for a considerable period. But they weren't piloting a mere spaceship, they were commanding a colossal starship. The energy consumption of a starship was no small figure.
10 tons of energy crystals are sufficient.
Good steel must be used for the blade. I have other essential supplies to purchase with this capital. Other essential supplies.
Food and water.
No, their fleet only consisted of 2 people, they shouldn't need that much food.
Weapons and ammunition. That was a possibility, as interstellar travel inevitably involved various battles.
If they ran out of ammunition at a critical moment, they would truly become lambs to the slaughter. While Yu Tiansong was pondering, Lu Jin arrived before a shop.
A dilapidated sign, a dim interior, and various unidentified objects scattered on the floor like garbage. Seeing the state of the shop, Yu Tiansong couldn't help but twitch his mouth.
Having spent so many years at the lunar starport, this was the first time he had seen such a rundown establishment. The shop was located in an extremely remote area with hardly any customer traffic. Yet Lu Jin had found it precisely. Yu Tiansong was certain that Lu Jin had come here with this shop in mind.
Stepping inside, Lu Jin's gaze swept over the unidentified objects on the floor. Not bad.
He lifted a pitch-black object from the ground. A great deal of dust fell from its surface, causing even Yu Tiansong, who was accustomed to a slovenly lifestyle, to furrow his brow slightly. But before he could ask, Lu Jin reached out and wiped the dust off the surface of this object, which resembled a sheet of metal. As the dust cleared, Yu Tiansong realized that this unidentified object was far from simple.
Its jet-black shell was as smooth as ceramic.
A gentle tap produced a sound akin to metal. Most crucially, this object had been carelessly discarded on the floor, yet its surface bore not a single scratch or dent.
Yu Tiansong stepped forward to examine the unidentified object more closely. Long dormant memories began to resurface in his mind. Can you tell what it is?
Whether it was a test for Yu Tiansong or an attempt to help him recall his past memories, Lu Jin did not immediately reveal the object's true identity. After careful observation, Yu Tiansong was startled to discover that the back of this object was covered in biological blood vessels.
Biological material.
The texture resembled the serum steel used in human ships, but serum steel was a new type of synthetic material. Suddenly a thought flashed through Yu Tiankang's mind.
That's right, this is the carapace of a Zerg.
A Zerg carapace.
That explained everything. But why would a Zerg carapace appear in this unremarkable shop?
Before Yu Tiansong could make sense of the situation, Lu Jin had already placed the carapace back on the floor. He had spotted another item, a massive cannon. On the base of the cannon, a series of unknown symbols were engraved.
Tisk tisk tsk. Even a spirit race laser armor-piercing cannon.
As his words fell, an elderly man emerged from a dim corner. With a stern expression, he walked directly up to Lu Jin. "Young man, how do you know this is a spirit race weapon?"
"Isn't it written here?"
Lu Jin pointed to the series of unknown symbols on the base. The spirit race had always been mysterious, with very little information available about them. However, Lu Jin in his past life had happened to engage the spirit race fleet in battle and had captured a considerable amount of data on them. That was precisely why he could recognize this as a spirit race weapon.
"You can actually read the spirit race script."
"In all my years of running this shop, you are the first person to recognize its origin.
According to the rule I said, if you can state the origin of these items, you may take them." So that was the rule.
In his past life memories, Lu Jin knew that this shop possessed all kinds of rare materials.
But he also knew that the shopkeeper had an extremely eccentric personality. Most people who came to his shop left empty-handed.
No wonder they left empty-handed. Without a solid knowledge base, one couldn't possibly identify the origins of these things.
Yu Tiansong was even more astonished.
He had never imagined that this seemingly shabby shop contained items so rare.
Zerg carapaces and spirit race cannons. Even the Solar Alliance didn't have much stock of these. After all, while Zerg were common, they were not weak. Capturing a Zerg carapace would inevitably come at a price unimaginable to most. As for the spirit race, needless to say, they were elusive and extremely formidable. Even the current Solar Alliance wouldn't dare claim an easy victory in an encounter with spirit race forces.
This Zerg carapace came from a steel armor beetle among the Zerg.
And this spirit race cannon, you probably obtained it from some ruin.
Although it's a spirit race weapon, the manufacturing date on it is already tens of thousands of years old. The old man's eyes grew brighter and brighter as he listened to Lu Jin's answers. He even took out a notebook and began recording everything Lu Jin said. Yu Tiansong, standing nearby, was utterly stunned. Lu Jin appeared to be only around 20 years old. Yet his knowledge was so profound that even Yu Tiansong, a former 5-star general of the Solar Alliance, felt humbled. Before long, Lu Jin had packed up a large quantity of materials.
After Lu Jin's thorough ransacking, the entire shop suddenly looked much emptier.
The remaining materials were ones Lu Jin had no interest in, so he saw no need to purchase them. He didn't want to spend all of the 100 million credit points he had just acquired.
Just then the shopkeeper walked over. "Young man, you've truly opened my eyes today. Hey, race my contact information. If I come across anything valuable in the future, I'll reach out to you.
As per the usual rule, as long as you can explain the origin of this item, you may take it away." The shopkeeper approached him proactively. Having run his store for so many years, his sole purpose was to uncover the origins of his own collection. Little did he expect that after all these years, Lu Jin would clear out everything in one go today. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Jin exchanged contact information with the shopkeeper. After all, the shopkeeper had managed to gather so many items that even the Solar Alliance could barely obtain. This indicated that his background and channels were certainly no ordinary matter. He might need a vast amount of unknown materials in the future, and having multiple contacts meant multiple paths. It was never a mistake. Subsequently, the shopkeeper even hired several engineering transport vehicles.
With these engineering transport vehicles, Lu Jin could effortlessly transport all purchased supplies to his starship.
Returning to the vicinity of the berth, Yu Tiansong immediately recognized Lu Jin's vessel at a glance. For around Lu Jin's ship, it was already teeming with people. Around the starship, the guards of the lunar harbor were struggling to maintain order.
Is this the legendary Origin vessel?
It doesn't look much different from an ordinary starship.
You Rube, this Origin vessel was nothing but scrap metal 3 days ago. The fact that it's like this now is enough to show its marvel.
Exactly. Do you even understand the value of an Origin vessel?
It's a legendary starship capable of infinite growth.
Everyone, this vessel is a private ship. Please do not approach excessively. Just as the crowd was gawking, the hatch of the Prometheus suddenly swung open.
This abrupt change silenced the entire throng.
Then Lu Jin's voice rang out from behind the crowd.
"Everyone, could you please make way?"
All eyes turned to Lu Jin, and they instantly realized that this young man was the holder of the Origin vessel. The young man who had unearthed an Origin vessel for just 5,000,000 credits. In an instant, someone in the crowd immediately made an offer to purchase the Prometheus.
"Young man, I'll offer you 1 billion credits. How about transferring this starship to me?" 1 billion credits.
Are you trying to insult a beggar?
I'll offer 10 billion credits. You're measuring the value of an Origin vessel with mere money. I'll trade 2 Radiance-class battleships for it.
In the restless crowd, countless people sought to wrest ownership of the Origin vessel from Lu Jin. But before Lu Jin could speak, a familiar voice echoed in everyone's ears.
"Everyone stand aside." Zhang Linfei appeared behind Lu Jin, flanked by several fully armed Solar Alliance guards.
Seeing this formation, the previously fervent crowd immediately cooled down. It must be known that the Lunar Harbor Guards and the Solar Alliance Guards were not on the same level.
Moreover, the Zhang Linfei before them was a 3-star general of the Solar Alliance.
The crowd parted to both sides, and Lu Jin glanced at Yu Tiansong beside him. Yu Tiansong shrugged, indicating that this matter had nothing to do with him.
"I didn't notify this kid.
I took the initiative to come over, and it happened to be helpful." Zhang Linfei immediately ordered his guards to split the crowd, leaving a sufficiently wide path.
All Solar Alliance guards were fully armed with live ammunition. Thus, even if anyone wanted to join the fray, they had to think twice. "Thank you. This is all I can do.
Once you leave the solar system, you'll have to rely on yourself."
Zhang Linfei was well aware that the Origin vessel in Lu Jin's hands was a hot potato. Countless eyes were fixed on him.
Within the solar system, with the Solar Alliance in charge, no one would choose to act directly. But once Lu Jin left the solar system and was beyond the Alliance's protection, that would be the true test. The engineering transport vehicles laden with a great deal of materials entered the bridge area. Lu Jin summoned the Origin vessel's control panel in the air, and after some operations, the Origin core rose once more.
Yu Tian-song watched the Origin core with unwavering focus. As Lu Jin cast the Zerg carapace into it, the carapace was instantly disintegrated upon contact with the Origin core. Countless streams of light converged into the Origin core. Ding successfully detected new material steel beetle carapace. Ding material absorption complete. Analyzing material structure. Ding analysis complete. Starship repair speed increased by 1. Ding starship upgrade progress increased by 0.01. Increased starship repair speed. That was indeed a fine attribute. Lu Jin continued feeding various materials, and the Spirit Clan weapon he had acquired from the shop was also directly thrown into the Origin core. Ding detected Starship Component Spirit Clan laser armor-piercing naval gun. Ding material absorption complete. Component structure analysis complete. Ding constructing new weapon xenomorph armor-piercing missile. Ding detected upgrade progress increased to 0.05. Oh. After reading the Starship upgrade report, Lu Jin's eyes lit up. It had actually constructed a brand new weapon. And it had increased the progress by so much. It seemed that his speculated plan was indeed correct. To upgrade quickly, devouring other ships was the most effective path. After pouring all the scavenged materials into it, the surface of the entire Prometheus showed no visible change. But its internal attributes and weapon systems had undergone earth-shattering transformations. After docking at the lunar starport for a day, Lu Jin opened the detailed panel of the Prometheus. It was evident that the Prometheus was now completely different from before. Ship name Prometheus, ship type small battleship, ship upgrade progress 1.05 hull integrity 100 armor rating 0 shield rating 0 energy reserve 100 core configuration first generation Origin core mounted weapons Spirit Clan laser macro cannon xenomorph armor piercing missile general equipment bioceramic steel grade armor. The mounted weapon systems had increased by 2 and the energy reserve had reached a perfect 100. This result already left Lu Jin quite satisfied. After inspecting and finding no flaws, Lu Jin decisively opened the control panel. Preparing for takeoff. Next destination, Pluto Outpost. The starship at port G1456 is about to take off. All unrelated personnel near the starship, please leave the launch area immediately. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the colossal Prometheus ignited its engines and swiftly departed from the lunar starport. Its heading was precisely the location of the Pluto Outpost. Arrived at destination Pluto Outpost. With the reminder from the starship system, Lu Jin finally laid eyes on this planet hailed as the Solar Fortress. 5 space fortresses hovered in orbit around Pluto, each armed with massive cannons capable of easily penetrating a ship's armor. On the surface of Pluto, countless detection devices continuously monitored everything happening in the solar border. As Lu Jin's ship approached the Pluto outpost, he immediately received a signal from it. This is the Pluto outpost established by the Solar Alliance. Unknown vessels, please present your ship information. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Jin promptly submitted the pass he obtained from the lunar starport. At the same time, he reduced the ship's speed to a minimum. If he recklessly charged into Pluto's orbit, even his battleship would be turned into Swiss cheese by the terrifying firepower of the 5 space fortresses. Before long, Lu Jin received another signal from the Pluto outpost. However, this time the voice was softer and calmer compared to before. Pass verification successful. Wishing you a smooth journey through the starry sea. The fully armed space fortress retracted its fangs at that moment. The starships surrounding the solar border all made way for Lu Jin's vessel. The Prometheus maintained a steady speed as it passed through the solar border. Watching the Pluto outpost gradually fall behind his starship, Lu Jin took a deep breath. Even though he had participated in numerous battles in his past life, he still felt a twinge of anxiety at this moment. From this point on, he would become a fledgling eagle, leaving the nest facing the endless starry sea alone. Just then a familiar voice came through the public channel. Hey! Is Lu Jin able to hear me? Is that Qin Moa's voice? Lu Jin was somewhat surprised. He had docked at Blue Starport for 3 days and then delayed another day at the lunar starport. He had thought Qin Moa had already left the solar system with other new generation fleets. To his surprise, he received a communication from her just as he exited the solar system. Upon connecting to the public channel, Qin Moa's beautiful face reappeared in Lu Jin's view. Lu Jin, it really is you. Be careful, a group of interstellar pirates recently entered the solar system border. We plan to band together to expand our numbers and break out of the solar system. Do you want to join us? Interstellar pirates. Lu Jin stroked his chin. There were indeed quite a few interstellar pirates wandering around the solar system's perimeter. After all, new fleets left the solar system periodically. For these new fleets, they were like fat lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The key point was that these interstellar pirates were extremely cunning. Even with the Solar Alliance's repeated crackdowns, they were as unyielding as wild grass, impossible to eradicate. Therefore, weaker fleets often chose to travel in groups. However, with the strength of Qin Moa's fleet, ordinary interstellar pirates should not pose a threat to her. This only left one possibility: these interstellar pirates were not ordinary interstellar pirates. Just as he thought of this, Qin Moa on the other end began to earnestly persuade Lu Jin. Lu Jin, even though you possess an Origin Warship, the pirates you face are not just any pirates.
According to the information I have received, among this batch of interstellar pirates there is a group from the endless star sea. If you recklessly charge out of the solar border, you will definitely attract the attention of those interstellar pirates. I see. Upon learning of this group of interstellar pirates' origins, Lu Jin immediately understood. The endless star sea, a dream sea filled with danger and opportunity. All voyagers, regardless of their origin or race, ultimately converge in the endless star sea. The vast resources and countless treasures of the endless star sea have produced numerous heroic figures. Even the interstellar pirates within the endless star sea possess remarkable strength. Perhaps that is why the captains of new generation fleets like Qin Mo were so cautious. Beside him, Yu Tianson listened to their conversation, leaning back in his seat.
Interstellar pirates from the endless star sea.
I don't believe that a group of interstellar pirates from the endless star sea would choose to raid the outer regions of the solar system. Without a doubt, this group of interstellar pirates is likely coming for you.
Interesting. Lu Jin stroked his chin, continuing to inquire about the details of this group of interstellar pirates. The Crocodile Gang, a pirate fleet composed of 1,000 crocodile people. Their fleet consists of only one starship. Yet this starship is a genuine medium-sized battleship. Lu Jin, I will send you a coordinate. Meet us at this location.
If we band together to break out of the solar border, even those interstellar pirates would not dare to act recklessly against our fleet. Faced with Qin Mo's invitation, Lu Jin made the same choice as before.
No, I am not planning on that yet.
Lu Jin decisively rejected Qin Mo's good intentions. In his view, these interstellar pirates posed no real danger. On the contrary, his Origin Warship upgrade required a large amount of materials and parts. He didn't mind letting these interstellar pirate ships become the raw materials for upgrading his Origin Warship. After cutting off the communication signal, Lu Jin opened the control panel of the starship and, under Yu Tiankang's gaze, decisively chose to accelerate to full speed.
This action made Yu Tianson raise his eyebrows. Are you planning to confront the Crocodile Gang, Hedon?
They're not the 7 pirate kings, what is there to fear?
Hearing this, Yu Tianson shook his head in exasperation. The 7 pirate kings. Lu Jin was truly arrogant.
One must know that each of the 7 pirate kings of the endless star sea is a rival to the Solar Alliance.
He actually said that even the 7 pirate kings would only give him a bit of hesitation.
However, after being with Lu Jin for 2 days, he had long since grown accustomed to Lu Jin's outrageous statements.
Just then, a medium-sized battleship suddenly appeared on the radar.
The dark green hull paint made the entire starship resemble a giant crocodile lying on the ground. Inside the ship, the crocodile man Frank fixed his gaze intently on Lu Jin's Origin Warship.
That human actually didn't lie to me. I really encountered an Origin Warship. Everyone pay attention.
Capture this Origin Warship and we will have the capital to establish ourselves in the endless star sea.
Everyone be alert. Resolve the battle quickly, we must not let those Solar Alliance guys react.
Frank the Crocodile Man wore a broad smile, having received word that there was an easily obtainable Origin Warship in the solar system. At first he thought someone was playing a trick on him. Who didn't know that the 6 Origin Warships of the solar system were either in the hands of the planetary lords or the Solar Alliance?
Which Origin Warship could be easily obtained?
But he never expected that what lay before him now was a genuine Origin Warship with no strong backers.
Such temptation is hard to resist even for the 7 pirate kings of the endless star sea.
The starship piloted by the crocodile pirates began to accelerate rapidly.
In an instant, the vessel reached its maximum velocity.
At such speed, even if Lu Jin swiftly turned his ship to retreat, escape would be impossible.
Yet Lu Jin had no intention of retreating whatsoever.
Opening the ship's speed panel, Lu Jin directly pushed the velocity to its peak.
In that moment, the engines roared to life.
The stern of the starship blazed with intense brilliance. The next second, the Prometheus shot straight toward the pirate starship like a sharp sword.
Oh. Instead of fleeing, you're charging at me. The crocodile pirate Frank let out a loud laugh, as if amused by the other's overestimation of his own abilities.
According to the information he had received, the human piloting this Origin Warship was merely a greenhorn fresh out of the academy.
Most critically, this novice had no background whatsoever, and the entire crew of his starship numbered a pathetic 2. Moreover, this Origin Warship was currently nothing more than a small battlecruiser. In every aspect, the opponent was inferior to him. Thus, faced with such a tempting morsel, the crocodile pirate Frank could find no reason to refuse. But the next second, accompanied by a thunderous crash, the entire pirate starship began to shudder violently. What's happening?
Frank the crocodile reacted swiftly, immediately checking the ship's status. To his astonishment, the shield value had plummeted by a full 20 from that single attack.
What in the world? Boom! Another deafening roar, and the entire starship shook violently once more. In the vast boundless expanse of space, Lu Jin sat in the bridge gazing at the pirate vessel just ahead, and with a wave of his hand he activated the weapon system. Spirit Race Laser Macro Cannon activate.
In an instant, a fierce and terrifying energy gathered at the cannon's muzzle. A laser like an arrow struck directly against the pirate starship's shield. The laser erupted its blazing flames akin to a boulder plunging into a lake, stirring ripple after ripple across the shield's surface. After 2 rounds of bombardment, Lu Jin's gaze fell upon the pirate starship's shield. Judging by its brightness, he easily determined that these 2 salvos had depleted at least half of the enemy's shield capacity. The opposing pirate vessel clearly had yet to recover from Lu Jin's onslaught. Or perhaps they intended to capture Lu Jin's Origin Warship with minimal losses. Regardless, Lu Jin had already seized the advantage. He then turned the ship, adjusted the turret's direction, and prepared for a third bombardment. But at that moment, a swarm of space fighters erupted from the pirate starship's flanks. Each fighter was equipped with several fully armed crocodile pirates. Like a plague of locusts, they rapidly closed in on Lu Jin's vessel. Lu Jin narrowed his eyes, paying them no heed, and pressed the attack button. Instantly, the Spirit Race laser macro cannon fired once more. Several lasers struck the pirate ship's shield. Boom! Amidst the flying sparks, one laser landed directly on the pirate ship's bow. It seemed the enemy's shield system had been breached by Lu Jin. Almost immediately, a series of alerts echoed from within the ship's hull. Warning: severe damage detected in compartment 2. Initiate self-repair. Warning: severe damage detected in compartment 5. Initiate self-repair. A crimson glow flooded the bridge. Needless to say, the damage was undoubtedly caused by the space fighters crashing into the ship's hull. The crocodile pirates within those fighters must have successfully boarded the vessel. You've got some skill, kid. Leave the rabble in the cabins to me. Don't you slip up on your end. Yu Tiansong, seated in the bridge, could no longer contain himself. He rose from his seat and strode directly toward the hatch. Hearing Yu Tiankang's words, Lu Jin merely smiled faintly before refocusing on the control panel. Since the enemy's shield system had been destroyed, Lu Jin saw no need to continue using the Spirit Race laser macro cannon. For one, the cannon required cooling to prevent the weapon system from overloading. On the other hand, for destroying the enemy ship's armor, Lu Jin had a far better option. Zerg armor-piercing missiles fire. He pressed the launch button. The missile launch bays on both sides of the starship swung open. Hundreds of missiles streaked toward the pirate vessel. Rumble. A chain of explosions engulfed the entire pirate starship in an instant. Meanwhile, in the bridge, the crocodile pirate Frank was sweating profusely, his eyes wide with disbelief. Boss, our armor value is still dropping. What the hell kind of weapons does that guy have? 3 salvos and our shields are gone. At this rate, our armor won't even hold until the next wave of missiles. I've never seen missile types like these before. On the pirate ship's hull armor, the Zerg armor-piercing missiles launched by Lu Jin transformed upon explosion into countless drills that bore into the plating. Like tiny insects, they used their own energy to relentlessly corrode the ship's armor. Elsewhere, Qin Mo also noticed the clash between Lu Jin and the crocodile gang. Someone's engaged the crocodile gang. Engaged. Is it the Pluto outpost fleet? If it were the Pluto fleet, the crocodile gang wouldn't dare fight them. It seems Lu Jin's fleet is the one exchanging fire with the crocodile gang. What? Lu Jin's fleet? Is that guy insane? Does he think he can take on the crocodile gang? In the public channel, many young fleet captains were baffled. What gave Lu Jin the audacity to engage an interstellar pirate from the endless Starsea? Did he have no fear of death? This Lu Jin really doesn't know his limits. Does he think having an Origin Warship makes him invincible? The speaker was none other than Meng Lifeng, who had been duped by Lu Jin once before. Now his face was plastered with a gloating grin. At the Pluto outpost, the Solar Alliance General Station, thereupon learning of this news, wore a grave expression. Nonsense. The crocodile gang is not something a rookie fleet can contend with. What? Yu Tiansong is also on board. Dispatch a fleet to the battle site immediately. I cannot allow an Origin Warship and a 5-star general to fall at the hands of a band of space pirates. Whether it was the Rookie Alliance or the Pluto outpost. Without exception, none of them believed Lu Jin could defeat the crocodile gang. Even at their worst, the crocodile gang were interstellar pirates who had braved the endless Starsea. Pirates who survived the endless Starsea were bound to be far more formidable than ordinary ones. What reason did Lu Jin have to prevail over them? Boom! Another barrage of missiles came hurtling toward them. This time the crocodile man Frank dared not be overconfident. He swiftly activated all the interceptor cannons of the pirate starship. Damn it! How can a small battleship possess such terrifying firepower? Is this the might of the Origin starship? I must have it. Crocodile man Frank stared at the faltering shield system before him, his expression dark. He had never imagined that a mere small battleship could unleash such devastating firepower. He had been careless and underestimated his foe. But now even regret came too late. The interceptor cannons managed to destroy some missiles prematurely, yet a portion still struck the pirate starship. In an instant, flames erupted everywhere. The armor of the pirate starship began to crumble. Witnessing this, Lu Jin smiled faintly. From then on, every attack he launched would directly damage the pirate starship. The Spirit Race's laser macro cannon activated. The Zerg armor-piercing missiles fired. All the artillery rained down like a torrential storm upon the hull of the pirate starship.
Yet the enemy did not choose to sit idly by. An even fiercer barrage of firepower also tore gap after gap into the hull of the Prometheus.
But soon Crocodile Man Frank discovered. Whenever he inflicted damage upon the Prometheus within less than a minute, those gaps would begin to heal.
The entire starship seemed like a living entity.
Any wound dealt by the pirate starship healed with astonishing speed. This revelation filled Crocodile Man Frank with despair. How could he possibly win against a starship that could repair itself?
Damn it.
What about those guys who boarded the ship?
Why is there no word from them?
It was at this moment that Crocodile Man Frank remembered his initial plan to seize the Origin starship quickly and with minimal losses. He had specially dispatched a squad of Crocodile Man pirates who boarded their space fighters to invade the enemy vessel.
But now his ship was on its last legs while the enemy vessel showed no signs of activity. Could so many Crocodile Man pirates not even take down 2 people?
Faced with their leaders' furious questioning, the Crocodile Men cowered, none daring to answer directly. For long ago they had lost all contact with the boarding party.
The only possible explanation was that every last Crocodile Man they had sent had been slain by their opponents. The bridge doors of the Prometheus slid open.
A thick stench of blood invaded Lu Jin's nostrils. He turned to glance at the entrance.
Yu Tiansong, drenched in blood and utterly exhausted, trudged in.
He dropped a pile of equipment to the floor, then slumped directly into his seat. It seemed he had dispatched all the pirates. But Lu Jin observed Yu Tiansong, though covered in blood, there was not a single wound on his body. So this was the prowess of a 5-star general of the Solar Alliance. It appeared his choice had been correct. The pirates in the cargo hold have been dealt with.
How much longer will you need?
In response to Yu Tiankang's query, Lu Jin chose not to answer. His fingers hovered over the ship's attack system.
He pressed the attack button.
A fresh wave of assaults once again slammed into the pirate starship. But this time the pirate vessel had neither shields nor armor.
Facing the Prometheus onslaught, they could only use their hull to resist desperately. Boom! As a laser beam precisely struck the bridge.
The entire pirate starship was instantly paralyzed, reduced to a heap of scrap floating in the starry void. Yu Tiansong glanced at the time. From the start of the battle, only an hour had passed.
In just 1 hour he had effortlessly neutralized a medium-sized battleship.
Should he marvel at the might of the Origin starship or be astounded by Lu Jin's formidable ship-handling skills? Even if Yu Tiansong had taken command himself, he couldn't guarantee he would have resolved the battle so easily within an hour. Just then a signal from Qin Mo came through the public channel.
Lu Jin. How are you now? Hang in there, I brought reinforcements to support you. The Pluto outpost is also sending help, you must hold on. Reinforcements.
Yu Tiansong found it almost laughable. What use were reinforcements now?
To clean up the battlefield.
You don't need to come, the Crocodile gang has been completely dealt with.
What?
Hearing Yu Tiankang's voice, Qin Mo was stunned, momentarily unable to process the information.
Lu Jin had already eliminated those space pirates.
He had already defeated the Crocodile gang.
How was that possible? Weren't they space pirates from the endless Starsea?
Had Lu Jin vanquished them so easily?
But Lu Jin didn't linger in conversation with Qin Mo. His attention was entirely fixed on the wreckage of the medium-sized battleship left behind by the Crocodile gang.
For his Prometheus, that medium-sized battleship was an excellent material for evolution. Lu Jin maneuvered his starship closer to the pirate vessel. Once alongside, several engineering arms extended from within his ship. They began dismantling the pirate starship, feeding the salvaged components into the ship's internal storage.
Ding, currently decomposing ship components. Ding, decomposition complete. Ship upgrade progress increased to 1:15.
Watching the upgrade progress steadily climb, Lu Jin's inner joy was impossible to conceal. Indeed, to rapidly upgrade the Origin starship, defeating and devouring other starships was the fastest and most efficient path.
Just then Lu Jin noticed a multitude of ship signatures appearing on the radar.
Without needing to guess, these were likely the new generation fleet led by Qin Mo along with reinforcements from the Pluto outpost. Seeing the scene before them, they all wondered if their eyes were deceiving them.
In their expectations, Lu Jin would have been utterly defenseless against the Crocodile gang's assault.
But now the roles of hunter and prey seemed reversed.
The engineering arms of the Prometheus, like fangs, relentlessly tore into the Crocodile gang's pirate starship. By now large sections of the pirate vessel had been devoured. It was clear that the battle had already ended long before their arrival. Lu Jin, can we come aboard your ship for a tour?
At this point, both Qin Mo and the support captain from the Pluto outpost found it hard to believe. They wanted to board and confirm for themselves that the Lu Jin inside was real. And Lu Jin quite generously directly opened the docking hatch. Qin Mo led a group of new generation captains onto Lu Jin's starship.
Even the support captains from the Pluto outpost boarded the Prometheus. The hatch opened.
Instantly a thick cloying stench of blood rushed toward them. What met their eyes were the countless corpses of Crocodile Man pirates. They lay strewn haphazardly across every cabin. Even in the corridors they could see a spacefighter snapped in two. Gazing at the ship's interior so brutally ravaged, everyone couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. When they reached the bridge area, they saw Yu Tian-sung drenched in blood and Lu Jin at the control panel directing the engineering arms. Incredible. They had never imagined that after such a brutal battle, the Yu Tian-sung and Lu Jin before them would not only be uninjured but show not even a trace of fatigue on their faces.
Shui Wen. Ha, you've been transferred to the Pluto Station outpost. Yu Tiankang's gaze fell upon the warrior from Pluto Station.
The moment that warrior heard Yu Tian-sung accurately call out his name, he immediately straightened his body and snapped a crisp military salute at Yu Tian-sung.
Reporting.
Thank you for your training, instructor, which has made me who I am today.
Enough. You're just like that Jiang Linfei. Yu Tian-sung waved his hand, then his gaze shifted to Qin Mo and her group. Now Qin Mo and the others understood clearly.
The Yu Tian-sung sitting before them was once a renowned five-star general of the Solar Alliance commanding immense prestige. Moreover, the blood of the crocodile pirates still stained Yu Tiankang's entire body, adding an extra layer of ferocity to his presence. Under Yu Tiankang's scrutiny, these fledgling new generation captains couldn't help but slow their breathing. Seeing their reactions, Yu Tian-sung couldn't help but mutter inwardly. Indeed, that Lu Jin was the most abnormal one of all. These new captains were terrified at the mere sight of blood, let alone being sent to fight space pirates. But Lu Jin was different. Not even the 7 pirate kings of the endless star sea fazed him. Since you're all here, why not help us clean up these crocodile pirates in the cargo hold? This will be a good exercise for you. After all, the corpses and blood you'll encounter in the future will be no less than what you see today. What? The new generation captains exchanged bewildered glances upon hearing this. Clean the battlefield. They had been pampered all their lives, not even needing to handle their own meals or clothing. And now this crew member under Lu Jin wanted them to clean the battlefield. Before they could refuse, Shui Wen, the captain of Pluto Station, immediately agreed. Mission guaranteed. With that, Shui Wen led his guards to begin clearing the battlefield. Among the new generation captains, Qin Mo stepped forward as well, voluntarily starting to handle the corpses and blood on the ground. As Yu Tian-sung had said, they would only encounter more corpses and blood in the future. Facing the thick stench of blood and the gruesome remains, Qin Mo suppressed her inner resistance, forcing herself to adapt to this brutal battlefield. With Qin Mo taking the lead, the others, whether willing or not, joined in clearing the battlefield. Damn it. Why should we help him clean up? If I'd known this would happen, I wouldn't have come. Can't that Lu Jin hire more crew members? Among the crowd, Meng Lifeng was also present. He stared at the crocodile pirate corpses on the ground, his face dark. What a bunch of useless trash. Meng Lifeng had initially thought these space pirates from the endless star sea had some skill. Dealing with Lu Jin should have been a piece of cake. But not only had the pirates failed to eliminate Lu Jin, they had become his stepping stone. Just as Meng Lifeng was lost in thought, the nearby hatch suddenly made a sound. The sudden noise startled everyone. All eyes fixed on the hatch, whose surface began to dissolve like scales, gradually replaced by a brand new material. What was happening? Ding, ship upgrade progress reached 10. Reconstructing Origin hangar. Ding, all ship materials analyzed. Designing new drone blueprint, Fong drone. Origin hangar. Lu Jin saw the hangar icon on the ship panel and curiosity piqued. This was the first time he had seen this icon. Could it be a new feature unlocked only after reaching 10 upgrade progress? Opening the Origin hangar function panel, Lu Jin's eyes lit up. Is this the might of the Origin battleship? This newly unlocked Origin hangar was actually a fully automated aircraft manufacturing plant. Once materials were fed in, the Origin hangar could perform a series of processing and assembly tasks based on the blueprints stored in its system. And the Fong drone just unlocked by Lu Jin was the powerful drone the hangar could currently produce. However, upon scanning, Lu Jin noticed. Although the Origin hangar could now build Fong drones autonomously, the hangar's docking space could only accommodate 100 drones. This problem could only be solved once Lu Jin upgraded the Prometheus to a medium-sized battleship. Closing the hangar panel, Lu Jin was in high spirits. Though his mind held vast memories from his past life, information about the Origin battleship was scarce. Lu Jin only knew that every Origin battleship he had encountered possessed terrifying strategic value. Now, having his own Origin battleship, he finally understood its immense power. Self-repair, self-upgrade, self-supply, self-manufacturing. This was the Origin battleship. The others also noticed that the ship they were on had undergone some change. But as mere visitors, they lacked any access permissions. After cleaning the entire starship, they could only return the way they came. Once all the ships had departed, Yu Tian-sung resumed his seat on the bridge. The bloodstains on him had been completely washed away and he had changed into clean clothes. You let them go that easily? A little thought revealed that the crocodile gang pirates showing up here meant someone had leaked the news of Lu Jin owning the Origin battleship. Considering those who had recently clashed with Lu Jin, this crocodile gang attack was most likely orchestrated by Meng Lifeng. Hearing this, Lu Jin leaned back in his seat and chuckled lightly.
Do you think so? Did you really believe I brought them here just to clean up? I've already planted a signal tracker on Meng Lifeng. But now isn't the best time to act.
In Lu Jin's memory, after leaving the solar system, Meng Lifeng soon encountered a stroke of fortune. That opportunity allowed him to carve out a place in the endless star sea. So Lu Jin planned to seize that opportunity for himself before completely eliminating Meng Lifeng. The fact that it could help him establish a foothold in the endless star sea proved it was no ordinary chance. Determined to eliminate him once and for all, Lu Jin intended to wring out every last bit of value from his foe before doing so. As time passed, the new generation fleet swiftly departed the solar system. The fall of the crocodile gang struck fear into the interstellar pirates lurking around the solar system. Lu Jin soon discovered that Meng Lifeng's signal source had led him to an extremely remote star system. This system was not along the route to the endless star sea, so Lu Jin was certain that the opportunity Meng Lifeng sought lay within this desolate star system. Coordinates locked, preparing to engage the jump drive. Having confirmed the destination, Lu Jin decisively initiated the jump. The Prometheus velocity steadily increased until it reached the threshold for the jump. Whoosh! The colossal form of the starship vanished abruptly into the starry void. After a period of transit, Lu Jin finally arrived at the target system. At the core of this system, a lifeless white dwarf star epitomized its current desolation. Using the tracking signal, Lu Jin quickly fixed his gaze upon a gray barren planet. He piloted the starship toward that gray planet, decelerating as it entered the planet's orbit. As the starship pierced the atmosphere, Lu Jin gradually discerned the true visage of the gray planet. The surface was littered with crumbling ruins and broken walls. This was ample evidence that the gray planet had once nurtured a civilization. Yet now it was unclear whether that civilization had migrated or been utterly annihilated. Yu Tianxong let out a sigh at the sight. Lu Jin, however, remained impassive, his heart undisturbed. In the vast cosmos, civilizations are born every moment. Simultaneously, civilizations face destruction at every turn. Stellar cataclysms. Internecine conflicts. Invasion wars. A myriad of reasons, each capable of shattering a civilization. In his past life, Lu Jin had witnessed the birth and demise of countless civilizations. During the assimilation war, billions of planets were obliterated daily. Thus, gazing upon the ruins of the planet's civilization, Lu Jin's resolve hardened. He must become stronger. Strong enough to influence the outcome of that cosmic war. Just then a starship signal flickered onto the radar. Lu Jin confirmed it to be Meng Lifeng's vessel, a Grass-class battlecruiser. Though classified as a small battlecruiser, the Grass-class was among the most luxurious within its category. Now, however, encountering Lu Jin spelled the end of its service life. Lock on. Fire. Before the opposing crew could react, Lu Jin's cannons and missiles had already struck Meng Lifeng's starship. In an instant, fire erupted everywhere. Meng Lifeng's crew had never imagined that even in such a remote location someone would pursue them. Boom. A laser beam struck the bridge directly. Then a swarm armor-piercing missile hit the engine section of the Grass-class battlecruiser. Thus the enemy vessel became a sitting duck, helpless against the Prometheus' relentless assault. This time Lu Jin spent less than half an hour. He bombarded Meng Lifeng's Grass-class battlecruiser into a heap of scrap metal. Certain that the enemy had no means to retaliate, Lu Jin landed his ship on the surface. The hangar bay doors opened and Fong drones swiftly emerged from the vessel. Following Lu Jin's orders, a portion of the Fong drones began dismantling the entire starship. Meanwhile, the remaining Fong drones fanned out to search for survivors and survey the surrounding terrain. As the Grass-class battlecruiser was steadily dismantled, Lu Jin and Yu Tianxong, fully armed, stepped out from within their ship. Check for any survivors and grab one for questioning. Are you joking? Do you think anyone could survive that bombardment? At least that bastard Meng Lifeng is still alive. Lu Jin held a signal radar which indicated that the tracker on Meng Lifeng was still functioning. Seeing the signal on the radar, Yu Tianxong was astonished. Meng Lifeng was still alive. Had Lu Jin known this all along, which was why he attacked the ship without restraint. Just then Yu Tianxong caught a figure in his peripheral vision. Reacting swiftly, he drew his energy pistol from his waist before the figure could launch a sneak attack. Whoosh! An energy bullet struck the attacker's wrist with unerring accuracy. The assailant cried out in pain, dropping the gun. Yu Tianxong closed in rapidly and dragged the attacker out from behind cover. Lu Jin approached and recognized the assailant as a familiar face. It was one of the cyborg mercenaries who had accompanied Meng Lifeng at the lunar port. The mercenary recognized Lu Jin as well, his expression turning grim. It was obvious now that Lu Jin had come seeking vengeance against Meng Lifeng. Yet the mercenary racked his brains, unable to fathom how Lu Jin had pinpointed their coordinates so accurately. Tell me, why did Meng Lifeng come to this planet? If you answer wrong, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. The cold muzzle of the gun pressed against the mercenary's forehead. Lu Jin's finger rested on the trigger, ready to squeeze at any moment. Seeing Lu Jin's calm demeanor, the cyborg mercenary was certain that Lu Jin would not hesitate to pull the trigger and kill him. Thus he dared not conceal anything and quickly divulged all he knew.
All I know is that there's a relic of an ancient civilization on this planet.
Our captain, know that bastard Meng Lifeng, came to find some treasure within the ruins. Treasure. Logically, the probability of finding treasure in such a ruined civilization was nearly zero.
Yet one couldn't rule out the possibility of overlooked artifacts.
Moreover, this remote location on the fringes of the Star Sea might indeed harbor undiscovered treasures.
Thank you for the information. After extracting enough intel, Lu Jin signaled Yu Tianson to release the mercenary. The cyborg mercenary looked incredulous. Was Lu Jin actually letting him go?
Watching the mercenary's retreating figure, Yu Tianson glanced at Lu Jin with confusion. This was unlike him.
Sure enough, the next second Lu Jin raised his energy pistol and delivered a fatal shot. Holstering the weapon, Lu Jin's gaze shifted to a hill. "I'll scout the area from the high ground. You check for any other survivors." Receiving the order, Yu Tianson shook his head as he watched Lu Jin's back.
It seemed he still didn't fully understand his captain. Lu Jin ascended the slope, soon reaching the summit where the entire surrounding terrain lay sprawled before him.
This is a well-preserved massive city ruin. The buildings and streets have not been entirely covered, allowing glimpses of the city's former glory.
At the center of this vast city ruin, a magnificent and intact building immediately captured Lu Jin's attention. Activating the signal tracking radar, Lu Jin glanced at the location of the signal source. It was within the unknown building at the city's center. It seemed that this unknown building was the location of the civilization's treasures. Lu Jin put away the signal tracking radar and headed straight towards the city ruins. The moment he stepped into the city ruins, several fangtooth drones rushed towards him from behind, quickly dispersing.
Scanning the city ruins. Detecting life signatures. Searching for energy signals.
One must say, with the fangtooth drones, Lu Jin's information gathering became much easier. Soon Lu Jin obtained the basic information about the city ruins.
Just then he received an intelligence alert from the fangtooth drones. Ding, intense energy signal detected. An energy signal reaction. Could it be that this city ruin is not completely incapacitated? Just as Lu Jin was curious, the fangtooth drones issued a warning. Ding, strong energy signal reaction is approaching. Boom.
In the next moment, a tall building ruin was suddenly shattered. A massive figure 2 meters tall charged directly towards Lu Jin.
Lu Jin reacted swiftly, immediately dodging into the nearby ruins for cover. The surrounding fangtooth drones quickly regrouped.
Compared to ordinary drones, fangtooth drones are equipped with Gatling guns and specially designed fangtooth missiles. Their combat power far exceeds that of regular combat drones. Once the fangtooth drones were assembled, Lu Jin, hidden in the shadows, immediately controlled the fangtooth drones with a mini-computer. Through the view of the fangtooth drones, Lu Jin clearly saw the true form of that massive figure. It was a creature radiating metallic sheen all over. Its exterior resembled a hunting dog. The metallic hound reacted extremely quickly, its gaze locking onto the fangtooth drones. In the next moment, the metallic hound moved with agility, darting among the towering building ruins like a monkey. Seeing this, Lu Jin immediately understood the metallic hound's intentions. The fangtooth drones quickly retreated while bullets from the Gatling guns poured down on the metallic hound like a torrential rain. In an instant, sparks flew. The dense barrage of bullets hit the metallic hound, causing its movements to falter momentarily. As the metallic hound reached a higher position, the fangtooth drones had already created a safe distance. Just as Lu Jin was preparing to analyze the identity of the metallic hound in detail, the metallic hound's body and view began to undergo violent changes. In an instant, the metallic hound transformed into a humanoid robot. After transforming into humanoid form, the metallic hound leapt up with lightning speed. Its claws slashed out, directly destroying a fangtooth drone. Transformation. A dual-form mechanical creature. Upon seeing this, Lu Jin's mind immediately recalled a civilization. The Apocalypse civilization. In the ancient cosmic era, one of the most powerful mechanical life forms. The reason the Apocalypse civilization was able to rise was that they mastered a synthesis method for a special energy substance known as Apocalypse crystal. According to numerous records, Apocalypse crystals rank among the top 10 in energy density among all energy substances. Unfortunately, with the disappearance of the Apocalypse civilization, this energy substance also vanished into the annals of cosmic history. As Lu Jin gazed at the Apocalypse creature before him, a strong interest shone in his eyes. Could it be that the Apocalypse civilization has not completely disappeared? Just as Lu Jin pondered, the metallic hound launched another attack. However, this time Lu Jin did not choose to hold back. Activate fangtooth missiles. In an instant, countless fangtooth missiles shot forth like arrows, piercing into the metallic hound's body. Boom! The explosion immediately engulfed the metallic hound. When Lu Jin stepped out from behind the ruin, what he saw were scattered metal fragments all over the ground. Picking up a piece of metal debris, Lu Jin observed the intricately crafted internal wiring and an unknown black liquid. This further confirmed to him that this metallic hound was indeed a member of the Apocalypse civilization. He could hardly believe that any current civilization could create such a sophisticated mechanical creature. What a truly unexpected gain. Lu Jin's gaze gradually swept across the city ruins, finally settling on the unknown building at the center. A fangtooth drone landed near Lu Jin and a robotic arm extended from it collecting all the metallic hound's remains from the ground. Once all the remains were collected, the fangtooth drone headed straight back towards the ship's location. Meanwhile, Lu Jin continued to approach the unknown building. Along the way, Lu Jin occasionally spotted the remains of apocalypse creatures. Surrounding these remains, he could clearly see numerous battle scars as well as the corpses of crew members in uniform.
These crew members were undoubtedly combat personnel under Meng Lifeng.
Lu Jin merely glanced at them and proceeded past the bodies.
Finally, Lu Jin arrived before the unknown building.
Gazing at the towering structure before him, Lu Jin waved his hand and a fangtooth drone charged directly into the tower. Through the view of the fangtooth drone, Lu Jin witnessed the scene inside the building. Compared to the corpses in the city ruins, the battles within the building were even more brutal.
Boom! With a loud bang, Lu Jin's attention was drawn.
As he maneuvered the fangtooth drone closer to the source of the noise, an even larger and more robust figure came into view. The apocalypse creature covered in thick metal resembled a heavily armored knight at that moment. "Intruder!" the armored knight roared, swinging the massive sword in his hand.
In an instant, rubble flew everywhere.
Dozens of fully armed combat personnel around were almost instantly sent flying. But Meng Lifeng's figure appeared in the view of the fangtooth drone. He was shouldering a rocket launcher. Aiming at the apocalypse armored knight before him, Meng Lifeng decisively pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A rocket shot directly towards the apocalypse armored knight in front of him. The apocalypse armored knight reacted swiftly, raising his hand as the massive sword split in the middle. A pitch-black gun barrel extended from within the massive sword. Bang! As the gun barrel inside the sword made a sound, the rocket exploded in midair. But it was clear that since Meng Lifeng dared to pull the trigger, it meant that the rocket before him was by no means an ordinary one. Boom! With a loud explosion, the rocket instantly transformed into a cloud of fire in the air. The violent fire quickly spread, engulfing the apocalypse armored knight along with the surrounding area.
The massive wave caused by the explosion made the entire building tremble. Damn it, these tin cans are relentless.
As the flames dissipated, the only thing that met the eye was the shattered remains on the ground. Meng Lifeng merely glanced over, not allowing his hired crew a moment's respite before immediately urging them onward.
Faced with his exploitation, the crew dared not voice their grievances.
They had initially believed that a fledgling captain like Meng Lifeng would face no more than a few interstellar pirates at most.
Yet they never imagined that right after leaving the solar system, Meng Lifeng would head straight for this barren planet.
Crucially, this planet harbored such powerful mechanical lifeforms. From the landing site to this point, their personnel had already suffered losses exceeding half. It was difficult to guarantee whether they could leave this place unscathed. Standing on the periphery, Lu Jin observed everything unfolding in the inner area through the visual feed of his fang drone. The closer he got to the core, the more numerous the apocalypse creatures became. Unlike the apocalypse creatures in the city ruins, those within this structure possessed far greater combat power.
Moreover, these creatures were even armed with weapons bearing the unmistakable insignia of the apocalypse civilization. This further confirmed Lu Jin's speculation. There must be something of utmost importance to the apocalypse civilization within this soul-intact building.
According to the information Lu Jin had acquired in his past life, the apocalypse civilization possessed two most crucial treasures. The first was the cornerstone of their civilization: the formula for the apocalypse fragment.
The second was the very origin of the apocalypse civilization: the cosmic treasure capable of creating apocalypse creatures, the apocalypse spark.
Either of these was an ultimate treasure beyond compare for Lu Jin. With this thought, Lu Jin strode forward, heading directly towards the building's core. As he delved deeper, more and more remains of apocalypse creatures came into view. Some were in a bestial posture, howling at the sky.
Others stood upright, gripping longswords with solemn expressions.
The postures and expressions of these remains varied. But one thing was consistent: they all had no trace of energy fluctuation left. Looking at the thousands of apocalypse creature remains around him, Lu Jin couldn't help but sigh. What a formidable fighting force it would be if all these creatures were revived. But just as a heart ceases to beat, leading to complete death, apocalypse creatures also die permanently once deprived of their energy source. Before death, they delete all memories to prevent their remains from falling into enemy hands. For this reason, even if reactivated, an apocalypse creature would lose its original soul, becoming a newborn of the apocalypse civilization. Ding! Detected faint energy fluctuation. Just as Lu Jin was about to leave, the Fang drone detected an extremely faint energy fluctuation. An apocalypse creature still alive. Lu Jin checked the intensity of the energy fluctuation. It was so weak it was almost imperceptible. This indicated that the creature was on the verge of death. Following the signal coordinates provided by the Fang drone, Lu Jin quickly located the dying apocalypse creature. Its massive mechanical body was slumped against a wall, half of it gone.
Exposed conduits were gushing out oil-black blood. Lu Jin directed a Fang drone to approach, but even as it drew near, the creature showed no reaction.
Seeing this, Lu Jin's eyes lit up. Such an opportunity was a once-in-a-lifetime chance.
Most mechanical creatures erase all their data and memories before death.
to prevent enemies from extracting their memories after obtaining their bodies. But this apocalypse creature was in a half-dead state. This meant that with a stroke of luck Lu Jin might extract its stored memories before it completely perished. Perhaps he could unravel the mystery of the apocalypse civilization's disappearance. Or obtain the synthesis formula for the apocalypse fragment from its memories. Either type of memory would be incredibly valuable to Lu Jin. Faced with such a treasure trove of memories, Lu Jin dared not be negligent. He immediately manipulated the Fong drone to use its built-in engineering arm to cut open the creature's head. After locating the memory storage hardware, he quickly pulled out a data cable. Connected to the microcomputer. Breached the apocalypse creature's internal firewall. Extracted the memories stored in its brain. As a flood of data surged into the microcomputer, Lu Jin's eyes grew brighter. Downloading apocalypse creature historical data. Extracting apocalypse fragment formula information. Parsing apocalypse creature body data. Just then a term all too familiar to Lu Jin appeared on the microcomputer screen. Void Swarm. The fall of the apocalypse civilization was related to the Void Swarm. How is that possible? Wasn't the Void Swarm supposed to appear en masse only during the assimilation war a year from now? Just as Lu Jin was puzzled, a warning prompt suddenly flashed on the microcomputer screen. Warning. Biological signal lost. Seeing this warning, Lu Jin decisively disconnected the data cable. The apocalypse creature before him had finally met its true death. Unfortunately, Lu Jin hadn't fully obtained all the data on the apocalypse civilization. But he was a content man, gaining so much intelligence unexpectedly was already a fine outcome. At least now Lu Jin knew what treasure was hidden within this building. The treasure guarded here was the origin of the apocalypse civilization, the apocalypse spark. Like the Origin vessel, the source of the apocalypse spark was untraceable. But one thing was certain: both were cosmic-level treasures. Legend had it that the apocalypse spark autonomously absorbed surrounding energy. Once it reached a certain threshold, it could gestate a substance called spark source. Spark source could bestow souls upon mechanical life, making them distinct from other mechanical beings. This was the origin of the apocalypse civilization. At its peak, the apocalypse civilization possessed a total of 100 apocalypse sparks. But during a certain era, the Void Swarm invaded. The Void Swarm not only devoured 99 of the apocalypse sparks but also drained all the potential from this planet. Lu Jin was not surprised by this outcome. On the contrary, he admired the apocalypse civilization even more for managing to preserve a single apocalypse spark under the Void Swarm's onslaught. Lu Jin calculated the time in his mind. That fellow Meng Lifeng should have reached the spark storage area by now. Since that was the case, it was time to reap the harvest. Meanwhile, in the core area where the Tianqi spark was stored, Meng Lifeng gasped for air, wiping the sweat from his brow. His gaze swept over the numerous crew members behind him who were riddled with casualties and whose equipment was battered and broken. Around these crew members, several colossal Tianqi creatures resembling fortresses lay toppled in various poses. It's finally over. From the wild Tianqi beasts nearly 2 meters tall at the periphery to the fully armored Tianqi heavy knights standing 3 meters tall within the building. In the end, even giant Tianqi creatures 5 meters in height and bristling with heavy firepower appeared in the core area of the spark. Meng Lifeng's crew had been reduced to less than a tenth of their original number since departure. Nevertheless, when Meng Lifeng laid eyes upon the Tianqi spark gleaming like a crystalline treasure and radiating a soft glow, his eyes once again brimmed with avarice. The Tianqi spark is finally mine. Meng Lifeng approached step by step, his mind already envisioning the scene of him harnessing the Tianqi spark. As long as he possessed enough energy, he could continuously recharge the Tianqi spark, thereby producing a vast number of spark sources. With a plethora of spark sources, he could forge a Tianqi legion loyal solely to him. Along the journey, he had witnessed the combat prowess of these Tianqi creatures. Thus Meng Lifeng harbored absolute confidence in his envisioned Tianqi legion. Just then a crew member's voice suddenly rang out behind him. Watch out! The next second a shadow loomed over his head. Meng Lifeng looked up to see a Fong drone. Before he could react, 2 Gatling guns extended from beneath the Fong drone. No good. In an instant, flames erupted everywhere. A torrent of bullets dense as a rainstorm rained directly down upon Meng Lifeng. Witnessing this, the crew members' eyes widened in sheer terror. Damn it! What's with this drone? A model I've never seen before. Could it be another defensive measure of this building? How the hell are we supposed to fight this? By now every crew member was physically and mentally exhausted. Even their weapons and ammunition had been depleted in the relentless battles. In truth, they were at the end of their tether. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Jin effortlessly used the Fong drone to inflict heavy damage upon them. After all, although the Fong drone's firepower surpassed that of ordinary drones, the crew members under Meng Lifeng, a wealthy second-generation scion, were no pushovers either. Otherwise they could never have made it this far through the encirclement of Tianqi creatures. As Lu Jin had anticipated, after a round of strafing from the Fong drone, Meng Lifeng's figure gradually emerged from the smoke and dust. He crouched on the ground, a layer of energy shield surrounding him, deflecting all attacks from the Fong drone. Meng Lifeng's gaze turned icy. After scanning the crowd of crew members, his eyes finally settled on Lu Jin behind them.
Lu Jin. What are you doing here?
Then Meng Lifeng instantly realized he had been followed.
Otherwise no ordinary navigation route would have led anyone to this planet.
The only possibility was that Lu Jin had followed him here. With this thought, Meng Lifeng immediately began checking himself. Soon he found the signal transmitter Lu Jin had planted on him.
It wasn't particularly well hidden, a brief search sufficed to locate it.
But Meng Lifeng had never imagined anyone would tamper with him. With a sharp crack he crushed the signal transmitter. His eyes were cold as they darted between Lu Jin and himself. Although he had numerous crew members and superior equipment, the crew was already spent after the grueling battles. The ammunition for those superior weapons was likely nearly exhausted. On Lu Jin's side, however, he possessed a multitude of powerful drones.
Crucially, Meng Lifeng couldn't even identify the models of these drones, let alone their specific capabilities. No matter how he looked at it, his odds of victory were slim.
Damn it. I was so close to obtaining an invincible legion. At this moment, Meng Lifeng's hatred for Lu Jin reached an unprecedented level. Yet he knew he couldn't let this hatred show on his face.
Lu Jin, why have you traveled such a distance to track me to this desolate planet?
Is it for money?
If it's money, I can offer you a substantial amount of credits. You should know that I am the heir of the Shinnom Medical Group. Killing me will bring you no benefit.
Now Meng Lifeng could only rely on words to buy time. As he spoke, he continuously sent signals to his ship. If he could hold out until the ship's reinforcements arrived, he might still have a chance to turn the tide. But just then a video communication signal from his ship suddenly popped up before him. Seeing the video signal, a sense of foreboding surged within Meng Lifeng. He answered the call and the alto familiar face of Yu Tiansong appeared before him. In the video, Yu Tiansong wore a mocking expression and insolently picked his ear. Stop sending signals to your ship. It's probably a pile of scrap metal by now. No matter how many signals you send, they won't receive them. With that, Yu Tiansong ended the video feed. Upon hearing this news, Meng Lifeng felt as though all strength had drained from him. The ship was gone. How would he leave this place? His gaze eventually fell upon Lu Jin. Kill him. The only way to leave now was to kill Lu Jin and seize his ship. With this thought, Meng Lifeng's eyes turned bloodshot. On my command. Before he could finish, Lu Jin decisively activated the Fong drone. In an instant, a storm of bullets poured down upon Meng Lifeng and his crew. The exhausted crew members faced with this hail of bullets fell like reaped wheat, collapsing in droves. As Meng Lifeng watched the bullets strike his energy shield, its durability plummeted. Frustration blazed in his eyes. Damn it. So close. His gaze fixed upon the Tianqi spark. He reached out, trying to grasp it. But perhaps he had forgotten that the Tianqi spark was already fully charged. Recklessly touching a high-energy object would lead to only one outcome. With a sharp ding, a violent surge of energy struck. In an instant, Meng Lifeng's energy shield shattered. The apocalypse seed blazed like a burning star, unleashing a torrent of ferocious energy. Pain shot through his fingertips, and only then did Meng Lifeng realize his palm had turned pitch black. The energy released by the apocalypse seed had instantly charred his right hand into a blackened cinder. Before Meng Lifeng could even scream, countless bullets pierced through his body. Without the protection of his energy shield, he was after all nothing more than fragile mortal flesh. As Meng Lifeng fell, Lu Jin stepped forward and picked up his energy pistol. Bang! Without hesitation, he fired a finishing shot into his head. After the coup de grace, Lu Jin turned his gaze toward the apocalypse seed. However, unlike the reckless Meng Lifeng, Lu Jin was far more cautious. He did not rush to approach it. Instead, he summoned a Fang drone. From within the drone, two metallic mechanical arms extended, each ending in a metal box. The moment the metal box neared the apocalypse seed, it began to warp and expand. In the blink of an eye, the box transformed into a cage enveloping the apocalypse seed within. Then the metal box contracted and reshaped itself once more. Once it had completely enclosed the apocalypse seed, Lu Jin held the metal box in his palm. Now the apocalypse seed was utterly isolated. It could no longer absorb external energy, nor could it release any energy outward. Truly, everything has its counter. Lu Jin gazed at the metal box in his hand. The material used to craft this box was no ordinary metal. The metallic material used to create this box was none other than the special metal Lu Jin had harvested from those apocalypse beasts. The apocalypse seed spawned the apocalypse beasts. And the bodies of those beasts were the perfect material to contain the apocalypse seed. This made Lu Jin once again marvel at the wonders of this universe. The apocalypse seed was now secured. Lu Jin even gathered all the remains of the apocalypse beasts. After all, the materials and structures of these creatures would provide him with ample research material for some time. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, yet the ultimate victor is me. Lu Jin strode out of the building's entrance. Just then the ground began to tremble violently. Sensing something amiss, Lu Jin immediately looked back at the building. What's happening? Could there be some mechanism inside that hasn't been triggered yet? As he hesitated, the ground's shaking grew more pronounced and the entire ruined city began to crumble under the tremor's force. Seeing this, Lu Jin stopped pondering the earthquake's cause. He sprinted at top speed toward the ship. The moment he finally boarded, he couldn't help but look back. A massive fissure suddenly tore through the city ruins and the building that had housed the apocalypse seed vanished into the gaping chasm. The fissure, after swallowing half the ruined city, showed no signs of stopping.
As if sentient, it rapidly surged toward Lu Jin's location. Alarmed, Lu Jin immediately retreated inside the bridge.
This was definitely unnatural.
The earthquake's devastation had already engulfed the entire ruined city.
Such a terrifying and sudden earthquake could not be explained by natural disasters. If this planet had always suffered from such violent seismic activity, the city ruins would not have remained so intact. Thus Lu Jin could deduce that something had been triggered. And the trigger was likely related to his removal of the apocalypse seed. Entering the bridge, Lu Jin immediately saw Yu Tian-sung standing before the data panels, his expression grave. Upon hearing footsteps behind him, Yu Tian-sung turned around.
Seeing Lu Jin safe and sound, Yu Tian-sung let out a sigh of relief. I thought you weren't coming back. 10 minutes ago, this planet's geological data turned extremely abnormal. Geological activity has reached an extraordinarily abnormal frequency.
Most critically, the ship's radar detected a biological heat source 100,000 meters beneath the surface.
A biological heat source.
There's life 100,000 meters underground on this planet. A figure immediately sprang to Lu Jin's mind: the Void Swarm. Could it be that the Void Swarm, which had destroyed this planet years ago, had never left? Regardless, Lu Jin's priority now was to escape the planet's surface as quickly as possible. The ship's engines roared to life.
The entire Prometheus let out a thunderous clamor.
At that moment, the radar displayed a colossal entity rapidly approaching their vessel. The ship soared into the sky. Just as it reached the atmosphere, both Lu Jin and Yu Tian-sung saw it. A massive maw burst forth from the ground. Then jet-black scales emerged across the planet's surface. A serpentine body instantly ravaged the gray planet's terrain. Even after the ship had fully escaped the planet, they could still see the colossal monster. It coiled around the planet's surface like a giant python.
What kind of monster is this? Even the well-traveled Yu Tian-sung was stunned by the creature's immense size. Before it, even a planet seemed as small as a toy. Lu Jin squinted at the monster on the planet's surface and directly revealed its true identity. Megamaw worm. Megamaw worm. The swarm. Yu Tian-sung glanced at the terrifyingly massive creature.
It was nothing like the swarm he had encountered before.
How is that possible?
The largest swarm creatures I've faced were only the size of a starship. This Megamaw worm's body diameter is likely longer than this planet. The swarm I've encountered was never this terrifying.
Faced with Yu Tian-kang's confusion, Lu Jin activated the ship systems while explaining.
The swarm is divided into two types: the void swarm and the common swarm.
Most of the swarm drifting through the universe today are common swarm.
The true void swarm will not appear in the public eye until a year later. Compared to the common swarm, the void swarm has more varieties and far greater destructive power. Take this Megamaw worm for instance. Though still in its juvenile stage, its body length already exceeds a planet's diameter.
Once it matures, it can easily devour an entire planet.
Such is the terror of the void swarm. Sometimes Lu Jin even suspected that the common swarm might be a decoy deployed by the void swarm to conceal their true strength.
Just then, the Megamaw worm on the planet's surface seemed to notice the Prometheus. Its movements abruptly halted, and then its gaze fixed upon the ship.
In the astonished gaze of Yu Tian-chang, the giant devouring insect opened its gaping maw. Its countless sharp teeth, resembling those of a meat grinder, charged straight towards the Prometheus. Seeing this, Lu Jin maintained a calm expression and decisively activated the engines. The ship accelerated to full speed with all energy directed into the starship's body.
The entire starship pulled away from the giant devouring insect at its fastest speed.
However, the insect seemed to have an unresolvable feud with Lu Jin, relentlessly pursuing him and breaking free from the planet's surface. Seeing the opponent's behavior, Lu Jin immediately thought of the celestial ignition seed he had just acquired.
Could it be because of the celestial ignition seed? So far, this was the only possibility.
The building not only protected the celestial ignition seed but probably also had the function of shielding energy fluctuations. Once he took the celestial ignition seed out of the building, the energy fluctuations it emitted would be sensed by the giant devouring insect lying dormant underground. It was precisely for this reason that the giant devouring insect awakened and attacked them.
What should we do next?
Even the battle-hardened Yu Tian-chang felt a moment of panic as he stared at the gaping maw coming closer. The starship itself was a massive object, but compared to the giant devouring insect, it appeared particularly small.
To the insect, the entire starship was no different from a snack. Lu Jin controlled the starship calmly, attempting to distance it from the giant devouring insect as much as possible. Then he stood up directly from the control panel.
Yu Tian-chan, you will take over the control of the ship from here.
Me.
At this critical moment, Lu Jin actually handed the control of the ship to him.
Before Yu Tian-chang could react, Lu Jin had already left the bridge area.
Staring at the increasingly approaching giant devouring insect, Yu Tianchan widened his eyes and hurriedly took over the ship's control system. Watching the enormous shape on the radar draw closer, beads of sweat began to form on Yu Tianchang's forehead. Damn! How could they escape from such a massive creature? Where did that guy Lu Jin go at such a critical moment? After leaving the bridge, Lu Jin went straight to the engineering bay number 6 where the Spirit Race laser cannon was located. Looking at the Spirit Race laser cannon before him, Lu Jin pulled out a multifunctional wrench from his waist. He didn't know what method Meng Lifeng from his past life used to shake off the pursuing giant devouring insect. But Lu Jin had no time to try to follow his old path. He took out the celestial ignition seed he had just acquired, opened the ammunition bay of the Spirit Race laser cannon, and a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. Cut off the energy supply line. Install the celestial ignition seed. Connect the circuits and adjust the energy extraction efficiency. Under Lu Jin's constant modifications, the internal structure of the Spirit Race laser cannon underwent a complete transformation. Ordinary weapons were practically useless against the giant devouring insect, their attacks barely equivalent to a mere tickle. The only weapons that could truly threaten the insect had to be of the annihilation class. Thus Lu Jin modified the Spirit Race laser cannon before him. The modified cannon could release all the energy contained within the celestial ignition seed in one go. The energy stored within the celestial ignition seed, which had been accumulating for so long, was sufficient to reach annihilation class levels. But Lu Jin was also very clear about the consequences of this. They only had one chance. Moreover, at the moment of firing, their ship would also suffer significant damage. For an ordinary ship, this would almost be a mutually destructive tactic. However, the ship Lu Jin was on was no ordinary vessel but an Origin battleship capable of self-repair. Returning to the bridge area, Yu Tianchang, who was controlling the ship, was now drenched in sweat. To increase the distance between the starship and the giant devouring insect, Yu Tianchang was using almost all of his experience. Even so, it was only a matter of delaying for a little longer. Lu Jin, where have you been? At such a life-and-death crisis, Captain Lu Jin suddenly disappeared. This made Yu Tianchang feel a surge of anger. But in response to Yu Tianchang's questioning, Lu Jin simply told him to step aside and took control of the ship's control system again. Initiating cannon number 6. On the deck of the ship, the modified Spirit Race laser cannon gradually aimed at the giant devouring insect behind the ship. Lu Jin did not immediately launch the attack. There was only one chance and he had to seize it well. Target locked. Charging energy. Ding, cannon number 6 is charging. Seeing on the control interface that the Spirit Race laser cannon was beginning to charge, Yu Tianchang was filled with confusion. Previously he had already attacked the giant devouring insect. Yet whether it was the Spirit Race laser cannon or the alien armor-piercing missiles, the attacks from these weapons against the insect were practically no different from a simple tickle. Now Lu Jin had activated the charging system of the Spirit Race laser cannon again. Wasn't this just futile work? But soon Yu Tianchang realized that this Spirit Race laser cannon was not as simple as he had imagined. Ding, charging progress reached 200. Ding, charging progress reached 500. Warning, charging overload reached 800. Warning, charging overload reached 1000. A crimson warning prompt popped up before Lu Jin. But it seemed Lu Jin did not see it and continued to charge. The entire starship began to shake as if a primal force within was about to erupt. This terrifying power made Yu Tianchang feel a wave of heart palpitations. What exactly had Lu Jin done? Why was there such terrifying energy contained within the ship? At that moment Lu Jin spoke again. If you don't want to be thrown out in a while, hurry back to your seat. Hearing this, Yu Tianchang dared not ask further. Even if he did not trust Lu Jin feeling such a terrifying energy fluctuation, he should be aware. Next, something significant was about to happen. Warning, energy has reached overload state, please release as soon as possible. When this warning message appeared, Lu Jin's gaze fell on the radar. The giant devouring insect seemed to sense the threat from the starship's cannon. Its speed began to slow down. But at this point it was too late for it to escape. Fire! Lu Jin casually pressed the launch button. In an instant, a dazzling beam pierced through the giant devouring insect's body like a spear. After piercing through its body, the beam did not stop. The light continued forward until it struck the surface of the celestial ignition star. Suddenly a fire ignited on the surface of the celestial ignition star. The fire rapidly spread, and in the blink of an eye it covered half of the planet, with a massive shockwave sweeping across the entire surface of the planet. The body of the giant devouring insect was pierced through by this beam, creating a bloody hole. The once indomitable giant devouring insect writhed in agony, collapsing under this fatal blow. Before long, the body of the giant devouring insect stopped writhing, becoming a massive corpse in the starry sky. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Lu Jin felt someone touching his cheek. Instinctively he swatted away the unfamiliar hand. At this moment Lu Jin could only feel a heaviness in his head. He only remembered that at the moment he fired the cannon, the violent recoil swept through the entire starship. But he wondered if the giant devourer had been dealt with. Oh! This human is still alive. Shirya, do not be disrespectful to a warrior. It is truly hard to believe that such a weak human could kill a void insect. Such a warrior deserves admiration. Hearing the voices beside him, Lu Jin furrowed his brow and opened his eyes. As his vision gradually cleared, he was met with the sight of a flying dragon with snow-white scales.
Surrounding this white dragon were two other flying dragons.
One of them was even more robust with rough brown scales. Upon seeing Lu Jin awake, all three flying dragons focused their gaze on him.
He has awakened. What should we do next? How about we give him some supplies and leave? He probably cannot understand our language. This might be the safest approach.
Just as the three flying dragons were considering where to place those supplies, Lu Jin's groggy mind gradually started to wake up. He immediately recognized that the three flying dragons before him belonged to the hunting dragon clan known as the Star Sea Hunters. It was rumored that these hunting star dragons roamed across the Star Sea. They possessed numerous astonishing abilities such as changing forms and tearing through space. Among the many races in the Star Sea, they were undoubtedly a powerful clan. However, due to their formidable strength, they looked down upon other races. Only those warriors with exceptional combat power could gain their recognition.
Thank you.
Lu Jin expressed his gratitude to the hunting star dragons in the dragon language. Upon hearing Lu Jin speak in the dragon language, the three hunting star dragons were somewhat surprised.
This human could actually speak their language.
I didn't expect this warrior to know the dragon language.
Shirya, if only you could learn from this warrior, you wouldn't be so weak now. Lu Jin's gaze fell upon the white hunting star dragon.
A closer look revealed that this dragon was smaller in stature and its scales were not as rough as those of the other two. The hunting star dragons were a clan that valued strength above all. Lacking power meant one could not gain status within the clan.
Clearly this white hunting star dragon was a typical example.
At that moment, the largest hunting star dragon fixed its gaze on Lu Jin.
Warrior, as a human you have killed a void insect and I respect you. However, I have a small request.
Would you sell us the corpse of this void insect?
The giant devourer's corpse. It is dead. Lu Jin finally breathed a sigh of relief.
But then he recalled that even if he had not killed the giant devourer,
the giant devourer would eventually encounter the hunting star dragon clan, ultimately becoming their food.
Perhaps this was also the reason why Mang Lifeng was able to escape in his past life.
Of course, no problem.
The corpse of the giant devourer was not particularly useful to Lu Jin. However, if he could use this corpse to gain the goodwill of the hunting star dragon clan, it would be an exceptionally worthwhile transaction.
After receiving Lu Jin's permission, the leading hunting star dragon stood up.
It flapped its wings and shot straight toward the ceiling. The moment it touched the ceiling, the hunting star dragon's form passed directly through the ship.
Spatial teleportation. Is this the power of the hunting star dragons?
Upon returning to the starry sky, the hunting star dragon rapidly expanded in size, its body becoming larger than the starship in an instant. This was the true form of the hunting star dragon. The size it had just now was merely a transformation for ease of entry into the starship.
Changing forms and altering body structure.
This was also a signature skill of the hunting star dragons. Once the three hunting star dragons left, Lu Jin finally stood up from his seat. He first approached Yu Tiansong, and seeing him unconscious, Lu Jin shook him awake. The awakened Yu Tiansong rubbed his head in confusion.
Am I still alive? Yu Tiansong looked bewildered. After confirming that Yu Tiansong was fine, Lu Jin sat back down in his seat.
He pulled up the ship's panel and began to check the damage the starship had sustained. To his shock, after checking, Lu Jin found that the ship's damage had reached 40.
Ding, severe damage detected on the ship, initiating self-repair. Ding, estimated complete repair time 23 hours.
Looking at the repair time needed for the ship, Lu Jin sighed in relief.
Thankfully, it was an Origin Warship capable of self-repair.
If it were an ordinary warship, such damage would have likely rendered it completely incapacitated. After confirming that the Origin Warship could still function, Lu Jin left the bridge and went straight to the engineering room No. 6.
Unlike the intact bridge, the entire engineering room No.
6 had suffered devastating losses. The dark laser cannon of the Spirit Clan had its muzzle completely vanished, leaving only half of the cannon base.
Moreover, the walls of the entire engineering room No.
6 had disappeared entirely. Through the gap, Lu Jin could see the hunting star dragon clan feasting on the giant devourer before them. The giant devourer with its massive body could satisfy the hunting star dragon clan's hunting needs. After merely glancing, Lu Jin took out his familiar multifunctional wrench. He opened the energy supply hub of the cannon, revealing the ignition seed quietly resting inside.
Lu Jin opened the metal box to check on the status of the ignition seed.
The ignition seed appeared dim and lifeless, resembling a lamp on the verge of extinguishing. When Lu Jin opened the metal box, he could clearly feel the surrounding energy being absorbed frantically by the ignition seed.
Seeing this, Lu Jin once again stored the ignition seed away.
Now was not the time for it to absorb energy. The self-repair of the Origin Warship also required a substantial amount of energy. If all the energy were absorbed by the ignition seed, what would his Origin Warship use to conduct self-repair? Just as Lu Jin was putting away the ignition seed, the familiar white hunting star dragon approached him. Before long, her petite body landed right in front of Lu Jin. At the same time she brought a box with her. "Warrior, these are what my father asked me to deliver to you." Saying this she directly opened the box. In an instant a multitude of palm-sized scales shimmering like gems appeared in Lu Jin's view. It was actually star dragon scales. Star dragon scales, as the name suggests, are the scales shed by the hunting star dragon during its growth. At the same time, star dragon scales are among the rarest and most precious biological materials in the Starsea. One must know that a hunting star dragon spends its entire life hunting various prey imbued with powerful energy. Only in this way can it sustain its formidable physique. And the scales on their bodies naturally contain boundless energy. Lu Jin picked up a star dragon scale. The surface of the scale was rough but extremely hard. Upon closer inspection one could clearly sense the flow of various energies within. In the market of the solar system a single star dragon scale is worth at least over 1 million credit points. Now the box placed before Lu Jin was filled with star dragon scales of various colors. These are more than enough. Lu Jin was well aware that if he hadn't killed the giant devourer worm and earned the goodwill of the hunting star dragon clan, given the aloof nature of the hunting star dragons, they probably wouldn't even have the desire to communicate with him. Seeing Lu Jin accept the star dragon scales, Shiria quickly moved a few steps closer to him. "Warrior, I have one small request." "A request?" Lu Jin naturally wouldn't easily refuse a request from this hunting star dragon before him. But when Lu Jin agreed, Shiria directly transformed into a human form and stood before him. Seeing this, a sense of foreboding immediately surged within Lu Jin. "Warrior, could you hire me as a member of your crew? My strength is too weak within my clan and I wish to follow you to gain experience." "Become his crew member. Gain experience." Hearing Shiria's request, Lu Jin felt a surge of absurdity. A powerful hunting star dragon actually wanted to become his crew member. "What does your father say?" Lu Jin dared not easily hire Shiria, because with his current capabilities he couldn't guarantee he could easily command this hunting star dragon Shiria. Just then the previously large and robust hunting star dragon landed once again on Lu Jin's starship. "I completely agree." As he spoke, the hunting star dragon glanced at Shiria. And Shiria, facing her father, visibly became much more timid. Seeing Shiria's reaction, the hunting star dragon let out a cold snort. Then that hunting star dragon handed a coordinate crystal to Lu Jin. "Warrior, I know this request is somewhat difficult for you, but Shiria can no longer keep pace with our clan's progress. As her father and also as the leader of the clan, I must make a choice. This coordinate crystal will allow me to sense your location. If one day you truly cannot tolerate this child, use this coordinate crystal to notify me." With that, the hunting star dragon placed the coordinate crystal into Lu Jin's hand. Shiria remained silent beside them. It was only when the hunting star dragon was about to leave that Shiria stepped forward and spoke. "Father, I will not let you down." The hunting star dragon took a deep look at Shiria, then spread its wings and left the starship, returning to its clan. Lu Jin looked at the white-haired girl before him, the human form of Shiria. This was yet another unexpected event. He never expected to gain a hunting star dragon as a crew member. He wondered whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. After the hunting star dragon clan had devoured the giant devourer worm, they directly opened a spatial passage and quickly left this star system. As a member of the hunting star dragon clan, Shiria truly remained on Lu Jin's ship. A day passed like this and the starship's repairs were nearing completion. Lu Jin poured all the materials he had obtained into the origin core. The remains of the apocalypse creature acquired on Apocalypse Star, and the star dragon scales he had just obtained. He watched as the materials were gradually decomposed within the origin core. The moment Lu Jin poured in the star dragon scales, the entire ship's upgrade progress soared rapidly. Ding, rare biological material detected, analyzing material structure. Ding, ship upgrade progress has reached 20. Ding, selectable upgrade paths detected, please choose the next upgrade route. Choose an upgrade route. Lu Jin was somewhat surprised by this prompt. The ship's upgrade actually had selectable paths. Lu Jin had thought he only needed to continuously feed materials for the Origin Warship to upgrade autonomously. But when Lu Jin saw the 2 upgrade materials, he marveled even more at the wonder of the Origin Warship. Because both upgrade paths were tempting enough to make his heart race. Upgrade Path 1, unlock Origin Energy Hub, unlock recipe Apocalypse Dragon Crystal. The Apocalypse Dragon Crystal has a greater energy density than the Apocalypse Fragment and is even more valuable. Most crucially, this energy substance could only be produced by Lu Jin's Origin Warship. Such exclusivity further elevated the value of the Apocalypse Dragon Crystal. It was foreseeable that if Lu Jin chose this upgrade path, he would gain a continuous gold mine. But Lu Jin did not choose this path immediately. Upgrade Path 2, unlock Origin Mech Research Center, unlock recipe Dragonflame Mech Infantry. Dragonflame Mech Infantry. A type of unmanned infantry armor with formidable combat power. Not only could it be equipped on crew members as armor, even without a crew member to control it, its own combat system could command it to launch a fierce assault on enemies autonomously. 2 paths. 1 could provide a continuous supply of precious resources. The other path could enhance the ground combat efficiency of Lu Jin's fleet.
After some deliberation, Lu Jin chose upgrade path 2. The Apocalypse Dragon Crystal was good, but its limitations were too great. His Origin Warship was currently only the size of a small battleship. How many Apocalypse Dragon Crystals could it produce? Moreover, the next planet Lu Jin was heading to was itself an undeveloped resource planet. So weighing the pros and cons, Lu Jin chose the second upgrade path. Ding restructuring Origin Mech Research Center. Ding recipe Dragonflame Mech infantry information has been entered into the ship's database. After Lu Jin made his choice, the internal space of the Prometheus began to change once again. One of the empty cabins started to be sealed off. The internal space began to transform, and before long it was converted into a mech research center. Looking at the dwindling materials in the warehouse, Lu Jin felt it was time to head to the next destination. Ship upgrades required a vast amount of materials. Ship self-repair also required a vast amount of materials and energy. And next, Lu Jin needed to earn a substantial amount of funds for interstellar travel. This too was inseparable from the support of a vast amount of energy materials. However, Lu Jin had long prepared a countermeasure for such a problem. The planet he was about to visit was a resource planet that had not yet been fully developed. Although finding an undeveloped resource planet on the periphery of the starsea was as difficult as reaching the heavens in Lu Jin's memory within an undeveloped star system called the Extreme Cold Galaxy, there existed a planet perpetually shrouded in ice and snow. On that planet, a special mineral known as Frost Spirit Crystal was nurtured. The Frost Spirit Crystal could not only be used as an energy mineral but also shown in the fields of jewelry and forging due to its luster and remarkable toughness. Of course, all of this would only come to pass half a year later after the gem families of the Radiant Galaxy discovered it. For now it remained desolate, with its civilization likely still in the primitive tribal era. This was precisely the opportune moment for Lu Jin to reap a substantial profit. With this thought, Lu Jin opened the control panel and expanded the star map. After setting the coordinates for the Extreme Cold Galaxy, he directly engaged the engines, pushing the ship's speed to its maximum. Once the vessel reached its peak velocity, Lu Jin decisively initiated the warp jump. The starship's form vanished abruptly. Several days later, when the starship's form reappeared, it had arrived in an unfamiliar star system. The star of this system was still in its infancy. Its faint radiance also signified that the galaxy before them was gradually giving birth to civilization. Standing by the corridor window, Lu Jin gazed at the vast boundless sea of stars before him. His eyes finally settled on a planet emanating an icy blue glow. That was his target planet. The snowfield star known to later generations as the Ice Blue Gem. Bang! Just then Lu Jin heard a dull thud. Such disturbances had become commonplace for Lu Jin these past few days. Inside the training room, Shiria looked at Yu Tian-sung before her eyes brimming with the thrill of revenge. Yu Tian-sung on the opposite side picked himself up from the ground and couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Did you really only use 1% of your strength? Of course. Otherwise, with your physique, you'd have been flattened into a pulp long ago. It feels like you're getting back at me, doesn't it? How could that be? In the combat technique practice class, you only knocked me down a mere 9 times. Just as he suspected. Yu Tian-sung cursed inwardly. That little girl across from him was indeed holding a grudge against him for his actions during the combat training session. During the combat technique practice, Yu Tian-sung, aiming to better train Shiria, had specifically adjusted her strength attribute to match his own. Only thus could he better hone her combat abilities. Shiria possessed the innate battle prowess of the hunting dragon clan. What she lacked was only combat experience and technique. It was for this reason that Lu Jin had entrusted Shiria's training to Yu Tian-sung. When it came to combat experience and technique, no one was more suited to train Shiria than Yu Tian-sung. Just as Shiria was about to attack again, the training room's hatch opened and Lu Jin stood at the entrance. Seeing Lu Jin's figure, Yu Tian-sung immediately reacted, denying Shiria her chance for revenge, and strode directly to Lu Jin. Have we arrived? Exactly. Throughout the journey, Yu Tian-sung had frequently asked Lu Jin about their next destination. To this question, Lu Jin only replied that the planet they were heading to was a resource planet, one yet to be discovered and developed by any faction. They needed to acquire sufficient resources on this planet, then take them to the Radiant Galaxy to sell, thereby securing funds for interstellar travel. Yu Tian-sung was clearly not very satisfied with this answer. In the boundless starsea, finding a resource planet was not particularly difficult. But here in the peripheral regions of the starsea, planets capable of yielding vast resources had long been carved up by the major powers. Faced with an area developed to 90%, how could Lu Jin possibly find an undeveloped resource planet within it? Now the ship landed on this frozen wasteland. The moment the hatch opened, an endless blizzard swept in. Even in a protective suit, one could feel the harsh environment this planet imposed. Seeing this, Yu Tian-sung couldn't help but complain. The temperature on this planet is so low. Are you sure this is an undeveloped resource planet? Before Yu Tiankang's voice faded, a group of figures emerged in the blizzard. These figures were extremely blurred amidst the wind and snow. As they drew closer, everyone saw that it was a band of dwarves clad in animal hides hauling cart after cart of goods towards some destination. They drove long-haired beasts resembling yaks using wooden sleds to carry their cargo. The so-called cargo consisted of many special ores similar to blocks of ice. These special ores had flowing patterns within them, a characteristic distinguishing them from ordinary ice. Were quite fortunate. Lu Jin, seeing this caravan, walked straight towards them. At the approach of a stranger, the dwarves of the caravan immediately became alert. They all drew their weapons, but these so-called weapons were nothing more than crude stone tools like hammers and axes. Seeing this, Lu Jin produced some alloy materials he had prepared in advance. He tossed the alloy materials to the dwarves. After some examination, the dwarves immediately realized these alloys were far superior to the materials they currently used. Thereupon one dwarf approached and offered the ores from his cart to Lu Jin. Clearly he wished to trade these ores for the alloy in Lu Jin's hands. But at this moment Lu Jin decisively chose to raise his price, demanding a large quantity of ore in exchange for just one piece of alloy material. After some negotiation, the dwarves chose to trade these ores for Lu Jin's alloy. For them, these ores could be obtained endlessly with just a bit of mining. But the alloy in Lu Jin's hands was a rare and invaluable find. Quickly the grand caravan was reduced to a single sled loaded with alloy. The dwarves joyfully pulled the sled and dashed towards their settlement, vanishing from sight in an instant. This is the unique resource of this planet, the Frost Spirit Crystal. Frost Spirit Crystal. Yu Tiansong stepped forward and picked up a piece from the pile of ores. Activating the detection function on his microcomputer, Yu Tiansong carefully scanned the Frost Spirit Crystal. Detecting ore. When he saw the data results for the Frost Spirit Crystal, Yu Tiansong couldn't help but widen his eyes. This was actually an energy ore with an extremely high energy density. Such high energy density. The ore's toughness is also impressive. To think such a unique material exists at the edge of the Star Sea. After Yu Tiankang's appraisal, the so-called Frost Spirit Crystal was undoubtedly among the finest ores in terms of value. Yet such ore could be easily acquired in large quantities by Lu Jin from those dwarves using only the cheapest alloy materials. At that moment Yu Tiansong finally understood why Lu Jin had hoarded so much cheap alloy in the warehouse. Initially Yu Tiansong had complained about Lu Jin purchasing such vast amounts of cheap alloy which not only took up space but would also be difficult to sell off later. But he never expected that this so-called cheap alloy would dramatically reverse its value on this planet of wealth. Lu Jin, you're a genius. Yu Tiansong could already foresee that if they exchanged all the cheap alloy in the warehouse for such precious Frost Spirit crystals, and then sold them to the Star Sea Merchant Guild, the wealth they could obtain would be astronomical. Beside them, Shirley also recognized the value of these Frost Spirit crystals. The sheer energy contained within tempted her greatly. After all, in the diet of a star hunt dragon, any energy-rich substance was a delicacy. That was precisely why Shirley could detect the energy within those ores from the very beginning. Lu Jin smiled faintly, waving his hand to release all his Fong drones. Centered around the starship, Lu Jin dispersed the Fong drones with the main objective of searching for all nearby dwarf settlements. As native inhabitants, no one knew the mining locations of Frost Spirit crystals better than these dwarves. Rather than searching on his own, it was better to trade with them. Exchanging cheap alloy for their Frost Spirit crystals would maximize efficiency. Soon enough Lu Jin discovered one of the tribes. Shirley, come with me to the dwarf tribe. Yu Tiansong, you stay and guard the starship. After assigning the tasks, Shirley immediately transformed into her original dragon form. She grabbed Lu Jin and swiftly headed toward the nearest dwarf tribe. Before long Lu Jin arrived at the entrance of the tribe. His sudden appearance immediately alerted the dwarf guards. But soon Lu Jin initiated trades using the cheap alloys appeal to the dwarves. To these dwarves the Frost Spirit crystals were far less useful than the cheap alloy in Lu Jin's hands. They replaced the stones on their axes with the newly acquired cheap alloy, as if such a substitution would make their weapons more lethal. Lu Jin cared little about how the dwarves used the cheap alloy. After the trades he commanded the Fong drones to collect the Frost Spirit crystals and deliver them to the starship's warehouse. Then, led by Shirley, he proceeded to the next dwarf settlement. But upon arriving, Lu Jin immediately sensed something amiss with this settlement. All the dwarves in the settlement appeared listless. Even as Lu Jin approached, they showed expressions of great fear. Seeing this, Lu Jin attempted to trade with them. But no matter how he tried, the dwarves seemed to have suffered a tremendous shock, refusing any interaction with him. This situation was within Lu Jin's expectations. For these dwarves, encountering various crises was a normal occurrence. Lu Jin did not delve into what the dwarves had experienced. He came to this planet to harvest Frost Spirit crystals, not to play the savior. With the language barrier, even if Lu Jin wanted to help, he was powerless. After confirming that this settlement had no trading value, Lu Jin turned and headed to the next dwarf settlement. Fortunately, at the second settlement, Lu Jin acquired another batch of Frost Spirit crystals. Thus, after a full day, Lu Jin and Shirley worked together to amass a vast quantity of Frost Spirit crystals. Meanwhile, Yu Tiansong, stationed inside the starship, watched as more and more Frost Spirit crystals were delivered to the warehouse, his eyes growing brighter. In his eyes, these ores were no longer just Frost Spirit crystals but a string of credit numbers. In just one day, the Fong drones had brought back nearly 10 tons of Frost Spirit crystals.
If these 10 tons were sold on the market, their value would be incalculable. Back inside the starship, Lu Jin returned to his room for a hot shower. In this ice-covered star system, even with the protective suit's insulation, a full day of activity left Lu Jin feeling stiff. At times like this, Lu Jin couldn't help but envy Shirley. As a star hunt dragon, her physique was incredibly robust. This bitter cold meant nothing to her. Most importantly, the star hunt dragon possessed powerful spiritual energy within its body. She could convert this energy into heat, keeping her body temperature at a comfortable level. After gathering the necessary supplies for interstellar travel, Lu Jin's first plan was to acquire a sufficiently potent spiritual energy seed. The powerful races of the endless star sea could all freely control spiritual energy. Humans, however, were by no means a strong race in this vast expanse. To obtain the power of spiritual energy, humans had to rely on external means. Spiritual tools for spiritual energy seeds. As he pondered, a wave of fatigue washed over Lu Jin. For the impending assimilation war, he had to work even harder. And so it was until the next day. The sound of an alarm jolted Lu Jin from his sleep. Checking the time, it was now 7 in the morning by Blue Star time. Lu Jin stretched and began to loosen his muscles and bones. Just as he was about to wash up, a forceful knock came at his door. So early in the morning, and the knocking sounded urgent. Opening the door, the first thing he saw was Yu Tiankang's anxious face. "It's bad. Our Fong drones have been hijacked." The Fong drones hijacked. This sudden turn of events did not rattle Lu Jin. Lu Jin calmed Yu Tianshan down and then pulled up the control panel for the Fong drones. As expected, the control panel showed that 5 Fong drones had lost contact. Before losing contact, their coordinates all pointed to one of the dwarf settlements. Could these dwarves be so audacious as to destroy his Fong drones? But then Lu Jin dismissed this possibility. Given their level of civilization, these dwarves could never have simultaneously destroyed 5 Fongtooth drones. Moreover, when I traded with them, I never resorted to coercion. By all reason, they would have no motive to attack my Fongtooth drones. Recalling the few dwarf tribes I encountered earlier, Lu Jin could boldly speculate that a third-party force likely exists on this planet. To verify his theory, he quickly arrived at the coordinates where the Fongtooth drone had been destroyed. Upon reaching the location, the first thing that caught his eye was a field of metal wreckage. Lu Jin unearthed all the debris buried in the snow. After a thorough inspection, he confirmed that part of the wreckage belonged to the Fongtooth drone. Yet his gaze fell upon another pile of debris. What wreckage was this? Neither the material nor the design matched anything from the Fongtooth drone. Eventually, Lu Jin's eyes settled on the dwarf tribe in the distance. Perhaps he could glean some information from these dwarves. Just as he approached the tribe, a gunshot rang out, instantly putting Lu Jin on high alert. Gunfire. Based on the sound, it was an A5 heavy assault rifle. But how could such a weapon appear on a planet with such a backward civilization? Lu Jin drew closer, soon catching a thick scent of blood. When he reached the entrance of the dwarf tribe, he saw from afar that all the dwarves had been gathered in the central square. Surrounding them, several fully armed interstellar pirates aimed their guns at the crowd. Well, you wretched lot, still daring to sell ore to others. Did you really think that with some cheap alloys you'd have the capital to resist us? No wonder the ore we received yesterday was so scarce. Perfect timing, mine no. 9 lost quite a few miners yesterday. Let's fill the quota with these dwarves. Before the words faded, a bullet streaked in. Before one of the interstellar pirates could react, his head was pierced clean through by the bullet. The sudden assault sent the other pirates into an instant state of alert. But the next second, Shiria appeared before them in a flash. Clenching her fist, she delivered a heavy punch. Bang! A massive shockwave erupted, blasting a gaping hole in the tribe's perimeter wall. The direct hit turned the interstellar pirate along with his gear into a pool of blood on the ground. With 2 pirates eliminated in an instant, the remaining comrades turned pale. They knew their armor was made of new alloy capable of withstanding impacts of several tons of force. Yet their opponent needed just one punch to obliterate both man and armor into nothingness. What terrifying attack power! Wait, we surrender. One of the interstellar pirates, utterly spineless, chose surrender immediately. As if fearing Lu Jin wouldn't understand, he deliberately spoke in the galactic common tongue. Seeing their comrade surrender so swiftly, the other pirates didn't persist. They placed their guns on the ground, signaling their capitulation. Lu Jin ordered Shiria to confiscate all their equipment. Stripped of their gear, the pirates revealed their true forms. Their races were diverse, among them were orcs, plant people, and even a stoneman. The subsequent interrogation cost Lu Jin little effort. These interstellar pirates, lacking any backbone, confessed everything. It turned out that this planet had been occupied by space pirates months ago. The pirates had set up mines here, enslaving countless dwarves as miners to endlessly extract the frost spirit crystals buried beneath the planet's surface. These pirates used the proceeds from selling frost spirit crystals to purchase top-tier equipment. Ha! So they were a band of interstellar pirates. Having learned their identities, Lu Jin saw no further intelligence value in them. He decisively opened fire, executing every last pirate.
What do we do now? What to do?
Since these pirates dared to rob him, they must have been prepared to face his consequences. Lu Jin promptly sent a set of coordinates to Yu Tian-song, who was stationed aboard the ship. Those coordinates pinpointed one of the pirates' mines. Upon receiving the coordinates in the ship's cabin, Yu Tian-song immediately grasped Lu Jin's intent. He activated the Origin Mecha Research Center. The side launch bay of the starship opened and a 2-meter-tall unmanned combat mecha landed on the snow. Its heavy frame sank into the thick snow, yet the mecha seemed unfazed.
After making adjustments, a flame ejected from the mecha's back. Propelled by immense force, it sped toward the designated coordinates.
As the first mecha departed, a second and third followed in quick succession. These unmanned combat mechas were the newly produced Dragonflame Combat Infantry. Compared to the Fangtooth drones, the Dragonflame Combat Infantry boasted superior combat power and formidable ground fighting capabilities.
This time Lu Jin would deploy them to purge the pirates. Soon Lu Jin arrived at Mine No. 1.
As one of the earliest mines established, its extraction process was highly mature. This also meant that the number of dwarf miners trapped in this mine was substantial. Standing at the mine's edge, Lu Jin saw dwarves in tattered rags hauling frost spirit crystals out of the tunnel. The extracted crystals were piled up by dwarven miners working outside the tunnel. Amid the extreme cold and grueling labor, a dwarf miner collapsed from time to time. When one dwarf miner fell lifeless, an interstellar pirate approached and waved his hand in disdain. Soon 2 dwarf miners shuffled over. Upon seeing the corpse, they numbly loaded it onto a transport cart.
Eventually the body was tossed into a massive pit.
The pit was already filled with the corpses of dwarven miners who had frozen or worked themselves to death. Witnessing this scene, Lu Jin's face remained impassive. Across the galaxy, such mines were as numerous as stars.
The slave miners who perished within them were countless.
Such was the law of the universe, only the rules of the strong truly mattered.
Boom! At that moment a dull thud echoed as several Dragonflame Combat Infantry landed behind Lu Jin.
Number 65 arrived at the designated coordinates. Please provide further instructions.
One after another, all the Longyan battlemechs stood uniformly behind Lu Jin.
After Yu Tian-song in the cabin saw all the Longyan battlemechs in position, he handed over the command authority to Lu Jin. Taking over the command, Lu Jin hesitated not for a moment. Before the interstellar pirates at the bottom of the mine could react, a Longyan battlemech descended from the sky.
Bang!
The Longyan battlemech landed with a cloud of dust. The interstellar pirates were startled by the sudden appearance of the Longyan battlemech. One of the interstellar pirates reacted swiftly, immediately grabbing his firearm and aiming at the Longyan battlemech before him. But facing the threat from the interstellar pirate, the Longyan battlemech swiftly approached with lightning speed. Before the opponent could react, the Longyan battlemech directly seized the firearm from his hands. The interstellar pirate's eyes widened as he tried desperately to retrieve his firearm. But in the grip of the Longyan battlemech, the firearm was as immovable as an iron rod.
Damn it!
Before the words fell, another Longyan battlemech landed. It raised its right hand, the dark cannon aimed at the interstellar pirate.
Boom!
A shell struck the fully armed interstellar pirate directly.
That interstellar pirate was instantly blown to pieces.
The commotion quickly attracted the attention of other interstellar pirates, and more of them gathered. But Longyan battlemechs also continued to descend to the bottom of the mine. They raised their hands, and the flame artillery mounted on their palms mercilessly rained down upon the interstellar pirates.
Fierce explosions engulfed them in searing flames.
In less than 5 minutes, the entire bottom of the mine was shrouded in flames.
Clearing operation complete. All targets have been annihilated.
Looking at the mine beneath him, now a wasteland, Lu Jin waved his hand, and the Fanya drones immediately entered the mine to transport all the harvested frost spirit crystals. The number of these frost spirit crystals was even more than what he had collected yesterday.
This also made Lu Jin ponder the reserves of other mines.
If he could scour all the interstellar pirates' mines, he might be able to complete the target number ahead of time. Thinking of this, Lu Jin decisively chose to head for Mine No.
2. The distance between Mine No. 1 and Mine No.
2 was not far, and the commotion from Mine No. 1 naturally attracted the attention of many interstellar pirates in Mine No.
2.
The explosions have stopped.
What happened over at Mine No. 1?
If you're curious, why don't you go take a look?
Are you crazy? It's obvious that something bad happened at Mine No. 1.
At this moment, the pirate leader in Mine No.
2 looked serious.
After checking, he found that he couldn't contact anyone from Mine No.
1. This was not good news. After much thought, the pirate leader decided to gather the personnel.
Something must have gone wrong at Mine No.
1. They might be next.
But before he could step out to warn the many interstellar pirates, with a loud bang, the Longyan battlemechs descended from the sky.
Enemy attack.
The interstellar pirates quickly reacted, and all their firearms aimed at the central Longyan battlemech.
Pull the trigger. In an instant, a torrent of bullets rained down on the Longyan battlemech. Yet the Longyan battlemech stood there, and all the incoming bullets were deflected by an invisible force. Target confirmed. Annihilation mode activated. Boom.
The Longyan battle mech was enveloped in a red energy shield.
In the next second, this energy shield rapidly expanded like an explosive shockwave.
Caught off guard, the nearby interstellar pirates were directly thrown away. Several shells descended from the sky.
Accompanied by flames and explosions, other Longyan battle mechs descended in succession. This battle continued without any suspense.
In fact, the speed at which this battle ended was even swifter than that of mine. No.
1.
This time we struck it rich.
Warehouse No.
1 is almost filled with frost spirit crystals.
As long as we plunder a few more mines, we can fill the entire ship.
Captain Lu Jin, have you considered purchasing a few more cargo ships?
Yu Tian-sung in the voice channel showed no intention of hiding his joy.
Even during the Solar Alliance period, he had never seen so many energy ore. Even if there were, they were commodities used by the Solar Alliance to wage war, having nothing to do with him.
At this moment, Yu Tian-sung was impatiently urging Lu Jin to continue to eradicate those interstellar pirates.
He had never eradicated such wealthy interstellar pirates. These were completely different from the impoverished pirates drifting in the Sea of Stars. And Lu Jin told Yu Tian-sung not to rush, as those mines were right there and wouldn't run away.
Next, let the Fanya drones transport the materials from the 2 mines back first. Yu Tian-sung also understood that one must eat a meal bite by bite.
So he stopped speaking and concentrated on controlling the Fanya drone swarm to transport all the frost spirit crystals from the 2 mines back to the cabin. At that moment, a howling wind swept through and a massive shadow enveloped the entire mine.
Lu Jin looked up and was astonished to see 10 medium-sized transport ships appearing in the sky. A transport fleet.
Looking at the transport fleet appearing in the sky, Lu Jin frowned slightly.
Because these transport ships were not from the interstellar pirates, their hulls bore a very conspicuous emblem of a powerful faction.
And this faction Lu Jin was all too familiar with.
One of the gem families of the brilliant galaxy, the family emblem of the Hay Opal family.
Why would the Hay Opal family's cargo ships appear here? And judging by the demeanor of these cargo ships, it seemed they were headed straight for this mine. Could it be that the so-called trading partner of these interstellar pirates is the Hay Opal family?
If so, this could get interesting.
One must know that the brilliant galaxy is one of the financial star systems on the periphery of the star sea, is controlled by many gem families.
As merchant families, the gem families value their reputation above all else.
If it were to be discovered that the Hay Opal family was secretly trading with interstellar pirates, the damage to the reputation of the gem families would certainly not be a trivial matter. Especially now with the brilliant gala about to commence. The cargo ships landed with a roar, the enormous gusts of wind stirring up endless snow and ice rushing towards Lu Jin. Immediately after the hatch opened, several Hay Opal guards clad in heavy power armor stepped out from the cargo ship's hatch.
The last to appear was a tall and alluring woman.
She stepped down from the cargo ship, her arrogant gaze sweeping across the bottom of the mine. But soon the expression on the woman's face gradually turned grim. At this moment, the bottom of the mine pit was nothing short of a chaotic mess. Numerous Dragonflame mech infantry were at the pit bottom, continuously eliminating the remnants of the space pirates.
Meanwhile, the dwarf miners, seizing the chaos, swiftly climbed out of the pit and fled into the distance.
Most crucially, inside the warehouse at the pit's bottom where frost crystal ores were stored, one fangtooth drone after another was steadily collecting the frost crystals. Upon seeing this, the woman immediately snatched a firearm from the bodyguard beside her.
With a fierce glare, she aimed directly at one of the fangtooth drones. Leave those behind.
She pulled the trigger and intense energy converged within the gun's chamber.
Bang!
An energy bullet shot forth like an arrow, streaking straight toward the airborne fangtooth drone. Yet just as the bullet was about to strike the fangtooth drone, a grenade suddenly appeared in the trajectory of the energy projectile. The 2 projectiles collided, bursting into a firework in midair. As the fangtooth drone flew off with the frost crystals, the woman from the Black Opal family grew even more grim-faced.
Her gaze fell upon the Dragonflame mech infantry at the pit bottom.
After a careful observation, she furrowed her brows.
She couldn't identify their model.
Where did these unknown model mech infantry come from? Finally, the woman fixed her eyes on Lu Jin and Shiria. Because aside from the hunted space pirates and the fleeing dwarf miners, the most likely controllers were the 2 before her.
Who are you?
I advise you, these ores here are not for you to touch. If you return all the ores now, I can let bygones be bygones.
Otherwise, you are opposing the gem families. Hearing this, Lu Jin couldn't help but chuckle. Opposing the gem families. Since when could the Black Opal family represent all the gem families?
According to the intelligence Lu Jin possessed, the several gem families of the Radiant Galaxy were far from united. They merely maintained a facade of civility, while behind the scenes their covert struggles had been ongoing for countless years.
How could a mere Black Opal family claim to represent the gem families?
I wasn't aware that the Black Opal family could speak for the entire gem families.
Moreover, this planet has never been marked as the territory of the Black Opal family.
Or could it be that those space pirates on the ground are actually your people from the Black Opal family? Lu Jin's words left the other party speechless. First, this planet beneath our feet is an undeveloped one. Everything on it is a public resource.
When did it become the private domain of the Black Opal family? Second, Lu Jin had acquired the ores from the space pirates through his own efforts. Now the Black Opal family thought they could take them with a few words. To Lu Jin there was no such thing as giving back what he had taken. Faced with Lu Jin's unyielding attitude, the woman from the Black Opal family narrowed her eyes, a thick murderous intent flickering within them. You asked for it. But even if you handed over the ores, I never intended to let you leave this planet from the very start. As her words fell, dozens of soldiers clad in heavy power armor immediately emerged from the cargo ship's hold. Donning the heavy power armor, they leaped down from the vessel. With a dull thud, the heavy power armor landed, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the soldiers of the Black Opal family aimed their Gatling guns at the Dragonflame mech infantry still clearing the remnants of the space pirates at the pit bottom. Open fire. A series of muzzle flashes erupted at the pit bottom. A storm of bullets instantly blanketed the entire area. But the Dragonflame mech infantry were no pushovers. The moment they were attacked, they immediately deployed energy barriers. Countless bullets struck the barriers, causing ripples across their surface. When the energy barriers reached their critical point, the Dragonflame mech infantry instantly initiated an energy burst. In an instant, a massive wave of energy barriers transformed into shockwaves that radiated outward. The Black Opal warriors hit by the shockwave were forced to stagger back a few steps. Witnessing this, the woman observing from the ship furrowed her brows. She knew that the heavy power armor worn by these Black Opal warriors cost as much as 1,000,000 credits per suit. Such a high price was a testament to the armor's formidable power. Both its firepower and defensive capabilities were top tier. Yet facing these unknown model mech infantry, the warriors of the Black Opal family couldn't gain even a slight advantage. Just who in the world were these people? The Black Opal warriors at the pit bottom, realizing their Gatling guns were ineffective against the Dragonflame mech infantry, promptly holstered their weapons. The next moment they drew massive metal greatswords from their backs. Hum. The surface of the metal greatswords was instantly enveloped by a terrifyingly high-voltage electric field. The entire greatsword erupted with a ferocious surge of energy. The leading Black Opal warrior took a decisive step forward, the heavy power armor thudding heavily against the ground. Then his form rapidly closed in on one of the Dragonflame mech infantry. The thunderous greatsword in his hand came crashing down. In an instant, sparks of lightning flew everywhere. The raging electric current struck the energy barrier of the Dragonflame mech infantry. Before the mech infantry could react, the barrier was breached beyond its damage limit in an instant. The thunderous greatsword cleaved into the Dragonflame mech infantry. Countless electric currents coursed through its entire body, and soon the mech infantry was paralyzed due to energy overload. Seeing this, the other Black Opal warriors immediately advanced, using their thunderous greatswords to attack the remaining Dragonflame mech infantry. Observing the Black Opal warriors regaining the upper hand, the woman watching from the cargo ship finally let out a sigh of relief. Captain, do you need me to intervene? Seeing the Dragonflame mech infantry at a disadvantage, Shiria eagerly volunteered. But Lu Jin waved his hand, not allowing her to enter the fray. After all, as a stellar dragon of the hunt, Shiria was one of Lu Jin's most formidable trump cards. Until the Black Opal family played their true hand, there was no need for Shiria to act prematurely. Leave this to me. Lu Jin opened the control panel, and the operation interfaces of all Dragonflame mech infantry appeared in his field of vision. The next second, to Shiria's astonishment, Lu Jin directly activated the manual control mode. The Dragonflame mech infantry inside the pit paused for a moment, then their gazes snapped in unison toward the heavily armored warriors of the Black Opal family. Autonomous command mode deactivated. Initiating manual supervisory mode. As the sound fell, one of the Dragonflame mecha infantry immediately sprang into action. Compared to before, its movements were much more agile. Facing the thunderous attack of the Black Opal warrior's colossal sword, a red glint flashed in its eyes. After deftly dodging an attack, it defiantly raised both hands. Dragonflame howitzer. Boom. 2 shells landed directly on the Black Opal warrior. However, as the fire dissipated, the warrior clad in heavy power armor sustained no damage at all. But the next second, another barrage of Dragonflame howitzer shells came crashing in. Boom boom. A series of explosions and flames intertwined. Amidst the flames, the Black Opal warrior cleaved through the fire with his sword, slowly approaching the Dragonflame mecha infantry. Hey, it seems these rusty tactics are all they have. These attacks can't even harm our heavy power armor. Let's not waste time, let's end this farce quickly. The Black Opal warriors, faced with these ineffective attacks, completely disregarded the Dragonflame mecha infantry. But just then, one of the Black Opal warriors stepped forward. Crack! A harsh sound echoed from within the heavy power armor. Hearing this, the Black Opal warrior began searching for the source of the sound. Then he saw a crack appear on the surface of his arm's armor. A crack? How is this possible? Seeing this, Lu Jin revealed a satisfied smile. From the first glance, Lu Jin recognized that the heavy power armor worn by the opposing warriors was crafted from black steel. This type of armor, while having formidable defensive capabilities, was extremely vulnerable to sudden changes in environment. Originally, this fatal weakness was overlooked by the wearers until the assimilation war a year later exposed the critical flaw of this heavy power armor.
Now Lu Jin bombarded these heavy power armors with dragon flame howitzers. The temperature on the surface of the armor had already surpassed normal levels. Meanwhile, the environment they were in was under freezing temperatures of several degrees below zero.
The cold and heat. The flames and snow alternately ravaged, pushing the heavy power armor to its breaking point.
Before the enemy could react, Lu Jin controlled numerous Dragonflame mecha infantry to launch an assault.
No unnecessary movements.
The Dragonflame mecha infantry charged a punch and directly struck at the Black Opal warrior before them. The Black Opal warrior instinctively raised his arm to block. But when the Dragonflame mecha infantry's fist collided with the black steel power armor,
the result was the armor's surface beginning to crack. Bang! Another heavy punch shattered the power armor. The Black Opal warriors witnessing this scene could only widen their eyes in disbelief.
The heavy power armor shattered.
How is this possible?
The woman watching from the ship could no longer sit still. An expensive heavy power armor was shattered with a single punch.
What on earth happened? Just a moment ago the Black Opal warriors were in absolute control.
Now their equipment was shattered. The Black Opal warriors whose armor had shattered were now once again like lambs to the slaughter against the Dragonflame mecha infantry.
Almost without needing Lu Jin's manual control, the Dragonflame mecha infantry could completely eliminate the remaining Black Opal warriors just by using automatic mode. Seeing this, the woman on the ship could no longer remain seated. Quick, launch the ship. At this moment even a fool could understand that the enemy they faced was no ordinary foe.
They were merely a cargo ship, and the Black Opal warriors responsible for cargo security had already been dispatched.
The outcome was already clear. If they stayed here any longer she might end up being a casualty herself. But just then Lu Jin looked at the cargo ship that was trying to take off and said to the nearby Shalia, "Next it's your turn to act." "Understood, Captain." Shalia, who had long suppressed her desire for battle, showed no hesitation. She leaped into the air, transforming into the form of a star hunter dragon. Her size rapidly expanded, and in an instant she became the size of a starship. Before the cargo ship could fully take off, Shalia struck directly above the cargo ship. The tremendous impact shattered the cargo ship's engine. Without power, the cargo ship plummeted like a meteor, crashing hard to the ground. Lu Jin's gaze fell upon the Black Opal warriors, and suddenly he noticed something amiss. To confirm he wasn't seeing things, he jumped into the mine pit. When he arrived in front of one of the Black Opal warriors, his eyes narrowed slightly and his expression grew serious. Because the Black Opal warrior in front of him had a deathly pale complexion. Most critically, there were two dark red blood holes on his neck. Opening their mouths, sharp fangs were clearly visible. These Black Opal warriors came from different races, yet they shared the same characteristics. And Lu Jin was all too familiar with this trait. Because in his past lives memories, many crew members of the Fire Phoenix fleet, the fleet he belonged to, had exhibited similar symptoms. The only reason for such symptoms was that they had been transformed into blood servants by the true ancestor of the Blood Clan. During the Assimilation War, aside from the Void Insect Clan and the Subspace Demons, the Blood Clan was also an extremely troublesome force. First encountering the Void Insect Clan and now the Blood Clan. It seems I really have a deep connection with these monsters. Lu Jin glanced at the bodies of the Black Opal warriors, then his gaze fell upon the fallen cargo ship. Exiting the mine pit and approaching the wreckage, although the cargo ship had crashed, the damage wasn't particularly severe. The previously arrogant woman now scrambled out of the cargo ship in a very disheveled state. But before she could feel grateful for escaping with her life, Lu Jin's figure appeared in front of her. Lu Jin stepped on her, showing no mercy. Beside him, Shalia maintained her Star Hunter dragon form, but her size had shrunk considerably. Her gaze fell upon Lu Jin, slightly surprised. Because she could now clearly sense a thick aura of malice emanating from him. Lu Jin kicked the Black Opal warrior woman away. Upon closer inspection, he indeed found a concealed mark on her neck. Hey, it seems the Black Opal clan has already been thoroughly infiltrated by the Blood Clan. But you are truly pitiful. You don't even have the qualifications to become a blood servant. With a resounding bang, Lu Jin decisively slew the woman before him. To the vampire clan, the primogenitor was the supreme and unrivaled existence. Beneath the primogenitor were the progeny, and only they could transform humans into blood thralls. Once turned, one could only be enslaved by the vampires, stripped of all autonomy. Compared to being devoured by the void swarm or corrupted by the demons of the warp, this utter loss of self was the most excruciating torment. Lu Jin had initially intended to extract information from this woman. To his disappointment, however, she was not even worthy of being a blood thrall. She was but the lowest form of blood sustenance for the vampires. A creature treated as mere food could yield no valuable intelligence even under interrogation. Yet Lu Jin did not relent. His gaze fell upon the other cargo vessels. Clearly the Black Opal family had secretly allied with space pirates to mine frost spirit crystals, concealing some nefarious purpose. Moreover, this purpose threatened to upheave the entire Radiant Galaxy. In the memories of his past life, the Radiant Galaxy had fallen under vampire dominion shortly after the Assimilation War began. Using this financial hub, the vampires had ceaselessly supplied fresh blood to the races embroiled in the Assimilation War.
The vampire lineage occupying the radiant galaxy was most likely the Black Opal bloodline. This further steeled Lu Jin's resolve. He could not allow the Black Opal family to overthrow the radiant galaxy. If he could annihilate the vampires lurking within the radiant galaxy now, it would alleviate immense pressure during the impending assimilation war. With this thought, Lu Jin immediately contacted Yu Tiansong stationed aboard the ship. Yu Tiansong, I command you to launch the vessel at once. Next, you and Shirley must join forces to destroy every cargo ship that has just landed on the surface. Remember, not a single vessel is to be spared. Receiving the order, Yu Tiansong dared not delay. He instantly ignited the ship's engines. The Prometheus began its ascent. Once it reached a sufficient altitude, Yu Tiansong immediately commenced bombardment on the coordinates Lu Jin had transmitted. Several laser beams descended from the heavens. From other mining pits, successive thunderous roars echoed in response. Facing a fleet of merely 10 cargo ships with minimal armaments, Lu Jin, who possessed an Origin Warship and a star-hunting dragon, had no need for excessive effort. He could easily leave them all stranded on this planet shrouded in eternal cold. Before long, the leaders of all the cargo ships were thrown before Lu Jin. These leaders were of various races. Lu Jin scanned them, finding no trace of vampiric corruption. Their skin bore a healthy pallor, no ghastly holes marred their necks, and their mouths lacked the vampire's iconic fangs. Shirley and Yu Tiansong then arrived by Lu Jin's side. Yu Tiansong had also learned of the vampires from Shirley. I never imagined that the legendary vampires actually exist. I thought they were just ghost stories from Blue Star to frighten children. At this, Lu Jin merely offered a faint smile. Many of Blue Star's historical legends were in fact grounded in truth. After all, a mythical creature does not emerge from nothing, it must have a source of foundation. And the origin of vampires lay in these masterfully concealed blood clans. These people all appear normal. Normal. If they all seemed normal, it confirmed Lu Jin's suspicion. Among these leaders there must be a vampire progeny. At the progeny level, one could conceal vampiric traits. However, exposing them was simple: inflict harm. Once injured, a progeny would activate its self-healing ability. This ability ensured the progeny's survival, but prolonged use would rapidly deplete their internal energy. The vampire's method of replenishing energy was to feed on the blood of other beings. The craving for blood would inevitably force them to reveal their true forms. As expected. After Lu Jin fired several shots into their bodies, 3 progenies, unable to suppress their bloodlust, immediately exposed their true forms. The other leaders were clearly decoys brought in to confuse him. 3 progenies. Gazing at the 3 vampiric progenies, Lu Jin was somewhat surprised. He had anticipated at most 1 progeny among the leaders. Yet to his astonishment, a single transport fleet was overseen by 3 progenies. This underscored the immense importance the Black Opal family placed on this planet. The 3 progenies, now like wild beasts, glared fiercely at Lu Jin's neck. Who exactly are you? How do you know our identity? Facing their accusations, Lu Jin waved his hand, summoning a Dragonfire mech infantry unit. Before they could react, Lu Jin hurled one of the progenies away. The prepared Dragonfire mech infantry mercilessly fired a Dragonfire grenade at it. With a thunderous explosion, flames surged skyward and the progeny was blasted into scattered ashes. At such a level of destruction, even a primogenitor level regenerative ability could not save it. Lu Jin's decisive ruthlessness instantly cowed the remaining 2 progenies. Now I only need one of you to provide information. 1. That meant the other would have to die. Glancing at the fate of their comrade, the 2 surviving progenies dared not conceal anything. Wait. I'll confess. We are from the Black Opal family. We were forced into this. We never wanted to become these monsters. It was all the doing of the Black Opal family head. Before the words faded, the 2 progenies' expressions twisted in agony. As if struck by some unseen attack, their eyes bulged and they clawed frantically at the air like drowning men. Moments later they fell still, their bodies slowly dissolving into ash like burnt embers. Witnessing this, Lu Jin understood immediately. The 2 progenies had mentioned the primogenitor, and sensing their betrayal, the primogenitor had mercilessly annihilated them. This situation also made it clear to Lu Jin that the head of the Black Opal family was the primogenitor. The entire Black Opal family had likely been transformed into a true vampire collective. Lu Jin was not surprised by this turn of events. Are they dead? Watching the 2 figures gradually turn to ashes and dissipate into the wind and snow, even the seasoned Yu Tiansong and Shirley couldn't help but show a flicker of astonishment in their eyes. Lu Jin, who had an in-depth understanding of the vampire race, naturally explained the reason to them. The internal hierarchy of the vampire race was strict, even their thralls were merely pawns that could be erased at will in the eyes of the true ancestor. Once a thrall mentioned the true ancestor's identity, they would be immediately detected. The consequence was naturally to be directly obliterated by the vampire true ancestor. For the true power within the entire vampire race rested solely with the true ancestor. If the true ancestor was slain, all his thralls and blood servants would be destroyed along with him. Thus, among the several races in the assimilation war, though the vampire race was not the most formidable, it was undoubtedly the most troublesome.
Unless it was a critical moment, the vampire true ancestor would never reveal his true identity. After learning this series of information, Yu Tian-sung couldn't help but ask Lu Jin. So do we still head to the brilliant star system next? As one of the premier financial hubs in the outer regions of the star sea, many interstellar travelers included the brilliant star system in their routes. Not only did the brilliant star system boast a massive starport for ship maintenance and repairs, its markets also frequently featured rare treasures from the endless star sea. Moreover, the brilliant star system was about to host its centennial brilliant grand assembly. At that time, the Gem family would unveil numerous treasures rarely seen on ordinary days. From any perspective, they had no reason to refuse the journey. But now, having stumbled upon the secret of the Black Opal family, wouldn't heading to the brilliant star system be like walking into a trap? Yu Tiankang's concern was not unfounded. Yet Lu Jin merely smiled faintly and answered Yu Tiankang's question with great composure. Of course we're going. The Gem family of the brilliant star system is not solely the Black Opal family. The brilliant star system played an indispensable role for him and for the assimilation war a year hence. Though the war had yet to begin, the contest between Lu Jin and the vampire race had already been set on stage. Lu Jin did not believe that at this point the Black Opal family would easily let him go. Moreover, even if the Black Opal family chose to drop the matter, Lu Jin would not relent. If he gave up now, his chances of survival 1 year later would be virtually zero. Facing a group of monsters capable of overturning the entire universe, Lu Jin had to seize every opportunity to weaken their effective strength as much as possible. With this thought, Lu Jin's gaze fell upon the fallen cargo ships. He hoped that after being devoured by the Origin starship, they would grant him considerable upgrade progress. Returning to the starship's interior, Lu Jin directly commanded the Fong drones to begin dismantling these cargo ships from the Black Opal family. The ship parts along with the frost spirit crystals were all sent into the starship. Lu Jin did not hesitate to pour the wreckage of the cargo ships and the newly acquired frost spirit crystals entirely into the Origin core. As a large amount of material was fed in, Lu Jin could clearly see the ship's upgrade progress skyrocket like a rocket. Analyzing new materials. Ship upgrade progress reached 25. Decomposing ship components. Ship upgrade progress reached 31. After reaching 31, the ship's upgrade speed slowed down. Seeing this, Lu Jin understood clearly. The key to ship upgrades lay in the rarity and diversity of the materials consumed. Devouring a large quantity of ship materials in a short time could boost upgrade progress, but it was far less efficient than consuming precious materials. Previously, Lu Jin had increased the ship's upgrade progress by 10 using less than 1 crate of Star Dragon scales. Now Lu Jin estimated that after completely devouring these cargo ships along with some frost spirit crystals, the ship would barely reach 40 upgrade progress. As Lu Jin had anticipated, the upgrade progress slowed even further after surpassing 35. Only after all the cargo ships were completely devoured by the Origin starship did the progress settle at 38. Lu Jin fed the frost spirit crystals he had obtained into the Origin core, finally breaking through the progress threshold. Ding, selectable upgrade routes detected. Please choose the ship upgrade path. Opening the ship upgrade panel, Lu Jin first saw 2 upgrade routes. Upgrade Route 1 unlocked dimensional space warehouse, greatly increasing the ship's material storage capacity. Upgrade Route 2 unlock Origin main cannon compartment, unlock the main cannon stellar dirge. Unlock the main cannon. Upon seeing Upgrade Route 2, Lu Jin did not hesitate. He decisively chose the second upgrade route. Although a significant boost in material storage capacity would greatly enhance the ship's endurance. As the flagship, the Prometheus must possess sufficiently powerful combat capabilities. As for material storage, it could be improved later by adding a few cargo ships to the fleet. After selecting the upgrade route, the entire starship began its autonomous upgrade. This upgrade was different from before. The ship's exterior underwent an extraordinary transformation. At the ship's core, a highly imposing cannon appeared. This cannon was precisely the main cannon Lu Jin had just unlocked, Stellar Dirge. Compared to other artillery, the charging time for Stellar Dirge was extremely lengthy. Even the lowest 10 energy firing required a full hour of charging to meet the minimum launch requirement. When Lu Jin examined the specific data for Stellar Dirge, he discovered that given the current energy output efficiency of the ship, it would take at least 72 hours to charge Stellar Dirge to its maximum level. Seeing this data, Lu Jin felt only elation. Because the more energy the main cannon required, the greater its power upon release. Such a long charging time also attested to the formidable might of Stellar Dirge. Closing the data panel for Stellar Dirge, the hatch opened at that moment and Yu Tian-sung stepped into the bridge. All the frost spirit crystals have been collected. All the cargo ships of the Black Opal family have been recovered. Next, are we heading to the Brilliant Star System? Of course. Lu Jin waved his hand and opened the ship's control panel. Input the coordinates. Brilliant Star System. With the grand assembly imminent, there's no reason for us not to attend. As Lu Jin pressed the start button, the ship's engines began to roar once more. Yu Tian-sung and Shiria quickly returned to their positions. With everything ready, the Prometheus laden with frost spirit crystals soared into the sky. Next, they were headed to the territory of the vampire Black Opal family. The financial hub of the outer star. See the venue for the brilliant grand assembly. The brilliant star system. A star in its prime radiated a dazzling brilliance. 7 planets, each distinct in form and color, orbited around it. Around these planets, train-like spaceships shuttled back and forth among the stars. Welcome to the Radiant Star System, a Starsea financial center jointly developed by the Gem family. If you require services such as ship docking or repairs, please dock your vessel at Gem Planet's AXS port. If you are here for tourism, shopping, or exploring cultural landscapes, please proceed to Gem Planet 1. The once-in-a-century Radiant Grand event is imminent. Many interstellar voyagers had arrived at this highly developed economic and trade hub. Following the planetary port's guidance signs, Lu Jin docked the Prometheus into the designated berth. As the hatch opened, Lu Jin and his group descended from the ship. Just like at the lunar starport, before Lu Jin could fully step off the vessel, numerous advertising hawkers had already swarmed over. Boss, during the Radiant Grand event we're having a special promotion, 20 off on all purchases. Boss, are you interested in learning about our store? Boss, how about checking out the latest energy minerals? Their efficiency is double that of traditional sources. Faced with these merchants buzzing like flies, Lu Jin chose not to drive them away immediately. Instead, he flipped his hand and placed a frost spirit crystal in his palm. The unique appearance of the frost spirit crystal instantly caught the attention of the crowd as soon as it appeared. Everyone crowded forward, some even bringing out detection devices. Before long, a series of sharp intakes of breath arose from the crowd. Its energy density has reached the level of a first-grade energy mineral. The appearance of this ore is also excellent. It could fetch a good price as an ornament. Vulgar, based on my observation, this ore's toughness has also reached the standard of a second-grade material. Boss, without further ado, how much stock do you have? I'll take it all. All the merchants present were veterans who had navigated the Radiant Star System for years. So the moment Lu Jin produced the frost spirit crystal, they instantly grasped his intent. After some appraisal, a price was quickly set for the frost spirit crystal. Boss, we're all straightforward people. Though this ore is of good quality, it needs processing to command a higher price. Fate brings us together. I'm willing to buy your ore at 50 million credits per ton. 50 million credits per ton. Lao San, you really have the nerve to fool the boss. What first-grade energy on the market can you sell for 50 million credits per ton? I'll offer 60 million credits per ton. I'll take however much you have. Seeing this, many merchants began to bid. The price quickly reached 80 million credits per ton. Upon hearing these merchants' offers, Yu Tianson felt a surge of excitement, thinking they had struck it rich. After all, in the ship's cargo hold there were hundreds of tons of frost spirit crystals, including some of exceptionally high quality. If they sold all these frost spirit crystals at the current price, they could obtain at least tens of billions of credits. Tens of billions of credits, that was nearly comparable to the Solar Alliance's annual military expenditure. Just then a voice suddenly rang out among the merchants. 100 million credits per ton. On behalf of the Black Opal family, I wish to purchase all the ore from this captain. The Black Opal family. Instantly everyone fell silent. First, the price of 100 million credits per ton was beyond what most could afford in large quantities. More crucially, the speaker had declared their identity. A representative of the Black Opal family. As one of the gem families of the Radiant Star System, no one dared to cross them, no matter how bold. The Black Opal family representative approached Lu Jin, his gaze fixed on the frost spirit crystal in Lu Jin's hand. He'll acquire these ores at 100 million credits per ton. This price is fair and worthy of the ore's value. What does the gentleman think? He was confident, for without any competitors, such a price was undoubtedly reasonable. Lu Jin had no reason to refuse. But facing the Black Opal family representative, Lu Jin sneered and stated without mercy. The Black Opal family shouldn't be lacking in this bit of ore from me. I will not conduct any business with the Black Opal family. What? At these words, many merchants thought they had misheard. This young captain had actually refused the Black Opal family and declared he would never trade with them. Was he mad? This was the Radiant Star System, the domain of the gem families. By openly rejecting the Black Opal family like this, wasn't he afraid of their retaliation? Faced with such a refusal, the representative was also visibly taken aback. Using the Black Opal family's name, he had always profited from every deal. But for the first time he felt he had shot himself in the foot. Just then another voice arose from behind the crowd. If you once sell to the Black Opal family, could you sell to our Emerald family? From the crowd, a sweet-faced girl with a hint of youthful innocence eagerly raised her small hand. Everyone's gaze fell upon the girl. She struggled to squeeze to the front, looking at Lu Jin with hopeful eyes, as if her clear, flawless gaze was telling him, "Sell to me. Sell to me." Lu Jin was also somewhat surprised by this sudden appearance of a girl from the Emerald family. He had thought encountering a Black Opal family representative here was unexpected enough. But he hadn't expected an Emerald family member as well. Yet the girl's demeanor didn't seem to fit that of a gem family member. Seeing Lu Jin hesitate, the girl seemed to make up her mind. If you don't believe me, I can pay a deposit first.
As she spoke, she directly opened her account details. With a wave of her hand, the numbers in Lu Jin's account suddenly changed. Lu Jin checked his account and found his balance had increased by 10 billion credits.
A 10 billion credit deposit. Even Yu Tian-san was stunned. This deposit was a bit excessive.
Without even asking about the ore stock, she had directly transferred 10 billion credits. What kind of heiress was this? Lu Jin glanced at his account balance and smiled helplessly.
Deal. The onlookers were dumbfounded by the scene. Was this the legendary truth? Sincerity is the ultimate skill. Excellent. The maiden from the Emerald clan couldn't help but exclaim in delight as she confirmed the successful acquisition of this transaction.
Meanwhile, the one who claimed to represent the Black Opal clan wore a grim expression. Yet despite his displeasure, he found no words to voice. Though the Black Opal and Emerald clans seldom shared amicable relations, such enmity was confined to their higher echelons. With the Radiance Gala imminent, the Gem clans had established a series of regulations. Should anyone cause a disturbance here, word reaching the clan elders might cost them even the very garments of their clan membership.
My name is Ming Suishi. It is a pleasure to conclude this deal with you. Lu Jin. Likewise, it is an honor to collaborate with the Emerald clan.
After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Jin led Ming Suishi to the ship's cargo hold. Upon beholding the stockpile of frost spirit crystals within the vessel's hold, Ming Quix's eyes widened, brimming with astonishment.
So much.
Initially, Ming Suishi and others had assumed that premium ores like frost spirit crystals would be scarce in yield. Yet seeing the abundance in Lu Jin's inventory, she felt she had stumbled upon incredible fortune. Had other merchants known of Lu Jin's vast reserves, they would never have seeded these frost spirit crystals so readily. I never imagined you possessed such a staggering stock. I had thought such precious ore would be limited in quantity.
You, sir, are truly in luck.
Ming Suishi gazed at the mountain of frost spirit crystals before her, swallowing hard. If these ores were processed and resold,
the Emerald clan would undoubtedly reap substantial profits from this venture.
Yet what intrigued Ming Suishi even more was how Lu Jin had procured such an abundance of valuable ore. After all, the peripheral planets of the Star Sea had largely been exploited.
While some overlooked treasures remained, most were barren worlds unfit for development. Frost spirit crystals had never appeared in major markets.
This could only mean they hailed from the boundless Star Sea or were a specialty of some uncharted planet.
If the latter, their value would far exceed the current price.
Yet Ming Suishi understood that Lu Jin would not readily divulge the source of these ores. There are many more such ores, but they require extraction. If you're interested, you could purchase the planetary coordinates from me.
Purchase planetary coordinates.
Ming Suishi initially doubted her ears. A planet rich in premium mineral veins, and Lu Jin was willing to part with it.
The clan elders often said that fortune never falls from the sky. Yet this situation felt no different from a windfall. For a moment, Ming Suishi was at a loss. What price are you thinking? It's up to you.
Lu Jin tossed the question back to Ming Suishi, who fully grasped the value of those coordinates. After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately refrained from naming a figure.
I need time to consider. Could you leave a means of contact? I'll reach out to you soon.
Ming Suishi declared earnestly, acutely aware of the transaction's significance as a member of the Emerald clan. Lu Jin handed over his contact information. In truth, he cared little who his trading partner was.
Any gem clan besides the Black Opal would suffice.
Now, with a member of the Emerald clan, rivals to the Black Opal, presenting herself, she proved the ideal choice. By selling the planetary coordinates, others would naturally act against the Black Opal clan on his behalf.
Once the Black Opal clan's schemes collapsed, the Bloodline clan lurking within would surface. That would be his moment to strike.
As engineering transport vehicles filed into the cargo hold, hauling away load after load of frost spirit crystals, the gathered onlookers grew restless.
Holy crap! How many loads is that?
Are there still ores left to haul? I heard the Emerald clan offered 10 million credits per ton for these ores.
Is that true?
If anyone else said that, I'd doubt it, but this is the Emerald clan, one of the gem clans. This ship looks like nothing more than a small battleship, yet it holds so many precious ores.
What a fortune!
The news spread swiftly.
Though transactions occurred constantly at the spaceport, a deal of this magnitude involving a gem clan was unprecedented.
After all, not everyone's goods caught the eye of a gem clan. Yet Lu Jin, the epicenter of the commotion, had already left the starship and boarded a planetary train bound for Gem Planet No.
1. The planetary train hurtled along its designated track, its speed surpassing even that of ordinary spacecraft.
Soon it arrived at the station.
Lu Jin stepped out of the station with Yu Tiansong and Shiria.
Gentle sunlight cascaded down, and towering skyscrapers stood like a forest upon this golden land. Races from across the Star Sea gathered here. As Lu Jin walked the streets, he encountered a shop every few steps, each offering a dazzling array of unique wares.
Throughout his journey, not a single shop duplicated its merchandise. Such opulence eclipsed even the lunar spaceport. Unwittingly, Lu Jin arrived at a tavern. Its sign, written in the common tongue of the Star Sea, read, Starlight Tavern. Noticing Lu Jin's pause, Yu Tiansong had already eyed the tavern. For someone who relished an occasional drink, it held immense allure. A rare moment of leisure, why not have a few drinks? Lu Jin didn't decline Yu Tiankang's suggestion. Upon entering, he took a seat at the bar. Behind the counter, an alien bartender with multiple tentacles asked Lu Jin for his order. A dream of the stars. Surprise flickered in the bartender's eyes. Yu Tiansong was equally taken aback, for Dream of the Stars was a specialty cocktail favored only by seasoned drinkers. Who would have thought the ever-serious Lu Jin knew his liquor? The alien bartender promptly began mixing the drink while Lu Jin turned his gaze to Shiria. As a stellar hunt dragon, she was clearly too young for alcohol. Thus Lu Jin ordered her a beverage instead. He needn't bother with Yu Tiansong, who often indulged in a drink during his downtime. Yu Tiansong had his own refined tastes, so there was no need for Lu Jin to fret over him. Even within the tavern, Lu Jin savored a fleeting moment of tranquility. Time was scarce and the outbreak of the assimilation war loomed ever closer. At this moment, Lu Jin's mind was incessantly occupied with ways to enhance his strength to the utmost extent. Only then could he alter the course of the future. Gazing at the cup before him, myriad thoughts flooded Lu Jin's mind. His immediate task was clear: to utterly eradicate the bloodline of the He Opal family. Bang! At that moment, the tavern's door was violently kicked open. Every eye turned toward the entrance. A burly, fierce-looking alien species strode in. Behind him trailed numerous others of the same kind, their bodies radiating a menacing aura. Like a swarm of locusts, they marched directly into the tavern. One of the aliens approached a table already occupied, yet as if the occupants were invisible, he simply sat down. The few seated there understood these visitors were not to be trifled with. Resentfully, they vacated the table, which was then claimed by the aliens. The tavern owner promptly approached. "Honored guests, what would you like to order? Bring me every kind of liquor your establishment offers." The lead alien waved his hand decisively. Listening to his clumsy Star-Sea common language, Lu Jin could roughly deduce their identity. Interstellar pirates. From their entrance to their mannerisms, they bore no difference from known interstellar pirates. With the Radiant Gala imminent, pirates arriving by reputation. Lu Jin refused to believe they were genuinely attending the Radiant Gala. He etched the situation in his heart and continued savoring his drink. The pirate issue ought to be resolved by the Gemstone family. Having finally found some rest today, Lu Jin was willing to let them be so long as they did not disturb him. Just as Lu Jin lifted his cup to take a sip, a voice filled with slight surprise rang from the tavern entrance. "Lu Jin. Whom? Is that Lu Jin? Unexpected to meet our Lu, the top scholar here." Yu Tiansong and Zuelia both turned toward the door at the sound. Judging by their tone, these were acquaintances of Lu Jin. They were curious about the nature of Lu Jin's acquaintances. The first to approach was Qin Mo, the one most familiar to Lu Jin. As the new generation of the Blue Star, after a period of interstellar travel, they had established a transit station in the Radiant Galaxy. After all, with the Radiant Gala approaching, there was no reason to miss this grand event. Lu Jin sighed and turned to look at Qin Mo. Meeting a familiar face in a foreign land, Qin Mo was naturally overjoyed. She eagerly approached, impatient to share her travel experiences with Lu Jin. The few left behind by Qin Mo wore dark expressions. When with them, Qin Mo rarely spoke a word. Now meeting Lu Jin, she opened up like a floodgate, speaking incessantly, a stark contrast to her previous demeanor. "Qin Mo, we didn't come to the tavern for casual chatter. Indeed, we have a mission from our family this time. This opportunity was hard fought by Senior Shang, you must consider it carefully. Everyone, no need to be so tense. With my family's connections, there will be many such chances in the future." A young man with a polished appearance stepped forward from the crowd. He walked straight to Qin Mo's side, but his gaze settled on Lu Jin. "I heard the title of top scholar Lu often while at Blue Star Academy. I wonder how large your fleet is now. If your strength permits, I might offer you a chance to connect with the Gemstone family. After all, I am a provisional member of the He Opal family. Complete the He Opal family's task and you can become a full member." Upon hearing this, Lu Jin finally fixed his gaze on the speaker. After a careful look, Lu Jin recognized him, Shang Yunzhang, a scion of the famed Shiha Flame Engineering Company on Blue Star. Among the new generation of captains, his strength was considered exceptional. Yet compared to Lu Jin, his boasts were insignificant. Before Lu Jin could speak, Yu Tiansong took the lead, saying, "I thought you had become a core family member." "Only a provisional member, not even a full one. Do you really think you represent the entire Gemstone family?" Utterly laughable. Faced with Yu Tiansong's scolding, Shang Yunjiang's expression darkened. Just as he prepared to retort, a group of guards appeared at the tavern's entrance. Dressed in the finest gear, wielding formidable thunder spears, the guards bore the unmistakable emblem of the Fatesue family on their armor. Drinking patrons halted their actions upon seeing this. The savage aliens grew even more anxious. As Lu Jin had said, they were interstellar pirates. Now confronted with soldiers, panic was inevitable. Yet the most fearful was the tavern owner.
He had not anticipated the Fatesaway family's guards arriving at his tavern, and judging by their demeanor they were not here to drink. Once the guards took their positions, two striking figures entered. One was familiar to Lu Jin. It was Ming Suishi, with whom Lu Jin had previously conducted a transaction. Standing beside her was a taller, more mature figure. Their features bore a striking resemblance. Without doubt this was likely Ming Suishi's elder sister or another family member.
Lu Jin needed no further guess to comprehend their purpose.
His short respite was abruptly cut short and he sighed deeply.
Sister. It's him.
Ming Suishi pointed directly at Lu Jin. Upon hearing this, Shan Yunjiang immediately distanced himself from Lu Jin. These guards had come looking for Lu Jin. Unbeknownst to him, upon arriving in the Radiant Galaxy he had already incurred the Fatesaway family's enmity. Qin Mo initially assumed Lu Jin had offended the Fatesaway family, otherwise why dispatch so many guards? Yet unlike Shan Yunjiang and the others who quickly distanced themselves, Qin Mo pondered how to extricate Lu Jin from this vortex of peril.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Cui Yusin.
This is my younger sister whom you have already encountered. Based on the information my sister provided, I am quite interested in the planetary coordinates you possess.
Cui Yusin, one of the high-ranking members of the Jadeite family.
When this name reached the ears of the crowd, they understood why there were so many guards present. After all, every high-ranking family member represented a portion of the Gem family's power. When traveling abroad amidst a mix of diverse individuals, it was only natural to bring along a few bodyguards. Yet what truly astonished them was not this, but the fact that Cui Yusin had personally approached Lu Jin to purchase one of the planetary coordinates in his possession.
What kind of planetary coordinate could possibly stir a high-ranking member of the Jadeite family to negotiate in person?
I am well aware of the value of this planetary coordinate.
It is hardly something that can be measured simply in credit points.
But if you are willing to sell it to our Jadeite family, you will earn the friendship of our family.
Cui Yusin spoke with great composure, carrying the calm demeanor befitting one of the upper echelons.
This was a stark contrast to Ming Suishi, who stood beside her. As for Lu Jin, facing Cui Yusin, he raised his glass and drained its contents in one gulp. Then he tossed a compass recording the planetary coordinates directly to Cui Yusin. She caught it swiftly, a rare flicker of surprise crossing her usually placid face. Had Lu Jin simply handed over the planetary coordinates to her like that? So straightforward. This was a planet of immense value. Did he not harbor even a shred of hesitation? This planetary coordinate holds no value for me. But for you it might be different. You may set its price as you see fit. Lu Jin decisively threw the matter back to the Jadeite family. For him it sufficed that other gem families would learn of the planet's existence. As for the Jadeite family's offer, that was merely an unexpected bonus. Seeing Lu Jin's magnanimity, Cui Yusin after a moment's deliberation pulled out a card. The card's material resembled a gemstone shimmering brilliantly under the light. At its most prominent center, the emblem unique to the Jadeite family was unmistakably clear. Shang Yunjiang, who had been standing nearby, couldn't help but gasp sharply upon seeing the card. The Jadeite gem card. How does he deserve to possess this card? Seeing Shang Yunjiang's astonishment, the new generation from Blue Star gathered around, eagerly asking him what the card was for. But before Shang Yunjiang could speak, Cui Yusin took the initiative to explain. With this Jadeite gem card you can enjoy a 50% discount on all purchases made at properties under the Gem family. Furthermore, this card signifies that you are our most honored guest. You can use it to request assistance from members of the Jadeite family. Finally, it also contains 10 billion credit points. The amount is modest, but it represents the sincerity of our Jadeite family. Cui Yusin placed the card before Lu Jin. Lu Jin accepted this special credit card without hesitation. He had to admit, compared to the 10 billion credit points, the true value of this Jadeite gem card far exceeded that price. The sincerity of the Jadeite family had indeed made an impression on Lu Jin. After pocketing the card, Cui Yusin turned to the crowd. My apologies for the interruption. Today's expenses for everyone here shall be covered by the Jadeite family. With that, Cui Yusin turned and departed. Naturally, the tavern owner and patrons were overjoyed. After all, since Cui Yusin had declared that today's tab was on the Jadeite family, they would be wasting this rare opportunity if they held back. Before long, the tavern returned to its previous jovial atmosphere. Meanwhile, Qin Mo gazed at Lu Jin with undisguised admiration. Even she, after Cui Yusin's explanation, understood the profound significance of the Jadeite gem card in his hands. This card was far more valuable than Shang Yunjiang's so-called provisional membership. Lu Jin, how did you manage this? The worth of this card cannot be measured in mere money. The Gem family's business empire is vast, even holding a place in the endless star sea. With this card you'll save a considerable fortune in the future. Lu Jin toyed with the card in his hand, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He was naturally well aware of its value. But what concerned him more now was when the Jadeite family would uncover the Black Opal family's covert activities. No doubt Cui Yusin was already eager to dispatch a survey ship to the frigid planet. Once the Jadeite family's survey vessel reached that planet, the secrets of the Black Opal family would be exposed.
By then Lu Jin might not even need to lift a finger.
As for Shang Yunjiang, his eyes burned with envy as he stared at the card in Lu Jin's hands, nearly driven mad. He had slaved away doing countless tasks for the Black Opal family only to barely earn the status of a provisional member. But what had Lu Jin done to deserve a jadeite gem card?
With a disdainful snort, Shang Yunjiang turned and left.
The new generation from Blue Star who had once clustered around him hesitated for a moment, but in the end fewer than half followed in his footsteps. The rest instantly shifted their allegiance, gathering around Lu Jin to shower him with flattery.
However, Lu Jin's mind was elsewhere.
Shiria approached him and whispered.
Captain, those individuals have been watching you since just now.
Among them there is a psionic user.
Should I take action and eliminate them?
A psionic user.
Following Shiria's gaze, Lu Jin's eyes fell upon those alien beings. Meeting Lu Jin's stare, the aliens showed no intention of averting their gaze.
In fact, one of them made a threatening gesture towards Lu Jin, exuding an air of arrogance.
Boss, that kid is looking this way.
Ha, so what if he is?
Did you hear that?
There's 10 billion credit points in that card of his.
How about we pull off a heist before the Grand Radiance Gala? All of you behave yourselves. We're here with a mission this time.
If you screw it up, don't blame me for turning nasty.
Don't make such a fuss. That human brat doesn't even have psionic power. Dealing with him would be a piece of cake. Their eyes glinted with greed, viewing Lu Jin as easy prey. Hearing his underlings' discussion, the alien leader hesitated. Just then a message popped up on his microcomputer. Upon opening the message details, the alien leader's eyes lit up.
Boys, we're in luck.
The client has issued the mission and the target is that human brat. Lucky.
One of the alien races let out a light whistle. As Lu Jin had guessed, every single one of these alien races was a space pirate hired by the Black Opal family. Though the true purpose behind the Black Opal family's hiring remained unknown, they had now learned of Lu Jin selling the planet's coordinates to the Emerald family. The high-ranking members of the Black Opal family decisively decided to eliminate Lu Jin ahead of schedule. His very existence had become a threat to them. If they allowed him to continue unchecked, who knew what he might do next? Thus the space pirates all rose to their feet. The moment they stood, the gazes of everyone around converged upon them. The patrons couldn't help but swallow nervously, clearly unwilling to cross paths with these menacing figures. The space pirates strode directly to the bar where Lu Jin sat. They flanked him left and right, occupying every spot around him.
By now even a fool would understand that these ferocious brutes were targeting Lu Jin.
The younger generation of Blue Star around him scattered like startled birds at the sight.
One wave after another. Qin Mo stood beside Lu Jin, scrutinizing the newcomers. What do you want?
In response to Qin Mo's query, the space pirates merely smirked, dismissing her entirely. One burly space pirate leaned in close, a mocking glint in his eyes as if toying with prey.
What's the matter? Is this bar exclusive to you? Ha ha ha, you people are a bit overbearing.
We just want a few smooth cocktails, no need for such hostility. As he spoke, one pirate made a move toward Qin Mo. But before he could touch her, Lu Jin reached out and grabbed his wrist.
The pirate froze for a moment, trying to wrench free.
Yet despite his efforts, he found Lu Jin's grip far too strong to break.
A surge of anger flared within the pirate. Let go, you brat.
Before the words faded, Lu Jin's grip tightened abruptly. In an instant, the pirate felt a jolt of electricity shoot through his entire arm.
Then something uncanny occurred. The pirate could no longer sense his arm's existence.
What on earth was happening?
The nearby pirates eyed Lu Jin's fingers thoughtfully. Interesting.
I've heard legends of an ancient martial art from the solar system that can easily subdue foes. In my years drifting through the stars, I've encountered many Blue Star humans, but never one who wielded this art as you do.
You've got some skill. If our employer weren't paying so handsomely, I'd recruit you into my fleet.
With that, a pirate stepped closer to Lu Jin. This pirate's skin was a deep crimson covered in dense scales. As he neared Lu Jin, the scales rippled like waves. Then an insidious force began to seep toward Lu Jin silently. Now you'll come with me, the pirate's voice turned hypnotically compelling. Even Qin Mo felt her mind waver at the sound.
Just then Lu Jin's eyes met the pirates'. Their gazes locked.
In that instant a chill ran down the pirate's spine.
Lu Jin's eyes were crystal clear, utterly unaffected by the hypnosis. How was this possible? He was a psychic. Dealing with this ordinary human should have been a trivial matter.
Then his gaze shifted to Lu Jin's side. He locked eyes with Shirley, who unhesitatingly unleashed her own psychic power. A terrifying wave of psychic energy surged like a tide, engulfing the pirate. His eyes widened in disbelief as he felt the overwhelming force emanating from Shirley.
This? Impossible. Was she also a psychic? Beside this human brat stood a formidable psychic.
And her power dwarfed his own.
No.
His psychic energy was but a firefly before her radiant moon, utterly insignificant.
In an instant the pirate felt suffocated, as if an invisible force had seized his throat. Seeing their leader in such agony, his comrades sensed something amiss. "Boss. What's wrong? Damn it. We've run into a tough one. That kid must be behind this."
As their leader's face contorted in pain nearing suffocation, the underlings cast caution aside and lunged at Lu Jin. But before their fists could land, Yu Tiansong materialized before them.
Yu Tiansong was seething with rage, had barely had a moment's rest before trouble came knocking. He showed no mercy. His fist struck like a cannonball, slamming into his target. The pirate hit by Yu Tiansong felt an excruciating pain radiate from the point of impact, spreading like a spiderweb. The agony was unbearable. Why did it hurt so much? Before they could comprehend, Yu Tiansong struck again, smashing his fist into a vulnerable spot on the face. He then followed up with blows to other weak points. Every living being has its vulnerabilities. No creature in the universe is without flaws. And Yu Tiankang's greatest skill was identifying and exploiting those weaknesses. Before long, all the troublemaking space pirates lay on the ground. The one who had used psychic power on Lu Jin was barely clinging to life, tormented by Shirley's energy. The commotion soon drew the attention of the Gem family's patrol guards. 2 guards burst into the tavern, their eyes falling on Lu Jin and his group as they surveyed the fallen pirates. But before they could speak, Lu Jin produced his emerald gem card. At the sight of it, the guard's demeanor did a complete 180. "Esteemed guest, our apologies for disturbing your rest. We will investigate these troublemakers and hope this doesn't mar your good day." Seeing their sincerity, Lu Jin glanced at the card in his hand. This thing was quite handy. After leaving the tavern, Lu Jin headed straight to the largest trading market in the brilliant galaxy. Now the Black Opal family had taken notice of Lu Jin's existence. They had even begun plotting to make Lu Jin vanish without a trace within the brilliant galaxy. Naturally, Lu Jin could not simply wait for his doom. It was time for him to procure certain items to guard against the Black Opal family's more ferocious counterattack. Upon arriving at the trading market, a website immediately popped up on Lu Jin's microcomputer. This website recorded every single commodity available in the entire market. Opening the website's product list, tens of thousands of different kinds of goods surged forth like a tidal wave. For an ordinary person, merely browsing through this list would take at least a full day. However, while resting at the tavern, Lu Jin had already mentally drafted a clear list of the supplies he required. Now Lu Jin simply needed to search for and purchase the supplies according to this list. Ding, congratulations on successfully ordering 50 tons of triple composite metal. Ding, congratulations on successfully ordering 20 tons of liquid alloy. Ding, congratulations on successfully ordering 50 tons of high-energy ore. As Lu Jin continued clicking, his balance began to dwindle at an alarming rate. Yu Tiansong, sitting beside Lu Jin, watched his unrestrained extravagant shopping spree and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. No wonder Lu Jin had said earlier that 10 billion credits were mere pocket change. Given his spending habits, it truly was just small money. After about a frenzied shopping, Lu Jin finally ceased his tapping. Seeing this, Yu Tiansong breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought Lu Jin wouldn't stop until he had filled the entire ship with materials. But just then the electric train they were on broadcast an announcement. Ding, you have arrived at your designated location, the Brilliant Jewel Pavilion. The Brilliant Jewel Pavilion. Just hearing the name filled Yu Tiansong with a sense of foreboding. The doors opened and Lu Jin stepped out, walking directly towards the so-called Brilliant Jewel Pavilion. When Lu Jin and his companions entered the store, Yu Tiansong understood why it was called the Brilliant Jewel Pavilion. The goods here were extraordinarily expensive. Custom ship main cannon starting price 10 million credits with 10 years of free warranty. Starsea rare beast antenna priced at 50 million credits, non-refundable once sold. Coordinates of a civilization ruin priced at 100 million credits, an honest deal, only one available. Imperial class large battleship priced at 1 billion credits, no questions asked, refund within 1 year. From the most basic biological materials to custom weaponry for large vessels. This so-called Brilliant Jewel Pavilion had everything one could imagine. However, despite the wide variety of items, their prices were beyond the reach of ordinary people. As soon as Lu Jin stepped into the store, a human sales clerk immediately approached him. "Hello, welcome to the Brilliant Jewel Pavilion." Clearly the store had specifically hired human staff to better serve its customers. Lu Jin swept his gaze across the goods on display, then turned to look at the human clerk before him. "I would like to purchase a material known as mithril." Mithril. Upon learning of Lu Jin's request, the clerk opened their microcomputer to begin a search. Soon the human clerk faced Lu Jin with an apologetic expression. "I'm sorry, but mithril is currently out of stock throughout the brilliant galaxy." Out of stock. Hearing this answer, Lu Jin acted as if he had anticipated this outcome. This was because mithril was precisely the bane of the Blood Clan. Weapons forged from mithril could inflict tremendous damage upon the Blood Clan. Unfortunately, at this time the various races of the universe were still unaware of mithril's suppressive effect on the Blood Clan. Thus mithril often appeared on the list of materials that were languishing in inventory. Now the scarcity of mithril further confirmed that the Black Opal family was already operating in secret.
Since mithril is unavailable, do you have ordinary silver ore in stock as well as blessed holy water from the sacred city? Those we do have. Both of these items were considered rather common materials. Moreover, the Black Opal blood clan might not know that ordinary silver ore combined with the sacred city's unique blessed holy water could be refined into a material that suppresses them even more effectively than mithril. Holy silver. The suppressive power of this composite material was over 10 times that of mithril. Lu Jin decisively purchased the entire stock of ordinary silver ore and blessed holy water from the brilliant jewel pavilion. After procuring all the materials, he immediately returned to his ship. For several consecutive days, Lu Jin locked himself inside the ship. Yu Tiansong and Zuelia were both given an extended leave of absence. Given their combat prowess, even if the Black Opal family sent people to target them, they wouldn't be easily defeated. While Lu Jin was sequestered in his ship, the date of the brilliant festival was rapidly approaching. Until this morning, a weary Lu Jin, still not fully awake, heard a reminder from the ship system. Ding, an outsider has been detected outside the hatch. Should the hatch be opened? Hearing the sound, Lu Jin stretched his arms and rubbed his still sleepy eyes. Opening the ship's surveillance feed, he saw Qin Mo already standing before the hatch. Why was Qin Mo at his ship so early in the morning? Without overthinking, Lu Jin went straight to the hatch. When he opened it, the first thing Qin Mo saw was Lu Jin in a very disheveled state. A multifunctional wrench was tucked into Lu Jin's belt. Seeing Lu Jin in such a state, Qin Mo was momentarily stunned. What had Lu Jin been doing inside the ship these past few days to end up looking like this? But after only a brief moment of surprise, Qin Mo quickly remembered the purpose of her visit. Lu Jin, you haven't forgotten that today is the day of the gem auction, have you? The gem auction. Lu Jin thought for a moment, and then the details of that auction suddenly surfaced in his mind. Seeing the look of sudden realization on Lu Jin's face, Qin Mo knew he had indeed forgotten. Before the brilliant festival began, the gem family would gather rare treasures from all across the Star Sea to host a grand auction as a prelude to the festival. Today was the first day of the gem auction. Qin Mo had come specifically to remind Lu Jin, fearing he might miss it. Perfect timing, I managed to get 2 tickets for the auction. Before she could finish, Ming Quix's figure once again appeared in Lu Jin's field of vision. Ming Quix's intention for visiting Lu Jin at this hour was self-evident. Mr. Lu Jin, my sister has sent me to invite you to this gem auction. If it's possible, would you accompany me to the venue of the gem auction? Lu Jin had no reason to decline the invitation from the Jade family. Moreover, he was curious about how far their investigation had progressed. May I bring my friends along? To this question, Ming Suishi responded with great generosity. The Jade family possessed a massive private suite spacious enough to accommodate over a dozen of Lu Jin's companions with ease. Having received his answer, Lu Jin nodded and asked Qin Mo and Ming Suishi to wait for him. He had been occupied with a series of engineering modifications in the cabin over the past few days. At that moment, aside from the heavy scent of rust, he reeked of pungent machine oil. He had no desire to attend the gem auction in such a state. After freshening up, Lu Jin meticulously tidied his appearance. Meanwhile, Yu Tiansong and Shirley had prepared themselves and were waiting for him at the cabin door. Thus Lu Jin, accompanied by Qin Mo, Yu Tiansong and Shirley, followed Ming Suishi to the venue of the gem auction. As a prelude to the Radiance Gala, the scale of the gem auction was naturally immense. A venue as magnificent and grand as a castle came into their view. The gem auction was divided into inner and outer sections. The auction itself took place in the inner section, entry to which required a ticket issued by the gem family. Those without tickets need not worry, for the gem family had arranged a commercial district in the outer section. Numerous shops displayed their finest treasures. Even without entering the auction, a leisurely stroll through this commercial district would surely yield a desired purchase. As for Lu Jin and his party, they experienced a taste of privileged treatment. They boarded the Jade family's lightning carriage, which took them directly through the family's private passage, bypassing the bustling outer area and straight into the heart of the gem auction building. Unlike the lively outer section, the inner section presented a completely different scene. After all, those who received invitations from the gem family were mostly prominent figures across the Star Sea. Numerous alien races of various colors roamed within the inner area. Amidst the clinking of glasses and social exchanges, countless transactions and decisions were being made. Lu Jin and his companions went straight to the suite with the best view of the venue. As the door opened, an exceedingly spacious room greeted their eyes. Though the room's decor was understated, it could not conceal the wealth of the gem family. Cui Yusin, their host, had been waiting there for some time. Cui Yusin's gaze swept over the group behind Lu Jin. Once everyone was seated, she spoke proactively. Mr. Lu Jin, we have sent personnel to the planet you marked for exploration. We discovered an indigenous civilization there, along with the high-grade energy ore you sold. However, we also made some unexpected findings. These unexpected discoveries must have been your true intention for selling the planet's coordinates to our Jade family. As a high-ranking leader of the Jade family, Cui Yusin was well aware of what the findings on that planet signified. But could she simply pretend not to have seen them? Of course not. The gem families were not united. On the contrary, the Black Opal family had been attempting to annex the Jade family for years.
And what was discovered on that frigid planet could be the key factor for the Jade family to overthrow the Black Opal family. After all such monopolistic behavior,
once exposed, it would invite scrutiny from the other gem families.
Moreover, the planet's value far exceeded their expectations.
They had no idea how much frost spirit crystal the Black Opal family had mined on that planet. Nor did they know where the funds from selling those crystals had flowed. Such actions had already disrupted the balance among the gem families. Therefore, the Jade family decisively reported the matter to the other families.
By now, the Black Opal family was likely entangled in an inescapable vortex.
Of course, these were internal affairs of the gem families. If the other families were ruthless enough to eliminate the Black Opal family through their efforts, Lu Jin would be more than happy to remain idle.
Just then a resonant voice echoed from the venue speakers. Welcome esteemed guests to this event sponsored by the Gem family. Next, the list of auction items will be sent to your personal terminals. The auction will last 3 days. You may arrange your bids in an orderly fashion. Without further ado, please direct your attention to the center of the venue.
The gem auction now officially begins. As the auction commenced, all eyes converged on the center of the hall.
Cui Yusen suggested to Lu Jin that he should pay close attention to the gem auction.
After all, as a prelude to the Radiance Gala, the Gem family had invested considerable effort into this event.
Listening to Cui Yusen's introduction, Lu Jin's thoughts turned to the gem auction. According to his memories, many valuable items would indeed appear at this event.
But since they were valuable, their prices would naturally be steep. Soon the first auction item was brought out.
This item made Yu Tiansong and Qin Moa slightly taken aback.
For standing on the auction stage was a pair of sisters with exquisite beauty.
Slaves. Yu Tiansong and Qin Moa's expressions darkened.
Although the institution of slavery persisted in many civilizations, as natives of Blue Star civilization both harbored a deep aversion to it.
Cui Yusen, perceiving their thoughts, directly explained, please do not misunderstand.
These two voluntarily sold their freedom to become slaves.
What? Voluntarily? How could anyone willingly sell themselves into slavery? Cui Yusen continued to explain that the sisters belonged to the Star Sea Elf race.
The Star Sea Elves were a race on the brink of extinction in the Star Sea.
Though they possessed formidable spiritual combat power, their reproduction had a critical flaw.
Consequently, their population had shown no growth over millennia. In fact, traces of the Star Sea Elves had almost vanished from the Star Sea.
I do not know the purpose behind their decision to sell their freedom, she said.
But since they chose this path, they must have come to terms with it. If they are bought by a good master, isn't that also a way to survive?
After her explanation, Cui Yusen's gaze settled on Lu Jin, who remained silent.
From the moment the twin sisters appeared, Lu Jin's eyes had been fixed on them, lost in thought.
Seeing this, Cui Yusen took the initiative to ask Mr.
Lu Jin, are you interested in these two Star Sea Elves? After all, the loyalty of such slaves who willingly sell themselves can be guaranteed. Hearing this, Yu Tiansong and Qin Moa turned their gazes to Lu Jin. In Qin Moa's eyes, if Lu Jin purchased this pair of sisters, he would surely treat them well. However, she was also well aware that as a rare race, the Star Sea Elves appearing at a gem auction would command a price far beyond ordinary treasures. Thus Qin Moa refrained from urging Lu Jin to bid on the Star Sea Elves. But at that moment Lu Jin raised his hand and pressed the auction button. The Star Sea Elves do pique my interest. In Lu Jin's memory, the outbreak of the Assimilation War had led to the fall of many planetary civilizations.
Yet amidst the endless conflict, many brilliant war stars had risen.
Among them a pair of twin commanders shone brightly in the Assimilation War with their formidable power. And the race of those twin commanders was none other than the Star Sea Elves. Now as Lu Jin beheld these twin elf sisters, the figures of those legendary commanders surfaced in his mind. If these two Star Sea Elves were destined to become the famed twin commanders, Lu Jin had every reason to secure them at auction.
Moreover, the Star Sea Elf race was inherently formidable.
If not for their genetic defect that made reproduction extremely difficult, they would have long become one of the most powerful races in the Star Sea.
In Lu Jin's memory, there was a way to remedy their genetic flaw. If successful, he might gain an excellent source of soldiers. Considering all factors, Lu Jin decisively joined the auction.
The value of the Star Sea Elves had already soared to a high of 20 million credit points.
Yet even so, the price continued to climb.
Just then the auction price on the big screen suddenly changed.
100 million credit points. The sudden surge in price silenced the entire venue for a few seconds.
A jump from 20 million to 100 million.
Which tycoon was so unreasonable? Even so, the price did not stay long. Soon it began to climb again. 110 million credit points. 120 million credit points.
But the next second the numbers on the screen leaped again, directly reaching 200 million credit points. This sudden change once again stunned everyone in the venue. In the private room, Cui Yusen's gaze fell on Lu Jin and she spoke with a teasing tone.
Mr.
Lu Jin, it seems you are determined to acquire these two Star Sea Elves. Facing her jest, Lu Jin smiled faintly.
With a wave of his hand, he raised the bid to 300 million credit points.
To others these sisters were merely rare star sea elves. But in Lu Jin's eyes they were future commander-level beings of immense power.
After the assimilation war broke out, commander-level psychics could not be bought with money alone.
Soon, thanks to Lu Jin's outrageously generous bidding, he acquired the Star Sea Elf sisters for a mere 600 million credit points. After the credit points were deducted from his account, the Star Sea Elf sisters were delivered to Lu Jin's private room. Upon entering the room, the elder of the two Star Sea Elves first scanned the various figures present. Eventually her gaze landed on Shirlea.
Shirlea's innate draconic might exerted a subtle pressure on her even as a Star Sea Elf.
After pausing on Shirlea, her eyes finally settled on Lu Jin. "Inu of the Star Sea Elf clan, at your command from now on, master." "Yulan of the Star Sea Elf clan, at your command from now on, master." The two Star Sea Elves were well aware that they had lost everything, including their freedom. Yet they harbored no regret.
This sum of money was crucial for their entire clan.
If sacrificing themselves could ensure the continuation of their clan, it was an incredibly worthwhile bargain. Lu Jin's gaze swept over the two Star Sea Elves. Upon learning their names, he was even more certain that these two were the twin commanders whose fame would one day echo across the Star Sea. However, at this moment they were merely slaves who had just lost their freedom. But then Lu Jin made a move that left everyone utterly astonished. Lu Jin opened his personal terminal and in front of everyone directly deactivated the biocontrol chips embedded in Inu and Yulan. Sensing the deactivation of the biocontrol chips in their minds, Inu and Yulan were filled with shock.
Chui Yusin and the others also wore expressions of astonishment. "You? What are you doing?"
As the elder sister, Inu was the first to react, looking at Lu Jin in confusion. She could not understand why Lu Jin, after spending a fortune to buy them, would immediately remove their biocontrol chips. Facing the bewildered crowd, Lu Jin addressed Inu and Yulan directly.
"Absolute loyalty can never be achieved through a mere chip. So I have deactivated your biocontrol chips.
I hope from now on you will accept my employment as Star Sea Elves and become crew members under my command."
"Employment? Become crew members?" Faced with Lu Jin's seemingly redundant gesture, Inu and Yulan furrowed their brows. "You can rest assured of our loyalty.
From the moment we chose to sell ourselves, we were prepared for everything. So you don't need to resort to such means to earn our loyalty."
Just then Lu Jin transmitted a pre-drafted employment document to Inu's personal terminal. Staring at the employment document on the screen, Inu looked at Lu Jin. This man was serious.
But when she read the terms of the document, her eyes widened in disbelief.
"Are the conditions in this document real?" "As genuine as can be. If you find it impossible, you are free to leave. Free, you are now free."
Before he finished speaking, Inu knelt on one knee, bowing before Lu Jin with devout reverence. At that moment the look in her eyes was that of one clutching at a last lifeline.
"If it's true, then I will do whatever you ask without a single complaint." Gazing at her elder sister's unwavering determination, Yulan, the younger sister, couldn't help but feel bewildered. What exactly were the terms in the employment contract that could cause her sister to lose her composure so utterly? Filled with curiosity, she opened the contract that Lu Jin had transmitted to her. The first clauses that met her eyes were perfectly ordinary employment terms. During the period of employment, she was to protect Lu Jin and the safety of his property. Beyond that, Lu Jin would also provide wages commensurate with the standard treatment for crew members. But as she read to the end, Yulan discovered an extraordinary clause. Lu Jin was obligated to help repair the genetic defects of the stellar spirits, aiding their natural propagation. Upon seeing this final clause, Yulan's eyes widened in shock. Repair genetic defects? How could this be possible? After all, they, the stellar spirits, were a race born with formidable psychic energy. They could even harness that energy to wage high-intensity combat in outer space far beyond ordinary capabilities. Yet for all their seemingly boundless prowess, they remained unable to resolve their inherent genetic reproductive flaw. Perhaps this was the curse of immortality bestowed upon them by the cosmic will at the moment of their creation. But Lu Jin promised that he could mend the flawed genes of the stellar spirit race. Repairing genetic defects? I have never heard of such a thing. Yulan clearly found it impossible to believe that Lu Jin possessed such an ability. After all, in her eyes, Lu Jin was merely a somewhat wealthy human from the blue planet. Yet faced with Yulan's skepticism, Lu Jin showed no sign of irritation. He had not deceived Inu and Yulan, the two stellar spirits. The method to repair the stellar spirits' genetic defects indeed did not exist at present. But that did not mean it would not exist in the future. In his memories of a past life, it was precisely Inu and Yulan who had publicized the method for repairing the stellar spirits' genetic defects. Lu Jin was merely appropriating it from the future for present use. Moreover, this method was effective only for stellar spirits. In that past life, although Inu and Yulan had developed this method, the stellar spirit race had already vanished into the Starry Sea due to the outbreak of the assimilation war. Now Lu Jin was simply placing their research findings where they rightfully belonged. If you don't believe me, I can repair the genetic defects on both of you right now. Right now? At these words, not only Inu and Yulan but even the seasoned Chui Yusin found herself utterly astounded. Gene repair technology. And specifically for the genes of stellar spirits.
The genes of psychics were thousands, even tens of thousands of times more complex than those of ordinary beings.
Even the Gem family, after managing the Radiant star system for so many years, had never attempted to venture into the genetics industry.
Yet Lu Jin casually claimed he could repair the genetic defects of stellar spirits. To Cui Yusen this seemed nothing short of defying the heavens. But upon hearing this, the light in Yin Yu's eyes burned even brighter.
Is it true?
Before the words had faded, Lu Jin's gaze fell upon Shiria.
Shiria, do you still remember what I taught you some time ago?
At this, Shiria's mind instantly recalled the training Lu Jin had given her. Though not a psychic himself, Lu Jin, leveraging his extensive experience from a past life, found it effortless to train Shiria in psychic control. Now compared to when she first joined the fleet, Shiria's psychic power had reached a level of exquisite precision. And the most fundamental prerequisite for the stellar spirit gene repair surgery was precisely this kind of meticulous psychic manipulation.
Hearing that Lu Jin was about to demonstrate the gene repair surgery on the spot, Cui Yusen's attention was also drawn.
Yin Yu rose and without a moment's hesitation stepped forward to Lu Jin. She had long been prepared to sacrifice everything for her race. Now Lu Jin claimed to have the power to alter the genetic defect of her kind.
Even if the chance were but 1 in a trillion, she had to try.
Following Lu Jin's instructions, the three of them, Shiria, Lu Jin and Yin Yu, formed a circle. Then the psychic energies of Shiria and Yin Yu began to extend, ultimately colliding within Lu Jin's body. For a moment Lu Jin's brow furrowed deeply.
The psychic energy was still somewhat overwhelming for his mortal flesh.
But this surgery could only be directed by him. Shiria's psychic power was now the scalpel in Lu Jin's hand. Cui Yusen immediately instructed others to seal off the entire private room.
No matter what happened, no one was to disturb Lu Jin.
The room seemed entirely isolated from the lively auction outside, filled only with the sound of breathing rising and falling. After an indeterminate time, a sheen of sweat broke out on Shiria's forehead. The difficulty of this surgery was far more draining than she had imagined. But none suffered more than Lu Jin, whose body now harbored two distinctly different currents of psychic energy. After what felt like an eternity, Lu Jin's eyes snapped open. He gasped for air, drenched as if he had just crawled out of water. Indeed, for Lu Jin at this moment this surgery was no less than an ordeal akin to torture. But fortunately the gene defect repair surgery was a resounding success. All of this was thanks to the future Yin Yu and Yolan, who in their desire to ensure that wandering stellar spirits could also learn this technique, had disseminated the details of the gene defect repair method across the entire Starry Sea like handing out flyers. It was precisely because of this that Lu Jin could achieve such success today.
After the gene defect repairing, you looked at Lu Jin with disbelief.
At that moment a flush of crimson crept across her cheeks. Sensing the change in her body, Yin Yu quickly covered her face, forcing herself to calm down.
Sister, how do you feel?
Yolan, the younger sister, hurried forward to inquire. As Yin Yu felt the transformation within her body, her gaze toward Lu Jin gradually shifted, becoming somewhat unusual.
I can feel a kind of restlessness inside. This is a sensation I have never experienced before. The genetic defect had been repaired.
In the past, stellar spirits had lacked all desire, and thus their genes did not produce the substances necessary for reproduction. But now that feeling had vanished. Yin Yu felt as though she had rediscovered her full range of emotions and desires. She was now more authentic. Beside her, Cui Yusen couldn't help but clap her hands. She never imagined that today here she would witness such a miraculous technique. This only reinforced her conviction that forging a good relationship with Lu Jin was the most correct decision she had ever made. Now free of her genetic defect, Yin Yu came directly to Lu Jin's side. Her eyes burned with intensity as she gazed at him, and she spoke solemnly.
Such a great kindness cannot be repaid even with my life. From this day forward you are my everything. I will fight for you no matter the cost.
At this moment Lu Jin not only gained the loyalty of Silver Moon but also earned the trust of the entire Star Sea Elf clan. For Lu Jin, if he could command the entire Star Sea Elves, he would acquire an invincible psionic legion. Even a psionic legion of merely 100 could tip the scales of a war. At this juncture Yolan recognized her own mistake. She had never imagined that Lu Jin, a human, could truly perform such a miracle. Unfortunately Lu Jin was already utterly exhausted. Cui Yusen gazed at Lu Jin as if beholding an unopened treasure trove. What other secrets did this human from Blue Star Lu Jin still hold? Yet just as Cui Yusen intended to engage Lu Jin in deeper conversation, her personal terminal suddenly flashed a message. Upon seeing it, her expression shifted noticeably. A flicker of displeasure crossed her face. Then rising, she apologized to Lu Jin. I'm sorry, Mr.
Lu Jin. A minor incident has occurred within my family.
I have transferred the ownership of this room to you. You may use it freely during the gem auction.
If you need anything you can contact my personal terminal.
With these words Cui Yusen hurriedly departed.
Watching Cui Yusen take all the members of the Jade family away, Lu Jin sat back down.
His gaze fell upon Silver Moon and he spoke to her with great solemnity. Given Lu Jin's current physical condition, it was impossible for him to remedy the genetic defects of the entire Star Sea Elf race. However, he assured her that once he acquired a suitable psionic gene seed and became a psionicist, he could then address the genetic flaws of all Star Sea Elves. Having witnessed Lu Jin's true capabilities, both Silver Moon and Yulan chose to believe him without hesitation.
After all, he alone possessed the technology to repair genetic defects.
They had no choice but to trust Lu Jin. He leaned back into the soft sofa, feeling the fatigue gradually recede from his body.
Cui Yusin, after her departure, did not return for the remainder of the day's auction.
Seeing this, Lu Jin paid it no further mind. After the auction concluded, he returned to his ship to rest. Waking from slumber, he found it was already noon the next day. Before he could rise from bed, Silver Moon's voice came from outside the door.
"Captain, it's already noon. Will you be attending today's gem auction?"
Checking the time, Lu Jin was surprised he had slept for so long.
Getting out of bed, Lu Jin opened the door. Silver Moon was already standing there holding a tray of steaming breakfast. Lu Jin glanced at the breakfast. It was Blue Star cuisine suited to his taste. "Let me freshen up first. Do you need my help?" "No, that won't be necessary."
Seeing Silver Moon about to enter, Lu Jin quickly closed his cabin door. After washing up, he made his way to the ship's lounge. In the lounge, Lu Jin had set up a bar and various entertainment facilities, providing the crew with leisure activities during their downtime. But just as Lu Jin brought a bite of breakfast to his mouth, his personal terminal flashed with an urgent message.
Breaking news.
The head of the Blue Cone family was murdered late last night. The Blue Cone family has called an emergency gem meeting, vowing to find the killer at any cost.
With the grand event approaching, such a tragedy strikes.
How will the gem families respond? Reading this news, the breakfast in Lu Jin's mouth lost all its flavor.
Lu Jin's eyes swept across the multitude of news reports, his brow furrowed. The Black Opal family had made their move. And they had killed the head of the Blue Cone family outright. No. That couldn't be right.
With the other gem families targeting the Black Opal family, how could they possibly commit such a crime under their noses?
Did they have other allies?
At this thought, Lu Jin immediately recalled the space pirates he had encountered at the tavern.
Psionicists. Space pirates.
If that were the case, everything fell into place. The Black Opal family had hired a space pirate gang, and these pirates were the ones who killed the Blue Cone family's head. The fact that these space pirates could silently assassinate the head of a gem family indicated they were no ordinary rabble. It seemed the gem families had suffered a crushing defeat. Not only had they failed to harm the Black Opal family, but one of their own had been dealt a heavy blow. The Blue Cone family, having lost their leader, was likely struggling to survive, let alone join others in opposing the Black Opal family.
Just then another window popped up on Lu Jin's terminal. "Cui Yusin, I'm at your ship's entrance. I need your help." A message from Cui Yusin.
Upon seeing it, Lu Jin immediately checked the ship's surveillance. Indeed, Cui Yusin and her younger sister Ming Suishi were standing at the airlock.
When Lu Jin let them both into the ship, he noticed that this time Cui Yusin and Ming Suishi had not even brought any bodyguards.
Under such dangerous circumstances, coming to him like this must have taken immense courage.
"What do you need from me?" Lu Jin dispensed with pleasantries and got straight to the point, asking Cui Yusin about the purpose of her visit.
Compared to yesterday, her brows were heavy with worry. She stepped before Lu Jin, pushed Ming Suishi forward, and said solemnly, "You must have seen the news. The head of the Blue Cone family has been murdered. According to our preliminary investigation, the perpetrator is highly likely a psionicist.
Crucially, even the second-level psionicist our family hired couldn't detect any trace of their movements. Their psionic level is probably at least third level or even higher." Lu Jin raised an eyebrow, not overly surprised.
Among psionicists, they were ranked from 1st to 9th level based on their psionic strength.
A 9th-level psionicist could single-handedly subdue an entire planet.
While a 3rd-level psionicist was not considered a powerhouse in the vast star sea, they were certainly formidable in this peripheral region. If a 3rd-level psionicist was indeed involved, it was no wonder the gem families couldn't find the killer.
Right now, even I feel that the Jade family's compound is no longer safe. So I would like to ask you to take my sister in for a while.
At least until I resolve this matter. I don't want her to return to the Jade family."
"Sister."
Ming Suishi looked at her elder sister with a face full of worry. She had never imagined that today Suishin would bring her here so covertly for such a reason. Quixin's gaze gradually hardened as she looked at Ming Suishi. In this gem family driven solely by profit, only this younger sister of hers mattered. As her elder sister, Suishin would not allow her to suffer any harm. While stroking Ming Quix's hair, Suishin turned her gaze toward Lu Jin.
"After this is over, I will reward you handsomely. So you must protect my sister well."
Faced with Quixin's repeated exhortations, Lu Jin's eyes instead rested on Suishin herself. As a high-ranking leader of the Emerald family, she was undoubtedly one of the targets lurking in the shadows.
Compared to Ming Suishi, Quixin's safety was far more concerning.
"You should worry about yourself first." Hearing this, Suishin shook her head. She could no longer stand aloof. Now she had to return to take charge of the situation.
But just as Suishin opened the hatch ready to leave, Lu Jin's gaze seemed to transcend distance, landing directly on the top of a distant skyscraper.
On the top floor of that high-rise, a sniper already prepared held a high-precision kinetic sniper rifle aiming in Quixin's direction.
Target confirmed Emerald family high-ranking member Tsueishin. As his words fell, a voice came through his communication device. Target bounty confirmed. Don't miss. Hearing this, the sniper let out a disdainful smirk. With no guards around, killing Tsueishin would be a trivial task. But just as he opened the scope to aim further, Lu Jin's figure appeared in his field of vision. Lu Jin stared directly at his direction. This sensation of eye contact sent a chill down the sniper's spine. What was happening? Had he been discovered? Impossible. His position was extremely concealed, and the sniper rifle he used was specially camouflaged with optical stealth. He had prepared everything perfectly. There was no way he could be found. Perhaps it was just a coincidence. With that thought, the sniper steadied himself and aimed the crosshairs at Tsueishin. Aim. Pull the trigger. Bang. With a barely perceptible sound, the bullet erupted from the muzzle. The sniper round shot toward Tsueishin with lightning speed. But at that moment, Inu suddenly appeared before Tsueishin. Before the bullet could strike Tsueishin, Inu released her psionic energy to set up a psionic magnetic field around her. The bullet was intercepted. Seeing the blocked round, Quixen's eyes widened in shock. Was someone really lying in wait for her? Yet her operation was extremely secretive. Even her own sister didn't know. Who could it be? Inu was even more astonished. Even she hadn't sensed the sniper's murderous intent. But just as Tsueishin was leaving the ship, Lu Jin sensed something amiss. This unease stemmed from battlefield experience etched into his memory. It was this experience that saved Quixen's life. Seeing his assassination fail, the sniper on the rooftop broke into a cold sweat. He had actually missed. Damn it. The sniper cursed under his breath with no intention of continuing. Now that Tsueishin was protected by a psionic user, even if he tried again, the outcome would be the same. So his most important task now was to leave quickly. But as he packed up and prepared to go, he turned to find Shiria already waiting for him. Before the sniper could react, Shiria grabbed him, spread her dragon wings, and flew directly toward Lu Jin's location. With a thud, the sniper was thrown to the ground before Lu Jin. Looking at the two-star sea elves beside Lu Jin and Shiria glaring menacingly behind him. It was clear to the sniper that no matter how great his skills, escape was impossible today. Resigned, he looked straight at Lu Jin. I never thought that after sniping countless targets I would fall here. If you're hoping to extract information from me, save your breath. Just do it. When I picked up that sniper rifle, I knew this day would come. Faced with this thick-skinned sniper, everyone exchanged glances, unsure how to proceed. But upon hearing the sniper's name, Lu Jin's eyes narrowed slightly. The name felt strangely familiar to him. In his past life memories, there seemed to be information about the name Shijin. Are you from the Blackrock pirate crew? Hearing this, the sniper's expression changed instantly. Seeing this, Lu Jin was even more certain his guess was correct. Lu Jin signaled the others to remove the sniper's mask. After stripping away all his camouflage gear, Lu Jin recognized his race. Gizman star being. An alien race with extraordinarily powerful vision. Legend had it that an adult Gizman could observe the movements of an insect hundreds of meters away with the naked eye. Because of this physical advantage, many famous snipers in the Starsea were likely Gizman star beings. Shijin, as a Gizman star being, worked as a mercenary for a time before becoming a space pirate for some reason. Due to his exceptional sniping skills, he was recruited by the Blackrock pirate crew. In his past life, Lu Jin had clashed with the Blackrock pirate crew many times, and once he was nearly killed by this Gizman named Shijin. Now old acquaintances meet again. Lu Jin recognized Shijin, but Shijin didn't recognize him. I didn't expect the Black Opal family to hire members of the Blackrock pirate crew. Upon learning the sniper's identity, Quixen's face turned pale. She could barely believe it. The Blackrock pirate crew was no ordinary pirate group. In the boundless Star Sea, there were 7 undisputed pirate kings known as the 7 Pirate Kings. The Blackrock pirate crew was one of them. Don't worry too much. The Blackrock pirate crew also has many fleet branches. Given your gem family's wealth, it's not enough to bring the entire Blackrock pirate crew here. Lu Jin quickly assessed the situation. The funds the Black Opal family had acquired on the frozen planet had likely already ended up in the Blackrock pirate crew's pockets. That was why they encountered members of the Blackrock pirate crew here. But the key question now was how much the Black Opal family had paid them. How many fleets had the Blackrock pirate crew dispatched to the Radiant Star System? I cannot stay here any longer. Cui Yusin gazed at the sniper on the ground, a surge of anxiety gripping her heart. If she herself had already encountered an attack from the Blackstone Pirate Syndicate, what of the rest of her family? She had to return now. As Cui Yusin prepared to leave, Lu Jin directly placed a hand on her shoulder. I'm going back with you. Lu Jin understood clearly that under these circumstances Cui Yusin would likely meet with misfortune on her way back. Only with his escort could she return to the family stronghold safely. Silver Moon, Shirley, you two come with me. Yolan, you Tian Song, you two guard the ship and await my orders. After assigning personnel and tasks, Lu Jin and his party departed the spaceport directly and boarded the planetary train heading to planet Gem No. 1. The train began to move, and planet Gem No One gradually grew closer in their view. Yet at that moment Silvermoon noticed something amiss. Captain, look. Following Silvermoon's pointed direction, they looked toward planet Gem No. 1. What they saw was a thin film appearing on the surface of planet Gem No. 1, rapidly enveloping the entire planet. Seeing this, Cui Yusin's eyes widened in disbelief. The planetary defense system. As the home base of the Gem family, planet Gem No. 1 had been equipped with an extraordinarily powerful planetary defense system since its inception. Should the radiant star cluster face invasion by foreign enemies and the Gem family be unable to resist, this planetary defense system could be activated. The system would first deploy an all-encompassing barrier shielding the entire planet. The defensive power of this barrier could even withstand bombardment from planet-destroying main cannons. Yet once the barrier was raised, the entire planet would also be locked down. Thus, to activate this planetary defense barrier, the approval of at least 3 Gem family patriarchs was required. Now that the planetary defense system had suddenly activated, not even the attendees of the Radiant Grand Event on planet Gem No. 1 nor Cui Yusin herself could comprehend what was happening. It seems the Black Opal family and the Blackstone Pirate Syndicate are ready to make their move. Lu Jin stood up and strode directly into the train's cockpit. Inside the cockpit, the train's pilot had clearly also noticed the changes on planet Gem No. 1. But just as he was about to halt the train, Lu Jin unhesitatingly drew an energy pistol and pressed it against his head. Don't stop. Push the speed to maximum. As Cui Yusin had said once, planet Gem No. 1 was sealed off, even planet-destroying weapons could not breach it. This was their only chance to enter the planet's interior. With the gun to his head, the pilot's face turned pale. He dared not delay, swiftly accelerating the planetary train to its maximum speed. In the final moment before the tracks were severed, the planetary train hurtled into the planet's interior. At that instant, the barrier closed and the tracks were cut. The tracks on which the train traveled began to collapse. Watching the falling rails behind the train, Shirley grasped hold of Cui Yusin. If the train lost power and plummeted from the sky, she could use her dragon wings to help Cui Yusin escape danger. Meanwhile, Silvermoon, worried about Lu Jin, rushed into the cockpit. Captain, this place is no longer safe. As the ground rapidly approached, Lu Jin instead holstered his energy pistol. His gaze fell upon the pilot, who was focused intently, and he said calmly, Silvermoon, follow my command. Prepare for landing. Boom. The planetary train at its maximum velocity crashed directly into the station. The tremendous impact sent the train hurtling like a bullet into the station's tracks. When the dust settled, Silvermoon and Shirley, both psychics, used their psychic energy to clear away the rubble from the train. Despite such a violent collision, the train remained miraculously intact. This was all thanks to Silvermoon, who had used her psychic energy to cushion the impact during landing. Opening the train's doors, Lu Jin and his party emerged from the wreckage of the station. They looked up at the sky where the planetary train tracks were collapsing and shattering like ice and snow. More and more planetary trains, having lost power, fell like meteors. At such heights and with such impact forces, those aboard were certainly doomed. But Lu Jin had no energy left to save others. For planet Gem No. 1 had become a chaotic inferno. On the streets, an alien race rose from the ground, now sprouting claws and fangs. Like a wild beast, it lunged directly at another alien race nearby. At that moment, a guard bearing the emblem of the Emerald family appeared on the street. This guard wore gear resembling a gas mask and carried a stun gun. Seeing an alien race go berserk and charge at him, the guard did not hesitate to use the stun gun. An electric current coursed through the alien's entire body. With a convulsion, the alien collapsed to the ground unconscious. These alien races had all come to attend the Radiant Grand Event, and among them might be members of prestigious families. If they died here, the Gem family would face immense pressure. Thus the guards were all equipped with stun guns designed to incapacitate without killing. At that moment, the guards spotted Lu Jin and his party. Especially upon seeing Cui Yusin, the guard became noticeably excited. He quickly approached them and without a word pulled several gas masks from his backpack. Lady Cui Yusin, we've finally found you. Put on these gas masks quickly. Otherwise, inhaling this strange gas will turn you into those raving monsters. Taking the gas masks, Lu Jin and the others swiftly put them on. Seeing them don the masks, the Emerald family guard began to explain to Lu Jin and his party. This morning, after the head of the Benitoite family was murdered, the head of the Black Opal family also went missing. Our Emerald family intended to continue pursuing the Black Opal family. But not long after, this strange mist appeared. Any creature that inhales it grows fangs and claws, attacking everyone around indiscriminately like a wild beast. We initially planned to mobilize troops from other planets to suppress this. But as you've seen, the planetary defense system inexplicably activated on its own. Planet Gem No. 1 had truly become an isolated island within the radiant star cluster. And Cui Yusin knew without a doubt that this was the doing of the Black Opal family. Damn it. I should have known to suppress the Black Opal family with armed force back then. After learning that the situation on Gem 1 was inextricably linked to the Black Opal family, Jadeheart was filled with immense regret.
If only he had decisively used armed force to suppress the Black Opal family upon first noticing their anomaly. Perhaps none of these subsequent mishaps would have occurred. But Lu Jin standing beside him found this remark utterly absurd. If only he had known. Even if the gem families had been aware of the Black Opal family's ambitions back then, the outcome would hardly have been any better. Quickly resolving a gem family that had been eroded by the Blood Clan was no simple task. The only thing that surprised Lu Jin was the Black Opal family's decisiveness. He had initially thought the Black Opal family would struggle for a while longer before revealing their true ambitions. But what Lu Jin never anticipated was that the gem families wouldn't even have time to react before the Black Opal family struck with such resolve. It had to be said the Black Opal family was far more decisive in this regard than other gem families. Lord Jadeheart, please follow me to the shelter immediately. The streets are now filled with these frenzied individuals. We are doing our utmost to search for survivors. At this point they had no other choice. Just then several figures emerged from the distant blood mist. These figures walked amidst the frenzied crowd. The surrounding frenzied alien races seemed not to notice them at all, refraining from attacking even when they drew near. Only when these figures entered their line of sight did Lu Jin see that they bore the emblem of the Blackstone Pirate Group. Upon spotting the Blackstone Pirate Group's emblem, the Emerald Family Guard swiftly reacted. Lord Jadeheart, be careful. These pirates are no ordinary ones. The pirates of the Blackstone Pirate Group, upon spotting Lu Jin's group across from them, opened their personal terminals. Quickly they found Jadeheart's portrait in their terminals. After confirming Jadeheart's identity, these interstellar pirates let out excited laughs. We sure are lucky. Just wandering around and we stumble upon a high-ranking member of the Emerald family. If we capture this Emerald family bigwig and hand them over, that'll be another hefty bounty. With that said, these Blackstone pirates blatantly ignored Lu Jin's group standing beside Jadeheart. And such arrogance was met with a single fatal slash from Silvermoon. As a flash of cold light bloomed among the Blackstone pirates, Silvermoon appeared behind them like a phantom. She slowly sheathed her blade. In an instant the heads of the Blackstone pirates fell to the ground. The lone Blackstone pirate left behind, seeing his companions silently decapitated, quickly grasped the situation. These people before him were not to be trifled with. But even realizing this, it was already too late. Lu Jin strode toward the remaining Blackstone pirate and picked up the fallen pirate's personal terminal. With a bit of effort, Lu Jin easily cracked the contents within these pirate terminals. The most conspicuous feature was a bounty system. Entering the bounty system, he saw that every high-ranking member of the gem families and their affiliated factions were marked with a price. What is this? It's a bounty software given to us by the Black Opal family. Kill anyone on the wanted list and you get the bounty. Faced with the current situation, the Blackstone pirate dared not conceal anything. After all, he was merely the lowest-ranking pirate in the Blackstone pirate group. He lacked the unyielding spirit of someone like Shi Jin, so Lu Jin easily extracted the information he wanted from him. Why don't these frenzied people attack you? Because we carry blood pendants issued by the Black Opal family. As long as you wear one, you won't be attacked. At that, Jadeheart also discovered the blood pendants on the bodies of the Blackstone pirates. Picking up a blood pendant, Jadeheart tested it. Sure enough, when she held the pendant close to the frenzied alien races, they recoiled as if encountering something fearsome, quickly moving away from the blood pendant. Seeing this, Lu Jin finally believed the Blackstone pirate's words. After extracting the desired information, Lu Jin glanced at the Blackstone pirate. Boss, I only became a pirate because I had no choice. Spare me and I'll turn over a new leaf. Turn over a new leaf. Lu Jin let out a light laugh and directly removed the pirate's helmet. Once the helmet was off, the Blackstone pirate immediately covered his mouth and nose. Clearly he understood that inhaling the blood mist in the air would turn him into a mindless frenzied monster like the alien races on the street. But Lu Jin tossed the helmet far away. The Blackstone pirate tried to retrieve it. Yet he forgot that the blood pendant on him had already been taken by Lu Jin. In an instant the frenzied alien races devoured him. Seeing this, Lu Jin distributed the blood pendants from the Blackstone pirates to the others. Exactly one for each person, and with gas masks on, their journey to the family headquarters would be far less troublesome. Guided by Jadeheart, Lu Jin and his group swiftly moved toward the Emerald family headquarters. As they drew closer to the headquarters, the density of the surrounding blood mist grew increasingly thick. Moreover, they frequently spotted Blackstone pirates heading toward the Emerald family headquarters. Dozens of tanks armored with black steel rumbled in a formidable procession toward the Emerald family headquarters. The Blackstone pirates around the tanks seized the chance to chat. The Emerald family headquarters is really tough to crack. No kidding. Don't forget, this is a gem family's headquarters. Of course it's tough. Don't complain. We caught them off guard this time. I heard the captain plans to drive those madmen from the city center over here. With those lunatics as cannon fodder, we might actually have a chance. Watching the tank convoy gradually fade into the distance, Lu Jin's group hidden in the shadows slowly revealed themselves. Lu Jin turned to Jadeheart. Based on the Blackstone pirates' description, the Emerald family headquarters was now completely surrounded. Entering through the front seemed impossible. If we can't get in through the front, well, take the secret passage. As a high-ranking member of the Emerald family, Jadeheart was well aware of the secret passages within the headquarters.
These passages were unknown even to ordinary family members.
Only the family's high-ranking members knew of their existence, and this gave Lu Jin a chance to enter the Emerald family headquarters. As Cui Yusin had indicated, this passage could indeed be considered a secret tunnel. They first entered the purification conduit system beneath the city, weaving through a labyrinthine network of pipes. Eventually they arrived at the exit of the secret passage, which was sealed by a genetic lock.
Cui Yusin placed her palm upon it.
Upon detecting the genes of the Jadeite family, the lock mechanism swiftly opened. The group exited the passage and found themselves in a room that was both understated and luxurious.
The room appeared to be a meeting chamber currently empty.
As Lu Jin and the others stepped out, they unexpectedly encountered members of the Jadeite family.
Lady Cui Yusin.
Seeing her, the family member was visibly startled. Clearly the sudden appearance of Cui Yusin and Lu Jin's group filled him with astonishment. But at this moment Cui Yusin had no time for pleasantries.
Who is in command now? It's Lord Hartley. Hartley. Upon hearing the name, Cui Yusin's brow furrowed slightly but quickly smoothed out. Although she and Hartley were not on good terms, normally she had to admit that if he was directing this battle, the family stronghold would assuredly be secure. Take us to him. Now Cui Yusin was eager to learn what had transpired on planet Gem 1. Hartley, who was commanding the family's defensive efforts, would surely possess more details.
Guided by the family member, Lu Jin and the others soon met Hartley, the wartime commander of the Jadeite family.
Hartley was clad in a suit of power armor as verdant as Jadeite. His helmet was set aside and his gaze sharp as an eagle scanned the holographic map of the family stronghold. Around him were numerous squad commanders, some with worried expressions, others burning with anger.
Damn it. I've never fought such a frustrating battle in my life. Those frenzied citizens are too difficult to handle. As long as they surround the perimeter, we can't strike easily. If not for the fact that these people are distinguished guests of the splendid gala, I'd blast them all to ashes. Our top priority must be to counter the effects of the blood mist, otherwise we'll be stuck on the defensive.
So frustrating, never thought we'd be pushed around by pirates.
Look on the bright side, at least these aren't ordinary space pirates, they're the fleet of a pirate king.
Just then Hartley's gaze fell upon Cui Yusin. The other commanders also noticed her return.
Hartley glanced at Cui Yusin, a hint of surprise in his eyes. After all, with the chaos on planet Gem 1, she had ventured outside without guards or escort. It was fortunate that she hadn't been transformed into one of the frenzied.
Cui Yusin stepped forward to Hartley's side, inquiring about what exactly had happened on planet Gem 1. Hartley did not withhold anything, he recounted all he knew.
Shortly after Cui Yusin left the family stronghold, vast amounts of unknown blood mist erupted across the entire planet. Upon discovering that the mist induced madness, the Gem families swiftly sealed their strongholds and entered a state of combat readiness. Through their communication devices they mobilized the city's defensive forces. But as the blood mist spread and the planetary defense shields activated, communication was gradually severed.
Currently the Black Opal pirates are trying to breach our stronghold.
And because we're wary of the identities of the frenzied, we dare not use large-scale weapons. Before Hartley could finish, another commander interjected.
So now we're just turtles waiting to be beaten.
The commanders were all deeply frustrated. They had powerful weapons at their disposal but couldn't use them. They could only huddle behind the stronghold's walls and shields, barely holding on.
How could that sit well with them?
Hartley gave Cui Yusin a long look before continuing.
Preliminary investigations suggest that these events are inextricably linked to the Black Opal family.
Before the blood mist erupted, the Benitoite family sent a distress call to the other Gem families. Unfortunately, after that message we lost contact with them, and then the mist struck.
Upon learning the full story, Cui Yusin's brow furrowed deeply.
She turned her gaze to Lu Jin.
Mr.
Lu Jin, do you have a way to resolve this blood mist? Having witnessed his miraculous gene repair skills, Cui Yusin trusted Lu Jin implicitly. Faced with the perplexing blood mist, she placed her hopes on him.
Hearing her question, Hartley glanced at Lu Jin.
Upon seeing that Lu Jin was merely a blue star human with no spiritual energy, he made no effort to hide his disdain.
The other Jadeite commanders were even more contemptuous.
After all, even they hadn't determined the composition of the blood mist.
How could a mere blue star human solve the problem? What a joke. Cui Yusin, have you lost your mind? What can a blue star human possibly do?
Even our researchers can't identify the components of this eerie mist. What could he accomplish?
If you ask me, we should just suppress the frenzied and pin the blame on the Black Opal family later.
Just then Lu Jin's voice rang out.
I can. That single word drew everyone's attention. Lu Jin reached into his backpack and pulled out a vial of unknown liquid.
Under the watchful eyes of all, Lu Jin began to explain the main components of the liquid. The blood mist is primarily composed of a blood stimulant.
Its ingredients induce a hyperactive state in the blood, causing madness. The antidote I hold is strictly speaking a sedative formulated specifically to counteract the mist's components. Simply having the frenzied inhale it will restore them to normal.
However, re-exposure to the mist will trigger madness again, so eliminating the source is essential to fully resolve the issue. After hearing Lu Jin's explanation, Hartley and the others frowned, their eyes filled with skepticism.
But unlike them, Cui Yusin took the antidote, gazing at Lu Jin with even deeper admiration. This is more than enough.
With the antidote formula in hand, they can utilize the laboratory within the base for large-scale production. This way they will be able to lift the madness afflicting those who have gone berserk.
Once these citizens return to normal, they can launch a counterattack against the Blackstone pirates.
However, at this moment Hartley, the overall commander, has begun to harbor suspicions about Lu Jin.
This blood mist has only recently appeared. How do you know its components and the antidote formula? In an instant, all eyes focused on Lu Jin.
At this moment they even began to doubt whether Lu Jin was a spy sent by the Black Opal family.
Yet Lu Jin remained calm. He had ample witnesses and evidence to prove his innocence.
Moreover, this blood mist was naturally a trademark tactic of the Blood Clan. In his previous life, Lu Jin had encountered countless assaults by blood mist, and the blood mist from his past memories was far stronger than the one present.
Its effects were not merely to drive people mad and cause them to grow fangs and claws.
After being consumed in large quantities by creatures, they would gradually be transformed into true blood servants.
Lu Jin had anticipated the Blood Clan's tactics, which is why he developed the antidote in advance.
However, it now seemed that his antidote was ahead of countless versions of the blood mist. I don't believe this guy. He might be an undercover agent sent by the Black Opal family.
I also don't believe it. It's too suspicious for him to bring us an antidote at such a critical moment.
I suggest we capture this guy first.
Almost all the high-ranking members of the Emerald family expressed suspicion towards Lu Jin's sudden appearance.
Even nearby, the guards of the Emerald family were subtly approaching. Faced with the hostile attitude of the Emerald family's higher-ups, Lu Jin chuckled lightly and then directly tore off his kind persona.
The Black Opal family alone cannot command me.
If I had hostile intentions towards you, believe me, everyone present would have been dead the moment I stepped in here. Before his words could fade, Sherilla and Inua, standing behind Lu Jin, unleashed their full spiritual pressure. The violent spiritual energy swept through the entire room like a storm. Every commander felt the overwhelming spiritual energy pressing down on them like a massive boulder.
At this moment they suddenly understood. Lu Jin's words were not a single lie.
With just the two powerful spiritual beings behind him, they indeed could kill them all in an instant. Hartley knelt on one knee, directly bowing before Lu Jin. His attitude changed a full 180 degrees as he gasped for breath. If it weren't for the power armor protecting him, Hartley would have already collapsed before Lu Jin. This gentleman, we the Emerald family have been arrogant. I sincerely apologize to you. At this moment the other commanders found themselves unable to catch their breath, speechless.
Lu Jin waved his hand and Sherilla and Inu retracted their spiritual pressure.
At this moment everyone felt as if they were drowning, gasping for air. What terrifying spiritual pressure! As Lu Jin had said when he entered, he could have wiped them all out. After all, although they were all high-ranking members of the Emerald family, they had no means to counter spiritual beings. The only thing that could defeat a spiritual being was another, even more powerful one. If you still don't believe it, you can find a berserk person for an experiment. After leaving this final sentence, Lu Jin left the room. At this point, if he stayed any longer, it would only hinder the performance of the Emerald family. Stepping out of the room, Lu Jin gazed up at the sky. Looking at the planetary defense system that encircled the entire planet, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Despite all his calculations, he had never anticipated the existence of the planetary defense system. Now all he could rely on were the items in his backpack and the two companions by his side, Sherilla and Inu.
Configuring a large supply of antidotes takes time.
Taking advantage of the downtime, Lu Jin arrived at the outskirts of the family base. The defensive facilities of the entire family base were divided into two layers. Firstly, the outer layer consisted of a joint shield system made of energy barriers. The massive energy barrier enveloped the entire family base. If the shield system were to be breached, they would then face a second layer of protection, a barricade made of high-strength metal. The strength of this barricade would withstand bombardment from artillery without any damage. Beyond these two layers of protection lay the frenzied crowd along with the Blackstone pirates, who were continuously bombarding with various tanks. At this moment the Blackstone pirates were still unaware of the severity of the situation. Under their bombardment, the outer shield system had begun to show signs of fatigue. The members of the Emerald family responsible for defense, upon seeing the dimming shield, couldn't help but feel anxious.
Damn!
These Blackstone pirates are taking advantage of the hostages and completely disregarding us. How could our proud gem family be so humiliated? If it comes to worst, let's charge out now and fight them to the death. Among the crowd, some more spirited family members could hardly wait to rush out and battle the Blackstone pirates. But just at this moment of unrest, a sudden voice echoed from within the Emerald family base.
All members of the Emerald family, pay attention, enter level 1 alert status.
As the voice fell, the ground began to tremble.
Immediately after, Lu Jin witnessed the abundant resources of the Emerald family as a gem family. A fully armed squad appeared in everyone's sight.
They wore dark green Special Operations power armor, a type and model that even the well-informed Lu Jin could not recognize. The Special Operations power armor stood 3 meters tall, equipped on the back with 2 Thunder twin blades. In terms of long-range capabilities, the shoulder of the power armor was fitted with 4 mini-heavy Gatling guns. The sides of the arms were equipped with a quintuple alloy material developed exclusively by the Emerald family with defensive capabilities that could withstand the firepower of a warship. Boo! 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 The armed squad clad in heavy armor resembled walking tanks. The family gate burst open and the shield system was shut down. The unimpeded berserk individuals surged into the family base like a swarm of bees. Seeing this, the family members responsible for defense tightened their grips on their weapons, preparing to face the onslaught of the berserk individuals. The Blackstone pirates in the distance grinned at the sight. Haha, their shield system has been breached by us. Wait, why has their gate also opened? Could it be that the Emerald family is preparing to surrender? How is that possible? I have a bad feeling about this. Just as they had anticipated, a group of researchers wielding flamethrowers appeared behind the armed squad as the berserk individuals approached the family base. As the ejectors dispersed the antidote from the storage chambers, a vast mist descended directly upon the frenzied crowd. After inhaling the antidote, those who had been driven mad gradually began to regain their senses. The madness in their eyes vanished, replaced by profound confusion. Where is this place? Wasn't I attending the gem auction? Why am I here? Isn't this the Emerald clan's territory? What exactly happened? Everyone was filled with questions, but the Emerald clan had no time to provide them with answers. The Emerald armed squad, like a war chariot, marched straight out of the clan's territory. A booming voice resonated from the power armor's sound system. The Emerald clan is about to conduct an armed suppression. Anyone who doesn't want to die, get out of the way. Hearing the voice, all eyes fell upon the armed squad. Upon seeing the fully armed squad, those who had regained their senses involuntarily parted to make way. The armed squad successfully broke through the encirclement formed by the crowd. Now, upon seeing the Emerald clan's armed squad, the Blackstone pirates no longer maintained their previous composure. Damn it! The blood mist has failed. Did the Emerald clan develop an antidote so quickly? Report this situation to the captain immediately. Before the words faded, the members of the armed squad spread out in a line. Multiple missiles deployed from their arms. Whoosh! 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 The missiles locked onto the Blackstone pirates' armed convoy and launched directly. A series of fiery explosions erupted skyward. Caught off guard, the Blackstone pirates were utterly unable to withstand the armed squad's assault. Yet even after a round of bombardment, the Emerald clan's armed squad did not cease their actions. As the miniaturized heavy Gatling guns on their shoulders began to spin, bullets poured down like a torrential storm once again into the ranks of the Blackstone pirates. The armed squad advanced while laying down suppressive fire. Though it consisted of merely a few dozen members, their firepower was enough to keep the 1,000-strong Blackstone pirates pinned down. The Emerald clan's armed squad was like a wolf among sheep, relentlessly crushing every Blackstone pirate in sight. Seeing this, Lu Jin acknowledged the strength of the gem clans. After all, as a lethal financial hub, the brilliant galaxy earned enough credits each year for the gem clans to assemble a formidable armed force. Now, witnessing these specially designed tactical power armors of the Emerald clan, he realized that the gem clan's true depth was far from what it seemed on the surface. But just then a thunderous roar erupted at the center of the battlefield. A massive armed battle vehicle suddenly stood upright, transforming into a 5-meter heavy combat mecha. Inside the cockpit, a Blackstone pirate wore a ferocious expression as he glared at the Emerald clan's armed squad. Boo! The mecha punched downward. The clan member who was struck activated the full performance of their power armor. The collision sent a shockwave rippling through the surroundings. Seeing this, the surrounding squad members drew their thunderblades from their backs. Slash! One strike and a terrifying electrical current surged through the entire mecha. Inside the cockpit, the Blackstone pirate convulsed violently. Yet even so, he still pulled the control lever. The massive mecha swung with immense force, sweeping away a nearby squad member. Witnessing this, everyone's hearts tightened with anxiety. The Blackstone pirates had hidden an armed mecha all along. Although power armor was formidable, it was still just armor, and compared to a mechanically powered mecha, it fell short in various aspects. At that moment, Lu Jin's gaze fell upon Shiraya beside him. Shiraya, go help them. Receiving Lu Jin's instruction, Shiraya hesitated not a moment. She leaped into the air, her form transforming into that of a star-hunting sky dragon. As she soared above the heavy mecha, her claws seized the cockpit with a vice-like grip. Her dragon wings beat, lifting the mecha into the sky. Once at a sufficient height, Shiraya released her claws and a blazing orb of flame like a bomb descended directly onto the massive mecha. Boo! Flames instantly engulfed the entire mecha. It plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground. When the flames dissipated, the Blackstone pirate in the cockpit had fallen into unconsciousness. Seeing this, the surrounding armed squad dared not slacken. The thunderblade pierced straight into the cockpit, ending the life of the Blackstone pirate before he could fully awaken. With their final trump card neutralized, the Blackstone pirates lost all will to fight. Watching them scatter like beaten dogs, Jadeheart finally breathed a sigh of relief. The rescued survivors were taken into the Emerald Clan's territory. Hartley approached Lu Jin, his attitude toward him having undergone a complete transformation. Now Hartley felt only reverence and immense gratitude toward Lu Jin. Had it not been for Lu Jin's antidote, they might have remained trapped for a long time. Mr. Lu Jin, thanks to your intervention, our Emerald Clan has averted this crisis. We have transmitted your antidote formula to the other gem clans. I believe the other gem clans will be deeply grateful for your contribution upon receiving it. Additionally, our clan leader, the head of the Emerald Clan, Lady Philena, wishes to meet you. The head of the Emerald Clan. Lu Jin was somewhat curious as he had not seen the clan leader since his arrival at the Emerald Clan. Shouldn't the clan leader have stepped forward during such a critical moment for the clan? Setting aside his thoughts, Lu Jin followed Hartley to the central mansion of the Emerald Clan. This was the core of the Emerald Clan, the residence of the clan leader, Lady Philena. The moment Lu Jin pushed open the door and stepped inside, a dense medicinal aroma assailed his senses. Looking around, this was less a mansion and more a medical center. When Lu Jin saw the clan leader Philena, he was utterly astonished. For the emaciated woman lying in bed covered with various tubes and drips was none other than the clan leader of the Emerald Clan, Lady Philena. What in the world happened? The woman lying on the hospital bed appeared to be on the brink of death no matter how one looked at her. Was such a being truly the leader of the Emerald Clan? At that moment, a line of subtitles suddenly appeared on the large screen before the sickbed. I apologize for letting an outsider see me in this state. Mr. Lu Jin, I am deeply grateful for your contribution to the Emerald Clan. At the same time, I am immensely thankful for your protection of my daughters. Daughter. Seeing Lu Jin's confusion, another line of text appeared on the screen. My daughters Cui Yusin and Ming Suishi, you must have already met them both. Upon reading these words, Lu Jin finally understood. So it turned out that the sisters Cui Yusin and Ming Suishi were the daughters of Philena, the matriarch of the Jadeite family. Then Hartley continued to explain to Lu Jin the reason why the Jadeite family and the Black Opal family were in opposition to each other. It was because several years ago Lady Philena, the matriarch of the Jadeite family, had been grievously injured in an accident. And the shadow of the Black Opal family loomed over that incident. Unfortunately, the Jadeite family had been unable to secure any evidence of the Black Opal family's wrongdoing. As the successive matriarch of the Jadeite family, Lady Philena's contributions needed no elaboration. She had led the Jadeite family from being the weakest to its current glory. Even in the present dire situation, she continued to burn her remaining life force to maintain order. This earned Lu Jin's profound respect. Logically, under such circumstances, Lady Philena could have stepped down to rest. But for the sake of the Jadeite family, she chose to persevere. Mr. Lu Jin, from the moment you entered the brilliant star system, I have been watching you. The Origin Warship, the Patrol Star Dragon, the Star Sea Elves, your person holds too many secrets. Even I cannot fathom the full extent of your cards. I have never seen a blue star human like you who can command so many miracles. Thus I firmly believe you can create yet another miracle. The Black Opal family today is no longer the gem family it once was. So I beg of you, save the remaining gem families. Reading these lines, Lu Jin's eyes narrowed slightly. He hadn't expected that from the very moment he set foot in the brilliant star system he had already been under the watch of this Jadeite family matriarch. Yet Lu Jin felt no aversion for his goal aligned with that of the Jadeite family. That goal was to eradicate the Black Opal family completely. Now that both sides had laid their cards on the table, their cooperation proceeded smoothly. When Lu Jin walked out of the mansion, Cui Yusin and the others had already been waiting for some time. Cui Yusin was the most anxious. She desperately wanted to know what her mother had discussed with Lu Jin. But before she could speak, Lu Jin directly produced a badge. Upon seeing the emblem on the badge, everyone was stunned. The matriarch's badge. Why was the badge belonging to the gem family's matriarch now in Lu Jin's hands? Hartley, who had been standing beside Lu Jin, then explained to the crowd. By order of the matriarch from this moment forward, Mr. Lu Jin shall serve as the proxy matriarch of our Jadeite family. Everything he does, every word he speaks shall be the will of the matriarch. What? The numerous family members were utterly astonished. Even Cui Yusin could not comprehend. Why would her mother choose Lu Jin as the proxy? As a high-ranking family member and her own daughter, was she not qualified? Just as Cui Yusin was struggling to understand, Lu Jin walked up to her. Your mother asked me to pass on a message. First and foremost, she is a mother only, then is she the matriarch of the Jadeite family. Indeed. Even hailed as the wisest matriarch in the family's history, Lady Philena was above all still a mother. She did not wish to drag Cui Yusin into this conflict. She knew full well that after this turmoil the gem families would either vanish entirely, or they would be crippled. Either outcome would inevitably thrust Cui Yusin into immense danger. Thus Philena chose Lu Jin to be the family proxy. No one was more suitable than Lu Jin. Just then a family member rushed over urgently.
Reporting to Lord Hartley, we have received communication signals from the Taffy family and the Tsang family. The Taffy family and the Tsang family have successfully developed the antidote based on our formula and have broken through the Blackstone Pirates' encirclement. Furthermore, the Taffy family and the Tsang family have accepted our invitation to form an alliance. Excellent. Hartley's eyes lit up upon hearing this news.
They had now made contact with the other two gem families. And those two families had chosen to ally with the Jadeite family. Their next objective was simple: to eradicate the Black Opal family and expel all the Blackstone pirates.
Mr. Lu Jin, what should we do next?
Hartley's gaze fell upon Lu Jin. The swiftness of their combined victory was entirely due to Lu Jin's efforts. Now that Lu Jin had become the proxy, Hartley fully supported him. Lu Jin rubbed his chin, pondered for a moment, and then directly handed a formula to Hartley. Does your family have any mithril materials in storage?
Mithril.
After a moment's thought, Hartley summoned the logistics staff. Upon learning the inventory of mithril, he promptly reported it to Lu Jin.
Reporting, Mr. Lu Jin. There are 20 tons of mithril materials in the warehouse. 20 tons of mithril. Lu Jin hadn't expected such a large quantity.
Hartley further explained that since taking office, Lady Philina had upgraded the Jadeite family's warehouse system. Periodically, the family would purchase materials based on their rarity.
This was to prevent a critical moment when metal materials might be monopolized by the enemy, putting the Jadeite family at a disadvantage.
Although mithril had limited uses, the family had still stockpiled a considerable amount. These materials had been gathering dust for a long time.
If not for Lu Jin's mention, perhaps only the warehouse manager would remember their existence.
After hearing Hartley's explanation, Lu Jin felt a renewed surge of respect for Lady Philina. It was precisely this policy of hers that made Lu Jin believe the upcoming battle could be concluded with greater ease.
Now I shall issue my first order as the proxy matriarch. Within 24 hours, forge all this mithril into equipment.
I want to see the Jadeite family's mithril weapons on the battlefield.
Mithril weapons. Hartley was utterly perplexed. Mithril had extremely poor toughness, wooden making equipment from it weakened the Jadeite family's combat strength.
But remembering that Lu Jin was now the family proxy, Hartley immediately began issuing orders.
The entire Jadeite family swiftly hauled the long-dormant mithril materials out of the warehouse. After dusting them off, all the mithril was sent into the family estate's military factory. Meanwhile, the Taffy family and the Tsang family also received messages from the Jadeite family.
They were to fully focus on forging mithril equipment and would assemble at the Planetary Defense Center in 24 hours to launch an assault on the center, which had been seized by the Black Opal family.
What? Mithril equipment? How could mithril possibly compare to multi-alloy materials? What on earth is the Emerald family up to?
Now that the Blackstone pirates are severely wounded, why not just attack the Planetary Defense Center directly? The high-ranking members of the Tarsan and Taffy families were utterly perplexed upon receiving the news. Mithril was something they wouldn't even glance at during routine procurement. Moreover, now that they had obtained the antidote formula, eradicating the Black Opal family and annihilating the Blackstone pirates should be a trivial matter. Although the Tarsan and Taffy families were baffled by the Emerald family's message. They considered that the Emerald family had provided the antidote formula and that taking the Planetary Defense Center alone with just their two families still carried some risks. They could only wait biding their time for the Emerald family's action in 24 hours. For the other two families, those 24 hours felt like an excruciating ordeal. But for the Emerald family's logistics, it was a fierce battle. Within a mere 24 hours, they successfully converted all the mithril into equipment. At this moment, even the bullets in the family members' firearms were plated with a layer of mithril. All equipment, as Lu Jin had instructed, was infused with mithril components. Reporting, Mr. Lu Jin, our forces are fully equipped with mithril as per your orders. Under Hartley's gaze, Lu Jin extracted a bullet from a kinetic firearm. Indeed, the warhead had been replaced with mithril. Lu Jin nodded in satisfaction and reinserted the bullet into the firearm. Excellent. Now we can move out. With Hartley's command, the entire armed force of the Emerald family's stronghold sprang into action. At the forefront of the column, maglev armored vehicles carrying family troops led the way. Following them, several heavy armored trucks hauled one Emerald special combat power armor after another, keeping pace with the convoy ahead. Behind these trucks was a massive heavy-duty cargo engineering vehicle towering 20 meters high. The sky gradually filled with numerous reconnaissance drones. Lu Jin sat inside a camouflaged command center armored vehicle, monitoring every situation along the advance route in real time. Soon Lu Jin's field of vision revealed the forces of the Taffy and Tarsan families. Compared to the Emerald family, the Taffy and Tarsan families boasted far larger military contingents. In fact, the Taffy family's cargo engineering vehicle even carried several Valiant-type heavy bombers. At this moment, the patriarchs of the Taffy and Tarsan families entered the Gemstone Coalition Forces communication channel. Oh. Hartley's here too. Is Hartley the overall commander of this battle? If it's Hartley, those bastards are in for a rough time. I apologize, both patriarchs, but I am not the overall commander of this battle.
Then Hartley introduced Lu Jin to the two patriarchs. Upon learning that Lu Jin was now the representative of the Emerald family, both patriarchs fell into an obvious silence. Clearly they did not accept Lu Jin, a Blue Star human, as the overall commander. After all, Hartley had commanded various campaigns for the Gemstone families and his tactical acumen was recognized even by other family patriarchs. Now command had been handed over to an obscure Blue Star human. How could such an arrangement put the two patriarchs at ease? As if sensing the displeasure of the two patriarchs, Lu Jin smiled faintly and said with great nonchalance, "Although the Gemstone Coalition forces are composed of 3 families, our objective is one and the same. Eradicate the Black Opal family, annihilate the Blackstone Pirates, and rescue the Benitoite family. Since our goals are aligned, you are free to act on your own once we reach the battlefield. I can only command the Emerald family's troops after all." At these words, even Hartley grasped the implication behind Lu Jin's statement. The two patriarchs who had dismissed Lu Jin with contempt directly declared they would command their forces according to their own will. After all, in their eyes, Lu Jin's command abilities were inferior even to their own family members. After the others left the communication channel, Hartley couldn't help but ask Lu Jin, "Mr. Lu Jin, is this really a wise decision?" In response to Hartley's doubt, Lu Jin explained to him. He was the provider of the antidote, but he was still a Blue Star human with limited experience. Even if the Emerald family acknowledged him, the other two families would not easily do so. In such circumstances, forcibly commanding the troops of those two families would only backfire. It was better to let these families suffer a bit and have their arrogance tempered. Suffer a bit. Hartley glanced at the scale and configuration of the Gemstone Coalition forces. With such a scale and configuration, could they really encounter a setback? Before Hartley could voice his doubts, an explosion suddenly erupted on the road ahead. Boom! With a thunderous roar, a fully loaded armored vehicle was blasted straight into the air. That vehicle belonged to the Taffy family's troop transport. The patriarch of the Taffy family immediately entered the command channel and, based on the drone footage, quickly assessed the battle situation ahead. On the road leading to the Planetary Defense Center, thousands of soldiers clad in exoskeleton armor appeared in their field of vision, looking like monsters. These soldiers bore the insignia of the Benitoite family, but they now acted like a frenzied horde, brandishing fangs and claws as they viciously attacked the Taffy family's soldiers. Seeing this, the patriarch of the Taffy family immediately reacted. "They are berserkers affected by the blood mist. Quickly use the antidote to rescue these Benitoite family soldiers. The Black Opal family is too careless, they probably don't know we've already developed the antidote. Attention all soldiers. Those attacking us are berserk allies. Do not harm them. Wait for the antidote squad to administer treatment." As soon as the words were spoken, the communication channel filled with chaotic noises from the front lines. A Taffy family soldier, seeing a Benitoite family member charging at him, initially prepared to attack. But upon receiving the order, he quickly switched to a defensive stance. However, the Benitoite family soldier showed no mercy. Like a wild beast, he tackled the soldier to the ground. The fangs lunged directly at him and the soldier raised his firearm to block. But in the next second, the berserk Benitoite family member actually bit through the firearm with its fangs. Witnessing this, the Taffy family soldier felt a chill run down his spine. Something was wrong. The berserkers before had never possessed such ferocious attacking power. Suddenly, the berserk Benitoite family member sank its fangs into the Taffy family soldier's neck. The sharp fangs pierced straight through the multi-alloy armor, penetrating deep into the flesh beneath. With a piercing scream, the attacked member of the Taffy family began to struggle violently. The antidote squad, arriving belatedly, immediately raised their sprayers. A deluge of antidote mist fell upon the two family members. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, the two fallen members staggered to their feet. To the antidote squad's horror, the Blue Cone family member did not return to normal. Instead, the attacked Taffy family member also grew fangs and claws. Roar! The two family members let out beast-like howls. The next moment, like wolves among sheep, they charged straight into the antidote squad. A series of screams echoed through the communication channel. Hearing these cries, the patriarchs of the Taffy and Tasang families sensed something was terribly wrong. Damn it! These antidotes are completely useless. Everyone be careful, these Blue Cone members have fully turned into monsters. What do we do now? Should we fight back? These guys are nothing like the maddened citizens, my armor has been torn by their claws. The armed members of the Taffy and Tasang families were drenched in cold sweat. The equipment they wore could not withstand these creatures' fangs. Their gear was forged from alloy with standards rivaling ship materials. Yet even so, it failed to stop the fangs of these monsters. What was happening? The forces of the Taffy and Tasang families plunged into chaos. The two patriarchs immediately sought out Hartley. Upon learning of the frontline situation, Hartley was equally shocked. The antidote had failed. How was that possible? But soon he gleaned crucial information from the reports. Unlike the maddened citizens, these family members, though bearing fangs and claws, had their physical attributes drastically enhanced. Tearing through alloy armor with mere fangs was beyond the capability of any ordinary creature. With this realization, Hartley rushed to the command center.
At the command center, Lu Jin, seeing Hartley's arrival, wore an expression of having anticipated it.
Mr. Lu Jin, the antidote on the front lines has failed. Failed. Lu Jin smiled faintly.
The antidote he had concocted was only for those affected by the blood mist. What they faced now were blood serpents personally transformed by vampire minions.
The transformation pathways were entirely different. How could the same antidote work?
Lu Jin opened the command center's surveillance feed, showing that he had been monitoring the battlefield all alone.
Zooming in on one frame, Lu Jin enlarged it. Notice any difference?
The image showed a blue cone family member attacking an armed member of the Tsang family.
After a brief observation, Hartley quickly spotted the anomaly.
On the necks of these monsters there were blood holes. Such holes were absent on the maddened citizens. This meant these monsters and the maddened citizens were two entirely different cases.
With this realization, Hartley turned to Lu Jin.
The blue cone family members are beyond saving.
Indeed. Once transformed into a vampire.
Reversal was impossible. That was the terror of the Blood Clan.
Remember the mithril equipment I instructed you to forge.
Now is the time to use that gear. After hearing these words, a trace of sorrow flickered in Hartley's eyes. They would have to personally eliminate the former blue cone family. Yet soon Hartley's gaze turned resolute. At the very least, he would not allow the survivors to become such monsters.
Bang!
On the battlefield, a Tsang family member raised his gun, aiming at an oncoming frenzied family member. Though the bullet pierced the target's head, the creature did not fall. Instead, after pausing momentarily, the bullet hole in its skull began to slowly heal. Witnessing this, the Tsang family member turned pale.
If their firearms couldn't harm this monster, how could they possibly defeat it? Just then an armed member of the Emerald family arrived by his side.
The Emerald soldier raised his rifle, aimed and pulled the trigger at a frenzied family member. As the bullet streaked through the air like a shooting star, the mithril-tipped projectile struck the target's head directly. Instantly, the frenzied family member froze in place, mouth agape. A hoarse guttural roar emanated from its throat. The Tsang soldier noticed that from the bullet wound wisps of ash-like substance were rising. Soon after, the frenzied family member collapsed to the ground.
Dead.
Both were headshots, yet the outcomes were worlds apart. Before the other families could react, the Emerald family's power armor descended upon the front line. The massive commotion quickly drew the attention of many frenzied family members. Like zombies, they swarmed toward the Emerald power armor. Inside, the soldier's gaze was icy as he drew a specially crafted large-caliber shotgun from his waist.
May you rest in peace. Bang! Mithril bullets poured out like a storm.
Struck down, the frenzied creatures collapsed, their bodies turning to ash where the mithril touched. Seeing the mithril equipment's devastating effectiveness, the other Emerald armed members shed their fear.
Execute the sweeping operation. Hundreds of machine gun-wielding soldiers lined up.
They pulled the triggers.
Mithril bullets transformed into specks of starlight, blanketing all the frenzied creatures on the front lines. Against the mithril equipment, these frenzied family members stood no chance.
As the war machines and firepower advanced steadily, the armed members of the Tsang and Taffy families watched the Emerald family's terrifyingly effective gear with envy.
This firepower is insane.
When did the Emerald family become so formidable? Our bullets do nothing to those monsters, so why are they so effective? At this rate, we won't even need to fight. The Emerald family alone is enough. The two patriarchs, witnessing the might of the mithril equipment, could barely contain themselves. They directly approached Lu Jin, seeking to learn from him how to manufacture such special gear. In response to the inquiries of the two family heads, Lu Jin's lips curled slightly upwards. It seemed that these two family heads did not take his words to heart.
However, Lu Jin understood.
The material known as secret silver was typically inconspicuous. With the Black Opal family deliberately acquiring it, the Tarsan and Toffee Gem families likely had little stock left.
The equipment we use is naturally crafted from secret silver.
Although secret silver may not seem remarkable at ordinary times, it possesses a natural restraining effect against these blood clans.
Secret silver equipment.
The two family heads felt their cheeks flush. They had never expected that secret silver could be so effective against these monsters. But even if they regretted it now, it was too late. They could only follow behind the Emerald family. With the equipment they were currently using, unless they shattered the Blood Clan into pieces. Otherwise, relying on the Blood Clan's formidable recovery ability, they would find it truly challenging to defeat them. Soon the Emerald family's forces had arrived at the Planetary Defense Center. A massive tower appeared in Lu Jin's surveillance footage, with drones scanning the structure from all angles.
However, before Lu Jin could clearly see the detailed condition of the Planetary Defense Center, the drone footage abruptly vanished. Lu Jin immediately switched to the footage from another drone.
Looking up at the sky, he saw countless members of the Blue Cone family standing on flying devices and wielding firearms. They directly launched an attack against the drones trying to spy on the Planetary Defense Center.
Seeing this, Lu Jin no longer hesitated.
Launched the full assault. With a single command, the Emerald Arm team charged straight into the Planetary Defense Center. But just as they stepped inside, a cannon blast erupted from within. The violent shockwave hurled the arm team back out. Immediately after, a large number of battle vehicles appeared within the planetary defense center. 5 combat mechs marched forward, directly confronting the Gem United Army. The defenders of the planetary defense center were composed of the Black Opal family, the Blue Cone family, and the Black Stone Pirates, a joint defense by 3 forces. At this point, Lu Jin understood very well. This was the turning point of the war. As long as they could disable the planetary defense system, the dazzling Gem fleet could swiftly support Gem Planet 1. Of course, as long as the other side could defend the planetary defense system, the blood mist would eventually engulf the entire planet. By then, the Gem United Army would face more than just the enemies they saw now. There would also be a large number of frenzied innocent civilians. Therefore, this battle must be resolved swiftly. Attack! A family member at the forefront silently activated the full load system of the Emerald Special Forces powered armor. Drawing out the thunder blade from behind, a fierce energy fluctuation coursed over the surface of the powered armor. Charge! This family member led the charge, directly plunging into the Blood Clan's allied forces. With a single slash of the thunder blade, terrifying currents instantly coursed through the entire Blood Clan's allied forces. But before he could strike again, a powered armor marked with the Blue Cone family insignia swiftly blocked his path. The powerful shield made from dual composite metals directly intercepted the attack of the thunder blade. As the power core activated, the entire Blue Cone powered armor forcefully pushed the opponent away. As the distance between them widened, the Blue Cone powered armor raised its other hand and a heavy hammer directly smashed onto the Emerald family's armor. In an instant, sparks flew everywhere. Even inside the powered armor, the Emerald family member felt a sharp pain. Just as the Blue Cone powered armor prepared to pursue, a barrage of bullets fell upon it like a torrential rain. Such fierce firepower forced it to retreat several steps. At this moment, the armed members of the Toffee family charged into the battlefield with firepower vehicles. Although they lacked secret silver equipment, they provided fierce fire support for the Emerald family's armed team to launch their assault. But just then, a shell struck the firepower vehicle directly. Boom! The vehicle exploded into countless fragments. Accompanied by the roar of engines, the Black Stone Pirates' heavy tanks tore through the battlefield like a wild bull. Boom! 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 Several high explosive shells detonated around the battlefield in succession. Just as the Black Stone Pirates bombarded the battlefield recklessly, their radar indicated a large number of high-energy reactions. The Tarsan family's heavy loading trucks unfolded on the spot, transforming into a temporary launch platform. The armed helicopter at the center of the platform ascended with rapid-fire flame missiles. The flame missiles targeted the Black Stone tanks and were launched. All flame missiles have been fired. Prepare to return to the launch platform for ammunition replenishment. Before the words were finished, several engineering transport trucks marked with the Black Opal family insignia appeared in the coalition's line of sight. Before the trucks could come to a halt, the colossal machinery inside could no longer be contained. With a ripping sound, the engineering transport truck was torn apart and a wildly designed large war mech stepped onto the battlefield. Family armed members. Powered armor. Firepower bombers. War mechs. Both sides displayed their trump cards, and the chaotic battlefield left Lu Jin somewhat overwhelmed. Fortunately, the Emerald family had the advantage of secret silver equipment. For those Blood Clan's secret silver equipment was truly a natural nemesis. With the support of secret silver equipment, the Gem United Army quickly pushed into the internal areas of the Planetary Defense Center. Mr. Lu Jin, we have located the control room of the Planetary Defense Center. Found the control room. Upon hearing this news, Lu Jin decisively stood up. Closing down the Planetary Defense Center would be straightforward. They only needed to destroy the control room. However, as the core area of the Planetary Control Center, it was bound to be heavily guarded. After the Gem United Army found the control room, they began a series of assaults on it. But an hour had already passed and the control room's defenses had yet to be breached. Looking at the sealed control room before him, Hartley couldn't help but curse softly. Damn it! Who on earth designed the Planetary Defense Center to be so impenetrable? Now even if they wanted to break in, it was difficult. Just then Lu Jin's voice appeared behind Hartley. Leave this to Shalia. As soon as he finished speaking, Shalia directly used her spiritual abilities. Before the eyes of everyone, she used the power of spatial teleportation to enter the control room. After waiting for a long time, the doors of the control room opened. Inside the control room, chaos reigned and all the enemies lay sprawled on the ground. Captain, all enemies have been eliminated. As Shalia calmly emerged from the control room, Hartley and the others couldn't help but feel their presence was somewhat redundant. But then, considering Shalia's identity, Hartley sighed and said no more. Entering the control room, Lu Jin and Hartley connected to the Planetary Defense Center's control system. After a series of operations, a prompt suddenly popped up on the control panel. Warning: closing the Planetary Defense Center requires 3 family head authorization cards. 3 family head authorization cards. The Tsang family's authorization card had been lost at the very beginning of this chaos. However, compared to the fate of the Blue Cone family, losing the authorization card was the Tsang family's blessing in disguise amid their misfortune. But without the Tsang family's card, Lu Jin now had at most 2 authorization cards. Just as Hartley was about to ask Lu Jin how to solve this problem, Lu Jin connected a portable hard drive to the control panel. In an instant, the control panel was flooded with warning windows. Warning: external chaotic data intrusion detected.
Warning: system firewall under attack by unidentified data. Warning: data system being rewritten.
Under Lu Jin's manipulation, the entire control room began to spiral out of control. Countless devices started flashing warning panels.
Then sparks burst forth from the equipment. Even Lu Jin couldn't shut down the planetary defense system normally without the authorization cards.
But he had a way to paralyze the entire planetary defense system.
Compared to modifying the program, destroying it entirely was far simpler. Hum.
With a piercing noise emanating from the equipment, the entire planetary defense center's power system instantly collapsed.
The family members locked in battle on the periphery only heard a resounding boom.
Then the planetary barrier in the sky began to gradually dissipate.
It worked. The planetary defense barrier is open. How did they manage that?
Opening the planetary barrier without the authorization cards, it's incredible. In the Black Opal family's stronghold, the family head stared at the dissipating barrier in the sky, his eyes filled with disbelief.
How is this possible?
All 3 authorization cards were in his hands. How did they disable the barrier? Meanwhile, in the Emerald family's stronghold, Chui Yusen saw the barrier vanish and hurried to her mother's side.
Mother, Lu Jin did it. The planetary barrier is down. Hearing this news, Lady Felina was immensely moved. She had once asked Lu Jin how to disable the planetary defense system without the authorization cards.
Lu Jin hadn't answered her directly, but now he had delivered a satisfactory solution.
Contact all the Gem family ships in the brilliant galaxy.
It's time to show these petty scoundrels the might of the Gem families.
Boom.
With a dull roar, the first starship to appear above Gem 1 was a small destroyer bearing the Emerald family's insignia.
The moment this destroyer emerged, ships from other families began to appear around it.
Near the orbit of Gem 1, a vast fleet materialized almost instantly as the planetary barrier opened. Seeing the Gem family ships, the survivors on the ground erupted in excitement.
Excellent. The planetary defense barrier is down.
No need to worry now, the Gem family's garrison support will arrive soon.
We're saved. We don't have to stay cooped up in this cramped shelter anymore.
Once I get out, I'm filing a complaint against the Gem family. This brilliant festival has been a complete disaster. But before the words faded, the fleet in the sky was suddenly struck by a cannon shot. The immense power of the blast tore straight through the Emerald family's small destroyer.
And before everyone's eyes, the Blackrock Pirates fleet appeared in the brilliant galaxy. A full-scale battle erupted instantly. Drop pods bearing different faction insignias rained down from the sky. More and more Gem family members and Blackrock Pirates landed on the surface of Gem 1. At the Planetary Defense Center, Lu Jin watched the drop pods falling like a storm. A meaningful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Without waiting for the others to react, he tossed the family crest to Hartley. My mission is complete. What follows is your grudge against the Black Opal family. Now I'm returning to my fleet, the command is yours. Catching the crest in a fluster, Hartley was momentarily stunned. But before he could say anything, Lu Jin was already lifted by Shiria, heading straight toward the coordinates where the Prometheus was docked. Now that the planetary defense barrier was down, the Gem family garrisons from other planets could land on the surface to provide support. Conversely, the reinforcements from the Black Opal family and the Blackrock Pirates would also descend. From here on, the surface of Gem 1 would descend into even greater chaos. Lu Jin was still a mere mortal body. If caught in the crossfire of ship cannons, even with Shiriat and Silvermoon's protection, he would face grave danger. Therefore, to better leverage his strength, Lu Jin decisively chose to return to the Prometheus immediately. On the far side of Gem 1, the Prometheus had been waiting for some time. Once Lu Jin was back inside the ship, Yu Tiansong and Yulan rushed over to greet him. Seeing that Lu Jin and his group were unharmed, both breathed a sigh of relief. They hadn't known that once the planetary defense barrier opened, external communications would also be cut off. During that time, Yu Tiansong and Yulan had imagined countless worst-case scenarios. Fortunately, Lu Jin had returned safely, giving them a pillar of strength. I'm glad you made it back. What should we do next? Yu Tiankang's suggestion was to quickly leave this hotbed of trouble. The number of ships involved in this battle had already exceeded 10,000. Although the Prometheus was a powerful Origin-class vessel, being drawn into the vortex of war still carried the risk of destruction. But Lu Jin simply took his seat, opened the ship's control panel and locked in the next set of coordinates right at the epicenter of the battlefield. Now is the perfect opportunity. The perfect opportunity. Yu Tiansong suddenly recalled that the optimal way to upgrade an Origin-class ship was by consuming the wreckage of other vessels. Could it be that Lu Jin intended to devour the debris of other ships at the heart of the battle to upgrade the Prometheus? Have you lost your mind? As everyone knew, the current battlefield of the brilliant star cluster was a veritable meat grinder of war. Any small vessel that entered would be nothing more than cannon fodder. Yet Lu Jin still intended to rely on the Origin ship's self-repair advantage and charge into the heart of the battlefield to devour the wreckage of other ships.
Yu Tian-song believed that during his tenure in the Solar Alliance his combat style had already been reckless enough. But compared to Lu Jin now he realized he was still far too conservative.
At that moment Yu Tian-song looked at the others.
Shiria naturally was indifferent.
As a star-hunting dragon she could survive even a ship's explosion with her formidable physical body.
As for Yin Yu and Yulan there was no need to mention them, their loyalty to Lu Jin was beyond doubt.
Finally Yu Tian-song let out a sigh as if in defeat. Following you all this time has definitely been the most insane period of my life. Since that's the case, let's go all out and reap a rich haul.
With that said, everyone returned to their seats. Lu Jin smiled faintly, not bothering to glance at the others, and pushed the speed to its maximum. The Prometheus turned its bow, fired its engines, and headed straight for the other side of the battlefield near Gemno.
1. Rumble.
The battlefield was ablaze with gunfire, blinding flashes of artillery illuminating the void from time to time.
The Prometheus swiftly entered the fringe of the combat zone.
Just then a medium-sized battleship emblazoned with the insignia of the Tsang family broke away from the battlefield and flew directly toward Lu Jin's position. Behind this ship the vessels of the Blackstone pirates were in relentless pursuit. A torrent of missiles like a rainstorm pounded against the medium-sized battleship. In an instant the battleship was engulfed in flames from the missiles, its hull riddled with gaping breaches. Seeing this, a swarm of Blackstone pirate fighters seized the opportunity, darting like flies toward the damaged family ship. The family ship's crew, observing the overwhelming number of pirate fighters on their radar, was seized by despair.
Damn it! These Blackstone pirates have too much firepower.
Wait, whose side is that unknown ship on the radar? Who cares whose vessel it is? Can a small battleship possibly take on the medium-sized one behind us? Exactly, instead of pinning our hopes on that little ship we should try contacting other vessels.
Just then a beam of light shot forth like a blade.
Before the Blackstone pirates could react, it pierced straight through their entire ship.
Rumble.
The stricken vessel began to explode from within. In an instant the entire ship was reduced to a heap of wreckage. Witnessing this, the family members were all stunned. For this beam had been fired by the very small battleship they had dismissed. What level of weaponry was that?
A single shot had obliterated a medium-sized battleship.
In the bridge, Yu Tian-song was even more astonished, for the weapon Lu Jin had just used was the main cannon, the Stellar Elegy, which had only recently been unlocked.
He had never imagined the Stellar Elegy's power could be so terrifying. One shot had completely destroyed an entire medium-sized battleship.
Though the battleship's shields and armor had already been breached, its hull still possessed considerable defensive capabilities.
Was that attack just now from our main cannon? But doesn't the main cannon require at least an hour to charge? When Lu Jin had landed on Gemno,
Yu Tian-song had meticulously explored every function of the ship. The most crucial among them was the main cannon, the Stellar Elegy.
Powerful as it was, it demanded an enormous amount of energy. Faced with Yu Tiankang's question, Lu Jin answered directly without hesitation. Remember how I didn't leave the ship for several days straight? During that time I connected the Apocalypse Spark to the main cannon system. The energy of the Apocalypse Spark was immense and violent. Ordinary energy output devices were utterly incapable of withstanding its tremendous fluctuations. The main cannon, the Stellar Elegy, was like a vast vessel requiring a massive amount of energy to function perfectly. When the Apocalypse Spark and the Stellar Elegy were integrated, the flaws of each became the other's greatest strength. Now, by channeling the energy of the Apocalypse Spark, Lu Jin could reduce the Stellar Elegy's charge time to a minimum. Gazing at the colossal wreckage of the medium-sized battleship before him, Lu Jin unceremoniously activated the Devour mode. A swarm of Fong drones was released. The ship's upgrade progress began to skyrocket. Just then a communication signal arrived from the Tsang family's vessel. Once the signal was connected, the holographic projections of both ships' captains materialized at the center of the bridge. The Tsang family captain, upon seeing Lu Jin's projection, was momentarily taken aback before quickly regaining composure. Could you be the legendary Mr. Lu Jin? Oh. You know me. Logically, these fleet captains were family members stationed on other planets. They shouldn't have known about the events on Gemno. 1. Yet this man clearly recognized Lu Jin and spoke with utmost respect. We are fully aware of how you rescued the Gem family from dire straits. To us you will forever be our most honored benefactor. Do you require an escort? I can mobilize nearby family ships to protect you. An escort? Was such a boon even possible? Yet facing the Gem family's goodwill, Lu Jin politely declined. With the Prometheus as it was, it could fend for itself on this battlefield. Summoning additional ships for an escort would be a waste. After Lu Jin's refusal, the other party did not insist further. After exchanging some intelligence, the Tsang family ship quickly headed toward the space station. With its powerful logistical support, the Gem family could repair docked ships in no time. This ship was no longer fit for combat. They had to reach the station for repairs before rejoining the fight. After the Tsang family ship departed, a series of upgrade prompts suddenly appeared on Lu Jin's system. All ship materials have been fully analyzed. Ship upgrade progress has reached 40. Ship materials are being upgraded.
Along with the upgrade prompts, the entire Origin ship's materials began to undergo a gradual transformation. The old hull materials were replaced by sturdier ones. In less than a minute, the starship's exterior had undergone subtle changes.
Ding, congratulations!
You have successfully acquired a new hull material, ultra-composite black steel armor.
Ultra-compound black steel armor. Lu Jin had never anticipated that this upgrade would directly enhance the vessel's hull material.
He understood well that the hull material determined the defensive capabilities of a ship.
Once a ship's hull material was chosen, it could not be replaced until the vessel was decommissioned.
As the ages progressed, an increasing number of novel materials emerged.
Even the most fortunate of ships would eventually face the day of retirement.
Yet the Origin Warship was entirely free from such concerns. Gazing upon the ship with its new material, Lu Jin found himself utterly captivated. The Origin Warship was truly miraculous.
Boom!
At that moment, a dazzling radiance appeared within Lu Jin's field of vision. In the nearby battlefield, a large vessel of the Black Opal family under siege by ships of other gem families exploded into a brilliant flash of light. Observing the large Black Opal family ship, Lu Jin glanced at his own medium-sized vessel and suddenly felt it was far less appealing. After a moment's hesitation, he decisively chose to retract all his Fong drones.
Reigniting the engine's propulsion, the Prometheus surged forward like a ravenous wolf, heading straight for the large vessel.
Upon reaching the area where the large ship lay, Lu Jin promptly deployed all his Fong drones. Under his command, the Fong drones immediately began dismantling and harvesting the core components of the ship. The most critical area of any vessel was the energy compartment.
The next most vital part was the engine section.
Lu Jin also discovered that when the Origin Warship devoured materials from these two regions, its upgrade progress accelerated the most. The battlefield was never lacking in shipwreckage, so Lu Jin simply selected the most premium parts for collection and consumption. Before long, the Origin Warship's upgrade progress reached 50.
Ding, upgrade materials have been fully analyzed. Ship self-repair speed permanently increased by 5.
This time the ship gained an enhancement in self-repair speed. Lu Jin was naturally overjoyed, for the most formidable ability of the Origin Warship was its self-repair.
An increase in self-repair speed meant the Origin Warship's survivability would be even greater.
Yet as Lu Jin reveled in the joy of the ship's self-upgrade, he remained unaware that his vessel had already drawn attention. The fleets of the Emerald, Taffy and Tasman families had all recognized Lu Jin's ship and marked it as a friendly unit.
Essentially, the fleets of these three families would actively yield way upon sighting Lu Jin's vessel. However, this behavior also caught the attention of the opposing Black Opal family.
Inside the bridge of a large battleship, the pale-faced patriarch of the Black Opal family stared grimly at the screen before him.
Report, Patriarch. We have identified the owner of that small vessel.
The holder of that small ship is Lu Jin, a blue star human who has been aiding the Emerald family.
Lu Jin.
At the sound of that name, the Black Opal patriarch's hand clenched involuntarily. The fury he could scarcely suppress within his heart nearly materialized as a blazing fire shooting from his eyes.
Damn it.
It was this insignificant blue star human who had ruined all his plans. In his scheme, he still needed about a year to accumulate financial resources. Once he possessed sufficient wealth, the pirates he could hire would not be limited to just one branch of the Blackstone Pirates. Originally, he had planned to use his amassed fortune a year later to hire the entire Blackstone pirate force to assist him in assimilating the entire brilliant galaxy. But all because of this blue star human named Lu Jin. His plans had been exposed prematurely, his funds were insufficient, and the development of Blood Mist had only reached the experimental stage before being hastily released. Most crucially, this fellow actually possessed the means to counteract their blood clan. All these factors led the Black Opal Patriarch to suspect whether this man was a nemesis sent by the Universal Will specifically to punish him. At this thought, the Black Opal Patriarch could no longer contain himself.
Mobilize all fleets. Designate that blue star human ship as the primary target.
Whoever destroys this vessel shall be rewarded with promotion to a blood relative or 1 billion credit points. The bounty was issued. Whether they were family members transformed into blood servants or Blackstone pirates seeking wealth, all instantly fixed their gaze upon the Origin Warship, which was devouring materials across the battlefield. The pirate vessel that first approached the Prometheus abandoned its current opponent, entirely turning to target the Prometheus as it consumed the wreckage.
At this moment, the family fleet group also sensed something amiss. Not good. Their target is Mr. Lu Jin's ship.
The Black Opal family must have recognized Mr.
Lu Jin. What now?
As our family's great benefactor, Mr.
Lu Jin cannot come to harm.
I simply don't understand why a small ship like his would get involved in our war.
Yet before the family's ships could decide on a course of action, Lu Jin also noticed the approaching pirate vessel. Lu Jin immediately realized he had been targeted.
But he showed no sign of nervousness. When he chose to step into this battlefield seeking fortune, he had already anticipated such an outcome. Beside him, the Fong drones continued dismantling ship materials and delivering them into the vessel's interior. However, the ship's bow main cannon had already locked onto the approaching pirate ship.
Main cannon locked. Activating Apocalypse Spark. Energy charging rapidly. 1 2. 10.
Once the ship reached the minimum firing threshold, Lu Jin decisively pressed the launch button.
Whoosh.
A beam of light pierced straight through the pirate vessel.
Explosions of fire erupted one after another from within the pirate ship.
In an instant the pirate ship was reduced to a pile of wreckage. But Lu Jin was not finished. He turned the ship and initiated another round of bombardment. The main cannon, Stellar Elegy, functioned like a sniper rifle on the battlefield.
Once locked onto the target, was essentially doomed to fall. Witnessing this, the gem families were astounded. Now I understand why Mr.
Lu Jin dared to venture deep into the battlefield with just a small battleship.
Is his ship's main cannon so powerful?
Is this the firepower a small battleship should possess?
Don't hesitate. Mr. Lu Jin doesn't need our protection at all. Exactly. Now while the Black Opal family is distracted, we swiftly locate their flagship.
The gem family ships quickly mobilized. After destroying several small pirate vessels in succession, Lu Jin ceased his attacks. The power of the stellar main cannon had instilled a certain fear in both the Black Opal family and the Blackstone pirates.
They hesitated, reluctant to advance rashly, but Lu Jin was also well aware. Though the Apocalypse Spark was formidable, its energy was finite. The Apocalypse Spark had already consumed a considerable amount of energy. If he continued bombarding, he would soon deplete all its reserves.
When Lu Jin withdrew his hand, the surrounding Gem Clan ships immediately sent him communication requests.
Choosing to accept the invitation, Lu Jin directly entered the Gem Clan's command channel. Within this channel, each fleet was divided into numerous subchannels. The commanders of various fleets directed their own forces based on the intelligence shared within these communication lines. Now as Lu Jin entered this channel, a multitude of Gem Clan ship captains immediately gathered around. Mr. Lu Jin, you are truly incredible. The power of your ship's main cannon is so terrifying that even my medium firepower vessel cannot match its might. There are rumors that your ship is a vessel of Origin, is that true? Everyone, please don't get too excited. The reason we invited Mr. Lu Jin into this command channel is to discuss an important matter.
Hearing this, Lu Jin's gaze fell upon the holographic projection of that captain. He was curious how his small battleship could possibly assist the entire Gem fleet. Then the Gem fleet commander outlined his plan.
The key to crushing the entire Black Opal allied fleet was to locate the flagship of the Black Opal family patriarch.
His flagship was undoubtedly a large vessel with formidable defenses. Large ships protected by shields and armor possess terrifying defensive capabilities. Even if found and immediately focused upon, it would be difficult to destroy such a large ship in a short time.
Moreover, once their concentrated attack was detected, the Black Opal family patriarch would surely become wary.
Thus they thought of Lu Jin. His ship was a small vessel, so the enemy would likely underestimate its power. Having witnessed the might of Lu Jin's main cannon, the Gem Clan unanimously agreed to have him launch a surprise attack on the enemy flagship. As long as they could break through its shields or armor, they could quickly focus fire on the ship's hull. That way, even if the Black Opal family reacted, they would have no time to mount an effective response. So they intended to exploit the mismatch between Lu Jin's ship and its firepower to ambush the vessel carrying the Black Opal family patriarch. I accept this plan, but in exchange the rights to distribute the shipwreckage after this battle must be given to me.
The rights to distribute the shipwreckage.
After only a moment's thought, the Gem allied fleet decisively agreed to this condition. Although the Gem Clan would normally reclaim the wreckage, since Lu Jin made this request, they saw no reason to refuse. Given Lu Jin's debt of gratitude to the Gem Clan, they would have no objection to him distributing the fleet wreckage even if he didn't participate in this plan. Seeing the Gem Clan's agreement, Lu Jin generously stated that they only needed to locate the enemy flagship.
However, from now on you must protect me. Protect Lu Jin's ship. Of course, no problem.
Lu Jin's warship was now a sharp blade in their hands.
It must not be exposed easily.
Although Lu Jin had demonstrated some strength, the ships he had destroyed were merely small vessels.
They had not yet attracted the enemy's attention.
With such firepower, he was undoubtedly a secret weapon within the Gem Clan. With the Gem Clan's protection, Lu Jin could safely devour the shipwreckage. At the same time, he dispatched some Fong drones to channel a massive amount of energy materials into the stellar main cannon. Meanwhile, upon receiving the news of their ship's destruction, the Black Opal family was furious.
Are you Blackstone pirates truly the fleet under the Pirate Kings? You can't even destroy a single small ship, utterly useless. Watch your tone.
We're not your blood servants.
We're pirates.
If you weren't paying so well, I'd have turned on you long ago.
Facing the Black Opal Patriarch's threats, the Blackstone pirates showed him no respect. Their losses had already exceeded expectations. This meant that every ship they lost and every comrade who fell was a step toward certain ruin. Thus, in response to the Patriarch's threats, the Blackstone pirates were even more enraged. Seeing the Blackstone pirates' defiance, the Black Opal Patriarch dared not provoke them further.
Closing the communication channel, the Patriarch's pale vampire skin turned grim under the weight of their misfortunes.
Damn the Emerald Clan. Damn the Blue Star humans. Damn Lu Jin.
Once he dealt with the Gem clan, the first thing he would do was turn the solar system into his blood farm. But just then the Black Opal Patriarch noticed a large number of Gem fleet ships approaching his position. He immediately sensed something amiss. What's happening? Had his main ship been discovered? Frowning, he immediately ordered his subordinates to activate the ship's defensive systems. Instantly, shields and armor entered a full defensive state. Seeing the ship in this state, the Gem fleet searching for the flagship immediately confirmed it was the target.
Exactly as we thought.
A little pressure and he revealed his hand. All credit goes to our signals division. If they hadn't intercepted the flagship's signal, we might never have found it.
It's time to attack. Is Mr. Lu Jin ready?
Facing the inquiries of many captains, Lu Jin glanced at the main cannon's progress bar. The main cannon's stellar elegy is 40 charged.
I need more time. More time.
Was Lu Jin's main cannon still charging?
With this thought, the family fleet immediately issued orders.
All ships change course, we need to buy time.
Mr. Lu Jin, how much longer do you need? We don't have much time.
At that moment, every ship fixed its gaze on the Black Opal family's flagship, fearing it might possess some unknown means of escape. Lu Jin, however, stared at the charging progress bar and urged the Gem clan not to rush. He knew the flagship's importance and needed absolute certainty before striking. The main cannon's stellar elegy is 45 charged. Captain, the enemy flagship seems to have detected our intentions and is fleeing through a gap in our encirclement.
Damn. Have we alarmed them? Stop it at all costs. Captain, their engine efficiency surpasses ours, we can't keep up.
The main cannon's stellar elegy is 48 charged.
Mr. Lu Jin, if you don't act now, we'll have to begin our attack.
Almost ready. Almost. It's about to break out of the encirclement. Once it does, it can engage its jump drive. Listening to the voices in the communication channel, Lu Jin remained as still as an old monk in meditation. His gaze was fixed solely on the main cannon charging panel displayed on the screen. When the main cannon's stellar elegy reached 49 charge and finally hit 50, Lu Jin's eyes sharpened with fierce intensity. Without waiting for others to react, Lu Jin decisively pressed the fire button. As a dazzling radiance gathered at the cannon's muzzle, a terrifying beam of energy instantly illuminated the entire brilliant galaxy. Like a meteor, the beam struck the flagship of the Black Opal family just as it was about to escape the encirclement. In an instant, everyone witnessed the flagship's shield flare up.
A direct hit. Bang.
The shield held for less than 3 seconds before shattering. Then the beam struck the ship's armor. But even the flagship's armor crumbled in less than 10 seconds. Under the gaze of all, the beam from Lu Jin's main cannon pierced straight into the flagship's hull. Soon a beam of light burst out from the other side of the flagship.
Had Lu Jin's single main cannon shot actually punched through the Black Opal family's flagship?
This outcome caught not only the Black Opal family and the Blackstone pirates off guard, but even the Gem fleet. After all, that was an enhanced flagship. Its defensive capabilities had even the Gem fleet feeling troubled. Yet Lu Jin had destroyed it with just one main cannon shot. A blinding explosion blazed across the brilliant galaxy as the Black Opal family's flagship was utterly destroyed. Snapping out of their shock, the Gem fleet mercilessly unleashed all their attacks, bombarding the Black Opal family's flagship in a relentless barrage. Soon the entire flagship was reduced to a pile of debris. Even if the Black Opal family's patriarch possessed extraordinary abilities, survival amidst such dense bombardment was impossible. Seeing the flagship destroyed, the Blackstone pirates immediately chose to retreat. With their benefactor reduced to ashes, staying would only mean death. The Blackstone pirate ship swiftly withdrew and the Gem fleet did not intercept. After all, the Blackstone pirates were mercenaries serving whoever paid them. Moreover, the Blackstone pirate group behind them was a massive and terrifying fleet. Further pursuit was unnecessary. If they were pushed too far and summoned their main force, the Gem family would have no choice but to surrender outright. The departure of the Blackstone pirate fleet left the remaining Black Opal family ships completely isolated. Seeing this, Lu Jin ceased to follow the war's progression.
The battle's outcome was already foreseeable. His focus shifted to the debris of the Black Opal family's flagship.
Lu Jin dispatched numerous Fang drones to scavenge valuable ship fragments from the battlefield. As the battle gradually subsided, Lu Jin's ship upgrade progress quickly reached 80. Ding. Upgrade materials analyzed. Ship self-repair speed permanently increased by 5. Ding. Upgrade materials analyzed.
Ship energy conversion efficiency permanently increased by 10.
Ding. Upgrade materials analyzed. Ship research center manufacturing efficiency permanently increased by 5. Devouring shipwreckage on the battlefield, Lu Jin watched his upgrade progress rise, an uncontrollable smile spreading across his face. At this rate, after consuming all the wreckage, he might directly upgrade his ship to a medium-class vessel.
He wondered what new functions would unlock upon upgrading to a medium-class ship. Just as Lu Jin was lost in imagination, the ship surprised him first.
Detected upgradable paths. Please choose your ship upgrade route. Oh. Was the ship about to unlock new features? Lu Jin turned his gaze to the ship upgrade path panel. When he saw the data, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes.
5 upgrade paths. Unexpectedly, there were 5 routes available for Lu Jin to choose from. He opened all upgradable paths. Upgrade Path 1: Unlock Origin Kinetic Turret Compartment. Unlock Turret Void Ripper. The first path already delighted Lu Jin. It was a brand new kinetic turret. Undoubtedly, if Lu Jin chose this route, his ship's firepower would undergo a dramatic transformation. The turret complementing the main cannon would elevate the ship's firepower to a new level. But Lu Jin remained level-headed and examined the other paths. Upgrade Path 2: Unlock Origin Energy Compartment, significantly improving ship energy conversion efficiency. Upgrade Path 3: Unlock Origin Material Research Lab. Unlock Formula Nano White Porcelain Steel. Upgrade Path 4: Unlock Origin Plantation. Unlock Formula Spiritual Grass Seeds. Nano White Porcelain Steel. This was an ultra-rare material that could fetch high prices on the market. Currently, only the volcanic dwarf race in the endless star sea could produce this material. Could the Origin battleship really unlock such an exclusive resource? And spiritual grass seeds, these plants could temporarily boost up Psion's energy level, making them highly sought after. If Lu Jin could cultivate them, it would be perfect. He could even use this resource to forge ties with Psions. All of it was excellent. Finally, Lu Jin fixed his gaze on the last upgrade path. Upgrade Path 5: Unlock Origin Space Jump Engine. Ship gains ability Spatial Blink. Spatial Blink. This skill was incredibly powerful. Once activated, it allowed blink jumps within the galaxy. It was more than just a mobility skill. Used wisely, it could dodge fatal damage and even launch surprise counterattacks against enemies. Every upgrade path made Lu Jin's heart race with excitement. The Origin battleship truly lived up to its name. Ship firepower. Resource output. Ship survivability. No matter which aspect he upgraded, it would make his vessel more formidable. But just as Lu Jin was agonizing over which path to choose, a message popped up on his personal terminal. Lu Jin checked the sender. It was Cui Yusin. He found it odd. The brilliant galaxy was in a state of recovery, with the 3 remaining gem families not only dealing with post-war issues but also appeasing the alien races that had attended the brilliant gathering. Under such circumstances, why would Cui Yusin have time to message him? Could she need Lu Jin's help again? But as Lu Jin opened the message to read its contents: run. Leave the brilliant galaxy now. Run. Leave the brilliant galaxy. This brief yet warning-laden message made Lu Jin momentarily suspect that Cui Yusin's account had been hacked. Having stayed in the brilliant galaxy for so many days, Cui Yusin had only sent a few caring messages. Today, why would she suddenly lose her mind and send such a message? After a moment of thought, Lu Jin directly asked Cui Yusin, "What happened?" As soon as Lu Jin sent the message, Cui Yusin replied immediately. "The Blackstone pirate group has discovered that you possess the Origin Warship. Their leader, one of the 7 pirate kings, the Blackstar Heart Plunderer Saren, has already left the endless star sea to find you." What? A pirate king was coming for him personally? No wonder Cui Yusin told Lu Jin to run. The fleet they had encountered before was merely a branch fleet of the Blackstone pirate group. The true main fleet possessed the terrifying power to destroy an entire galaxy. Now that the main Blackstone pirate fleet was coming for Lu Jin, even the gem family's intervention would be futile. Thus Cui Yusin could only warn Lu Jin to flee in this manner. But before Lu Jin could reply, the ship's alarms blared instantly. Warning: the ship has been locked by an unknown electromagnetic wave, unable to initiate warp jump. Warning: evacuate the electromagnetic wave lock immediately or the ship cannot warp. Warning: ship communications have been severed by an unknown electromagnetic wave. Evacuate the electromagnetic wave range immediately. The ship's anomaly was also noticed by Yu Tiansong. He quickly rose from his seat and opened the ship's control panel. Soon Yu Tiansong discovered the anomaly. Radar icons of ships of all sizes began to appear. Whoosh! 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 Amidst the vast starry sky of the brilliant galaxy, ship after ship bearing the Blackstone Pirate Group's emblem returned to the galaxy. Within 5 minutes, over 1,000 ships had arrived in the brilliant galaxy. The entire gem family fleet dared not make a single move in the face of the ever-growing pirate armada. For they were well aware that these Blackstone pirates now represented one of the 7 pirate kings, the Blackstar Heart Plunderer Saren. And at that moment, the starry sea rippled like water's surface. A colossal planet-destroying warship gradually came into view. A planet-destroying warship. The captains of the gem family couldn't help but swallow hard upon seeing it. Such a vessel represented not only power but also the very foundation of a faction's strength. Even the gem family did not possess a single planet-destroying warship. The behemoth's immense size coupled with the Blackstone Pirate Group's fearsome reputation. At this moment, these factors hung like storm clouds over the hearts of the entire gem family. Inside the Blackstone planet destroyer, a colossal stone giant over 3 meters tall with a surface covered in obsidian sat upon the ship's bridge. His gaze was filled with mockery as he watched the motionless fleets of the galactic civilizations, his vanity immensely satisfied. "Boss, we've arrived at the brilliant galaxy. The Origin Warship is right ahead." Upon hearing the name of the Origin Warship, the plunderer Saren immediately sat up. A projection appeared before him displaying Lu Jin's Prometheus. A small battlecruiser. Haha, this is supposed to be an Origin Warship. If you hadn't told me, I'd never have guessed. Tell that kid on the ship I'm taking this Origin Warship. The reason the plunderer Saren had come from the depths of the endless star sea to the outer regions was precisely because of the Origin Warship in Lu Jin's possession. The rarity of an Origin Warship was exceptional even in the endless star sea. Though the Blackstone pirate group commanded a planet destroyer, they did not possess a single Origin Warship. Now that they had encountered one, how could he possibly let Lu Jin go? Yu Tiankang's face also darkened at the sight of the Blackstone pirate group's planet destroyer. He looked at Lu Jin, waiting to see how he would handle this crisis. Ding, unknown communication signal detected. Connect. An unknown communication signal. Lu Jin didn't need to think twice to know the source of that signal. Upon connecting, the massive form of the plunderer Saren appeared directly before Lu Jin. When he saw Lu Jin, the plunderer Saren was somewhat surprised. Blue Star Boy, you actually dared to answer my call. But that saves me trouble. Now immediately hand over the ownership of the ship. If I'm in a good mood, I might just let you off. Let me off. In response to the plunderer Saren's words, Lu Jin chuckled and looked up at him. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Jin made an extremely provocative gesture. You stone golem, you want my ship? Dream on. The moment these words were spoken, silence fell. In the bridge of the Blackstone planet destroyer, all the pirates held their breath. This kid is insane. He's completely mad. Could he not see the situation? The plunderer Saren clenched his fists, his gaze turning fierce, the savage aura of a pirate gradually filling the entire bridge. Fine. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Ruthless. That's my line. Lu Jin sneered, and before anyone could react, he pressed the main cannon's firing button. The stellar lament charged to 50%, fired directly at the planet destroyer's shield before the Blackstone pirates could even react. Boom. The shield shattered and a large portion of the ship's armor was instantly destroyed. Such terrifying power stunned the Blackstone pirates. What the hell? A single shot from that small ship had nearly destroyed the armor of a planet destroyer. After the initial shock, the plunderer Saren was furious. You damned ant. How dare you attack my flagship? All Blackstone pirates, hear me. Capture that brat alive and I'll tear him limb from limb. But at that moment, Lu Jin had already decisively selected the ship's upgrade path. Ding, congratulations. You have successfully unlocked the Origin space jump engine. Ship ability unlocked, spatial blink. Lu Jin's gaze fell upon spatial blink. When he saw all its functions, a broad smile spread across his face. Spatial blink charges 1010. Each recharge requires 1 hour. 10 spatial blink charges. That was enough to escape the Blackstone pirate encirclement. It was a pity, though, that the wreckage of these ships would have to remain here. Coordinates confirmed, initiating spatial blink. Without a moment's hesitation, after inputting a set of coordinates, Lu Jin decisively employed spatial blink to make his escape. After all, the enemy before him was the Blackstone pirate group, possessing a star-destroying vessel and a fleet of over 1,000 ships. All Lu Jin could do now was to provoke the Blackstone pirates as much as possible. He wanted these pirates to focus their attention on him, unwilling to implicate the Radiant Star System still in the midst of post-disaster reconstruction. Spatial blink activate. The space around the ship twisted in an instant. Under the gaze of all, the Prometheus vanished into thin air. This sight made the plunderer Saren's eyes widen in disbelief. What's happening? He disappeared. No. I already used the interference device to lock his warp drive. Under these circumstances, a spatial warp should be impossible. But before he could comprehend this, Lu Jin's ship instantly appeared outside the encirclement of the Blackstone pirate fleet. The sudden appearance of the Prometheus stunned the many onlookers. What's going on? If I'm not mistaken, that ship just moved a short distance. A spatial warp. But if it were a spatial warp, how could it only move such a short distance? Logically, the Blackstone pirates wouldn't make such a basic mistake. They should have activated the interference device when the first ship arrived at the Radiant Star System. Now probably no ship in the entire Radiant Star System can perform a spatial warp. How did he do it? Not only the watching crowd, but even the plunderer Saren was astounded. A spatial warp? Probably not. Such an elusive movement method made the plunderer Saren think of the owner of a certain Origin vessel. Damn. Is this the formidable capability of an Origin vessel? As the pirate king of the endless star sea, I don't even possess a single Origin vessel under my command. Now that an Origin vessel is finally within my grasp, I won't let it slip away easily. Pursue. I refuse to believe he can escape my clutches. As the words fell, Lu Jin's ship activated spatial blink once more. The vessel's form briefly vanished, only to reappear at a more distant coordinate. At this rate, Lu Jin would soon leave the range of the interference device. How could he watch the Origin vessel almost within reach slip away? The plunderer Saren directly commanded his ships to encircle Lu Jin's position. But just then spatial blink activated again. Damn. How many times can this ship perform such a teleport? If it had unlimited teleports, would he never be able to catch this Origin vessel? Just then Lu Jin had already escaped the range of the Blackstone pirate's interference device. Spatial warp engine restored to normal. Initiate spatial warp. Of course. A single glance at the radar showed Lu Jin a dense cluster of points. Each point represented a pursuing pirate fighter. If these pirate fighters caught up even with his extraordinary abilities, he wouldn't be able to escape. Even ants can kill an elephant when they swarm. Not to mention who knew how many Blackstone pirates were inside those fighters. With this in mind, Lu Jin decisively pressed the spatial warp. The ship's speed soared, quickly reaching warp velocity. Space twisted and the vessel's form vanished from its spot. Seeing Lu Jin completely disappear from the radiant star system, the plunderer Salen was furious. He had actually gotten away. The Blackstone pirates under his command looked at their grim-faced leader, momentarily unsure what to say. But as they hesitated, the plunderer Salen's gaze suddenly fell upon one of them. Before that pirate could react, the plunderer Salen raised his hand and fired a beam of energy, striking him directly. In an instant, the Blackstone pirate turned to ash. The plunderer Salen's sudden action left the other pirates frozen, daring not to move. What are you waiting for? Chase after him. At this command, the Blackstone pirates dared not delay any longer. The massive Blackstone pirate fleet swiftly departed the radiant star system. Inside the system, the gem families breathed a collective sigh of relief upon seeing the pirates leave. Hartley looked at Jade Hart beside him and asked with some concern, "Mr. Lu Jin provoked the Blackstone pirates so much they won't let him off easily." "I know, but there's nothing we can do now." That was true. Facing the mighty pirate kings, what could even the gem families accomplish? All Jade Hart and the others could do for Lu Jin was pray. Having left the radiant star system, Lu Jin continuously activated the spatial warp engine, channeling all the ship's energy into it. Whenever the spatial warp engine finished cooling, Lu Jin would activate it without hesitation. He knew well that the Blackstone pirates wouldn't be easy to shake off. As one of the 7 top pirate groups in the Endless Sea, they possessed their own technologies. For now, all Lu Jin could do was keep warping. Just then Yu Tiansong seemed to see something, his expression darkening. "We're in big trouble." Lu Jin glanced at the tablet Yu Tiansong handed him. The headline news was about him and the Blackstone pirates. Shocking. Blackstone pirate leader Heart of Obsidian, the plunderer Salen, issues a pirate bounty. Provide information on this ship and this blue star human. Upon verification, receive a reward of 100 million credit points. After reading the pirate bounty, Lu Jin sneered. Only 100 million. The Blackstone pirates are really stingy. They are the Blackstone pirates. Those who accept this bounty are either pirates or desperados. No need to worry too much. Lu Jin had no intention of taking the pirate bounty seriously. Seeing that Lu Jin was unflustered, Yu Tiansong inexplicably calmed down. And indeed, Lu Jin had escaped danger time and again. Yu Tiansong was gradually getting used to this crazy interstellar voyage. Bang! Just then the Prometheus seemed to collide with something. In an instant, Lu Jin saw the entire ship's control system locked down. Detected unknown device interference, ship programs under attack. Detected unknown code intrusion, initiating ship self-protection protocols. What now? Seeing the ship's systems instantly paralyzed, Yu Tiankang's nerves, which had just relaxed, tightened once more. Lu Jin glanced at the system panel, his expression turning grave. Based on the countless situations he had encountered in his past life, their ship was now likely captured. There was only one possibility for this to happen. That they had stumbled into a forbidden zone with an exceedingly high level of civilization. Only a civilization of a certain tier could develop a ship capture device. This device was far more potent than a jamming device. Once captured, escape was virtually impossible. Before their eyes, the space before them rippled like the surface of water. The captured Prometheus, like a vessel sinking into a swamp, rapidly submerged into these spatial ripples. In an instant, the Prometheus vanished into the vast sea of stars. Soon after, a Blackstone pirate fleet swiftly warped into this star system. But then they discovered that the tracking signal had abruptly vanished in this system. Damn! It was just a small ship. How did it move so fast? What do we do now? What else? Keep tracking. If the boss finds out we lost the target, we're dead. After a brief exchange, the fleet dispersed and began searching the surrounding star systems. Yet in a region beyond, their sight space seemed to flicker as if malfunctioning. Lu Jin and his companions had now completely forgotten the Blackstone pirate crisis. For before them lay a colossal ship city. Countless skyscrapers stacked like building blocks rose from the ship. From its appearance, it was less a warship and more a massive moving city. Around this ship city, a swarm of escort vessels clustered like bees around a hive guarding the colossal structure. Is this a ship or a city? Yu Tiansong had never seen such a massive vessel, not even the Blackstone pirate's star-destroying flagship. Compared to this ship enveloped by countless others, it seemed frail and diminutive. It was hard to imagine the energy required just to operate this city-sized ship. But before they could admire the majestic ship city, several guards in armor and on hovercrafts surrounded their ship. Intruders! Open your ship's hatch. If you resist, we will use force. Facing the aggressive guards, Yu Tiansong quickly looked to Lu Jin. They had faced countless dangers on their journey. But no matter the predicament, Lu Jin had always resolved it with ease. Surely he had an escape plan now. So Yu Tiansong decided to relax and await Lu Jin's performance. But before he could witness it, a system prompt suddenly echoed in the ship. Ship hatch opened. What? Yu Tiansong stared at Lu Jin, for he had opened the hatch himself. Was Lu Jin surrendering? Shouldn't he be trying to escape this place? Why did you open the hatch? In response to Yu Tiankang's question, Lu Jin pointed at the ship city outside. Do you know where this is? The Imperial Holy City. The legendary Imperial Holy City, a fabled city drifting through the star seas. It was recorded in the annals of many planets, yet none had ever truly seen it. Yu Tiansong never imagined this ship city was the legendary Imperial Holy City. No wonder no one had ever found its trace. But then Yu Tiansong recalled a rumor. It was said that the race living in the Imperial Holy City was also human. However, they called themselves Golden Humans. As Yu Tiansong pondered whether these Golden Humans would treat them kindly, the fully armed Holy City guards entered the bridge. They carried long spears, but judging by the exposed wiring on the weapons, it was clear these were far more than mere melee weapons. One Golden Human stepped forward, his gaze scanning Lu Jin's group from beneath his helmet. Detected Blue Star Humans, threat level low. Detected Star Sea Elf, threat level high. Detected Stellar Dragon, threat level extremely high. What? A Star Sea Elf and a Stellar Dragon. Instantly all the Holy City guards raised their spears, aiming at Inua, Yulan and Shiria. One Golden Human stepped forward. Tell us. For what purpose do you approach the Holy City? Inu glanced at Lu Jin, and seeing his relaxed demeanor, she too calmed down. Lu Jin's gaze swept over the Holy City guards before he spoke. So this is the city protected by the Divine Emperor. I apologize for intruding upon the Holy City. But perhaps this is the guidance of the Divine Emperor. The moment these words were spoken, the guards visibly relaxed. The leading Golden Human even sheathed his weapon. He approached Lu Jin and removed his helmet. Beneath the helmet was the resolute, stern face of a middle-aged man. His eyes scanned Lu Jin. Lost traveler, may the Divine Emperor bless you. Since this is a misunderstanding, I shall request the control tower to release your ship. Hearing this, Yu Tiankang's expression shifted slightly. They were being let go just like that. He hadn't expected the conflict to be resolved so easily. But before Yu Tiansong could sigh in relief, Lu Jin spoke to the Golden Human. I'm afraid we cannot leave just yet, for there is a poor soul plagued by a demon aboard our ship. May the Emperor above never allow demons to wreak havoc again. Demon. At the mention of this word, the Holy City guards instantly went on high alert. The leading middle-aged man fixed a sharp gaze on Lu Jin and asked sternly. Where is the one possessed by the demon? Then all eyes turned to Yu Tiansong. Before he could react, Yu Tiansong was bound by the Holy City guards with a rope made of nanomaterials. Stunned, he looked at Lu Jin. What is going on? Do you still recall what I mentioned to you before? You board the ship and ill-treat your illness. Right now I am precisely doing that, treating your ailment. Treating his ailment. Was this how one treated a patient? Tying him up with ropes made of nanomaterial as if he were some ferocious beast. Yet Lu Jin reassured Yu Tiansong, vowing that as the first crew member he had recruited, he would never allow any harm to befall him. Immediately afterward, Lu Jin shifted his attention away from Yu Tiansong. His primary task now was to curry favor with these Holy City guards. The method to gain their goodwill was exceedingly simple: praise the Divine Emperor. In the perception of the Golden Humans, the Divine Emperor reigned supreme, and their very existence was dedicated to serving him. For this reason, Lu Jin had frequently employed this tactic in his past life. As long as the matter pertained to the Divine Emperor, the Golden Humans would pursue it through fire and flood alike. It was precisely this unity that made the Golden Humans one of the most formidable among all races. After all, infiltrating such a fervent congregation was no easy feat for an ordinary person. Soon, under the escort of the Holy City guards, they entered the ship city. Brother Lu Jin, I never expected your devotion to the Divine Emperor to be so profound. Many of your insights leave me in awe, even I cannot match them. I feel that with your faith in the Divine Emperor you are worthy of serving as a priest of the Holy City. Would you consider staying in the Holy City? In just the span of a short walk, the attitude of these Holy City guards toward Lu Jin had undergone a radical transformation. Even through their helmets one could feel their intense gazes fixed upon Lu Jin. Yet Lu Jin politely declined the guards' invitation. Trust me, every move made in the Holy City is watched by the Divine Emperor. One day the Divine Emperor will return to the Starry Sea, and your contributions shall be praised by him. Hearing these words, all the Holy City guards could not help but stand in awe. They never expected such words to come from the mouth of Lu Jin, a human from outside the Holy City.
The holy city guards now regarded Lu Jin as their own brother. Observing their fervor, Lu Jin turned his gaze toward the sky.
Lu Jin understood clearly that the divine emperor worshipped by these golden humans was not a vague religious deity like a phantom god.
In his past life, Lu Jin had also believed the divine emperor was merely a figment of the golden human's imagination.
But when the assimilation war erupted and billions of demons swept through the holy city, an unknown force erupted, instantly reducing billions of demons to ashes in a blink. Following that eruption, the golden humans seemed to cheat fate, birthing a multitude of terrifyingly powerful warriors. This made the golden humans one of the most formidable resistance forces in the assimilation war. When other factions asked how they had become so mighty, they answered that it was all a gift from the divine emperor. Only this explanation could account for the sudden surge of immense power and the golden humans' meteoric rise. Thus Lu Jin's words were partly aimed at gaining the holy city's favor.
Yet on the other hand, they were also heartfelt.
Perhaps the divine emperor was even now watching over this very city.
Under the guidance of the holy city guards, they arrived before a cathedral-like structure.
This is our sanctum where exorcist priests reside.
Rest assured, brother Lu Jin, since he is your crew member, we will surely expel and annihilate the demon within him.
Trust me, brother. The bound Yu Tiansong stared in disbelief at these holy city guards.
They already called him brother.
Wasn't this getting familiar far too quickly?
Yu Tiansong intended to ask if they could untie him given their newfound camaraderie. But before he could finish his sentence, the nearby holy city guard's expression changed instantly.
Silence, demon. Every word and action of yours will become the torment you endure next. At that moment, Yu Tiansong felt deeply offended. How had he become a demon all of a sudden? Lu Jin shook his head. Just as they were loyal to the divine emperor, these golden humans harbored an intense hatred for demons. Lu Jin speculated that the disappearance of the divine emperor was likely inextricably linked to the warp demons. Upon entering the sanctum, he was immediately captivated by its opulence.
The resplendent sanctum resembled a true work of art. At its center stood a golden statue of the divine emperor forged from pure gold. The divine emperor, clad in heavy armor, had an indistinct face, yet even the statue exuded an imposing, awe-inspiring presence.
Surrounding the statue stood several priests in golden robes.
They prayed devoutly to the divine emperor, begging him to shelter his people.
Finally, in the corners of the sanctum, warriors in powered armor stood as motionless as statues.
But Lu Jin could clearly sense that from the moment they stepped into the sanctum, these sanctum warriors had fixed their gaze upon them.
Should Lu Jin and his companions make any sudden move, these warriors would not hesitate to strike. Just then one of the sanctum priests seemed to sense something. He turned and fixed his gaze upon Yu Tiansong.
That deep, devout stare made Yu Tiansong feel as if his soul were being laid bare.
At that moment he sensed his old ailment acting up.
An inexplicable rage burned in his chest and he felt nothing but irritation. As he furrowed his brow, the sanctum priest let out a sigh.
Another mortal seduced by a demon. But fear not, the demon within you is still weak. Follow me, through the baptism of holy water you shall be reborn.
The other sanctum priests were also drawn by the commotion. The bound Yu Tiansong felt like a monkey on display in a zoo, utterly uncomfortable. Before long, a sanctum priest approached holding a golden chalice.
Inside the chalice was what appeared to be ordinary holy water.
Murmuring incantations, the priest dashed the holy water onto Yu Tiansong. In that instant, it was as if the rage within Yu Tiansong had been doused with gasoline, erupting violently.
Damn it! Lu Jin. Are you setting me up?
First we get chased by Blackstone pirates and now we're in this bizarre place.
This holy water is useless. No effect.
Gazing at Yu Tiansong, who seemed a completely different person from his usual self, Lu Jin felt the holy water was indeed potent.
After all, this was the sanctum of the imperial holy city. The effect of the blessed holy water here was far stronger than what was available on the market.
Watching Yu Tiansong struggle incessantly, Lu Jin instructed the sanctum priest to administer another dose of the blessed holy water. The sanctum priest hesitated for a moment, then fetched another cup of blessed holy water.
With a splash, Yu Tiansong was drenched, looking like a drowned rat.
At that moment his body began to emit thick plumes of ominous black smoke. Sensing the aura of the black smoke, the surrounding sanctum warriors immediately drew their weapons. The sanctum priests also turned their gazes toward Yu Tiansong. Instantly the entire sanctum became charged with tension, as if swords were drawn and bows bent.
The priests, as if facing a great enemy, fixed their eyes unwaveringly on Yu Tiansong.
The ominous black smoke gradually coalesced in the air, forming a phantom. Under the watchful eyes of all, the phantom solidified, seemingly transforming into a tangible creature within the sanctum.
Damn golden human! Do you truly believe this trifle can expel me from this man? If you mistake me for an ordinary demon, you are gravely mistaken. Holy water may restrain demons, but against me it is still too weak. With these words, the tangible creature once again turned into black smoke and burrowed back into Yu Tiansong's body.
At this moment even the sanctum priests could barely contain themselves.
The sanctum warriors immediately encircled them.
The demon within this man is no ordinary fiend. Holy water has no effect on it.
Words are useless. Slay this man and the demon loses its link, vanishing on its own. Indeed.
Kill him directly lest the holy city suffer the demon's corruption. With a sharp clang, one of the Sanctum warriors drew his long blade from his waist. The alloy-forged blade gleamed with a chilling sharpness. As the warrior slowly approached Yu Tianxong, Lu Jin stepped forward, blocking everyone's path.
If you cannot vanquish this demon, why not let me try?
At these words, all the Sanctum priests, warriors and city guards fixed their eyes on Lu Jin. In their view, as a human from Blue Star with no prior experience in exorcism, how could Lu Jin possibly dispel the powerful demon possessing Yu Tianxong? Clearly the Sanctum priests and warriors had no faith in Lu Jin.
I advise you to step aside or we will slay you along with it. This demon is likely a demon lord. You are unaware of a demon lord's might. Once the time is ripe, it will become an anchor between the warp and the star sea, summoning endless hordes of demons. Even if slain, a demon lord merely returns to the warp and will soon rise again. Thus I cannot allow this possessed Blue Star human to remain alive in the holy city. The longer we delay, the greater the danger to the city. With these words, the Sanctum warrior turned his blade toward Lu Jin. It was clear that if Lu Jin did not yield, he would strike without hesitation. Undeterred, Lu Jin stood his ground as if oblivious to the blade before him. But what if I could not only dispel the demon lord but also gravely wound its true form in the warp? Would you accept this method? Gravely wound its true form in the warp. Hearing this, one of the Sanctum priests narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Lu Jin with a penetrating gaze. It was well known that the manifestation of a warp demon in the material star sea was akin to a projection of its true self. Even defeating it merely inflicted some damage on its original form in the warp. Once it recuperated and found a suitable anchor, it would strike again. This was why warp demons could never be truly eradicated. But if they could use this opportunity to cripple the demon lord's true form in the warp, it would undoubtedly delay its actions against the holy city. Since you speak thus, you clearly have some understanding of warp demons. Very well, I grant you this chance, but you have only 1 hour. 1 hour. Lu Jin chuckled softly. More than enough. With the resources of the holy city, completing the exorcism ritual would be a breeze. Initially, Lu Jin had assumed the demon possessing Yu Tianxong was merely a low-level fiend. Now it seemed he had hooked a big fish. If he could severely wound a warp demon lord here, it would deal a massive blow to the future assimilation war. I need mithril, blessed holy water, black steel, alloy, atom, metal. Lu Jin rattled off the names of numerous materials. With the aid of the city guards, he quickly gathered them all. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lu Jin fused these materials together as if performing alchemy. The nearby Sanctum priests and warriors furrowed their brows. They had witnessed countless possessions and exorcisms, but never such an uncanny method as Lu Jin's. As time ticked by, Lu Jin added the final material and forged the synthesized metal into an exorcism rod. All things in the universe have their natural predators, be they other creatures or certain cosmic substances. Even the seemingly indestructible demon lord had its own dreaded bane. Each demon lord had different weaknesses. Some feared weapons made of mithril, others had severe reactions to rare dragon's blood. Uncertain of the specific demon lord he faced, Lu Jin could only amalgamate all known weakness-inducing materials into one. Exorcism rod in hand, Lu Jin approached Yu Tianxong. By now Yu Tianxong had fallen unconscious, but the phantom of the demon lord once again materialized behind him. Boy, even the Sanctum priests cannot overcome me. Do you truly believe your exorcism methods will work? Whether they work or not, only a trial will tell. Lu Jin poured the purest blessed holy water from the sanctum over the exorcism rod. At that moment the demon lord fell into an uncharacteristic silence. Before it could react, Lu Jin struck the phantom of the demon lord in the air with the rod. Instantly black smoke erupted and the demon lord let out a blood-curdling scream. The effect left the surrounding Sanctum priests utterly astounded. It actually worked. Damn it. How do you know my weakness? Not only the cathedral priest but even the demon lord could not comprehend. The subspace demon race had lurked in the shadows for years, and this was his first time manifesting a projection in the real starry sea. Yet why on this very first occasion had this blue star human directly uncovered his vulnerability? Seeing this, a faint smile curled at the corners of Lu Jin's lips. It seemed his luck was not so bad after all. Among the myriad materials composing this exorcism rod, one happened to be the demon lord's weakness. Thus Lu Jin seized the opportunity, swinging the exorcism rod once more. This time the demon lord was cleaved in twain at the waist and pitch-black demonic essence gushed forth from Yu Tiankang's body. The demon lord resolved to eliminate this blue star human first. He actually knew the weakness of their subspace demons. This one must not be allowed to live. With that thought, the demon lord lunged straight at Lu Jin. Even if you know my weakness, so what? If I die, I can reconstruct a projection in the subspace. If you die, you're truly dead. The demon lord intended to drag Lu Jin down with him before his own demise. This turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned. None had expected the demon lord to be so decisive, choosing to strike at the source upon facing Lu Jin's exorcism rod. Stop him. He must not be allowed to kill brother Lu Jin. Too late. The cunning demon is charging straight at Lu Jin. Watch out. Dodge. In an instant those nearby began to converge on Lu Jin. Even the cathedral knights and priests now aware of Lu Jin's importance all paled at this critical moment. Just then the statue of the Divine Emperor at the cathedral's center suddenly transformed. A blinding golden light swift as lightning descended directly around Lu Jin. Enveloped by the golden radiance the demon lord crashed into it. The next second his form melted away like snow meeting scorching iron. What? This is the power of the Divine Emperor. Impossible. He's still alive. Before the demon lord could finish his entire being dissipated into the air. Now the entire cathedral was not only rid of its former gloom but filled with a warmth as comforting as the sun. The cathedral knights and priests had witnessed everything unfold. They glanced at the statue of the Divine Emperor, then at the fading golden light around Lu Jin. It's the Divine Emperor manifesting. I knew it, His Majesty has always watched over and protected us. Great Divine Emperor, your subjects thank you for slaying the demon. How foolish the demon was daring to commit murder in the cathedral under His Majesty's protection. Lu Jin watched the dissipating demon lord exhaling in relief once certain he was utterly annihilated. It seemed his choice to come to the holy city for exorcism was the right one. From the moment he met Yu Tiansong and learned of the demon's possession, Lu Jin had already formulated a plan. Had he used the exorcism rod directly back then either he or Yu Tiansong would likely have been wiped out by the demon lord. But now situated in the holy city under the Divine Emperor's protection he had a certain degree of security. Lu Jin then fixed his gaze on the statue of the Divine Emperor. The golden light that had just appeared was clearly the power bestowed by the Divine Emperor. It was this very force that had shielded Lu Jin from the demon lord's assault. Yet if the Divine Emperor could intervene, why had he not done so from the start? Moreover, according to his memories, the full awakening of the Divine Emperor's power should have occurred during the Assimilation War. Why had he awakened early to manifest his divine might now? A cascade of questions flooded Lu Jin's mind as his eyes met those of the Divine Emperor's statue. In that moment Lu Jin felt as if the statue had come alive. The Divine Emperor's gaze met his, piercing straight through to his soul. Sensing the anomaly, Lu Jin immediately averted his eyes. When he looked again, the statue seemed merely a statue. Was it an illusion? But before Lu Jin could ponder further, the statue emitted a faint glow once more. Two beams of light like shooting stars flew from the statue's hands, one entering Lu Jin's body and the other Yu Tiankang's. This sudden change shocked everyone anew. As the stream of light entered Yu Tiankang's body, he awakened from his coma. Ever since the demon lord appeared, Yu Tiansong had been unconscious. Now he felt a warm force transforming his physique. Thus he stirred from his slumber, the first sight greeting his eyes being the fervent faces of the cathedral priests. Another miracle. His Majesty the Divine Emperor has bestowed his blessing upon both of them. On the same day the Divine Emperor has manifested two miracles in succession. They have received the Divine Emperor's recognition. Could it be that even Blue Star humans are his subjects and His Majesty is telling us so? The Divine Emperor with his boundless magnanimity loves all humanity deeply. It seems it's time to discuss an alliance with the Solar Union. As for Lu Jin and Yu Tiansong, the recipients, they were utterly bewildered. A blessing. What was this all about? Soon the cathedral priests approached them. At that moment their expressions were filled with reverence and they regarded Lu Jin with utmost solemnity. It was as if Lu Jin had become the Divine Emperor's envoy walking the mortal world. Among the priests an elder stepped forward. He bowed slightly to Lu Jin and Yu Tiansong before introducing himself. My name is Tsong Tianqing, the high priest of this cathedral. Today's exorcism ritual has left us utterly astounded. For the first time His Majesty the Divine Emperor has displayed two miracles in a single day and granted blessings to two individuals. This signifies that you have earned His Majesty's profound recognition. As the cathedral's high priest, I hope you will cooperate with us. In the holy city's treasury there are many treasures bestowed by the Divine Emperor accessible only to the blessed. Therefore, if you can activate the treasures within, we will gift them to you. All we ask in return is a small favor. Treasures. Gifted. Such a good deal. Yu Tiansong naturally did not refuse, and neither did Lu Jin. Anything these cathedral priests deemed a treasure was surely something extraordinary. Seeing their agreement, High Priest Tsong Tianqing led the way. The surrounding cathedral knights and city guards, upon learning that Lu Jin and Yu Tiansong had become the blessed, offered their congratulations. I knew it. Given brother Lu Jin's level of faith, receiving the blessing was only to be expected. Who would have thought that even that fellow possessed by the demon commander could obtain a blessing? Despite being under the demon commander's possession, he has yet to be seduced into corruption. His immense willpower is beyond the likes of us. More and more of the blessed have been appearing lately. I wonder when all the treasures in the vault will see the light of day again. Before long, under the guidance of the high priest of the sanctum, Lu Jin and Yu Tiansong arrived at the treasury of the holy city. A true treasury. Countless rare and exotic treasures were all displayed within, spotless and gleaming. But Lu Jin swept a simple glance over them and noticed that every single treasure remained in an inactive state.
This caused the entire treasury, despite housing a vast collection of precious artifacts, to be shrouded in an atmosphere of lifelessness.
This is the treasury of our holy city, where the treasures bestowed by the divine emperor upon the golden humans are kept. These treasures can only be activated by the blessed. Therefore, please both of you touch these treasures. If you can activate them, I have the authority to transfer their ownership to you. Upon hearing this, Yu Tian-song couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. As a 5-star general of the Solar Alliance, he could tell at a glance that any single item in this treasury, taken alone, was a priceless treasure. Some of them were weapons and equipment he had never even seen before. Lu Jin, however, remained clear-headed and was not immediately dazzled by these treasures. He turned to the High Priest Song Tianqing and asked a question. So what is the price? Such precious treasures given away simply upon activation. Lu Jin found it hard to believe that the golden humans whose faith in the divine emperor bordered on fanaticism would do such a thing. After all, to them these treasures were gifts from the divine emperor. Faced with Lu Jin's question, the High Priest Song Tianqing gave a faint smile before speaking. Lord Lu Jin need not worry. The condition is quite simple. When the holy city faces a crisis, the blessed must return to fight for it. Compared to the value of these treasures, this condition is more than generous, is it not? Fight for the holy city in times of crisis. Yu Tian-song glanced at Lu Jin, for Lu Jin was the captain of their fleet. Whether to accept the condition rested on Lu Jin's decision. After a moment of deliberation, Lu Jin decisively agreed. After all, this condition also bound the holy city to him. If the assimilation war were to break out in the future, they would inevitably have to face it alongside the holy city. With this condition, it would make things much easier for the alliance then. Seeing Lu Jin's agreement, the High Priest Song Tianqing breathed a sigh of relief. Yu Tian-song, on the other hand, charged straight into the treasury like an excited child. What a marvelous treasure! Yu Tian-song rushed without hesitation towards a suit of armor forged from an unknown metal. Before the treasury was even opened and they had entered, he had already set his sights on this armor. Unlike power armor, the suit before him shed its bulky form, perfectly conforming to the human bodice shape. Yu Tian-song looked at the High Priest Song Tianqing, who generously gestured for him to try it on. If Yu Tiankang's blessing was insufficient to activate the armor, wearing it in its inactive state would leave him immobilized. But the moment Yu Tian-song donned the armor, he felt an immediate connection with it. A faint glow radiated from the armor, startling Yin and the others. Because this aura was all too familiar to them. It was unmistakably the aura of psionic energy. This was a suit of psionic armor. After a few movements, Yu Tian-song quickly familiarized himself with the armor's operation. Seeing Yu Tian-song successfully wear the armor, the High Priest Song Tianqing grew excited. Indeed, chosen by the divine emperor, you are fully worthy to activate this armor. Following this, the High Priest Song Tianqing directly introduced the armor to Lu Jin. Its full name was the Divine Emperor Imperial Guard Class Psionic Armor. In times past, this was the psionic armor worn solely by the Imperial Guard at the Divine Emperor's side. This armor was not something just anyone could wear. Only those acknowledged by the Divine Emperor could don it and unleash its full power. Currently, the Holy City had collected a total of 108 suits of Divine Emperor Imperial Guard Class Psionic Armor. Yet only 9 had been activated. The armor Yu Tian-song now wore was the 10th suit to be activated. I feel brimming with power. Donning the psionic armor, Yu Tian-song had never felt such immense physical strength. Inua, standing nearby, scanned Yu Tian-song with her psionic senses and gave a highly objective assessment. I can sense that the first mate's combat power can now rival that of a third-level psionic user. However, this is only because he has just acquired the armor and hasn't fully adapted yet. If he can develop the armor's compatibility to 100%, his combat power might become too formidable even for me to contend with. Oh. Even Inu would find it hard to compete. Hearing this assessment, Lu Jin's understanding of the psionic armor was once again elevated. Was its upper limit truly so formidable? What was most crucial was that there were 108 such suits. If all were activated, Lu Jin dared not imagine how powerful such a force would be. At that moment, Yu Tian-song withdrew from the psionic armor. To his astonishment, the armor began to shrink, ultimately folding into a compact metal cube. Gazing at the metal cube before him, Yu Tian-song was utterly enamored with the psionic armor. The moment he touched the cube, it transformed again. As if reading Yu Tiankang's intent, it directly turned into a wristwatch that fell into his hand. This is absolutely incredible. Yu Tian-song stroked the psionic armor on his wrist, his affection for it impossible to conceal. At this point, the high priest, now referred to as Tian Songyun, suggested that Yu Tian-song could continue trying to activate other treasures. Perhaps with his blessing he could activate even more treasures. Hearing that he could continue selecting, Yu Tian-song was unabashedly eager. He first approached a battle axe embedded in a stone slab. He tried to lift it. But to his astonishment, no matter how much strength he exerted, he could not even budge the axe. It seems the blessing bestowed upon you by the Divine Emperor is insufficient to awaken this treasure. Seeing that Yu Tian-song could not lift the battle axe, the sanctuary priest Song Tianqing shook his head. He was not surprised by this outcome.
No matter how hard Yu Tian-sung strained, the battle axe seemed fused with the stone slab beneath it.
At that moment Yu Tian-sung even wondered if the slab was a special mechanism.
Yet no matter how he examined it, he found no trace of anything unusual. After much effort, Yu Tian-sung had no choice but to give up and try activating other treasures. It was then that a silver lance once again caught his eye. He swiftly approached the silver lance. Like the previous battle axe, it was embedded in a stone platform. Taking a deep breath, Yu Tian-sung grasped the shaft and pulled with all his might. The next second, Yu Tian-sung stumbled back as he effortlessly drew the silver lance.
That easy.
He hadn't expected to pull it out so effortlessly. It was as if the silver lance had merely been resting there. At that moment, the lance in his hand began to activate countless engravings, lighting up like stars in the night sky.
Yu Tian-sung attempted to swing the lance, and instantly a fierce gale swept through the surroundings. A terrifying aura of spiritual energy burst forth from within the lance. It was a spiritual energy artifact. Inoue and Yulan looked at the surrounding treasures with astonishment. These seemingly ordinary treasures transformed into formidable spiritual energy artifacts once activated.
The heritage of the golden humans was truly astonishing.
Seeing this, Shiria felt a surge of curiosity.
She turned to Lu Jin and asked,
"May I give it a try?"
"Of course." Before Lu Jin could respond, the sanctuary priest Song Tianqing spoke up. If Shiria could activate these treasures without receiving a blessing, it would mean that sheer strength alone could forcibly awaken them.
If that were the case, their methods of activation would become far more diverse.
Shiria stepped forward. Her target immediately set on the battle axe that Yu Tian-sung had failed to lift. She gripped the handle, and the next moment she unleashed a staggering wave of spiritual energy pressure. Her hands transformed into dragon claws, releasing the mighty racial pressure of the stellar hunt dragon. Yet the battle axe before her stood as immovable as a mountain rock amidst the storm of power. After an unknown span of time, Shiria released her grip and reverted to her normal form. She made no further attempts and returned to stand behind Lu Jin.
These items are all sealed with spiritual energy prohibitions, extremely high-level ones.
Even my father could not break through these prohibitions.
Even Shiria's father couldn't.
This surprised Lu Jin. Was the Divine Emperor's spiritual energy level truly so high? But soon Lu Jin came to accept it. After all, the Divine Emperor had created the golden human race. His achievements were nearly on par with the star gods. This outcome left the sanctuary priest Song Tianqing both delighted and resigned.
The Divine Emperor's might had subdued even the proud stellar hunt dragon. This only deepened his fervent faith in the Divine Emperor.
Yet it was frustrating that they possessed so many treasures, but only the blessed could use them. Currently, the entire holy city had fewer than 100 blessed individuals.
By this time, Yu Tian-sung had tested every item in the treasury.
Unfortunately, only the spiritual energy armor and this spiritual energy lance responded to his call, activating to become his equipment.
"Your turn now." Yu Tian-sung looked at Lu Jin, who had yet to set foot into the treasury area.
Seeing that Yu Tian-sung had made his choice, Lu Jin stepped forward to select his treasures.
To be honest, Lu Jin had little interest in the items within the treasury.
These weapons and equipment were mere external objects to him. He had never intended to rely on such things to enhance his strength. His true goal was a spiritual energy seed hidden within the boundless star sea, one yet undiscovered by anyone. If he could obtain that seed, Lu Jin was confident he could reach the level of a 6th-rank spiritual energy user before the war of assimilation erupted. Thus, despite the dazzling array of treasures, Lu Jin felt no interest. He approached the battle axe, intending to try pulling it out. But before he could even touch it, the surface of the battle axe suddenly lit up with mysterious runes.
The axe had activated.
Lu Jin froze in place. He hadn't even touched it yet.
This sight excited the sanctuary priest Song Tianqing as well.
For a treasure to activate on its own before contact meant that Lu Jin's blessing was likely the most powerful in history. But then something astonishing happened that left everyone stunned. With Lu Jin at the center, every single treasure in the entire treasury began to react.
The once lifeless treasury transformed into a resplendent armory. All the equipment and weapons had activated on their own.
The sanctuary priest Song Tianxing's expression shifted from delight to dismay, for he had previously stated that any treasure that could be activated could be taken away.
But Lu Jin's current display suggested he intended to cart off the entire treasury of the holy city. Song Tianqing wiped his brow, brushing away imaginary cold sweat.
Just as he was about to think of a reason to dissuade Lu Jin set his sights on a pistol. The pistol was adorned with a pattern of gold and silver.
The moment Lu Jin touched it, the pistol transformed into a rifle. Surprised, Lu Jin noted this pistol can change shape. With a mere thought, the firearm shifted again, becoming a melee weapon.
A weapon forged from memory metal.
For Lu Jin, this weapon was quite suitable.
He thus claimed the shape-shifting pistol. As for the other treasures, he decisively passed them up. He was well aware that since all the treasures had responded to him, if he were to take them all as agreed, the holy city would not let him off easily. A polite gesture turning into a total plunder of one's family heirlooms, no one could tolerate that.
This shape-shifting pistol is more than enough for me. I have no need for the other equipment and weapons. Leave them for the remaining blessed.
As he spoke these words, the entire treasury fell into a profound silence. The sanctuary priest Song Tianqing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I never imagined that the blessing you received, Lord Lu Jin, would be so formidable. Even I have never witnessed such a phenomenon in the treasury before. But rest assured, I will report this to the high priest. The holy city will not let you suffer for this. Though he couldn't allow Lu Jin to empty the entire treasury, the blessing Lu Jin had displayed was undeniable. Without a doubt, he was the most powerful blessed individual the holy city had ever encountered. It was not an exaggeration to call him the chosen representative of the divine emperor. Therefore, regarding the treatment of Lu Jin, Saint Church priest Song Tianqing had already elevated it to the highest level. Exiting the treasury, Song Tianqing earnestly invited Lu Jin to stay in the holy city for a longer period. Lu Jin did not decline, as he too harbored the intention of lingering in the holy city for a while. The Blackstone pirates were undoubtedly scouring the cosmos for him, and remaining aboard the holy city vessel for some time seemed prudent. By then, even if the Blackstone pirates possessed miraculous abilities, they would find it exceedingly difficult to trace his whereabouts. Under Song Tianxing's meticulous arrangements, Lu Jin and his party were assigned the finest quarters at the heart of the holy city. Stepping into the room, Lu Jin surveyed the vast expanse before him and could not help but feel a surge of emotion. It appeared that Song Tianqing had indeed made impeccable arrangements. Within a cityship of such scale, the price of land far exceeded that on a planetary surface. Yet despite this, the room Lu Jin occupied still boasted an extraordinarily generous space. Recreation rooms, rest chambers, a study, every conceivable facility was available in abundance. As Lu Jin reclined on the soft bed, a wave of fatigue washed over him. After all, the war in the Radiant Galaxy had only just concluded, and he had not even had a moment to savor peace before being pursued by the Blackstone pirates. Yet out of misfortune came fortune. He had stumbled upon the holy city. Moreover, he had managed to expel the subspace demon from Yu Tiansong. Though there had been no shortage of unexpected twists along the way, matters had ultimately been resolved. Now all that remained was to rest for a while, await the holy city's arrival at a new star system, and then he could pilot his vessel away, continuing his journey toward the endless star sea. Lying in bed, Lu Jin felt a profound weariness envelop him. Closing his eyes intent on resting, he suddenly sensed a tremor beneath him. An earthquake. No, how could there be an earthquake aboard a city ship? When Lu Jin opened his eyes, he immediately saw a notification flash on his personal terminal. Attention all residents, the moon shadow will initiate a large-scale mass jump in 1 golden hour. During the jump, turbulence may occur. This is a normal phenomenon. Please take necessary precautions. A jump. This city ship was capable of jumping. Lu Jin's drowsiness vanished instantly. He rose and stepped out of his quarters. As he emerged onto the streets, he immediately overheard the murmurs of countless residents. A mass jump. What's going on? We haven't performed a jump in nearly a decade. Who knows the reason? If we want to know what's happening, we'll have to ask the high priest. Enough, stop wasting words here. Everyone go home and secure your belongings. What a rare occurrence, this jump is not only sudden but also so hasty. One must understand that a city built upon a vessel like the holy city, once it initiates a jump, inevitably consumes vast amounts of energy and disrupts the daily lives of its inhabitants. Thus, most of the time the holy city drifted through the star sea on its own inertia. But now, with the holy city's sudden announcement, Lu Jin's interest was piqued. For Lu Jin, the holy city's jump was undoubtedly a welcome development. After all, a jump covered far greater distances than drifting on inertia alone. Just then, a holy city guard approached Lu Jin's group. This guard was the same one who had previously bonded with Lu Jin like a brother, and the familiar face made things much easier. Brother Lu Jin, I told you, you look like a loyal devotee of the divine emperor. The high priest has learned of your deeds and is most pleased. He has specifically invited me to escort you to the bridge. To the bridge. Lu Jin had not expected the meeting place to be so extraordinary. The bridge of a vessel was its core. The high priest's invitation to the bridge for a discussion indicated that he truly regarded Lu Jin as one of his own. Thus Lu Jin and his party made their way to the holy city's bridge. Within the bridge, Song Tianqing was already standing beside the high priest. The moment Lu Jin laid eyes on the high priest, he was slightly taken aback. For the supreme leader of this vessel, the high priest turned out to be a stunningly beautiful woman with a fiery figure and a cascade of lustrous black hair. And unlike Song Tianqing, she wore a nanoscale protective suit that accentuated her impressive physique. Now as she looked at Lu Jin, a flicker of surprise also appeared in her eyes. You must be the blessed one Song Tianqing spoke of. Captain of the Moon Shadow, High Priest of the Holy City Uxin is pleased to meet you. Lu Jin responded politely. Then the High Priest Uxin wasted no time on pleasantries. You must have just received the Holy City's notification. We are about to perform a jump. This jump is because we are heading to an unknown star system. In that unknown system we have discovered traces of the Divine Emperor. This will be a grand undertaking for us golden humans. We shall follow in the footsteps of the Divine Emperor. And you, bearing the powerful blessing, I hope you will join us in this endeavor. Join the endeavor. Follow the footsteps of the Divine Emperor. At this, Lu Jin's brow furrowed slightly. This was entirely outside his plans, and any activity involving the Divine Emperor was bound to carry considerable risk. Seeing Lu Jin's hesitation, the High Priest Uxian spoke directly. If you perform exceptionally in this operation, I on behalf of the Moon Shadow Holy City can grant you one favor. You've been hunted by the Blackstone Pirates recently, haven't you? If you can help us, I can ensure the Blackstone Pirates are completely erased from this Starsea. The Moon Shadow Holy City granting him a favor. The weight of those words was immense. After all, no one understood the potential of the Golden Humans better than Lu Jin. Moreover, if the Holy City encountered trouble, it might even attract the ultimate powerhouse, the Divine Emperor. This deal was extraordinarily advantageous. Very well, I agree. At this point, refusing would have been ungrateful. A promise from a holy city was priceless. Seeing Lu Jin's consent, the High Priest Uxian breathed a sigh of relief. She had sought out Lu Jin partly for his formidable blessing, and partly because the Moon Shadow Holy City was critically short of blessed individuals. This operation had roused nearly all the holy cities, promising to be a grand chase. As captain of the Moon Shadow and High Priest of the Moon Shadow Holy City, she had no desire to be outshone by the leaders of other holy cities in this endeavor. Just then the vessel began to tremble. Propelled by its massive engines, it took a full hour to reach jump velocity. Prepare for jump. In an instant, the space within the Starsea contorted. The immense form of the Moon Shadow gradually materialized amidst the Starsea, with surrounding escort ships revealing themselves. Then the Moon Shadow transformed into a streak of light, vanishing instantly from its current location. The escort ships also turned into shooting stars, following the Moon Shadow and disappearing from the spot. Soon Lu Jin sensed that the Moon Shadow had arrived at an entirely new star system. A blazing newborn star radiated boundless heat at the center of the system. Within this star system, aside from the star, there existed only a single planet. Reporting to the High Priestess, the vessel has arrived at the designated location. It seems we are the first sacred city to reach the star system. Before arriving, Lu Jin had learned from High Priestess Uxian about the other sacred cities. The golden human race was not as scarce in numbers as Lu Jin had imagined. On the contrary, their population far surpassed that of the entire solar system. Aside from a portion residing in the Divine Star System, most golden humans chose to leave their homeland aboard sacred cities in pursuit of the Divine Emperor's trail. They ceaselessly searched and chased after the boundless treasures left by the Divine Emperor across the Starsea. After countless long years, even High Priestess Uxian did not know the exact number of ship cities under the golden humans' control. After all, High Priestess Uxian had lived aboard the Moon Shadow since childhood. Even the number of planets in the Divine Star System was something she could only learn from the database. This operation was no different. She had rushed here upon receiving intelligence coordinates from another sacred city. Even if it turned out to be a wasted trip, she could not afford to overlook any information that might concern the Divine Emperor. Such was the mission of the golden humans. For now it seemed the Moon Shadow Sacred City was the closest vessel to this star system. Apart from the Moon Shadow Sacred City, no other vessels were visible in the entire system. Under High Priestess Yu Xin's command, the Moon Shadow Sacred City gradually approached the orbit of the Soul Planet. Once the Moon Shadow's colossal form entered the planet's orbit, High Priestess Uxian immediately organized personnel to begin a series of explorations on the planet's surface. Soon the ground forces relayed the planet's surface conditions. Reporting to the captain, the first exploration team has reached the planet's surface. Based on our initial observations, this planet is a barren desert world. However, after using energy detectors, we found that its desert terrain was formed artificially. The planet's terrestrial energy has been depleted to a critical state, likely due to human factors. Terrestrial energy was the most fundamental measure of a planet. If a planet's terrestrial energy was drained, it would become a dead star, incapable of sustaining any matter. Draining a planet's terrestrial energy was no easy feat. Even the Void Swarm, the most terrifying force in the Assimilation War, would require immense troops and time to achieve it. Lu Jin watched the incoming reports one after another. Reporting to the captain, we have discovered residual architectural traces on this barren planet. Reporting to the captain, our detection devices have found vast underground spaces. Reporting to the captain, we have detected large amounts of mineral residues on the planet's surface. As he viewed the reconnaissance, intelligence memories within Lu Jin's mind began to surge wildly. A newborn sun system with only one planet. The barren desert terrain, the extensive underground cavities. At that moment, a strikingly familiar experience surfaced in Lu Jin's mind. There was no mistake. This planet, the desert relic world. In his past life, Lu Jin had led a fleet to explore this planet, though the ruins had already been plundered. His fleet had found only scant resources within those ruins. This memory was merely a trivial episode in his mind. After all, in his past life, Lu Jin had accompanied fleets to explore countless planets and witnessed myriad civilizations' remnants. Yet now, as he recalled, those memories began to grow vivid. Looking at the planet's projection map before Uxian, Lu Jin leaned in to scrutinize it closely. Seeing his intense focus, High Priestess Uxian couldn't help asking, "Do you have any impression of this planet?" "Yes." With that, Lu Jin pointed to a coordinate on the map.
There might be an entrance to the ruins here leading to the planet's underground civilization. At this, High Priestess Uxin was momentarily taken aback.
She had asked casually, never expecting Lu Jin to actually offer guidance. After a moment's thought, High Priestess Uxin immediately directed an exploration team to investigate the coordinates Lu Jin had indicated. Shortly the team sent back word.
Reporting to the captain. We have discovered a ruin entrance.
Based on its scale, this civilization's ruins are likely enormous. Then a series of images appeared before everyone.
A broken yet still imposing ruin entrance stood before the exploration team.
On the stone bricks of the entrance a series of runes were carved.
Upon seeing these characters, Uxin immediately stood up. No mistake, these are the ancient scripts of sacred Terra. Summon a translator proficient in ancient scripts from the think tank.
Having been away from home for so long, Uxin could only rely on specialized translators to decipher these ancient Terra scripts.
Soon a translator arrived.
Gazing at the characters in the images, he rendered them word by word.
Suppress. Calamity. Honor belongs to.
Legion. The characters at the entrance had been largely eroded by wind and sand.
With only these fragmented clues, High Priestess Uxin could not deduce the true purpose of this civilization's ruins.
Lu Jin, looking at the characters, marveled inwardly that these were the ancient scripts of sacred Terra. Even in his past life he had never delved deeply into sacred Terra's ancient scripts, as materials on them were exceedingly scarce.
High Priestess, if you don't mind, I could lead a team from the sacred city to explore the interior of the ruins.
After all, in his past life Lu Jin had already explored this site. Though the ruins had been emptied by then, he at least knew their basic layout.
That was far better than groping in the dark.
Considering that Lu Jin had accurately pinpointed the ruin entrance, High Priestess Uxin turned her gaze toward him. Why are you so familiar with the ruins on this planet? Facing this question, Lu Jin had already prepared his explanation. The moment I saw this planet, a sudden influx of memories flooded my mind. It was those memories that guided me to the entrance of these ruins.
Moreover, I still retain some fragmented visions of this site. Suddenly acquired memories. At that moment, High Priestess Uxin recalled Lu Jin's identity. The most blessed one. Could this also be one of the blessings bestowed by the Divine Emperor? If that were the case, it would no longer be surprising. After all, it was nearly certain that this was indeed a relic left by the Divine Emperor. The ancient Holy Terra script at the entrance was sufficient proof of that. Thus High Priestess Uxin cast a glance at Lu Jin, murmuring inwardly. Perhaps this was the Emperor's guidance. It was fortunate they had brought Lu Jin along. Very well, in that case I shall dispatch an elite squad and an exploration team to accompany you into the ruins. We will also send additional teams later to support the investigation inside. May the light of Holy Terra illuminate your path, and may the guidance of the Divine Emperor lead you from the maze. After a devout and solemn prayer of blessing, Lu Jin proceeded to the deck area. This time he did not even need to activate the Prometheus, he simply boarded the spacecraft provided by the Holy City and descended smoothly to the planet's surface. With a jolt from the spacecraft, Lu Jin landed at the designated zone. Stepping out of the vessel, he was utterly astonished by the sight before him. For what was once a barren desert had now sprouted one structure after another. Military barracks, research institutes, archaeological zones, warehouses. At the entrance of the ruins, personnel from the Moon Shadow Holy City had swiftly established a functional small base. This prompted Lu Jin to marvel once again at the incredible potential of the Golden Humans. Just as Lu Jin finished surveying the small base, a fully armed squad approached him carrying their equipment. I am Li Chang, member of the 43rd Exploration Squad and a linguist. Greetings, Lord Lu Jin.
I am Yushan, captain of the 56th Holy City Guard.
Greetings, Lord Lu Jin.
Lu Jin gave the team a brief once-over. Their professional composition and hardware were both thoroughly comprehensive. Commanding such a squad would be highly efficient for Lu Jin. After a short self-introduction, Lu Jin led the team into the ruins. Following the passage from the entrance, Lu Jin guided everyone steadily downward. Gradually the sound of wind and sand outside faded until only the footsteps of the group echoed in the enclosed space. After traversing a stretch of darkness, the passage began to brighten. Lu Jin's gaze swept across both sides of the corridor, noticing a luminescent moss clinging to the walls. It was precisely this plant that made visibility in the tunnel less dire. Just then one of the explorers approached. Lord Lu Jin, according to our instruments, there is a vast underground chamber 500 meters ahead. It seemed they would soon exit this tunnel. Upon hearing this, the group quickened their pace. Soon Lu Jin spotted a bright point of light which grew larger as they drew nearer. The light expanded continuously, eventually forming a portal. Stepping through it abruptly, a colossal underground space unfolded before his eyes. A massive statue of the Emperor first came into view, its expression solemn, standing with a greatsword held in both hands upon the earth. Flanking it on either side stood statues of soldiers clad in power armor. Some of these soldier statues bore massive hammers while others wielded long swords. Naturally, there were also statues holding technological weapons such as firearms and flamethrowers. Gazing at the dazzling array of statues, the exploration team behind Lu Jin was utterly astounded. They pulled out devices to frantically record the scene, sending messages to the surface team to dispatch reinforcements for further investigation of the statues. But Lu Jin, lacking the golden human's fervent devotion to the divine emperor, fixed his eyes on the golden door behind the emperor's statue. This door, like the treasures in the vault, is sealed with a psychic restriction. Silver Moon, being a psychic, had a far keener perception of psychic energy than Lu Jin. Thus, as she approached the golden door, she naturally detected the psychic barrier upon it.
A psychic restriction.
In Lu Jin's memory, when he had come here in his past life, he had not seen these statues or this golden portal. The current appearance of the ruins differed considerably from what he remembered. Lu Jin studied the golden door before him. Since this door was similar to the treasures, could he perhaps activate it as well?
Glancing at his hand, Lu Jin seemed to recall something.
Then he placed his palm upon the golden door.
In an instant, the door was activated and countless psychic runes surfaced across its surface.
Then, before everyone's eyes, the golden door swung open on its own.
"Captain, be careful."
At this unexpected turn, Silver Moon and the others swiftly positioned themselves in front of Lu Jin. Even the holy city guards rushed to the golden door, watching as it slowly opened.
Bang!
The golden door fully opened, and through the wide portal they could see what lay within. It was an even vaster underground space with countless towering structures rising like trees in a forest within this subterranean expanse.
The space before them was an immense underground city.
As Lu Jin and the others stepped into the city, Li Cheng among the team was trembling with excitement. Such architectural style, undoubtedly this is holy terrace architecture. Beneath this barren planet there actually exists a stronghold of the golden humans.
Incredible. This is a monumental discovery. Li Cheng, overwhelmed with excitement, dashed straight into the underground city. Seeing this, Lu Jin quickly followed.
They wove through the buildings, and Lu Jin observed the structures, which bore only slight signs of wear. In his past life, when he had arrived, these buildings had nearly all collapsed into rubble, with very few intact structures remaining. The disparity between the current scene and his memories grew ever wider, and Lu Jin's heart began to tighten. Something must have happened here, eventually turning it into the ruins he remembered.
Entering the interior of a building, Lu Jin and his companions began their in-depth investigation of this subterranean city. Before long, Lu Jin discovered certain clues within one of the rooms. Utensils scattered on the floor appeared to have been cleaved in two by some sharp blade. The smooth cross-sections, along with numerous scratches on the room's walls, were caused by unknown objects. As Lu Jin explored one room after another, he quickly deduced that this city had most likely been attacked by some form of creature. It was this assault that had turned the city into a ghost town. As for where the city's inhabitants had gone, a single place surfaced in Lu Jin's mind. Behind this subterranean city lay an even vaster underground space. However, unlike this spacious and grand underground city, that space was as intricate and labyrinthine as an ant nest. Countless underground passages intertwined to form a massive subterranean network. Perhaps there he could find the answers. Lu Jin rose to his feet, deciding not to waste any more time in this underground city. But just as he stood up, a scream echoed from not far away. At the sound of the screaming, Yu swiftly returned to Lu Jin's side, drawing her weapon and scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Frowning slightly, Lu Jin immediately reached for his waist. The memory pistol he had acquired from the holy city quickly slipped into his hand as he sensed the danger. Once ready, Lu Jin and Yu quickly moved toward the source of the scream. Soon Lu Jin arrived at the location where the cry had originated. In an alley between two tall buildings in a dark corner, a holy city guard lay on the ground. Crimson blood pooled beneath him, forming a small lake. His face was twisted in agony, as if he had witnessed something terrifying before his death. His gear was damaged, and even his helmet was missing. Gun in hand, Lu Jin cautiously approached the guard's corpse. First he examined the wounds. The guard's body was covered in numerous scratches and several fatal blood holes. These scratches were identical to those within the buildings. Besides these, Lu Jin discovered a pool of viscous liquid beside the corpse. With a wave of his hand, Lu Jin activated the detection program on his personal terminal to analyze the unknown liquid. Analyzing the substance. Preliminary results indicate the liquid is the bodily fluid of some creature possessing strong corrosive properties. Based on the analysis, the probability of it being an Adulan star being is 40, while the probability of it being a Zerg is 70. Among all detections, the probability of it being a Zerg was the highest. A full 70 probability. Yet the acidity of this liquid was more than double that of standard Zerg saliva. Weighing all the data, Lu Jin's expression grew increasingly grave. Quite an unexpected result. As his words faded, Lu Jin turned and fired directly into the darkest corners on both sides of the buildings. Bang! 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 With a series of shots, the energy reserve of the memory pistol dropped rapidly. Even Inua, standing nearby, was baffled by what had provoked Lu Jin into firing so recklessly. But with the final shot, just as the pistol's energy was nearly depleted, bang! A pool of green fluid suddenly seeped from the building's wall. Then, to Inu's shock, a bizarre creature with the upper body of a Zerg but complete human limbs came into her view. On the back of this creature's hand grew a sharp spike. Behind it, a black tail resembling a scorpion's stinger extended. Once its cover was blown, the monster let out a hoarse grating roar.
Recovering her senses, Yin raised her blade. Her spiritual energy erupted. Before the monster could flee, Yin struck with a single blow. Slash! A bloody wound split open across the monster's back. Yet even so it was not slain. Such tenacious vitality. Staring at the writhing, struggling monster on the ground, a chill ran down Yin's spine. She hadn't detected the creature at first. If it had chosen to ambush Lu Jin, she would have been unable to react in time. At that thought, Yin felt a surge of lingering fear. She had grown too complacent in her comfortable days with the captain letting her guard down. Before Yin could wallow in guilt, Lu Jin took a frost spirit crystal from his pack. Placing it near the memory pistol, the pistol, as if alive, directly absorbed the crystal. After devouring the frost spirit crystal, the memory pistol's energy reserve began to recover rapidly. Glancing at the bizarre creature, Lu Jin aimed and fired at its head. Bang! 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 Another series of gunshots rang out. Only when the creature finally lay dead did Lu Jin breathe a sigh of relief. The commotion quickly drew the attention of other squad members exploring nearby. What's going on? Why are shots being fired here? My God, what kind of monster is this? Is everyone here? Why are some missing? Reporting, Captain. We've lost contact with several members. Staring at the bizarre creature's corpse on the ground, a wave of ominous foreboding washed over everyone. Such creatures were likely not alone. The missing members had probably met the same fate as the dead Holy City Guard, fallen victim to an attack by these strange monsters. Li Chang from the exploration squad stepped forward, mustering his courage to approach the creature and examine it with his specialized detection instrument. This monster's bodily fluids have extremely potent acidic corrosive effects. Not only that, but the hardness of its carapace even surpasses the sacred alloy used by the Holy City. Most critically, the creature's genetic sequence contains gene data from both the Zerg and Golden humans. What? The test results came one after another. Each finding sent chills down everyone's spines. Carapace toughness comparable to sacred alloy. Genetic sequence containing Zerg and human DNA. How is that possible? As Li Chang reviewed the series of results, his face grew darker. I suddenly feel like we've opened Pandora's box. If such monsters are unleashed, they will surely cause massive upheaval across the Starsea. We must relay this information to the High Priest immediately. After this analysis, Li Chang was able to deduce the true identity of this bizarre creature was most likely the higher Zerg recorded in the archives of Sacred Terra. That creature existing only in records whose threat level was no less than that of demons from the warp, more terrifying than ordinary Zerg, capable of endlessly devouring prey to select the optimal evolutionary path. The Void Zerg. Void Worms. These are the Void Worms. I've also come across records about Void Worms in the Holy City's archives. But why do these Void Worms look different from the records? Faced with the crowd's confusion, the erudite Li Chang offered an explanation. Unlike ordinary worms, Void Worms can devour and absorb the genetic information of other organisms. Based on this genetic data, they undergo constant metamorphosis and evolution, gradually ascending to the top of the food chain. This is precisely the most troublesome trait of the Void Worms. If a Void Worm devours enough genetic information, its strength will reach an exceedingly terrifying level. Standing to one side, Lu Jin silently nodded to himself after hearing Li Chang's words. However, what Li Chang did not know was that beyond their troublesome evolutionary trait, the Void Worms possessed another daunting characteristic. That was rapid reproduction and the hive mind. A single Void Worm given sufficient resources could alone spawn a vast number of offspring. These newborn Void Worms would inherit the genes of the previous generation. And all Void Worms would have their consciousness linked to the hive mind. Like a network, any information transmitted by a single Void Worm to the hive mind would be distributed to all other Void Worms. Thus Lu Jin glanced around, suspecting that in the darkness other Void Worms had already received the signal and were converging on their location. As Lu Jin anticipated the moment they sent the message to the ground forces, Yue, standing beside him, immediately grew alert. Her psychic network detected several unidentified creatures approaching. Captain. Something is closing in on us. And the numbers are growing. Hearing this, Lu Jin swiftly became vigilant. Just as he had foreseen, the planet's resources were nearly depleted. Now they had likely become a delectable feast in the eyes of the Void Worms. Everyone be on guard. The monsters are coming. With this warning, the group quickly rallied. The Holy City Guards took up defensive positions on the perimeter, shielding the defenseless Golden humans, including the exploration team at the center. Once the formation was set, Lu Jin immediately directed the troops to move toward the perimeter. Knowing of the Void Worms' presence, he dared not continue leading the team deeper into the ruins. No one understood the threat of these Void Worms better than he did. But just as they retreated a short distance, Lu Jin's gaze suddenly fixed on one of the buildings. Atop the building, a Void Worm emerged. Its gaze fell upon Lu Jin and his group, its greedy and frigid stare utterly unguarded. A hiss. The Void Worm let out a screech, whether in excitement or to summon its kin. Suddenly a dark shadow lunged at the team. Before you could act, Lu Jin fired without hesitation, hitting the shadow with a single shot.
The struck shadow plummeted to the ground, revealing itself as a voidworm.
However, compared to other voidworms, this one had more developed muscles, explaining its greater speed.
Bang! 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 Several bullets struck the voidworm's vital points with precision.
But as more and more voidworms appeared, even the combined efforts of the entire team proved overwhelming. After firing his last round, Lu Jin retrieved a frost spirit crystal from his pack and loaded it into his memory pistol. But at that moment the team suddenly halted. At the entrance, a horde of voidworms had already blocked the gate.
Hundreds of them formed an encirclement, closing in on Lu Jin and his group.
Shiria stepped forward, ready to unleash her psychic power to eliminate the voidworms. But before she could act, a thunderous roar erupted from the entrance.
Boom!
With a deafening blast, a shell exploded amidst the swarm of voidworms. Those at the epicenter were instantly reduced to fragments. Then war chariots bearing the emblem of Moon Shadow Holy City drove straight into the ruins. Leading them was none other than the Holy Temple priest Song Tianqing, who had previously crossed paths with Lu Jin. Seeing Lu Jin unharmed, Song Tianqing breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Lu Jin was the most blessed individual in the history of Moon Shadow Holy City. Had he been slain here by the voidworms, the entire Moon Shadow Holy City would have to atone to the Divine Emperor.
All troops heed my command. Annihilate every last voidworm. At Song Tianxing's order, numerous war chariots charged into the ruins.
But at that moment the voidworms seemed to realize they were no match for the Holy City forces. Before the chariots could advance further, the voidworms dragged away the corpses of their kin and fled deeper into the ruins. Seeing this, Song Tianqing grew even more audacious, ordering the chariots to bomb the area directly.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
With each shell crashing into the underground structures, the historically significant subterranean city began to crumble. Watching the collapsing underground city, the memories in Lu Jin's mind began to align. So this was the ruin he had seen in his past life, caused by the bombing of the Holy City forces. Soon the Holy City forces established a temporary combat command center at the entrance.
Aboard, the Moon Shadow High Priestess Uxian also received news of the events in the underground city.
Voidworms. To think that beneath this planet's surface lurks an unknown number of them. I will report this to the other holy cities and record it in our archives.
You hold the entrance to these ruins.
I will convene a tribunal council with the other holy cities.
A tribunal council.
It seemed the emergence of the voidworms had alerted the holy cities to the crisis. Now that Pandora's box had been opened, trying to close it was futile.
Thus, whether to continue exploring the ruins or to execute an extermination plan required further deliberation.
Lu Jin sat in the open space of the command center, gazing at the statue of the Divine Emperor standing nearby. Why were the voidworms here?
What was the story behind this structure? Were there any survivors inside?
Just as Lu Jin was lost in thought, he felt a wave of dizziness. His vision began to warp and he immediately sensed something was wrong. Beside him, Yu reacted instantly, releasing her psychic pressure.
The terrifying psychic pressure enveloped Lu Jin, snapping his mind back to clarity. Lu Jin looked around and discovered that aside from psychics like Shiria, everyone else had fallen into a state of slumber.
Yu Tiansong, sensing something amiss, decisively activated the spiritual energy armor he had just acquired. Protected by the armor, he was spared from falling into slumber. Lu Jin's gaze fell upon a robust and towering figure that had appeared not far away, seemingly from nowhere. Upon noticing Lu Jin and his companions, the figure did not vanish but instead approached them directly. Seeing this, Yu and Yulan immediately stepped in front of Lu Jin.
Shirley also sensed the extraordinary level of spiritual energy in the approaching entity, her eyes growing sharp. Be careful, this one is formidable.
A series of muffled footsteps like drumbeats echoed in Lu Jin's ears as the unknown figure drew nearer. When the figure finally reached close proximity, it halted of its own accord. It was then that Lu Jin could clearly see its form. It was a warrior clad in powered armor with the mark of the Holy City engraved on one side and another unknown emblem on the other.
Holy City powered armor. No.
Although it bore the Holy City's insignia, its design and style were entirely different from the Holy City's standard armor. Though the figure was massive and burly, it lacked the typical bulkiness of powered armor. Instead, it resembled a knight clad in heavy plate, exuding both strength and an imposing, dignified aura. The material of this armor also differed from that used by the Holy City. The dark green surface was covered with scratches and cracks. Through the gaps in the armor, one could vaguely see something flickering like flames within. The entire suit of powered armor seemed to come from the underworld, exuding an aura of eeriness and death.
Lu Jin, observing the flickering light within the cracks, even doubted whether there was a real user inside the armor.
Just as the two sides were on the verge of conflict, the opposing armor spoke of its own accord.
The Emperor's aura.
After all these years, have you finally remembered us? Faced with the unknown entity's inquiry, Lu Jin remained silent, unwilling to answer hastily. Could it be that the blessing upon him had drawn this being here? Apart from the void swarm, there were other entities in this underground ruin. This piqued Lu Jin's interest in the still intact ruins. Seeing Lu Jin's silence, the unknown armor stirred slightly, its every movement carrying an inexplicable sense of sorrow. I am called the Slumberer. O blessed one, find us and save us. With these words the powered armor before him twisted like a mirage and vanished from Lu Jin's sight. Strange. Utterly strange. After the unknown armor disappeared, the people in the camp gradually awoke. Damn it. How did I fall asleep? Were we just attacked? Is anyone injured? Any equipment damaged? After checking, the awakened individuals found they had suffered no losses. This left them deeply puzzled. Lu Jin then recounted his recent experiences to Li Chang. As the most knowledgeable person in the Moon Shadow Holy City, perhaps he could explain what Lu Jin had encountered. Sleep. Phantom. After some deliberation, Li Chang frowned. He had never encountered such a bizarre phenomenon, a powered armor without a physical form. How was that possible? Could it be an energy being? But if so, how could it survive amidst these voracious void swarm nests? After pondering, Li Chang admitted he couldn't confirm the strangeness Lu Jin had encountered. Perhaps only by returning to the Moon Shadow Holy City and consulting the database could he determine the truth. Just then they received another message from the Moon Shadow Holy City. Lu Jin, I've contacted the commanders of other holy cities. After our discussion, we believe we must implement an annihilation plan against this planet as soon as possible. So pack up now and prepare to evacuate this planet. Evacuate. Annihilate. Lu Jin frowned deeply. In his past lives' memories, this planet remained intact. It had not been destroyed by the holy cities. Nor were there any void swarm in these ruins. So where had things gone wrong? Could his very existence have caused a butterfly effect leading to this outcome? Watching the retreating crowd, Lu Jin halted. He felt certain there were unexplored areas in these ruins. If merely destroying the star could eradicate the void swarm, the assimilation war would not have been so arduous. There must be something within these underground ruins capable of countering the void swarm, weapons left by the Divine Emperor to combat them. With this thought, Lu Jin resolved not to retreat. Since there were weapons effective against the void swarm, he had no reason not to seize them. For the sake of both the present and the future assimilation war, Lu Jin decisively contacted High Priestess Uxin. Is the annihilation plan absolutely necessary? Hearing Lu Jin's words, High Priestess Uxin replied with great gravity. The threat of the void swarm could destabilize the entire star ocean. Therefore we must nip the void swarm in the bud as soon as possible. This annihilation plan has been jointly approved by the leaders of many holy cities. Even if I object now, it would be futile. Learning that the annihilation plan was irrevocable, Lu Jin asked High Priestess Uxin, will the annihilation plan be executed immediately? No, the annihilation requires the combined effort of 5 holy cities. High Priestess Uxin then had to await the arrival of the other 5 holy cities at this star system. The nearest 5 holy cities would take at least 5 hours to reach the star system. That meant Lu Jin had only 5 hours left if he wished to do anything on this planet. 5 hours. That's enough. In the next 5 hours I will lead my people to explore these ruins. What? Hearing Lu Jin's intention, High Priestess Uxin could hardly believe it. Was Lu Jin mad? It was now certain that these ruins teemed with void swarm. One misstep and even spiritual energy users could become fodder for the void swarm. Yet Lu Jin, instead of evacuating, planned to venture deep into the swarm's nest to investigate the ruins. Lu Jin, this is far too reckless. I apologize. I simply believe that within this ruin there must still be some immense secret we have yet to uncover. If we were to let this secret be buried here forever, I fear I would never find peace. Seeing Lu Jin so resolute, High Priestess Uxin let out a deep sigh after a moment of silence. As the High Priestess Uxin had to consider the overall situation. This often caused her to overlook many details that only others could perceive. Now Lu Jin's persistence might precisely stem from his identity as the Blessed One. I will do my best to buy you some time, but regardless you must evacuate this planet within 5 hours. The annihilation plan had already been set and even High Priestess Uxin could only delay its execution slightly. Lu Jin was well aware of this, so time was extremely pressing. After ending the communication signal, Lu Jin turned to Yu Tiansong and the others and informed them of the plan. But faced with the ferocious void insects and the possibility of never returning, Yu Tiansong was the first to speak. The time spent with you has brought us through dangers and madness far greater than this plan. I, Silver Moon, pledge my undying loyalty. Captain, wherever you go, no matter the situation, I will stand guard by your side. Void insects. They are nothing but fine prey. As a stellar hunt dragon, I fear not these little bugs. Unquestionably, not a single crew member under Lu Jin chose to retreat. Even Yu Tiansong, who shared the same human form as Lu Jin, had now donned his psionic armor. The silver spear in his hand whirled, clearly indicating he was ready for battle. Without further ado, as the others began to withdraw toward the entrance of the ruins, Lu Jin headed in the opposite direction, once again stepping into the abandoned underground city. Paying no heed to the other golden humans, Lu Jin relied on his memory of the route to swiftly dash toward the core area at the rear of the underground city. Before long, they had traversed the underground city. Surprisingly, during their passage they encountered no attacks from the void insects. It was as if the void insects had vanished without a trace, no longer appearing in their sight. Of course, it was possible that the void insects, seeing their formation, had chosen to conceal themselves in preparation for an ambush.
The intelligence of the void insects was far beyond that of ordinary insectoids.
At this moment, an entrance appeared before Lu Jin.
Stepping into this entrance, a foul stench immediately emanated from within.
After a slight frown, Lu Jin resolutely entered. This entrance led to the core area of the underground ruins. There were 10 such entrances throughout the entire underground city.
Each entrance and its internal passages intersected with one another. Back then, it had taken Lu Jin considerable time to explore the entire network.
However, precisely because of this, Lu Jin could find the path to the most central area with the greatest speed and accuracy. Soon Lu Jin and his group arrived at a fork. Before them lay a three-way junction. Shiria sniffed the air, her gaze fixed on the leftmost entrance.
I can smell it. The scent is strongest from the left entrance. There's likely a large gathering of void insects.
Silver Moon, not to be outdone, closed her eyes and used her psionic energy to cover the rightmost entrance.
Soon her psionic energy detected an anomaly.
Deep within the right entrance, I sensed psionic fluctuations.
Psionic fluctuations. Upon receiving this news, Yu Tiansong in the group couldn't help but furrow his brow.
Could it be that the void insects had already evolved a variant with psionic powers?
If that were the case, their journey would be exceptionally perilous.
Lu Jin's gaze swept across the 3 entrances. After a moment of deliberation, he decisively chose the rightmost passage. In his memory, the middle passage led to an outer area. The left passage would lead to a vast cavern, which, based on Shiria's information, was likely a gathering point for the void insects. As for the rightmost passage, Lu Jin recalled nothing unusual about it.
In fact, continuing down it, one could reach an even more central area through one of its branches. Having decided on the entrance, Lu Jin stepped in first.
As they ventured deeper, Silver Moon and the others could sense the psionic fluctuations growing more intense.
Boom!
Suddenly an explosion echoed through the passage.
The entire tunnel trembled. Lu Jin halted, immediately gazing at the exit ahead.
He slowed his pace and grasped his weapon. Silver Moon stayed close to Lu Jin, her eyes also fixed on the tunnel exit. But just as they approached, a roar of void insects resounded from within the cavern.
Damn void insects! Filthy creatures, I shall slay you here with my blade. Do you truly believe you can kill me?
Within the vast underground cavern, the power armor Lu Jin had seen before reappeared.
But now it stood like a war god.
Facing an onslaught of hundreds of void insects, every swing of its chainsword tore one of the insects to shreds. When a void insect attempted a sneak attack, before it could act, the power armor raised its arm and the armor-piercing explosive rounds mounted on it blew its head off.
More and more void insects swarmed in. Lu Jin could see that while the power armor was formidable, its movements signaled that its energy was nearly depleted. Shiria, it's time for you to strike.
Upon seeing so many void insects, Shiria had already been barely containing her inner agitation.
Hearing Lu Jin's command, Shiria's eyes lit up.
Then she transformed into her true form and lunged at the void insects.
Roar!
Shiria gathered a mouthful of psionic energy and unleashed a dragon's breath directly into the ranks of the void insects. Their formation was instantly scattered. Seizing the opportunity, Shiria devoured one void insect after another, beginning her feast. The besieged power armor pilot was momentarily startled at the sight of a stellar hunt dragon.
He immediately noticed Lu Jin nearby.
Sensing the dense blessing energy emanating from Lu Jin, the being within the power armor was visibly astonished.
Such a profound blessing.
I knew the Divine Emperor had never abandoned us.
Liaofan, Deaconess of the Slumber Legion, greets the Blessed One. Slumber Legion.
Upon hearing the name of this legion, Lu Jin recalled the translation of the text at the ruins entrance.
Suppressing calamity. Honor belongs to the Legion. The suppressed calamity must refer to the void insects here.
And the so-called Legion must be the Slumber Legion before his eyes.
Just then Shirley transformed back into human form and returned to Lu Jin's side. She patted her stomach and let out a satisfied burp. It's been so long since I've eaten this much.
Liaofan glanced at Shirley, then at Lu Jin. At this moment his admiration for Lu Jin, the Blessed One, was clearly evident on his face. To think he could command a stellar hunter dragon, this Blessed One, was truly unfathomable. The stellar hunter dragon was the proudest race in the Starry Sea, yet it obediently followed a human's orders. Had he heard of such a thing before, he would have deemed it a fantasy? At this point Lu Jin turned to Liaofan and began inquiring about the Slumber Legion. Did one of our brothers approach you earlier?
I'm not sure about that. I can ask the others for you. But the blessing power on you is the strongest I've ever seen. Perhaps some brother spotted you during patrol and reached out.
To be honest, if you had arrived any later, our Slumber Legion might have perished. Then Liaofan began to explain to Lu Jin. In earlier years they followed the Divine Emperor on campaigns across the stars, suppressing countless calamities. It was because these calamities were subdued that the order of the entire Starry Sea could be established. But when they arrived at this planet, they discovered a severe insect infestation.
The Divine Emperor ordered them to guard this place and not leave until all void insects were eradicated.
According to their original plan, they would have annihilated all void insects in about 100 years. By then the Golden Gate would open and they could return to the embrace of Holy Terra. But an accident occurred. A mutant emerged among the void insects. This mutant quickly became the Insect Emperor, and void insects with the Insect Emperor's consciousness were no ordinary foes. The original 100-year suppression plan was stretched to over 1,000 years. Over that millennium, the Slumber Legion was gradually devoured by the void insects, reduced to their current state. The underground city outside was once their recruitment source. But now Lu Jin had seen the situation himself. This planet's resources have been drained by us and the void insects. If this continues, we'll be the first to be consumed. But thankfully you've arrived. Perhaps you can help us break this deadlock. As he spoke, Liao Fan led Lu Jin to the Slumber Legion's gathering point. Inside, many Slumber Legion members were present. They seemed tireless, with various tactical maps spread across the base. Each squad was discussing strategies or exchanging resource intelligence. But the moment Lu Jin stepped into the base, they sensed the blessing power on him. At that moment, Lu Jin felt like a piece of meat targeted by monsters. Such powerful blessing power, a human favored by His Majesty the Divine Emperor. It's been 1,000 years as His Majesty well. Great Blessed One Long Quan, Centurion of the Slumber Legion, offers you the highest respect. Centurion Long Quan approached Lu Jin. Looking at the Centurion before him, Lu Jin couldn't help but size him up. The Centurion's power armor was not only larger than the others but also bore more cracks and scratches. Clearly he had earned his rank through sheer strength.
Liao Fan, well done. You may rest now, we have a tough battle ahead. Centurion Long Quan glanced at Liao Fan. Liao Fan nodded, exhausted from the fierce fight he had just endured. Under Lu Jin's gaze, Decurion Liao Fan, like the Slumber Legion members he had seen earlier, twisted his form into a wisp of smoke and vanished. Witnessing this miraculous sight, Yu Tiansong couldn't help but ask just like that. Are you human or spirit? Hearing this, Centurion Long Quan burst into laughter. The surrounding Slumber Legion members, as if hearing a joke, chuckled in unison. Yu Tiansong was baffled, but Lu Jin quickly guessed the nature of these Slumber Legion members. I've heard of a device that amplifies one's psychic energy, creating a tangible projection in reality. So you must be using that technology. Your true bodies are inside some device. What we see now are merely projections formed from your psychic energy. Centurion Long Quan, upon hearing Lu Jin's words, cast him an admiring glance. For everything Lu Jin had said was true. Their true bodies lay within psychic amplification devices. What appeared before them were only their psychic projections. When His Majesty the Divine Emperor led us on campaigns, we often heard this question too. Alas, we've been dormant so long that little information about us remains in the outside world. Blessed One, we urgently need energy. If you can solve our energy shortage, we can annihilate all the void insects here. Energy. On other planets, even boiling water with wood could yield considerable energy. But on this long-drained planet, energy had become the decisive factor in the battle. At this moment, Yu Tiansong frowned deeply. There's less than 2 hours until the extermination plan is executed. In that time, even if we rush back, it's too late. And crucially, even if we report this to the Holy City, would they believe us? At this critical juncture, time was the most pressing issue. Lu Jin stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and then decisively formulated a series of plans. Surely Yu Tiansong, you two return to the surface immediately. Convey this news to High Priestess Uxin, then pilot the Prometheus back here. He'll stay here to help the Slumber Legion fight the void insects. Fight the void insects. Though he knew Lu Jin carried some Frost Spirit crystals. But could these few Frost Spirit crystals really help the Slumber Legion break the deadlock? As if reading Yu Tiankang's doubt, Lu Jin before everyone's eyes pulled a fire source from his backpack. The spark of primordial fire. Yu Tiansong stared in disbelief at the spark in Lu Jin's hands. How could Lu Jin have brought such an item within his backpack? Lu Jin, however, had his own reasons. The moment he sensed something amiss with the depletion of the planet's geothermal energy veins, he had retrieved a certain quantity of sparks of primordial fire from the Prometheus. Carrying a supply of energy sources on a planet drained of power was a lesson Lu Jin had learned through countless adventures in his past life. Now that very experience proved invaluable. In a sense, the spark of primordial fire was a unique energy source. Not only could it transform machinery into apocalyptic beings, but it also contained immense power within itself. One could say a single spark of primordial fire held energy equivalent to several tons of ore. And now, upon seeing the spark, the Centurion Long Quan could not conceal the delight in his eyes. Excellent. With this, at least we won't be so passive. Blessed One, allow me to take you to the base of us sleepers immediately. As long as we have sufficient energy, we sleepers can possess endless combat power. Saying this, Centurion Long Quan was eager to lead Lu Jin to the sleeper base. Yu Tiansong and Zuelia also received Lu Jin's orders. The group split into two. Yu Tiansong and Zuelia were responsible for relaying intelligence and mobilizing the Prometheus.
Lu Jin meanwhile followed Centurion Long Quan to the sleeper base to transfer the energy from the spark of primordial fire into the base's systems.
Along the way Centurion Long Quan weaved through the corridors. After opening one alloy door after another, Lu Jin finally arrived at the sleeper base. Even Lu Jin himself was unaware of this base's exact location. The path leading to this base in Lu Jin's memory had been buried under rubble. It was in this unexplored area that the Sleeper Legion's base lay. Looking around, Lu Jin first noticed various compartments, each with a designated function. Most of these compartments were sealed, housing the psionic amplification devices used by the sleepers. As he walked, Lu Jin observed that many functional compartments had been shut down. This was a direct result of the energy shortage. The psionic amplification devices also required a power supply to function. Thus, in their state of energy deprivation, the sleepers had no choice but to close some compartments, concentrating all available power on the psionic amplification devices. Arriving at the energy compartment, Lu Jin decisively placed the spark of primordial fire he had brought in his backpack into the system. The energy converter in the compartment, silent for years, began to hum back to life. All the energy within the spark of primordial fire was extracted, and the entire sleeper base, true to its name, began to awaken from its slumber. More and more compartments lit up again.
Watching the compartments gradually illuminate, Centurion Long Quan's power armor began to tremble slightly. The Sleeper Legion could finally unleash their full might against the Void Swarm.
Meanwhile, Yu Tiansong and Zuelia accelerated their departure from the ruins.
Upon reaching the surface, they saw the original base had been dismantled. The salvaged parts were being transported to a small starship, and the remaining golden humans were gradually evacuating.
Contact the High Priestess quickly. But at that moment, Yu Tiansong found that the High Priestess communication signal was not connecting. What was happening? On the bridge of the Moon Shadow, High Priestess Uxian was under immense pressure. Standing before her were the leaders of several other sacred cities. Uxian. You've grown quite audacious. Asking us to delay the annihilation plan, do you realize what you're saying?
Have you been in the sacred city so long that you've forgotten the threat of the Void Swarm? If we delay even slightly and let a single Void Swarm creature escape in time, it will become an endless plague.
I am fully aware. That is why I merely propose a delay.
Perhaps there are still crucial undiscovered elements on this planet.
To buy time for Lu Jin, High Priestess Uxian was doing her utmost.
Yet despite her efforts, the other sacred city leaders showed her no respect. They knew the devastation of the Void Swarm all too well, and they could not allow these creatures to persist. Captain Uxian, His Imperial Majesty the Divine Emperor has given us guidance. Perhaps he wishes for us to eradicate these pests completely.
Exactly.
We cannot jeopardize the safety of the entire Star Ocean for a single blessed one. But before these leaders could finish, Li Chang rushed frantically onto the bridge. Li Chang was clutching tightly onto a record plate forged from alloy. His expression was one of intense excitement, as if he had discovered something monumental.
No. We cannot execute the annihilation plan. I know which legion is in the underground ruins.
The annihilation plan cannot proceed.
We cannot.
The leaders frowned as they looked at the panting Li Chang.
Cannot execute the annihilation plan. Why not?
What legion was in the underground ruins? High Priestess Uxian immediately ordered someone to steady Li Chang and calm him down so he could explain his discovery.
It's the Sleeper Legion.
The Sleeper Legion established by His Imperial Majesty the Divine Emperor. Within these underground ruins, besides the Void Swarm, there is also the Sleeper Legion founded by the Divine Emperor.
It's them. All this time they have been the ones fighting the Void Swarm.
They are the heroes of the Golden Humans, the subjects of His Imperial Majesty.
We cannot simply erase them. What? The Sleeper Legion.
Upon hearing Li Chang's discovery, the faces of many sacred city leaders changed.
There was actually a legion established by the Divine Emperor in this underground ruin.
As I recall, the Sleeper Legion was an expeditionary force founded by the Divine Emperor. This legion vanished during its expedition. No one expected them to be here suppressing the swarm. But if the sleepers haven't suppressed the swarm after all these years, doesn't that speak to the threat of these creatures? The emergence of the sleepers filled all the leaders with unease. At that moment, a sacred city guard detected an anomaly on the radar. The radar showed a starship appearing on the surface of this barren planet. A large starship.
Captain. We've detected a large starship on the planet's surface. Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn to the screen.
Beneath the sandstorm-ravaged surface, a colossal and magnificent vessel burst forth from the sand. This enormous ship was the flagship of the Sleeper Legion.
The Coffin of Silence.
Who would have thought that after all these years this old comrade could once again soar toward the Starsea?
Within the bridge, Centurion Long Quan let out a hearty laugh.
Even he had not anticipated that the fire source within Lu Jin's possession contained such immense energy. The infusion of this energy not only resurrected the slumberer legion.
Moreover, it awakened the legion's flagship, which had long slumbered.
Nor did Lu Jin expect that the so-called legion base was in fact a massive legion flagship. No wonder he had noticed upon entry that the base's hatches resembled those of a starship.
The interior layout too mirrored that of a vessel.
So this so-called base was a genuine starship. Just then the radar system of the silent coffin emitted a series of alarm signals.
A single red dot appeared on the radar display.
In moments more red dots emerged, and within a few breaths they blanketed the entire radar interface like a torrential storm.
It's the Void Swarm.
These creatures must have detected the energy fluctuations of the silent coffin. Staring at the radar dots, Centurion Long Quan let out a cold snort. The Slumberer Legion had fought the Void Swarm for millennia. No one knew these cursed insects better. Centurion Long Quan then turned to Lu Jin and spoke solemnly. In the past, the Slumberers struggled against the Void Swarm due to energy scarcity.
But today is different. We have a supply of energy. It's time to show these insects the true might of the Slumberer Legion. Blessed one, witness our Slumberer Legion's reawakening. The Slumberer Legion, long dormant deep beneath the earth, would now reappear in the Starsea's view.
This time they would demonstrate why they were once the sacred blade of the Divine Emperor. Under Lu Jin's gaze, Centurion Long Quan dissolved into a faint green light and vanished.
On the planet's surface, countless swarms surged forth from the ground like a tidal wave.
The sheer density of their numbers sent a chill down the spines of High Priestess Uxin and the other leaders of the Holy City.
Beneath this planet's crust there are so many Void Swarm creatures.
At such a terrifying scale, their numbers must exceed 100 million.
No wonder this planet is so barren. It's been drained dry by these insects. We must launch an extermination plan immediately. We cannot let these Void Swarm escape this planet.
At that moment a cascade of green beams emerged from the underside of the silent coffin. These beams fell like waterfalls, striking the ground directly. Each beam represented a warrior of the Slumberer Legion. Centurion Long Quan stood among the ranks, gazing at the oncoming tide of Void Swarm, dark and overwhelming.
Brothers, it's time to fulfill the mission our Divine Emperor entrusted to us. Kill.
At his command, all slumberers drew their ranged weapons. Large caliber bolters, each round capable of piercing the Void Swarm's armor. Meltaguns spewed molten fury, turning entire zones into scorching hellscapes with every blast. Even the Void Swarm could not endure such searing heat. At the rear, slumberers wielded psychic amplification staves constructed from various electronic components resembling scepters. As the psychic amplifiers activated, the entire battlefield was enveloped by the slumberers' psychic energy. The near-tangible psychic force like white mist shrouded the field within their domain. The advancing Void Swarm, upon entering the psychic field, immediately felt a wave of drowsiness. Their movements slowed, their thoughts grew sluggish. Some weaker Void Swarm creatures collapsed on the spot, falling into slumber. These were ruthlessly trampled to death by the swarms charging from behind.
Seizing the opportunity, the slumberers launched a massive counteroffensive.
The surging insect tide was suppressed so easily.
What a formidable legion, nearly a few thousand holding back the swarm.
The slumberers, the Divine Emperor's blade, are truly this mighty. It seems we may not need to intervene. These brave warriors alone can annihilate the Void Swarm.
By the Divine Emperor. This is a treasure left for us golden humans.
While the Holy City leaders marveled at the Slumberer Legion's prowess, Yu Tian-song had already followed Lu Jin's orders. The Prometheus arrived at the planet's surface and successfully docked with the silent coffin. With both vessels connected, Yu Tian-song immediately deployed all Dragonflame mechanized infantry and Fong drones to transfer all energy minerals from the ship into the silent coffin's energy compartments. A vast amount of energy minerals was poured into the compartments.
Lu Jin opened the silent coffin's data panel. Ship function reboot progress 50.
Only half the progress after investing all the ship's energy. Just then a communication signal from High Priestess Uxin appeared. Lu Jin promptly accepted the call and High Priestess Yu Xin's figure materialized before him. Seeing Lu Jin unharmed, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Jin, how goes the battle between the Slumberer Legion and the Void Swarm?
How goes it? Lu Jin glanced at the battlefield. The slumberers appeared fierce, steadily pushing the insect tide back. Yet Lu Jin knew well that the Void Swarm, having birthed a Swarm Lord consciousness, would not be so easily defeated. Thus he needed to fully awaken the silent coffin. He had just checked, there were still over 1,000 slumberer pods in hibernation. Centurion Long Quan had told him these slumberers were the Legion's backbone, the first to deplete their energy and fall into stasis. With sufficient energy, awakening these warriors would mark the Legion's true revival. So Lu Jin turned to High Priestess Uxin. Though the Slumberer Legion currently has the upper hand, the Swarm will surely organize a counterattack soon. I need a massive supply of energy minerals. With enough I can fully activate the Slumberer Legion. Hearing this, other Holy City leaders chuckled lightly. They thought Lu Jin was underestimating the Slumberer Legion. The Void Swarm was clearly being dominated. Eradication was merely a matter of time. The slumberers are the Divine Emperor's blade. This young man lacks true faith in his majesty. After witnessing the might of the sleepers, the leaders of the Holy City were filled with newfound confidence. What of the terrifying Void Insect Clan? Now faced with the Sleeper Legion, aren't they still pressed down and unable to raise their heads? This young man is still too young and does not understand the Sleeper Legion well enough.
I just checked some information. The Divine Emperor once established countless legions, all composed of warriors personally trained by His Majesty the Divine Emperor.
Personally trained by the Divine Emperor.
Then these warriors must be the elite among the elite. Everyone, the crisis has been resolved with the Sleeper Legion. We will no longer fear any strong enemies. Faced with the inexplicable confidence of the Holy City leaders, Lu Jin couldn't help but frown.
He was not unaware of the strength of the Sleeper Legion.
But he also never underestimated the terrifying nature of the Void Insect clan. The void insects that surged up from the ground were not even the main force of the Void Insect clan. If these void insects were the main force, the Insect Emperor's consciousness would not have been born. The Sleeper Legion would not have been entangled with them for so many years.
Arrogance is the greatest weakness.
The High Priestess Uxin frowned slightly. Even she believed that with the Sleeper Legion in place, winning was just a matter of time. Seeing Lu Jin's serious expression, she lightly coughed and said, "I will dispatch a resource transport ship to move some of the resource reserves within the Holy City."
High Priestess Uxin, do you not trust these brave warriors?
The resource stockpile in the Holy City did not just appear out of nowhere. You would hand over the resources of a ship to a mere youth.
Humph, even if he is a blessed one, he is still not one of our golden humans. Enough.
I am the captain of the Moonshadow Holy City. How to allocate these resources is not something you can meddle in.
At that moment, High Priestess Uxin recalled what Lu Jin had said earlier.
If it weren't for Lu Jin's insistence, they would have nearly exterminated the Sleeper Legion along with the Void Insect clan. Such matters led High Priestess Uxin to be even more certain of standing with Lu Jin at this moment.
Just as her words fell, the situation on the planet's surface changed dramatically.
The entire battlefield began to tremble as if some colossal creature was moving beneath the yellow sand.
Boom!
A massive figure emerged from the sand. Upon seeing this figure, everyone inhaled sharply. For before them stood a colossal insectoid over 10 meters tall with several spear-like tentacles extending from its back. The moment this gigantic void insect appeared, it launched an attack on the Sleeper Legion with its overwhelming physical advantage. The weapons of the Sleeper Legion struck its body, yet they merely sparked against its carapace.
Put!
The giant insect directly pierced through the body of a sleeper with its tentacles. As its body was penetrated, the sleeper gradually dissipated into particles of spiritual energy like willow fluff in the wind.
Immediately afterward, the giant insect struck again.
Each strike resulted in a sleeper being slain. Seeing the sleepers fall into a disadvantage so quickly, everyone widened their eyes, hardly believing what they were witnessing.
How? How is this possible?
Why is there such a massive void insect?
This is bad. The Sleeper Legion cannot withstand this monster's attacks.
The records about the Void Insect clan never mentioned that they could grow this large.
Clearly, the emergence of the giant insect caught everyone off guard.
The front line, which had just been pushed forward, was once again in the hands of the Void Insect clan. Meanwhile, Lu Jin on the ship narrowed his eyes, gazing down at the giant insect. Seeing this, you volunteered, "Captain, should I go down and slay this monster?"
No need. Lu Jin opened the control panel of the silent coffin, laying out all the data from the compartments before him.
When his gaze fell upon one of the compartments, a slight smile formed at the corner of his mouth.
He activated the energy and fed it into the compartment's pipes.
The sleepers within that compartment gradually awakened from their dormant state under the activation of energy.
Lu Jin smiled lightly and directly pressed the activation button.
Big fellows should be dealt with by big fellows. Immediately, a projection beam reappeared from the bottom of the silent coffin. But unlike before, this projection beam was far thicker than the one used to deploy the sleepers. When the beam dispersed, a gigantic Titan mecha resembling a war chariot appeared at the center of the battlefield. The sleeper within the Titan mecha gazed at the battlefield littered with void insects.
Ultimately, his gaze landed on the colossal insect.
At that moment, the two colossal entities locked eyes.
Roar! The giant insect let out a roar and charged straight at the Titan mecha. Inside the Titan mecha, the sleeper let out a cold snort.
"I have been dormant for so long, I didn't expect to awaken today.
It's time for you insects to remember again."
The fear governed by my iron fist. A torrent of energy swirled within the Titan mecha. The sleeper inside manipulated the Titan mecha and raised its right fist. The right fist of the Titan mecha had long been reinforced, becoming terrifyingly powerful.
Boom! A punch landed on the giant insect's head.
The ferocious alloy fist smashed the giant insect's head into a bloody pulp.
Yet the resilient insect did not die. Instead, it controlled its tentacles to attack the Titan mecha. The tentacles, as hard as metal, pierced directly through the Titan mecha.
But at that moment, the sleeper's Titan mecha, like a wraith, directly phased out of the giant insect's grasp.
Following that, a massive amount of spiritual energy burst forth from the Titan mecha like steam.
The giant insect, enveloped in the spiritual energy steam, began to sink into a drowsy state. The Titan mecha seized the opportunity to unleash a barrage of punches.
In less than a minute, the giant insect fell directly to the ground.
The sleeper within the Titan mecha wasted no time spreading its arms as a flamethrower was released.
Flames engulfed the entire battlefield, turning the giant insect's corpse into char.
Even with such resilience, it could not rise again.
With the addition of the Titan mecha, the Sleeper Legion became even more formidable, launching a counterattack against the insect nest.
At this moment, the Insect Emperor's consciousness also recognized the seriousness of the situation. With the energy supply, the sleepers realized that their insect swarm was no match for them. The evolution of the swarm required vast amounts of energy and resources. For millennia, the swarm had been trapped on this planet, draining its entire resources to reach its current level of evolution. Yet even so, facing the Slumberer Legion, which was gradually recovering its peak strength, they still saw no hope of victory.
Flee.
At that moment, the thought of escape flashed through the consciousness of the Swarm Emperor.
It must escape.
As long as it existed, it could quickly rebuild an entirely new legion. Standing aboard the vessel, Lu Jin observed the swarm's movements turning increasingly erratic, and an alarm bell rang in his heart. In his past life, Lu Jin had clashed with the Void Swarm many times.
He knew well that the Void Swarm was like weeds in the Starry Sea.
Once they were not eradicated root and branch, they would soon regroup and ceaselessly devour all matter in the starry universe. Attention all slumberers, the swarm's movements are shifting. This shift may be related to the Swarm Emperor's consciousness. Please remain vigilant. The Swarm Emperor's consciousness.
Every slumberer knew that unless it was eliminated, all their efforts would be meaningless.
At that moment, a woman's voice came from behind Lu Jin.
It seems you know a great deal about the swarm.
When Lu Jin turned to look, a stunningly beautiful golden human woman with an exquisite figure stood behind him. She wore a form-fitting suit that accentuated her curves, on which Lu Jin quickly noticed several connection ports.
After a brief observation, he deduced her identity.
A slumberer awakened from hibernation. But what intrigued him was why she had chosen to appear in her physical form instead of using psychic projection. Before he could ponder further, the slumberer woman spoke first, introducing herself.
Blessed One, I am deeply grateful.
You have rescued the slumberers from their predicament. The Divine Emperor once left a prophecy: when the slumberers fall into crisis, a human bearing his will shall appear.
At first I paid it no heed, believing the slumberers would not easily face danger. But now the Divine Emperor's prophecy is unfolding step by step. Yun Mengyan, 1st Legion Commander of the Slumberers, formally transfers all command authority to you.
From this day forth, we shall be a sharp blade in your hand, fighting for you and sweeping away all obstacles.
This is also one of the Divine Emperor's decrees. What?
Lu Jin never expected that the woman before him was the Legion Commander of the Slumberers. And she had appeared in person before him just to hand over command. At this moment, Lu Jin was taken aback. This was entirely beyond his plans. He had actually gained control of a Slumberer Legion.
The Slumberer Legion was no ordinary force. Every single warrior was a genuine psychic. Lu Jin looked at Yun Mengyan before him, his brow furrowing. Handing over the Slumberer Legion to me, isn't that a bit too hasty? The Divine Emperor's prophecy did not specify whether it would be a golden human or a blue star human.
I only know that a human will come to save the Slumberer Legion, and my duty is to entrust it to that human.
What else did the prophecy say? That this human will lead the Slumberer Legion to completely eradicate the swarm calamity. Upon hearing the last sentence, Lu Jin couldn't help but curl his lips into a faint smile. The Divine Emperor, the Slumberer Legion, the Golden Humans, the prophecy. Even Lu Jin began to wonder if the Divine Emperor possessed the power of foresight. But as the final prophecy stated, Lu Jin indeed would not allow the Swarm Emperor's consciousness to continue existing. Very well.
In that case, I shall not stand on ceremony.
Lu Jin was not one to hesitate.
Since the Legion Commander had placed command before him, refusing would be ungrateful. After acquiring command authority, Lu Jin directly opened the core data panel of the Silent Coffin. With the permissions, he could see far more than the simple panel before. His eyes swept over the vast data, and he immediately formulated a series of tactics. Centurion Long Quan, lead a squad to the location I have marked immediately.
All other slumberers follow my orders and swiftly evacuate the high breach. Next, I will use the ship's artillery to blast a passage underground.
Under Lu Jin's command, the Slumberer Legion instantly transformed from a scattered group into a true military force.
Once all slumberers had withdrawn to a safe position, Lu Jin connected to Yu Tiankang's communication channel.
The main cannons of both vessels simultaneously locked onto a designated coordinate.
Boom!
As the two main shells plunged into the hive breach, all Void Swarm creatures that had not yet retreated were instantly reduced to ash.
After the bombardment, a passage appeared on the surface. Now, the Slumberer Titan mecha was the first to leap into the deep pit.
The other slumberers followed without hesitation, charging straight into the depths of the hive tunnel. Next, the slumberer squads will advance in groups of 5.
Watch the dark corners, switch all ammunition to tracer rounds.
Assign a scout to remain vigilant against any Void Swarm counterattack. Legion Commander Yun Mengyan's gaze fell upon Lu Jin's back, her expression shifting from disdain to astonishment. She had initially thought that under Lu Jin's command the slumberers would be in disarray. But the opposite was true. Despite his youth, his combat experience surpassed even her own. Could it be, as the Divine Emperor had proclaimed, that this young blue star human was indeed the savior of their Slumberer Legion? A formidable blessing power.
Rich combat experience.
And even as a mere mortal he was surrounded by numerous psychics safeguarding him. This was the first time Yun Mengyan had ever used the word remarkable to describe a person. At that moment the scene before them suddenly changed. A squad under Lu Jin's command had finally reached the core area of the hive. Before them the vast underground cavern was now covered with veins resembling tree roots. At the center of this enormous space an egg pulsated like a beating heart. This is the Swarm Emperor's consciousness. The moment Lu Jin saw the egg a great weight lifted from his heart. He knew well that the entity within was the Swarm Emperor. Once the Swarm Emperor emerged from its cocoon the entire Starry Sea would face a monumental crisis. But just as Lu Jin breathed a sigh of relief a crack suddenly split the egg. Disaster. Could it be that they had arrived too late after all? Had the Insect Emperor already successfully hatched? How was this possible? Yun Mengyan aboard the vessel stared in disbelief at the scene before her. The cracks on the egg were multiplying, the creature within seemingly impatient to break free from its cocoon. This is impossible. Even if this planet were completely drained dry the energy within it wouldn't be sufficient to support the Insect Emperor's hatching. Indeed it's impossible. Yet what lay before them now was an egg on the verge of birthing an Insect Emperor. Just then a tiny arm suddenly emerged from within the egg. At the sight of that arm all the sleepers were stunned. For what appeared before them was not the anticipated insectoid limb. Instead a little girl delicate and carved like a porcelain doll, adorable and fragile, struggled out from the egg. She fell to the ground immediately, letting out a series of soft whimpering sounds. Wah! It hurts so much. Where is this place? Why is it so dark? Where is my family? Where are my parents? The harmless little girl curled up on the ground, pitiful and helpless. The surrounding sleepers found themselves momentarily at a loss, unsure of how to respond. In their expectations, were they not supposed to face a powerful and ferocious Insect Emperor? So what was the story with this little girl before them? Could they have made a mistake? No matter how they looked at it, the little girl before them was nothing more than a fragile human infant. Could we have been wrong? Even Corps Commander Yun Mengyan on the bridge couldn't help but furrow her brows slightly. Inue was also perplexed. Why would the egg meant to hatch the Insect Emperor produce a little girl like this? At that moment Lu Jin's cold and merciless voice echoed in the ears of all the sleepers. Kill her. Lu Jin's gaze was icy, devoid of any emotion. Neither Corps Commander Yun Mengyan nor Inue beside her had expected Lu Jin to be so decisive in ordering the execution of this little girl. Did he not harbor even a shred of hesitation? Remember, the void insect race is a species that stops at nothing for survival. They possess no virtues, everything they do is driven by genetic instinct. A pure unadulterated beast devoid of any emotion. Lu Jin gave the order again. One sleeper took the lead and strode towards the little girl, raising his bolter. At that moment a flicker of terror appeared in the little girl's eyes. She cowered amidst the ruins, trembling, her bright eyes radiating an aura of frailty. You. Are you going to kill me? In that instant even the battle-hardened sleeper felt a waver of hesitation. But in that fleeting moment of hesitation a black shadow struck with lightning speed. Claws pierced through the sleeper's body. It was then the other sleepers realized that a vast swarm of insects had encircled them. The little girl stood at the center of the swarm, her previous aura of pitiful helplessness vanished. Scales grew across her body and fangs like a wild beast sprouted from her mouth. In an instant she had transformed into a terrifying monster. Swarm for your queen, sacrifice everything. At that moment every sleeper understood. Because of their momentary hesitation they had granted this Insect Emperor a sliver of breathing room. An endless tide of insects instantly enveloped the Insect Emperor. In no time a colossal Insect Emperor formed from the entire swarm materialized before the sleepers' eyes. With a wave of the Insect Emperor's hand a flood of insects devoured all the sleepers. In a single encounter every sleeper who had just stepped into the cavern was consumed as fuel for the Emperor's evolution. Witnessing this, Lu Jin couldn't help but frown. This Insect Emperor must have forced itself to break out of its cocoon prematurely. It intends to use the remaining swarm to escape our encirclement. The swarm has now coalesced into a solid rock. To crush them again we'll need weapons of mass destruction. Just then Corps Commander Yun Mengyan stepped forward. She was filled with regret as a Corps Commander her judgment had just proven inferior to Lu Jin's. Even if the Sleeper Corps had acted earlier they might not have inflicted substantial harm on the Insect Emperor. Yet she who had fought the swarm for years had been deceived by its guise of weakness. This was her disgrace and she had to reclaim her honor. In the hangar of the Coffin of Silence there is a Legion-class Titan. I will pilot the Legion-class Titan down to confront the Insect Emperor. With that Corps Commander Yun Mengyan departed. Entering her chamber she gazed upon the psychic amplification pod which resembled a culture vat. She took a deep breath and stepped back into it. Connecting the cables to her ports a flood of nutrient solution enveloped her. In that instant Yun Mengyan's consciousness reconnected to the psychic space of the Sleeper Corps. Within this space the sleepers who had been slain by the Insect Emperor stood not yet awakened. Damn it! If I had just pulled the trigger back, then so many wouldn't have had to sacrifice themselves.
No regrets. This is the Insect Emperor. Such a disguise is new to us, but it will be the last. What's the plan now?
If the Insect Emperor truly escapes, the entire Starsea will be plunged into an endless calamity of insect swarms. Even a Titan mech would struggle to intercept the Insect Emperor.
An ordinary Titan mech certainly can't, but what about a Legion-class Titan?
Yun Menjian's figure materialized before them. Seeing their core commander, the Sleepers' morale surged once more. After all, Yun Mengyan had earned her position as core commander of the Sleepers through undeniable leadership charisma.
The mention of the Legion-class Titan ignited fervent excitement among the Sleepers. For the Sleepers, Legion-class Titan was a formidable mech that only Yun Mengyan could pilot.
Only Yun Mengyan, with her commanding psychic level and combat experience, could perfectly harness one of the Sleeper Core ultimate trump cards.
Legion-class Titan Death. I am ready. I will bring honor to the Sleepers. Authorization successful. Legion-class Titan Death has been activated.
Within the psychic space, Yun Menjian's form gradually dissolved into a stream of data and vanished. When she opened her eyes again, her perspective was from within a Titan mech.
Ready.
On the bridge, Lu Jin watched the massive deployment button on the screen, his eyes narrowing slightly.
Legion-class Titan Death.
Let me witness the true trump card of the Sleeper Core.
Can it turn the tide of battle? Authorization granted. Commencing deployment. Boom.
Before the eyes of the crowd, a colossal object was dropped onto the surface of the planet. The people of the Holy City gasped in awe upon witnessing such a massive entity.
Is this a Titan mech?
I've never seen a Titan mech of such enormous stature. It is truly a miracle among mechs.
The power of the Divine Emperor is indeed tremendous, capable of forging such a formidable mech. It's utterly shocking. I must record this scene into our Holy City's database. Boom. 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 The core-level Titan Death brought to light the true strength of the Divine Emperor's expeditionary army.
At the same time, it splashed a bucket of cold water on the Insect Emperor, who had just ignited a flicker of hope for survival. Is this still the Sleeper Legion that has battled it for 1,000 years? Clearly it is a group of shattered legions that can't even muster enough numbers yet. After the appearance of that human, they underwent such a transformation.
Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. It was so close. You despicable food.
I will crush you all and turn you into the nourishment for my growth.
Within the swarm, the Insect Emperor let out an enraged roar upon seeing the colossal core-level Titan mech. Buzz. The dark swarm surged out from the ground with countless insects transforming into tentacles directly attacking the massive core-level Titan mech.
With a height of 100 meters, the core-level Titan mech made ordinary mechs appear as mere miniature accompaniments.
Its gigantic form brought about terrifying energy consumption and
a powerful firepower that instilled despair and fear in its enemies.
Boom. The core-level Titan mech Death stomped its feet upon the sandy earth.
In an instant, hundreds of Vulcan explosive machine guns were ejected from its inner body. At that moment, the approaching void insects felt an immediate threat. A threat stemming from the depths of their bloodline instinct.
Death. Fire.
The sky was filled with flames, and the core-level Titan mech Death lived up to its name.
In just a moment, a rain of bullets in the millions poured out.
A barrage formed in the air, and under the relentless erosion of the barrage, countless insect tentacles were completely devoured.
The terrifying firepower did not restrict the core-level Titan mech.
It took steps forward like a war god, advancing directly toward the Insect Emperor. This scene filled the Insect Emperor at the core of the swarm with despair.
No way. Escape.
There was no chance of victory.
These instinctive thoughts drove the Insect Emperor to flee toward the sky immediately.
But at that moment, the arms of the core-level Titan launched several dark cannon tubes. The cannon tubes aimed at the Insect Emperor.
Energy laser beam ready. Fire.
A pure and violent energy beam plunged directly into the swarm. In an instant, a large number of void insect corpses turned to ashes, while those void insects caught in the wave were reduced to mere specks of ash falling into the desert. The laser beams swept through the swarm.
In an instant, about half of the swarm was decimated. Realizing it was at a disadvantage, the Insect Emperor panicked. It couldn't die here.
At this moment, its gaze fell on the core-level Titan across from it.
All insects heed my command.
Under the Insect Emperor's command, the swarm immediately sprang into action.
They disregarded everything like moths drawn to a flame, breaking into pieces and rapidly approaching the core-level Titan mech. Although the core-level Titan mech possessed powerful firepower.
Faced with these scattered void insects, it soon began to appear somewhat fatigued. One of the void insects, after breaching the firepower net, landed directly on the core-level Titan mech. Then that void insect, glowing bright red, began to rapidly swell.
Boom.
The void insect chose to self-destruct.
One after another, the void insects all landed on the core-level Titan. Boom.
In the face of the void swarm's suicidal explosion attacks, the energy consumption of the core-level Titan mech surged.
These damn insects.
Yun Mengyan had not anticipated that the void swarm would be so frenzied. Yet even so, faced with such a situation, she could only continuously use the weapons at her disposal to eliminate those void insects attempting to approach. But at this rate even she couldn't hold out for long. Just then a voice from Lu Jin suddenly came through the communication channel.
Hello, can you hear me? I can hear you. Great, I've dispatched reinforcements to help you. We cannot let the insect emperor escape.
As soon as the words left his mouth, Yun Menjian's radar detected a massive psionic unit approaching. Before she could react, a dragon shadow appeared in the sky. Zuelia transformed back to her original form, gazing down at the densely packed void swarm, ruthlessly gathering psionic energy in her mouth.
Psionic dragon breath. A burst of dragon breath struck the core-level Titan mech.
In an instant those insects clinging to the core-level Titan mech all fell to the ground. The core-level Titan mech, free from the threat of self-detonation, finally had no further concerns.
Yun Mengyan looked at Zuelia circling not far away, silently expressing her gratitude. One must say Zuelia's psionic dragon breath was controlled perfectly.
While eliminating these insects, it caused no significant damage to the core-level Titan mech. At that moment a shadow fell over the core-level Titan. Yun Mengyan looked up to see the Prometheus hovering directly above her. Lu Jin's voice echoed again in her communication channel.
Next, my ship will deliver enough energy to you. Unrestrained, feel free to fire away.
Long before Lu Jin had already allocated ample resources to the High Priest Uxin.
Now all these resources transformed into pure energy flowing into the Apocalypse Seed.
With ample energy, the Apocalypse Seed possesses colossal energy equivalent to a planet destroyer.
Now it would become the battery for the core-level Titan mech.
2 energy transfer pipes dropped from the Prometheus and the core-level Titan mech grasped the energy transfer pipes.
Seeing this action, Yu Tian-san on the bridge of the Prometheus couldn't help but smile. Lu Jin, your ideas are always so insane.
Using the ship's energy center to supply power to the Titan mech. Such a reckless method could only have been conceived by Lu Jin.
A single misstep could result in the destruction of both the mech and the ship. Yet Lu Jin chose to do it. Because he understood that at its core the Sleeper's core-level Titan mech is also an energy product.
Thus, compared to other Titan mechs, it only needs energy.
A vast amount of energy. An unending supply of energy.
Only then can it become a true battlefield killing machine. Yun Mengyan did not question or inquire, she simply seized the energy pipe and directly connected it to the core-level Titan mech.
External energy input detected.
In an instant a vast influx of energy surged forth.
Within the Legion-class Titan mech, Yun Mengyan was ecstatic.
She had not fought such a bountiful battle in countless years, not even during the expedition.
Finally I can let loose. Energy poured into the Legion-class Titan mech. In a flash the psionic level skyrocketed and wild psionic energy spilled out from within the mech. A ghostly green flame instantly engulfed the entire Titan mech.
As the pilot Yun Mengyan felt power surging through her limbs.
Come you vermin. Let us settle this. Energy laser beams activated. Vulcan plasma cannons fired at full capacity.
The energy core operated at overload state.
At that moment Yun Mengyan and the Titan mech transformed into the most ferocious Titan artillery.
Shiria too was exhilarated. Facing such a swarm of void insects, she had a premonition. If she could devour all these swarms this time, perhaps her strength would advance another step.
Psionic breath. Wild psionic energy transformed into a dragon's breath, striking the Swarm Queen directly.
Even protected within the Swarm Queen let out a piercing shriek under such a violent assault.
No.
More and more of the swarm perished.
Under the bombardment of Shiria's dragon breath, the core Swarm Queen was directly exposed.
Seizing this opportunity, the Legion-class Titan fired a devastating laser beam directly at the Swarm Queen at the heart of the swarm.
Boom. A massive energy shockwave rippled across the entire surface.
When the shockwave dissipated, what met everyone's eyes was nothing but a devastated ground littered with the corpses of void insects that nearly covered the desert region. Shiria approached the Swarm Queen. Seeing it on the verge of death, she did not hesitate. Her maw filled with fangs delivered a fatal blow to the Swarm Queen. After devouring the Swarm Queen, Shiria immediately coiled up and began to digest the power within the Swarm Queen's body in a state of hibernation. Seeing this, Yun Mengyan quickly deactivated the Legion-class Titan. The 100-meter Legion-class Titan dissipated into a sea of psionic energy in the air upon deactivation. Activating the Legion-class Titan was a considerable burden for Yun Mengyan.
But thankfully the outcome was satisfactory for everyone. Next they needed to seal off the entire planet and eliminate any remaining void insects. The corpses of void insects were also excellent research material for the Holy City.
If used properly, they could analyze the weakness of void insects and respond calmly in future encounters.
This was far more rewarding than simply annihilating the planet along with the void insects. Lu Jin sat in the bridge seat of the coffin of silence, letting out an involuntary sigh of relief. It was finally over.
The remaining void insects could be cleared carefully and posed no significant threat. The Swarm Queen had been devoured by Shiria. Without the Swarm Queen's consciousness to command them, the remaining void insects were nothing more than troublesome beasts.
The battle has concluded.
We should also collect our spoils of war. Escorted by Silver Moon, Lu Jin personally arrived at the site where the Swarm Queen was hatched. At this moment Silver Moon looked around in confusion. Without the Swarm Queen's egg, the place was like a mass of dead rotting flesh. She did not understand why Lu Jin had come here. What could be considered a trophy here? However, when Lu Jin sliced open the membrane of hatching flesh, Silver Moon was astonished to discover a metallic structure beneath it.
The membrane provides maximum nutritional efficiency for the egg.
But a safe incubation chamber requires a sufficiently stable structural framework.
Void insect steel is a special metallic material that only void insects can produce.
Its rarity goes without saying. Among various biometals, void insect steel is as valuable as superalloys. Before those from the Holy City arrive, take all this void insect steel and feed it into the ship's origin core. Although he had a good relationship with High Priestess Uxin, Lu Jin was not familiar with other leaders of the Holy City. Therefore, to avoid disputes over spoils later, he decisively chose to strike first. Just as Lu Jin began transporting the void insect steel, other forces dispatched by the Holy City, seeing the battle end, also chose to land and claim their share of the spoils. The Slumber Legion truly lives up to its reputation. Even the void swarms must fall before the Sacred Emperor's blade. To witness such a mysterious and powerful expeditionary legion in my lifetime. Wang Qiu, captain of the Radiant Light Holy City, and its lord greets the members of the Slumber Legion.
Representatives from many holy cities immediately sought out the Slumber Legion upon landing.
They had witnessed the formidable power of this psionic legion. Even the holy cities needed substantial legion forces to enhance their safety during interstellar travel. Having now displayed its immense strength, the Slumber Legion naturally became a sought-after prize in the eyes of many holy cities. Yet facing the fawning golden humans of the holy cities, the Slumber Legion's gaze was cold, barely lingering on them. You mortals, move aside at once.
We have alien insects to purge, do not block our path.
As soldiers, such matters should be discussed with my superiors.
You lot do not hinder our advance.
The Slumber Legion mercilessly brushed off the golden humans of the holy cities. Had any other race called them mere mortals, these proud golden humans might have deemed them arrogant, a blasphemy against their glorious golden humans. But now, facing the Expeditionary Legion personally forged by the Sacred Emperor, they were not angered but instead respectfully made way. In the eyes of these golden humans of the holy cities, the Slumber Legion were their superhumans, divine representatives of the God Emperor walking among mortals. Just then one of the holy city leaders noticed Lu Jin transporting void insect steel back to his ship. This sight infuriated the leader.
You Blue Star human, put down what you are carrying.
These are the spoils of war for us golden humans. You thief, how dare you lay your hands on the resources left by His Majesty the God Emperor?
Oh.
Lu Jin glanced at the overbearing holy city leader but merely looked at him without deigning to acknowledge him.
The Fong drones continued transporting the void insect steel.
Seeing himself ignored, the holy city leader's fury boiled over. With a wave of his hand, several holy city guards appeared around him.
The atmosphere instantly became tense and confrontational. What do you think you're doing? At this moment, High Priestess Uxin stepped forward first.
Her gaze was sharp and she exuded the unique authority of a leader of the High Priestess. The guards of Moon Shadow Sacred City did not hesitate for a moment, instantly drawing their weapons and aiming at the Sacred City guards who threatened Lu Jin. Seeing High Priestess Uxin act so decisively, even the leader of that sacred city was stunned.
What was happening? Wasn't High Priestess Uxin supposed to be on his side? High Priestess, do you realize what you're doing? I am fully aware.
Just then the leaders of the other sacred cities were at a loss. Because of a Blue Star human, the leaders of two sacred cities had chosen to stand in direct opposition. Such a situation was unprecedented in their experience. Even in the entire history of the Golden Humans, this had never been seen.
This Blue Star human should put down those items.
These spoils are treasures left by His Majesty the Divine Emperor for us Golden Humans. What right does a mere Blue Star human have to claim these treasures? He is not just a Blue Star human, he is the hero who saved the Slumberer Legion, the Blessed One chosen by His Majesty the Divine Emperor. By all rights, these spoils are rightfully his. Rightfully his. Upon hearing this, the leader of that sacred city let out a cold snort.
His gaze fell upon the Slumberer Legion not far away.
In his eyes, the insect calamity had been defeated by the Slumberer Legion.
It had nothing to do with this Blue Star human. The insect calamity was eliminated by the Slumberer Legion, so the distribution of spoils should also be the Slumberer Legion's right.
Then what if we the Slumberer Legion also agree? As the leaders of the sacred cities were discussing animatedly, a slumberer more robust than the ordinary ones appeared in their field of vision.
This slumberer stepped forward.
Compared to ordinary slumberers, its power armor bore a cloak symbolizing the honor of the slumberers on its back. The dark green cloak fluttered without wind. The slumberer advanced, its towering figure standing like a war god directly before the leader of that sacred city.
An immense pressure like a mountain loomed over everyone present.
At that moment, all the sacred city leaders involuntarily swallowed hard.
This slumberer before them was completely different from the others. Both in form and aura, it was a world of difference.
At this point, the surrounding slumberers rose to their feet and saluted the one before them.
Greetings, Legion Commander. Legion Commander.
Was this slumberer the Legion commander of the Slumberer Legion?
Then everything made sense.
Its appearance distinct from other slumberers, the cloak of honor symbolizing the Legion and the terrifying mountain-like pressure that inspired awe without anger. These were all the hallmarks of a Legion commander.
Lu Jin was also somewhat surprised to see this slumberer, as it was his first time witnessing Yun Mengyan in her projected form.
He had to admit she looked more like a Legion commander in this guise.
Before anyone could react, Yun Mengyan dropped a bombshell.
Since you said the distribution of spoils is up to us, the Slumberer Legion, then let me introduce him. He is the new commander of the Slumberer Legion. According to the Legion hierarchy left by the Divine Emperor, the commander holds full command authority over the Legion above that of the Legion commander.
Now, do you have any further questions? What?
Lu Jin was the new commander of the Slumberer Legion.
On what grounds?
This news, like a deep-sea bomb, exploded in the minds of all the Sacred City leaders. They were still pondering how to recruit the Slumberer Legion under their own banners.
Yet the Slumberer Legion had already chosen its commander. And crucially, this commander wasn't even a golden human. No. I disagree. Shouldn't you, as the expeditionary force established by His Majesty the Divine Emperor, serve the golden humans? Exactly. How can a mere blue star human compare to the golden humans? I disagree.
The will of His Majesty the Divine Emperor cannot be this. The leaders of the sacred cities argued loudly, almost none of them agreeing to let Lu Jin take the Slumberer Legion away.
But in the face of the dissent, Yun Mengyan displayed absolute authority.
She abruptly drew the thunderbolt sword from her back. The great sword plunged into the ground as she stood with it, her gaze sweeping across the sacred city leaders. First, the Slumberer Legion serves only His Majesty the Divine Emperor. You are not within our scope of service. Second, it was he, this blue star human you look down upon, who saved the Slumberer Legion from dire straits.
Where were you then?
The Slumberer Legion serves only His Majesty the Divine Emperor.
His Majesty decreed that we are to be loyal to a human who represents his will. Whether that human is from Blue Star, a golden human, or a human from any other planet.
The Slumberer Legion serves only His Majesty the Divine Emperor. Are you questioning His Majesty the Divine Emperor?
Yun Mengyan spoke the last sentence with unwavering finality, leaving no room for doubt.
After hearing these words, the faces of the sacred city leaders turned grim.
Yet even so, they dared not continue their rebuttal. For to persist would be to question His Majesty the Divine Emperor.
Within the golden human community, if you dared to doubt the Divine Emperor, even if you were a sacred city leader, an enraged populace would tear you from your throne in an instant.
The Divine Emperor was an unquestionable existence in the hearts of the golden humans. Thus the sacred city leaders dared say no more.
In a sense, these slumberers held a status even more exalted than theirs. For they were the Expeditionary Legion, personally established by His Majesty the Divine Emperor. It could be said that each of them had a close connection with the Divine Emperor, far closer than these golden humans living in the sacred cities. Those who could only imagine the Divine Emperor's form through statues and texts were far inferior. The problem was resolved so easily that Lu Jin breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't expected Yun Mengyan, as the Legion commander of the slumberers, to stand so firmly by his side.
At the same time, his curiosity grew.
Who exactly was the Divine Emperor? Was this step of his taking command of the Slumberer Legion also within his foresight?
As he pondered, Lu Jin fed the void insect steel into the origin core of the Prometheus.
The moment one piece of void insect steel entered the origin core, the progress bar on the screen finally reached 100.
Ding, upgrade progress has reached 100. Please select the next evolution direction for the ship.
After feeding it countless materials, the ship's upgrade progress had finally reached 100. Now Lu Jin had to choose the evolution direction for the Origin Warship.
Finally, I can upgrade the Origin Warship to a medium-sized vessel.
Gazing at the progress bar on the screen before him, now fully complete, Lu Jin revealed a delighted smile. After all, to elevate the Origin Warship's level, he had scoured for various materials without stint. And the Origin Warship had not disappointed him, granting the vessel countless formidable abilities with each upgrade. Now that the ship was finally on the verge of becoming a medium battlecruiser, Lu Jin grew curious. What new capabilities would be unlocked when the Origin Warship advanced to a medium battlecruiser? Opening the evolution panel, the first thing that caught his eye was the initial upgrade path provided by the ship system, the Firepower Warship route. Upgrade Path 1: Evolve into Origin Firepower Warship. Unlock Secondary Weapon Space Collapse Missile. Unlock Shield Oscillating Countershield System. Unlock Armor Milos Alloy Armor. Ship Weapon System Power increased by 100. Energy Charging Efficiency increased by 50. Just as the ship system panel described. Pure Firepower. The unlocked weapons, shields and armor were all geared toward combat, pushing the warship's weapon capabilities to their utmost. Yet this evolution path did not stir much excitement in Lu Jin. In the future, he would inevitably form a combined fleet, and the issue of insufficient firepower could be resolved by increasing the number of firepower warships within the fleet. Thus the firepower route was not the most acceptable path for him. With a wave of his hand, Lu Jin dismissed the first firepower warship route. His gaze then fell upon the second evolution path.
Upgrade path to evolve into Origin Heavy Fortress Warship. Unlock secondary weapon multi-directional barrage cannon. Unlock shield advanced diamond shield system. Unlock armor eternal alloy armor. Ship defense capability increased by 100. Ship self-repair capability increased by 50. This evolution path held no interest for Lu Jin after a single glance. Compared to the pure firepower warship route, this heavy fortress path was its complete opposite. But piloting a turtle shell was hardly Lu Jin's preference. Subsequently, Lu Jin continued to examine the other evolution paths. It must be said the Origin Warship truly lived up to its reputation as a treasure of the Star Sea, merely upgrading to a medium-sized vessel. Lu Jin discovered a vast array of evolution paths. No wonder everyone said the Origin Warship was unique, with each person's path differing based on their cultivation methods. And this time Lu Jin's upgrade path choices numbered in the hundreds. It was almost too extravagant. For the first time Lu Jin felt the agony of decision fatigue. Finally, after a day and night of deliberation, Lu Jin looked at the two paths before him. Evolution Path 1: Evolve into Origin Space Warship. The Origin Space Warship fully unlocked the spatial blink function and enhanced it. In overload mode, it could even briefly create a spatial wormhole for escape. In essence, this Origin Space Warship was like an uncatchable phantom vessel. As long as it wasn't instantly obliterated, it could easily flee from a myriad of enemies. Such an evolution path was undoubtedly the best choice for Lu Jin, who was still under a bounty from the Blackstone pirates. But the second path left him more conflicted. Evolution Path 2: Evolve into Origin Arc Warship. Unlock Origin Life Incubation Pod. Unlock Shield Void Shield System. Unlock Armor Void Insect Steel Armor. Ship Energy Circulation System improved by 100. Ship gains Special Plant Origin Spirit Tree. Among all evolution paths, this Origin Arc Warship route was the one Lu Jin understood the least. Yet he could see the Origin Spirit Tree. In his past life memories, he had once encountered an introduction to the Origin Spirit Tree in a historical document. It was a plant on the brink of extinction in the Star Sea. And the reason for its extinction was simple: it was too powerful. It could convert all energy into any type of energy substance. That is, like the sleepers, it could transform all energy into spiritual energy. But the Origin Spirit Tree could then convert spiritual energy into other energy substances, something the sleepers could not do. Gathering his thoughts, Lu Jin ultimately chose the Arc path. Because his next plan was to subdue the Star Sea Elf clan. With this Origin Spirit Tree, it would be a tremendous boon for his upcoming plans. After all, he had only seen this item in historical records. Knowing full well that even with his rebirth obtaining it might not be guaranteed, Lu Jin decisively chose to secure it. Ding! Congratulations on successfully selecting an evolution path. After Lu Jin selected the evolution path, the entire ship immediately began to self-reorganize and self-evolve. Seeing the ship start to deform and restructure, Yun Mengyan and Uxian on the ground paused briefly before understanding. Is this the Origin Warship beginning its evolution? Rumor has it that while the Origin Warship can be upgraded infinitely, upgrading to a medium or large vessel requires vast resources. Judging by the ship's appearance, Lu Jin must have completed the upgrade from a small to a medium warship. I wonder how many evolution paths his ship has and which one he chose. Regardless of the path it shows, his strength will be further enhanced. This upgrade evolution lasted nearly a week. During this time, the sleepers conducted a series of purges across the planet. After ensuring no void insect was left behind on the planet, they began dispatching people from the Holy City to conduct archaeological excavations of the ruins. Once the ship upgrade was complete, Lu Jin greeted High Priestess Uxian and decisively chose to depart. The Silent Coffin, after the Sleeper Legion opted to join, also became one of Lu Jin's escort frigates. After leaving the planet, Lu Jin soon initiated a warp jump. He was well aware that more holy cities would soon arrive in this star system. In just this week, 10 holy cities had already arrived. The more holy cities, the more leaders present. The more people, the more trouble he and the sleepers would face. Thus, to avoid complications, Lu Jin chose to leave this place of strife. High Priestess Uxian understood this well and did not attempt to stop him. Lu Jin opened the Star Sea coordinate map, entered a set of coordinates, and then activated the autopilot system. Yu and Yulan, upon seeing the coordinates, looked at Lu Jin with some emotion. Captain, where do you plan to go next? Facing their question, Lu Jin smiled confidently. You know the answer: to rescue your people. Previously, Lu Jin had pondered over the issue of spiritual energy, intending to use genetic repair technology to save the Star Sea Elf race once he became a powerful spiritual energy master. But now the addition of the Slumberer Legion had made him revise his plans. With so many spiritual energy masters, he only needed to guide them slightly for them to master the genetic repair technology. Upon hearing this news, Inoue and Yulan's eyes couldn't help but moisten. Although they hadn't mentioned this matter during this time. The safety of the Star Sea Elf race had always been on their minds. Now that there was finally progress, how could they not be excited? Lu Jin comforted the two, then left the bridge and headed straight for the recently unlocked Origin Life Pod. It could be said that the Origin Life Pod and the Origin Spirit Tree were the core souls of the Origin Arc's evolutionary path. As soon as he stepped into the Origin Life Pod, Lu Jin was astonished to find that its space was even vaster than he had imagined.
Before he had taken many steps, Lu Jin noticed in a corner of the Origin life pod Shiria curled up in a sleeping bag sound asleep. Sensing Lu Jin's presence, Shiria opened her drowsy eyes and let out a long yawn.
It's the captain.
I found the energy concentration in this chamber quite pleasant, so I fell asleep here. I hope I haven't caused any trouble.
It's fine. Go back to sleep.
Since devouring the void swarm, Shiria had become very lethargic. But Lu Jin knew this was a sign of her continuous evolution. Only with a massive intake of energy could this stalker star dragon enter such a state. Lu Jin paid Shiria no more heed. His gaze fell upon the air within the life incubation chamber. Being a mere mortal, Lu Jin naturally couldn't perceive the subtle changes in the space as Shiria could. However, his keen perception told him that the life incubation chamber was different from other compartments. The key factor for this change was the Origin spirit tree at its center, along with its unique energy circulation system. Walking all the way to the very center, Lu Jin saw a sapling. No longer than a palm's breadth, each of its veins emitted light of different colors with every breath. And within each vein lay a different energy fluctuation. The Origin spirit tree absorbed energy from the air, transformed it into various types of energy, and then released it again.
After releasing it, absorbed again in an endless cycle.
Seeing this, Lu Jin decisively pulled out an energy detector. He turned it on and began to analyze the energy composition of the air. Analyzing the energy composition of this environment.
Analysis successful.
The energy substances detected in the current space are spiritual energy, thermal energy, radiant energy. Seeing the energy composition on the space detector, Lu Jin couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. If he weren't wearing his protective suit, the sheer amount of energy substances would likely be enough to cause mutations in his body. After checking the status of the Origin spirit tree, Lu Jin transported some energy ores, crushed them, and placed them into the tree's cultivation chamber. He hoped this Origin spirit tree would grow quickly, thereby greatly solving his future energy problems. And so the Prometheus sailed through the sea of stars for a while longer. After an unknown period, Lu Jin finally arrived at the coordinates provided by Inue and Yulan. This was also the current dwelling place of the Star Sea Elves. Looking at the barren star system before him, Lu Jin even suspected for a moment that he had come to the wrong place. This star system was the most desolate Lu Jin had ever seen. Even the system where the Slumberer Legion resided was not as bleak. The sun at the center of the system was nearing its twilight years, its radiated heat no longer sufficient to sustain life and growth within the system. After using a probe, Lu Jin further discovered that several planets in the system were covered in extensive ruins of civilization. Clearly, the inhabitants of this system had long since left their planets due to its depletion, seeking a more beautiful new home. But just as Lu Jin was deep in doubt, Inue and Yulan simultaneously pointed to one of the most inconspicuous planets and said,
"It's right there." Following their gaze, a barren, lusterless planet came into Lu Jin's view.
This planet had no distinguishing features among the many planets. It was like a stone devoid of any brilliance.
Lu Jin landed both starships on the planet's surface.
When the ships landed and Lu Jin stepped out, he realized the planet was even more barren than he had imagined. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but rocks.
The probe detected not a single trace of energy fluctuation within the planet.
It was a completely dead star. The Star Sea Elf race lived on a planet like this. Given the strength of the Star Sea Elves, they could clearly choose a better living environment. Why did they choose to live on this desolate dead star?
As Lu Jin pondered, Inue and Yulan looked around. Their gaze was complex.
As Lu Jin had said, with the powerful spiritual energy talent of the Star Sea Elves, they could have chosen a better planet to live on. But their mistake lay in their race's dwindling numbers. When a race's population reaches an endangered level, even if individuals possess great power, it is of no use. On the contrary, because of their scarcity, they were highly likely to be targeted by bounty hunters. Inue and Yulan then led Lu Jin and his group, taking a shuttle to the place where the Star Sea Elves resided.
After a long journey, they arrived at the Star Sea Elves settlement.
At the bottom of a huge meteorite crater, numerous tunnels had been carved out. Like the mines on an icy planet, the remaining Star Sea Elves were hidden inside this planet. The appearance of Lu Jin and the others immediately caught the attention of the Star Sea Elf guards at the entrance. The moment they saw Inue and Yulan, the guards' grim expressions turned to joy.
"Inue. Yulan. You finally returned. Lu Zhu. Zue." Inue and Yulan were deeply moved to see the two guards.
When they had chosen to leave, they had never imagined they would be able to return here.
After exchanging pleasantries with the guards, Inue and Yulan introduced Lu Jin to their kin. "This is the hero, our captain. It was he who helped us.
Without him, we could never have returned here."
Hearing the experiences of Inue and Yulan, the two guards couldn't help but clench their fists.
If it weren't for the genetic defect plaguing the Star Sea Elves, how could Inue and Yulan have ended up in such a dire situation? I am Green Pearl, and I extend my deepest gratitude to the hero Lu Jin for rescuing our sisters. Silver Moon Yulan, you have sacrificed far too much for the Star Sea Elves.
Yet it is fortunate that no harm has befallen you. Had any accident occurred, even if we lingered here in survival, our lives would be steeped in eternal remorse.
The two Star Sea Elves felt a tumult of emotions within their hearts.
Once upon a time the Star Sea Elves were an arrogant and noble race across the cosmos. Now they could only eke out a meager existence on this desolate planet. Yet upon facing their two companions Silver Moon and Yulan cast aside the gloom of yesterdays. For they had brought back Lu Jin knowing that he could mend the genetic defects of the Star Sea Elves. Once the genetic flaws were repaired, the resurgence of the Star Sea Elves was merely a matter of time. Thus led by Green Pearl and Purple Joy, Lu Jin followed Silver Moon and Yulan into the passageway. The labyrinthine corridors left Lu Jin feeling that without guidance even retracing his steps would fail to lead him back to the correct path. Just then they halted before a wall. It appeared to be a dead end, but after the leading Green Pearl infused the wall with spiritual energy through a wave of her hand, a brand new passage materialized before them. Traversing it they arrived in an underground chamber. Gazing at such a concealed stronghold, Lu Jin could not help but marvel at the Star Sea Elves' extreme caution. Everyone! Silver Moon and Yulan have returned. At Green Pearl's call, the once silent underground space seemed to spring to life. A torrent of spiritual energy particles dissipated, revealing crude stone huts one after another in Lu Jin's sight. Then the Star Sea Elves shed their camouflage. It was at this moment that Lu Jin realized the Star Sea Elves' plight was dire. Not only were their garments tattered, but their food was also exceedingly scarce. How could such a mighty race be reduced to such destitution? They resembled nothing more than a band of refugees. Silver Moon. Yulan. You have finally returned. A Star Sea Elf with silver hair clad in linen stepped forward. Her gaze fell upon Silver Moon and Yulan as if she were beholding children returning from a long-lost journey. Upon seeing this elf, Silver Moon and Yulan's eyes glistened with tears. For this was the elder of their clan. And also the mother they shared, while their biological mothers had long since fallen in battle after battle. These orphans of war were essentially raised by this elder. Elder Aelin, we have returned. No matter how resilient they were abroad, Silver Moon and Yulan now threw themselves into Elder Aelin's embrace like children. Basking in the long mist warmth, Elder Aelin caressed their soft hair with maternal love. It is good that you are back, it is good. After you left the clan you never sent word. Do you have any idea how worried Elder Aelin and the rest of us were? Green Pearl complained with some indignation. Yet these words caused Lu Jin's brow to furrow slightly, sensing something amiss. Do you mean that since Silver Moon and Yulan departed you have received no news from them? Exactly. Did something happen to them? No, they are fine. Lu Jin recalled the hefty sum he had paid to acquire the sisters at the auction. Where then had that money gone? If it had truly reached the Star Sea Elves, how could they still be in such a pitiful state? Silver Moon and Yulan also came to a realization. They turned to Elder Aelin. Elder Aelin, over these years we have worked as mercenaries and earned a considerable amount. Did we not send all that money to you along with our letters? Money. Letters. Although the Star Sea Elves constantly changed their hiding spots to evade bounty hunters. Each time they relocated they would send coordinates to Silver Moon and Yulan using spiritual energy signals that only the Star Sea Elves could comprehend. Yet it turned out that both the letters sent by Silver Moon and Yulan and those received by the Star Sea Elves were intercepted by an unknown entity. Upon learning the truth, Silver Moon and Yulan clenched their fists, a blaze of fury igniting from the depths of their hearts. They had fought and toiled abroad, even sacrificing their freedom. But now they discovered that their hard-earned blood money had never reached their kin. Lu Jin immediately opened his communication terminal and located the signal of Emerald Heart. Far away in the sparkling galaxy, Emerald Heart was startled to see the incoming signal. Realizing it was Lu Jin, she swiftly accepted the call. Lu Jin. You are safe. Emerald Heart finally breathed a sigh of relief. She felt an immense guilt towards Lu Jin regarding the Blackrock pirates. This remorse haunted her even in her dreams. She had wanted to contact Lu Jin countless times to ensure his safety. Yet she feared that the Blackrock pirates might intercept her signal and plunge Lu Jin into further danger. Thus she had endured in silence. Now Lu Jin's call allowed her to relax. It is me. I am fine now. But there is something I need your help with. Help. She would not hesitate even for 10 or 20 favors. Lu Jin's contributions to the Gem family were unparalleled. Thus Emerald Heart agreed without a moment's hesitation. I need you to investigate where the funds went after I purchased Silver Moon and Yulan. Tracing the auction's financial flow. This ordinarily violated the rules of the Gem family. Yet with the family restructured and Lu Jin's position unassailable, investigating the flow of funds became a trivial matter. Emerald Heart quickly uncovered the truth, but upon seeing the results her brows knit together as she understood why Lu Jin had asked. For the funds had ultimately flowed into an organization. Moreover, Emerald Heart discovered that the mercenary earnings Silver Moon and Yulan had previously sent were also deposited into the same organization's account. I have found it. All the money converged into a single account. And the holder of that account is a bounty hunter. Bounty hunters. Moreover, according to my investigation, this bounty hunter operates within an organization. He belongs to a bounty hunter group known as the Greedy Golden Wolf Pack. This greedy golden wolf pack is among the most infamous in the bounty hunter circles.
It gathers a motley crew of outlaws, interstellar pirates, and all sorts of swindlers.
Lu Jin, do you need my help? I can certainly lend a hand on this.
Quijade said this because she felt the Gem family owed Lu Jin a great debt.
When the Blackrock pirates arrived, the only thing Quijade could do was notify Lu Jin to flee. What Lu Jin endured to finally escape the Blackrock pirates' pursuit. Quijade could not know, nor could she empathize.
But she knew the Gem family had wronged Lu Jin. Had the Gem family been stronger, this would never have happened. In response to Quijade's offer of help, Lu Jin merely replied indifferently, "There's no need for you to intervene.
The Gem family's reconstruction demands your full attention.
I will handle the matter of the greedy golden wolf pack myself. A mere bounty hunter group is hardly a cause for concern."
Having obtained the intelligence he needed, Lu Jin ended the communication. He was somewhat surprised by the outcome, yet found it reasonable.
The bounty hunter community was inherently a chaotic mix of characters. Given the identities of Inu and Yulan, it was understandable they had been targeted. One could only say that Inu and Yulan had been too naive.
These damned bounty hunters, how dare they deceive us so?
Inu gnashed her teeth in fury but felt helpless.
The Starry Sea was vast. Finding a bounty hunter was like searching for a needle in a haystack.
Since the Star Sea Elves were now safe, she would consider this a lesson learned. The priority now was to gather her people and apply gene repair technology to resolve their current plight.
Elder summoned the remaining clansmen.
Our captain possesses the technology to repair genetic defects. Yulan and I have completely shed the curse of genetic defects.
What? A technology to repair genetic defects? Could such a technology truly exist in the Starry Sea?
But when Elder Aylin used her psychic energy to examine Inu and Yulan, she was astonished to find that their genetic defects had indeed been repaired. This was utterly incredible. Then Elder Aylin, the most venerable of the Star Sea Elves, reacted.
She knelt directly before Lu Jin as if paying homage to a deity. On behalf of the Star Sea Elves, I thank you for your mercy.
Henceforth our clan shall erect a statue in your honor and sing your praises for eternity. Seeing this, Lu Jin stepped forward and helped Elder Aylin to her feet.
There's no need for this. I made a promise to Inu and Yulan. Moreover, I have already obtained what I desired. Indeed.
Through this operation he would surely secure the loyalty of the Star Sea Elves. Thus he would command two psychic forces, the Sleepers and the Star Sea Elves.
With such strength in ground combat, his fleet could undoubtedly be considered among the elite of the elite. Yet Elder Aylin interpreted his words differently.
What he desired.
Elder Aylin glanced at Inu and Yulan.
When she saw the look Inu occasionally cast toward Lu Jin, she recognized it all too well as an elder of the Star Sea Elves.
So that's it. Inu is undoubtedly one of the finest in our clan. Elder Aylin appraised Lu Jin with satisfaction.
Though Lu Jin was merely a human from Blue Star, the strength he displayed far surpassed that of any Starsea race.
And his imminent act of saving the Star Sea Elves was nothing short of heroic.
Inu, the most beautiful of the Star Sea Elves, deserved a hero like Lu Jin.
Hearing this, Lu Jin nodded in profound agreement. Indeed, I am well aware.
Throughout their journey, Inu's formidable prowess and talent had made it clear to Lu Jin
that in time she would become the most dazzling warrior in the Starry Sea. Lu Jin and Elder Aylin exchanged a knowing smile as if each understood the other's thoughts. Elder Aylin, bring forth the remaining Star Sea Elves.
From now on you need not hide.
I will hire you as my crew and repair your genetic defects.
Of course, if any of you choose not to join my crew, I will grant you freedom.
Hearing this, Elder Aylin understood
that Lu Jin's offer to hire them as crew was also a means of protecting them.
As crew members, their safety would be assured, sparing them from their current precarious existence. Yet Elder Aylin did not immediately agree, for she could not guarantee what the remaining clansmen would choose.
When all the Star Sea Elves had gathered, Lu Jin surveyed them and realized their situation was even graver than he had imagined. First, there were fewer than 10,000 of them. Among these several thousand Star Sea Elves, there was not a single male. Crucially, among the thousands were children, all of whom were female without exception.
Reproduction was already difficult, and without male Star Sea Elves, extinction was merely a matter of time, even if left alone. But just then Inu and Yulan sensed something amiss. Elder, aren't some people missing?
Yes, where is Shuayin?
Shuayin must still be sleeping in. You know she's been like that since we were kids.
True that one loves her sleep. But then Inu and Yulan noticed Elder Aylin's expression remained unchanged. She looked at them with a hint of sorrow in her eyes.
Inu and Yulan, these are all the remaining clansmen. The others are gone.
Over the years, the Star Sea Elves had been displaced many times, often exposing themselves to pursuit during their migrations. Given the circumstances, it was a miracle that so many had survived.
Then Qingyi and the others are.
Inu and Yulan could not accept this outcome.
But looking at the remaining clansmen, they took a deep breath to calm their fury.
Just then Lu Jin placed a hand on Inu's shoulder, his voice sounding in her ear.
Leave the revenge to me. I'm well versed in such matters. Captain, thank you.
At this moment Silvermoon could only utter these words.
Lu Jin nodded, then began organizing the Star Sea Elves to board his vessel.
Upon boarding, the young Star Sea Elves like curious children looked up and down at the ship before them. Elder, the food here smells so good. Elder, there's a room that produces warm water. Elder, the beds here are so soft. Elder, can we stay here forever? These children, innocent of the world, had known only ceaseless flight and concealment since memory began. They had never savored life, yet they bore the burden of their race's impending annihilation. Gazing at these children, Elder Aelin's eyes were filled with deep compassion.
Of course you can.
Seeing this, the other Star Sea Elves felt even more pained. They could not continue like this, otherwise by the time of their extinction the children would not even know what bread was. Better to die gloriously than to live in shame.
At that moment Elder Aelin stepped forward. Mr.
Lu Jin, let me be the first to undergo gene repair. Elder Aelin understood well that the Star Sea Elf race needed change. Change required a catalyst. Silvermoon and Yulan had already breached the barrier, and Lu Jin had shown the Star Sea Elves hope. Now it was up to her to shatter the stalemate completely.
Without a word, Lu Jin led Elder Aelin to a pre-prepared medical bay. Inside, a sleeper was already ready.
This sleeper had once served as a physician in the Legion and possessed strong spiritual energy control. Under Lu Jin's training, he had become proficient in performing gene repair surgery using spiritual energy.
Yet even so, this would be his first surgery. Let's begin.
Everything was ready, a far cry from the meager conditions of the radiant star system.
Now the medical bay was equipped with various life-monitoring instruments.
Even if a mistake occurred, they could swiftly adjust the surgical procedure, vastly improving the success rate.
The surgery commenced. Elder Aelin withdrew all her spiritual energy defenses. The sleeper channeled his spiritual energy, infusing it into Elder Aelin's body.
The spiritual energy transformed into countless threads within her body, meticulously reaching the genetic level to construct and repair the genetic defects of the Star Sea Elves.
The entire surgery lasted an hour, with everyone's eyes fixed on the life instruments. Yet until the end the instruments emitted no abnormal sounds.
As the surgery concluded, Elder Aelin opened her eyes, experiencing an unprecedented sensation in her body. At that moment she felt as though an iceberg within her had melted and she was reborn.
Success.
Elder Aelin could hardly believe it, even though she had already witnessed the successful cases of Silvermoon and Yulan. Yet now that she had undergone the procedure herself, she still felt as if she were living in a dream. Seeing this, the other Star Sea Elves were greatly encouraged. This gene repair surgery continued for nearly a month. In the end, all the Star Sea Elves had completed the gene repair. And this meant that their race was no longer bound by limitations. From now on, every day of their existence would be an ascent for their species.
Great Mr.
Lu Jin, you are the savior of our entire Star Sea Elf race. After these days we have reached a unanimous decision within our clan.
We will accept your employment and become crew members under your command.
To repay your kindness, our spiritual energy shall become the sharp blade in your hand.
Any enemy of yours shall become the enemy of the Star Sea Elves. Hearing this, Lu Jin took a deep breath.
The entire Star Sea Elf race.
A Star Sea Elf race without any defects.
They would become an indispensable asset in his hands. Suppressing his inner excitement, Lu Jin calmed himself and handed the crew employment contract to Elder Aelin.
You don't need to pledge your life and loyalty to me. Please review this employment contract. I will provide you with the corresponding benefits as crew members, and this contract is not permanent.
If the contract expires and you have your own pursuits, you may choose not to renew with me.
Elder Aelin took the contract.
When she saw its contents, she was even more astonished. As the great benefactor of the entire Star Sea Elf race, Lu Jin could have made far more exorbitant demands, even forcing them to work for him for free.
But he did not.
The contract stipulated a mere 10-year term, which for the long-lived Star Sea Elves was but a fleeting moment.
Moreover, during the contract period, Lu Jin would pay them wages and offer bonuses based on combat performance. Most crucially, the contract only applied to adult Star Sea Elves. Underage Star Sea Elves would enjoy all the welfare benefits on the ship for free. The terms of this contract were incredibly generous. In an instant, several Star Sea Elves signed the contract. Elder Aelin looked at the contract, then at Lu Jin, and even felt a sense of indebtedness. Mr. Lu Jin, these contract terms are far too favorable. The Star Sea race is born equal. I, Lu Jin, am not one to exploit others. Upon hearing this, Elder Aelin understood.
She now saw why the proud Star Sea Elf Silvermoon had fallen for a human from the blue planet. Had she been younger, perhaps she too would have been drawn to Lu Jin? Soon all the Star Sea Elves had signed the contract.
Lu Jin collected the contracts, every single one accounted for. It couldn't be better. Excellent, everyone.
From now on you are crew members of my fleet. From now on you don't need to address me as sir or hero.
Just call me captain. Next, I will head to a commercial planet to purchase equipment for all of you. And for this operation I ask only one thing of you. That is, do not hide in the shadows. Show yourselves and tell the entire galaxy of your return. What? They were to be exposed to the public.
This decision made many Star Sea elves hesitant. After all, they had been in hiding for so long. Wouldn't sudden exposure give their pursuers an opportunity? But soon Silvermoon understood Lu Jin's intent. She stepped forward and addressed her kin. Everyone, now that we are part of the Spark Fleet, we no longer need to skulk in the shadows. It is time to tell those people of the Star Sea elves' return. Only by striking them with a heavy blow can we make them understand that we are not commodities. Ohat, the commercial planet. A trade world nestled at the intersection of the endless Starsea and the peripheral Starsea. To conduct business here, one requires not only substantial capital but also formidable strength. Though a commercial hub, this planet's factions are tangled in complexity, leaving it utterly devoid of order. It was precisely for this reason that Lu Jin chose this world as preparation for venturing into the endless Starsea. The vessel docked at Ohat's starport, and as the hatch opened, Lu Jin was the first to step out. Close behind him followed Silvermoon and Yulan. As the two emerged, they glanced back to see many Starsea elves hesitating at the threshold. Everyone, we are no longer who we once were. It's time to take that crucial step forward. That's right. Be confident. From today onward, we are no longer drifters without roots. We are the crew of the Spark Fleet. There is nothing to fear. Urged by Silvermoon and Yolan, Elderalen took a deep breath and was the first to step out. Then the other Starsea elves followed suit. As light fell upon them, they stood openly on this land for the first time. They gazed around in a daze as if unaccustomed to these changes. At that moment, the surrounding alien races also turned their attention toward them. Starsea elves. Wasn't their race nearly extinct? Hiss, so many of them. What kind of day is this? Rumor has it that on the black market the bounty for a single Starsea elf has reached nearly 100 million credits. 100 million credits. With so many Starsea elves here, if we sold them all to the black market, we'd be rich. As these words were spoken, greed flickered in the eyes of the alien races nearby. Sensing the familiar gazes converging upon them, the Starsea elves flinched like startled rabbits, their movements suddenly timid. Seeing this, Lu Jin couldn't help but facepalm. Had the Starsea elves been hiding for so long that they'd forgotten they were one of the most formidable psychic races in the Starsea? But Silvermoon and Yulan were different from the others. Having followed Lu Jin for some time, they faced the covetous stares aimed at their kin. The resolute Silvermoon wasted no time drawing her blade without hesitation. Infusing it with psychic energy, a sharp aura like an invisible blade erupted from her like a storm, spreading in all directions. When this blade-like psychic pressure fell upon the alien races, they felt as if doused with cold water, snapping out of their greed in an instant. In their momentary avarice, they had forgotten the Starsea elves' terrifying psychic talents. The alien races quickly dispersed, daring not to cast another glance in their direction. You see, as long as you stand firm, no one will covet our identity. Silvermoon's words to her people were earnest and heartfelt. Witnessing Silvermoon's resolve, the Starsea elves gradually regained their confidence. They followed Lu Jin out of the starport, heading straight for Ohat's commercial center. But just as Lu Jin was about to leave the starport, he seemed to sense something and abruptly turned his head toward a certain spot. Noticing this, Silvermoon asked with concern. "What's wrong, Captain?" "Nothing." Lu Jin frowned, for he had just felt someone watching him. Yet when he turned to look, he saw no one. He wondered if he had been overworking himself and was hallucinating. After all, Silvermoon was right beside him and she had sensed no danger. It was likely just his own paranoia. With that thought, Lu Jin composed himself. He led the Starsea elves aboard an express train bound for the commercial center. But no sooner had Lu Jin left the starport than a familiar figure appeared in a corner of the facility. It was none other than Lu Jin's acquaintance Qin Mo. Yet Qin Mo now shrouded herself in shadow, her eyes filled with terror. "Lu Jin. He's come to Ohat too. No, I must leave with my fleet at once. I cannot let him see me like this." As Qin Mo stepped out of the shadows, a pair of ruby-red eyes gleamed in the light. Had Lu Jin been present, he would have recognized them as a hallmark of the Blood Clan. During the battle in the brilliant galaxy, Qin Mo had been bitten by a Blood Clan member. Initially she paid it no mind, but after the battle her body gradually manifested Blood Clan traits. Qin Mo understood the danger of the Blood Clan, but she feared even more how Lu Jin would perceive her if her identity were exposed. And as the daughter of a planet lord, how would her family treat her? At this thought, Qin Mo felt her life plunging into darkness. I must find a way to become human again. The endless Starsea holds infinite opportunities. Surely there is a method to change my Blood Clan identity. Forgive me, Lu Jin. I hope the next time we meet I will have found a solution. Qin Mo turned and departed, returning to her ship. Entering the bridge, Qin Mo took the captain's seat. Her former crew were nowhere to be seen. She had disbanded them all upon leaving the brilliant galaxy. Now the ship was run by death row prisoners she had purchased at great expense from a prison planet. Transformed into her blood thralls, they were utterly loyal. Among them were many with formidable skills, and after conversion Qin Mo's fleet had actually grown stronger. Yet despite this, Qin Mo's expression remained grim. At that moment a seductive woman with fiery red lips approached and bowed respectfully. "Captain, shall we launch the ship and leave Ohat?" Blood Thrall 98 has drafted a new star chart as you requested.
Shall I upload it into the ship's system?
Impatiently waving her hand at the Blood Thrall's words. The woman understood and began directing the other crew members to prepare for departure. With a roar of the engines, the ship gradually pulled away from the starport. Jin Mo cast one last look at Oh, had her gaze filled with endless sorrow.
She might never see Lu Jin again. Lu Jin, I hope when we meet again we won't be enemies.
While leading the Starcy Elves on a shopping spree in the commercial center, Lu Jin suddenly felt a tickle in his nose and sneezed.
Seeing this, Yu quickly approached with concern. Captain, are you alright? Is it because you've been overworked lately dealing with my people's affairs? Seeing Yu's concern, Lu Jin simply waved his hand indicating that he was fine.
Rubbing his nose, Lu Jin pondered inwardly. His current body was still too fragile. Once he reached the boundless Starcy, he knew not what dangers might befall him.
Even Yu Tiansong now had a psionic armor for protection. He too must find a suitable psionic gene seed as soon as possible to transform himself into a formidable psionic.
Just then Lu Jin caught sight of a shop's name and decisively halted. Even here there's an establishment of the Gem Clan. The shop before him bore the emblem of the Gem Clan. Without hesitation, Lu Jin strode inside. No sooner had he entered than a staff member approached him.
Welcome to the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. How may I assist you?
Is your backer the Gem Clan of the Radiant Galaxy? Hearing Lu Jin's question, the staff member paused momentarily before nodding in confirmation. Once he was certain it was a Gem Clan enterprise, the rest was straightforward.
Lu Jin produced the Jedi Gem card that Cui Yusen had given him.
The moment the staff member saw the card, his eyes widened in sheer disbelief. As an employee of the Gem Clan from the very first day of induction, his superiors had educated him about the existence of gem cards. Anyone bearing such a card was undoubtedly of immense wealth and status.
Realizing this, the staff member dared not dally.
After quickly settling Lu Jin and his party, he rushed to the back to inform the general manager. Upon hearing that a gem card holder had arrived, the chamber's general manager Morrison was equally vigilant. Esteemed guest of the gem card, I am Morrison, the general manager of this chamber.
How may I be of service?
Even the general manager had come out.
Lu Jin glanced at the Jedi gem card in his hand, surprised by its influence.
Since that was the case, he would not stand on ceremony. His gaze fell upon the Starcy Elves, then shifted to Morrison as he spoke.
These are all my crew members. I need to outfit each of them with a combat suit and a set of everyday attire. Bring out your best recommendations.
Everyone needed a combat suit and casual clothes. This was a massive order.
General Manager Morrison could barely contain his grin.
He clapped his hands, summoning all the staff. Under his direction, all the Starcy Elves were escorted to begin their fittings.
Lu Jin meanwhile settled into the exclusive VIP lounge, savoring top-tier Starcy black tea and exquisite pastries imported from the boundless Starcy. This is quite the indulgence.
Lounging on the soft sofa, Lu Jin crossed his legs, savoring a rare moment of leisure. Though the Starcy Elves were few in number, the fitting process in this shop would still take considerable time. Thus Lu Jin simply nestled into the sofa, closing his eyes for a brief rest.
Some time later he was roused from his slumber by a commotion.
Since when do commodities come to a store to shop?
I've never seen so many Starcy Elves before. The informant's tip was right.
I never imagined these Starcy Elves would come out in force like this. If you don't want trouble, step aside or my gun here won't show any mercy.
Hearing the noise, Lu Jin stepped out of the VIP lounge.
In the main hall he found a tense standoff. The Starcy Elves led by Inua stood within the shop. Opposite them was a gang of alien races brandishing firearms. Their eyes gleamed with greed. In their view, these Starcy Elves were nothing but hefty bounties waiting to be claimed.
Bang! Just then a gunshot shattered the stalemate.
A bloody hole appeared in the forehead of one alien. Lu Jin, wielding his memory pistol, pulled the trigger and fired another round. The alien raiders hadn't expected a blue star human to be the one to break the deadlock.
Damn!
We're under attack. Before the words faded, Inu and Yulan sprang into action.
Like phantoms they darted among the aliens, their blades flashing as several more fell.
Witnessing this and recalling Lu Jin's previous treatment of them, a surge of psionic brilliance erupted from many of the Starcy Elves.
One alien, panicked by the sight, fired his gun in terror. Bang! A bullet left the chamber. Yet the bullet hung eerily in midair after leaving the barrel. To the alien's horror, it reversed its course and struck him squarely between the eyes. In mere breaths, only one of the alien troublemakers remained alive.
Seize this one and throw him into the silent coffin. Let the sleeper interrogate him.
Understood.
A sleeper materialized silently beside Lu Jin. Seeing this ghostly figure, the surviving alien turned deathly pale.
How many psionics did this man have by his side?
He had been blinded by greed. This was nothing short of suicide. After having the remaining captive taken away, Lu Jin turned to General Manager Morrison. Throughout the conflict, Morrison had not only refrained from retreating but had also safeguarded the Starcy Elves, which pleased Lu Jin greatly. I will inform the Gem Clan of the Radiant Galaxy about this.
You've done well.
Once the clothes are chosen, just swipe the card to settle the bill. General Manager Morrison felt an immense relief wash over him. He was glad he hadn't made the wrong choice. From the moment the Star CLs entered the shop, Morrison had known such a conflict was inevitable. Yet he had stood firmly by Lu Jin's side. After all, as an employee of the Gem Clan, protecting these Star CLs for a gem card holder could hardly be a mistake. Subsequently, Lu Jin led the Star CLs on a grand shopping spree through the mall, acquiring resources, supplies, and all manner of rare treasures. Though Lu Jin appeared to be accompanying the elves in their shopping, he was actually scanning the surroundings, noting that the fish had taken the bait.
Captain, the interrogation is complete.
As you anticipated, they were indeed hired by someone.
However, they had no knowledge of their employer's identity. After the sleepers' thorough questioning, the alien race revealed all the information they possessed.
Lu Jin was not particularly surprised by the intelligence obtained. His purpose in bringing the Stellar Elf tribe to Ohat was to settle the matter once and for all, completely resolving the Stellar Elves' predicament. The effect was evident. Through his maneuvers, all the fish had gathered. Suspicious alien races began to proliferate around the ship. They loitered near Lu Jin's vessel, even trading information among themselves. After waiting for a while, Lu Jin decided to cease further delay and decisively opened the ship's control system.
First, have the silent coffin ascend and await orders. Understood. The silent coffin ignited its engines, first detaching from the spaceport and entering the stellar void.
After making his preparations, Lu Jin resolutely initiated the engines. The moment the ship's engines roared to life, the furtive alien races around them sprang into action.
The target has ignited their engines. They seem ready to leave Ohat. Leaving so soon?
It appears they've realized they're being watched. Parading so many stellar elves around, how could they not attract attention?
After them. The others must be getting restless. We can't let them get ahead.
As he spoke, a multitude of ships soared into the sky. Leaving the spaceport, Lu Jin gazed at the endless starscape behind him, where a swarm of vessels trailed his ship.
Without any restraint, they dismissed Lu Jin's medium-sized vessel as insignificant.
In their eyes, he was nothing more than a piece of fat ready for the slaughter.
At this thought, Lu Jin hesitated no more.
He immediately accessed the ship's speed panel and began accelerating. Seeing the velocity spike, the bounty hunters trailing him grew restless.
No one's making a move. If no one does, he'll take the initiative.
This kid ship is almost at jump speed. If we don't act now, it'll be too late.
A bunch of cowards. Let me fire the first shot. I can't wait any longer either. Prepare to open fire. Boom.
At that moment, a beam of light like a heavenly sword pierced through a ship. Instantly, the vessel erupted into a blaze, shattering into fragments.
Witnessing this, the bounty hunters' faces turned pale. Who did that? Why are we attacking our own? What's going on?
Has the infighting started before the hunt even begins?
Hoof, a rabble indeed. I'd better stay far away from you all. I still have 3 millennia of ship loans to pay off.
Before the words faded, hundreds of missiles rained down like a tempest, striking the ships directly.
In an instant, flames filled the sky. Several more fragile small vessels were obliterated.
It was then that the bounty hunters identified the culprit, the silent coffin, which had been lying in wait nearby. As a warship, the silent coffin boasted equipment among the top tier of large vessels. Seated in the bridge, Yun Mengyan cast her gaze upon the ships and let out a cold snort.
A bunch of trash.
Against such opponents, Yun Mengyan didn't even need to deploy fighters for boarding actions to eliminate their effective strength. With just the Prometheus and the silent coffin, the armaments of these 2 vessels alone were sufficient to make these greedy bounty hunters pay the price. With that thought, Yun Mengyan glanced at the weapons panel and decisively launched another round of assault. Facing a large warship armed with sophisticated weaponry, those vessels had no means to retaliate.
Damn it. What's going on with this ship? Why is it attacking us unprovoked?
Wait, I recall this vessel entered the spaceport alongside that medium-sized ship.
Entered together. Could they be connected? Whatever their connection, I only know that if we don't leave now, we'll be blown to smithereens.
What are you afraid of?
With so many ships, are we scared of just one?
Some fierce bounty hunters, undeterred by the silent coffin's assault, began to organize a counterattack. A large number of ships clustered together, relying on their formidable defenses to withstand the silent coffin's fire.
Once fully assembled, they activated their energy weapons. All energy weapons locked onto a single point. Even a large warship, what of it? Under concentrated fire on one spot, even a large warship would be unable to withstand it. Everything was set. Fire.
Hundreds of laser beams converged into a single stream, focusing on the silent coffin. But at that moment, the Prometheus materialized like a phantom before the silent coffin. The laser beams struck the Prometheus only to be devoured by its void shield. Witnessing this, all the bounty hunters were left dumbfounded.
What the hell?
Did our attacks get swallowed by their shield? Indeed, they were absorbed, otherwise such a massive energy assault wouldn't have left no trace.
Damn it.
What kind of shield system is that? A shield capable of devouring attacks. It was their first time seeing such a thing. Most crucially, a single ship had effortlessly neutralized the combined assault of so many vessels.
How troublesome could this be?
Inside the bridge of the Prometheus, a faint smile curled on Lu Jin's lips.
He had to admit the Prometheus was indeed formidable now. All those laser beams had been swallowed into the void.
Now all Lu Jin had to do was release those beams at a fixed coordinate.
Coordinates set. In an instant, a spatial rift opened at the center of the bounty hunter's fleet. The vanished laser beams erupted from the rift. Countless laser beams tore the bounty hunter's ships to shreds.
Inside the silent coffin, Yin Menjian's eyes lit up at the sight of this miraculous display.
A void shield device.
No, it's different from the void shield devices used by Holy Terra. This device not only absorbs attacks but can also redirect them to counter the enemy. Under Lu Jin's ceaseless maneuvers, the ragtag fleet of alien races found no room for resistance. After such a bombardment, the alien vessels suffered grievous losses. Many among the alien races began to contemplate retreat. Despite their numerical superiority, they had inflicted no harm upon Lu Jin, only to sustain heavy casualties themselves. This alone proved that their adversary far surpassed them in strength. If they continued down this path, even victory would come at a staggering cost. Yet as they wavered in hesitation, Lu Jin issued another command. All-Starry Elves crew, I hereby give you your first combat order. Pilot your fighters to those ravaged ships and capture their captains.
Indeed.
Since these beings coveted the Starry Elves, he would let the elves themselves apprehend these bounty hunters who sought them.
Among so many alien races, there was bound to be news of the greedy Golden Wolf Pack.
It was a twofold gain, restoring the Starry Elves' renown while effectively gathering intelligence on their foes. At that moment, the Starry Elves gazed upon the shattered fleet outside, their eyes gradually hardening with resolve. Lu Jin had done so much for them, even placing himself in peril. If they continued to cower, how could they ever repay his mentorship?
I understand.
As a crew member of the Ember Fleet, I will complete this mission. One of the Starry Elves stepped forward first. Her gaze was steadfast, the pressure of her spiritual energy escalating with each passing moment. Lu Jin felt gratified. This time it was not Silvermoon or Aelin but an ordinary Starry Elf. This signified an awakening within the Starry Elves. He needed a legion bold in battle, not a timid collective. Thus, in the process of eradicating the greedy Golden Wolf Pack, this would also serve as a transformation for the Starry Elves.
Captain, let me go as well. Silvermoon volunteered and Lu Jin did not refuse.
After leaving the bridge, she headed straight to the hangar and boarded a fighter. As the runway hatch opened, Silvermoon took a deep breath and decisively ignited the fighter's engine system.
In an instant, several fighters shot out of the ship.
Silvermoon glanced to the side where another Starry Elf met her eyes. They exchanged a look and their gazes turned resolute. The fighter hurtled toward a vessel that had been battered into ruin by the previous assault.
Targeting a breach, Silvermoon maxed out the engine's thrust. Accelerate. Faster. Even faster. Boom.
The fighter, like a blade, plunged straight into the ship's interior.
Dust billowed as numerous alien soldiers converged.
Before the dust could settle, they raised their weapons and fired at the fighter's position.
A torrent of bullets fell like a storm. When the volley ceased, every soldier stared intently at the craft.
Suddenly a flash of cold light appeared in their vision.
The fighter was cleaved in two.
In that instant, the pressure of spiritual energy surged like a flood, engulfing the entire space. The soldiers felt as though an invisible force had seized their throats, choking the breath from them. Silvermoon emerged from the dust, a gleaming blade in hand. Before the soldiers could react, Silvermoon launched herself forward, her spirit-enhanced body leaving a mere afterimage. By the time they realized, she was already among them. With a single swing, the blade, infused with terrifying spiritual energy, unleashed a crescent arc that cleaved through an entire row of soldiers, severing them at the waist. Without Lu Jin by her side, Silvermoon revealed her most ruthless side. After all, she and Yulan had once executed countless perilous and arduous mercenary missions. In terms of spiritual talent, Silvermoon might not be the foremost among the Starry Elves.
But when it came to combat experience, even Yulan could not rival her. Like slicing through melons and vegetables, Silvermoon swiftly reached the bridge. As the hatch opened, she was greeted by hundreds of gun barrels aimed squarely at her. You are truly arrogant, daring to storm my ship alone.
I admit your vessel's firepower is formidable, but that is no reason for such recklessness. I never expected such a windfall before leaving this cursed place. Capture this one, shall fetch a fine price. When Silvermoon heard those final words, murderous intent blazed in her eyes. Even at this juncture, these bounty hunters remained incorrigibly greedy.
Still scheming to take her alive for a bounty. Despicable.
A surge of fury consumed her and she took a forceful step forward.
That step unleashed a wave of spiritual pressure that swept through the surroundings.
The soldiers' hearts were seized by a primal terror, the instinctive fear of a superior being.
Open fire. Driven by fear, the soldiers disobeyed orders and pulled their triggers. But as the bullets halted before Silvermoon, they understood the chasm between ordinary mortals and spiritual adepts.
All the bullets hung suspended in the air, stopped by an invisible barrier of spiritual energy before Silvermoon. With a flick of her hand, she reversed their trajectory.
Go! A burst of spiritual energy, a colossal shockwave sent the bullets hurtling back, striking the surrounding alien races. In an instant every soul on the bridge was annihilated. Silvermoon approached the alien captain, let out a cold snort and kicked him square in the face. The captain crumpled into unconsciousness. Then using her spiritual energy she dragged him like a dead pig and tossed him into the fighter's cargo hold. Mission accomplished. Aboard the bridge of the Prometheus, Lu Jin received Silvermoon's message and immediately ordered her return. Soon after, other Star Sea Elves reported in one by one. Lu Jin nodded. Just as he had anticipated, the Star Sea Elves had executed their missions with pristine efficiency. After all, their racial aptitude destined them to be born warriors. But due to a genetic flaw, they had concealed their prowess for too long. Now that the shackles were undone, there was no need for self-deprecation any longer. Slumber Legion, you may cease your assault. The Slumber Legion, which had been suppressing the other vessels, halted their attack upon hearing Lu Jin's command. The battered fleet, grateful for the reprieve, fled the battlefield in frantic haste. That battleship has ceased its assault on us. The electromagnetic interference has also dissipated and the signal has returned to normal. What does this mean? Is it letting us go? Then why are you still standing there? Do you wish to be captured as well? These bounty hunters were already terrified beyond measure. After this battle, they realized the chasm between themselves and Lu Jin. Facing the coordinated efforts of the Silent Coffin and the Prometheus, no matter how many ships they had, they were nothing more than a motley crew. By now many alien races had already been seized by Lu Jin. If they did not flee immediately, they would inevitably share the same fate. As for the bounty on the Star Sea Elves, no matter how great the reward, one must live to spend it. Watching the ships flee the star system one by one, Yun Mengyan on the Silent Coffin let out a cold snort, her words dripping with contempt for these bounty hunters. Poof! A rabble blinded by greed, utterly foolish. All enemies have been eliminated. The ship is now on alert. Deploy drones to begin clearing the battlefield. Prioritize the collection of core ship components. Transport all collected core components to the Prometheus. Yun Mengyan was well aware that these core components were vital for upgrading the Origin Warship. The Silent Coffin had already replenished its resources at the Holy City. Thus clearing the battlefield was also to facilitate Lu Jin's future ship upgrades. Meanwhile, Lu Jin made his way to the chamber housing the prisoners. Through a special glass pane, Lu Jin observed the bound alien prisoners within. Without exception, these captives were bounty hunters drawn by the exorbitant reward for the Star Sea Elves. At that moment, some of the bounty hunters remained oblivious to their predicament. Damn it! After all these years as a bounty hunter, I never thought I'd have a day like this. I've hunted birds for so long only to be pecked in the eye. I accept my fate, do with me as you will. Do you even know who I answer to? I advise you to release me now while there's still room for negotiation. What exactly are you trying to achieve by keeping us locked up here? These imprisoned hunters could not see Lu Jin beyond the glass. After observing for a moment, Lu Jin activated the broadcast system, projecting his voice into the confinement chamber. Since some of you have stiff spines and wish for death, I shall grant your wish. With those words, Lu Jin pressed a button. Immediately a machine gun turret emerged from the walls of the chamber. Before the hunters could react, the turret aimed at the heads of several alien beings. Bang! 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 The gunshots echoed, plunging the chamber into utter silence. The thick stench of blood permeated the air. The once defiant hunters now wore expressions of ashen despair, daring not to utter another word. This man actually dared to open fire. Wait! I've already surrendered. I don't share their stubbornness. What is it that you want? Money. Or something else? I swear if you spare me, you'll do anything. Under Lu Jin's intimidation, some of the less resolute hunters finally spoke up. They became bounty hunters solely for wealth. Thus, when faced with mortal peril, they chose to surrender without hesitation. Lu Jin favored such individuals as they often yielded the most valuable intelligence. Excellent. I have only one question. It concerns the greedy Golden Wolf Pack. Whether it's coordinate intelligence or personnel information, I need every scrap of data related to them. The greedy Golden Wolf Pack. Upon hearing this name, their expressions shifted subtly. A long silence fell over the chamber and no one dared to speak. Lu Jin narrowed his eyes, pondering that this greedy Golden Wolf Pack was no ordinary bounty hunter group. When no one answered, he spoke again. Since none of you know anything, you're of no use to me. As he finished, the machine gun turret targeted another hunter. This tactic never failed. With the gun aimed at his head and death looming, that hunter could no longer hold back and hastily spoke. Wait. I know. I have information on the greedy Golden Wolf Pack. It's a bounty hunter group with a total of 50,000 members. But among those 50,000, only 1,000 are core members, the rest are peripheral and have no access to core secrets. I know a peripheral member of the greedy Golden Wolf Pack. I can give you his contact information. Excellent. This intelligence was highly valuable to Lu Jin. Even Lu Jin hadn't anticipated that a bounty hunter group could boast a scale of 50,000 members. Congratulations, you may leave. Lu Jin signaled a sleeper to enter and retrieve the informant. Upon seeing that the man was genuinely released, the others grew even more agitated. They realized that much of the information they held overlapped, meaning if someone else spoke first they would lose their chance. Thus they began to blurt out intelligence. I also know that the greedy Golden Wolf Pack's rapid growth in recent years is due to their connection with the Blackstone Pirates. Rumor has it that among the high ranks of the greedy Golden Wolf Pack there are members of the Blackstone Pirates. Blackstone Pirates. What a small world. The greedy Golden Wolf Pack was indeed colluding with the Blackstone Pirates. However, this revelation did not surprise Lu Jin. You may leave too. A sleeper stepped forward and led the informant out. Seeing the envious gazes behind him, that hunter was overjoyed. Yet a venomous glare flickered in his eyes as he looked back at Lu Jin. Once he escaped, he would surely relay this intelligence to the greedy Golden Wolf Pack. The Star Sea Elves were a hot commodity in bounty hunter circles. If he couldn't handle them, surely the greedy Golden Wolf Pack could. And if even they failed, the Blackstone Pirates were backing them. At this thought, the hunter's heart swelled with glee, imagining he might still profit from this. Just then the sleeper halted, placing the hunter before a hatch. Staring at the door, the hunter was momentarily bewildered. Hey! Isn't this the ship's waste disposal chamber? Shouldn't you be taking me to the docking bay? In response to the bounty hunter's query, the sleeper produced a firearm. Under the terrified gaze of the bounty hunter, the sleeper pulled the trigger without a trace of expression. In an instant, several energy bullets pierced through the bounty hunter's body. After confirming the bounty hunter's death, the sleeper withdrew from the cabin. Turning around, he pressed the hatch release button. A powerful suction force hurled the alien corpse into the boundless sea of stars. In the vacuum of outer space, without any protective gear, the corpse froze instantly. Moments later, the frozen body collided with another frozen corpse. The impact shattered both into fragments of ice, beyond any hope of revival even for a deity. By the time the sleeper returned to the brig, Lu Jin had already finished gathering all the intelligence. Now all that remained in the cabin was a floor littered with corpses. Without a word, the sleeper re-entered and began clearing the bodies. Upon hearing of this, Yun Menjian's estimation of Lu Jin rose several notches. Had Lu Jin simply let these people go, she would have deemed him lacking in foresight. After all, every individual spared could become a variable in the future. Once an enemy was identified, the goal was to eliminate them completely. After organizing all the intelligence, Lu Jin couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This greedy Golden Wolf Pack was no simple organization. Although he had never heard of this bounty hunter group in his past life. From the data he had compiled, the greedy Golden Wolf Pack was a considerable force. Moreover, these bounty hunters operated with such lax discipline that gathering concrete information about them was exceedingly difficult. Eradicating the greedy Golden Wolf Pack completely will require considerable effort. But for the sake of the outcome, it is all worth it. Precisely, if I am to establish a foothold in the boundless sea of stars, I must first build sufficient renown. The greedy Golden Wolf Pack as a subordinate of the Blackrock Pirates will serve as an adequate stepping stone. With this thought, a faint smile curled at the corners of Lu Jin's mouth as his mind began to formulate a plan concerning the greedy Golden Wolf Pack. Just as he was immersed in his scheming, an upgrade notification suddenly popped up on the ship's panel before him. Ding, congratulations. You have successfully increased the upgrade progress to 10. Ding, successfully unlocked Origin Weapon Research Lab, unlocked Weapon Blueprint Hunting Rifle. Oh. Before he even realized it, the ship's upgrade progress had surged past 10. Checking the ship's upgrade log, Lu Jin was astonished to find that the ship had devoured the core components of dozens of vessels to reach this 10 progress. Seeing this, Lu Jin couldn't help but rub his forehead in exasperation. This Origin Warship was a true glutton. Had he not checked, he would never have known it had consumed so many materials. However, after the Origin Warship evolved into a medium-sized vessel, the rewards unlocked upon upgrading had become increasingly impressive. Lu Jin arrived at the newly unlocked Origin Weapon Research Lab. Gazing at the fully automated weapon manufacturing assembly line, he once again marveled at the wonders of the Origin Warship. After inputting the blueprint formula and feeding in the corresponding materials, the entire assembly line sprang into action. In less than an hour, a brand new hunting rifle materialized in Lu Jin's hands. Lu Jin raised the hunting rifle. It felt remarkably light in his grasp. After a series of tests, he was thoroughly satisfied with the firearm. As someone with extensive combat experience, Lu Jin could naturally gauge the weapon's practicality. Yet after fumbling with it, he realized he couldn't find the magazine. Where was it? Could it be charge-based? The name of the rifle suddenly dawned on him and his expression darkened. The hunting rifle. Could it be a weapon only usable by psychics? At this thought, Lu Jin felt nothing but exasperation. With a helpless sigh, he summoned a sleeper. Captain, your orders. Test this new weapon. A new weapon. The sleeper looked at the hunting rifle in Lu Jin's hand and let out a silent, disdainful snort. What kind of equipment was this?
How could it possibly compare to the bolters designed by His Divine Majesty the Emperor? But mindful of Lu Jin's position, the sleeper took the rifle and spoke with deliberate politeness. Captain, the sleeper corps has been using standard-issue weapons like bolters for far too long. A new weapon like this might not perform optimally in our hands.
That's fine.
I called you here solely to test the new rifle's performance. Seeing that Lu Jin had nothing more to say, the sleeper had no choice but to follow orders, gripping the psi-hunting rifle.
Following Lu Jin's instructions, the sleeper channeled his psychic energy.
As expected, the moment it made contact with the psychic force, the rifle began to charge automatically.
Once fully charged, the sleeper stood in the firing range, aiming at a distant target. He pulled the trigger. Bang! A deep resounding gunshot echoed through the air.
In the next instant, the distant target shattered into pieces. It was worth noting that the target was made of alloy, though of the lowest grade, it still possessed considerable defensive capabilities.
A single psychic bullet had completely obliterated it.
Such power left the sleeper frozen in place. Staring at the rifle in his hands, the shock within him refused to subside for a long time. As a veteran of the battlefield, from the moment he held it, he could tell the rifle was ergonomically designed.
Even the recoil upon firing was virtually non-existent. Most crucially, its destructive power was formidable.
Apart from the requirement of being a psychic to wield it, this rifle surpassed the bolter in virtually every aspect. While the bolter boasted greater raw power, its immense recoil demanded considerable effort from the sleeper to control.
Captain, I believe I need to conduct further tests to fully assess this rifle's capabilities.
Hearing this, Lu Jin promptly snapped his fingers. Instantly, the firing range was filled with a multitude of targets, some of which even began to move.
The sleeper immediately understood and entered a state of combat focus. Bang! Bang! Bang!
Under the scrutiny of professional monitoring equipment and slow-motion analysis, Lu Jin discovered that the rifle's extraordinary power stemmed from an internal mechanism that compressed psychic energy into an almost solid, highly potent state. The originally ethereal psychic energy after compression could now inflict physical damage comparable to solid projectiles. After the round of tests concluded, the sleeper was utterly enamored with the psi-hunting rifle. Apart from its high psychic energy consumption and stringent requirements, this rifle is practically a perfect weapon. Firearms that only psychics can wield. A significant drain on psychic energy. For the slumberers and the Starsea elves, could such a drawback even be considered a flaw? Not to mention that the Slumberer Legion itself is a legion of psychics with rich combat experience. Even the Starsea elves have their racial talents to fall back on. Although the Starsea elves are currently far inferior to the slumberers in combat prowess, with a little training they will one day stand shoulder to shoulder with them or even surpass them. This is precisely why Lu Jin sought to recruit the Starsea elves. No one understands better than Lu Jin just how terrifying the innate talents of the Starsea elf race are. Perhaps even the Starsea elves themselves are unaware of the sheer magnitude of their own abilities. Captain, I recommend equipping our Slumberer Legion with more of these psychic hunter rifles. While the bolt gun is undeniably powerful, its immense recoil at medium to close range actually hinders our combat effectiveness. However, if we use the bolt gun for long-range sniping, the psychic hunter rifle for mid-range assaults, and the thunder greatsword for close-quarters combat, the Slumberer Legion's combat capability will undoubtedly undergo a qualitative leap. As a seasoned veteran, this slumberer knew all too well that on the battlefield only a diverse arsenal could effectively handle the myriad of unexpected situations. Yet not every weapon could make it into the Slumberer Legion's equipment list. The fact that this psychic hunter rifle had captivated the slumberers was ample proof of its formidable inherent power. Understood. Seeing the impressive performance of the psychic hunter rifle, Lu Jin became even more convinced that the upgraded Origin Warship unlocked superior items. The Origin Warship, the jewel of the Starsea, never ceased to amaze Lu Jin. It was well worth all the materials he had invested to upgrade it to its current state. Lu Jin returned to the weapon research lab, preparing to mass-produce the psychic hunter rifle. The materials required for its construction were not particularly rare. In fact, they were quite common: some alloys, some polymers, and a few other components. The total cost of these materials was even less than that of a high-tech plasma rifle on the market. Yet here, processed through the Origin Warship's internal weapon fabrication system, they could be transformed into a supremely powerful psychic hunter rifle. One psychic hunter rifle after another rolled off the assembly line, packed into weapon crates. These crates filled with the rifles were then transported to the Slumberer Legion and the Starsea elves. Yun Mengyan opened a weapon crate and saw the psychic hunter rifles inside. She picked one up and, following the instructions, infused it with her psychic energy. After a series of tests, even the Legion commander Yun Mengyan was full of praise. The psychic hunter rifle is exquisitely crafted. Such a weapon is worthy of being standard issue for the Slumberer Legion. Our new captain does have some skill. Even the mechanics of the Blazing Mars would need considerable time to craft a weapon like this. By the way, the captain wants us to train the Starsea elves. How are those arrangements coming along? Though enamored with this new weapon, Yun Mengyan naturally did not forget the main task at hand. That task was for the Slumberer Legion to assign some veterans to train the Starsea elves into a proper military force before they reached their next destination. This requirement was also a test for the Slumberer Legion. After all, they had not recruited new members for many years, and the methods for training recruits were only known by those ancient veterans.
Reporting, Commander.
We have selected a team of veterans ready to head to the flagship for training at any time.
Excellent.
Also bring along a squad of our own recruits to train alongside the Star Sea Elves under the veterans. The Slumberer recruits, though called recruits, were still seasoned fighters. They were only considered novices compared to the battle-hardened veterans. Yun Menjian's reasoning for this arrangement was twofold: first, to facilitate the exchange between veterans and recruits, allowing the recruits to learn the training methods of the veterans. This way, when new recruits were enlisted in the future, these recruits could train them. Second, it was to accelerate the growth of the Star Sea Elves.
Following Yun Menjian's orders, a group of slumberers soon arrived at the training bay of the Prometheus.
Inside, both slumberers and Star Sea Elves donned specialized training suits.
A veteran slumberer acting as the drill instructor looked sternly at the new trainees before him.
Today I have received orders. The captain requires us to forge you into veterans before we reach our next destination.
To be honest, I would rather face 10,000 void swarms in battle than stand here. But this is an order, and a soldier's duty is to obey. From this moment on, I will begin training you.
If you cannot endure, the captain has stated that you may terminate your employment contract immediately.
Terminate the contract? Wasn't that the same as being expelled from the fleet? Everyone swallowed hard in unison. None of them wanted to be dishonorably cast out of the fleet.
And so a grueling training regimen began.
Lu Jin stood outside the training bay watching the new trainees continuously drill in the simulated harsh environments. For the upcoming battles, Lu Jin could only be ruthless with them here. He would rather see them complain bitterly during training than lose their lives on the battlefield. Thus days passed one after another. Through relentless training, the Star Sea Elves began to undergo a transformation. They no longer belittled themselves.
They grew stronger, their physiques toughened, and the psychic energy they could harness became more powerful.
These Star Sea Elves were evolving into true warriors. Lu Jin nodded in satisfaction.
In the training program, he had specifically requested the slumberers to emphasize physical conditioning. While talent determined a psychic's upper limit, strengthening the physique could infinitely raise the lower threshold of psychic energy the body could wield.
Only a powerful body could withstand equally powerful psychic energy. The hunting star dragon race, represented by Shiria, was a prime example.
The formidable physique of the hunting star dragons was a key factor in their status as a dominant race.
Lu Jin glanced at the training Star Sea Elves, then turned and left, heading into the life incubation pod chamber.
Inside the Origin incubation pod, the Origin spirit tree, nourished by Lu Jin's various energy minerals, had begun to grow. Beside it, Shiria remained in deep slumber.
Listening to Shiria's steady breathing, Lu Jin chose not to disturb her.
Just as he had come softly, he left the incubation chamber quietly. He understood that Shiria was in a period of transformation, and the Origin spirit tree within the incubation chamber complemented her evolution, bringing boundless benefits. Leaving the incubation chamber, Lu Jin returned to the bridge. According to the star chart, they were nearing their destination, a special planet called Golden Wolf Star, the stronghold of the greedy Golden Wolf Gang. Like the frozen planet before this, was an undeveloped world. However, compared to that icy expanse, the land of Golden Wolf Star was exceedingly barren. Yet for bounty hunters like them, the fertility of the soil mattered little. All they sought was a temporary resting place. The vessel sailed through the sea of stars, and the strength of the Star Sea Elves grew with each passing day. When the pale yellow globe of Golden Wolf Star appeared in the ship's view, Lu Jin ordered all Star Sea Elves to cease training and assemble. Captain, all Star Sea Elves have assembled. Gazing at the elves whose aura had transformed entirely, Lu Jin smiled with satisfaction.
Excellent.
Now they bore the semblance of warriors. But this was not enough. A true warrior was like an unsharpened blade. Only the baptism of blood in war could forge them into true powerhouses.
After all these days of training, you must be wondering about our destination. I can tell you now, the planet before you is called Golden Wolf Star. It is also the stronghold of the greedy Golden Wolf Gang. The greedy Golden Wolf Gang.
At the name, the Star Sea Elves clenched their fists.
They knew this gang all too well.
Over the years, it was this very gang that had devoured the wealth rightfully belonging to the Star Sea Elves. Silver Moon and Yulan had struggled so hard outside, yet these demons had swallowed their earnings.
If not for the greedy Golden Wolf Gang's theft, their clan would not have suffered such misery.
At this thought, fury blazed in every elf's eyes. This time our goal is to destroy the greedy Golden Wolf Gang and make them pay for their greed. Those willing to join, arm yourselves. We may face tens of thousands of ruthless bounty hunters. I hope you are prepared.
Not a single Star Sea Elf stepped back.
Facing the hunters who had wronged them, retreating would mean they had no place in Lu Jin's fleet. The Star Sea Elves donned portable protective suits and light armor to shield their vitals. Then they picked up melee weapons and the newly crafted spirit hunting rifles. The star at the system's center blazed with brilliant light, but the planet's rotation would soon plunge one region into darkness.
Silver Moon will lead this operation with Yulan as her deputy.
When night falls, we strike.
The sleepers will seal the planet's perimeter. If any ship tries to flee, destroy it without hesitation. Understood. With everything arranged, the fully armed elves stepped into the drop pods. As Golden Wolf Star slowly rotated within the bounty hunter stronghold on the surface, many bounty hunters remained blissfully unaware of the approaching danger. Around a campfire, a few gathered discussing their recent gains. This godforsaken Golden Wolf Star, when will we move to the endless Starsea? Exactly. What loot can we find in the outer reaches? Why not head to the endless Starsea and strike it rich? Patience. Our greedy Golden Wolf gang has latched onto the Blackstone Pirates. According to my info, the Blackstone Pirates might be planning something big. If it works out, we could get a share and set up a foothold in the endless Starsea. Hee, exactly. What's the rush? And the outer reaches aren't barren. I heard a group of Starsea elves appeared near Ohat. A group of Starsea elves. You must be drunk out of your mind. Seeing one is rare enough, but a whole group. Dark night gradually enveloped the stronghold. The bounty hunters inside were utterly indulgent. Empty bottles of all kinds lay scattered as they sat around the fire enjoying rare leisure. Perhaps in their subconscious they believed no one would dare attack the greedy Golden Wolf gang's stronghold. But that very mindset would become a decision they would deeply regret. From the darkness a squad of Starsea elves emerged. In the faint firelight they looked like specters from the underworld. One bounty hunter rubbed his eyes wondering if he was seeing things. What's going on? I haven't drunk that much, how am I seeing things? Am I really seeing a bunch of fully armed Starsea elves? This is insane. The bounty hunter across from him burst into laughter. Starsea elves. Brother, you're so desperate for riches you've lost your mind. Don't believe every rumor from Ohat, they pull this stunt all the time to attract crowds. A group of Starsea elves. What a joke. Everyone knows the Starsea elves are too busy hiding to show their faces in public. If you believe such nonsense, you might as well quit being a bounty hunter. Before he could finish, he sensed something wrong. His companion's expression shifted from confusion to shock, and finally he saw terror in his eyes. At that moment a cold gun muzzle pressed against the back of his head. Well said, but times have changed, bounty hunters. Bang. Hot blood splattered into the campfire. The complacent bounty hunters had never imagined anyone would launch a full assault on the greedy Golden Wolf gang's stronghold. Some, clinging to hope, dropped to their knees and begged for mercy. Wait. Do you know whose territory this is? This is the greedy Golden Wolf gang's base. They have ties with the Blackstone Pirates. I'm just a passing bounty hunter, innocent. Don't kill me. Starsea elves. How dare you slaves lay hands on us bounty hunters? Soon after the initial chaos, the bounty hunters quickly regrouped. Enemy attack. Wake the hell up, all of you. Get up. Move it or you'll lose your heads. Damn it. Who possessed the audacity to assault the stronghold of the greedy Golden Wolf gang? Within the shelters crafted from portable materials, the bounty hunters swiftly armed themselves. Bursting out of their quarters, the first sight to greet them was utter chaos. Flames blazed across the outpost, and the cacophony of gunfire and screams wove a chilling tapestry. Just then a Starsea elf appeared within the bounty hunters' field of vision. Laying eyes on the fully armed Starsea elf, many bounty hunters gaped in disbelief. A Starsea elf. Were their eyes deceiving them? The attackers were Starsea elves. In the minds of these bounty hunters, weren't Starsea elves the most precious quarry on their hunting list? Now the prey had armed themselves and raided the hunter's camp. Damn. After all these years of hunting, the prey comes knocking on our door. Starsea elves. How laughable. Do you really think picking up a gun makes you a hunter? Let this prey learn the price of defying a hunter. The bounty hunter raised his firearm, taking direct aim at the Starsea elf opposite him. Bang. With a single gunshot, a torrent of bullets descended upon the Starsea elf like a tempest. Yet the instant the bullets neared the Starsea elf, they seemed to sink into a quagmire, swiftly losing all forward momentum. The Starsea elf's eyes glimmered faintly in the darkness. A formidable psychic pressure radiated from her form, spreading outward like an incoming tide. Confronted by the suspended bullets, the bounty hunter's expressions shifted. But then, with a subtle flicker in the Starsea elf's gaze, the hovering bullets reversed direction and hurtled back toward the hunters. Witnessing this, the bounty hunters gasped in shock. Run! In an instant, every single bullet was returned. Many bounty hunters were struck down on the spot. They collapsed, never imagining they would one day fall to their own ammunition. The Starsea elf, gazing coldly at the fleeing hunters, calmly raised her psychic hunting rifle. She aimed and pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 One psychic round after another was fired. Each shot claimed the life of a bounty hunter without fail. The air mingled with the sense of gunpowder and blood. For the first time, the Starsea elves felt what it meant to have their blood boil. The bounty hunters were routed, utterly unable to resist the fully armed Starsea elves. In an instant, all the outer structures were demolished. The Starsea elves formed an encirclement, trapping all the bounty hunters in the center. Finally, all the Starsea elves gathered before a single building.
Compared to the crude shelters on the periphery, this edifice was entirely different. It stood like a fortress replete with firing ports and defensive measures. Clearly this was the residence of the greedy Golden Wolf Gang. Unlike the other bounty hunters, the greedy Golden Wolf Gang valued their lives far more. At this moment the core members of the gang huddled together, their earlier composure utterly vanished.
Damn it. These Starsea elves came prepared. Our communications are jammed, the entire planet is sealed off. Even if we escape we can't get away. How did this happen? Should we try to break through by force? Break through? Have you lost your mind?
After all these years of capturing Starsea elves, do you really think they're all weaklings?
These Starsea elves have undergone professional training. They're nothing like the ones we've caught before.
Facing a legion of powerful psychics with equipment far superior to ours, tell me, how do we fight?
Staring at the Starsea elf legion that had already surrounded the outpost, even the members of the greedy Golden Wolf Gang felt a profound sense of dread. Who could it be?
Who managed to gather so many Starsea elves and train them into a fully armed military force?
Either condition alone seemed insurmountable. Yet someone had accomplished it.
At this juncture the leader of the greedy Golden Wolf Gang could no longer remain still.
If we continue to wait for death, we'll be annihilated. Our only option now is to go down and negotiate with them. If we can escape this place, we can report this to the Blackstone pirate crew. Even if they don't care about us with so many Starsea elves involved, they surely won't sit idly by. With that thought, the gang leader took a deep breath. He approached the window and cautiously poked his head out to survey the situation. Suddenly a surge of danger washed over him. The gang leader ducked behind cover with the swiftest reflex of his life. A psychic round grazed his cheek and embedded itself into the ceiling. Staring at the bullet hole in the ceiling, the gang leader felt a wave of terror. This fortress was constructed from composite materials and he had personally tested it upon completion. Even dozens of war vehicles bombarding it with shells would leave no breach. Yet a single psychic round had punched a hole straight through it. This spoke volumes about the terrifying power of psychic ammunition. Had he been hit, his head would have been blown clean through. No wonder his bounty hunters were powerless against the Starsea elves' assault. With such equipment, resistance was futile. Spare us, good sirs. I am Jean Sanlang, leader of the greedy Golden Wolf Gang. We can discuss this amicably. We're all out here in the stars chasing nothing but profit. If you're willing to let me go, I can pay a ransom that will satisfy you. Ransom.
At the word, the killing intent in Silvermoon's eyes burned even fiercer. Among those coins perhaps were the very funds she had once sent to her clan. Clenching her fist, Silvermoon said coldly, Jean Sanlang, when you deceived me back then, did you ever envision this day?
Hearing this, Jean Sanlang was taken aback.
He did not answer immediately, for the Starsea elves he had deceived numbered far more than just Silvermoon. Yet as a seasoned rogue, Jean Sanlang swiftly composed a reply. A man in the stars is often swept by circumstance. Name your price and I shall repay it in full. Please show mercy and let us go.
After all, we are a fleet under the Blackstone pirates. If you wipe us out, you'll incur the wrath of the Blackstone pirates. Jean Sanlang immediately invoked the name of the Blackstone pirates, hoping the enemy would be deterred by their fearsome reputation. Blackstone pirates. Upon hearing this name, Silvermoon and the team let out a faint chuckle.
The Blackstone pirates had already placed a substantial bounty on Lu Jin's head. In fact, the bounty had now doubled from its original amount.
Their fleet and the Blackstone pirates had long reached a point of no return in irreconcilable enmity.
And now this bounty hunter before them actually dared to threaten them with the name of the Blackstone pirates. If Silvermoon had feared the Blackstone pirates back then, they wouldn't be standing here today.
Words are futile.
Today these bounty hunters must die by her hand. Silvermoon suppressed the raging inferno threatening to erupt within her, channeling all her emotions into a torrent of psychic energy that surged into her blade. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps.
Silvermoon, outwardly calm, walked up to the tightly locked door.
As she stood before them, all the bounty hunters tightened their grips on their guns.
Yet even with Silvermoon within their firing range, not a single one dared to pull the trigger.
They were merely bounty hunters, how could they stand against a psychic? With their guns.
Absurd.
The power of psychic energy ranked among the highest of all energy forms.
What could they possibly use to fight a stellar elf radiating such terrifying psychic force?
And at that moment Silvermoon struck. She condensed all her psychic energy into her blade. In that instant Silvermoon felt her psychic level surge like a dam bursting open. The wild and violent psychic energy shattered the bottleneck that had constrained her.
Her psychic level had actually broken through. With a single slash,
the psychic blade imbued with terrifying energy cleaved through the door. The sturdy gate forged from composite materials was effortlessly split in two. Lu Jin, monitoring the battle on the screen, narrowed her eyes slightly at Silvermoon's performance. A psychic level breakthrough.
Lu Jin wasn't an expert on psychic research.
However, in her past life as more and more psychics emerged, she had conducted some studies on the subject.
Psychic energy was a force inherent within living beings. In Earth's history, humans had once awakened this power which ancient Earthlings called spiritual energy. Yet for reasons unknown as Earth's history progressed, this psychic talent vanished.
Across the vast starry sea, countless powerful races used their psychic gifts to carve out their own domains. Psychic energy could strengthen oneself, and at higher levels it could evolve into various forms of energy, altering one's combat style. Silvermoon's slashing attack was one such manifestation. Intense emotional stimulation could make psychic energy unstable, and this instability could be either harmful or beneficial. Clearly, Silvermoon's breakthrough was a beneficial form of instability. Lu Jin stroked her chin, silently storing her insights on psychic energy. With the fortress breached, the greedy golden wolf pack, that once arrogant bounty hunter group, crumbled helplessly before the stellar elf siege. By the time Lu Jin arrived at the battlefield, the greedy golden wolf pack's leader Jin Sanlang had been beaten beyond recognition.
Captain, this is the leader of the greedy golden wolf pack.
Clearly, while Silvermoon loathed the greedy golden wolf pack and wished to tear them apart, she also knew that killing him outright would mean losing valuable information and leverage. So after venting her fury, she spared Jin Sanlang's life. Well done. Silvermoon hadn't been blinded by hatred, which only increased Lu Jin's admiration for her. Then Lu Jin turned her gaze to Jin Sanlang. Disheveled and battered, he clearly heard Silvermoon's address to the person before him.
Captain.
This was the one who had gathered so many stellar elves and trained them into a terrifying legion of psychics. Jin Sanlang strained to open his bruised eyes, desperately trying to see Lu Jin's face. But when he did, a storm of shock raged within him.
An Earthling. The captain of this psychic legion was actually an Earthling.
Before he could utter another word, Silvermoon drew her blade and pressed it against his neck.
The cold touch of metal brought Jin Sanlang back to reality. Please spare my life and I'll give you all my treasure. At this point, Jin Sanlang could only hope she was after wealth. If so, he might still have a chance. Lu Jin looked at him without answering directly, instead introducing herself. This is our first meeting, but you must know me. My name is Lu Jin, an Earthling. Lu Jin. An Earthling.
Jin Sanlang was puzzled. He had never seen Lu Jin before, so how could he know her? But then a wanted poster flashed through his mind. Earthling Lu Jin, bounty of 200 million credits. You're the one the Blackstone Pirates have a 200 million credit bounty on.
200 million credits. It seems my bounty has gone up again since I last checked.
Hearing this, Jin Sanlang felt his future darken.
Why did he have to mention the Blackstone Pirates of all things?
This person clearly had a grudge against them. Bringing them up was practically suicide.
Cold sweat trickled down Jin Sanlang's back. Sir, joining the Blackstone Pirates was out of my control. Before Jin Sanlang could start his excuses, Lu Jin cut him off.
I don't care why you joined the Blackstone Pirates. What I care about is the latest intelligence on the Blackstone Pirates and all your treasure.
Was it about wealth? Jin Sanlang's heart leaped with joy.
If she wanted wealth, that was easy.
Of course, absolutely. Recently, the Blackstone Pirates haven't returned to the endless star sea. They've been lurking on its fringes.
I heard they're preparing for a hunting operation. And their target is one of the mightiest races in the Star Sea, the Patrol Star Dragons.
What?
Hunting the Patrol Star Dragons.
Lu Jin frowned.
Were the Blackstone Pirates insane?
Hunting the Patrol Star Dragons, weren't they afraid of retaliation from the Dragon Clan? Moreover, if Lu Jin wasn't mistaken, the Patrol Star Dragons roaming the outer reaches should be the clan led by Shiria's father.
Hunting the Patrol Star Dragon. Only the Blackstone Pirates could conceive such a scheme. But at that moment, a memory suddenly surfaced in Lu Jin's mind. In his past lives' memories, the Blackstone Pirate Group had once defeated another of the 7 Pirate Kings' forces at a certain point in time. Originally, the 7 Pirate Kings maintained a delicate balance among themselves, but the Blackstone Pirate Group's actions shattered that equilibrium. Consequently, the other 6 Pirate Kings joined forces and annihilated the Blackstone Pirate Group. Even so, the Blackstone Pirate Group had severely crippled the other Pirate Kings, causing their factions to be swiftly wiped out during the Assimilation War. This incident came to be known as the Blackstone Calamity. Now the Blackstone Pirates dared to venture to the outer reaches of the starfield to hunt the Patrol Star Dragon, risking the wrath of its kind. Perhaps this was connected to the future Blackstone Calamity. Thinking this, Lu Jin felt that the matter was far from simple.
Tell me everything you know. Seeing Lu Jin's expression, Jin Sanlang felt a glimmer of hope.
He quickly divulged all the intelligence he possessed. After all, Jin Sanlang had only recently joined the Blackstone Pirate Group and bore no loyalty to them. To save his own skin, he even shared some of the gossip circulating within the pirate group. Having gathered sufficient intelligence, Lu Jin took a deep breath. Excellent, your information is highly valuable. So I intend to let you go. I, Lu Jin, keep my word, you may leave now.
What? He could leave.
Jin Sanlang rose to his feet, finding that no one around him made any move to stop him.
Overjoyed, he thought this Blue Star human was a naive fool. They actually kept their promise and let him go. Once he returned to the Blackstone Pirate Group, he would report everything to Lord Plunderer Saren. Perhaps Lord Plunderer Saren would even reward him.
But just as he took a few steps a dizzying whirl engulfed him. Then he saw his own headless corpse. Silvermoon flicked the blood from her weapon, her gaze cold as she looked at the decapitated Jin Sanlang.
The captain said he'd let you go, but I never said I would.
Those were the last words Jin Sanlang heard.
Lu Jin waved his hand and the many Star Sea elves rushed into the building, beginning to round up the remaining bounty hunters.
Meanwhile, they also loaded all the treasure left behind by the hunters onto the ship. Lu Jin quickly returned to the interior of the ship and headed straight for the Origin incubation chamber. Though the patrol star dragon race was formidable, their need to constantly replenish energy through hunting meant that the vast race often split into numerous small tribes for the hunt. The tribe led by Shirley's father consisted of only about 100 patrol star dragons. If they truly encountered an attack from the Blackstone pirates, they might indeed fall and become part of the Blackstone calamity. With this in mind, Lu Jin quickened his pace. He had to relay this news to Shirley as soon as possible. But just as he reached the entrance to the Origin chamber, the doors slid open.
Then Shirley's figure appeared in Lu Jin's view.
For a moment he was taken aback, for the Shirley before him was completely different from the one in his memory. Now Shirley's white hair cascaded freely, each strand shimmering with an unusual crystalline luster. Even her human form had undergone a noticeable transformation. She had become even more captivating, like a sparkling gem. For a brief moment Lu Jin was lost in a daze. It was Shirley's voice that snapped him back to reality.
Indeed, the evolved Shirley possesses a charm that even the captain cannot resist.
Shirley, you evolved successfully.
All thanks to the Void Worm Emperor you fed me, Captain.
After a series of changes, Shirley transformed into her dragon form.
At this moment, the white snow-like scales on Shirley's body had turned into crystalline dragon scales imbued with immense psychic energy. Not only that, but her psychic level had skyrocketed.
If the pressure Lu Jin felt from Shirley's father was like an overwhelming mountain bearing down on him,
then Shirley's current psychic aura was like a misty mountain fog, mysterious and lethally dangerous. Today was a day of double blessings: first Silvermoon's breakthrough and now Shirley's successful evolution. The fleet's strength had undergone a qualitative transformation.
At that moment Lu Jin suddenly snapped back to reality. He hadn't come to see Shirley just for idle chat.
Shirley, can you still contact your father?
My father? Shirley tilted her head, puzzled as to why Lu Jin wanted to see him.
Could it be?
At the thought Shirley felt her cheeks flush. But seeing Lu Jin's serious expression, she quickly set aside her fanciful notions.
Captain, if you want to contact my father, why not use the coordinate crystal he gave you earlier?
Coordinate crystal? At that Lu Jin slapped his forehead, suddenly remembering the coordinate crystal.
He took it out and examined it in his hand.
He had originally planned to use the coordinate crystal as a trump card.
But he never expected it would be put to use in this way. With that thought, Lu Jin didn't hesitate and prepared to activate the coordinate crystal. Seeing him pull it out, Shirley couldn't help but ask. Captain, why do you want to see my father?
Because I've just learned that the Blackstone pirate group plans to hunt the patrol star dragon race.
What?
Hunt the patrol star dragon race? Hearing this, Shirley's expression shifted and she let out a cold snort, her gaze turning fierce. Their race was known as the Star Sea Hunters.
Yet they never imagined they would one day become prey. Lu Jin explained to Shirley that while the patrol star dragon race was powerful, they had split into numerous small tribes for the convenience of hunting. The Blackstone pirates might not be able to face all the patrol star dragons, but what if they targeted a small tribe? After all, the Blackstone pirate group possessed a star-destroying warship. If they were to besiege a patrol star dragon tribe, the outcome could be dire. Hearing this, Shirley calmed down. Lu Jin was right. Though the patrol star dragon race was mighty, they had now fragmented into many small tribes. Perhaps even Shirley's father wouldn't anticipate that someone would actually dare to strike against them. Activate the coordinate crystal. Far away in an unknown galaxy, Shirley's father of the hunting star dragon clan naturally received the signal from the coordinate crystal. Shirley's father lifted his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the vast sea of stars to land upon the region where the coordinate crystal resided. It is the signal emitted by the coordinate crystal. A coordinate crystal. Could it be that some tribe requires our aid? No. This coordinate crystal is the signal from the one I bestowed upon that blue star human. That blue star human warrior. Could it be that Shirley has brought him some trouble? Regardless, I must go and confirm the situation. Back then he had entrusted Shirley to Lu Jin, and now so much time had passed. As the chieftain of a tribe and also Shirley's father, he could not remain indifferent to the signal of the coordinate crystal. Moreover, the hunting star dragons had just concluded a hunt and could now migrate toward their next destination. Thus, under Shirley's father's summons, numerous hunting star dragons awakened one after another. They soared into the sky and headed directly for Lu Jin's location. Along the way, Shirley's siblings also expressed their longing for her. I wonder how much our little sister's strength has grown after all this time. Given her previous temperament, she probably hasn't improved much. If her strength is lacking, father will surely not allow her to return to the clan easily. No matter. At worst, he'll take on Shirley's share of the hunting quota from now on. Our hunting star dragon clan reveres strength, but we are not cold-blooded creatures.
Shirley's father, listening to the murmurs of the children behind him, said nothing and merely pressed forward in silence. How could he not worry about his own child, especially his only daughter Shirley? Yet the responsibilities on his shoulders forced him to bury this tender affection deep within his heart. At the same time, Shirley's father considered that if that blue star human could not tolerate Shirley, he would continue to keep her by his side. With his own physical constitution, he could shield her for another 1,000 years. He hoped that during this time she would be able to grow strong. With this thought, Shirley's father once again beat his wings, and the spiritual energy spilling from his body formed a swift energy channel behind him. In an instant, the entire hunting star dragon clan transformed into a comet-like streak of light, vanishing from this star system within a breath. As the hunting star dragons disappeared from the star system, a small vessel bearing the emblem of the Black Stone Pirates emerged from the shadow side of the asteroid belt. The Black Stone Pirates aboard the ship furrowed their brows as they watched the direction the hunting star dragons had taken.
What's going on? Didn't these hunting star dragons just finish a hunt? Shouldn't they be resting now, waiting for the next hunt? Why are they suddenly on the move? Quickly report this situation with the hunting star dragons to the boss. The prey we worked so hard to trap has escaped. Could it be that these hunting star dragons have sensed that everything was a trap we set? Impossible. The hunting star dragons are an extremely proud race. If they had discovered that our recent hunts were all a setup, they would have attacked us long ago. The Black Stone Pirates frowned deeply. Their plan had been flawless. But why was such a massive loophole appearing now? Why were these hunting star dragons migrating en masse? Which link in the chain had gone wrong? Meanwhile, the hunting star dragon clan, following the signal from the coordinate crystal held by Lu Jin, quickly arrived at his current location. A planet covered in numerous minerals, its entire surface a grayish-brown. The most abundant substances on this planet's surface were all kinds of ores. These ores varied in shape, color, and properties. Shirley's father led the many hunting star dragons to land directly on the planet's surface. With sand and gravel flying, Shirley's father's gaze fell upon the coordinate crystal on the ground, which was still transmitting a signal. But strangely, the crystal kept sending signals while no trace of energy fluctuations could be detected nearby. Father. Just then a familiar voice fell upon the ears of the many hunting star dragons. As they looked toward the source of the sound, Shirley's figure appeared in their field of vision. Bathed in sunlight, Shirley looked down upon the many hunting star dragons from above. Her scales, accentuated by the ultraviolet rays, shimmered with a unique crystalline luster. When the many hunting star dragons saw Shirley in this form, they were all astonished. They could sense that her bloodline aura was indeed her own. Yet the aura she exuded was completely different from her former self. Is this Shirley, the child of Yuval's house? Such a powerful spiritual energy aura. It's even comparable to Yuval's. What has Shirley experienced to have transformed into such a state? I thought the most promising of Yuval's children was the eldest, but it seems we were mistaken. Seeing the renewed Shirley, even her father Yuval couldn't help but feel a hint of surprise. But soon Yuval recovered, resuming his stern expression to maintain his dignified demeanor as the clan leader. Shirley, it appears that during your time training abroad you have indeed grown considerably. Now you can hunt alongside our clan. But what of that blue star human? Did he summon us here using the coordinate crystal merely to witness your transformation? Before his words faded, Lu Jin's voice emerged from a nearby rock. Lu Jin stepped out from a crevice in the stone. The many hunting star dragons were startled. What was happening? He was nearby. Why hadn't they sensed his presence immediately? It was these stones. These were no ordinary stones, they had the ability to block spiritual energy detection. Mighty hunting star dragon clan, I have summoned you here today using the coordinate crystal not merely to witness Shirley's growth. I have received intelligence that the Blackstone pirate group is plotting a trap to hunt and slaughter your clan. At these words, Yuval's aura shifted abruptly. A terrifying pressure surged like a tidal wave, directly assaulting Lu Jin. But just as Silver Moon behind Lu Jin prepared to intervene, Shirley acted with ferocity. Boom! Two powerful spiritual energy pressures collided at the center. Shirley resolutely chose to stand by Lu Jin, gazing solemnly at her father. Father, I am a hunting star dragon, but I am also a crew member under my captain. Please respect my captain. What? As the two waves of spiritual energy gradually subsided, the faces of the many hunting star dragons displayed expressions of astonishment. Now Shirley's spiritual energy could actually contend with that of her father Yuval without showing any sign of defeat. Even Yuval, Shirley's father, revealed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Goodness! Is this really the Shirley we knew before? She actually dares to directly confront the Patriarch's might in terms of spiritual pressure. How much time has passed? What kind of opportunities has she encountered during this period to undergo such a tremendous transformation? Just now even I felt a sense of pressure from that spiritual energy. The many hunting star dragons discussed fervently, filled with immense curiosity about Shirley's changes. As Shirley's father and the patriarch of the hunting star dragon clan Yuval concealed his inner joy and astonishment.
He let out a cold snort, his face still wearing that eternally serious expression. Oof. You have indeed grown quite a bit during this time. But you must remember, our clan is certainly not among the top clans of all hunting star dragons. In the coming days I will contact the Supreme Dragon Clan of the Endless Star Sea to give you better opportunities for growth. But before Yuval could finish his words, Shirya directly interrupted him. No need, father. I have decided to travel the Star Sea alongside the captain. You once said that I was merely a temporary crew member on this ship. Now, to prove that I am worthy to board this ship and become an official crew member under the captain's command, I wish to challenge you to prove that I have grown. To challenge Yuval. To challenge the patriarch of the Hunting Star Dragon clan. For a moment the many Hunting Star Dragons buzzed with conversation. In the Hunting Star Dragon clan, where strength is paramount, if one possesses enough strength they can choose to challenge the strongest member of the clan, namely the patriarch. If one can successfully challenge the patriarch, then that Hunting Star Dragon can break free from the clan unbound by any constraints. It was clear that after her growth in strength, Shirya was no longer the obedient girl who blindly followed her father's arrangements. She sought independence, she wanted to have her own life. Truly remarkable. I have long heard that in the Hunting Star Dragon clan all rules are dictated by the level of strength. But I didn't expect that to gain freedom in one's own life one also needs to possess considerable strength. At some point Yun Mengyan had projected her image beside Lu Jin. Facing such a situation, Yun Mengyan naturally held a spectator's mentality. She glanced at Lu Jin, trying to discern something from his expression. After all, this matter arose because of Lu Jin, and the development of such a situation was probably beyond even his anticipation. But when Yun Mengyan looked at Lu Jin, he merely sighed, his face calm. The anticipated surprise did not manifest, which made Yun Mengyan curiously ask, "Aren't you worried about the battle between Shirya and her father?" "Not worried. The current Shirya is completely different from before. I believe in her." After saying this, Lu Jin sat on a large rock preparing to observe the battle between the two Hunting Star Dragons. This battle was Shirya's opportunity to prove herself. Lu Jin also understood that in the strength-respected Hunting Star Dragon clan the former Shirya had been a subject of controversy. Because she had the strongest father, yet her own position was at the bottom of the Hunting Star Dragon clan. Moreover, during the Apocalypse Star incident her father had entrusted Shirya to him. Lu Jin could see that although the former Shirya did not care about her performance, she had been harboring a grudge inside. If he were to dissuade Shirya from this battle today, it would ultimately become a knot in her heart. Therefore Lu Jin chose to support her. The attack of the Blackstone pirates would not come so soon. If Shirya could subdue Yuval, then his subsequent plans would become much easier. Thus this battle was also within Lu Jin's expectations. Facing the Shirya who issued a challenge, Yuval let out a cold snort after a moment of silence. "Very well. You actually dare to challenge me now. Then as your father I will teach you a lesson today. That is the price of arrogance." Boom. Yuval stomped on the ground and the violent spiritual pressure directly created a deep pit in the rocky surface. Cracks spread like a spider web heading straight for Shirya. But at that moment Shirya transformed directly into her human form. Before everyone could react, spiritual energy swirled around Shirya and the violent energy wrapped her in sand and stones. When the storm subsided, Shirya was surprisingly covered in a layer of armor. Spiritual armor. Lu Jin immediately recognized the armor on Shirya. It was a special spiritual armor composed of spiritual energy functioning similarly to the projection technology used by the Dreamer Legion. Thinking of this, Lu Jin couldn't help but glance at Yun Mengyan. Yun Mengyan, however, was utterly shocked because she knew all too well. Some time ago Shirya had visited the Silent Coffin and experienced the spiritual projection device used by the Dreamers. Little did she expect that after merely experiencing the device, she could actually project a complete set of spiritual armor based on her own powerful spiritual energy. Is this the strength of the Hunting Star Dragon clan? Meanwhile Yuval examined Shirya, now clad in spiritual armor, and his gaze gradually turned sharp. With a flap of his wings, countless spiritual energies accompanied by a fierce wind transformed into razor-like storm blades flying straight at Shirya. Yet in the face of such an attack Shirya stood firm like a resilient pine tree in the tempest. Not only did she not get blown away, but she also stepped closer and closer to Yuval. Yuval's spiritual storm couldn't even inflict damage on the armor Shirya wears. What kind of armor is this? How does it possess such remarkable defensive power? It seems Shirya has learned quite a bit during her time outside. What do you think, could Yuval possibly be defeated by Shirya? Ha ha, if Yuval were to be defeated by Shirya, that would indeed be shocking. Hearing the discussions of the surrounding Hunting Star Dragons, Yuval's aura of spiritual pressure became even more terrifying. The previous attack was merely a test, and after realizing that the current Shirya was entirely different from before, Yuval had no intention of holding back any longer. It was time to let Shirya understand why he had become the patriarch. But in the next moment Yuval froze in place, for at that very moment Shirya had stopped her advance. "Father, during this journey I have faced thousands of pirate fleets and fought amidst billions of insect swarms. In the ceaseless battles I gradually came to understand a truth. Though the innate talents of our stellar Hunt Dragon clan are formidable, they ultimately have their limits.
To add infinite possibilities upon finite talent, that is true strength.
Thus father, the times have changed.
The path you once pursued no longer suits the stellar hunt dragons of today. With every word spoken, Sharia's psychic energy manifested as a towering tree. Countless psychic channels linked to the psychic hunting rifle behind her.
The multitude of psychic hunting rifles formed a dense web of firepower behind her. At this moment Sharia alone had become an entire legion.
Open fire. In an instant psychic energy surged. The raging psychic force transformed within the rifles into more terrifying psychic bullets. A rain of psychic bullets instantly hurtled toward Yuval. And at that moment Yuval sensed a threat, the most primal death threat from the depths of life. Could the rifles behind Sharia truly inflict harm upon him, even threaten his life? How could this be?
Yet no matter the turmoil within Yuval's heart, his survival instinct triggered a reflexive activation of his psychic barrier.
In an instant all the psychic bullets were halted before him. It was then that Yuval could clearly see that these bullets were all condensed from the purest psychic energy. If psychic force of such power struck his body, even the robust physique of the stellar hunt dragon clan would struggle to withstand it. With this thought, Yuval channeled his psychic power to reinforce the barrier before him. The psychic bullets and the psychic barrier, two opposing energies, writhed together. Boom! The next second the turbulent energy erupted.
Under Yuval's control it transformed into a wave of energy light that surged toward Sharia.
But Sharia had anticipated this outcome. She once again deployed her psychic projection, erecting one wall after another before her. The energy wave advanced layer by layer, shattering each wall. Finally it came to a halt before the last wall. Watching Sharia and Yuval, this father-daughter duel escalating to a fever pitch, Lu Jin stroked his chin, lost in thought. This battle had been a pleasant surprise from Sharia. He had not expected her to wield the psychic projection technique with such mastery. And the stellar hunt dragons, already blessed with high psychic talent, when paired with the psychic projection technique, saw their combat prowess elevated by more than a small margin. Boom! At that moment Sharia transformed into her true form. The dragon form, clad in psychic armor, soared straight into the sky. Seeing this, Yuval followed suit, rising into the heavens. Above, Sharia hovered in the sunlight, gazing down upon the earth like a deity. Father, I hope you can withstand this next move. With those words, the psychic energy around Sharia surged once more. Lu Jin opened his portable energy detection device and aimed it at Sharia, who was unleashing her ultimate technique in the sky. The instrument revealed that the psychic energy concentration around Sharia had increased by more than tenfold. This sufficed to show that this next move was indeed Sharia's trump card. Beside him, Yun Menjian's expression shifted as she witnessed the psychic phantom gradually taking shape around Sharia. Could it be? As Yun Menjian had anticipated, the psychic projection around Sharia slowly materialized. In an instant, a massive and majestic psychic armor enveloped Sharia's entire form. At this moment, Sharia's size rivaled that of a small battleship. A psychic titan armor. She even managed to learn that. What can I say now? Only that the talent of the stellar hunt dragon clan is truly terrifying. Lu Jin gazed at Sharia, now transformed into the psychic titan armor in the sky, and revealed a gratified smile. Facing the armored Sharia, Yuval's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. This? What in the world was this abomination? Before he could process it, Sharia swung her dragon wing, striking directly at him. The wing, wrapped in gale force winds and psychic energy, crashed into Yuval like a mountain. Caught off guard, Yuval was sent flying. Regaining his composure, he adjusted his posture midair. Gazing at Sharia, now as immense as a warship, Yuval hovered motionless, staring at her. Finally he let out a deep sigh. I concede. Sharia, you win. As these words left Yuval's mouth, the gathered stellar hunt dragons were utterly stunned. Sharia won. Yuval the chieftain had voluntarily admitted defeat. The stellar hunt dragons murmured among themselves, a restless agitation growing. For their proud race this was nothing short of a disgrace. But just then a fierce wind arose and Sharia's colossal form landed directly before the assembled stellar hunt dragons. Beholding the dragon-shaped psychic titan armor of such immense size, every stellar hunt dragon involuntarily swallowed. Sharia's progress is truly a blessing for our stellar hunt dragon clan. I believe it's time for the stellar hunt dragon clan to embrace reform. Indeed. Though our talents are great, we cannot simply rest on our laurels, can we? Moreover, I have a crucial question: does your fleet still accept dragons? Sharia's transformation was now evident to all the stellar hunt dragons. Once Sharia had been the weakest of their clan. Now she could easily defeat Yuval. This alone demonstrated the wonders of Lu Jin's fleet. With such a path to power available, they had no reason not to choose it. Sharia then deactivated her titan armor, reverting to her original form. A trace of weariness flickered in her eyes, but she had proven herself. Yuval glanced at his daughter, and upon confirming she was unharmed, he transformed into human form and approached Lu Jin. True to Yuval's character, his human form was that of a dignified, imposing middle-aged man. You are Lu Jin, correct? As a father, I am deeply grateful for your guidance to my daughter. But as the chieftain of our clan, I wish to hear in detail what you spoke of, the Blackrock Pirates hunting plan targeting our stellar hunt dragon clan. Compared to before, the stellar hunt dragons out of respect for Sharia now treated Lu Jin with considerably more courtesy.
It was not only Yuval. After witnessing Sharia's formidable strength, many of the Hunter's star dragons had undergone a noticeable shift in their attitude toward Lu Jin.
Previously, some Hunter's star dragons had displayed disdain for Lu Jin's identity as a blue star human. But after seeing Sharia's transformation, their attitude became completely different. Some Hunter's star dragons even wished to join Lu Jin's ranks and follow the same path of empowerment as Sharia. Lu Jin could naturally perceive the change in these Hunter's star dragons' attitudes toward him. He too wished to take this opportunity to bring the entire Hunter's star dragon clan under his command. However, time was not abundant now, as the Blackstone pirates could strike at any moment. Thus Lu Jin could only first share the intelligence he had gathered with Yuval and the other Hunter's star dragons under his leadership. After listening to this intelligence, the other Hunter's star dragons became enraged. Hunting us. These Blackstone pirates truly have some nerve. How dare they scheme against our Hunter's star dragon clan? If what Captain Lu Jin says is true, I feel we have already been targeted by the Blackstone pirates. Exactly. Our recent hunting missions have been abnormally smooth, even entering the rest period years ahead of schedule. That does seem suspicious. Yuval frowned deeply and let out a cold snort. Now he could be certain that the Hunter's star dragon clan targeted by the Blackstone pirates was none other than their own. Though Yuval wished to lead his tribe and annihilate the Blackstone pirates entirely, Lu Jin had already informed him of the pirates' capabilities. A star-destroying vessel along with thousands of ships under its command. If the entire Blackstone pirate fleet besieged them with their current clan size, they might not be able to break through and escape unscathed. With this in mind, Yuval turned to Lu Jin. Since you brought us this news, you must have a plan to counter them, don't you? From the moment he landed on this planet, Yuval had sensed something unusual. The surface minerals of this planet were completely different from those of ordinary worlds. First, the minerals in this mine had the ability to absorb various forms of energy waves. After landing, he had immediately used spiritual energy waves to search for Lu Jin's whereabouts. Yet even though Lu Jin was nearby, he could not locate him. That was because all the spiritual energy waves he had released were absorbed by the ore here. That's right. I too have an irreconcilable conflict with the Blackstone pirates. So this time I hope to cooperate with the Hunter's Star Dragon clan to make the Blackstone pirate group vanish entirely from this sea of stars. Cooperate. Yuval couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The proud Hunter's star dragons, relying on their formidable strength, had rarely cooperated with other races. But now this blue star human before him was proposing a collaboration. This made him look back at his tribe. Because of Sharia, many of the Hunter's star dragons did not hold such a strong aversion to Lu Jin. Thus when Lu Jin proposed cooperation, the other Hunter's star dragons naturally had no objections. Of course, this was limited to the tribe led by Yuval. I can cooperate with you and my tribe can cooperate with you as well. But this matter infringes upon the interests of our Hunter's star dragons. I will notify other Hunter's star dragons to jointly oppose the Blackstone pirates. The Hunter's star dragons from other tribes probably won't be as easy to deal with as we are. Yuval spoke the truth. The reason he and his tribe had established a connection with Lu Jin was due to the bond Sharia provided. But other tribes lacked such a bond. Therefore, when other Hunter's star dragons faced Lu Jin, they would likely show no reaction to his words at all. After all, in the eyes of the Hunter's star dragons, Lu Jin's existence was probably no different from that of an ant. However, Lu Jin was not overly concerned with this issue. In his plan, there was not much of a role for the Hunter's star dragons to begin with. As long as they could participate in the battle, whether as allies or a third party, it would not hinder the progression of his scheme. If you can get enough Hunter's star dragons to join this battle, that would be the greatest help to me. As for the attitudes of other Hunter's star dragons toward me, I do not mind. After Lu Jin finished speaking, Yuval suddenly felt as though this blue star human was shrouded in a layer of mist. He could not see through this blue star human, a situation he had never encountered before. Yet the pride of being a Hunter's star dragon ultimately prevented Yuval from viewing Lu Jin from an equal perspective. I understand. I will notify the other Hunter's star dragons. With that, Yuval led the other Hunter's star dragons away from the area. Because the ore in this region had the ability to absorb energy waves, setting up a base here would mean they might not even detect an enemy attack in time. At that moment, Sharia came to Lu Jin's side, reverting to her human form. Her face was filled with immense joy and excitement as she approached him. You've done well. I didn't expect that in such a short time your strength would have increased so much. Not only that, but you've even learned the spiritual energy projection technique and applied it to yourself. Hearing Lu Jin's praise, Sharia felt an overwhelming joy in her heart. Though she had grown powerful now, it was only with Lu Jin that she could feel such sincere commendation. Watching his daughter by Lu Jin's side, Yuval couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He was uncertain whether his decision to send Sharia to Lu Jin was one he should rejoice over or regret. The Hunter's Star Dragon clan established a base not far from the mine. Soon after, Yuval began contacting other Hunter's Star Dragons. Lu Jin meanwhile was in the bridge opening the control panel for the Fong drones, dispatching a large number of Fong drones and Dragonflame mechanized infantry.
No one knew what Lu Jin was arranging except for Yu Tiansong, who observed that Lu Jin brought back different types of minerals every day for analysis and research. Thus nearly half a month passed. During this time more and more hunters' star dragons descended onto the planet's surface like shooting stars. Their appearances varied, some had skin covered in various minerals while others had a miniature ecosystem growing on their skin. But they all shared one common trait: extremely formidable strength. Now gathered by Yuval, they all learned of the Blackstone Pirates' plan targeting the hunters' star dragons.
The Blackstone Pirate Group. The Plunderer Legion of the Endless Star Sea. How dare they? They actually set us as their prey.
Have we been silent for so long that those scum think they become capable again?
Evidently these Hunt Star Dragons held the Blackrock Pirate Gang in utter contempt.
In their minds the might of the Hunt Star Dragon clan was beyond question.
Gazing upon the arrogant, disdainful faces of the Hunt Star Dragons before him, Yuval couldn't help but furrow his brow.
He had heard intelligence about the Blackrock Pirate Gang from Lu Jin. Given the current number of Hunt Star Dragons, they had little chance of victory against the Blackrock Pirate Gang.
Perhaps we should take our enemy more seriously. The Blackrock Pirate Gang possesses a planet-destroying vessel and tens of thousands of pirate ships. Though we Hunt Star Dragons are formidable, our clan is now too scattered. But before Yuval could finish, a nearby Hunt Star Dragon interrupted him.
These dragons were far more powerful than Yuval, including several lone wanderers. Compared to those who lived with the clan, these lone wanderers were stronger, but their temperaments were also more arrogant. Yuval, after all these years hunting on the star frontier, have you let the pride of the Hunt Star Dragon be ground away?
No wonder your strength is so meager now.
If you had agreed to Breton's merger proposal back then, you might be in the Endless Star Sea by now. Haha, Yuval, it's not that we look down on you, but for you the Blackrock Pirates are a problem. For us they're just a rabble. A bunch of pirates, and you utter such cowardly words.
You've truly grown old, Yuval.
Several lone wanderers mercilessly mocked Yuval's words.
But at that moment an overwhelming pressure descended like a mountain.
When the psychic energy appeared, all the Hunt Star Dragons turned their gaze to a nearby spot. Shirley walked toward them step by step, her powerful and mysterious demeanor pressing upon the lone wanderers. You old fossils, do you truly believe that having been to the Endless Star Sea makes you noble?
My father is not for you to criticize.
If you think you can face the Blackrock Pirate Gang alone, then go prepare yourselves. Why waste words here? Facing Shirley's psychic aura, the lone wanderers cast her a deep glance. Then without another word several of them turned and left. They departed from Yuval's clan stronghold, clearly unwilling to cooperate with him, but also not about to let the Blackrock Pirate Gang's plans succeed.
Watching their retreating forms, Yuval let out a sigh.
Then his gaze fell upon Shirley, and he spoke a meaningful sentence. Shirley, you've truly grown up. Hearing this, Shirley lifted her chin high like a proud white swan. But when she came to her senses, she saw Yuval's back.
For some reason the once towering figure now seemed to grow smaller in her sight. In that moment Shirley fell silent. The resentment she once held for her father now seemed meaningless.
But before Shirley could think further, a Hunt Star Dragon covered in emerald scales lunged straight at her.
Shirley was tackled to the ground, and the two dragons rolled across the ground like children. Shirley, a long time no see. Indeed, it's been too long, Vire. This Hunt Star Dragon was Shirley's closest friend and confidant since birth.
The two had been inseparable companions within the clan until Shirley left to become a crew member under Lu Jin. Now reunited, Vire saw the changes in Shirley. She was also happy for Shirley. Vire knew well that Shirley's greatest dream was to one day earn her father Yuval's recognition.
Now she had finally achieved it.
Shirley could even hold her own against several lone wanderers. Even Vire was astonished by such a transformation.
Shirley, are you free now?
Tell me what happened after you left the clan. Shirley naturally did not refuse her good friend's request. So Shirley told Vire about her experiences after leaving the clan. First she endured the Blood Clan crisis in the Radiant Galaxy, then encountered the Blackrock Pirates, escaped by the skin of her teeth, and was captured by the Holy City.
She had seen demons and even devoured an insect overlord.
The immense energy of the Origin Spirit Tree had rapidly catalyzed her transformation. As Vire listened to Shirley's account, her eyes grew brighter. She realized that a central figure appeared in all these stories. That was Shirley's captain, the Blue Star human Lu Jin. Though merely a human from Blue Star, he could sway the fate of a war and was acknowledged by the Divine Emperor as the most blessed one.
That captain of yours, what kind of person is he? When this question was raised, Shirley's demeanor suddenly grew calm.
Recalling the image of Lu Jin in her mind, Shirley felt her heart begin to beat uncontrollably. When she first met Lu Jin, he had defeated a giant devourer worm. Back then Shirley thought this Blue Star human deserved the title of warrior. A Blue Star human defeating a giant devourer worm. Then Lu Jin contacted the Gem family and thwarted the Blood Clan's conspiracy.
He escaped the Blackrock Pirate Gang's encirclement with ease.
Then he became the most blessed one of the Holy City, battled the Void Swarm, and subdued the Slumberer Legion. In any of these situations no one else could have achieved what Lu Jin did so perfectly.
He is like a miracle.
He can accomplish what you think is impossible, but like a miracle he cannot be observed or predicted.
So do you think we can win against the Blackrock pirates this time? We will win because my captain is an omnipotent being.
The two chatted on and Shirley recounted all her recent adventures to her friend. Meanwhile Lu Jin stroked his chin, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. As Lu Jin had predicted, these Hunt Star Dragons could not be mobilized, but their pride meant they would never let the Blackrock pirates off easily.
By now the Blackrock pirates must have tracked Yuval's clan's movement.
Next would come the clash between the Blackrock pirate gang and the Hunt Star Dragons. Amid the starry sea surrounding the chaotic Stone Star, a Blackstone pirate ship following the trail of the Yuval clan arrived at this unfamiliar star system. The Blackstone pirates seated on the bridge stared at the tracking traces on the screen. The traces indicated that Yuval had ultimately landed on the chaotic Stone Star. They refrained from immediately scanning the chaotic Stone Star, as the energy fluctuations from a scan would inevitably alert the hunting Star Dragons.
Thus, after tracking down the Yuval clan's traces, the Blackstone pirates promptly reported these coordinates to their flagship.
What's the situation?
Have these hunting Star Dragons merely relocated their nest after all?
Who knows what these hunting Star Dragons are thinking?
Finding their tracks means our mission is complete.
According to the information stored in our database, this planet is a bizarre world rich in minerals. The mineral composition is complex and some are unstable and hazardous.
Moreover, due to its proximity to the endless star sea, it has gradually become a dangerous forbidden-level planet.
Listening to their companion's introduction about this planet, the other Blackstone pirates showed not a shred of interest, instead appearing utterly disinterested. In the endless star sea, such dangerous forbidden-level planets abound. Their database recorded countless deadly and lethal planetary forbidden zones. Some planets were perpetually frozen for 10,000 miles with temperatures approaching absolute zero, where even slightly inferior ships landing on the surface could have their parts damaged by the extreme cold. Even more so, some planets were perpetually shrouded in various radioactive substances.
Without protection, landing on the surface would lead to rapid erosion by radiation, resulting in instant death. Every year thousands of Blackstone pirates perished on exploration missions.
Thus a planet merely filled with dangerous minerals hardly caught their attention.
Since we have time to kill, why not dispatch a few exploration ships to survey the planet's surface? If we can locate the strongholds of those hunting Star Dragons, that would be ideal.
Ha, good idea, but who will go?
If you want to court death, I won't stop you.
Those were hunting Star Dragons, a single one could tear their ships to shreds. With their current fleet configuration, scouting the hunting Star Dragon's stronghold was a one-way trip if discovered. But just as they were shirking responsibility, the ship's radar suddenly emitted a piercing alarm.
Warning: a powerful psionic unit is approaching the ship. A powerful psionic unit.
Before they could scrutinize the radar information, the entire ship seemed to collide with something.
Rumbling.
The ship began to shake violently. The Blackstone pirates on the bridge had no idea what was happening. Swish! A crystal pierced through the bridge's ceiling. Then, like a blade, this crystal cleaved a massive gap straight through the ship. In their final moments, the Blackstone pirates saw a colossal dragon's head. A hunting Star Dragon, its body covered in various minerals, had used the crystal formations on its body to split the ship open. The earlier collision had been the dragon landing on the ship. Soon the Blackstone pirate ship was dismantled into a pile of scrap metal by the hunting Star Dragon. This hunting Star Dragon showed no mercy, dragging the pirate ship toward the chaotic Stone Star.
Boom!
The shattered pirate ship was hurled to the ground.
The deafening noise startled many hunting Star Dragons.
The mineral-covered dragon, like a triumphant general, stood atop the wreckage of the pirate ship.
So these are the Blackstone pirates you spoke of? Ha, utterly pathetic.
I scoured the galaxy for their traces and found them with ease. To me, their ships are nothing more than paper toys.
Numerous hunting Star Dragons gathered around, gazing at the wrecked pirate ship, pride evident on their faces.
So the Blackstone pirates were nothing special after all.
Finally, that hunting Star Dragon cast a provocative glance at Yuval, as if to say,
"The Blackstone pirates you feared are merely playthings in the hands of the hunting Star Dragons." Yuval frowned slightly as he looked at the ship's wreckage. Had he been making a mountain out of a molehill? Or had Lu Jin overestimated the Blackstone pirates? After all, Lu Jin was just a human from Blue Star. But before Yuval could finish his thoughts, a flash of light streaked across the sky. A ship like a shooting star instantly appeared in the outer space of the chaotic Stone Star.
Then came a second, a third.
More and more ships materialized in the sky.
All bore the same emblem, the symbol of the Blackstone pirate clan.
The Blackstone pirate clan had arrived. Seeing the vast armada, the previously arrogant hunting Star Dragons fell silent.
But the mineral-covered hunting Star Dragons snorted at the fleet.
"Mere pirates dare to flaunt their might before us. Brothers, watch me lead the charge. Let these pirates witness the might of our hunting Star Dragon clan." Before his words faded, the dragon charged straight into the sky. In the span of a breath, his form swelled to the size of a ship. Roar! A single dragon's cry shattered the clouds.
Lu Jin stood atop a hill, watching the dragon soar into the heavens. But the next second, all the ships dispersed like smoke, revealing a planet-destroying vessel behind them. Before such a vessel even the colossal hunting star dragon seemed minuscule. Boom! A laser shot from the planet destroyer's cannon.
The next instant it struck the dragon mid-flight. A massive explosion cloud engulfed half the sky. The dragon who had charged forth to open the battle had his minerals shattered, blood mingling with countless fragments as he fell like a meteor. Thud! He finally crashed to the ground, leaving a massive crater. The surrounding hunting star dragon's expression shifted in shock. Then all the ships in the sky lit up, their cannons glowing with energy like stars. Seeing this, Yuval's face turned pale as he began commanding the hunting star dragons. Deploy the psionic barrier.
In an instant all the dragons released their psychic energy.
A powerful barrier materialized above their heads. A second after the barrier formed, a rain of artillery fire descended from the sky. With a deafening roar, the moment the energy barrier and the beam of power collided, a towering blaze engulfed the entire surface. A colossal mushroom cloud surged into the sky.
Yet before the mushroom cloud could disperse, another volley of missiles rained down. The Blackstone pirate fleet showed no restraint in expending their ammunition.
Energy beams and explosive missiles, as if they cost nothing, completely overwhelmed the stellar hunting dragons. Standing at a distance, Lu Jin observed every change through the drone's feed.
What must come will come.
More and more artillery shells struck the ground, the fierce bombardment continuing for hours.
The once vibrant and diverse mineral terrain was now nothing but a field of scorched earth.
At this moment the Blackstone pirate fleet finally ceased their bombing. A multitude of ships began to break through the atmosphere, descending to scan for signs of life with various instruments. But just as one ship breached the atmosphere and neared the ground, from within the smoke and dust a beam of spiritual dragon's breath suddenly pierced the thick haze, striking the ship directly. Then more and more beams of spiritual dragon's breath cut through the smoke, hitting other pirate vessels. A gust of wind rose abruptly. Terrifying spiritual energy mixed with the explosive dust gradually formed a black tornado. One of the stellar hunting dragons turned itself into the eye of the storm and charged straight into the sky.
With a mighty roar, the black tornado instantly exploded. The dust infused with spiritual power transformed into razor-sharp blades sweeping towards the surrounding pirate ships.
In an instant a large number of pirate vessels sustained varying degrees of damage.
Boom! 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 More and more stellar hunting dragons soared into the air. Dragon breaths of every color bloomed like fireworks in the atmosphere.
One ship after another fell like shooting stars. Inside the Blackstone flagship, countless pirates stared in utter shock at the sight of the stellar hunting dragon's counterattack.
Astonishment was etched on every face.
The power of that bombardment was enough to level any civilization's city to the ground. Yet the stellar hunting dragons, having endured such an assault, appeared unscathed.
These stellar hunting dragons are truly formidable.
To still be able to counterattack after such a bombardment.
I was afraid the barrage would wipe them all out. It seems I was overthinking it. What now? Do we continue the bombardment?
As this was said, all eyes turned to a throne forged of gold. Upon the golden throne the leader of the Blackstone pirate group, Saren the Ravager, lounged with casual ease.
Proceed with the plan. Even the stellar hunting dragons couldn't have come through that bombardment completely unscathed.
As he spoke, Saren the Ravager pointed to one of the screens. When the others followed his gesture, they saw that many stellar hunting dragons on the surface had already expended a vast amount of their spiritual energy in the previous bombardment. They stood on the ground, not immediately joining their kin in the counterattack. Seeing this, the Blackstone pirates' confidence soared.
So their attack had indeed gravely wounded the stellar hunting dragons. The legendary stellar hunting dragons were nothing special. Our time is precious.
Dispatch the Blackstone elites.
Begin capturing the stellar hunting dragons on the surface. Remember, at all costs I want them alive. Understood.
At Saren the Ravager's command, all the large vessels of the Blackstone pirate group gathered around the flagship. Once assembled, a torrent of drop pods rained down towards the surface of the Chaos Stone planet like a meteor shower.
Seeing the pods descend, Yuval immediately understood. Damn it! These Blackstone pirates are targeting the wounded on the surface. At these words, many stellar hunting dragons instantly redirected their focus.
Yuval unleashed a blast of spiritual dragon's breath, instantly obliterating dozens of scattered drop pods. But at that moment the ships in the sky seized their opportunity.
A barrage of lasers and missiles streaked directly towards Yuval.
Just as the attacks were about to land, a spiritual energy barrier materialized before him.
Shiria's figure appeared in Yuval's line of sight.
She was like a war goddess charging straight into the heart of the most dangerous fleet. A single breath of spiritual dragon's fire destroyed a ship in her path. Then Shiria sped towards the Blackstone flagship. Inside, Saren the Ravager naturally noticed her.
After all, it was impossible not to notice. Her target was clearly the Blackstone flagship. Ha, what a reckless beast. Does she think she can destroy my flagship alone? Concentrate the surrounding large ships.
Teach this creature the might of the Blackstone pirates.
Saren the Ravager chuckled, dismissing Shiria entirely.
But at that moment Shiria suddenly transformed into human form. Her miniature human form allowed her to nimbly weave between the large vessels. At this, Saren the Ravager frowned slightly. He sensed a hint of a sinister plot. But what could a single stellar hunting dragon possibly achieve? The next second, Shiria halted near the Blackstone flagship. The flagship's cannons all swiveled to target her. But then Shiria produced a small delicate device. Upon activation, Saren the Ravager saw a warning flash on the flagship screen. Warning: interference field detected. Spatial shielding signal device disabled. Repairing spatial shielding signal device. Estimated time 60 seconds. 60 seconds. Without the spatial shielding device, the Blackstone flagship's coordinates would be exposed on the radar of every other ship. The device had kept the flagship hidden from radar and prevented other ships from performing a spatial jump nearby to attack. But now there was a 60-second window of vulnerability. At that moment, a figure flashed through Saren the Ravager's mind. A stellar hunting dragon. That brat's fleet also had a stellar hunting dragon. Could it be? Just as Saren the Ravager suspected, a ship materialized like a phantom near the Blackstone flagship. Seeing the familiar vessel, Saren the Ravager's face darkened. Lu Jin of the Blue Star Humans. You dare appear before me again? You escaped last time. Do you think you can flee from me a second time? Gazing upon the colossal and familiar star-destroying vessel, a faint smile curled at the corners of Lu Jin's lips as he sat within the bridge. The two ships encountered each other once more in this manner. However, during their previous meeting, Lu Jin had chosen to flee. Now, as he observed the vessel dwarfing his own in size, he decisively opened the ship's engine panel. The ship's acceleration was pushed to its maximum gear. The roaring engines ejected violent shockwaves and the vessel's speed began to soar incessantly. Watching the approaching ship, the raider Saren on the bridge instantly discerned Lu Jin's intent. At that moment, he could no longer remain calm, rising abruptly from his golden throne. A madman. We are dealing with an absolute madman. Activate all ship weapon systems and target that vessel. Fire. At all costs, do not let it get any closer. The Blackstone pirates, seeing the Prometheus charging straight at them and observing Saren's demeanor, finally understood. Even a fool could grasp it now. The lunatic opposite intended to use his ship as a devastating missile, launching a suicide attack against them. Should a medium-class vessel truly collide with the Blackstone Star Destroyer, no matter how formidable its defenses, the impact would inevitably cause immense damage to both ships. All weapon systems are online. Target has been acquired. Main cannon is charging. Secondary cannons are ready. Fire. Fire. Open fire now. A rumbling boom echoed as a series of dazzling lights flared across the surface of the Blackstone Star Destroyer. Countless laser beams entwined with missiles hurtled straight toward the Prometheus. Seeing the radar swarming with near-critical attacks, Lu Jin leaned back in his seat, his calm face contrasting with eyes blazing like wildfire fixed intently on the Blackstone Star Destroyer. Void shield activated. Transfer coordinates set. In an instant, all incoming attacks vanished upon contact with the void shield. This sight left the Blackstone pirates utterly astounded, unable to believe their eyes. What the hell? Our attacks disappeared. No. They didn't vanish, they were absorbed by the enemy ship's shield. What kind of shield is this capable of absorbing damage? A void shield. I know that system. A shield that transfers attacks to the void. But its absorption capacity must be limited. Prepare for a second wave of attacks. Just then, a spatial rift appeared directly ahead of the Blackstone vessel. Before the Blackstone pirates could react, a torrent of attacks rained down like a storm upon their ship's shield system. These were precisely the attacks previously devoured by the void shield. Now all those attacks were unleashed upon their own vessel unchanged. Warning. Ship shield system durability critically low. Seeing the warning flash before him, the raider Saren slammed his fist into the golden throne. The throne rod of gold twisted and deformed under the force of his blow. Continue attacking. The ever-closing Prometheus stirred a flicker of crisis within Saren. He had investigated Lu Jin's background. The brilliant Galaxy campaign had not been without his covert influence. Would a man like that truly resort to a suicidal collision with his ship? Would he take such a risk without absolute certainty? The more he pondered, the more an ominous foreboding swelled within Saren's heart. At that moment, the second wave of attacks commenced. A barrage of lasers and missiles once again streaked toward the Prometheus. This time Lu Jin did not employ the void shield, he decisively activated Spatial Blink. Using Spatial Blink to evade the damage. All attacks struck empty space, and by then the Prometheus had reached its intended speed. Taking a deep breath, Lu Jin resolutely pressed the attack button. The main cannon, Stellar Lament, had long since finished charging. With a single blast from the main cannon aimed at the Blackstone Star Destroyer, a violent beam of energy pierced straight through its shield system. The fierce energy continued to corrode and penetrate the armor of the Blackstone Star Destroyer. As the shot concluded, Lu Jin observed the vessel before him. The outcome was clear. Even a strike from the Stellar Lament could not fully breach the shields and armor of a star-destroying class ship. Yet the result was already satisfactory to Lu Jin. He maneuvered his ship like a blade, aiming directly at the breach created by the cannon shot, and rammed fiercely into the Blackstone Star Destroyer. With a thunderous crash, both vessels shuddered violently from the collision. Inua, already prepared, instantly used her psychic energy to envelop Lu Jin in a protective barrier. Countless fragments like sharp swords careened wildly through the ship. By the time Lu Jin regained his bearings, the bridge had become a scene of utter chaos. The extent of the damage rivaled the state of the Origin vessel when Lu Jin first salvaged it. Still peering through the ship's breach to the outside, he saw their vessel had pierced into the heart of the Blackstone flagship like a blade.
Everyone!
This operation may be the most perilous we have ever undertaken. Now we are inside the Blackstone Pirates flagship and our ship is completely disabled. Even if our ship could move, the Blackstone Star Destroyer is equipped with spatial jamming devices. In other words, there is no escape.
This is a last stand. Our primary objective is to destroy the Blackstone Star Destroyer's engine system within the time limit.
Of course, if you can also kill the Raider Saren, so much the better. At that moment, the Slumberer Legion and the Stellar Elf Legion fixed their eyes on Lu Jin. They had been astounded when they first learned of this plan. Only a mind truly unhinged could conceive such a desperate Alornothing operation. Yet Lu Jin had done it, and he had even placed himself at the heart of the gambit. The Slumberer's true body was aboard the warship. Death was not an end for them. The Stellar Elves were psychics capable of escaping even in failure. But Lu Jin was a mere blue star human devoid of psychic power, yet he led the charge himself.
This earned him even greater admiration from the Slumberers and Stellar Elves. A clamor arose from outside.
Lu Jin's gaze swept over the Slumberers and Stellar Elves. I declare the engine boarding operation officially commenced.
Faster. Faster. Move it, all of you. This is madness. I've never seen anyone dare to ram a dreadnought Hedon. Well, you're seeing it now. That ship that struck us is no ordinary vessel, it's a genuine Origin Warship.
Good thing our ship is massive enough, any other would have been snapped in two. Our situation isn't much better either, the entire ship's systems are nearly paralyzed. Numerous heavily armed Blackrock pirates hurried toward the impact site. As they arrived, the first thing that greeted their eyes was the ship's interior reduced to near rubble. The Prometheus, like a sharpened colossal blade, had plunged straight into the space within the vessel. The leading Blackrock pirate, gazing at the Origin warship before him, raised his laser rifle.
A searing laser carved an opening into the ship's hull.
But as the first wave of Blackrock pirates passed through, the breach began to mend at a visible rate. Soon enough, the gap, once large enough for a person to pass, was completely restored, showing no trace of damage.
Hey, is this the legendary Origin Warship?
Truly astonishing. How long has it been, and the breach is already sealed?
So what about those behind us? What else? Well, just cut another opening.
But before they could finish speaking, a sleeper appeared behind them. By the time they reacted, the sleeper had already raised his psionic hunting rifle.
Bang. 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 Several psionic rounds pierced through the Blackrock pirates' bodies.
After tearing through their forms, the bullets punched several holes into the wall. On the other side, Blackrock pirates, seeing the sudden holes in the wall, felt their hearts tighten.
What's going on? What happened over there? Damn it.
It must be the guards on the ship, they're not all dead yet. Quick, use the laser rifle to open a new passage.
The Blackrock pirates sprang into action, using their laser rifles to carve out another path.
But when they passed through to the other side, all they saw were lifeless bodies on the floor.
Damn it. Are we too late?
The Blackrock pirates stared at the corpses, their expressions darkening. They grabbed their communication devices, intending to report the incident to other Blackrock squads and warn them to stay alert against ambushes. But just as they picked up their devices to send out the alert, the Blackrock pirates discovered that their communications had failed. All channels had vanished, and even the signals had become a cacophony of noise. In the signal storage room, the Blackrock pirates assigned to that compartment lay sprawled on the floor.
Silver Moon wiped the blood from her blade, her gaze settling on Lu Jin not far away.
Lu Jin sat on the ground, his personal terminal connected to the Blackrock pirates' signal server via an ordinary data cable. A torrent of data streamed before Lu Jin's eyes as he ruthlessly deleted all communication channels.
Moreover, he injected a flood of anomalous data into the database. This way, even if the Blackrock pirates' engineers came to repair it, restoring communications would take a considerable amount of time.
Closing his personal terminal, Lu Jin rose to his feet. This area is taken care of, the Blackrock pirates' communication signals are completely crippled now. Next we move to the other control rooms and render these Blackrock pirates both deaf and blind. Silver Moon nodded and followed Lu Jin's lead. Along the way, Lu Jin used the code he had extracted from the server to hack into one camera after another.
Thus, even within a ship bristling with surveillance, Lu Jin could ensure they remained undetected. Upon reaching the monitoring center, Lu Jin nodded and Silver Moon kicked the door open. Before the Blackrock pirates inside could react, Silver Moon had already launched a massacre.
Against her overwhelming combat prowess, these pirates stood no chance.
Lu Jin repeated his tactic, connecting his personal terminal to the Blackrock pirates' surveillance system.
Watching him crack the surveillance database with intense focus, Silver Moon couldn't help but ask the question that had been on her mind from the start.
Captain, the Blackrock pirate group is one of the 7 pirate kings, their database defenses shouldn't be too shabby. Yet I've noticed that these defenses don't even last 5 minutes against you.
Where did you learn such formidable hacking skills? At this question, Lu Jin, who was in the midst of breaching the database, paused momentarily. But soon he resumed his work and gave an answer.
I studied on my own for a while at the Blue Star Academy.
In truth, Lu Jin's masterful hacking skills were of course a result of accumulated memories and experience from his past life. But he couldn't very well reveal the real reason, so he used this excuse to brush off Silver Moon.
Fortunately, Silver Moon didn't press further. Upon hearing the answer, she simply nodded and stopped asking.
Soon the surveillance database was also cracked by Lu Jin.
In the bridge, the plunderer Saren was momentarily stunned as the surveillance feeds abruptly vanished. Then he rose in fury, turning to glare at the surrounding Blackrock pirates.
What's the situation now? First the communication channels disappear and now the surveillance feeds are gone.
What use are you lot?
At these words a cold sweat ran down the backs of the many Blackrock pirates. They too had no idea what was happening. Ever since the Prometheus had collided with the Blackrock flagship, most of the flagship systems had been paralyzed and rendered useless. They had already strained every nerve just to repair those crippled systems. But it seemed as if someone was deliberately causing trouble in the shadows. Before they could finish fixing the other systems, the most critical ones, communications and surveillance, had begun to fail one after another. Now the dispatched Blackrock pirates had become completely deaf and blind. Boss, we have reason to suspect that the crew under the Blue Star human is behind this.
Exactly.
The databases for both the communication and surveillance systems have been flooded with anomalous data. Just clearing the data alone will cost us a massive amount of time. If we can't catch the culprit, our systems will never be fully repaired.
Listening to his men's complaints, the plunderer Saren's face grew darker and darker.
He had never expected to find himself in such a passive predicament.
Though he commanded countless vessels and even had a star-destroying warship at his disposal.
But now that very star-destroying warship had become his shackles.
A bunch of incompetence.
With that, the marauder Salen reached behind the golden throne. A cold gleam accompanied the appearance of a sharp long-handled axe forged from a blend of various alloys now in the marauder Salen's grasp. Seeing Salen draw this weapon, the surrounding Blackstone pirates couldn't help but draw in sharp breaths. This long-handled axe was his signature armament, one he rarely employed. Now he had taken it up of his own accord, signaling his intent to personally eliminate all the invaders in one fell swoop. The marauder Salen strode directly out of the bridge, heading toward the Prometheus. As he turned a corner in a corridor, a sleeper who had been lying in ambush swiftly pulled the trigger. A psychic bullet shot from the muzzle, flying straight for Salen's head. But at that moment the psychic bullet froze in midair. A surge of psychic energy potent enough to warp space itself coalesced around the marauder Salen. Witnessing this, the sleeper immediately realized his opponent was also a psychic, and a formidable one at that. The sleeper quickly activated a psychic detection device to assess Salen's power. But before he could activate the equipment, the surrounding air grew viscous. Psychic energy mingled with the atmosphere, turning the space around the sleeper as treacherous and sluggish as a swamp. Salen's gaze fell upon the sleeper and he began to advance. The closer the massive figure came, the more the air around the sleeper felt like mud. Initially the sleeper could still move slightly, but when Salen stood before him, the air solidified into something as hard as rock.
Overwhelming power, immovable as a mountain. That was the sleeper's first impression of the marauder Salen.
Salen's eyes locked onto the sleeper as he slowly raised his long-handled axe.
You rats are nothing special.
Whoosh! A mere flash of cold light and Salen's axe cleaved through the sleeper.
The axe blade, imbued with psychic energy, split the sleeper in two.
Within the silent coffin, a sleeper abruptly opened his eyes, detaching from the psychic projection device.
Recalling the sensation of death, he quickly extricated himself from the instrument pod.
Such terrifying psychic pressure, truly worthy of the Blackstone Pirate Group's leader. I must upload the data from this battle to the others immediately. That marauder Salen's psychic level is at least that of a 6th-tier psychic. Soon information about the marauder Salen was rapidly transmitted through the sleepers to every member of the Ember Fleet. Lu Jin, advancing through the Blackstone Fleet's corridors, saw the message and felt little surprise.
After all, the Blackstone Pirate Group was one of the 7 pirate kings. How could anyone who had made a name for themselves in the endless star sea be weak?
But just then Lu Jin suddenly felt his breath catch an invisible pressure bearing down on his heart. Silver Moon beside him immediately sensed the anomaly and released her own psychic pressure. Only after being enveloped by Silver Moon's psychic energy did Lu Jin finally return to normal. Then a towering figure appeared in Lu Jin's field of vision. A massive frame and the long-handled axe in his hand radiated a chilling sharpness.
Oh. Looks like luck is on my side. Blocking Lu Jin's path was none other than the marauder Salen.
Lu Jin hadn't expected to encounter him so soon after receiving word. And now here he was face to face with the man. Silver Moon also sensed the powerful psychic aura emanating from Salen and instinctively shielded Lu Jin behind her.
Captain, he's strong.
If a fight breaks out, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you immediately. This was the first time Silvermoon had faced such a potent psychic. Lu Jin was also well aware that Salen's power was far beyond that of a mere 6th-tier psychic. Just from the axe in his hand, Lu Jin could tell it was no ordinary weapon forged with exceptional craftsmanship.
This was going to be a brutal battle.
Lu Jin raised his wrist, glancing at the time on his personal terminal. Then he shifted his gaze from the terminal to Salen, who stood opposite Silvermoon. Silvermoon, 5 more minutes.
The final 5 minutes. Hearing this, Silvermoon instantly understood Lu Jin's intent.
She raised her blade's psychic energy, rapidly converging around her.
The next second she took the initiative, lunging straight at the marauder Salen. But Salen was already prepared. Clang! Their weapons clashed and a tremendous shockwave swept through the ship's corridor like a gale. Lu Jin felt as if his very organs were trembling. The energy barrier around him flickered into visibility, deflecting the massive aftershocks from the duel between the two psychics. So this is the battle of high-level psychics. Silvermoon, you'll leave him to you. Lu Jin knew well that without any psychic power himself, staying would only hinder Silvermoon. So after one last look at Salen, he turned and sprinted down another corridor. At this moment, Lu Jin was alone. Without Silvermoon's protection, Lu Jin was merely an ordinary blue star human. But bolstered by his rich combat experience from a past life, he slipped through one Blackstone pirate blockade after another. Finally, after stealthily killing a Blackstone pirate, Lu Jin reached his target location. The hangar housing the pirate fighters. Before the other Blackstone pirates could react, Lu Jin quickly boarded a pirate fighter. Glancing at the time, a rare sheen of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. 1 minute left. He had to crack the fighter's systems within the final minute. Otherwise he might lose his chance. Opening his personal terminal, Lu Jin frantically began hacking the fighter's control system. Elsewhere on the Blackstone flagship, sleepers and star elves checked the time and began their withdrawal. Silvermoon, after unleashing a psychic blade, quickly widened the distance between herself and Salen. They locked eyes and Salen regarded her with a newfound respect. Your psychic power is impressive. Interested in joining me? How you pirates still thinking of recruiting me even at death's door? At death's door. Upon hearing these words, Raider Saron couldn't help but snort coldly. This was his own turf, and after several exchanges with his opponent, he was far from losing. Under such circumstances, did the other party truly believe they could slay him? Ridiculous. With this thought, Raider Saron let out a light chuckle as if mocking Silvermoon's sheer folly. This is my flagship. The Blackstone pirates stationed here possess a military caliber no less than any regular army. And do you truly think, as one of the 7 pirate kings, I lack a personal legion of psychics under my command? At death's door. I believe that phrase should be directed at you. Raider Saron's face was etched with disdain, his gaze towards Silvermoon brimming with contempt. Facing Raider Saron's provocations and insults, Silvermoon remained composed. She took a half-step back as psychic energy gradually gathered beneath her feet. Fool! Before the words faded, a tremendous roar echoed directly through the entire Blackstone flagship. Even Raider Saron was startled by the sudden blast. Before he could react further, the ship's floor began to tilt. Raider Saron staggered, then quickly used his psychic energy to anchor himself to the deck. What was happening? The sudden tilt of the ship made Raider Saron sense something amiss. Ever since he encountered that blue star human, the man had been constantly glancing at his personal terminal. And this star sea elf, throughout their battle, she had never fought with full force. Her goal seemed merely to buy time. Boom! Another explosion followed and the ship's gravity system began to fail. Blackstone pirates running through the corridors found themselves lifted off their feet, floating in midair. At this moment, even a fool like Raider Saron should have understood. From the very beginning, these people's target was not him. You cunning damned. Before he could finish, Raider Saron looked at the now empty corridor. Long before he could react, Silvermoon had already used her psychic energy to withdraw from the combat zone. Silvermoon, channeling her psychic energy, swiftly made her way to the designated rendezvous. Meanwhile, in the Star Sea, the star-hunting dragon and the Blackstone pirate fleet watched as the flagship, seemingly out of control, began drifting toward the orbit of the shattered stone planet. As the ship entered orbit, the planet's gravity started pulling the Blackstone flagship toward the ground. Breaking through the atmosphere, the colossal flagship, like a giant meteor, hurtled straight toward the shattered stone planet. What's happening? The Blackstone pirates' flagship is out of control. This is more than just losing control, it's heading straight for the planet's surface. Haha, are these Blackstone pirates giving up because they think they can't beat us? Something's off. Could it be that Lu Jin's plan is working? Wait, other Blackstone pirate ships are trying to rescue the flagship. Rescue the flagship. Yuval spread his wings, the ruthless glint in his eyes growing ever fiercer. How could they allow these Blackstone pirates to succeed? Any star-hunting dragon with a functioning mind knew that once the flagship crashed and the pirate leader died, this massive fleet would crumble on its own. As the saying goes, capture the chieftain to subdue the bandits. They would not let the Blackstone pirates rescue their flagship. Concentrate fire on any ship that tries to approach the Blackstone flagship. Haha, are these Blackstone pirates finally panicking? Hit them hard. Don't let them pull the flagship back up. Rumble. The Blackstone flagship broke through the atmosphere, instantly turning into a fireball as it continued its plunge toward the surface. Aboard the battered Prometheus, Yu Tiansong was drenched in sweat from sheer anxiety. His eyes were fixed on the ship's repair progress. Damn it. Lu Jin, you bastard, you left me with the task of transferring the ship. This task may seem easy, but it's way too thrilling. The Prometheus was severely damaged. Starting the engines to leave the Blackstone flagship was impossible. But the Prometheus still had its spatial flash capability. Once the ship was repaired, Yu Tiansong could use the spatial flash to dodge another fatal blow. Yet if the ship wasn't repaired enough to activate the spatial flash before the Blackstone flagship crashed, their fate would be sealed. That fate was to be shattered into countless fragments along with the Blackstone flagship. Just then Silver Moon entered, exhaling as she sat down in the bridge seat. Looking at the remarkably calm Silver Moon, Yu Tiansong couldn't help but complain. We're on a crashing Blackstone flagship and you're not afraid. Not afraid because the captain said we would be fine in the end. At these words, Yu Tiansong fell silent for a moment. Finally, as if resigned, he plopped down into his seat. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Yu Tiansong muttered, to come up with this plan, I wonder if that guy is a genius or a madman. Perhaps both. Ding, the Origin space jump engine has been preliminarily repaired. The ship can perform one spatial flash immediately. Hearing this, Yu Tiansong jumped to his feet. One spatial flash available immediately. That was fantastic. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the spatial flash. The Prometheus vanished instantly from the Blackstone flagship's hangar. Boom. With a violent jolt, the battered Prometheus crashed onto a desolate plain. Yu Tiansong stood at the breach watching the Blackstone flagship, now a massive fireball in the sky. He had done everything he needed to do. Now he could only hope everything went as Lu Jin had planned. The massive fireball slammed into the ground, the entire planet-killing vessel striking the surface of the boulder planet like a meteor. Then a terrifying wave of energy swept across the boulder planet's surface. A fierce gale arose, tumbling the Prometheus across the terrain. This inflicted further massive damage on the already dilapidated Prometheus. Climbing out of the wreckage, Yu Tiansong cursed under his breath. If not for his psychic armor protecting him, that shockwave alone would have killed him 800 times over. He had flashed to the maximum distance, yet the aftershocks were still this terrifying. This made Yu Tiansong gaze at the colossal mushroom cloud rising in the distance. The Blackstone flagship was utterly destroyed. With such a violent impact, even a planet killer would be reduced to scrap metal. But were all the Blackstone pirates on the flagship truly dead? Thick smoke billowed as raging flames coiled around the colossal form of the Blackstone flagship. The immense crater, its diameter stretching to a horrifying extent, stood as a testament to the devastation. Even standing at the edge evoked a sense of dread. Under such terrifying impact, even those clad in heavy armor would have their internal organs shattered by the sheer force. Just then a figure appeared at the crater's edge, gazing down from above at the wreckage of the Blackstone flagship at the bottom. Soon more identical figures emerged along the rim. Finally Lu Jin appeared among them. Under the sunlight, the sleepers and star elves had already encircled the entire crater. Exactly as you calculated down to the time and place. Lu Jin, sometimes I truly wonder if you're a human from Blue Star. Was such a meticulous plan truly orchestrated by you alone? Yun Mengyan remarked, gazing at the Blackstone flagship wreckage below. At that moment, even in her spiritual projection state, a chill ran down her spine. From the moment he learned the Blackstone pirates had targeted the Stellar Hunter, he had devised this operation. Pressed by circumstances, the Blackstone pirates made a rash move, catching the Stellar Hunter off guard. In response, the Stellar Hunter chose to retaliate, engaging the Blackstone pirates. While the Stellar Hunter distracted the Blackstone pirates, Shirley decisively activated the interference device, initiating the 60-second vacuum. During the 60-second vacuum, the Prometheus used its main cannon to breach the Blackstone flagship's defenses, then boldly initiated a boarding action. During the boarding, the interference system drew the attention of the main Blackstone forces. Meanwhile, another team headed to the engine room, altering the engine's power to ensure the Blackstone flagship arrived at the designated location and began its crash at the predetermined time. The entire plan was intricately interwoven, yet a single misstep would lead to utter ruin. What if the stellar dirge failed to penetrate the Blackstone flagship's shields and armor? What if the Prometheus failed to successfully board the Blackstone flagship? What if they couldn't draw the main Blackstone forces and escape in time? Countless what ifs, countless accidents. Amidst thousands of paths to failure, Lu Jin ultimately walked the one that led to success. Such a precise and audacious plan would make even Yun Mengyan's heart race. In contrast, Lu Jin remained composed, his eyes as calm as a placid lake without a single ripple. It seemed that such a dangerous and intricate plan was as effortless as taking a walk in his eyes. Truly terrifying. Yun Mengyan murmured to herself, shifting her gaze back to the Blackstone flagship's wreckage at the bottom of the crater. The plan was far from over. After everyone escaped the Blackstone flagship, they were to gather here. Even Yun Mengyan understood this step without needing to think. It was to ensure no Blackstone pirate survivors escaped from the crash. And just as Lu Jin had predicted, a sharp piercing noise suddenly emanated from the silent depths of the crater.
Among the debris at the bottom, a disheveled yet familiar figure emerged into view. It was Saren the Ravager, the leader of the Blackstone pirate group. He now crawled out of the wreckage, looking around in bewilderment.
His once proud star-destroying vessel was now nothing but a heap of ruins.
The elites he had painstakingly trained were either dead or wounded casualties of the ship's fall.
Finally his gaze settled on Lu Jin standing at the crater's edge.
In that instant the confusion in his eyes ignited like willow catkins, and an unquenchable fury surged forth, his veins bulging as he yearned to tear the man before him to shreds.
This bastard is still alive. How is that possible? He's a genuine psychic. Does that mean his psychic legion is also unscathed? That's why I ordered you to regroup after landing.
One by one more Blackstone pirates emerged from the wreckage. They were of various races, their attire distinct and varied. But they all shared one thing in common: they were the Psychic Legion under Saren the Ravager. Having roamed the endless starry sea for years, Saren the Ravager could hardly face the endless stream of psychics without his own Psychic Legion.
All units listen up. Open fire.
Seeing the enemy fully revealed, Lu Jin wasted no time. Before they could fully react, he waved his hand and ordered the attack. The Sleepers and Star Elves raised their psychic hunting rifles aimed at the vital points of the psychics and pulled the triggers without hesitation.
In an instant a torrent of psychic bullets rained down like a storm. Those psychics of lower rank who hadn't reacted were instantly slain.
Seeing their comrades fall around them, the remaining Blackstone psychics quickly came to their senses. They erected psychic barriers, using them to deflect incoming bullets while seeking suitable cover.
Saren the Ravager, facing the psychic bullets converging from all directions, showed no fear.
He raised his psychic barrier and advanced step by step towards Lu Jin's position. For he knew well that Lu Jin was the backbone of these Sleepers and Star Elves. If Lu Jin died, he still had a chance to break through the encirclement. But before he could take many steps, a figure descended from the sky. As the dust settled, Saren the Ravager recognized the newcomer and his expression darkened.
For it was Inu.
Now with psychic energy swirling around her, she brandished a blade, blocking Saren the Ravager's path.
If you want to get to our captain, you'll have to go through me first.
With that, Inu channeled her psychic energy into her weapon.
This time she held nothing back, her psychic aura even more formidable than before.
Saren the Ravager tightened his grip on his weapon, his eyes growing cold. Due to the ship's crash, he had expended considerable psychic energy to withstand the impact. But the enemy had rushed here, likely also expending much of their energy. Both sides had their reserves depleted, the advantage was mine. Just as Saren the Ravager prepared himself, another figure descended from the sky.
I'm not too late, am I?
It was Shirlea. In human form, she wielded a firearm in each hand, her gaze fixed on Saren the Ravager with boundless killing intent. Sensing Shirlea's aura, Saren the Ravager tightened his grip on his weapon once more.
A stellar hunter. And one with an incredibly powerful psychic presence. This was getting troublesome. But before Saren the Ravager could devise a countermeasure, a voice echoed in his ear. Lu Jin isn't just your captain, he's my captain too. Yulan then approached and stood beside Inu.
Though her spiritual energy aura was not as formidable as that of Inu or Zuelia, she was still among the most outstanding of all the Star Sea Elves. Coupled with her combat experience, Yulan's strength was by no means insignificant. 3 spiritual energy users, and not ordinary ones at that. At this moment the Ravager Siluan felt an unusual pressure.
Him against these 3 spiritual energy users. Was that a joke? However, even if he couldn't win, escaping with his abilities was still a simple matter. All he needed to do was stall for time until his fleet arrived to rescue him. But just as the Ravager Siluan was thinking this, a voice once again interrupted his thoughts. How interesting. Count me in.
I've been wanting to see just how strong one of the 7 pirate kings really is.
As she spoke, Yun Menyan also joined the fray.
Now it had become 4 spiritual energy users against 1 Ravager Siluan. Faced with this situation, even the Ravager Siluan of the Blackstone pirates felt an immense pressure bearing down on him.
Do you have any sense of martial honor? 4 against 1. Can't you be fair?
Fair. The moment those words left the Ravager Siluan's mouth, Lu Jin found it utterly ridiculous. A Blackstone pirate, when pushed to this point, still dared to ask for fairness. When the Ravager Siluan had led thousands of ships, including a star destroyer, to besiege his single small vessel, he hadn't thought about fairness then. Before the Ravager Siluan could speak again, Zuelia was the first to mobilize her spiritual energy, launching an attack directly at him.
Inu followed closely, with Yulan coordinating their assault. Yun Menyan, holding the rear, also channeled her spiritual energy. In an instant, various spiritual energy weapons manifested from her projections surrounded the Ravager Siluan.
Amidst the clash of blades and the roar of cannons, the entire battlefield was engulfed. Yet Lu Jin, the instigator of it all, remained remarkably calm.
He even sat down on a rock, quietly watching as the Ravager Siluan was forced step by step into a corner. Upon witnessing the enemy's strength and the current state of affairs, the morale of the spiritual energy users under the Ravager Siluan's command plummeted. This is bad. Even if we intervene now, we can't stand against so many spiritual energy users.
We're already outnumbered, and after the ship crashed we used up a lot of spiritual energy to protect ourselves. How are we supposed to fight this?
Maybe we should surrender.
Even the Ravager Siloan surviving an assault from 4 spiritual energy users is a fantasy.
It's better to surrender early, we might just live through this. Good idea. Who would want to be a notorious pirate if they weren't forced to buy life?
In an instant many spiritual energy users stepped forward, calling out to Lu Jin.
They merely wanted to survive. If Lu Jin would spare them, they would do anything for him.
One of the Blackstone pirate spiritual energy users even claimed to know where the Ravager Siloan's treasure was hidden. Hearing this, the Ravager Siloan, locked in a bitter struggle, nearly burst into a torrent of curses.
But that single lapse in concentration gave the group an opportunity to land another heavy blow on the Ravager Siloan.
He spat out a mouthful of blood, stumbling back several steps, his complexion turning pallid and weak. Seeing this, the other spiritual energy users grew even more restless, stepping forward en masse to declare their surrender.
Lu Jin watched this unfold and couldn't help but let out a soft laugh.
Pirates were after all pirates. In such circumstances their morale was like a castle in the air. Once the pillar of their strength, the Ravager Siloan, faltered, it would crumble in an instant. A hint of an intriguing curve touched the corner of Lu Jin's mouth as he called out to the Blackstone pirate spiritual energy users below.
You want me to let you go? Of course that's possible. But I have one condition: you must land a blow on the Ravager Siloan.
Otherwise, if you just surrender like this, he'll find it hard to believe you're sincere. Upon hearing this, the Ravager Siloan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lu Jin.
How had this man come up with such a devious scheme? The Blackstone pirate spiritual energy users preparing to surrender also began to hesitate upon hearing these words. What do we do? If we really attack him, there's no turning back. No turning back.
Do you really think he'll survive this?
The tide has turned.
Without the Ravager Siloan, the Blackstone pirate crew won't even be a second-rate pirate group, let alone one of the 7 Pirate King's forces.
At a time like this, you still can't see the situation clearly. Let me show you how it's done.
Before his words had even faded, one of the Blackstone pirate spiritual energy users charged forward decisively. Under everyone's gaze, he brandished a strangely shaped revolver, channeling his meager remaining spiritual energy into it.
Bang! The gunshot rang out and the bullet shot straight towards the Ravager Siloan.
Burning with rage, the Ravager Siloan raised his axe and cleaved the bullet in two. But just then the bullet inexplicably changed trajectory.
Squelch!
The bullet burrowed deep into the Ravager Siloan's flesh, sending a searing pain through him. Gnashing his teeth, the Ravager Siloan dug the bullet out. His spiritual energy was now nearly depleted, leaving him unable to muster even enough power to deflect a bullet. The Blackstone pirate spiritual energy user opposite him was also stunned.
He hadn't expected to land a direct hit on the Ravager Siloan with his first shot. The Ravager Siloan of old could have subdued him without even using a weapon. Now he was like a decrepit old dog without a shred of strength to fight back. At that moment, the Blackstone pirate spiritual energy user let out a loud laugh. So this is the Ravager Siloan. Nothing special. He can't even dodge a single one of my spiritual energy bullets. So weak. Ravager Siloan, weren't you all high and mighty before? Look at yourself now. You're a complete and utter failure.
The surrounding Blackstone pirate spiritual energy users watched the scene, the cowardice in their eyes gradually vanishing.
It was replaced by madness, a bloodlust and frenzy unleashed after long suppression.
In the Ravager Siloan's final moments, the subordinates who had once surrounded him had all turned into ravenous hyenas waiting to tear him apart. Looking at the greedy manic gazes around him, the Ravager Siloan let out a bitter laugh.
He never imagined that he, the infamous Ravager Siloan, would meet his end in such a manner. Seeing this, Zuelia and the others ceased their attacks.
Even if they stopped, the hatred born from the Blackstone pirate spiritual energy user's long oppression under the Ravager Siloan was more than enough to consume him. Watching more and more Blackstone pirate spiritual energy users close in on the Ravager Siloan, Lu Jin's gaze from the edge of the pit was calm. It seemed that this outcome was also within his expectations.
The first strike landed upon the Raider Saren.
Then the second attack followed swiftly, and more blows rained down upon the Raider Saren.
The Raider Saren raised his weapon, yet it fell feebly.
Seeing that the once formidable Raider Saren was now so weak and pathetic only emboldened the betrayers further.
Lu Jin simply watched as the Raider Saren, once hailed as one of the 7 Pirate Kings, now knelt on the ground in the most wretched posture of a loser. Lu Jin. What a scheme. But you are merely a human after all. In the endless star sea, that place that devours men without spitting out bones, you will surely meet the same fate as mine. I shall await you in hell.
As if realizing that death was his inevitable end, the Raider Saren mustered his last ounce of strength to stand. The betrayers, startled by this final burst of vitality, instinctively stepped back a few paces. But the Raider Saren, having risen, merely fixed his gaze upon Lu Jin.
Resentment, murderous intent, regret. All these emotions converged into his final stare, landing upon Lu Jin.
Lu Jin, faced with the Raider Saren's curse, merely let out a cold snort. Though I am but a human from Blue Star, I shall ultimately stand at the end.
My ambition is not as narrow as yours.
Before he had even finished speaking, the surrounding betrayers realized that the raider Saren's defiance was nothing but a bluff. Thus, like a school of bloodthirsty sharks, they once again consumed the raider Saren. This time the raider Saren did not rise again, he fell forever on this planet. In the ensuing chaotic frenzy, the multitude of betrayers did not even leave the raider Saren a complete corpse. When they finally came to their senses after their outburst, they found that the raider Saren had been reduced to a heap of shattered remains. Such a gruesome death would likely require a tremendous cost to even attempt resurrection.
Dead. The raider Saren is dead. That's right. Dead, slain by our hands.
Ha ha ha, this bastard was nothing special after all.
We've completed the mission, the raider Saren is dead. You should let us leave now.
It was at this moment that the betrayers recalled their original purpose. They were merely following Lu Jin's rules. All they had to do was wound the raider Saren and they would be allowed to depart. But the outcome had far exceeded the bounds of Lu Jin's rules. They had not only wounded the raider Saren but had also caused his death at their hands. Looking at the betrayers whose faces were filled with hope, Lu Jin gave a faint smile.
Of course I am a man of my word. Hearing this, the betrayers breathed a collective sigh of relief.
Lu Jin turned and walked away, but the next second Shiria and the others blocked the crowd's path. Facing Shiria and her team, who still possessed formidable combat power, the betrayers couldn't help but swallow nervously, a sense of foreboding rising in their hearts.
What do you think you're doing?
Your captain said he would let us go.
Are you defying his orders? But before they could finish, Silvermoon cut them off decisively.
The captain is a man of his word, he has indeed spared you.
But that doesn't mean we will spare you.
In that instant the betrayers tasted the bitter flavor of betrayal themselves. Amidst the flash of blades and the roar of cannon fire, all personnel aboard the Blackstone flagship were slain on the spot.
Lu Jin immediately disseminated the news of the raider Saren's demise. The stellar hunt dragons, still locked in fierce battle in outer space, were taken aback upon hearing this news.
The leader of the Blackstone pirates is dead.
Killed by that blue star human. Initially, the stellar hunt dragons had looked down upon the Blackstone pirates.
But through continuous clashes they had come to deeply realize the pirates' formidable strength. They had been prepared for annihilation at the hands of the Blackstone pirates.
Yet unexpectedly the tide had turned. Lu Jin had destroyed the Blackstone flagship
and slain the leader of the Blackstone pirates. This news was undoubtedly a shot of adrenaline for the stellar hunt dragons.
The dragons, whose morale had been flagging, now launched a fierce counterattack. Upon hearing of the raider Saren's death, the Blackstone pirates collapsed far more swiftly than Lu Jin had anticipated.
Some of the pirates, without even verifying the truth of the news, immediately began to retreat towards the edge of the battlefield. Seeing this, the other Blackstone pirates lost all will to continue fighting.
The backbone of the Blackstone pirate group was the raider Saren. As long as he lived, there would be no problems.
But now the raider Saren was dead. His death had shattered the Blackstone pirate group into a scattered mess. As the news spread, the pirate fleet began to disintegrate.
Some wanted to flee. Some wanted to confirm the raider Saren's death.
But regardless of their choice, they all had to face the wrath of the stellar hunt dragons. The stellar hunt dragons instantly turned the tide of battle, relentlessly bombarding and suppressing the Blackstone pirate fleet. From beginning to end, this war lasted for 3 full days.
After killing the raider Saren, Lu Jin took no further part in the battle between the stellar hunt dragons and the Blackstone pirates.
He used the Fong drones to dismantle the Blackstone flagship and feed its materials into the Origin core of his own vessel. This battle had inflicted the most severe damage on his ship yet. The vessel was nearly crippled, but fortunately the Star Destroyer's materials were robust enough. By the time the war was nearing its end, Lu Jin had almost finished repairing the Prometheus. Sitting on the bridge, he watched as the ship's various data gradually returned to normal, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But just then Shiria approached, her joy undisguised.
Captain, it was thanks to you taking out the Blackstone flagship.
Those Blackstone pirates had no heart to continue fighting once they heard their boss was taken out. By the way, my father and the chieftains of several other clans wish to meet you.
Meet me.
Lu Jin stroked his chin and rose from his seat. He walked over to Shiria, patted her on the shoulder, and then spoke a meaningful sentence.
I understand. You will be in charge of guarding the ship this time. Silvermoon, you Tiansong, you two will come with me.
Let's go meet these chieftains of the stellar hunt dragons. Yu Tiansong, who was in the midst of deploying the Fong drones and the Dragonflame mechanized infantry, was taken aback when he heard Lu Jin specifically ask him to come along. After all, Lu Jin usually brought Silvermoon and Shiria, his most formidable fighters, on outings. Yu Tiansong himself was always the best choice to stay and guard the ship. Why was Lu Jin asking Shiria to stay this time?
But soon Yu Tiansong thought of Shirley's identity.
She was not only a crew member of the fleet but also a member of the Stellar Hunters. The chieftains of several Stellar Hunter clans wanted to meet Lu Jin, and it was likely not just a simple meeting. With the war over, what mattered most? Undoubtedly it was the distribution of spoils. Perhaps Lu Jin had anticipated that the ensuing discussion would be a silent storm of blood and thunder. That was why he considered having Shirley guard the ship.
Yu Tian-song rose from his seat stretched and couldn't help but grumble. Finally I get to show my face a bit more. I'm always stuck guarding the ship and practically molding. Hearing this, Lu Jin said nothing more.
Leaving the ship, Lu Jin led Yu and Yu Tian-song straight toward the temporary outpost established by the stellar hunters. When Lu Jin arrived at the outpost, the first thing he saw was a multitude of injured stellar hunters receiving treatment from their kin. Thanks to the stellar hunters' robust physiques and formidable psionic talents, they only needed ample rest to restore their clan's strength to its peak. At that moment Yuvar approached. Before Lu Jin, Yuvar did not assume his original form but instead took a humanoid shape to show respect.
Mr.
Lu Jin, the chieftains of the other clans have been waiting for some time.
Allow me to lead you there. Lu Jin exchanged a few pleasantries, then followed Yuvar's lead to the meeting site.
In a valley not far from the stellar hunter outpost, the chieftains of the other clans had already been waiting. But unlike Yuvar, they still maintained an arrogant tone in their words. A few of the stellar hunters even complained impatiently. I really don't understand why you'd invite a human from Blue Star to our meeting. Sure that Blue Star human killed the raider Saren, but we stellar hunters were the main force in this battle. He has no right to speak. The Blackstone pirate fleet was just a bit larger in numbers. At the end of the day they were still a rabble.
A rabble?
It was this very rabble that nearly captured us alive.
Sidek, what do you mean by that? You know this meeting is about securing benefits for our stellar hunter race. Don't you dare use that to pressure me. Anyone with half a brain can see that without Lu Jin we never would have won this war.
Before Lu Jin could even get close, he heard the voices from within the valley. They were split into two factions, one representing the typical stellar hunter mindset. They looked down on all other races including Lu Jin, who had decided the war's outcome. Even now their first thought was to exclude him and let the stellar hunters divide the spoils. Of course the other faction consisted of rational stellar hunters. They understood clearly that without Lu Jin risking his life to destroy the Blackstone flagship, their performance in the war alone might not have been enough to defeat the Blackstone pirate fleet at its peak. Standing outside the valley, Lu Jin listened to the debate and chuckled softly.
Yuvar, what are your thoughts? At that moment Lu Jin's gaze fell on Yuvar.
Meeting Lu Jin's eyes, Yuvar felt a sudden surge of crisis wash over him. It was less about Lu Jin asking for his opinion and more about questioning which side he stood on. But before Yuvar could voice his thoughts, Lu Jin strode directly into the valley.
The moment Lu Jin appeared, all sound in the valley ceased.
Every stellar hunter chieftain fixed their gaze on him, a tiny human who stood there smaller than their own feet. Yet standing there he exuded an invisible pressure upon the many stellar hunters.
It was the oppressive aura born from the glory of his exploits. The brilliant Galaxy campaign.
The Void Swarm campaign. And now the Blackstone pirate campaign. With each victory Lu Jin's presence grew ever more formidable.
Yuvar followed closely behind and was the first to break the silence.
Since everyone is here, let's discuss the distribution of the post-war spoils.
Spoils.
At the mention of this the eyes of the stellar hunter chieftains sharpened. Although the Blackstone pirate fleet had fled with many ships in defeat, the ships and various spoils left behind in this star system amounted to a tremendously rich haul. If the stellar hunter race could claim this entire bounty, they would not need to worry about hunting for at least several years.
Moreover, the entire race might undergo a transformation because of these spoils.
I believe that in this campaign our stellar hunters suffered heavy losses to crush the Blackstone pirates. So I, Grames, on behalf of my clan, demand a 20 share of the spoils.
A 20 share? Are you out of your mind?
There are 10 clan chieftains here and you want to take 20 all for yourself.
My clan was nearly wiped out.
In terms of sacrifice and merit, we deserve the most. The stellar hunters immediately fell into a heated argument over the distribution of spoils.
Watching his kin, Yuvar sighed inwardly.
Even the proud stellar hunters, when faced with immense interests, would haggle like lowly beings. This was another trait of theirs besides pride, greed.
Just then Lu Jin's voice rang out among the stellar hunters. Since everyone wants to divide the spoils, then on behalf of my fleet I claim a 50 share.
The moment these words were spoken, the stellar hunters immediately stopped their quarreling. Their gazes fell upon Lu Jin and their eyes turned dangerous.
What do you mean? What did he mean? Lu Jin stood up.
Facing the massive stellar hunters, he showed not a trace of fear. He looked up at them, but his gaze was like that of one standing atop a high mountain overlooking the masses.
What do I mean? Exactly what I said.
The root of this war was the Blackstone Pirates campaign against you stellar hunters.
Without my involvement, you all know full well what your fate would have been. My crew and I took immense risks to sink the Blackstone flagship and turn the tide of battle. Is a 50 share really too much to ask?
50% of the spoils, that was half the plunder. Even the most arrogant hunting star dragon would not dare to make such a voracious demand.
Yet Lu Jin uttered this number with utter nonchalance. In an instant a wave of spiritual pressure descended.
One of the hunting star dragons contorted its face into a savage grimace, its gaze blazing with fury as it glared mercilessly at Lu Jin.
Human, dare you say that again?
Before the words faded, Yu stepped forward from behind Lu Jin. A blade in her hand was half drawn from its scabbard, its sharp spiritual pressure cleaving straight through the incoming spiritual force from the opposing hunting star dragon. In an instant the atmosphere grew tense and charged.
Yuvar and Yu Tiansong stood beside Lu Jin, cold sweat trickling down their spines in dread. Lu Jin's action was nothing less than a provocation to the multitude of hunting star dragons. If he enraged the others, given his current strength and configuration, escaping alive from their clutches would be a near impossibility. Just as Yuvar was about to step forward and speak a few words on Lu Jin's behalf, one of the hunting star dragon chieftains preempted him. As far as I know, Mr. Lu Jin, among the vessels you possess there is one Origin Warship.
The Blackstone flagship was originally a star-destroying vessel and you have already devoured a large portion of it. Then shouldn't that devoured part also belong to us hunting star dragons? If you are willing to accept a 5 share of the spoils, we can reluctantly cede the Blackstone flagship to you.
I trust you understand the implications, Mr. Lu Jin.
A 5 share of the spoils. The moment this number emerged, a few of the hunting star dragon chieftains smirked imperceptibly. Clearly such an allocation was nothing short of an insult to Lu Jin. Yet faced with this humiliation, Lu Jin's expression remained utterly unchanged. Perhaps he had already anticipated this outcome. So after taking a deep breath, Lu Jin turned his gaze to the assembled chieftains of the hunting star dragons.
Maybe you've misunderstood something, I'm not negotiating with you.
As these words were spoken, the entire valley began to tremble. Amid the rumbling and roaring, the long-vanished silent coffin reappeared, hovering above the valley. Upon seeing the warship and the radiant energy flowing around its hull, the faces of the many hunting star dragon chieftains turned grim.
Lu Jin. What exactly do you mean? A warship suspended in the sky, are you trying to coerce us?
Arrogant human whelp, do you truly believe a single vessel can suppress us?
You are provoking the entire hunting star dragon clan. Some of the dragons could no longer contain themselves, spreading their wings and unleashing their spiritual energy.
But the next second the silent coffin projected a barrage of stone pillars. These pillars descended from the heavens, landing squarely around the valley. The spiritual energy that had just been summoned dissipated like smoke in an instant.
What was happening?
Many of the hunting star dragons sensed that their spiritual energy could no longer be unleashed. But soon they realized it was those strange stone pillars. It was because of those pillars that they had become unable to wield their spiritual energy.
In an instant all eyes fell upon Lu Jin.
Do you think such tricks can make us yield? Despicable human, even if you've deprived us of our spiritual energy, our physical bodies alone are enough to crush you here.
Exactly. Do you think we hunting star dragons roam the starseas relying solely on our spiritual energy? But before they could finish, Dragonfire mech infantry appeared around the valley. Composed entirely of machinery, the Dragonfire mech infantry were unaffected by the stone pillars. Seeing this, Yuvar couldn't help but let out a sigh.
It seemed that everything had been part of Lu Jin's plan. How utterly laughable, those hunting star dragon chieftains thought they could easily manipulate Lu Jin.
Now they were driven to such a desperate corner by his single-handed efforts.
But after this incident, Lu Jin would undoubtedly become an enemy of the entire hunting star dragon clan. As the father of Shiria and the chieftain of the hunting clan, how should he choose? Just as Yuvar was entangled in indecision, Lu Jin, who held the absolute advantage, spoke again.
Everyone, there's no need to be so tense. As I said, I only want a 50 share of the spoils. That means there's still 50 left.
I believe Chieftain Razov's clan suffered heavy losses in the battle. Giving him a 10 share is more than reasonable. Then for Chieftains Dorino, Kase, Yuvar and Ramon, each of you will take a 10 share.
The chieftains whose names were called were all taken aback. What?
They still had a share. They had already prepared themselves to be wiped out by Lu Jin. But unexpectedly, Lu Jin not only chose not to annihilate them but instead allocated them a 10 share. Keep in mind, this was the distribution of spoils from a massive fleet. Even a mere 10 share was enough to elevate a hunting star dragon clan to the next level.
Hearing this, Yuvar immediately grasped Lu Jin's intent. An open scheme. This was a complete and utter open scheme.
His goal was to divide the hunting star dragon clan. For years the hunting star dragon clan had been fragmented into various tribes and the bonds between them were inherently weak.
Some clans even harbored irreconcilable conflicts.
The chieftains Lu Jin had selected were either on his side or were neutral, with irreconcilable feuds against hostile factions. At that moment Yuvar felt a deeper sense of dread toward Lu Jin. Since when had he investigated the relationships between their clans so thoroughly?
Foolish tribesmen, they thought inviting Lu Jin here was a chance for humiliation and exploitation. But they couldn't fathom that this human had already placed them on his chessboard. In Yuvar's mind, Lu Jin's earlier words resurfaced.
If you can get enough hunting star dragons to participate in this battle, that would be the greatest help to me. As for the attitudes of the other hunting star dragons toward me, I don't care. Had Lu Jin been calculating from that moment all the way to now? In the valley, several chieftains who hadn't been allocated a share were still slow to react. Giving them 10 plus your 50, doesn't that leave no spoils at all? Where are our shares?
Lu Jin, you're just a blue star human who luckily destroyed the Blackstone flagship and you dare to claim a 50 share. Even if I accept it, my clansmen will not.
After these words were spoken, a rare silence fell over the entire valley. Several chieftains of the Patrol Star Dragon clan who had not been allocated any spoils of war looked incredulously at the other chieftains beside them. Just moments ago they had been united with them in condemning Lu Jin. Why had they suddenly fallen silent? At that moment they realized that although they themselves had not received a share of the spoils,
the others across from them had secured tangible benefits.
In an instant the faces of several Patrol Star Dragon chieftains turned grim.
You fools, don't you realize this human is trying to divide us?
But what did it matter even if they did?
The bonds between the Patrol Star Dragon clans were exceedingly fragile.
Compounded by Lu Jin's deliberate machinations, they would need to offer even more favorable terms to persuade the other Patrol Star Dragons. Yet would they willingly relinquish the gains they had already obtained? For a time the situation fell into a deadlock. Yuval knew well that the moment for him to make a decision had arrived. Just as Shalia had said earlier, the Patrol Star Dragon race had fallen behind the times. Only through bold and decisive reforms could they be saved. Yuval, on behalf of the clan I lead, fully endorse the distribution terms proposed by Lu Jin.
Since Yuval has spoken, I have no objections either.
My clan has suffered severe losses. Even a 10 share of the spoils is satisfactory to me.
In that case, let it be settled. The Patrol Star Dragons could no longer afford further upheaval. Having received their benefits, several chieftains naturally ceased their opposition to Lu Jin.
For them this was already the best possible outcome. As for the other chieftains, their faces twisted with hatred, wishing they could tear Lu Jin to pieces. But as their gaze swept over the surrounding Dragonflame mecha infantry, they forcibly suppressed their inner rage.
Very well. Lu Jin, I will remember you.
After issuing this threat, several Patrol Star Dragon chieftains strode directly out of the valley. Lu Jin did not stop them. He had already achieved his goal. Yuval, standing beside him, then spoke up, offering Lu Jin counsel.
Lu Jin, if they leave here unscathed, they will inevitably plot another internal revolt.
At these words, the chieftains preparing to leave felt a chill run down their spines. Until they left the range of the stone pillars, they could not mobilize any of their psychic powers. Lu Jin, on the other hand, had surely ambushed countless soldiers nearby. If things continued this way, they would likely all perish here.
It's fine. Let them go.
Lu Jin waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned.
This left Yuval utterly bewildered.
Was Lu Jin not afraid these fellows would stir up trouble once they were out? After all the Patrol Star Dragon chieftains had left the valley, Lu Jin gestured for the Slumberer Legion to withdraw all their arrangements around the valley.
Upon returning to their stronghold, several chieftains were consumed by fury. That damned Lu Jin.
We fought the Blackstone pirates tooth and nail, and in the end we got nothing.
What do we do now? Should we rally our Patrol Star Dragons and just take it from Lu Jin by force?
Take?
What do you mean by take?
That is what we rightfully deserve. But when they returned to their strongholds, they were utterly dumbfounded.
What was going on?
In their strongholds, aside from the Patrol Star Dragons left on guard duty, all the other clan members had vanished without a trace.
Where were my clansmen?
What had happened?
Before the chieftains could react, the Patrol Star Dragons on guard duty immediately rushed over, their faces beaming with joy. Chieftain! You're finally back. Great news. The most fantastic news. Mr.
Lu Jin is truly a great benefactor to us Patrol Star Dragons. Not only did he help us crush the Blackstone pirates, but he also plans to recruit troops from among our clans.
You know Shalia from Yuval's clan, right?
She used to be a straggler, but now her strength far surpasses her father's. It's all because she followed Lu Jin. Now if you sign up to become a member under his command, you can even receive a Psychic Hunter rifle.
That thing is truly formidable.
I've tried it before. Even our Patrol Star Dragon bodies can't effectively withstand the damage from that gun.
Lu Jin is incredibly powerful.
Every crew member under his command, even the humans, are equipped with psychic armor to enhance their capabilities. Before the Patrol Star Dragon could finish, several chieftains directly cut him off. Their faces darkened as they finally understood why Lu Jin had let them return to their strongholds. The Patrol Star Dragons in the strongholds had all been lured away by him. How could they incite and lead their clansmen to rob Lu Jin? Moreover, Lu Jin's reputation was now spreading so grandly among the Patrol Star Dragons. If they were to announce their plans now, wouldn't they be shooting themselves in the foot?
Let's go. We'll see exactly what Lu Jin is up to. Following the information from the Patrol Star Dragons on guard duty, they arrived at Lu Jin's so-called recruitment site. Their Shalia Yolan and Yun Mengyan were demonstrating the various benefits of the fleet. Furthermore, weapons like Fangblade drones, Dragonflame mecha infantry, and Psychic Hunter rifles were also on display. With Shalia as a living testament, Patrol Star Dragons eager to join Lu Jin's fleet came in an unending stream. Fangblade drones. I've never seen this model before, and its mining speed is incredibly fast. Have you read the employment contract? Guaranteed meals and a salary. Guaranteed meals. Really? Following the tribe means hunting until we're exhausted every day. If I can eat my fill by joining the fleet, why would I even go back to the tribe? This psychic hunter rifle is also incredibly powerful. I've always said the era of melee combat is over. Tell the chieftain I'm not going back to the tribe. From now on I'm a crew member of the Spark Fleet. What? You got selected. I need to go take the test and get hired quickly too. What if Lu Jin puts a limit on the number of recruits? Many patrol star dragons tirelessly hunted across the star sea just to fill their bellies. But hunting was never smooth sailing, especially when they sometimes had to prey on far more powerful species. Failing to catch prey and going hungry was a common occurrence. However, under Lu Jin's command such a problem simply did not exist. After all, the assimilation war was about to erupt. These patrol star dragons would soon face billions of void swarm insects, various warp demons, and the endless blood clan. By then they would find it hard even to starve. Seeing this, the few chieftains were enraged and immediately stepped forward to bellow reprimands. You scoundrels! Are you going to betray your own clan? At these words the entire recruitment site fell into silence. All the star-hunting dragons turned their gazes toward the chieftains of the several clans, but before they could utter a word, Shiria stepped forward resolutely. Her status and strength were now vastly different from before. Standing before the chieftains, she showed not a trace of timidity. Betrayal. The star-hunting dragon clan has always been a free and powerful race. Why would everyone want to join our fleet if not because you chieftains cannot guarantee the clan's sustenance? A chieftain's duty is to lead the clan toward a better life. By stopping them now, aren't you hindering their pursuit of a brighter future? Before her voice faded, some of the star-hunting dragons turned their furious eyes upon the chieftains. The hierarchy within the star-hunting dragon clan was strictly defined. Even in seasons of great bounty, the prey was divided layer by layer, leaving the lowest-ranking star-hunting dragons perpetually hungry. Without enough to eat, they could not improve their strength, and without strength they remained at the bottom. Those weak in strength were humiliated and exploited. All these star-hunting dragons shared the same experience, which was precisely why they wished to join Lu Jin's fleet. At least in Lu Jin's fleet they would not go hungry. And Lu Jin could guarantee these star-hunting dragons would be wealthed, for his mind held countless locations teeming with cosmic beasts. Any single cosmic beast hidden in those locations would be enough to satiate every star-hunting dragon present. But the chieftains could never achieve this, for they lacked Lu Jin's comprehensive past life experience. They could only rely on their own experience, endlessly roaming the starseas in search of prey. Faced with the angry, bewildered stares of the many star-hunting dragons, the chieftains' expressions shifted and they dared not speak further. Even a fool could sense something amiss by now. If they continued, they might be devoured by these very star-hunting dragons before Lu Jin even lifted a finger. The chieftains gathered together, discussing how to resolve the situation. What do we do? Are we to let our clansmen become crew under Lu Jin? If he truly does this, what then? You ask me, but who should I ask? For years the star-hunting dragons had roamed the starseas, relying on their strength and innate psychic talents. Now encountering an anomaly like Lu Jin, they were momentarily at a loss for how to retaliate. At this moment Yulan stood at the hatch. Everyone, it is now noon. According to our fleet's rules, lunch is being served. New crew members who join today can come to me to collect today's meal. Our lunch is unlimited, eat as much as you can. Lunch. With a grand gesture from Yolan, numerous fangtooth drones and dragonflame combat infantry emerged carrying crates filled with ores. These ores radiated dense waves of energy. The star-hunting dragons could not tear their eyes away at first glance, but what astonished them was yet to come. More refrigerated crates were brought out, and when opened they revealed the carcasses of various planetary beasts. Shiria, standing nearby, clenched her fists at the sight of these crates. These were her entire year's supply of rations, but for the captain she had to contribute her own food. Lu Jin had promised her that at their next destination he would hunt the freshest cosmic beasts for her. Ores and the meat of planetary giants, this fare was nothing short of splendid in the eyes of the many star-hunting dragons. Most importantly, it was unlimited. At once the many star-hunting dragons who had already signed employment contracts began to feast heartily. Such benefits made those who had yet to sign up scratch their heads with impatience. Seeing this, one of the chieftains spoke up. We star-hunting dragons, to sustain ourselves through hunting, must consume vast amounts of energy-rich matter. If we can eat our fill in Lu Jin's fleet, that might not be such a bad thing. Have you lost your mind? Do you not know how much a single star-hunting dragon can eat? Lu Jin is playing with fire, allowing his crew to eat their fill. Naive. Rest assured, in a few days Lu Jin will learn the true terror of our kind. With that the chieftains turned and left. Lu Jin is playing with fire, allowing his crew to eat their fill. Naive. Rest assured, in a few days Lu Jin will learn the true terror of our kind. With that the chieftains turned and left. The star-hunting dragons were so named because they spent their entire lives roaming the starseas hunting cosmic beasts to fill their bellies. Only by satiating their hunger could they convert excess energy into strength. Yet for such colossal creatures the daily energy consumption was no small figure. To be completely full was an immense challenge.
Thus several days passed and many star-hunting dragons signed employment contracts choosing to leave their clans and become crew under Lu Jin. Seated in the bridge, Lu Jin swirled the glass in his hand. A sip of fine wine sent a wave of pleasure through his body and mind. This battle had not only yielded a trove of spoils but also granted him a formidable legion of star-hunting dragons. With such gains he had amassed enough capital to venture into the endless star sea. Now he could begin charting the course to that boundless expanse.
Just as Lu Jin was planning his expedition into the endless star sea, Yu Tianxing rushed over hurriedly. I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? Good news and bad news. Lu Jin studied Yu Tianxing's expression, finding no trace of dismay.
It seemed he should hear the bad news first.
What's the bad news?
You've been recruiting star-hunting dragons as crew and now over 1,000 have signed on. Over 1,000 star-hunting dragons, the daily resource consumption alone was staggering.
Lu Jin, realizing this, felt the urgency to expedite his plans. So many star-hunting dragons have already drained a significant portion of our resources. Then what's the good news?
Before Yu Tianxing could finish, Lu Jin asked directly. Seeing that Lu Jin remained unfazed by the star-hunting dragon matter, Yu Tianxing sighed. The good news is that after tallying the spoils we found the haul far exceeds our expectations. The energy ores alone looted from the pirate ships amount to tens of billions of tons. Moreover, besides ores we also recovered a vast quantity of high-value composite materials and other goods. If we can liquidate these goods, it will surely be another substantial fortune.
This result left Lu Jin immensely satisfied.
After all, the fleet they had defeated was none other than the Blackstone Pirate Group, one of the so-called 7 kings of pirates. They had already evolved beyond ordinary pirates with several planets under their control. Therefore Lu Jin had long anticipated the spoils of this victory. With these resources not only could he amass a rich foundation, but he could also ensure the supply of resources for the Sunlow Star Dragons and his crew.
Pack all these supplies.
Given the 2 ships currently under Lu Jin's command, their carrying capacity was certainly insufficient to hold all the supplies.
Fortunately, he had just recruited several Sunlow Star Dragons.
If these Sunlow Star Dragons maintained their original forms, their carrying capacity could rival that of a small ship.
Thus, under Lu Jin's arrangement, the entire fleet began to operate in an orderly manner.
Meanwhile, Lu Jin piloted the Prometheus, continuously consuming various shipwrecks on the battlefield. The upgrade progress of the ship steadily increased alongside the continuous consumption of the Origin battleship.
Lu Jin leaned back in his seat, resting his eyes.
With the collection system of the Fangtooth drone, he only needed to change the ship's position periodically.
The rest could be entrusted entirely to the Fangtooth drones.
After an unknown amount of time passed, the ship system suddenly sounded a notification in Lu Jin's ear.
Ding, a new upgrade route detected. Would you like to select it? Upgrade route selection.
Lu Jin opened his eyes, stretched lazily, and shifted his attention to the ship's panel.
After consuming so many shipwrecks, he finally awaited this system notification.
Opening the ship upgrade panel, only 2 upgrade routes were laid out before Lu Jin.
Although there were only 2 routes, each one thrilled Lu Jin immensely. Upgrade Route 1: Unlock Origin Equipment Research Lab. Unlock Special Operations Armor Omega Transformation Armor.
Upgrade Route 2: Unlock Origin Spiritual Energy Training Room. Unlock Training Project Spiritual Energy Weight Training. One upgrade route unlocked a powerful Special Operations Armor, while the other route targeted a training project for spiritual energy. Both could significantly enhance the combat strength of Lu Jin's crew, one improving the external aspects and the other enhancing the internal capabilities. Lu Jin couldn't help but rub his forehead. He initially thought that with only 2 upgrade routes his choice wouldn't be too complicated. Now it seemed that the benefits of the Origin battleship were irresistible. Just as Lu Jin was pondering which upgrade route to choose, a communication signal popped up on his personal terminal. Upon glancing at the source of the signal, it was Yu Tianxing, who was still tallying the spoils on the surface of the Chaos Stone Star.
Upon receiving the communication, Yu Tianxing's holographic image appeared before Lu Jin. What happened?
At this moment, when Yu Tianxing sent him a communication signal, Lu Jin's first reaction was that the clan leaders of the Sunlow Star Dragons had caused some trouble. But Yu Tianxing shook his head and raised his right hand. In his palm was an object resembling a disc.
Well-informed Lu Jin immediately recognized the identity of this disc-like object.
A star map compass. A tool used to record planetary coordinates. However, in this age of advanced star map navigation systems, few people still used such an outdated method to record planetary coordinates. A star map compass. Where did you get this?
Seeing that Lu Jin recognized the object at a glance, Yu Tianxing didn't provide further explanation.
We found it in a safe. It took us quite a bit of effort to open that safe. As a result, when we opened it, I expected to find some treasure, but it turned out to be just a star map compass. However, considering that this star map compass was found in the Blackstone flagship safe, I suggest you come back and take a look. Found in the safe of the Blackstone flagship. Lu Jin stroked his chin. If it were an ordinary star map compass, he wouldn't have cared less.
But the location of this discovery warranted Lu Jin's contemplation. I will return immediately. Lu Jin did not directly pilot the ship back to Chaos Stone Star.
After handing over the ship to others, Lu Jin took a private spacecraft back to the surface of Chaos Stone Star. When he exited the spacecraft, the first thing that caught his eye was a temporary base that had been established. The Starsea Elves, Sunless Star Dragons and the Sleepers collaborated to establish a base which was surprisingly effortless. At that moment, Yuval and Sharia approached Lu Jin first. "Captain, what do you think of our base construction?" "Not bad, but we won't stay on this planet for long, so the base doesn't need to be too elaborate." "No worries, the establishment of these bases is hardly a big deal for our fleet." "Our fleet?" Lu Jin keenly sensed the change in Yuval's attitude. Naturally, he was delighted by this change. He did not want to see any signs of division appearing on his ship. Then Lu Jin proceeded to where Yu Tian-san was. At that moment, Yu Tian-san was packing a box of ores which were then taken to a designated location by a nearby Sunless Star Dragon. Upon seeing Lu Jin, Yu Tian-san put down his work. Approaching Lu Jin, he handed over the star map compass. The star map compass felt heavy with a metallic texture in Lu Jin's hands as he rubbed it. Then in the presence of many eyes, the star map compass suddenly activated, transforming into specks of starlight. Sharia and Inu also came closer, gazing at the ancient star map compass before them. They could not help but express their doubts. If I'm not mistaken, this should record a planetary coordinate. To have such a large star map compass record only one planetary coordinate is quite extravagant. The reason the Blackstone pirate group did this must be because there is a highly valuable treasure on that planet. As Lu Jin looked at the planetary coordinate before him, memories in his mind gradually overlapped with that coordinate. That's right. The coordinate of this planet was precisely where the Blackstone pirates headed towards the endless star sea. The Blackstone pirates have truly given us a surprise. The planetary coordinate recorded here is a gateway to the endless star sea. Moreover, I boldly speculate that this gateway should be a private portal held by the Blackstone pirates. Now that they have been defeated by us, this private portal leading to the endless star sea is ours. Private portal. Upon hearing this, everyone was left in confusion. The cosmic sea of stars was vast beyond measure. If one relied solely on starship speed to traverse the endless star sea, even if Lu Jin grew old and died aboard his vessel, he might never reach the peripheral galaxies of that boundless expanse. Thus, to journey to the endless star sea, one must pass through wormholes. Yet wormholes are divided into unstable wild ones and stable directed ones. Entering an unstable wild wormhole meant not only the peril of surviving the chaotic spacetime within, even if one escaped by sheer luck, arrival at the intended destination was far from guaranteed. Currently, all stable directed wormholes had been seized by major powers, transformed into Stargate structures. To pass through a Stargate, one must report to the faction controlling it. This made tracking easy. For an organization like the BlackRock Pirate Group, attempting large-scale use of Stargates would inevitably make those powers wary and hesitant to act. Therefore, possession of a directed wormhole became the benchmark of a faction's strength. The location recorded in Lu Jin's star sea compass was undoubtedly the coordinates of such a directed wormhole. If Lu Jin could seize this directed wormhole while the BlackRock Pirate Group was in disarray, it would prove invaluable for his upcoming campaigns in the endless star sea. With this in mind, Lu Jin decisively set his next destination. Our next objective is to head for the coordinates of this star sea compass. Get ready, we depart in 3 days. Lu Jin had no time to waste. If the BlackRock pirates' defeat were discovered by other forces and they seized this directed wormhole first, then Lu Jin would be at a disadvantage. Upon hearing his command, the others were momentarily stunned but quickly snapped into action. The entire fleet immediately began operations. Once back inside the ship, Lu Jin decisively chose an upgrade path. Ding! Congratulations on unlocking the Origin Armor Research Lab and the Special Combat Armor Omega Transform Armor. Though the psionic upgrade path was promising, its benefits required long-term investment. Thus Lu Jin opted for Special Combat Armor, enabling him to quickly arm his crew. The coordinates recorded by the star sea compass pointed to a planet. Unless the BlackRock Pirate Group were utter fools, they would have stationed a large force there. Another fierce battle was inevitable. The fleet quickly assembled, with many hunting star dragons loading supplies onto themselves. The remaining hunting star dragons assumed humanoid forms and entered the ships to rest. Both sides took turns resting to ensure the fleet could reach the coordinates swiftly. Rumbling. The ships ascended, with the surrounding hunting star dragons following closely. The chieftains in the stronghold watched the rising vessels, momentarily stunned. Lu Jin has left. He's gone, taking 80% of our clansmen. Does he have that many supplies? No, rather the spoils from the BlackRock pirates are indeed plentiful. The spoils from the BlackRock pirates. Only then did the chieftains realize that even if they had initially agreed to take a 1% share of the loot, they wouldn't have ended up like this. But now regret was futile. All the spoils had been divided, and the chieftains who benefited had long since left the chaotic stone planet with their clans. Now that Lu Jin had also departed, only a few abandoned hunting star dragon chieftains and their clans remained on the chaotic stone planet. Lu Jin's fleet sailed through the star sea, eventually reaching the target planet after a long voyage. It was a planet radiating an emerald green glow, with 90% of its surface covered by a variety of vegetation. After confirming this planet as Sunluo Star, the one recorded on the star sea compass, Lu Jin immediately directed the fleet to land on its surface.
Boom! One of the hunting star dragons landed first, its massive body shaking the entire ground.
Then the Prometheus descended onto a clearing.
Scanning planetary surface environment. A stream of data appeared on Lu Jin's personal terminal.
He was astonished to find that aside from slightly higher oxygen levels, the environmental data bore many similarities to Blue Star.
This suggested that if intelligent life had emerged on this planet, it would likely resemble human civilization.
Lu Jin felt a surge of delight. Since leaving Blue Star, he had seen countless planets, but few shared such an environment with his home. He stepped out of the ship, standing at the hatch, and tentatively opened his protective suit. The fresh air filled his lungs, and in that moment he felt an unprecedented exhilaration. It was as if he had returned to his homeland. But before he could immerse himself in Sun Star's atmosphere, a beast's roar erupted from the surrounding jungle.
Roar!
With a piercing cry, a massive tyrannosaur-like creature burst from the forest. Yet upon seeing the ship and the menacing hunting star dragons around it, the beast fell silent. It had come to investigate the commotion, hoping to find prey.
But faced with the larger, more imposing hunting star dragons, it realized it was the prey. The tyrannosaur-like creature turned to flee.
But just as it moved, a hunting star dragon descended from the sky, pinning it to the ground.
Despite its ferocious visage and fang-filled maw, it now lay helpless beneath the dragon's foot, unable to move. Lu Jin opened his personal terminal to scan the creature.
He hoped to find information in his database that might shed light on the planet.
Indeed, after the scan, the terminal displayed data on the creature.
Name: Jungle Tyrannosaur. Threat level: moderate. Origin: Sun Star. Description: a large carnivorous creature native to Sun Star, possessing powerful jaws and immense bite force. Lu Jin briefly scanned the Jungle Tyrannosaur's data. It was merely an ordinary planetary creature. What intrigued him more was another entry in the database: Sun Star native Sun Jungle Warrior. On this planet, aside from a plethora of creatures resembling dinosaurs, there also dwelled a group of indigenous beings possessing formidable combat prowess. According to the intelligence within the database, the Blackstone pirate clan not only captured the creatures of Sun Star en masse to sell in the cosmic market. They also captured some of Sun Star's natives, selling them off to serve as mercenaries or guards. This intelligence sufficed to prove that the combat capabilities of these natives were far from ordinary. Precisely for this reason, they were employed for various combat purposes.
How intriguing!
The situation on this Sun Star seems far less simple than we imagined. Lu Jin stroked his chin, casting his gaze upon the crew around him. Their primary mission now was to swiftly ascertain the conditions on this Sun Star. Upon arriving in this star system, Lu Jin had not detected the presence of a directed black hole.
This could only mean that the directed black hole was not located within this system.
This Sun Star might merely be a stepping stone on the path to the directed black hole. Regardless, they had to explore this planet first to gather more intelligence.
At that moment, Yuval stepped forward.
As a crew member who had recently pledged allegiance to Lu Jin, Yuval keenly sensed that this was the time for him to take the initiative. Captain, our star-hunting dragons are swift in movement and possess the ability to soar through the skies. If you wish to explore this planet, I can lead a contingent of star-hunting dragons to investigate its specific conditions.
Since Yuval had volunteered, Lu Jin naturally did not decline.
Thus Yuval assembled a portion of the star-hunting dragons and immediately began surveying the surrounding environment.
Lu Jin did not remain idle either.
While Yuval led the star-hunting dragons to scout the more distant planetary environment, Lu Jin deployed Fang drones to conduct a more detailed exploration of the nearby jungle.
However, before Yuval could return, Lu Jin encountered an unexpected situation.
A star-hunting dragon descended from the sky, directly dropping a group of people before Lu Jin. Captain, while patrolling the vicinity, I found these people engaged in a conflict. Perhaps we can glean the specific circumstances of this planet from them. At this, a middle-aged man from the group, dressed in extremely scant clothing resembling a primitive, spoke directly. His words were delivered in the most pristine galactic common tongue.
You accursed pirates, you've even trained such terrifying beasts. But even so, what of it? You are nothing but a ragtag bunch of defeated soldiers now. Our warriors will arrive soon, and then none of you will escape.
Unexpectedly, the Blackstone pirates on the opposite side retorted upon hearing this. You slaves, now you even know how to set up an ambush for us. Although our Blackstone pirate clan is now fractured, we are not to be trifled with by you planetary natives.
Do you truly believe you can attain freedom?
A slave is always a slave. You will never rise above your station.
Clearly, the enmity between the two sides had reached an irreconcilable point.
But after a bout of verbal sparring, both sides gradually realized something.
These star-hunting dragons did not belong to the opposing faction. For a moment, all eyes turned to Lu Jin. Who are you?
Seeing that both sides had finally calmed down, Lu Jin couldn't help but heave a sigh.
He had thought they would keep arguing indefinitely. Subsequently, Lu Jin's gaze fell upon the Blackstone pirates.
Before they could react, Lu Jin waved his hand.
The surrounding star-hunting dragons instantly understood and slew all the Blackstone pirates.
As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. If he wished to find clues about the directed wormhole on Sun Star, he might need to establish good relations with these Sun natives. Seeing Lu Jin kill these Blackstone pirates, the Sunluo natives were somewhat stunned. You killed these Blackstone pirates. It seems you are not in league with them. Release us quickly and leave this place at once. These men are merely a small detachment of the Blackstone pirates. Their other forces will arrive soon.
If that happens, none of us will escape. A small detachment.
It seemed the Blackstone pirates had indeed stationed a substantial force on this planet. Yet even so, Lu Jin felt no fear.
After all, he now commanded 3 formidable legions of psychics under his banner. Dealing with these Blackstone pirates would be a trivial matter.
Lu Jin ordered the star-hunting dragons to release the Sunluo natives, then conveyed his goodwill to them. There is no need to worry. I have already clashed with these Blackstone pirates many times. To me, these Blackstone pirates are no different from common interstellar raiders.
Upon hearing this, many Sunluo natives looked at Lu Jin with skepticism. Although they as natives of Sunluo Star had been enslaved by the Blackstone pirates for many years.
During these years, through their contact with the Blackstone pirates, they had also learned of the pirates' formidable strength.
You may not know this, but the Blackstone pirates number over 100,000.
Not only that, but these 100,000 men also possess numerous powerful weapons. If not for the internal strife that recently broke out among the Blackstone pirates, we would probably still be enslaved in some mine.
Internal strife among the Blackstone pirates.
Lu Jin stroked his chin, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth.
How interesting.
He hadn't expected that after the death of the raider Saren, these Blackstone pirates would fall apart so quickly. But just as Lu Jin was pondering how to gain the trust of these Sunluo natives, a chilling light suddenly flashed from the nearby jungle. Seeing this, Inui, who was beside Lu Jin, reacted swiftly, stepping forward and erecting a psychic barrier. However, at that moment the chilling light pierced through the barrier, heading straight for Lu Jin. Inu's expression changed. Reacting quickly, she drew the blade at her waist. With a sharp clang, a cyan-purple spike fell to the ground. Even from its appearance alone, one could tell this spike was highly toxic. Had it struck directly, the consequences would have been dire.
Who goes there? Inu and Zilia reacted instantly, charging deep into the jungle. Zilia struck first, unleashing a torrent of psychic dragon breath.
In an instant, the terrifying psychic dragon breath razed the jungle before them to the ground. Amidst the wreckage of trees, a Sunluo native revealed himself, his eyes filled with disbelief. But after only a moment of shock, his figure swiftly vanished from Zilia's sight. Even when Inu used her psychic power to scan the surrounding 100 miles, she could not detect the Sunluo native's presence.
Something is amiss.
Silvermoon was certain that what she had seen earlier was no illusion.
The venomous stinger that had struck Lu Jin had not vanished.
This indicated that the assailant had employed some method to isolate spiritual energy, rendering their detection useless. Such a trait bore a striking resemblance to the peculiar ores of the chaotic stone star.
Could it be that similar anomalous substances existed on Sunluo Star?
As Silvermoon pondered this, her acute hearing instantly pinpointed a location within the jungle. Without a moment's hesitation, Silvermoon swept her hand, sending a blade of light cleaving toward that very spot. A flash of cold radiance erupted, and the jungle trees once again suffered devastation. Yet the effect was evident. Shiria soon discovered traces of blood on the ground.
Following the scent of gore, Shiria needed no further confirmation of the target's position.
She struck with ferocity.
Bang! A dull thud echoed, and a figure materialized at Shiria's feet. As the figure was apprehended, the cloak draped over them fell away.
Lu Jin then noticed that they wore cloaks woven from leaves and vines, a mantle that could conceal their presence, a garment crafted from intertwined foliage.
Moreover, these vines and leaves possessed properties akin to the minerals of the chaotic stone star. This was why neither Silvermoon nor Shiria could detect the ambushers with their spiritual energy.
But at that moment, the captured Sunluo native raised a hand and pressed a seed the size of a fist into the earth. Instantly, the seed sprouted and grew, transforming into towering vines that coiled around Shiria.
Seizing the opportunity, the Sunluo native attempted to flee.
However, Shiria was hardly one to be restrained by such means. With a single burst of strength, she easily snapped the vines apart.
Before the Sunluo native could escape far, Shiria recaptured him.
In that moment, despair flickered in the native's eyes. He had exhausted every trick at his disposal, yet he could not even graze these monsters. At this point, Lu Jin spoke up.
Shiria, release him. This fellow seems to know these people. There might be some misunderstanding between us. Lu Jin looked toward the previously captured Sunluo native, who stared back in astonishment.
For they did indeed recognize this man.
Among the Sunluo natives, those with robust physiques had the chance to be chosen as Sunluo warriors.
A true Sunluo warrior possessed not only immense strength but also the ability to skillfully wield the various wondrous plants of Sunluo Star in battle. It was because of these Sunluo warriors that they could rise up against the oppression of the Blackstone pirates. But now these Sunluo warriors, in whom they took such pride, were effortlessly captured by Lu Jin's crew. And Lu Jin had countless such formidable crew members under his command.
With this thought, a young girl strode boldly forth from among the Sunluo natives. She had healthy, wheat-colored skin and a well-proportioned, powerful frame.
Most notably, the moment she stepped forward, 2 Sunluo individuals among the natives involuntarily advanced a step as well. These two were likely the girl's guards.
The presence of guards suggested her identity was no ordinary one. I am Shapu, daughter of the chieftain of the giant spirit tribe.
Respected celestial visitors, thank you for your mercy in releasing our warrior. I apologize for my earlier lack of sincerity, but now I have witnessed your formidable power. I believe you can surely help us resolve our current plight. Therefore I hope we can cooperate. The people of All-Starry will not disappoint you. Earlier they had doubted Lu Jin's ability to help them against the Blackstone pirates. But now the strength Lu Jin and his people had displayed had thoroughly awed them. Even their proud All-Starry warriors could not overcome Lu Jin's crew. If they could secure Lu Jin's aid, defeating the Blackstone pirates might truly be within reach. That was why Shapu chose to step forward. Lu Jin glanced at Shapu. Indeed, on a planet with a backward civilization, martial might was the best way to prove oneself. When he was eliminating the Blackstone pirates, they had dismissed him.
Now upon capturing a single All-Starry warrior, their attitude shifted instantly. Still, this saved Lu Jin considerable trouble. I will help you deal with the Blackstone pirates. In return, you only need to find something for me. No problem.
Before Lu Jin could even name the item, Shapu agreed without hesitation.
Her promptness left Lu Jin momentarily taken aback. Don't you want to know what I'm looking for?
Whatever you seek, as long as it exists on All-Starry, we will find it for you.
The condition was that Lu Jin help them eliminate the Blackstone pirates. Lu Jin sighed and then agreed to her terms.
Clearing out the Blackstone pirates was a trivial matter for him.
Thus, under Shapu's guidance, Lu Jin followed her back to the giant spirit tribe.
The so-called giant spirit tribe was built upon the wreckage of a starship. Due to All-Starry's unique elements, most of the starship's hull was enveloped by vegetation. The ship's metal framework served as the sturdiest support for their dwellings. The All-Starry people of the giant spirit tribe lived within, having constructed a simple outer wall to defend against Blackstone pirate raids. Gazing at the wall formed from rows of black tree trunks, Lu Jin turned to Silvermoon. Based on his understanding of All-Starry, these wooden walls were surely no ordinary barrier. If the wall were truly made of wood, a single cannon shot from the Blackstone pirates would shatter it. How could the giant spirit tribe have endured for so long? After Silvermoon examined it with her spiritual energy, she discovered that the black wood used for the wall possessed a hardness comparable to alloy.
How extraordinary! On the wall stood two All-Starry warriors flanked by two ancient ballistae. But the materials used for those ballistae were certainly no ordinary plants. Lu Jin stroked his chin, pondering whether to turn All-Starry into one of his resource supply depots. After all, this planet was teeming with incredible flora. Even he could not identify them all.
No wonder the defeated Blackstone pirates were still reluctant to abandon this world. When the two All-Starry warriors on the wall spotted Shapu in their field of view, they were astounded.
Shapu. News just arrived that you were captured by the Blackstone pirates. Ha! As if those Blackstone pirates could take me. Open the gates quickly.
I've brought back an ally who can help us completely eradicate them.
Assistance.
The two All-Starry warriors on the city wall cast a glance at Lu Jin standing behind Sharp.
Judging by Lu Jin's attire, he didn't seem to be from another tribe.
After a moment of deliberation, they chose to open the city gates and invite Lu Jin and his companions into the tribe. Stepping inside the giant spirit tribe, Lu Jin came to understand what a fusion of technology and primitiveness truly looked like. Within a starship there ought to be numerous technological components. Yet these so-called technological parts were utterly useless to the giant spirit tribe. Confronted with unfamiliar technology, they preferred to rely on the wondrous botanical techniques they had mastered. Thus Lu Jin could see a piece of hard alloy lashed to another wooden rod fashioned into a crude stone axe. Scattered metal fragments from the starship had been simplified into a spear. Beholding such a sight within the giant spirit tribe, Lu Jin couldn't help but furrow his brow. With the civilization level of these All-Starry people, could they truly stand against the Blackstone pirates? At that moment, Sharp led Lu Jin to a cabin within the starship. The largest and most comfortable cabin on the ship had now become the dwelling of the giant spirit tribe's chieftain.
Father, I'm back. Sharp.
Before the words faded, a middle-aged man standing 2 meters tall with explosively muscular physique emerged. The moment he saw Sharp, a layer of mist immediately veiled his eyes.
Oh my precious, thank goodness you're safe.
If anything had happened to you, how could I face your departed mother? From today onward, all the guards under your command must be replaced with All-Starry warriors, and I'll assign you more hands. Faced with her father's endless admonitions, Sharp grew somewhat impatient. She pushed away her father, who sought to embrace her, then spoke earnestly to console her old patriarch.
Father, you're the chieftain of the giant spirit tribe and there are outsiders here. Can you maintain some dignity? I've trained alongside All-Starry warriors since childhood.
Even if I'm not as formidable as a true All-Starry warrior, those Blackstone pirates might not necessarily be able to harm me.
Besides, the tribe is short on manpower now. You shouldn't waste your efforts on me. Hearing these words, the giant spirit tribe's chieftain finally noticed Lu Jin behind Sharp.
At that moment he shed his previous doting father demeanor, straightened up and stood before Lu Jin. This muscular giant of 2 meters, when not seen in his earlier guise, truly bore the name of a tribal chieftain. But now recalling that first impression, Lu Jin found it hard to regard the chieftain with any authority.
I am Xia Yan, chieftain of the giant spirit tribe.
Judging by your attire, you're not locals of our Sun Luo star. I presume you like those Blackstone pirates come from beyond the heavens, correct?
Lu Jin nodded without denial.
Then he turned his gaze to Sharp. Rather than exhausting himself in conversation with the chieftain, it was better to let Sharp handle it.
Sharp immediately understood.
After recounting her experiences, Chieftain Xia Yan's expression grew increasingly grave.
Beings more formidable than those drake beasts. Enemies of the Blackstone pirates. Helping us eliminate the Blackstone pirates. As Chieftain Xia Yan was no fool.
After listening to Sharp's account, his gaze fixed directly on Lu Jin. Then he looked toward Yin and Zuelia behind Lu Jin. From the moment they entered, Yin and Zuelia had not let their eyes rest on him. Even when Chieftain Xia Yan glanced at them, they only spared him a sidelong look. This expression was all too familiar to him, a disdain from the strong and the superior toward the weak. Clearly they held him in no regard and stood there merely to achieve some purpose. After a moment of thought, Xia Yan turned to Lu Jin and posed the most crucial question. Then what is the price? What price would his tribe have to pay to gain Lu Jin's aid?
Population. If it were for population, Lu Jin could have simply taken action. Resources.
If it were for resources, Lu Jin had no need to cooperate with them.
With his current strength, could he not harvest some Luo Star's resources without consulting them?
In an instant, countless possibilities raced through Chieftain Xia Yan's mind.
Yet he dismissed each one in turn.
He looked at Lu Jin, seeking an answer from his lips.
Lu Jin did not beat around the bush and directly inquired about the directional black hole.
What I seek is something capable of mass personnel transport. On Sun Luo Star, have you heard the Blackstone pirates mention such an existence?
This device should be their most critical facility. You must have some clue, right?
To help these Sun Luo natives grasp the concept of a directional black hole, Lu Jin deliberately translated it into terms they could understand. After hearing Lu Jin's description, Chieftain Xia Yan stroked his chin in thought and finally turned to him.
A teleportation device.
There should be no such thing on Sun Luo Star.
However, beneath Sun Luo Star's surface there is a directional black hole.
That directional black hole allows the Blackstone pirates to traverse the boundless star sea, and their numbers are greatest there.
What? A directional black hole. So the Sun Luo natives knew of this thing. But soon Lu Jin sensed something amiss. Beneath Sun Luo Star, another directional black hole. What in the world? How could a black hole appear beneath a planet's surface?
For a moment Lu Jin thought he had misheard.
You mean to say beneath this planet's surface there is a directional black hole? Exactly, I've seen vast fleets emerge from this directional black hole, and recently they vanished back into it. How can a directional black hole form beneath a planet's surface? Why not? Those Blackstone pirates have mastered the underground temple. Flick a switch to open the black hole, flick it again to close it.
A switch. Lu Jin frowned deeply.
Weren't directional black holes random products of cosmic laws?
But from the other's description, this black hole seemed to be a man-made creation. In his memories, though numerous black hole technological artifacts had emerged up until his rebirth, he had never heard of any civilization mastering the power of a black hole.
Lu Jin wanted to ask Chieftain Xia Yan more about this black hole.
Yet clearly the chieftain's intelligence came only from the Blackstone pirates.
When asked to explain the origin of the underground directional black hole, he was utterly clueless. It seems Sun Luo Star is no mere primitive planet.
Tell me how to reach the underground, and in exchange I will help you eradicate all the Blackstone pirates on this planet. At this very moment, deep within the bowels of Sun Luo Star, a massive throng of Blackstone pirates had gathered before an enormous metallic structure. It was hard to imagine that beneath Sun Luo Star, a primitive planet blanketed in lush vegetation, there lay such a technologically advanced subterranean laboratory. A vast space constructed from various alloys where countless cables sprawled like roots, all converging at the center. And at the heart of this immense underground chamber, a colossal complex metal construct towering like a skyscraper stood in silent grandeur. Surrounding it, the swarms of Blackstone pirates appeared as insignificant as ants before this behemoth. They labored hauling vast quantities of energy minerals and depositing them into the energy collectors placed around the perimeter. Ultimately, the energy collectors converted these materials into power, channeling it all into the central metal construct. Damn it! How much longer must we toil before this device is fully recharged? At our current pace, it will take about another month to complete the recharge. If it weren't for those Sun Luo people seizing the chance to rebel and flee, we wouldn't be suffering like this. Stop complaining. The Blackstone pirate crew is a thing of the past now. Without the Reaver Saren, all that's left is a bunch of scattered rabble. Hey, if you ask me, we should just cut our losses and bolt.
With our current setup, we could easily carve out a territory on the outer fringes of the Star Sea. Ever since Lu Jin slew the Reaver Saren, the Blackstone pirates had splintered like loose sand, rapidly fracturing into one small faction after another.
Some of the Blackstone pirates chose to return to the boundless Star Sea immediately. Whether they set up their own gangs or pledged allegiance to other pirate crews, they could always find a foothold in the endless expanse. Meanwhile, other Blackstone pirates schemed to seize a dominant position on the outer fringes of the Starsea. Though the crew had collapsed, a dying camel is still bigger than a horse. There were not many forces on the periphery capable of destroying them. Just as several pirates were reveling in their imagined glorious future, a sudden commotion erupted from the underground entrance. Moments later, the entrance door was forcibly breached. Lu Jin strode into the vast underground space. The first thing to catch his eye was the enormous metal construct at the center. Even the widely traveled Lu Jin could not discern the true purpose of this metal construct at a single glance. The Blackstone pirates within the chamber, snapping out of their shock, quickly trained their weapons on Lu Jin. But before they could raise their guns, the stellar hunt dragons charged in. With lightning speed, they swiftly subdued the Blackstone pirates. Taken aback by the sight of so many stellar hunt dragons, the pirates froze in place. What was going on? How could there be so many stellar hunt dragons here? Lu Jin paid no heed to the pirates' cries of pain. He walked directly to the base of the colossal metal structure. After a thorough inspection, Lu Jin's brow furrowed even deeper. Such technology was something he had never encountered even in his past life. What kind of being could have forged such terrifying technology? As Lu Jin was still absorbed in exploring this novel device, the Blackstone pirates nearby began to threaten him without restraint. Kid, whoever you are, messing with the Blackstone pirates means you've landed yourself in serious trouble. That's right. The Blackstone pirates are one of the 7 pirate kings of the endless Starsea. I advise you to let us go now, and we can still talk. Irritated by the incessant noise of the Blackstone pirates, Lu Jin had no choice but to set aside his exploration for the moment. He walked directly up to the pirates. After all, these pirates had been in possession of this metal construct for years and were sure to know a great deal about it. Tell me, what is the origin of this thing? If you cooperate, I might just let you off the hook. But if you continue to resist, I won't hesitate to send you to join your boss. At these words, the Blackstone pirates instantly understood. The man before them was the Blue Star human who had slain their leader. It all made sense now. They had heard from the defeated Blackstone pirates that although Lu Jin was a Blue Star human, he commanded a formidable force of powerful psychic legions. Recalling the Blackstone pirate crew's earlier operation against the stellar hunt dragons, it was highly probable that this Blue Star human was the legendary Lu Jin. With this realization, the pirates' previous arrogance evaporated. "I'll talk, I'll tell you everything." The sudden shift in attitude caught even Lu Jin off guard. He had thought he might need to employ more forceful methods to make them speak. Yet after just a few words, these pirates willingly divulged all the information they possessed. First, the origin of the massive metal construct. To be honest, the Blackstone pirates themselves were not entirely clear. Even the Reaver Saren had only discovered the coordinates of Sunluo Star within a ruin. After some exploration, the Blackstone pirates had found this colossal metal structure. And just as Chieftain Xiaoyan had said, this construct was a device for creating a directional black hole. By feeding it a certain amount of energy materials, this enormous metal construct could open a directional black hole leading to the endless Starsea. Although the directional black hole was not large, barely wide enough for the Blackstone flagship to pass through, it was remarkably stable and controllable. When pursued by a powerful enemy, they could simply close the black hole and go into hiding. Their foes would never suspect that this so-called directional black hole existed deep within a planet's core. Even Lu Jin in his past life had never heard of such a thing. The Blackstone pirate crew never ceases to amaze me. Lu Jin gazed at the metal construct before him. He understood all too well the value of this behemoth. If it truly possessed the ability to open and close a directional black hole as the pirates claimed, its worth far exceeded that of an ordinary directional black hole. With this in mind, Lu Jin asked the pirates how to activate the device. The pirates, eager to please, immediately explained how to start this directional black hole teleportation device. Just feed a large amount of energy minerals into the energy collection devices around us. At our current pace, it will take only a month to complete the charge. Of course, if we had more hands, we could cut the time down to half a month. Half a month, Lu Jin mused, rubbing his chin. That would be enough time to finish clearing the Blackstone pirates from Sunluo Star. This time Lu Jin chose not to kill all the Blackstone pirates. After all, as these Blackstone pirates said, charging the directional black hole teleportation device required a large number of hands. Rather than killing all the Blackstone pirates, it was better to let them continue transporting various energy ores to complete the charging of the directional black hole teleportation device. Chief Xiaoyan, to prevent these Blackstone pirates from harboring other thoughts, the supervision of this underground project will be entrusted to you. The Chief Xiaoyan, who had been following Lu Jin, was momentarily stunned but quickly reacted. Naturally, he was more than willing to supervise these Blackstone pirates. After the Blackstone pirates had their weapons and equipment confiscated, their combat power was no longer a threat. The Blackstone pirates never imagined that one day their status would actually be reversed with that of the Sunluo people. Chief Xiaoyan stepped forward with a strange smile on his face. The newly released Blackstone pirates, seeing the eyes of the Sunluo people, suddenly began to regret. They were all too clear about how they had once enslaved the Sunluo people. Now that these Sunluo people had become their supervisors, the methods they once used on them would inevitably be applied to the Blackstone pirates. Thinking of this, one of the Blackstone pirates couldn't help but shiver.
My lord, didn't you promise us that if we provided information you would let us go? Did I not let you go?
Lu Jin glanced at the Blackstone pirates. He had indeed spared them according to their agreement. Before the Blackstone pirates could say another word, one of the Sunluo people could no longer contain himself. He drew a vine from his waist. The various spikes on the vine emitted a chilling light.
Damn Blackstone pirates, how dare you still be here? I've waited too long for this day. Do you remember how you once enslaved me? Get up. This whip made of vine is much lighter than the whips you used to beat me. Crack.
The Sunluo person swung the vine in his hand, striking one of the Blackstone pirates.
Without protective gear, the spiked vine left a mark on the Blackstone pirate.
The Blackstone pirate let out a cry of agony, but before he could recover, the Sunluo person struck him again.
What's wrong? Can't you handle this little pain? Get up. When I collapsed back then you all used whips to force me to stand. Now that this whip is on you, you can't take it. Clearly this Sunluo person was once a victim of the Blackstone pirates' enslavement.
His body was covered with numerous scars and even his face bore many wounds. Faced with such a vengeful Sunluo person, Lu Jin chose not to intervene.
How the Blackstone pirates had treated these Sunluo people, now these Sunluo people would treat the Blackstone pirates in the same way.
To Lu Jin, the lives of these Blackstone pirates were not worth mourning.
Now placing them here could not only be used as manpower to attack the directional black hole teleportation device. It could even help to calm the anger of the Sunluo people and earn their loyalty.
His journey would not stop here, but Sunluo Star was indeed a crucial strategic location. To completely control this planet and prevent it from falling into the hands of other extraterrestrial forces, Lu Jin had to gather the Sunluo people under his command.
Soon after, Lu Jin walked out of the underground laboratory and returned to the surface.
Looking back, this massive ruin stood tall amidst the primordial jungle of Sunluo Star. When Lu Jin looked down from the sky, he immediately spotted this ruin.
However, at that time he did not pay much attention, as any planet that had birthed civilization would have some ruins.
Ruins were hardly rare, but he never expected that hidden beneath this ruin was a marvelous directional black hole teleportation device. As he emerged from the ruins and re-entered the primordial jungle, Shelia and Inu simultaneously inquired behind Lu Jin.
Are we going to take action?
They both understood that their current objective was to eradicate all the Blackstone pirate forces on Sunluo Star.
Half a month, neither long nor short.
Lu Jin stroked his chin, beginning to plan how to eradicate all the Blackstone pirate forces within half a month. If the Blackstone pirates had previously united, eradicating them wouldn't have been troublesome. But now the Blackstone pirates had scattered like sand, and just from what Lu Jin knew, several Blackstone pirate factions had established strongholds in different locations. From now on, the Star Hunter, Star Sea Spirits and the Sleeper Legion will be divided into smaller units. 3 members per team wearing the latest equipment will investigate intelligence at various Blackstone pirate strongholds. The information gathering period is 7 days, and within those 7 days all intelligence on the Blackstone pirate strongholds must be acquired. After 7 days, follow my orders and strive to uproot the Blackstone pirate forces on Sunluo Star.
New equipment. Shelia and Inu immediately grasped the key point upon hearing this.
In this operation they would have a new piece of equipment to use. The previous psionic hunting rifles had played a significant role in both the Star Hunter and the Star Sea Spirits. Moreover, the current Fireseed fleet had already made the psionic hunting rifles the mainstream firearms for all combat units. Now Lu Jin claimed that there was a new piece of equipment awaiting them, and it surely couldn't be worse than the psionic hunting rifles.
Seeing the eager expressions on Shelia and Inu, Lu Jin immediately understood their thoughts. The new equipment is a set of combat armor, although it doesn't possess the powerful capabilities of the psionic hunting rifles. This set of combat armor is most suitable for the current situation and is widely applicable on various battlefields. I've already prepared your armors. With that, Lu Jin took out 2 spherical liquid metal orbs from his backpack.
Shelia was the first to take one, and after activating the liquid metal orb, the Omega morphing armor rapidly appeared on her body. As she felt the surface of the Omega morphing armor, the first touch had a texture similar to soft silk. This made Shelia doubt whether this armor could truly protect her. Unexpectedly, the next second, Inu had already grasped the secret to using the Omega morphing armor. In an instant, the Omega morphing armor on Inu's surface revealed layers of a texture like dragon scales. In just the blink of an eye, it transformed into a completely different appearance of armor. Gazing at the armor's new form, Shelia involuntarily sniffled. Soon she discovered a startling truth. The Silver Moon, now equipped with the Omega armor, exuded the aura of a stellar hunt dragon.
Not only the aura, but even her spiritual energy properties had transformed.
It's the aura of the stellar hunt dragon clan. This armor can actually mimic our race's unique signature. Hearing Sheria's words, Silver Moon looked at her own Omega armor in astonishment. After a series of tests, Silver Moon discovered that the armor not only emanated the aura of a stellar hunt dragon but also possessed defensive might rivaling their physical bodies. Meanwhile, Sheria quickly grasped the essence of the Omega transformable armor. Activating its transformation system, the armor swiftly morphed into a completely different form. This time the armor radiated a spiritual energy signature unique to the slumberers. In this mode, the Omega transformable armor could freely phase through solid objects just like a slumberer.
Isn't this new gear a bit too powerful?
Just input the corresponding genetic sequence and it can transform into the appropriate armor for various combat environments. Such formidable armor is at 1 per person. After experiencing the Omega transformable armors, might both Shirya and Silver Moon immediately recognized its importance. Lu Jin merely smiled faintly. As long as sufficient materials were available, this armor could be mass-produced in the Origin Armor Research Lab as easily as the spiritual energy hunting rifles.
Next, Lu Jin would distribute this armor to everyone, enabling them to better carry out their upcoming missions.
At that moment, on a steep cliff, several Blackstone ships were parked on an open area, forming a makeshift stronghold. Numerous Blackstone pirates stood on the decks, their ship's massive size allowing them to survey the surroundings from a commanding height. In the central area of these ships, several Blackstone captains gathered.
I wonder how the charging of the directional black hole teleportation device underground is coming along. What?
Why do you care?
Don't tell me you're planning to return to the endless Starsea. Are you kidding? With our current setup, we could easily rule this planet like kings. Exactly.
The endless Starsea is full of freaks. If we go in with our small size, we'd be devoured clean.
But the directional black hole teleportation device beneath Sunluo planet is a ticking time bomb. We'd better find a safe planet.
Just as the Blackstone pirate captains were discussing their future, a silent change occurred on deck.
A faint mist crept onto the ship. Some more perceptive Blackstone pirates frowned at the approaching mist.
What's with this mist?
In response to their comrade's question, the other pirates looked unimpressed.
I told you to read more, but you'd rather feed pigs.
This is Sunluo planet covered in vast primeval forests.
Is mist really that strange?
Don't make a fuss.
Even if those Sunluo slaves were stupid, they wouldn't dare attack us in broad daylight. Many pirates nodded in agreement. In their minds, the only threat on this planet was the elusive Sunluo people. But the Sunluo civilization's level could only harass them. Completely defeating them was a pipe dream.
Just as they let their guard down, a wave of drowsiness washed over them. It came so suddenly they couldn't react. Their vision went dark and the Blackstone pirate guards on watch collapsed. Soon after, 3 Starsea elves in Omega transformable armor easily boarded the ship's deck. Looking at the fallen pirates, the 3 elves glanced at their armor. This new gear is amazing. It lets us use the Slumberer's unique sleep-inducing spiritual mist. The captain always issues great equipment.
With this armor, our missions are way easier.
Stop chatting. The mist works, but it's not as effective as the Slumberer core. These pirates will wake up soon. Right, let's infiltrate quickly and gather intel on the other Blackstone pirate strongholds. The 3 elves exchanged glances and split up.
Soon the hypnotized pirates awakened.
Immediately alert, they scanned their surroundings. After all, one pirate feeling sleepy might be understandable, but a whole group? That was abnormal.
With that thought, one pirate quickly reported the situation to the captains. Upon hearing the news, the captains frowned deeply.
This must be the Sunluo scheme. Damn Sunluo slaves, they've grown bolder since escaping our control. Poof. A backward civilization is nothing but a rabble.
Check the most critical compartments, don't let these Sunluo have any chance.
It's time to expedite our departure from Sunluo planet.
But before we leave, we must teach these Sunluo a lesson. Saying this, the captains exchanged knowing smiles. They had already contacted other Blackstone fleet captains who wished to remain in the Outer Starsea. If all captains agreed, they could quickly forge a powerful pirate legion in the Outer Starsea.
Though resources there were scarce, safety was a premium. In the Outer Starsea, few forces could eliminate them.
As the captains reveled in future dreams, the 3 Starsea elves had already infiltrated their ships. The Slumberer's phasing ability provided the elves with immense convenience. They followed the pirates to the most critical compartments.
The bridge, archive room, engine room. One elf, unnoticed, quickly memorized the door lock codes. After the pirates left, she entered the archive room, which held vast intelligence on the Blackstone pirates. Another elf was even bolder, she went straight into the bridge.
Inside the bridge of the Blackstone pirate ship, numerous pirates leaned against their seats.
Some Blackstone pirates were completely absent from their positions, having long since gone missing. Groups of Blackstone pirates gathered together, showing no regard for their responsibilities. After all, the Blackstone pirate faction was currently fragmented and their ships docked here required minimal operation. Even with the arrival of the Sunluo people, they were unaffected, sitting inside the bridge.
The captain has issued a directive: be on high alert.
There have been reports of an unknown drowsiness phenomenon on the deck. We have reason to suspect infiltration by the Sunluo people. Should anything unusual occur, please report immediately.
The Blackstone pirate responsible for relaying the message informed everyone about the situation on the deck. However, the Blackstone pirates inside the bridge merely stared in confusion for a moment. After hearing this, they returned to their previous state. The Sunluo people would love nothing more than to attack us 800 times a day.
Last time it was poison and now it's drowsiness.
Don't waste your breath. If the Sunluo people could break in, they would have done so already. They're just a bunch of primitives. Their methods are painfully repetitive.
If they're not tired of it, I certainly am.
Are you busy?
We're short one player here, wanna come join us? The Starsea elves hidden in the shadows couldn't help but snort at the laziness of the Blackstone pirates. These Blackstone pirates were ultimately just a bunch of pirates. Even when faced with unusual circumstances, they still maintained a nonchalant demeanor. However, this attitude facilitated the actions of the Starsea elves. Concealed in the shadows, a Starsea elf pulled out a portable hard drive and installed it directly onto the ship's system panel while the Blackstone pirates were oblivious. After a round of copying, the Starsea elves obtained a wealth of data. Among this data were numerous communication records which included conversations back and forth between the Blackstone pirate captains stationed on Lu Jin. How is the preparation going? Currently we have united 11 captains, but 8 of them have yet to make a decision. Is 11 a bit few? Are the other 8 waiting for the directional black hole to open to once again unleash the endless Starsea? If they wanted to go back, they would have done so long ago. Only a few of us remain here while the others have already returned with the main force to the endless Starsea. I can't wait much longer. These Lu people are bothering me every day. What's so great about staying on this wretched planet? The communication records made this clear. Even the many Blackstone pirates currently stationed on Lu Jin were not united. However, this made it all the easier for Lu Jin's actions. The Starsea elves collected all the communication records and based on the names and signal coordinates provided deduced the locations of other Blackstone pirate ships. Thus the coordinates were sent to Lu Jin's personal terminal. Meanwhile, other teams also relayed information back and Lu Jin organized the intelligence in his personal terminal. Soon Lu Jin had a grasp of the locations of all the Blackstone ships. Remarkably, this entire process took him only 3 days. This time frame was far shorter than Lu Jin had anticipated. Perhaps it was due to the Omega transformation armor that Lu Jin managed to consolidate the coordinates of all the Blackstone ships. He then turned to Yu Tiansong beside him. Yu Tiansong, go to the Juling tribe and inform Xia Yan. In 3 days I will launch an operation to eradicate the Blackstone pirates. If he wants to participate in this operation, relay this information to the other Sunluo tribes. Yu Tiansong immediately understood and proceeded to the Juling tribe to convey the message to Chief Xia Yan. After some contemplation, Chief Xia Yan provided Yu Tiansong with a positive response. As for this battle, I can't guarantee other tribes, but my Juling tribe will do everything in our power. Very well, your words are enough. 3 days is not a long time. At dawn on the 4th day, Lu Jin arrived at the docking site of one of the Blackstone ships. At this moment, the Blackstone pirates were still unaware that danger was drawing near. A shadow suddenly appeared above the ship, and before they could react, the hunting star dragon descended from the sky. Boom! The spiritual energy dragon breath suddenly struck the ship, creating a massive breach. Immediately the entire Lu Jin was plunged into a state of raging warfare. The Blackstone pirates gazed in disbelief at the soaring hunting star dragon, their eyes wide open in shock. The hunting star dragon. How could they appear here? Boom! Before the Blackstone pirates could finish their sentence, another blast of spiritual energy dragon breath hit the ship. These Blackstone ships had been docked on the surface for too long, and starting them up now required considerable time. Under Lu Jin's sudden attack, these Blackstone ships found it challenging to even initiate. The Sunluo warriors, witnessing such a fierce battlefield, hesitated to approach. Chief Xia Yan of the Juling tribe looked at Lu Jin's formidable crew with immense reverence in his eyes for Lu Jin. The eradication operation was remarkably swift. With the coordinates of the ships, Lu Jin collaborated with the Sunluo tribe. The numerous Blackstone pirates had no chance to resist and were directly killed. Of course, Lu Jin did not opt for total annihilation. After all, the directional black hole device beneath the ruins required a significant number of personnel to activate. Thus more and more Blackstone pirates were sent to the underground factory. Wait, isn't this a timed black hole teleportation device? What do you Sunluo slaves intend to do? Oh, please just don't hit me. I'll do whatever you ask, just don't hit me. Damn. Had I known that surviving would lead me here, I might as well have died on the battlefield. The flames of war continued to spread across Lu Jin, but in the later stages Lu Jin did not have to act personally. The ships were already damaged and most of the equipment had been confiscated by Lu Jin. Even if some Blackstone pirates managed to escape, lacking weapons and equipment made survival on this treacherous Lu Jin a fantasy. Not to mention, the Sunluo people would soon become the rulers of this planet. The Blackstone pirates had even less of a chance to survive under the siege of the Sunluo people. Of course, these matters were of no concern to Lu Jin. After a series of operations, the directional black hole teleportation device was finally nearing full charge. Lu Jin had long been waiting in front of the device. He was eager to see how this so-called directional black hole teleportation device operated. A new frontier. As the last energy ore was fed into the device, the power within it surged through the conduit straight into the colossal metallic structure. The Blackrock pirate at the controls pressed the final button and the entire underground space awoke like a slumbering beast. A low rumble echoed. Under the stunned gaze of all present, the dome of the underground space opened. The azure sky was revealed once more and the massive metal construct began to rise slowly. The colossal platform started to gather an even more formidable surge of energy. Finally, under Lu Jin's watchful eye, a spatial rift appeared in the void.
This spatial rift gradually expanded, transforming into a black hole. As energy poured into it, the black hole grew larger and larger until its size perfectly matched the metallic construct before them. At this point, the black hole finally ceased its expansion. Gazing at the black hole, which was as calm as still water and devoid of any violent aura, Lu Jin could hardly believe his eyes. The black hole, renowned as a beast of the star sea and a cosmic calamity, had been tamed into such docility under the control of this metallic construct. The scene was akin to someone subduing a wild, untamable mountain tiger with their bare hands. Lu Jin surveyed the directional black hole teleportation device before him, a sigh of awe escaping his lips. Even as a reincarnator, he realized that the vast star sea still harbored terrifying existences beyond his knowledge. The civilization capable of crafting such a device to control a black hole must have a level of advancement far beyond his comprehension. The sight of this directional black hole teleportation device only solidified Lu Jin's resolve to claim it for himself. Such a strategically vital device must be secured in his own hands. This way, even if he encountered setbacks in the endless star sea, he would have a guaranteed escape route for a safe retreat.
Lord Lu Jin, the directional black hole has been successfully activated. Based on its energy reserves, this system can remain operational for 24 hours. 24 hours. After all their days of preparation and the immense energy and resources invested, it could only last for a single day. But soon Lu Jin came to terms with it. After all, this device was essentially creating a directional black hole from scratch. Compared to traditional ones, it was far more stable and convenient. Once he entered the endless star sea, Lu Jin would have ample opportunities to acquire resources, so energy consumption was not a concern. Thus, after making his arrangements, Lu Jin detached a portion of the slumbering legion to garrison Sanluo Star. The slumberer leading this garrison was none other than the centurion Long Quan, whom Lu Jin knew from before. This directional teleportation device is crucial for our fleet. During your time guarding Sanluo Star, you must perfect the local facilities and ensure the device remains intact. I will have the Sanluo people of the Juling tribe cooperate with you. I leave this place in your hands. Centurion Long Quan fully understood the strategic importance of Sanluo Star to the Ember Fleet. Therefore, upon accepting this mission, he solemnly vowed to dedicate all his efforts to safeguarding the directional black hole teleportation device on Sanluo Star. Lu Jin nodded, then led the others back into the ships. The Coffin of Silence took the lead, being the first to enter the directional black hole. Immediately after, Lu Jin piloted the Prometheus, following closely into the black hole. The instant the ships were engulfed, all their instruments ceased to function. Everyone was plunged into darkness until the images before them gradually coalesced into a complete field of vision. Only then did Lu Jin realize they had emerged from the directional black hole. The ships hung in the air. As Lu Jin looked down, a scene of desolate ruins greeted his eyes. Thick smoke rose from the ground in all directions, and the directional black hole teleportation device stood starkly in the wilderness. Wreckage of ships was scattered everywhere, and the entire sky had turned murky and turbid. Even the Coffin of Silence, which had arrived at this planet first, was taken aback by the sight. Where is this? Is this still the endless star sea? This planet should be one controlled by the Blackrock pirates. The shipwreckage and architectural ruins all bear their insignia. Blackrock territory. Then how did it become a wasteland? Was it due to internal strife within the Blackrock pirates that had reduced this planet to ruins? Or had some other faction, hearing of the Blackrock pirates' disintegration, seized the opportunity to raise this world? Just as Lu Jin was pondering the true reason for the planet's desolation, the ship's radar suddenly detected a massive number of biological signatures. Amidst the chaotic and complex war ruins, a group of peculiar green-skinned creatures resembling goblins rode chariots assembled from unknown scrap parts. Against the roar of engines, these green-skinned goblins raced through the debris like revelers. Just then another group of green-skinned goblins appeared. Their chariots were painted in completely different colors, and they wielded rocket launchers cobbled together from various junk parts. Upon seeing the first group's chariots, the latter didn't hesitate to pull the trigger. Boom! As expected, the shoddy rocket launcher exploded, blasting the goblin who fired it into pieces. But the rocket it launched flew true, landing precisely on the chariot of the first group. The goblins on that chariot were sent flying. Tumbling through the air several times, one of them was impaled directly on a sharp piece of discarded metal. Their comrade was killed, yet these green-skinned goblins showed no sorrow. Instead, they cheered as if celebrating something. Watching these frenzied creatures, both Luna and Shilia furrowed their brows. In their eyes, these green-skinned goblins were nothing but lowly beings. Their technology was backward and chaotic, their code of conduct utterly illogical. They were like a horde of screaming madmen. However, upon seeing these goblins, Lu Jin's expression turned grave instead. He hadn't even shown such solemnity when facing the Blackrock pirates. Damn it, we can't stay on this planet for now. Why? Luna and Shilia asked the question almost in unison. In their view, a simple purge of these goblins would allow their fleet to establish a new stronghold upon these ruins. But Lu Jin pointed at the goblins displayed on the screen and said with utmost seriousness, "These creatures are the most detestable and troublesome beings in the entire endless starsea. They are called orcs." Amidst the vast starry sea there existed a group of beings. Their intellect was not high, yet they possessed an extraordinary level of technological civilization. Their physical prowess was not top tier, but they harbored an indomitable, almost insane war spirit. They were the warmongers of the Starry Sea, the orcs. No one knew when these orcs first appeared. Yet all who knew of their existence were acutely aware that these unassuming creatures were the most war-proficient race in the entire Starry Sea. Where there was war, there were orcs. And once the orcs appeared, they would swiftly dominate the battlefield. They reveled in war and grew stronger through constant combat. Their numbers were akin to a black hole, endless and infinite. When you wiped out one wave of orcs, another would soon emerge. Yet these orcs were not without flaws. Their craving for battle bordered on madness. If you did not provoke them or showed weakness, they would lose their desire for combat. Without a battle lust, the orcs would turn on each other. Alternatively, they would build a ship and leave the planet in search of new battlefields. And now such a warring race had appeared here. Upon learning the origins of these orcs, Luna and Shiria's expressions changed. A race born for war, indeed a formidable foe. At that moment, the orcs on the ground noticed the silent coffin and Prometheus in the sky. They looked up at the two ships, excitement gleaming in their eyes. But they seemed to forget they were still racing across the ruins. In quick succession, a string of orcs crashed into the debris, scattering parts and flesh everywhere. The orcs who survived the crashes felt no sorrow for their fallen comrades. They cheered, drew their weapons, and opened fire on the ships in the sky. Some orcs even scavenged piles of parts from the ruins. After a hasty assembly, the heap of components transformed into a crude ranged weapon. With a crackling sound, an orc pulled the trigger. A fierce laser erupted from the muzzle and struck Lu Jin's ship. But the attack wasn't even enough to activate the ship's shields. With a bang, the weapon in the orc's hands overloaded and exploded. The orc was sent tumbling head over heels. Yet undeterred, they cheered and ran relentlessly, chasing Lu Jin's vessel. Witnessing this, Lu Jin frowned deeply. He immediately opened a communication channel to contact Long Quan, stationed on Sunluo Star. As the call connected, Long Quan saw the holographic projections of Lu Jin and his team and breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that Lu Jin and the others had successfully reached the endless Starry Sea. But before Long Quan could relax, Lu Jin urgently ordered him to shut down the directional black hole transmission device. Though puzzled by the sudden command, Long Quan did not hesitate. He immediately instructed the Blackstone pirates to cut off the device's power supply. Without power, the directional black hole began to shrink and eventually vanished. On the other side of the endless Starry Sea, above the pirate ruins, the directional black hole also shrank and disappeared as the one on Sunluo Star closed. Seeing the directional black hole device gone, Lu Jin allowed himself a brief moment of relief. This planet had been overrun by orcs. If the black hole had not been closed in time, the orcs would likely have used it to reach Sunluo Star. Once that happened, the situation on Sunluo Star would spiral beyond his control. He had no desire to be targeted by these galactic pests. Fighting the orcs was utterly pointless. Even attacking them would be seen as a declaration of war. Once marked as an enemy by the orcs, they would pursue you to the ends of the universe. With that in mind, Lu Jin acted without hesitation. Before the main orc force arrived, they had to leave this troubled place. The ships ascended rapidly until the orcs could no longer reach them. The big ship is running. Why is it running? Is that a pirate vessel? Our war with the pirates isn't over. Go tell the boss. The war isn't over, we need to chase that big ship. I remember there's another place with big ships. We can take one. Can you pilot a big ship? No, but I can learn. The orcs exchanged glances, then swarmed back to their tribe. Within the orc camp, the mighty orc warlord was brawling with his elite warriors. On days without war, they passed the time this way. The orc warlord threw a punch that sent an elite warrior flying dozens of meters. Spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with teeth, the orc warlord raised his fist and roared, "Who else?" Before the echo faded, another elite warrior stepped forward. I do. The surrounding orcs erupted in cheers, chanting the warlord's name. Some even rooted for the challenger. Just then, an orc drove a war wagon straight into the arena. The orc warlord caught the incoming vehicle with one hand. With a slight squeeze of his fingers, the wagon was crushed to pieces and the orc inside tumbled out. Compared to the massive, burly elite warriors, this orc was small, barely reaching the elite's waist. Yet the other elites showed no contempt for the smaller orc. For despite their smaller stature, these orcs possessed something the elites lacked: technological wisdom. These orc boys excelled at crafting weapons from scrap. Boss. We found big ships. Those pirates ain't wiped out yet. The war ain't over. We should crush the pirates and keep the war going. War. At the mere mention of the word, every orc perked up. No reasons. No questions. The orc warlord didn't even ask where the ships had gone. With a furious roar, he gave the order: war. We need war. All troops hear me. Pursue the ships. Our war is not over. The voices of the orc warriors rose and fell in a cacophony, and the once disorganized orc horde now stood united.
For they now shared a single purpose to launch their fleet from the planet, pursue Lu Jin's armada and ignite an entirely new war. By this time Lu Jin had already left the atmosphere and entered outer space. The speed of his vessel surged and in an instant it reached the threshold for warp travel. Upon achieving warp speed, Lu Jin activated the warp drive without a moment's hesitation. No matter where he was, his primary objective was to flee this star system swiftly and avoid being targeted by those troublesome orc warriors. Reasoning with a horde of war-crazed fanatics was utterly futile. After a series of warp jumps, Lu Jin successfully arrived in an unfamiliar star system. At this moment Lu Jin finally breathed a sigh of relief. I never expected that we would encounter the orc menace the moment we entered the endless Starsea. Silvermoon, watching the now relaxed Lu Jin, felt a pang of worry creeping into her heart. Would those orc warriors pursue them and pose a threat? They had only just set foot in the endless Starsea, yet they had already stumbled into such trouble. If even more perilous encounters lay ahead, could she still protect Lu Jin? At this thought Silvermoon tightened her grip on the blade in her hand. The dangers of the endless Starsea were far greater than this. She must remain ever vigilant and never allow any harm to befall Lu Jin. After regaining his composure, Lu Jin activated the interstellar navigation system to pinpoint his current location. Compared to the outer fringes of the Starsea, the endless Starsea was far more perilous and its territories far vaster. Countless unknown and unexplored regions abounded, so navigating the endless Starsea required strict adherence to the routes charted by those who had come before. A single misstep could lead them into a star system radiating a terrifying aura where they might meet their end. Fortunately, that planet had been one of the Blackstone pirate group's strongholds. The nearest trade route from that planet led directly to the Star of 10,000 Nations. Conveniently, Lu Jin's ship carried a considerable amount of cargo that needed to be sold and converted into universal credits. The Star of 10,000 Nations could serve as his first foothold in the endless Starsea. He could replenish supplies and at the same time seek out opportunities for fortune on this planet. Lu Jin vaguely recalled from his past life that someone had once purchased a Starsea compass leading to the Solar Dynasty at the market on the Star of 10,000 Nations. Armed with this compass, that individual had reached the ruins of the Solar Dynasty and discovered a fleet left behind by that ancient empire. For Lu Jin, gaining control of the Solar Dynasty's fleet would undoubtedly bolster his confidence as he traversed the endless Starsea. But even in his past life, Lu Jin had only heard rumors of such a treasure. The market on a planet was a dazzling array of goods, especially on the Star of 10,000 Nations, a commercial hub of the endless Starsea. The variety of merchandise was endless, and finding a single Starsea compass among them was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Lu Jin shook his head, dismissing the thought, and set the course. The two ships followed the trade route toward the Star of 10,000 Nations. Along the way, Lu Jin occasionally spotted merchant ships anchored in star systems for resupply. While his warp engines were cooling down, he even received trade signals from these vessels. High energy, or from a resource planet. Originally 1000 credits per ton, now on sale for only 999 credits per ton. Weapons and equipment forged on a forge world. Freshly made with masterful craftsmanship. 10000 credits, you can't lose, you can't go wrong. Powerful slaves captured from a civilized world. Boasting robust muscles and formidable combat prowess. Miss this chance and it's gone forever. Various merchant ships broadcast their wares on open channels, promoting their products without reservation. High energy, or considered mid-range in the outer Starsea, was priced several times lower in the endless Starsea. This was because, unlike the outer fringes, the endless Starsea abounded with untouched resource planets. As long as one possessed sufficient strength and dared to explore unknown regions, discovering a resource planet was highly likely. Among all the possible gains, a resource planet was the least valuable. The truly precious treasures were never loudly advertised. Lu Jin ignored all the merchandise information, and once his warp engines had cooled, he swiftly moved on to the next node. Finally, after a long voyage, he arrived at the Star of 10,000 Nations. A commercial metropolis planet established by a coalition of various powers. On the orbital platforms surrounding the planet, one starport after another had been constructed, and 90% of the planet's framework had been heavily modified. Now setting foot on this planet, one could scarcely find any trace of its original natural substance. Lu Jin docked his ships at a starport in the satellite orbit. While the Prometheus required no repairs, the Coffin of Silence was in desperate need of maintenance. During the previous battle with the Blackstone pirates, the Coffin of Silence had sustained significant damage. Taking advantage of their stop at the Star of 10,000 Nations, he decided to have it repaired and serviced. As per usual, Lu Jin, accompanied by Silvermoon and Shiria, left the ship to purchase supplies at the market. Meanwhile, Yu Tiansong and Yun Mengyan were tasked with guarding the Prometheus and the Coffin of Silence respectively. Of course, if either of them grew bored, they were free to wander through the commercial districts of the Star of 10,000 Nations. Lu Jin was no longer the greenhorn who had just embarked on his interstellar journey. A substantial flow of credits had filled his pockets, and even the wallets of his crew members had swelled considerably. Yuval stretched lazily, glanced at Yu Tiansong in the cabin, and asked, "Fancy a walk?" "Where to?" "Someone sent me a flyer, it looks like a tavern." "A tavern? Now you're talking my language." Yuval and Yu Tiansong exchanged a knowing smile. Since joining Lu Jin's fleet, Yuval had shed the heavy burden of being a clan leader. In the past he had to worry about his people's food, clothing and shelter, but now free from those responsibilities he had grown increasingly indolent. By now he had practically become inseparable from Yu Tiansong.
Watching Yu Tiansong and Yuval leave the starport, Yin Mengyan snorted coldly. Indulging in pleasure and losing one's purpose. Leaving the ships unattended in the starport like this, aren't you afraid enemies will seize the chance to infiltrate? Esteemed one, would you be interested in our newly opened weapon shop? A weapon shop? You found the wrong person. Our weapons are bestowed by the Divine Emperor, mortal arms cannot compare. Then perhaps you'd like to check out our other establishments.
Eventually Yun Menjian's gaze fell upon a corner of the flyer.
The bustling streets were teeming with alien races of all kinds.
Unique shops lined both sides of the road, and upon entering the commercial hub Lu Jin felt a dizzying array of sights. Compared to the outer reaches of the Star Sea, this place boasted a greater variety of stores. Even the well-traveled Lu Jin found himself curious about some of the goods on display. The Star Sea world was a realm of endless wonders, especially in the vast underdeveloped expanse of the endless Star Sea. Rare treasures and exotic artifacts were commonplace sights here. Only upon stepping onto any commercial planet within the endless Star Sea could one truly understand why so many flocked here, willing to risk their very lives for a chance to enter.
Lu Jin averted his gaze from the dazzling array of merchandise. Their primary objective now was to convert the goods stored in their starship into universal currency. After that, they needed to purchase sufficient supplies to replenish the resources consumed during their voyage. After walking for some distance, Lu Jin finally spotted a shop. As he entered the shop, an alien staff member immediately approached. Welcome to our humble store. How may I assist you, esteemed guest? I wish to sell some resources. Sell resources.
Upon learning Lu Jin's purpose, a cunning gleam typical of a merchant flashed in the alien staff member's eyes. However, his petty schemes were quickly crushed by the imposing aura of the hunting star dragon. The creature placed the samples of Lu Jin's goods before the staff member. After inspecting the samples, the staff member immediately inquired about the quantity. He had already determined that these were all top-grade materials.
If the quantity was substantial enough, even purchasing them at a high price would yield considerable profit. Lu Jin promptly listed the inventory he held.
Upon seeing the inventory volume, the staff member realized that Lu Jin was no ordinary individual. The sheer amount of goods indicated that Lu Jin commanded a fleet of significant size. Otherwise, transporting such a massive quantity of cargo would be impossible. With this in mind, the staff member immediately requested the presence of the general manager.
A transaction of this magnitude, if mishandled, would be too great a responsibility for a mere employee.
Meanwhile, Lu Jin sat on a sofa in the shop awaiting the staff's arrangements.
Just then Lu Jin sensed an unusual gaze. Following it, a hue of ocean blue caught his eye.
Before a nearby counter, a woman with wavy long blue hair clad in a black trenchcoat was looking in Lu Jin's direction.
More precisely, she was eyeing the displayed goods samples.
Noticing Lu Jin's stare, the blue-haired woman met his eyes briefly before shifting her gaze back to the counter in front of her. Lu Jin studied the woman for a moment, frowning slightly. He felt a strange sense of familiarity, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Before he could ponder further, the shop's general manager hurried over.
Esteemed guest, I am the manager of this establishment. I have reviewed your goods and their quality is exceptional. If your inventory is sufficiently large, I can offer you a very satisfactory price. Lu Jin turned to face the alien before him.
After some negotiation, the manager offered a fair price that did not shortchange Lu Jin.
Lu Jin in turn did not make things difficult. Once the transaction contract was finalized, he promptly ordered the hunting star dragons to transport the goods.
After a short while, when Lu Jin looked back towards the counter, the familiar blue-haired woman had vanished.
Noticing Lu Jin's distraction, Silvermoon asked with concern, "What's wrong?" "Nothing.
I just saw a woman who seemed familiar."
"A familiar woman?"
Silvermoon frowned, an inexplicable emotion stirring within her. But she suppressed it well and continued questioning Lu Jin.
"Should I send someone to investigate?" "No need. It's just a feeling of familiarity."
With memories of his past life merging with the present, Lu Jin couldn't discern which set of memories triggered this sense of recognition.
But just then a substantial influx of credits into his account dispelled his concerns. The funds from this sale were enough to accomplish many things. "Mr. Lu Jin, the credits have been fully transferred to your account. I have received them. If you need any further assistance, please don't hesitate to visit the store."
The alien general manager was exceedingly courteous to such a valuable client. Lu Jin waved his hand and left the shop with Silvermoon and Shiria, intending to procure supplies. After a round of spending, the balance in Lu Jin's account barely decreased.
Gazing at the astronomical figure, a joyful smile spread across his face.
Even in his past life, he had never been this wealthy.
Next, Lu Jin's primary goal was to seek out psionic seeds to enhance his own power. Following that, he planned to purchase a planet to serve as his logistical base, continuously strengthening his fleet.
As Lu Jin contemplated his future plans, a figure suddenly blocked his path.
Lu Jin snapped back to reality and looked at the person standing before him.
It was a scruffy middle-aged man draped in a black robe exuding an air of mystery. He stood in Lu Jin's way looking at him with a mysterious expression.
This demeanor reminded Lu Jin of certain merchants back on Earth. Young friend, I can see you possess an extraordinary destiny. I have an opportunity here.
For just 1,000 credits you can obtain a starseed compass containing the coordinates of the Solar Dynasty.
Interested. The Solar Dynasty was once a mighty civilization that dominated the endless star sea.
Its solar whale-class battleships were unparalleled in power. Lu Jin stood frozen listening to the man's words. A starseed compass with the coordinates of the Solar Dynasty. He had just been thinking about whether he might encounter such an opportunity, and now before he even sought it out the opportunity had come knocking. Could he truly be a man of great fortune?
Lu Jin looked at the middle-aged man, pondering silently.
It was only 1,000 credits, a small price for a potential gain. Just as Lu Jin was about to agree to the purchase, an ethereal calming voice sounded in his ear. A starseed compass with the coordinates of the Solar Dynasty.
I am interested in that starseed compass. 1,000 credits, I'll take it.
Unexpectedly, a dark horse emerged at this critical moment. Lu Jin turned his gaze toward the sound, and what came into view was none other than the blue-haired woman he had seen earlier in the shop. The blue-haired woman was clad in a black trench coat flanked by two burly men whose very appearances exuded a menacing aura. This configuration bore a striking resemblance to Lu Jin's own entourage. As Lu Jin looked over, the blue-haired woman also met his eyes. After exchanging a brief glance, Lu Jin decisively raised the bid. I'm quite interested in this starseed compass as well.
I bid 2,000 credits.
Hearing that Lu Jin chose to compete with her, the blue-haired woman raised an eyebrow slightly. One of the burly men behind her let out a cold snort upon learning that Lu Jin intended to raise the price for the starseed compass. He stepped forward abruptly, his gaze fixed directly on Lu Jin. A dense murderous aura rushed toward Lu Jin, and he could be certain that this burly man was a being who had killed countless lives. Without having slain tens of thousands of beings on the battlefield, one could never possess such a thick murderous aura as this man's. The burly man looked at Lu Jin with utter disdain, his words dripping with menace.
Kid, what makes you think you're worthy to bid against my boss?
Whatever my boss sets her eyes on is hers.
Do you want to test how hard my fists are?
Before the words faded, Silver Moon stepped forward. Spiritual energy overflowed from her, and the blade at her waist, propelled by her psychic power, emanated a chilling sharpness. Silver Moon's gaze was piercing, her hand already resting on the blade, ready to draw at any moment.
My blade is no less formidable. The atmosphere between them instantly became tense and confrontational.
It wasn't until the blue-haired woman spoke first that the tense standoff was broken.
Celine, get back here.
I finally get a chance to go out and you ruin my mood like this.
I knew I shouldn't have brought you along, you've spoiled my fun.
My apologies, young sir, I won't be bidding on this starseed compass.
Salim.
Upon hearing that name, a flicker of surprise crossed Lu Jin's eyes. His gaze fell upon the burly man across from him, and after scrutinizing him carefully, a speculation formed in Lu Jin's mind. Observing the burly man, one could see that his skin had a texture resembling crystals. This physical trait was typical of the crystal stone people, yet he retained human characteristics. From this it could be inferred that this Celine was likely a hybrid of crystal stone people and humans. And in the vast star sea, the renowned crystal war god Celine was also a hybrid.
Same name and also a hybrid.
Lu Jin speculated that this Celine was highly likely the diamond war god Celine he knew from his memories. Then the identity of the blue-haired woman beside him naturally became clear. One of the 7 pirate kings, the leader of the Shark-Howl pirate group known as the Bloody Sea Queen, the Mermaid Eve. Lu Jin narrowed his eyes, no wonder she seemed familiar. After all, the Shark-Howl pirate group, one of the 7 pirate king factions, rarely revealed themselves to the world. Most of the time they patrolled along fixed routes, shuttling between the few planets under their protection. Compared to other pirate groups, the Shark-Howl pirate group was more like a band of rangers. Perhaps because Lu Jin's gaze lingered too long on the Mermaid Eve, she sensed the anomaly and abruptly turned around, locking eyes with him. At that moment, the Mermaid Eve halted. Her sapphire-like eyes rested on Lu Jin for a moment before narrowing slightly.
Do you know me?
The Mermaid Eve turned to face Lu Jin.
Lu Jin, however, calmly uttered a lie. No.
For a pirate, being recognized on a commercial planet was extremely dangerous. So Lu Jin chose not to invite trouble at this moment. After all, he had just dealt with a Blackstone pirate, he couldn't afford to provoke the Shark-Howl pirate group as well. Compared to the Blackstone pirate group, the overall strength of the Shark-Howl pirate group ranked among the top 3 of the 7 pirate king factions. If the Mermaid Eve herself had no desire for expansion, the Shark-Howl pirate group might have become the strongest pirate group.
Then it's nothing. Enjoy your shopping. The Mermaid Eve's expression instantly shifted from gloom to brightness.
Only when she turned and disappeared completely from his sight did Lu Jin finally breathe a sigh of relief. Beside him, Silver Moon gripped her blade, her gaze unsettled for a long time. She could sense that the woman opposite was incredibly strong.
Stronger than any psychic she had ever encountered.
If they encountered this woman again and she intended to harm Lu Jin, could Silver Moon protect him from her? Just as Silver Moon was lost in thought, Lu Jin had already purchased the Star Sea Compass from the middle-aged man.
Sir, is this Star Sea Compass authentic? Guaranteed.
The middle-aged man made a gesture before turning to leave. Lu Jin looked at the Star Sea Compass in his hand and thought to himself. If he could acquire the lost fleet of the Solar Dynasty for just a few thousand credits, this deal would be an incredible bargain. Since you have this Star Sea Compass, why don't you? Before Lu Jin could finish his sentence, he looked up again only to find that the middle-aged man who had sold him the Star Sea Compass had already vanished without a trace. Lu Jin paused, then asked Shiria beside him if she had noticed the man's departure. Surprisingly, even Shiria had no idea how he had left so silently. Even when she used her psychic power to search, she found nothing. It was as if the middle-aged man had simply vanished into thin air. Lu Jin stared at the Star Sea Compass in his hand, a sense of eeriness washing over him. Was his luck today good or bad? First he encountered the Star Sea Compass of the Solar Dynasty, then the Shark Hull pirate group. In such a short span he had stumbled upon two major events.
Glancing at the Star Sea Compass, Lu Jin first put it away.
Given the middle-aged man's elusive nature, the Star Sea Compass was likely genuine. Just as Lu Jin was about to use the Star Sea Compass to check the coordinates of the Solar Dynasty's ruins, a piercing alarm blared across the entire planet of 10,000 nations.
Attention all visitors to the planet of 10,000 nations, we have detected a large number of orcs approaching the planet. The planetary defense system will now activate and engage the orc fleet.
Various incidents may occur during the conflict, but please do not worry too much. Orc. As Lu Jin walked through the commercial district, his brow furrowed slightly upon hearing the broadcast alert. These orcs were truly relentless. He had only just arrived at the Star of 10,000 Nations and already he had encountered these war maniacs again. It seemed he had to leave the Star of 10,000 Nations immediately. He still did not know the scale or strength of the orc forces if they were a powerful tribe. Then even the Star of 10,000 Nations might not be able to withstand their assault.
Most critically, Lu Jin did not know if these orcs were merely an advance force.
If they were an advance party, an even larger and more powerful orc fleet would surely follow. I had planned to rest here at the Star of 10,000 Nations. But it seems these orcs have other plans. Notify all crew members to return to the ship immediately. We must leave the Star of 10,000 Nations at once. After sending the evacuation order to the crew, Lu Jin along with Yin and Zuelia rushed towards the starport where their ship was docked. Fortunately, as a commercial hub, the Star of 10,000 Nations did not shut down its transit system even during an invasion. Using the transportation, Lu Jin and his companions quickly returned to their vessel. In the outer space of the Star of 10,000 Nations, a battered starship sparking and trailing debris hurtled straight towards the planet. The ship was covered in craters with only its critical parts crudely patched together with iron plates and nails. As it moved, a stream of components fell away behind it. Through the gaps one could see countless orcs packed inside the decrepit vessel like sardines in a can. Some orcs even crawled out of the holes clinging to the outer hull. A ship designed for 100,000 was now carrying at least 1 million orcs. The alien guards at the observation station of the Star of 10,000 Nations paled at the sight of the ship. It's the orcs' fleet indeed. Only those creatures could brave the harshness of space in a wreck that's practically falling apart.
Give the order.
Deploy all artillery and bombard that ship immediately.
We must not let those orcs get anywhere near the planet's orbit. But just as the order was given, the orcs seemed to be spurred into action.
The ship's velocity skyrocketed, reaching an unstoppable high speed in an instant.
Accelerating instead of decelerating near the planet's orbit. Truly a band of war maniacs.
The guards of the Star of 10,000 Nations cursed, immediately activating the artillery for an interdiction bombardment. A thunderous roar echoed as a torrent of laser fire formed an instant interdictory net like a rainstorm. But as the laser fire neared the orc vessel, an invisible shield abruptly deployed, intercepting all the attacks.
The sight left everyone utterly stunned. What the hell? A shield system.
That wreck of a ship, which was practically falling apart during its flight, actually had a shield system.
You must be joking.
After a full volley, the shield system showed barely any damage. This turn of events panicked the defenders of the Star of 10,000 Nations. The orcs, however, became ecstatic upon witnessing the dazzling and ferocious barrage.
Fight! Fight! Fight!
The excited war cries echoed throughout the ship. Responding to the orcs' battle chants, the dilapidated vessel seemed to gain a will of its own. Its shield system visibly underwent an upgrade right before everyone's eyes. The guards of the Star of 10,000 Nations nearly spat blood in disbelief. Not only had their bombardment failed to destroy the enemy's shield, but the orcs had also upgraded it right in front of them. What in the world was this?
Weren't these orcs supposed to be mindless war maniacs?
A creeping dread began to fill the hearts of the defenders. Were they truly going to let these orcs break through their defenses and invade the Star of 10,000 Nations? Just as despair set in, a laser beam tore across the starry sky. With a thunderous impact, the twice-upgraded shield failed to stop this unexpected attack.
An unremarkable-looking large battleship appeared in everyone's view.
As people wondered about the battleship's origin, its external camouflage dissolved like a system glitch, fading rapidly. Once the disguise was gone, what was revealed was a large battleship with a sleek azure paint job. Its design is wild and aggressive as a shark. That's the flagship of the Howling Shark pirate group, the Fury of the Waves.
Their flagship. What is it doing here? Excellent. As long as we pay them enough credits, they'll surely protect us.
Among the 7 pirate kings, the Howling Shark pirate group had a relatively decent reputation. Compared to other pirate bands that engaged in wanton slaughter and plunder, they were far more welcome. Aboard the Fury of the Waves, the mermaid Yvonne sat in the captain's chair, crossing her legs as she fixed her gaze on the orc fleet in the void. Her single shot had punched straight through the orc ship, shattering it into pieces. But even so, the orcs were not all dead. Countless orcs floated amidst the wreckage in outer space. Thanks to their powerful physiques, they could move freely in the vacuum. Clutching the debris, they showed no sign of dismay. Fight! 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 Some orc boys gathered the wreckage and in an instant assembled a small makeshift ship. They fired up the engine and the patchwork vessel actually began to function. The boys started racing through the debris field, quickly collecting a large number of parts. Meanwhile, the elite orcs used the opportunity to hitch a ride behind the boys' ship, speeding towards the Fury of the Waves. They're like cockroaches that just want die. Yvonne narrowed her eyes and waved her hand, initiating another round of attacks.
All the ship's cannons activated, targeting the orcs in space for annihilation. A thunderous roar filled the void.
The fleet of the Star of 10,000 Nations also arrived, belatedly joining the operation to wipe out the orcs.
If the orcs weren't completely eliminated, they would surely return.
Having witnessed the power of these war maniacs, the fleet of the Star of 10,000 Nations dared not show any negligence. The scene of the raging sea tide destroying the orc fleet was also fully witnessed by Lu Jin. Gazing at the hull of the raging sea tide, Lu Jin couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. The shield system that could keep the ship unscathed under the relentless bombardment of the Star of 10,000 Nations was directly breached by a single strike from the raging sea tide. Such power was enough to prove that the raging sea tide was by no means an ordinary large battleship. Otherwise, it would not have become the flagship of the Shark Howl pirate clan. Still, to personally pilot the flagship to the Star of 10,000 Nations, the leader of the Shark Howl pirate clan, is truly audacious. If both the flagship and its leader were annihilated in this battle, would the Shark Howl pirate clan crumble instantly, just like the Blackstone pirate clan? Lu Jin smiled faintly and chose not to dwell on the thought. For him, the most pressing matter now was to immediately head to the star system marked by the Starsea compass. At that moment, the ship's velocity had already reached the threshold for a warp jump. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Jin decisively pressed the warp button and the ship's form vanished from its location in an instant. A long while later, as the ship's form reappeared and began to decelerate, Lu Jin and his crew found themselves in a star system that had long since fallen into twilight. The dim star radiated the last vestiges of its live's warmth. Had Lu Jin arrived a few centuries later, the star would have been extinguished entirely. Thus, the entire star system was destined for destruction. The final traces of the solar dynasty's existence would also dissipate into the sea of stars. But now Lu Jin had reached the star system. Guided by the coordinates of the Starsea compass, he quickly pinpointed his destination, a planet as dark as obsidian, silent and utterly devoid of life. Only a faint occasional glimmer of crimson on its surface proved that this planet had not yet completely died. Lu Jin piloted the ship into the planet's orbit, but this time he did not choose to land on the surface immediately. For this planet was entirely different from those he had encountered before. This was once a stronghold of the solar dynasty, now reduced to this state by a planet-destroying weapon. Although Lu Jin had once destroyed a planet-destroying vessel, that did not mean entities of the planet-destroying class were any less terrifying. In the boundless sea of stars, anything bearing the name planet-destroying possessed the formidable power to obliterate a planet and annihilate a civilization in an instant. The solar dynasty was once a flourishing civilization until it touched a forbidden boundary and drew the attention of the Dark Necrolords. Like the orcs, the Dark Necrolords were one of the most powerful races in the Sea of Stars. However, unlike the aggressive orcs, the Dark Necrolords usually slumbered within their tomb worlds. Only when a planet's energy neared depletion would they stir and launch an assault. And once a civilization was targeted by the Dark Necrolords, its fate would be no better than that of the Solar Dynasty. Now Lu Jin activated the ship's surface scanning function to begin scanning the planet before him. As expected, the surface scanner detected that even after such a long time, a massive amount of residual energy still lingered on the planet's surface. Due to this energy residue, the planet's surface activity was extremely frequent. If the ship were to land on the surface, it might suffer unnecessary damage from the planet's constant geological movements. Thus, the best way to land on this planet and search for the Solar Dynasty's legacy was to pilot a shuttle down to the surface. A shuttle was more agile than the main ship and more convenient for searching. After preparing the shuttle, Lu Jin departed from the hangar and descended straight toward the surface. The ground was pitch black, a landscape of scorched earth as far as the eye could see. Frequent crustal movements tore fissures in the ground from time to time. Scorching magma erupted, adding a streak of crimson to the charred land. The scene was nothing short of a living hell. Lu Jin even doubted whether the Solar Dynasty could have left any legacy in such an environment. Rumble. Just as Lu Jin was nearing his destination, another violent crustal shift occurred.
Magma from deep underground was once again squeezed to the surface and countless ruins were crushed and pulverized under the tectonic movements.
At that moment a massive cavern entrance appeared before Lu Jin. He glanced at the starseed compass and found that the coordinates it indicated pointed directly to this enormous entrance. At this very moment the ground around the entrance was shaking violently with debris threatening to bury it once more. In the span of a single thought Lu Jin made his decision and charged straight into the underground entrance.
The pitch-black tunnel was filled with falling rocks.
Lu Jin decisively activated the shuttle's attack system, blasting away the obstacles blocking his path. Relying on his superb piloting skills, Lu Jin managed to step into the vast underground space just as the tunnel collapsed behind him. The shuttle landed on the ground and Lu Jin donned a protective suit before stepping out. The moment he exited the shuttle he was instantly stunned by the sight before him.
The entire underground space was sheathed in alloy.
It was precisely because of this alloy structure that the space had not been destroyed in the earthquakes. Lu Jin also discovered that besides the entrance he had used, this underground space had other exits to the east, south, west and north. However, those other entrances, like the one he had entered, were all buried under rubble.
Although the underground space was protected by alloy, the entrance tunnels were not.
At this point Lu Jin wondered whether he was lucky or unlucky.
Lucky because he had entered this underground space just as the tunnel collapsed. Unlucky because all the other exits had already caved in.
If he wanted to get out he had no choice but to carve a new passage. The shuttle's capacity was limited, and besides his two bodyguards Silvermoon and Shiria, Lu Jin only had two other Starseed elves with him. With such a configuration it would be difficult to handle any danger. Yet after a brief sigh Lu Jin pulled himself together and quickly adapted to his current environment. First, his safety was assured. His shuttle had been landed for some time without triggering any traps.
This was enough to prove that the area around him was at least a safe zone. If he could find the legacy of the Solar Dynasty he might even discover a new exit. But just as Lu Jin was comforting himself, the starseed compass in his hand suddenly emitted a faint glow. As the starseed compass lit up, the entire underground space seemed to come alive. Countless streams of energy converged into lines, instantly illuminating the whole subterranean realm. It was at this moment that Lu Jin realized the layout and furnishings of this underground space resembled nothing less than a mausoleum. Row upon row of metallic coffins were arranged in orderly fashion within the colossal underground tomb. The coffins varied in size, the smallest could barely accommodate a single person. Yet the largest coffins rivaled the dimensions of a starship. Lu Jin stood on a vast platform gazing into the distance. The tomb seemed to stretch endlessly before his eyes. Confronted with such an awe-inspiring subterranean necropolis, Lu Jin felt that this adventure might be far from the simple endeavor he had imagined. Just then several metallic coffins at the very center activated abruptly. The surrounding metal plates slowly descended, sinking into the ground. Once all the plates had submerged, what lay before Lu Jin were the Sun Whale-class battleships he had longed for. A full 10 Sun Whale-class battleships stood arrayed at the heart of countless coffins. Behind Lu Jin's Silver Moon, upon seeing so many massive warships, could not help but turn her gaze toward him. Captain, the material of these coffins is extremely special. They are all made of a unique alloy capable of blocking energy waves. I just attempted to probe them with spiritual energy, but even that could not detect what lies inside these coffins. Should we send a signal to transport the main force into this underground space before making further plans? Lu Jin raised his hand to refuse. For from the moment he stepped into this underground space, Lu Jin had tried to use his personal terminal. But perhaps due to the influence of the special alloy used to construct this place, his terminal had lost all signal upon arrival. This might also be why the legacy of the Solar Dynasty had remained undiscovered. No means could detect the existence of this underground mausoleum. Only those who possessed the starseed compass and found the entrance could enter and claim the inheritance. Lu Jin had chanced upon the starseed compass, and by sheer coincidence he had discovered the last entrance during crustal movements. A convergence of fortuitous events had led to this very situation. Now, as if propelled by the hand of fate, Lu Jin had no choice but to press forward and activate the Sun Whale-class battleships before him. At this point, perhaps we have no other option. Ultimately, Lu Jin chose to descend via a nearby staircase. The others followed quickly behind him. Upon reaching the bottom, Silver Moon, Shiria and the others were even more awestruck by the immense scale of the tomb. This tomb seems to stretch without end. To build such a vast underground mausoleum, the Solar Dynasty must have been incredibly powerful. Hearing this, Lu Jin's mind was drawn back to memories of his past life. When he first learned of the Solar Dynasty's history, he too had been utterly astonished. The Solar Dynasty had taken 10,000 years to evolve from the dawn of civilization to the Industrial Age. Yet from the Industrial Era to the Space Age they had barely spent a century. Subsequently, the dynasty's civilization leaped forward again within 100 years. Given just another decade, they would have mastered planet-destroying weapons and become one of the foremost powerful civilizations. But everything turned to ash in an instant with the emergence of the Dark Knight necromancers. Such was the wondrous yet cruel nature of the Starsea. Indeed, they were powerful, but in the Starsea there are far mightier beings. Lu Jin drew closer to the Sun Whale-class battleship, the coffins receding behind him. When he finally stood before the vessel, he discovered that this long-dormant ship still retained a certain amount of energy supply.
Sensing someone approaching, the ship voluntarily opened its hatch and lowered a gangway as if inviting Lu Jin aboard. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Jin stepped inside. Based on past experience, the quickest way to take control of a ship was to reach the bridge and seize its command systems. Passing through the corridors, he arrived at the ship's core bridge. As anticipated, the moment he approached, the bridge doors slid open without any effort on his part. It was as if Lu Jin were the true master of this vessel. As the doors opened, a figure appeared within. The instant they saw the figure's silver moon, Shiria and the others braced for battle. But upon closer inspection, they realized it was merely a holographic projection.
You have finally come.
The hologram turned around, revealing a person with red skin, a native of the Solar Dynasty. Lu Jin frowned slightly as he regarded the projection.
You were waiting for me.
But the hologram seemed not to hear his question and began speaking on its own.
Our Solar Dynasty was once a flourishing and mighty civilization. We overcame genetic flaws, mastered advanced technology, and even made breakthroughs in planet-destroying weaponry.
But the star sea is infinite and the laws of nature are cruel.
We encountered a formidable foe, the Dark Knight Necromancers.
Their appearance taught us that in the star sea races far stronger than us abound. We paid for our arrogance, but that does not mean we have given up on vengeance. With these words, the hologram raised its right hand. The entire ship's systems reactivated and Lu Jin saw a new set of coordinates. His pupils contracted slightly. For these coordinates pointed precisely to the place where he intended to acquire the Jin spiritual energy seed. Could it be that the most powerful Jin spiritual energy seed he had anticipated was inextricably linked to the Solar Dynasty? In this place lies another treasure left behind by our Solar Dynasty. Believe me, this treasure will drive you to madness, compelling you to carry on our dynasty's path of vengeance. These 10 Sun Whale-class battleships are merely a small gift from us. To obtain more treasures and legacies, go forth and slay the Dark Knight Necromancers, take their heads and place them upon the altars we have erected.
With that, the hologram vanished.
Simultaneously, the control systems of the entire Sun Whale-class battleship shifted from an occupied state to a default unknown status. This meant that Lu Jin could easily take possession of all the Sun Whale-class battleships.
Biometric authentication confirmed. Ship permissions are being reassigned. All system permissions have been activated.
The moment Lu Jin successfully activated the systems of the Solar Whale-class battleships, his eyes held not a trace of joy but instead grew even more solemn. He understood clearly that taking command of these Solar Whale-class battleships meant he had set foot on the path of vengeance laid out by the Solar Dynasty. This was a meticulously orchestrated, irresistible path of revenge. When Lu Jin saw the attribute panel of the Solar Whale-class battleships, he knew he could not resist the temptation of the Solar Dynasty's legacy. For the configuration of the Solar Whale-class battleships, from hull materials to ship systems, had nearly reached the pinnacle of large battleships. It could be said that among large battleships few could match the performance of the Solar Whale-class. The Solar Dynasty had granted him 10 of these formidable vessels. And this was merely the beginner's reward for embarking on the path of vengeance.
Lu Jin could not imagine what generous rewards awaited him at the next coordinates.
The psychic gene seeds he had learned of might well be one of the Solar Dynasty's prepared rewards.
At this thought, Lu Jin felt a surge of excitement. What a clever scheme.
Was he meant to fight the Nightshade Necromancers?
Others might be afraid, but not Lu Jin. The enemy he faced was the assimilation war that swept across the entire universe. The mere Nightshade Necromancers were hardly a match for a war that engulfed the cosmos. He'll gladly accept the Solar Dynasty's legacy. Lu Jin activated all ship systems and the long-slumbering Solar Whale-class battleships were restored to their former glory.
With the engines ignited, the entire ship was like a beast awakening from slumber. As Lu Jin opened the ship's control panel, a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Truly worthy of the Solar Dynasty's vessels, they are equipped with a multi-command system.
An ordinary person would likely be baffled by this.
The multi-command system, as its name implies, was a special ship system that allowed a single flagship to control all vessels in the fleet.
As long as the operator on the flagship possessed sufficient processing speed, they could simultaneously command all ships in battle. This system was extremely difficult to construct, yet it had not become widespread because it demanded exceptionally high capabilities from its user. After all, even a single ship required a large crew to operate normally, let alone controlling an entire fleet simultaneously. But the one sitting here now, Lu Jin, was no ordinary human from Blue Star. With a wave of his hand, Lu Jin opened the control systems of all ships. To the astonishment of Luna and Shiria, his hands danced across the ship's control interface like a virtuoso. Rumbling. The Solar Dynasty's underground mausoleum underwent a cataclysmic transformation as the Solar Whale-class battleships were activated. A crack split the dome and a torrent of rubble mixed with magma cascaded down. The entire mausoleum began to stir, and as the gap widened, Lu Jin's personal terminal communication signal was restored. Before Lu Jin could pilot the Solar Whale-class battleships out of the underground mausoleum, an emergency contact signal flashed on his personal terminal. Upon answering, a holographic projection of Yu Tiansong appeared before him. Damn, finally got through to you, kid. I thought you were dead on this planet. Before he could finish, the holographic projection flickered. Yu Tiankang's gaze darted to the side and he muttered a curse under his breath. No time for chit-chat, get back to the ship ASAP. We've been targeted by a bunch of bounty hunters. These bounty hunters have far more ships and strength than the rabble we encountered before. The Sleeper Corps has started boarding actions to buy you time, you need to get back quickly. Before Yu Tian-song could finish, the holographic projection vanished. Communication was cut off. Luna and Shiria's faces turned grim. Only a few hours had passed since they entered the underground mausoleum. In that short time, the Prometheus had been targeted by a group of bounty hunters. Lu Jin was not surprised by this turn of events. After all, this was the site of the Solar Dynasty's ruins, though others might not know it. But bounty hunters often pursued criminals and explored obscure places in search of fortune. Their appearance here was pure blind luck. Don't worry. With our fleet's current strength, as long as we don't run into forces on the level of the Pirate Seven Kings, we can hold our own. Moreover, I now command 10 Solar Whale-class large battleships. Those bounty hunters will regret crossing us. With that, Lu Jin activated the multi-ship command system and directed the 10 Solar Whale-class battleships to ascend. In outer space, the battle raged. A bounty hunter fleet composed of 10 medium-sized battleships and 50 small battleships had surrounded the Coffin of Silence and the Prometheus. Their ships emitted powerful jamming electromagnetic waves. These waves could disrupt ship systems, cause malfunctions, and even prevent enemy ships from jumping into their vicinity. The captains of the 10 medium-sized battleships were holding a combat meeting via communication channel. I came to this system hoping to scavenge some antiques, and I stumbled upon a real treasure. Did you see that attack just now? When we hit that medium ship, it repaired itself. That's right. That's definitely the legendary Origin ship, and it's evolved into a medium-class vessel. Haha, we've hit the jackpot. Just this one Origin ship alone will keep us fed for a long time. But the crew of this fleet is no pushover. Those soldiers in power armor, the Star Sea Elves and the Stellar Dragons, have inflicted considerable losses on us. Losses. As long as we captured that Origin ship, none of this matters. Even in the endless Star Sea, an Origin ship was an extremely rare and valuable commodity. If they could sell the Origin ship, countless wealthy buyers would pay a fortune for it. As for the lost ships and crew, with money, why worry about such things? Aboard the vessel, Yu Tian-song was drenched in cold sweat. His hands slid across the myriad ship systems, yet he could not dispel the barrage of warning alerts. An ever-growing cascade of warnings dyed the entire bridge a bloody crimson. Not only was the bridge in chaos, but the ship's interior was equally overwhelmed. The Star Spirits scurried back and forth, transporting all manner of vital supplies to their designated locations. Despite their efforts, the warnings on the ship system screens only multiplied. Warning. Compartment 76 has sustained massive damage. Initiate emergency repairs. Warning. The energy charge for the stellar dirge has been interrupted. Restart charging sequence. Warning. Detection of numerous high-energy reactions approaching. Organize a counterattack immediately to neutralize enemy assault. Gazing at the endless alerts, Yu Tian-song felt his head throbbing. During his tenure as a 5-star admiral in the Solar Alliance, he had commanded battles where the outnumbered prevailed. Yet now, facing dozens of seasoned bounty hunter vessels, they had only 2 ships. The captain of the Coffin of Silence, Yun Mingyan, perceiving the tide of battle turning against them, decisively took command, ignoring Yu Tiankang's orders to organize a boarding action on her own. The boarding action proved remarkably effective, slowing the bounty hunter siege as the Slumberer Corps stormed their ships. Yu Tiankang's mind felt like a fog. Perhaps it was due to his long association with Lu Jin. When the bounty hunter fleet approached, he had foolishly tried to replicate Lu Jin's legendary triumph at Ohat. Alas, he was not Lu Jin. He lacked Lu Jin's near-terrifying combat experience and his unshakable confidence in orchestrating victory. Now merely resisting the bounty hunter's assault was a monumental struggle. Just then the enemy fleet decided to launch their final all-out offensive. Several firepower ships bristling with heavy weaponry had already maneuvered under the cover of other vessels to surround the Coffin of Silence. The bounty hunters understood that this warship was the greatest obstacle to seizing the Origin vessel. Destroy it and the Origin vessel would be theirs for the taking. Yet the moment their encirclement coalesced, several crimson laser beams struck one of the firepower ships with lightning speed. Under the bombardment of those beams, the firepower ship was obliterated into a cloud of debris before it could even react. This sudden turn of events seized the attention of everyone on the battlefield. As they laid eyes on a fleet of Solar Whale-class battleships, the bounty hunter captains couldn't help but swallow hard. Battleships. Was that attack from them? They're not here to snatch the Origin vessel too, are they? If so, we're no match for them. Should we negotiate? Maybe it's just a misunderstanding. Before their discussion concluded, the Solar Whale battleships began recharging their main cannons. Blood-red energy coalesced at the muzzles. This time the lasers targeted the remaining firepower ships. Though formidable offensively, these vessels were the most fragile in terms of defense. A sufficiently intense bombardment could reduce them to scrap metal. The main cannon of the Solar Whale class was the flame laser cannon developed by the Solar Dynasty. It boasted greater power and sustained energy output than standard laser cannons. A single blast could cripple a firepower ship. But Lu Jin had concentrated all their ship's laser fire to destroy one vessel precisely to tear a breach in the enemy's encirclement. Yun Mengyan, as the commander of the Slumberer Corps, instantly grasped his intent. Seizing the moment before the enemy could fully react, she ordered her crew to pilot the Coffin of Silence through the gap. The bounty hunters' encirclement shattered in an instant. Seeing the Coffin of Silence break free, they finally caught on. These big ships are with them. They could have spread the damage across the firepower ships, but they focused on one just to open a path for that warship. So these two fleets are allied. Why didn't they show up earlier? Damn it. We've walked into a trap. The realization sent a chill down the bounty hunters' spines. Had they been the prey all along? As the saying goes, the master hunter often appears as the hunted. With this thought, a wave of dread washed over them. They hastily opened communication channels to probe Lu Jin's identity. But Lu Jin cut the signal without a word. Leave none alive. The solar whale battleships joined the fray, their superior firepower crippling the bounty hunters' vessels. The scales of victory tipped, and the Slumberer Corps, already boarding enemy ships, were invigorated by the news. In an instant, chaos erupted within the enemy ships. Lu Jin seized the opportunity and launched a counterattack. Watching the bounty hunter fleet be systematically devoured and routed, Yu Tiankang's eyes widened in disbelief. Was it over already? Victory came so suddenly that Yu Tianshan hadn't yet processed it. By the time he did, the battle had ended. All bounty hunter ships were intercepted by Lu Jin. Their wreckage would serve as fuel for the Origin vessel's evolution. When Lu Jin returned to the Prometheus, the crew gathered around him, and even Yun Mengyan hurried over eagerly. After Lu Jin piloted his ship to the planet's surface, he vanished without a trace. Yu Tianshan had planned a rescue mission, but the bounty hunter fleet appeared shortly after. Under their relentless assault, mounting a counterattack was difficult, let alone searching for Lu Jin. But soon Lu Jin's signal reappeared, bringing relief to all. So what happened to you on that planet? Silence fell over the crowd, for this was not just Yun Mengyan's question, it was the question on everyone's mind. Under the inquiries of the crowd, Lu Jin recounted the events that had transpired beneath the surface of this planet. Upon hearing the name Dark Knight Undead, Yun Mengyan's expression slightly changed. Lu Jin keenly observed Yun Mengyan's reaction. It was evident that she was familiar with the Dark Knight Undead, and judging by her expression, it was highly likely that the Somnolent army had encountered them before. As expected, when Lu Jin mentioned hunting the Dark Knight Undead for the legacy of the Sun Dynasty, Yun Mengyan could no longer hold her tongue. If you wish to hunt the Dark Knight Undead, our current strength may be insufficient. She continued, in the archives of the Somnolence think tank there are numerous records regarding the Dark Knight Undead. During the grand expedition organized by the Holy Emperor, there were many formidable enemies. She added, the combat prowess of these enemy races can even rival that of any Somnolent. And the Dark Knight Undead are among these formidable foes. The exterior of the Dark Knight Undead is composed of an alloy skeleton, granting them immensely powerful physical strength. However, this is not their most terrifying aspect. Their most fearsome quality lies in their near-immortal soul mechanism and their advanced necromantic technology. When a Dark Knight Undead falls on the battlefield, its soul is gathered by a necromancer. Necromancers typically remain behind the front lines and never engage directly. Their task is to collect the deceased souls, and once the battle is over, return them to the fleet. As long as the souls endure, these Dark Knight Undead can continuously change their bodies. Moreover, after switching bodies, the Dark Knight Undead become increasingly stronger due to the accumulation of battle experience. The necromantic technology they wield is also a unique form of technology. Necromantic technology features many formidable and aggressive weapons. For instance, there are shattering guns capable of instantly disintegrating carbon-based lifeforms, and necromantic nanospiders that can control corpses to act as cannon fodder. Furthermore, the Dark Knight Undead also develop various biological weapons to corrode their enemies. After all, their bodies are made of alloy, rendering such biological weapons ineffective against them, but they pose a dire threat to carbon-based beings like Lu Jin. Upon hearing the account of the Dark Knight Undead, the expressions of the crowd grew solemn. Based on the intelligence provided by Yun Mengyan, they could already imagine how formidable the so-called Dark Knight Undead truly were. At this moment, everyone turned their gaze toward Lu Jin. After all, Lu Jin was the core of their fleet. If he was frightened, there would be no need for them to provoke the Dark Knight Undead. However, when they focused on Lu Jin, he appeared remarkably calm, showing no signs of fear toward the Dark Knight Undead. Seeing Lu Jin so composed, Yun Mengyan couldn't help but ask him, "Are you certain you want to embark on the path of vengeance for the Sun Dynasty?" In response to this question, Lu Jin put away his smile and looked seriously at the crowd before him. Though the Dark Knight Undead are indeed powerful, this is the endless Star Sea. Ogre Orcs, Dark Knight Undead, there are many such troublesome and powerful races. If we wish to establish ourselves in the endless Star Sea, we must confront these formidable foes hidden. Moreover, according to the intelligence I possess, the time until the Dark Knight Undead's revival is drawing near. Encountering the Dark Knight Undead is merely a matter of probability. When that time comes, what shall we do? With that, Lu Jin took a deep breath.
In this region of the endless star sea, the memories he held from his past life could only grant him a slight advantage. Yet in the face of absolute power, the advantage he possessed would vanish. Thus Lu Jin must seize every opportunity to grow stronger. Only then could he establish a foothold in the endless star sea, developing his own power to resist the impending war of assimilation. His time was already running out. After Lu Jin's words, the tightly knit brows of the crowd gradually relaxed. Lu Jin was correct, they were now in the endless star sea, not merely dabbling at the outer edges of the star sea. Every step they took now could lead to encounters with powerful foes, so they must be thoroughly prepared. Having understood the current situation and determined a future course of action, Lu Jin returned to his captain's seat. Leaning back in his chair, Lu Jin relaxed his nerves and exhaled a long breath of stale air. Controlling 10 ships, although he hadn't executed any particularly difficult strategic maneuvers during the battle, still exerted a considerable drain on Lu Jin's mental energy. Once he calmed down, his gaze fell upon the vast star sea where numerous shipwrecks floated around the Prometheus.
It was hard to imagine that a fleet of such scale was merely an ordinary bounty hunter fleet in the endless star sea.
The types of ships used by the fleet belonged to the upper tier of ship classifications. Therefore, after feeding their wreckage into the Origin core, the upgrade progress of the Origin core began to soar. This was much faster than devouring those ordinary ships at the outer edge of the star sea. Soon the ship's upgrade progress reached a critical point.
Ding, detection of unlockable upgrade evolution routes.
Upon hearing this familiar voice, Lu Jin opened the ship's upgrade evolution routes once again. This time there were 3 upgrade evolution routes. Evolution Route 1: Unlock Spiritual Energy Training Room. Unlock Basic Spiritual Energy Training Tutorial. Evolution Route 2: Unlock Space Warehouse. Significantly increase the ship's storage capacity.
Evolution Route 3: Unlock Herb Research Room. Acquire Special Plant Seed Pack.
Looking at the 3 evolution routes before him, Lu Jin pondered for a moment before choosing the Spiritual Energy Training Room. After all, he had now entered the endless star sea and the external equipment was already provided by the ship. The crew members under him were fully armed, making it difficult for anyone to inflict harm on them. Therefore, it was now necessary to enhance inner strength, specifically the potency of spiritual energy. Even among those of the same rank, spiritual practitioners have varying strengths. The competition lies in whose spiritual energy is more potent and who has a more refined control over it. Now, with a spiritual energy training room before him, it was unreasonable for Lu Jin not to choose it. Moreover, he was about to obtain spiritual energy gene seeds. Choosing the spiritual energy training room was also paving the way for his future self. Once he acquires the spiritual energy gene seeds and becomes a spiritual practitioner, he will undoubtedly need to rapidly enhance his control over spiritual energy.
The psionic training room was unlocked.
A certain cabin on the ship was swiftly sealed off. Passing crew members, upon seeing the cabin sealed, showed no sign of surprise. After all, the warship beneath their feet was a vessel capable of continuous upgrades and evolution.
These vacant cabins could be transformed into functional rooms at any moment.
Thus, aside from cabins clearly marked for specific purposes, the crew rarely used other empty cabins for anything else.
Not long after the sealed cabin was reopened, 2 starlight elves patrolling nearby looked at the cabin before them, their curiosity piqued.
This cabin must be a newly unlocked functional room.
I wonder what it does.
Hey, if you're curious, just go in and find out.
Don't be ridiculous. Do you have the clearance to enter these cabins? Let's just focus on our patrol. Stop dwelling on such thoughts and do our job. As they conversed, Lu Jin's figure appeared in their sight. Behind him, Inu followed closely. Seeing the 2 starlight elves idly chatting, Inu couldn't help but frown.
They were now in the endless star sea, surrounded by lurking enemies, yet they remained so carefree. If an emergency arose, could her own people truly be relied upon? But just as Inu's thoughts began to spiral, Lu Jin's hand suddenly rested on her shoulder.
In an instant, Inu felt her inner agitation melt away like snow under the sun.
Lu Jin glanced at the 2 starlight elves and said casually, "Continue your patrol. If you're curious, you can also come to this cabin. This newly opened room is a specialized psionic training facility of great benefit to psionicists like you."
With that, Lu Jin turned to Inu.
He knew full well that her stress had been mounting since their arrival in the endless star sea. After all, this was not the outer reaches of the star sea. There Inu could roam unhindered with her power. But here beings far mightier than her were everywhere.
Even without psionics, the orc and the dark necromancers could overpower her with their technological superiority. That was why Inu was desperate to grow stronger.
This craving made her increasingly irritable and demanding. However, with the opening of the psionic training room, this anxiety would dissipate like smoke. Opening the door to the psionic training room, Lu Jin and Inu entered. The room was pure white, vast and ethereal. Just as Lu Jin began to explore this new facility, a holographic projection materialized at the center of the room. The projection depicted a human silhouette with indistinct facial features. From its form alone, one couldn't even discern its gender. Then the holographic projection spoke. "Welcome to the psionic training room, a chamber designed specifically for psionicists." As it spoke, the projection moved before Inu. Under everyone's gaze, it began to transform, taking on Inu's exact appearance. Every detail from her expression to the weapon at her waist was flawlessly replicated. Staring at the holographic twin of herself, Yu furrowed her brow. Currently unlocked courses include basic psionic training tutorial. Shall we begin the course? Begin. Yu did not hesitate. She was eager to see what changes this so-called psionic training room would bring. The moment Yu selected the course, an immense psionic pressure suddenly descended upon her. The terrifying force weighed down on her, causing her legs to buckle, nearly forcing her to her knees. Yet she was not crushed. After adapting, Yu forced herself to stand. Meanwhile, Lu Jin, standing not far away, felt no trace of the psionic pressure. Lu Jin's gaze swept across the ceiling and floor, noticing streams of light flowing in the area where Yu stood. It seemed the training room could tailor instruction to each individual. Seeing this, the other two Starlight Elves were eager to try the basic psionic course. But compared to Inu, they couldn't withstand the psionic pressure at all and were promptly pinned to the ground. Under the high-pressure psionic environment, the flow of psionic energy became extremely difficult. Yet precisely because of this, the psionic force grew stronger, much like metal tempered under constant hammering. Watching Inu and the others gradually settle into their training, Lu Jin withdrew from the psionic training room. After all, he was not a psionicist. The room's intelligence system didn't even react to his presence. Thus Lu Jin saw no point in wasting time there. As he left the training room and headed back to the bridge, Yu Tiansong blocked his path.
Captain, I finally found you. Our ship intercepted a public audio broadcast while navigating. I think you might find this audio interesting. A public broadcast. Just mentioning it gave Lu Jin a headache. He knew that unscrupulous merchants eager to promote their products often launched numerous satellites to broadcast public audio signals across the star sea. These broadcasts were like spam flyers and annoying ads tormenting countless interstellar travelers. But as a veteran, Yu Tiansong could surely distinguish ads from useful information. So Lu Jin took the terminal from Yu Tiansong and extracted the marked public audio. Are you troubled by the vastness of the star sea yet unable to find the rare treasures you seek? Are you a psionicist frustrated by only encountering worthless scraps? To facilitate trade among psionicists, I have established a commercial city-state exclusively for them on Glazed Star. If any psionicist wishes to sell or purchase psionic products, please come to these coordinates. A trading city-state for psionicists. This was indeed a rare and intriguing occurrence. After all, psionicists were the elite of the star sea, and the treasures they held were surely beyond what ordinary markets could offer. But what truly captured Lu Jin's interest was not the psionic trading city-state itself. It was the planet where this commercial city-state was located, Glazed Star. Because his destination was none other than Glazed Star. What an extraordinary coincidence. First the coordinates of the Sun Dynasty's altar, and now the psychic trading city. In his past lives memories, Lioli Star had always been a barren and utterly worthless dead planet. In fact, had it not been for a stranded soul who stumbled upon a psychic gene seed within a derelict spacecraft on the planet's surface, no one would have ever recalled this desolate world. And that very psychic gene seed hidden within the wreckage of the starship was precisely Lu Jin's objective this time. After all, in the memories of his previous life, the alien race that obtained this psychic gene seed had ascended to the rank of a level 6 psychic in merely a single year. This alone sufficed to prove that this psychic gene seed was one of immense potential. In his former life, Lu Jin had often fantasized that if he could lay claim to this seed of vast potential, he too might become a formidable psychic. But all of these dreams dissipated like smoke with the eruption of the Assimilation War. Now with this psychic gene seed once again before him, he had initially believed the path would be unobstructed. Yet the series of coincidences that kept unfolding only deepened the unease in Lu Jin's heart. Could this be the butterfly effect triggered by his rebirth? But the wings of this butterfly had fluttered with far too violent a force. A once worthless dead planet had now become a trading city for psychics and even bore the altar of the Sun Dynasty. What had once been a simple matter had suddenly grown complex. Yet Lu Jin had no intention of retreating. After returning the terminal device to Yu Tiansong, he ordered the ship to proceed at full speed. Originally, Lu Jin had planned to time his arrival precisely reaching the destination Lioli Star just before the moment in his past life memories when the alien race would obtain the psychic gene seed. But the multitude of unforeseen events had made it impossible for him to wait any longer. Arriving at Lioli Star earlier would grant him the advantage of making preparations even if he encountered unexpected dangers. The ship suddenly accelerated through the sea of stars, quickly reaching warp speed. After days of relentless travel, the vessel arrived at Lioli Star 3 days before the time Lu Jin had originally set. At this moment, Lioli Star was exactly as Lu Jin had foreseen, barren and worthless. The planet's surface was nothing but rocks, devoid even of valuable minerals. Yet on this very planet someone had erected a trading outpost. Lu Jin quickly pinpointed the location of the outpost. Even if he hadn't sought it out, the satellites it had launched were constantly broadcasting its coordinates to the surrounding public channels. With his fleet of ships, landing on the surface was no simple task. Therefore, to be cautious, Lu Jin piloted only the Prometheus down to the planet's surface. The remaining ships remained in orbit around the planet, ready to respond swiftly should Lu Jin encounter any peril. Once everything was arranged, Lu Jin first made his way to the so-called psychic trading city.
As its name implied, after a short journey he beheld an ancient city reminiscent of a medieval market. Within this trading city various stalls were neatly arranged along both sides of the streets.
Lu Jin found a hill where he landed and docked his ship.
Then as usual Lu Jin, accompanied by Inu and Shirley, entered the trading city.
The moment he stepped inside he sensed that fully half of the alien races walking about were psychics.
Such a proportion was remarkably high. After all, not every alien race was born with psychic genes. Many alien races, though lacking psychic talent, could still stand as equals to psychics through their technological prowess. Just as Lu Jin was strolling among the stalls seeking information, a figure once again blocked his path. Lu Jin looked up at the middle-aged man before him and felt a flicker of surprise. This was the very same man who had sold him the Sun Dynasty's astral compass on the planet of 10,000 nations. After many days Lu Jin had never expected to encounter him again on Lioli Star. The meeting was identical, the middle-aged man stood in his way.
The middle-aged man, upon seeing Lu Jin, also appeared somewhat taken aback. "Hey there boss, we meet again. What a coincidence. I just arrived here not long ago and today as soon as I set up shop I run into you again. So what do you say? Care to take a look at my wares?"
As he spoke the middle-aged man threw open his cloak, revealing a dazzling array of items beneath. Various trinkets resembling scrap metal were hung in all manner of ways from the inside of the cloak. The space beneath it was like a small shop. Seeing this familiar method of peddling, Lu Jin glanced at the man, wondering if they might truly be from the same homeland. However, after a quick scan Lu Jin found no interest in the man's junk. Seeing Lu Jin's lack of enthusiasm, the man hastily packed away his goods and leaned in mysteriously to whisper. "Boss, if these goods don't catch your eye, I also deal in information. Don't let my short time here fool you, I've already got a good grasp of this trading city's ins and outs.
If there's anything you want to know, just ask me. Information trading."
Lu Jin stroked his chin, finding himself without a clear lead. So he looked at the middle-aged man and couldn't help but ask, has there been any discovery of something like a shipwreck on this planet recently? The moment the words left his mouth, the man across from him gave Lu Jin a lecherous grin, and Lu Jin immediately understood his meaning.
Lu Jin opened his personal terminal and with a slight wave of his hand transferred a substantial sum of credits into the man's account.
Seeing the digits in his account, the middle-aged man's joy was utterly undisguised.
"Boss, you're generous. I'll tell you everything I know.
As you know, Lioli Star is a dead planet.
It's located in a remote region far from any major trade routes, so don't even think about shipwrecks.
Even ordinary fleets rarely approach the star, so you should already know the answer."
Nothing.
Or was it simply not yet time? Had he arrived on this planet before the shipwreck occurred, causing it to never appear? Or was it the butterfly effect? If that were the case, would this entire journey be for nothing?
However, it's hard to say.
After all, a commercial city-state has been established on this dead star.
Many alien races come here specifically to trade. With so many ships coming and going, it's hard to guarantee that one or two won't.
Before he could finish, a thunderous roar split the sky. Lu Jin looked up toward the source of the sound. A ship like a shooting star plunged toward the surface with a long tail of flame trailing behind it. Witnessing this, an unusual glint flickered in Lu Jin's eyes. There really was a shipwreck. This falling vessel might very well be the one he sought, the ship carrying the psionic gene seed. But as Lu Jin looked around, he saw that besides himself, the surrounding crowd was also drawn to the crashing ship. Many were already itching to head to the crash site, hoping to scavenge some treasures.
Lu Jin had no intention of letting the psionic gene seed slip through his fingers.
Without a second thought, not even bothering to bid farewell to the middle-aged man, he immediately set off with Inu and Shiria toward the crash site. Leveraging Shiria's racial advantages, Lu Jin and his companions reached the crash site in record time.
Blazing flames and utter chaos littered the ground.
A small cargo ship lay crashed upon the surface. The immense impact had carved a deep crater into the earth. Inside the crater, the cargo ship was a scene of devastation, its main frame severely deformed. But Lu Jin had no time to dwell on the ship's condition, their time was limited. Soon others would arrive. If they found the psionic gene seed first, he would be in serious trouble. With that thought, Lu Jin ordered Shiria to generate a protective barrier with her psionic power. Amid the constant threat of the ship exploding, they ventured straight into its interior.
Crackling. High-voltage currents surged through the ship.
Lu Jin carefully dodged every hazard as he searched inside. The bridge was the first place to search. As the core of a ship, any valuable items were often stored there.
Thus Lu Jin speculated that the psionic gene seed was most likely kept in the bridge's safe.
When Lu Jin, shielded by Inu and Shiria, reached the bridge, the sight that greeted him was a floor strewn with corpses and the bridge's lights glowing a stark crimson.
Various instruments had been pierced by collapsing alloy frames upon impact.
Debris was scattered across the bridge floor, but Lu Jin paid no heed to the bodies.
He went straight to the safe.
After a thorough search, he found many useful items, but still not the psionic gene seed he desired. Just then a weak voice reached Lu Jin's ears.
"You. What are you looking for?" I can help you, but you must save me."
Looking toward the sound, Lu Jin saw an alien race member among the corpses, her face covered in blood, eyes open and staring at him weakly. If Lu Jin ignored her given her injury, she would bleed to death soon. But she was fortunate to have encountered Lu Jin.
Eager to obtain the psionic gene seed, Lu Jin quickly pulled an emergency injection from his backpack.
He administered it and the potent medicine began to take effect. The alien who had been on the verge of death finally regained some strength. Then Lu Jin used nanohemostatic bandages to dress her wounds. Both the emergency injection and the nanohemostatic bandages were extremely expensive medical supplies. In critical moments, either could save a dying person's life. Lu Jin used both. The injection restored the alien's bodily functions to near normal levels. The nanohemostatic bandages stopped the bleeding and began repairing the wounds.
Thank you.
The alien understood the value of the medicine Lu Jin had used. She could feel her life force gradually returning. Gazing at the corpses of her kin around her, the alien closed her eyes in grief. But soon she shook off the sorrow and turned to Lu Jin. I know where the most valuable items on this cargo ship are kept. They are stored in a secure cargo container.
I'll take you to it. Once you get me out of here, I can help you open it.
A secure cargo container. It seemed this alien had kept a card up her sleeve.
Even if Lu Jin found the container, he couldn't simply abandon her.
I know there's a psionic gene seed on this ship.
That's my target. If you can't help me find it, you'll die even if we get out.
A psionic gene seed.
There is indeed one in the secure container. Upon confirming the seed's presence, Lu Jin quickly reached an agreement with the alien.
Working together, they began scavenging the ship, which could explode at any moment. Before long, Lu Jin had secured all the valuable secure containers. Among them was the psionic gene seed he had longed for. With his objective achieved, Lu Jin didn't linger on the ship's other items. He swiftly led the injured alien off the vessel. The moment they stepped off the ship, a series of chain explosions erupted.
Blazing flames soared behind Lu Jin.
He glanced back, a surge of tension gripping his heart. But when he saw the containers he had secured, a hint of joy crept onto his face. As long as the psionic gene seed was in his hands, this adventure was worthwhile.
However, before Lu Jin could celebrate for even a few seconds, Shiria was ensnared by a psionic net.
Inyu reacted swiftly, drawing her blade and unleashing a burst of psionic energy that transformed into myriad sharp edges, shredding the net. Once Shiria broke free, they realized that numerous psionic users had already gathered around the fallen ship. Their gazes were fixed on the secure containers behind Lu Jin, eyes gleaming with greed.
I didn't expect someone to beat us to it.
I thought most of the ship's contents would be destroyed in the explosion, but it seems someone salvaged them in time.
Young friend, as they say, finders keepers doesn't apply here. We all saw the ship fall from the sky. You can't possibly take all this fortune for yourself. That's right. Either hand it over or we'll force you to.
Confronted by a multitude of spiritual energy wielders as ravenous and numerous as wolves and jackals, even Lu Jin couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. The ranks of these spiritual energy wielders were generally low, with the highest among them barely reaching the third tier. Yet their numbers numbered in the hundreds, and when gathered together they formed a force not to be underestimated. If they were held up here, it was all too likely that more powerful spiritual energy wielders would be drawn to the scene. Just as Lu Jin narrowed his eyes contemplating how to extricate themselves, Inyu drew the blade at her waist and leaped down without hesitation.
Bang! As Inyu landed, sand and gravel flew up around her. Then all eyes fixed upon Inyu.
At that moment her aura surged violently. Her gaze gradually turned fierce and ruthless, and her entire being radiated a pressure as sharp as a blade.
Shiria, take the captain and leave this place first.
As for these motley rabble, I'll handle them myself.
Motley rabble. Hearing Inyu's contemptuous words, the hostility of the surrounding spiritual energy wielders was instantly provoked.
In their daily lives they too were figures of high standing. Yet here they were being dismissed by Inyu as motley rabble. How could they tolerate such an insult? How you stand alone, yet you think to hold off all of us spiritual energy wielders? With such big talk, one might think you were a 9th tier spiritual energy wielder.
Relying on just yourself to block all of us, absolutely ridiculous.
But in the face of the sneers and taunts from the surrounding spiritual energy wielders, Inyu's expression remained utterly unchanged. On the contrary, her aura grew even more terrifying. Finally, as this aura reached a critical point, Inyu's figure vanished from where she stood. When her form reappeared in the sight of the many spiritual energy wielders, she was already standing behind one of them. As she took a single step forward, the spiritual energy wielder behind her was instantly cleaved into several pieces and collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this, cold sweat broke out on the backs of every spiritual energy wielder present.
Dead. An instant kill.
They were all spiritual energy wielders, and while there were differences in power among them, this gap was simply too exaggerated.
And Lu Jin, watching from behind Shiria, was also somewhat astonished by Inyu's performance.
For the Inyu of today was a world apart from her former self in both aura and combat strength. Could it be because of the spiritual energy training chamber? Lu Jin was well aware that among all the spiritual energy wielders in the fleet, Inyu was undoubtedly the most diligent. Whenever she wasn't on a mission, she spent most of her time in the spiritual energy training chamber. Many spiritual energy wielders couldn't endure the holographic projection training of the chamber for extended periods. Even Shiria had complained bitterly after trying it once. Yet Inu persevered. Seeing the trained Inu now, a flicker of an unidentifiable emotion passed through Shiria's eyes. Inu stood there, her gaze sweeping once more over the spiritual energy wielders. "If you wish to see our captain, you must first get past me." At these words, many spiritual energy wielders broke out in a cold sweat. Originally they had only sought to glean some benefit, but they never imagined that even trying to skim a little profit could cost them their lives. At once many low-tier spiritual energy wielders chose to retreat. "It's just a cargo ship, after all, the goods inside can't be that rare. I only came to watch the excitement, I never intended to get involved in the struggle. That's right, everyone knows my financial standing, there's no need to risk my life for a cargo ship's haul. I suddenly have something to attend to, I'll take my leave." Within a few breaths a considerable number of spiritual energy wielders had dispersed. Yet some of them clearly had no intention of giving up so easily. Their eyes were fixed on Inu, not daring to look away for a moment, terrified that she might choose them as her next target. Meanwhile Shiria led Lu Jin swiftly away from this place of strife. As soon as they returned to the ship, they immediately stored all the secure cargo containers in the hold. Then Shiria led a contingent of the stellar hunt drakes and rushed back toward the cargo ship. When they returned to the battlefield, Shiria was instantly shocked by the scene before her. There stood Inu holding her blade, flicking the blood from its edge onto the ground with a casual motion. All around her the ground was littered with corpses. The many spiritual energy wielders encircled her, their eyes filled with nothing but terror. From the time Shiria had returned to the ship and come back, barely a single incense stick's worth of time had passed. Yet in that brief interval Inu had etched an indelible shadow into the hearts of these spiritual energy wielders. "Is there anyone else who wishes to court death?" Inu's cold voice cut through the battlefield. But to the ears of these spiritual energy wielders it sounded like the death knell ringing beside them. They lacked even the courage to advance against Inu. Just then Shiria descended from the sky with a host of stellar hunt drakes, instantly overawing all the spiritual energy wielders. Seeing Shiria's reinforcements arrive, the icy severity on Inu's face finally eased. She let out a long breath and her entire body relaxed. Shiria approached Inu, gazing at the corpses around them, still unable to believe her eyes. "Did you take down all these spiritual energy wielders?" "Yes." Upon receiving this answer, Shiria fell silent for a moment. Even she, proud as she was, had to admit at this point. Although Inu's spiritual energy level was not yet as formidable as her own, her combat prowess was rapidly closing the gap. It would not be long before she surpassed her. Relying on her innate talent, Shiria had never systematically trained her spiritual energy. Today Inu's performance stirred a sense of crisis within Shiria. If one day Inu surpassed her, would she still be able to stand by Lu Jin's side? Lu Jin had once hinted that sooner or later he too would become a spiritual energy wielder. By then, with absolute power, Lu Jin would venture even further. Could she still keep pace with them? At this thought Shiria shook her head and mused inwardly. Her talent was no less than Inu's, what she lacked was merely rigorous training. Once she returned to the ship, she would begin cultivating her spiritual energy with utmost diligence. She had no intention of letting Inu surpass her and leave her behind. Inu, unaware of Shiria's thoughts, fixed her gaze on her blade. Looking at the bodies strewn across the ground, she felt that her efforts had not been in vain. If she were to encounter a spiritual energy wielder like the Raider Siren again now, she was confident she could slay him within 3 exchanges. Meanwhile, aboard the ship, Lu Jin stood before the secure cargo containers. These containers were of the highest security level. Even the materials used in their construction were of superalloy grade. Without the passcode, opening them would be as difficult as scaling the heavens. Lu Jin rubbed his chin, gazing at the secure cargo container before him. Though prying it open proved difficult, it did not mean he lacked the means to force it. However, considering the contents within, if the container harbored a self-destruct mechanism, he might well lose this opportunity forever. With this thought, Lu Jin's gaze shifted toward the depths of the ship. Inside the medical bay, the alien race he had just rescued lay on the operating table, receiving treatment from the slumberer military medics. Perhaps he could obtain the password to the container from her. For safety's sake, Lu Jin temporarily abandoned the idea of forcibly breaching it. Arriving at the medical bay, the red light above had yet to turn green, indicating that the treatment was still underway. But just before Lu Jin reached the bay, the red light shifted to green and the slumberer medic in charge emerged. "Captain, the patient inside is not seriously injured. It's merely that her internal organs suffered some impact during the ship's crash. She is not a psychic, but fortunately her physique is robust enough. After we sutured her external wounds, she is no longer in life-threatening danger. All she needs now is a period of rest to restore her body to full health. Additionally, here are some of her physiological data. According to our database, there is a 99% probability that she is a descendant of the Solar Dynasty." A descendant of the Solar Dynasty. Taking the data report from the slumberer medic, Lu Jin perused it and could not help but reveal a faint smile. What a coincidence. This alien race turned out to be descendants of the Solar Dynasty.
Lu Jin nodded and tucked the report away. After the slumberer medic departed, Lu Jin entered the medical bay.
Inside, the descendant of the Solar Dynasty lay on the bed, her body wrapped in bandages to secure the wounds. As Lu Jin stepped in, the descendant opened her eyes. They were separated by a pane of glass, but she was fully aware. During her treatment, a vast amount of her physical data had been collected. If the other party's database was advanced enough, they could quickly deduce her identity.
It seems you already know who I am. I have no means to resist now. If you wish to kill me, simply open the medical pod.
But if you spare me, I might be able to help you open those secure containers. Clearly, she too harbored a strong will to survive.
Lu Jin said nothing and directly opened the medical pod.
As it opened, her face turned deathly pale. She stepped out weakly, took a deep breath and closed her eyes as if ready to face death with dignity. But in the next moment, Lu Jin simply tossed a set of clothes to her.
Put these on. You will help me unlock those containers. I can assure you I am not your enemy.
On the contrary, if nothing goes wrong, we may enjoy a fine cooperative relationship.
Lu Jin had already obtained a portion of the Solar Dynasty's legacy.
His primary purpose in coming to Glazed Star was to acquire a psychic gene seed. Another reason was to investigate the so-called altar of the Solar Dynasty. Unexpectedly, all these coincidental events converged to form the current situation. Staring at the clothes in her hands, the descendant finally came to her senses, suddenly appearing somewhat shy. Lu Jin had no time to mind her. After she changed, he learned her name.
I am called Linglong, a remnant of the Solar Dynasty.
Once the Solar Dynasty was the most promising civilization among the stars, but everything turned to dust with the awakening of the Nightshade Necromancers.
All planets under the Solar Dynasty were destroyed by the Nightshade Necromancers using planet-killing weapons, and its people were taken captive.
For the Solar Dynasty excelled in crafting various machines and starship technology.
The captured denizens were enslaved by the Nightshade Necromancers for eons.
Unable to bear it any longer, Linglong led a group of Solar Dynasty remnants in an escape. They seized a ship, and while most Nightshade Necromancers slumbered, stole their most precious possessions. As she spoke, Linglong employed her skills to disable the container's password mechanism. The container opened, revealing a psychic gene seed within. The gene seed, exuding a faint psychic pressure, was encased in a special glass jar resembling a tree seed.
Lu Jin grasped the psychic gene seed and then turned his gaze to Linglong.
This psychic gene seed is the treasure you stole from the Nightshade Necromancers, isn't it? At these words, Linglong shuddered, her expression turning uneasy. She had not told Lu Jin because she hoped that after he absorbed the seed he would be irrevocably opposed to the Nightshade Necromancers. Thus he would have no choice but to side with the Solar Dynasty against them.
Yet she did not know that Lu Jin's life experience was far more terrifying than she imagined.
From the moment he learned her identity, he had already deduced the entire sequence of events. At this point, if Lu Jin were to give up the psychic gene seed, his rebirth would have been in vain.
Put away your petty schemes.
I said we have a chance for cooperation.
Lu Jin clenched the psychic gene seed in his hand and immediately contacted the slumberer core medic.
Prepare for the implantation surgery of the psychic gene seed immediately.
The thought of becoming a formidable psychic filled Lu Jin with excitement.
Now Lu Jin had countless enemies: the synthetic war entities, the Void Zerg, the vampire progenitor, and the abyssal demons. Now with the Orcoids and Nightshade Necromancers also targeting him, if he did not enhance his strength he might be killed by a quantum weapon any day without knowing it.
Under the medic's arrangements, Lu Jin entered the medical bay. Lying on the cold operating table, he took the mask and inhaled the anesthetic.
His consciousness gradually numbed. Perhaps this was the first time Lu Jin had truly relaxed.
Yet it was also his most vulnerable moment.
The slumberer medics were well aware of this. Outside the medical bay, Yun Mengyan stood at the door like a guardian deity, while the corridor was packed with elite slumberers.
The outermost slumberers were at least squad leaders. Beside Yun Mengyan stood several other centurions, all utterly loyal.
At this critical moment, Yin Yu and Shiria returned to the interior of the starship. Upon learning that Lu Jin was undergoing the implantation of the psychic gene seed, they too couldn't help but feel worried. Inside the medical bay, Lu Jin could feel the psychic gene seed taking root within his body like a sprouting tree.
Under the seed's transformation, his genes were continuously strengthening.
Simultaneously, the energy deficit within his body grew increasingly vast. The sleeper medic, noticing Lu Jin's body beginning to weaken, promptly injected high-energy nutrient fluid into his system. Yet within moments the high-energy nutrient fluid was completely absorbed. They immediately replaced it with a fresh bag. The ever-expanding energy gap indicated that Lu Jin's physique was becoming more formidable under the seed's transformation.
This is the 369th bag of nutrient fluid.
Despite such immense energy intake, the captain's body shows no sign of ceasing its absorption. It's hard to imagine what the psychic gene seed has turned the captain's body into. The increasing energy intake is actually a good sign for the captain. The greater the energy required by the body, the more powerful his physique becomes. Based on the energy intake calculations, the captain's physical strength has already surpassed that of a stellar hunter dragon. When confronted with this data, the sleeper medics exchanged glances, momentarily falling silent. Physical strength surpassing a stellar hunter dragon.
What exactly is the origin of this psychic gene seed? Its transformation seems excessive. Ordinary psychic gene seeds typically enhance the user's physical strength by about tenfold and grant the ability to cultivate psychic energy.
But this psychic gene seed has increased his strength by far more than 10 times.
Compared to before, Lu Jin's physique has been enhanced by at least several dozen times.
And the energy gap still exists, indicating that Lu Jin's potential has yet to be fully realized. I would believe the creator of this psychic gene seed is a god.
Such a terrifying enhancement rate, the captain's judgment is as sharp as ever. Bring another crate of high-energy nutrient fluid. We need to be prepared.
Our captain might truly be on the path to becoming a god this time.
A medic stepped out of the medical bay to fetch more high-energy nutrient fluid. No sooner had he exited than he was surrounded by Yun Mengyan and the others. Yin and Shiria were the most anxious, with Yin particularly tense, fearing any mishap might befall Lu Jin. The sleeper, sensing the group's tension, gestured for them to calm down. Rest assured, Lu Jin's integration with the psychic gene seed is proceeding perfectly. The seed is now continuously reshaping his body. Once he awakens and fully adapts to it, his combat prowess will likely rival any of you here.
This is the most powerful psychic gene seed I have ever encountered. The captain's rise to strength is merely a matter of time. So everyone work hard, don't end up being a burden to the captain.
The most powerful psychic gene seed.
The group was taken aback by the sleeper medic's words. They hadn't expected Lu Jin's chosen seed to be so formidable. Just as they were pondering, Linglong's voice came from the side.
Naturally. This psychic gene seed is revered as a sacred relic by the Nightshade Revenants.
For nearly a century, the Nightshade Revenants have continuously refined and perfected this seed. It embodies 100 years of their painstaking effort. Your captain indeed has keen insight.
Among all the cargo, this psychic gene seed is the most valuable item. But before Linglong could finish, Yin and Shiria had already stepped before her.
The overwhelming pressure from the two psychics bore down on Linglong, and a flicker of fear appeared in her eyes.
She possessed no psychic potential whatsoever.
If Yin and Shiria wished to harm her, it would take little effort.
What are you doing? I am your captain's partner.
Tell us, where do you come from and why did your ship crash here? Yin harbored no sympathy for Linglong. She directly summoned her psychic energy, preparing to interrogate her. After all, aside from the secure cargo containers, Linglong was the sole survivor of the crashed freighter. Now Lu Jin had obtained a near-perfect psychic gene seed from one of those containers.
Guided by feminine intuition, Yin sensed that Linglong might know more. As the debate raged on, Lu Jin gradually regained consciousness within the medical bay. Lu Jin opened his eyes.
As the effects of the anesthetic wore off, he felt only weakness and hunger. The nearby sleeper immediately reported to him. Captain, your compatibility with the psychic gene seed is exceptionally high, practically perfect. Your body has undergone significant transformation, which may cause some discomfort.
Since the seed has altered your physique, you will feel somewhat weak.
I recommend consuming high-energy nutrient fluid over the next few days to replenish the energy deficit. Listening to the sleeper's report, Lu Jin carefully sensed the changes within himself. He could clearly feel a radical transformation in his physical strength.
Then he attempted to channel psychic energy.
A cup on the table beside the operating table flew into his hand out of thin air.
Witnessing this, the sleeper medic stared in disbelief. Could Lu Jin already wield psychic energy without fully absorbing the seed? But the next second, as Lu Jin's hand tightened slightly, the cup shattered into fragments on the floor.
This was because he had yet to adapt to his transformed body.
Taking a deep breath, Lu Jin tried to clear his mind.
He noticed that his brain's processing speed had also accelerated.
Even some vague details from his past life memories were becoming clearer. The psychic gene seed was truly a remarkable thing. After a brief period of adjustment, Lu Jin stepped down from the operating table. Prepare a nutrient pod for me. I need to rest inside for a while. Hearing this, the sleepers wasted no time and immediately began setting up the nutrient pod. As he exited the bay, the first thing he saw was the worried group. Yun Mengyan scrutinized Lu Jin from head to toe.
Sensing his aura, a look of surprise flickered in her eyes. Indeed, as the medic had said, this psychic gene seed was far more powerful than she had ever imagined.
Silvermoon and Shirelia quickly gathered around him as well.
Lu Jin felt a warmth in his heart at the sight. After comforting the two, his gaze finally fell upon Linglong. As a descendant of the Solar Dynasty, Lu Jin owed part of his swift acquisition of this psionic gene seed to her. No one else knew the origin of this psionic gene seed better than she did. However, the weakness now pervading his body prevented Lu Jin from pressing Linglong further about the Solar Dynasty and the Dark Necrons.
He walked straight past Linglong, instructing his crew to settle her down. Subsequently, following the sleeper's arrangements, Lu Jin entered a nutrient pod.
The nutrient fluid continuously permeated Lu Jin's flesh through the surface of his skin, and he felt the gnawing emptiness finally begin to subside.
Perhaps for the next period, Lu Jin would have to remain in this nutrient pod until he could fully adapt to his modified body.
Just then, a communication panel materialized before Lu Jin. Upon connecting the signal, the figure of Yu Tiansong appeared in his field of vision.
Seeing Lu Jin currently inside the nutrient pod, Yu Tian-sung was momentarily startled. But quickly Lu Jin spoke first, asking Yu Tian-sung the reason for his call. As the fleet's first mate, Yu Tiankang's ability to handle affairs was not as comprehensive as Lu Jin's. However, as a former 5-star war general of the Solar Alliance, he was second to none in fleet command, which was precisely why Lu Jin had him continue serving as first mate. For him to suddenly initiate a video call now, he must have encountered something he couldn't resolve alone. Indeed, as Lu Jin had anticipated, Yu Tian-sung sent a video to Lu Jin captured from a vantage point in the outer space of Glaze Star. In the outer space of Glaze Star, vessel after vessel shaped like coffins and uniformly grey materialized in the video. Upon seeing these uniquely designed ships, Lu Jin's expression grew grave. It seemed the psionic gene seed was indeed crucial to the Dark Necrons. Less than 24 hours had passed since the cargo ship crashed on Glaze Star. Yet the Dark Necron fleet had already tracked them down. Exactly. These uniquely designed ships were indeed the vessels of the Dark Necrons. Lu Jin patiently watched the entire video, then asked Yu Tian-sung, "What is the current scale of this fleet?" 1 capital ship, 10 medium ships and 50 small ships. Apart from these ships, Yu Tian-sung had not yet spotted any other fleet reinforcements. Inside the nutrient pod, after hearing Yu Tiankang's report, Lu Jin mused that this was likely the full extent of the Dark Necron fleet this time. Because the activities of the Dark Necrons followed a pattern. Before their awakening period, the number of fleets they could mobilize was very limited. Of course, if it were currently the Dark Necrons' awakening period, Lu Jin would have chosen to retreat without hesitation. For during their awakening, this fleet would surely have other reinforcement fleets behind it. Moreover, the scale of the reinforcement fleet would only be larger than the Vanguard and their ships far more formidable. But this was not the awakening period. After some deliberation, Lu Jin decisively issued combat orders. This fleet most likely has no reinforcements. Even if it does, we can disengage quickly. Currently our fleet needs rapid expansion. The legacy of the Solar Dynasty is a boon we cannot afford to abandon. Prepare all crew for battle. We must capture this Dark Necron fleet. Now that he knew the origin of this psionic gene seed, Lu Jin was also well aware that there was no room for compromise between him and the Dark Necrons. The psionic gene seed had already been absorbed by him. For the Dark Necrons to retrieve it, the only way was to kill Lu Jin. And how could Lu Jin simply surrender? Just then an electromagnetic wave descended from the sky, instantly enveloping the entire Glaze Star. The psychics roaming within the trading city-state of Glaze Star immediately detected this sudden electromagnetic fluctuation. Some of the psychics furrowed their brows, visibly annoyed. What now? An electromagnetic blockade. Damn it, I just came here to sell some goods. First a ship crash, now an electromagnetic blockade. How irritating. Is someone preparing to wage war on Glaze Star? Who's got a screw loose? Waging war and invading this godforsaken planet. As the psychics debated, the silhouettes of Dark Necron ships gradually appeared in the sky. Grey hulls, coffin-like shapes. Some of the more knowledgeable psychics instantly recognized them as Dark Necron vessels. What the hell? These are Dark Necron ships. What? The ships of those metal skeletons. This can't be right. Isn't it not yet their awakening period? I don't know about that, but what I do know is that if we don't prepare to fight back now, we'll likely end up butchered and used as energy batteries by the Dark Necrons. As he spoke, more and more Dark Necron ships appeared in the sky. Aboard the lead flagship, a Dark Necron resembling a skeleton made of grey metal stared intently at the ship's panel. Gone. The signal of the divine seed is gone. Could it have been absorbed? Damn it. You fools, you let a bunch of slaves steal the divine seed. I hope we can retrieve the divine seed before the sovereign awakens. Blockade the entire planet. Leave no living being that has set foot on this planet alive. As he spoke, numerous ships loaded with Dark Necrons had already entered low orbit. Seeing this, a group of psychics hurriedly dashed toward their own vessels. But before they could even get close to their ships, the Dark Necron vessels opened fire without hesitation. Boom! After a beam of eerie green light struck, a ship was instantly reduced to fragments. The ship's hatches opened and a multitude of Dark Necrons bearing their unique civilization's technology descended directly to the ground. The psychics watching couldn't help but let a glint of murderous intent flash in their eyes. You metal skeletons, we have no grievances in ordinary times. What exactly are you trying to do? Before the words faded, one Dark Necron raised its disintegration gun without hesitation. Bang! The disintegration gun struck the psychic directly. Before he could even react, he exploded into a mess of flesh and blood. Seeing this, the other psychics felt a chill shoot straight to their minds. But before they could act, another Dark Necron stepped forward and fired a Necron capture net. A net composed of energy lunged straight toward the spiritual energy users before them. The quick-reacting spiritual energy users immediately drew their weapons and mobilized their spiritual energy to strike at the vast energy net. But the moment the energy net drew near, they sensed something amiss. As their spiritual energy touched the net, it seemed to dissolve, vanishing without a trace.
The energy net fell directly upon them, binding their movements.
Damn. My spiritual energy isn't working. No. It's not that our spiritual energy isn't working, it's being suppressed.
Is this the fabled necrotech? Such refined energy, its nature surpasses even spiritual energy. The rule of the entire cosmos was the strong preying on the weak, the great devouring the small.
The hierarchy of energy followed the same principle. Powerful energy suppresses the weak.
The spiritual energy wielded by these users was in a sense a high-intensity energy substance processed from biological organs. Yet now the energy technology employed by the Night Revenants far surpassed the spiritual energy produced by these users. This was the truth behind their suppression. At that moment one of the Night Revenants stepped forward, raising a disintegration gun. A fierce beam struck the bound spiritual energy users directly. The spiritual energy users instantly turned into a pool of flesh and blood, while another Night Revenant produced an energy collector resembling a vacuum device. Pressing a switch, a powerful suction force absorbed all the spiritual energy contained within the blood and flesh. Drained of their spiritual energy, the flesh visibly withered and dried, eventually being crushed into powder under a Night Revenant's foot. The number of Night Revenants grew ever greater. Like a swarm of locusts, they began to converge on the trading city-state where the spiritual energy users gathered, the epicenter of the most intense energy fluctuations. Within the trading city-state, many spiritual energy users wore grim expressions upon spotting the Night Revenants' vessels.
It's the Night Revenants' ships. Damn. Aren't they supposed to be in their slumber cycle? All the spiritual energy users outside the city have been wiped out by them. Even if we beg for mercy, they won't spare us easily.
Beg for mercy?
Are you joking? Do the Night Revenants really think they're invincible?
Oof. No one's reined them in for years, have they grown too arrogant? As these words were spoken, several spiritual energy users stepped forward from the crowd. They hailed from different races but shared one common trait. They were all level 6 spiritual energy users. Among the multitude, level 6 users were considered elites. The moment they stepped forward, the other spiritual energy users regained their confidence. One of them, a giant race spiritual energy user, strode out boldly. These Night Revenants never communicate with outsiders, so save your breath if you're thinking of surrendering. Our only choice now is to cooperate. Only through unity can we carve a bloody path out of this Night Revenant horde.
My fleet is on standby in outer space. Once they detect the anomaly, they'll rush to reinforce us.
All we need to do is hold the city for 24 stellar hours and we'll make these Night Revenants pay.
Hearing this, the crowd's spirits lifted.
So they had a heavyweight on their side. In that case, what was there to fear?
At once many spiritual energy users gathered, spontaneously organizing a counterattack.
Meanwhile, a sleeper hidden among the crowd relayed the situation to Lu Jin. Upon hearing the news from the city-state, Lu Jin was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected such a small city to harbor so many spiritual energy users. This was beyond Lu Jin's expectations, but the unexpected development only increased his chances of victory. If he could incorporate all these spiritual energy users into his scheme, it would surely yield remarkable results.
Good. Stay embedded in the spiritual energy user legion and keep reporting new developments to me. Understood.
The sleeper cut the communication and remained hidden among the spiritual energy users. Just then the sleeper sensed a peculiar gaze. Following it, he saw a girl in red leaning against a corner of the city wall. Noticing the sleeper's stare, the girl in red met his gaze without hesitation. In that instant, the sleeper felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. A level 9 spiritual energy user. Was it his imagination? But the internal energy detection device of the sleeper never erred. The crimson text constantly warned him that this girl in red was extremely dangerous.
Warning.
Level 9 spiritual energy fluctuation detected.
Evacuate the area immediately. How was this possible? How could a level 9 spiritual energy user appear here?
The girl in red merely glanced at the sleeper, then a faint eerie smile curled at the corner of her lips. At that moment a figure flashed before the sleeper's eyes. When the sleeper came to his senses, the girl in red had vanished from his sight. He quickly checked the records of his energy detection device. But a strange thing occurred, the device's log showed no trace of the earlier energy detection.
Strange. Utterly strange.
Even within the sleeper's database, records of level 9 spiritual energy users were scant. Now encountering a level 9 spiritual energy user under these circumstances, even the battle-hardened sleeper felt a chill run down his spine. After a moment's deliberation, the sleeper reported this information to Lu Jin. Inside the nutrient pod, Lu Jin fell silent for only a brief moment upon receiving the news. Then he instructed the sleeper to act as if nothing had happened and continue executing the plan. A level 9 spiritual energy user.
Every level 9 spiritual energy user was a being capable of dominating an entire planet. Yet there were hierarchies among them, and Lu Jin was uncertain of this one's true identity. However, based on her interaction with the sleeper, at least she wasn't an enemy. There was little Lu Jin could do about this level 9 user. She was a level 9 spiritual energy user after all. If she wished, she could end this battle in an instant. No one on either side would survive. Faced with such a massive variable, Lu Jin had no choice but to disregard it. For now, the Lu Jin possessed means that could influence a level 9 spiritual energy user to some extent. Eliminating one remained far too difficult. The plan proceeded methodically. Lu Jin commanded from his ship, directing his crew remotely. The sleepers infiltrated the city-state's spiritual energy user army in waves. The hunting star dragon leveraged its natural advantages to scout the battlefield's periphery. Countless Dark Knight undead armed with crushing guns steadily approached the trading city-state where the spiritual practitioners gathered. Behind them, ships laden with numerous combat units continuously deployed a vast array of battle units. From the most basic Dark Knight undead warriors to death chariots filled with Dark Knight undead. Moreover, various metal mechanical creations infused with necromantic technology descended from the sky. The army of Dark Knight undead grew increasingly formidable, and at that moment the trading city-state where the spiritual practitioners were gathered came into their view. Yet at this moment the army of Dark Knight undead surprisingly came to a halt. Our search team has located the transport ship carrying the slaves, but all the cargo within has vanished completely. Furthermore, according to our investigation, among the escaped slaves one corpse has yet to be found. Additionally, we have discovered traces of large-scale battles fought by spiritual practitioners in the vicinity, thus we speculate that the divine seed was likely stolen by them. Now all the spiritual practitioners on this planet have been driven into this city. Lord Earl of Soul Devourer, this may be our golden opportunity to achieve great feats. Within the flagship of the Dark Knight undead, the one referred to as the Earl of Soul Devourer sat upon the throne quietly listening to the reports from his subordinates. The loss of the divine seed was undoubtedly a very serious matter for them. This spiritual genetic seed was a treasure left behind by the star deity that created them. After countless transformations by the Soul Devourer kings, it gradually evolved into the current divine seed. Originally, the Soul Devourer planned to absorb the divine seed to initiate the god-making project. However, they never expected that during their slumber a slave would commit such a heinous crime. If the divine seed cannot be found, even if he returns to his territory, the Earl of Soul Devourer will undoubtedly be killed by the Soul Devourer kings. In the society of the Dark Knight undead, names are merely a string of numbers, only status serves as their means of self-identification. The supreme leader of a Dark Knight undead race is the king, followed by dukes, marquesses, earls, viscounts and barons. He has spent thousands of years making great contributions to his race only to reach the rank of earl today. If this operation succeeds, perhaps he could even be promoted to marquis. Thinking of this, the Earl of Soul Devourer became even more excited, his metallic fingers involuntarily tightening. In that case, prepare to launch a full-scale assault. No matter who the opponent is, as long as the trace of the divine seed cannot be found, eliminate them all. For the divine seed we will spare no expense. With a single command, the Dark Knight undead initiated their attack. A multitude of beetles made of necromantic metal swiftly charged toward the trading city-state like beasts. Meanwhile, the spiritual practitioners on the trading city-state had long since made thorough preparations. As these undead beetles the size of bison approached, a barrage of projectiles rained down upon the positions of the Dark Knight undead like a celestial shower. Boom! Various projectiles fell, but the defensive power of the undead beetles was comparable to alloy. After one round there were hardly any injured undead beetles. Seeing this, the spiritual practitioners quickly changed their strategy and several cannons appeared on the city walls. These cannons were extremely ancient looking, as if they were relics from the medieval era. Yet these cannons possessed an exceptionally excellent trait: they could accommodate a sufficient amount of spiritual energy. Different types of spiritual energy were infused into the cannons. Boom! A cannon shot mixed with various spiritual energies directly blasted several undead beetles into pieces. But at that moment the undead warriors hidden behind the beetles all revealed themselves. One of the undead warriors even got close to the city wall. The beam from the crushing gun directly struck the city wall. In an instant the rudimentary city wall was blasted open, creating a massive gap. One spiritual practitioner fell from the gap in the city wall, and a blade infused with spiritual energy cleaved the undead warrior in half. After the undead warrior was slain, the undead priest seized the opportunity to collect the souls of the deceased. Subsequently, more and more undead warriors closed in on the city wall. These rudimentary city walls collapsed after barely holding for a few minutes. The spiritual practitioners leaped down from the walls, quickly engaging in melee with the undead warriors. However, soon these spiritual practitioners discovered that the undead warriors before them were nothing extraordinary. Their movements were stiff, and compared to the seasoned spiritual practitioners they were simply no match. Moreover, even the crushing guns in their hands required some charging time before usage. With just a little focus they could easily evade the attacks of these crushing guns. This realization made the spiritual practitioners feel rather buoyant. So-called Dark Knight undead turns out to be nothing more than this. Their movements are so stiff that they are even inferior to the advanced housekeeping robot I bought earlier. This crushing gun is quite useless, it still needs to charge after aiming at a target. It's simply the perfect match for these Dark Knight undead. They are at least the fearsome Dark Knight undead, can't you show some respect? Fearsome. I even doubt whether these clumsy metal lumps would be afraid of me. As he spoke, one of the spiritual practitioners wielded a pair of dual blades.
In the moment before the Dark Knight Undead warrior in front reacted, he swiftly drew a phantom with his dual blades through the air. When he landed again, the Dark Knight Undead warrior had already been cleaved into several metal pieces.
Seeing this scene, many spiritual practitioners could not help but cheer.
Yet in the next second the smiles on their faces froze in place. Because the spiritual practitioner who had been joking with them just a moment ago now had a claw radiating a greenish glow protruding from his chest. The claw pierced through his chest, and behind him a Dark Knight Undead of a completely different form appeared silently like a ghost.
Oh.
You ants truly believe that defeating a few of our commoners means you can compare yourselves to us, the noble Dark Knight Undead.
But it doesn't matter, in any case you will become the merit for my ascension to nobility. Prepare to die.
As he spoke, this Dark Knight Undead spread his arms wide with minimal equipment on him. The only notable feature was those claws as sharp as spikes. Meanwhile, the silver moon high above sat on the back of Shilia, observing everything happening on the battlefield.
Have the Dark Knight Undead already begun deploying rippers? In fact, Silver Moon did not understand the Dark Knight Undead.
All the information regarding these so-called Dark Knight Undead warriors, Dark Knight Undead priests and Dark Knight Undead rippers had been recorded in the think tank by Lu Jin.
It was precisely due to the existence of such information that Silver Moon and others did not let down their guard like those spiritual practitioners.
According to the intelligence compiled by the captain, there is a strict hierarchical division among the Dark Knight Undead. As long as we can slay the highest-ranking noble of this Dark Knight Undead army, the entire force will collapse. But finding the highest-ranking Dark Knight Undead noble is no easy task, and as the top noble he will certainly choose to stay at the rear.
This requires the spiritual practitioners to put in more effort.
If their resistance is too strong, the nobles of the Dark Knight Undead will not stand idly by. It should be noted that the nobles of the Dark Knight Undead have risen through their own merits.
Therefore, most of the Dark Knight Undead nobles possess combat power several times stronger than that of ordinary Dark Knight Undead. The Dark Knight Undead Ripper grows more courageous among the spiritual practitioners.
Ordinary spiritual practitioners cannot withstand his attacks. His figure dances like a phantom among them. As the losses among the spiritual practitioners spread and their morale began to wane, the sleeper hidden in the crowd decisively chose to act.
Bang!
A spiritual energy bullet shot through the crowd and struck the Ripper directly.
When?
The Ripper's reaction was quick enough, and he blocked the spiritual energy bullet with his claws.
But before he could react, a second spiritual energy bullet followed closely behind.
The bullets rained down upon his metallic frame, causing a flurry of sparks. The Ripper gradually lost his patience. Suddenly he swiped his claws to clear the barrage in front of him. Then, relying on his robust physique, he charged straight towards the sleeper.
The sleeper remained calm, shooting as he retreated.
By the time the Ripper finally stood before him, the rage in his heart could no longer be contained.
"And do you really think your primitive weapons can harm me? I doubt it."
Following the sleeper's gaze, the Ripper found that his body had already become a pitiful sight. Such an ugly body instantly enraged the Ripper.
"You must die. Do you know how much merit I needed to exchange for this body?" As the Ripper went berserk, the sleeper put away his spiritual energy hunting rifle. The explosive gun was directly pointed at the Ripper's face. Bang!
With the pull of the trigger, the explosive gun immediately spat out a fiery tongue. At close range, the explosive gun's power was no less than any firearm. At that moment, the sleeper wielded the explosive gun, shooting as he advanced.
The metallic frame, already ravaged by spiritual energy bullets, began to shatter under the close-range bombardment of the explosive gun. Bang! Bang! Bang!
In full view, the bullets from the explosive gun pierced through the Ripper's head.
The Ripper's soul flew towards the necromancer's position, ultimately collapsing to the ground in defeat.
Meanwhile, in other parts of the battlefield, the sleeper also began to unleash his power. The spiritual energy hunting rifle was responsible for long-range attrition, while the explosive gun handled close-range kills. The synergy of the two firearms caused the Rippers to experience a moment of despair. Seeing this, the morale of the spiritual practitioners surged once more. Those Rippers have been dealt with.
Excellent.
They have their Rippers and we have our strong warriors. These spiritual practitioners' equipment is too powerful. They seem to be from a single organization. No matter which organization they belong to, at least they are on our side now. Under the influence of the sleeper, numerous spiritual practitioners unleashed their formidable combat strength. The front line began to push back and the Dark Knight Undead's line started to retreat continuously. Seeing this scene, the necromancers of the Dark Knight Undead began to withdraw rapidly. The nobles of the Dark Knight Undead standing behind watched this unfold with increasingly grim expressions. "We have already deployed the Rippers, yet we still cannot subdue these ants. Oof. The commoners are ultimately still a bunch of commoners. Their bodies are nowhere near as strong as our elite subordinates. Baron Soul Eater, this is a great opportunity to achieve merit. Don't your elite troops plan to make a move?" "As you wish, Baron Soul Eater. I hope to stand by your side with my merits when this war ends."
Saying this, one of the Dark Knight Undead clad in armor rode a biochemical warhorse and charged into battle. With his entry into the battlefield, several coffin-like war machines followed suit.
Arriving at the center of the battlefield, Baron Soul Eater raised his heavy sword and shouted,
"Awaken my most elite warriors.
With a call, the doors of the war machines opened. Several Dark Knight undead clad in heavy armor and wielding heavy swords emerged. The hunting star dragon monitoring the battlefield immediately learned of the changes at the center. Silver Moon quickly searched through the intelligence and soon discovered the identities of these heavily armored Dark Knight undead. Soul Eater warriors, the elite soldiers under the nobles of the Dark Knight undead. Their heavy armor possesses despairing defensive power, and the heavy swords in their hands are even equipped with plasma-based necromancer blades. With a single strike they can cleave through battlefields crafted from superalloy. These Soul Eater warriors can be said to be heavy combat units capable of siege warfare. The only method recorded in the intelligence to deal with them is bombing. Only sufficiently intense bombing can destroy these creatures. They are indeed quite a troublesome existence. No worries, they may have siege capabilities, but the Sleeper also has the Titan mech to hold the line.
That's right. At that time it will depend on who is tougher. Relay the message to the Sleeper on the battlefield below and let them be cautious.
The message was relayed to the Sleeper, who quickly became vigilant upon receiving the information. Meanwhile, on the silent coffin, Yun Mengyan sat anxiously in her seat.
Next to her, Lu Jin's holographic projection stood there. When will you let me go down? Not yet. It's still not time.
I heard that Dark Knight undead nobles have already appeared on the battlefield. They are just some viscounts and barons. After this battle there will surely be counts or marquises in the rear. At worst we might face a Dark Knight undead duke.
Why couldn't it be a king? If it were a king we should just slip away as soon as possible. Lu Jin understood the ranking of these Dark Knight undead, so he was well aware. Unless absolutely necessary, the nobles of the Dark Knight undead would not reveal themselves easily. It should be noted that although they can resurrect infinitely, doing so still costs merit. If a noble continuously dies and fails after several attempts, they will be assigned to the body of an ordinary Dark Knight undead warrior. Thus these nobles cherish their merits but value their lives even more. Boom!
A thunderous roar echoed as one of the psychics made contact with the heavily armored Soul Devourer warrior. The attack, infused with psychic energy and wreathed in flames, struck the warrior directly. Yet after the explosion the Soul Devourer warrior emerged from the flames expressionless. Seeing this, the other psychics immediately moved to support. A barrage of attacks rained down upon the Soul Devourer warrior like cannon fire. But no matter how they struck, the warrior advanced like an indomitable Vajra, unshaken and unwavering. Seeing their attacks had no effect, the psychics cursed under their breath. What's with these iron lumps? The Night Death has way too many strange things.
What do we do? Our attacks are completely useless. Fall back for now. These might be the Night Death's heavy armor units.
We need heavier firepower to break through. Just as they finished speaking, the Soul Devourer warrior before them suddenly radiated killing intent.
It swung its plasma greatsword with ferocious speed. In an instant the plasma greatsword traced an arc through the air, cleaving everything in its path in two.
Witnessing this, the psychics felt their hair stand on end. Such terrifying lethality, this creature possessed not only impenetrable defense but also an utterly despairing offense.
But at that moment the Sleepers stepped forward once more. This time they directly summoned the Titan mecha exclusive to their legion. The Titan mecha's colossal form strode straight into the center of the battlefield. Before the Soul Devourer warriors could react, it activated its Gatling gun. A torrent of bullets hurtled toward the Soul Devourer warriors. Even they were caught off guard as countless rounds struck their bodies. Though their defenses were formidable, they were not invincible. Soon under the terrifying firepower of the Gatling gun, cracks began to appear in their heavy armor. Seeing the cracks in his Soul Devourer warrior's armor, the Soul Devourer baron's face registered surprise. What in the world were these Titan mechas? Their reconnaissance had not detected many large-scale combat units. So why had so many suddenly appeared?
With their overwhelming firepower, the Titan mechas perfectly countered the Soul Devourer warriors. While the warriors possessed immense defense and melee attack power, their speed was their greatest weakness.
Ordinarily this weakness was negligible given their other strengths.
But now they had met their nemesis. Facing the Titan mecha's storm of attacks, the warriors could only defend. Thus the Night Death's battle line was pushed back another 100 meters.
Worthless.
A bunch of worthless trash. The Soul Devourer count, commanding from the rear, was nearly apoplectic upon hearing that their line had been pushed back another 100 meters.
He had thought that with the Night Death's strength conquering a city-state would be trivial.
But from the moment they breached the walls, the battle's momentum had never favored them.
The defenders' surprise attacks were endless, foiling one Night Death plan after another.
Now the line had even been driven back 100 meters.
Disgrace.
Utter disgrace.
A nameless fury burned in the Soul Devourer count's chest. Issue my command. Prepare to deploy my immortals. Deploy the immortals.
The Night Death officers beside him were momentarily stunned. They knew the immortals were the count's most powerful troops. Typically the immortals served as his Praetorian guard, never leaving his side.
Now the count intended to send them into battle. My lord, deploying the immortals, isn't that a bit excessive?
Excessive. We've lost 100 meters of ground and you speak to me of excess. If the divine seed was not recovered, the soul devourer king might upon awakening melt down both him and his entire army for reforging. He had no patience left to waste on these ants.
Following the Count's orders, the immortal unit was immediately dispatched. As the Count's personal guard, the immortals possessed formidable combat prowess.
They were not only adept at fighting with various plasma weapons but could also snipe enemies from afar with Necron Gauss rifles. Soon the immortals appeared on the battlefield.
Alongside them came the Night Death's skeleton fighters and the heavily armored Necron pulverizer tanks. With 3 combat units deployed simultaneously, the Night Death's battle strength underwent a dramatic transformation. Even the sleepers with their Titan mechas could not withstand this. Using their agile forms, the immortals took cover behind the skeleton fighters and tanks. Once close to the Titan mechas, they climbed directly to the core compartments to deliver fatal strikes to the sleepers within. Unlike the Reapers, these immortals were true elite special operations units.
As the sleepers were steadily eliminated, the star elf hidden among the crowd contacted Lu Jin.
Captain, the sleepers are about to break. Can we still not engage? The enemy is almost upon us. Captain, we still haven't located the enemy leader.
Listening to the frontline reports, Lu Jin unhurriedly glanced at Yun Mengyan beside him.
Yun Mengyan, already restless with anticipation, met his gaze and asked, "Is it my turn?" "Yes. This time you'll deploy the Legion-class Titan." "Ha! The Legion-class Titan consumes a lot of energy." "Don't worry about energy.
The Origin Spirit Tree matured recently." The Origin Spirit Tree, Yun Mengyan had heard of this plant. A miraculous flora capable of converting any energy substance back and forth. Legend said its fruits contained immense pure energy, so refined it could be absorbed and used without any processing. If that were true, she truly need not worry about the Legion-class Titan's consumption.
In that case, I'll go prepare.
Yun Mengyan stretched her limbs. As a warrior, nothing thrilled her more than going into battle. Now, with a stage to display her skills, she would not hold back. She stepped into her psychic projection device. Just as she was about to activate it, 2 sleepers entered. They wheeled in a new energy delivery device. Seeing that Yun Mengyan had not yet started, they explained. "Legion Commander, these are the fruits of the Origin Spirit Tree." Next, the sleeper would utilize the fruit of the Origin Spirit Tree as the core energy source. By connecting external energy input devices, the power of the spiritual energy projection apparatus would be amplified, thereby providing Yun Mengyan with stronger energy support to pilot the Legion-class Titan. Gazing at the fruit that continuously emitted residual energy waves, Yun Mengyan marveled even more at the wonders of the vast starry sea. A single fruit contained energy equivalent to that consumed by a starship in operation. Among all the substances she had ever encountered, none possessed an energy density comparable to that of this fruit. Such was the marvel of the boundless starry sea. Her gaze lingered on the fruit for a moment before she lay down inside the cockpit. After connecting all the instruments to her combat suit and adjusting her posture, Yun Mengyan output her spiritual energy to activate the entire apparatus.
Spiritual energy projection activated. Switching projection mode. Legion-class Titan projection coalescing. As the system's voice echoed in her ears, the scene before Yun Mengyan shifted dramatically. On the chaotic battlefield, spiritual energy wielders and nightshade necromancers were locked in a fierce melee. At this moment, the battle had reached a white-hot stage. The 6th-level spiritual energy wielders no longer concealed their aura, descending directly into the fray to unleash slaughter. Yet even so, the nightshade necromancers had immortals among their ranks.
The 2 sides clashed and the battle grew ever more chaotic. The sleepers and Starsea elves mingled among the crowd, refraining from rash actions. They awaited Lu Jin's signal, and the patrolling star dragons in the sky also held back from striking first. Just then, the silhouette of the silent coffin suddenly appeared in the sky. Before anyone on the battlefield could react, the colossal form of the Legion-class Titan descended like a meteor from the heavens. Looking down at the dense horde of nightshade necromancers, Yun Mengyan felt a surge of power welling within her. She knew this was no illusion, the fruit of the Origin Spirit Tree was taking effect. This feeling of power surging through me is absolutely intoxicating. Nightshade necromancers, it's time to show you what true firepower suppression means. The Legion-class Titan spread its arms and Vulcan Gatling guns sprang forth. From its back, a multitude of missile launchers deployed. Countless weapons emerged from the Legion-class Titan. The sheer number of armaments made even the spiritual energy wielders' scalps tingle just by looking at them. What in the world is that? A Titan mecha. Isn't it a bit too massive? Massive is the issue. The real concern is its arsenal. This firepower is absolutely terrifying. With so many weapons, won't its energy system overload? Whoa. Whose Titan mecha is this? It's beyond the scope of any Titan mecha I've ever seen. Even the Nightshade Necromancer nobles with their long history as a starfaring race recognized the Legion-class Titan. Yet they had never witnessed a Legion-class Titan unleashing its ultimate attack from the very start. At that moment, even the Nightshade Necromancer nobles felt a chill run down their spines. Inside the Legion-class Titan, Yun Mengyan's lips curled into a smirk as she saw all weapon systems fully activated.
A battle this lavish, let me truly savor it. Projecting the Legion-class Titan alone required an immense amount of spiritual energy.
Activating the Legion-class Titan for combat demanded another colossal expenditure of spiritual energy. In the sleeper core only Yun Mengyan could pilot the Legion-class Titan and withstand its immense consumption.
But today Yun Mengyan could feel that the energy from the Origin spirit tree was inexhaustible. Without energy constraints, what did she have to fear? Vulcan Gatling system maximize power output. Annihilation missile system open all launch platforms. This and this activate everything. In an instant everyone witnessed it. Bullets formed a barrage surging like a flood toward the ranks of the Nightshade Necromancers.
Missiles soared into the sky descending like a torrential downpour relentlessly ravaging the Nightshade Necromancer legions.
Any Nightshade Necromancer near the Legion-class Titan was instantly incinerated by its laser beams before they could even attack. Moreover, a thermal fusion cannon deployed from the Titan's chest.
In the commercial city-state countless spiritual energy wielders witnessed this spectacle. The middle-aged man who had sold intelligence and a compass to Lu Jin couldn't help but exclaim in admiration at the sight of the Legion-class Titan, now a fortress of artillery on the battlefield.
Now this is a true Legion-class Titan. Rumble.
With the Legion-class Titan's emergence, the Nightshade Necromancers began to rout instantly. They had no means to counter the Titan's terrifying firepower.
No matter how many Nightshade Necromancers they sent, they couldn't even approach the Legion-class Titan before being consumed by its relentless barrage. Upon hearing the frontline report, Count Soul Devourer could no longer remain seated. A Legion-class Titan. Why is there a Legion-class Titan on this godforsaken planet? WWE don't know either.
His Nightshade Necromancer subordinates trembled, having already found it absurd to be ambushed by Titan mechas.
But they never expected these spiritual energy wielders to field a Legion-class Titan. The difference between a Legion-class Titan and an ordinary Titan mecha was as vast as heaven and earth. Not every civilization could forge such a terrifying war machine. And even if they could, it was not guaranteed to unleash the full 100% of its power on the battlefield. Every movement of the Legion-class Titan consumed an astronomical amount of energy.
But Yun Mengyan had no such concerns with the fruit of the Origin spirit tree. She could recklessly activate all of the Titan's functions. Even the sleepers in the sleeper core watched with envy.
Is the commander insane? Activating so many weapon systems will drain the Titan's energy in no time. Drain it. Do you think the commander would do something that foolish?
Look at how long the Titan has been bombarding. Does it seem like its energy is running out? It must be the captain must have pulled out some treasure to solve the Titan's energy consumption problem. I've seen too many wonders by now. Even if the captain said he found infinite energy, I'd believe it.
Damn it, the commander gets to have all the fun this time.
Unlimited use of the Legion-class Titan, just thinking about it is exhilarating.
Yun Mengyan was thoroughly enjoying herself. However, on the side of the Dark Necromancers, Earl Soul Devourer was on the verge of exploding with rage.
The casualties among the Dark Necromancer forces continued to mount. From the moment the Legion-class Titan appeared, their battle lines, as fragile as paper, were mercilessly torn apart, one rift after another.
Bang!
Earl Soul Devourer slammed his fist onto the throne and rose to his feet.
At this point he could no longer remain seated.
If this continued, not only would he fail to reclaim the Divine Seed, but the Dark Necromancer forces under his command might not even survive. With this thought, Earl Soul Devourer descended from his throne. The attendants nearby dared not utter a single word. They could see that Earl Soul Devourer was now on the brink of a furious outburst. Whoever spoke now would become the target of his unleashed wrath. They dared not make a sound at this moment.
Meanwhile, Earl Soul Devourer waved his hand decisively, no longer holding back. Heed my command, all ships initiate bombardment mode.
Furthermore, open the Soul Devourer's coffin.
It is time to show these ants the terror of our Dark Necromancer race.
On the battlefield, Yun Mengyan and her comrades immediately sensed the change in the Skyfleet. The Dark Necromancer vessels, previously on standby and providing only minimal ground support, suddenly unleashed a ferocious barrage. The intensity of the bombardment was so overwhelming that even their own ground forces began to be caught in the crossfire. Witnessing this pattern of fleet bombardment, Lu Jin, who was constantly monitoring the battle from within the Prometheus, suddenly broke into a smile. His meticulous series of maneuvers had finally forced the hidden hand behind the Dark Necromancers to reveal itself.
When dealing with a race like the Dark Necromancers, one either refrained from acting lightly or struck with the intent to annihilate them utterly. Lu Jin had no intention of exposing his trump cards all at once and scaring the enemy away.
What he sought was a complete and total annihilation. The Dark Necromancer ships intensified their firepower, and among them a large vessel swiftly positioned itself directly above the Legion-class Titan. Seeing this, Yun Mengyan wasted no time in concentrating all her firepower on that large ship.
Countless weapons struck the ship's shield, sending ripples of energy cascading outward.
But at that moment the cargo bay of the large ship opened. Descending from it was another Legion-class Titan, entirely different from the sleeper Legion-class Titan. Its body was composed of grey necromantic metal with an exceptionally slender frame. Inside the Necromancer Legion-class Titan, Earl Soul Devourer sat in the cockpit. Countless energy conduits connected to his body, and he radiated a ghostly green necromantic energy.
Boom! A plasma greatsword fell from the sky and landed directly in front of the Necromancer Legion-class Titan. The Necromancer Legion-class Titan seized the plasma greatsword firmly. At this moment a slight smirk curled at the corner of Yun Menjian's mouth inside the sleeper Legion-class Titan. How interesting. Ants. Legion-class Titans are not your exclusive privilege. Ants. You are mistaken, there is a difference between Legion-class Titans. A gleam of madness shone in Yun Menjian's eyes within the cockpit. It had been so long since she last felt this way, this exhilarating unrestrained battle. Just then Lu Jin's voice reached Yun Menjian's ears. Hello, can you hear me? Captain. Do you have any orders? Hearing Lu Jin's voice, Yun Menjian felt a sense of reluctance. Was the captain about to order a retreat? If it truly was a strategic withdrawal, she would have to forego this thrilling battle. That would indeed be a bitter disappointment. Are you thinking now that if I ordered a strategic retreat it would ruin your fun? No need to worry. The reason I am contacting you at this moment is to tell you. I have also added an apocalypse spark inside the external energy delivery device. Therefore you can try activating the overload mode of the Legion-class Titan. What? An apocalypse spark? Yun Menjian's eyes widened. Was such a blessing truly possible? The fruit of the Origin spirit tree already served as a powerful battery for the Legion-class Titan. And now Lu Jin had gone so far as to incorporate an apocalypse spark. My meaning is simple, go all out. Even if it is the Dark Necromancers, so what? Crush them. At these words Yun Menjian snapped back to reality, feeling her blood seemingly boil. Even during the era of the expedition she had never fought such a resource-rich battle. She still remembered the intoxicating thrill of firepower when she first activated the Legion-class Titan's overload mode. It had been utterly addictive. But the energy consumption of overload mode had prevented her from sustaining it indefinitely. Now with the dual energy backup, Yun Menjian no longer had to worry about energy depletion. Seeing the opposing Legion-class Titan remain motionless for an extended period, Earl Soul Devourer piloting the Necromancer Titan raised his plasma greatsword. Why isn't it moving? Has it run out of energy? Before I have even struck, are you already about to fall? But Earl Soul Devourer was well aware that the sleeper Legion-class Titan had already expended a tremendous amount of energy, so this situation was perfectly normal. It was a pity though, he had hoped to stretch his limbs a little. Yet just as he was about to proceed, the sleeper Legion-class Titan before him stirred back to life. My apologies, I was just too excited. Overload mode activated. A massive burst of steam erupted from the sleeper Legion-class Titan. Immediately afterward the circuits across the entire Titan blazed with astonishing energy. Before Earl Soul Devourer could react, the sleeper Legion-class Titan charged forward like a wild beast. Boom! 2 Vulcan Gatling guns were pressed directly against the Dark Necromancer Legion-class Titan. Open fire. A fierce torrent of flame erupted and the immense recoil forced the Dark Necromancer Titan back several steps. Yun Menjian once again mobilized the Legion-class Titan, unleashing a relentless barrage. Meanwhile in the skies above, Shiria and Silvermoon finally received Lu Jin's orders. The target has emerged, commence the general assault now. The general assault had begun. Not only Shiria and Silvermoon but all the hunting star dragons and the star sea elves hidden among the crowd were instantly activated. The hunting star dragons in the sky dove sharply downward, directly attacking the Dark Necromancer ships. The star sea elves meanwhile seized their weapons and moved from the rear to the front lines. The sudden change left both the Dark Necromancers and the psychics bewildered. What? What is happening? I don't know, but I suddenly feel like there's nothing left for us to do. Up in the sky are the hunting star dragons and those beauties are the star sea elves. Every psionicist present now harbored but a single thought: were we always this formidable? Yet the high-level psionicists quickly regained their composure. Not to mention the slumberer who had already revealed themselves. These star sea elves and stellar hunt dragons seemed to be acting in concert as if following someone's command. Could it be that these well-trained psionicists all belonged to a single faction? The thought arose in their minds and they could scarcely believe it. For they could not fathom what entity could command such a multitude of races with formidable psionic talents. Could it be a 9th-level psionicist? As they pondered, the star sea elves and stellar hunt dragons had already joined the fray. Around the 2 Legion-class Titans the battlefield began to expand outward. The slumberer alternated between a psionic hunting rifle and a bolter carving paths for the star sea elves. The star sea elves in turn wasted no time. Wielding melee weapons forged from superalloys, they plunged into the enemy ranks, slicing through them like melons. Even the heavily armored Soul Devourer warriors could not withstand the sharp blades of the star sea elves for long. The elves channeled their psionic power, enhancing their weapons to greater might. A single swing cleaved an opposing Nightshade Necro warrior in twain. Some star sea elves even snatched up the plasma swords wielded by the Nightshade Necro. With a psionic blade in their left hand and a plasma sword in their right, the star sea elves once again charged into the enemy camp. Inside, a skeletal fighter piloted by a Nightshade Necro in the sky, a pilot locked onto a star sea elf on the battlefield.
But before he could fire, the entire skeletal fighter was struck by a blast of psionic dragon breath, sending it into a tailspin. Boom! The fighter crashed to the ground, blooming into a magnificent flower of flames upon the battlefield. Witnessing this, a stellar hunt dragon in the sky let out a cold snort. Then the stellar hunt dragon swooped toward another target. Inside the Legion-class Titan, the Soul Devourer Count, beholding the sudden appearance of the Starcy Elves and stellar hunt dragons, finally understood.
You still have such a formidable legion of psionicists. Whose subordinates are you? By now even a fool should have realized. These legions hidden among the psionicists had held back all along, waiting for his appearance. As the saying goes, to catch the bandits first catch the king. If these psionic legions had struck directly, the Soul Devourer Count would not have revealed himself so easily. He might have retreated for the greater good. But now his forces were deeply mired in the quagmire of war. Even he found it difficult to extricate himself. It was under these circumstances that the psionic legions made their decisive move. You realize this now. Too late. Yun Mengyan, piloting her Legion-class Titan, struck the opposing Legion-class Titan once more.
The two Legion-class Titans had already clashed for several rounds. But the current situation far exceeded the Soul Devourer Count's expectations.
The Nightshade Necro's Legion-class Titan's energy reserves had long since flashed red. If its energy were not replenished soon, even a Legion-class Titan would be reduced to a pile of scrap.
Yet compared to the Nightshade Necro's Titan, the opposing Slumberer's Legion-class Titan still had its energy shield active.
Flaunting.
This was sheer ostentation. The energy shield was Yun Mengyan's way of telling the Soul Devourer Count that if he wanted to drag things out, she could match him all day long.
Damn it.
I traversed the stars for so many years only to fall here.
The Soul Devourer Count no longer thought of reclaiming the divine seed.
The situation now threatened his very life. He had to prepare to escape.
As if sensing his intention, Yun Mengyan advanced her Legion-class Titan. Thinking of fleeing. Boom.
A laser beam struck the opposing Legion-class Titan once more. A series of explosions ensued, jolting the Soul Devourer Count awake in his cockpit. Seeing the blood-red control panel before him, the Soul Devourer Count immediately unplugged the energy conduits from his body.
He located the emergency ejection button and pressed it firmly. Bang!
The cockpit was abruptly ejected from the Legion-class Titan. It moved with such speed that even Yun Mengyan failed to react in time.
The cockpit transformed into a swift small vessel carrying the Soul Devourer Count toward his flagship.
If he could just reach the flagship, there was still a chance. But at that moment, above the Nightshade Necro's flagship, a large number of Sunwall-class battleships materialized. The moment they appeared, the Sunwall-class battleships mercilessly unleashed a barrage of fiery laser cannons converging on the Nightshade Necro flagship. Though the Nightshade Necro flagship was a massive vessel, it could not withstand the assault of so many Sunwall-class battleships. With a thunderous roar, the flagship lost power and crashed heavily into the ground. The destruction of the flagship was undoubtedly a catastrophe for the Nightshade Necro fleet.
After sinking the flagship, the Sunwall-class battleships swiftly engaged other vessels. Yun Mengyan watched the descending flagship, her gaze sweeping rapidly around it. Attention all crew, the primary targets are now the Soul Devourer Count and the Nightshade Necro priests.
Especially these Nightshade Necro priests, not a single one must escape.
We must annihilate every last Nightshade Necro on this battlefield. Lu Jin's voice once again echoed through the calm channel.
Upon receiving the order, everyone began searching for the Necro priests among the Nightshade Necro forces. The primary duty of these Necro priests was to collect the souls of the Nightshade Necro. Aside from that, they possessed little offensive capability. The Starcy Elves effortlessly dispatched these Necro priests. But at this juncture, a critical issue arose. The Soul Devourer Count had vanished. When the flagship fell, the Count disappeared along with its wreckage, lost from everyone's sight. When this news reached Lu Jin, he narrowed his eyes. This was undoubtedly bad news for him. If the Soul Devourer Count escaped, given his status among the Nightshade Necro, he would surely return with renewed forces. At that very moment, at the crash site of the flagship, the Soul Devourer Count crawled out from a pile of debris. His eyes blazed with fury, and his once noble form was now battered and broken. Accursed Starcy Elves, accursed stellar hunt dragons. When our dynasty fully awakens, you shall all pay the price. I will imprison your souls, making them my eternal trophies. Earl of Soul Eater crawled out from a pile of ruins, cursing under his breath. When he stood up, he surveyed his surroundings, finding the remains of Dark Knight undead and the wreckage of fallen ships everywhere. Gazing at the flagship that had crashed not far away, the Earl of Soul Eater dragged his battered body towards it. Although the flagship was now destroyed, if he could find a usable fighter jet among the wreckage, he might still have a chance to escape this battlefield. However, just as the Earl of Soul Eater took a few steps closer, he suddenly spotted a figure emerging from the smoke and dust. Now the Earl of Soul Eater was like a startled bird. Upon seeing the figure appear, he immediately unleashed the undead energy within him to attack. Whoosh! The undead energy pierced through the smoke, but the figure simply tilted to the side and effortlessly dodged the Earl's attack. As the smoke cleared, the figure that appeared before the Earl of Soul Eater was none other than the middle-aged man who had previously sold information and a compass to Lu Jin. The middle-aged man was also momentarily taken aback upon seeing the Earl of Soul Eater.
Oh. There are still living Dark Knight undead here. Hee, I was thinking of taking the opportunity to scavenge some things, but I didn't expect to make an unexpected gain. The middle-aged man rubbed his hands excitedly, and just by looking at the Dark Knight undead before him he knew he was definitely not an ordinary undead. The higher the status of a Dark Knight undead, the stronger the body allocated to them. Ordinary Dark Knight undead bodies simply could not withstand the shockwave from a ship's crash. Yet now this Dark Knight undead was able to stand before him and even initiate an attack. This indicated that the Dark Knight undead before him was certainly not an ordinary one. Perhaps it was even a Dark Knight undead with a title. In the next moment the middle-aged man pulled out an energy capture gun, looking at the Earl of Soul Eater as if he were a precious prey. Bang! As the middle-aged man pulled the trigger, the energy net directly ensnared the Earl of Soul Eater. The Earl struggled, attempting to use his undead energy to tear apart the net. But as he mobilized the undead energy within him, he was shocked to find that his energy was being firmly suppressed by the net. How is this possible? The energy net is suppressing our undead energy. Who are you? Clearly you are using the energy net developed by our undead technology, so why can it suppress my undead energy? At this point the Earl of Soul Eater finally understood that the middle-aged man before him was definitely not simple. Not only had he cracked the undead technology, but he had also created an energy capture net capable of suppressing their Dark Knight undead. The middle-aged man glanced at the energy capture gun in his hand and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Have your Dark Knight undead slept for too long, ruining your brains? The so-called undead technology is nothing more than this. I merely made a few tweaks. As for who I am, just a passing scavenger, remember that. Saying this, the middle-aged man took out a shrinking capture cage. This shrinking capture cage was generally used to capture large prey. Now the middle-aged man actually intended to confine the Earl of Soul Eater within it. For the proud Earl of Soul Eater this was an extreme humiliation, but no matter how enraged he was, it was futile. After locking the Earl of Soul Eater in the cage, the middle-aged man pressed a button, directly shrinking the cage to the size of a palm. Boss Lu Jin must be looking for this Earl of Soul Eater. This time I can certainly ask for a good price. With this thought, the middle-aged man put away the cage and quickly headed towards Lu Jin's location. At this moment Lu Jin was also worried about finding the whereabouts of the Earl of Soul Eater. All the Dark Knight undead priests had already been dealt with by him, and if the Earl of Soul Eater was dead, then he was truly dead. Without anyone to safeguard his soul, he wouldn't easily give up his own body. Thus he might still be lurking in some corner waiting for them to let their guard down before seizing the opportunity to escape. What a hassle. Lu Jin's holographic projection couldn't help but sigh. Silvermoon and Shelia beside him remained silent, believing that it was their negligence that led to the Earl of Soul Eater's escape. As long as the Earl of Soul Eater was not dead, the war was not over. But just then a chaotic noise came from the distance. Hey, don't stop me. I have a business deal that your captain will definitely be interested in. Hearing this voice, Lu Jin came back to his senses. Wasn't this the voice of the middle-aged man who sold him the information? He was still alive. Lu Jin originally thought that a human without spiritual energy would find it difficult to survive in this battle. But unexpectedly he not only survived but even came back to do business with him. Recalling the previous two transactions, Lu Jin signaled the dreamer to bring him over. The middle-aged man was still wearing a long robe, and it was unknown what treasures were concealed beneath it. Lu Jin looked at the middle-aged man with great interest. I hear you have a business deal that would interest me. Exactly. You should know that our little merchants primarily acquire goods through scavenging, and I happen to find something. Saying this, the middle-aged man produced the cage containing the Earl of Soul Eater. Upon seeing the imprisoned Earl, Lu Jin couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. Oh. This is indeed something that interests Lu Jin. Silvermoon and Shelia beside him widened their eyes. The leader of the Dark Knight undead, the Earl of Soul Eater. Now he was actually captured by a scavenger. However, seeing the battered appearance of the Earl of Soul Eater, it was likely that he was heavily injured and picked up by this scavenger. Lu Jin glanced at the Earl of Soul Eater before turning to the middle-aged man. Name your price and I will buy it. Quick and straightforward. I knew it was right to find the boss. You definitely wouldn't have any issues. The middle-aged man rubbed his hands, excitedly ready to ask a high price. At this moment Yun Mengyan and Yu Tiansung beside him couldn't help but frown. Both of them had rich life experiences, so they knew that these merchants were all unscrupulous. If this guy asked for an exorbitant price, they might be in some trouble. Although the fleet's finances were quite ample, now they didn't know if they could withstand a crooked merchant. Just when everyone thought the middle-aged man was about to quote an astronomical figure, he directly extended 5 fingers. One price, 50,000 credit points. 50,000 credit points. Upon hearing this number, everyone found it hard to believe their ears. Yun Mengyan and Yu Tiansung exchanged glances, both seeing doubt in each other's eyes. Is this guy really a merchant? Seeing the surrounding crowd in disbelief, the middle-aged man was taken aback for a moment. Then he quickly began to explain. Look, the body of this Nightshade Wraith is also crafted from alloy, isn't it? My price is just a little higher than the current market rate for super alloy materials. Moreover, this Nightshade Wraith doesn't seem ordinary. 50,000 credit points should be about right.
Upon hearing this, the Soul Devourer count inside the cage nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood.
So this fellow was treating him as recyclable scrap alloy.
There were many ways to insult him, but this one chose the most self-defeating and harmful method.
Lu Jin scratched his head, feeling that the middle-aged man's offer was indeed somewhat unexpected.
He had already prepared himself for a heavy loss. Thus Lu Jin looked at the middle-aged man and said with a hint of reluctance, "Maybe you should counteroffer."
Counteroffer.
The middle-aged man was stunned. How could a buyer ask the seller to haggle?
Then 60,000 credit points. Too cheap.
Before Lu Jin could speak, the Soul Devourer count in the cage couldn't help but interject. "I am a count of the Nightshade Wraiths and you want to buy me for 60,000 credit points. Add at least 2 zeros, no 3 zeros.
Just this body of mine cost a great deal of battle merits to redeem."
Before the Soul Devourer count could finish, Silver Moon kicked the side of the cage. The cage tumbled over, sending the Soul Devourer count rolling inside.
Finally unable to bear it any longer, Yu Tiansong stepped forward. 5 million credit points, let's settle it like this. He had never witnessed such a reverse haggling transaction scene before.
Then, without waiting for the middle-aged man to regret, he directly used his personal terminal to transfer a sum of credit points into the other's account.
The middle-aged man glanced at his account and indeed saw many more credit points. "Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss." The next second, as if afraid Lu Jin would change his mind, the middle-aged man vanished from their sight in a flash. Watching the middle-aged man's retreating figure, Yu Tiansong couldn't help but rub his forehead. This guy, is he an idiot? I'm not so sure.
Lu Jin then turned his gaze to the Soul Devourer count in the cage. The Soul Devourer count seemed to have guessed his fate, saying nothing, only glaring viciously at Lu Jin. At this moment, the noble of the Nightshade Wraiths looked like nothing more than a mad dog trapped in a cage. Lu Jin chuckled softly, then looked at the Soul Devourer count.
"No need to be nervous. I am a merciful person. As long as you tell me your purpose for coming to this planet.
And also how many kings your Nightshade Wraith race has.
If you honestly give me this intelligence, I will naturally let you go once I have it."
Upon hearing Lu Jin's words, the Soul Devourer count suddenly looked at him. After a moment of silence, the count stared at Lu Jin with a serious expression.
"Really? Guaranteed?"
At this, Silver Moon and the others quickly averted their eyes, afraid the count would see the laughter in them. From the moment he was marked as an enemy by Lu Jin, his death sentence had already been passed. Yet even at this point, the Soul Devourer count still hoped to be freed by Lu Jin.
The Soul Devourer count told Lu Jin everything he knew.
After gathering all the intelligence, Lu Jin's holographic projection vanished from the spot. Seeing Lu Jin suddenly disappear, the Soul Devourer count was startled. Then Silver Moon and the others, well versed in Lu Jin's tactics, decisively began the execution ceremony for the count.
After vanishing, Lu Jin's holographic projection reappeared in the ship's think tank. He quickly entered all the intelligence he had obtained into the ship's database. Although the authenticity of this intelligence could not yet be verified with it, his understanding of the Nightshade Wraiths would deepen considerably.
After inputting the intelligence, Lu Jin immediately began planning the next step, driving everyone else off the Glazed Star. After all, the Glazed Star still held the altar of the Solar Dynasty, and he didn't want any unexpected trouble later. But driving others away was easier said than done. The Glazed Star was now a battlefield, and many Psions would surely be willing to become scavengers searching for treasures in these ruins.
After some thought, Lu Jin had an idea.
That was to spread rumors. By disseminating rumors on the Glazed Star that this batch of Nightshade Wraiths was merely an advance force with a second fleet about to descend. Those who had witnessed the power of the Nightshade Wraiths would choose to leave this dangerous place immediately to save their lives.
However, to spread rumors and control the entire Glazed Star, a meticulous plan was needed.
But just as Lu Jin was planning how to cast this net to expel everyone from the Glazed Star, Silver Moon and the others on the ground sent a series of messages. "Captain, a large number of Psions are voluntarily evacuating the Glazed Star. According to the intelligence we've gathered, they received information that reinforcements of the Nightshade Wraiths are coming and fled in panic. But based on the intelligence we extracted from the Nightshade Wraith count, this information is likely a rumor."
"How should we proceed?" "A follow-up fleet of Nightshade Wraiths." "No way."
If they had a follow-up fleet, the Soul Devourer count wouldn't have surrendered all the intelligence so readily.
Moreover, Lu Jin knew clearly that at this point in time the Nightshade Wraiths couldn't dispatch more fleets.
So he could conclude that this news was a rumor. But what puzzled Lu Jin most was that this rumor campaign was something he had already planned.
Yet someone had implemented it before him. Who could it be? Lu Jin felt a hidden hand seemingly aiding him, but he didn't know its true purpose. This feeling of being in the open while others lurked in the shadows was indeed unpleasant. Unpleasant as it was with many Psions leaving the Glazed Star, Lu Jin could proceed with his next steps.
That was to find the coordinates of the Solar Dynasty's altar on this planet and obtain the treasures left behind by the Solar Dynasty.
Conveniently, after the battle there were even sacrifices ready.
While waiting for the Glazed Star to be cleared, Lu Jin was not idle either. He commanded each legion to begin scouring the battlefield for any usable resources. An ordinary scavenger might have to consider whether the value of an item was worth the trouble of carrying it. But Lu Jin had no such concerns. Valuable items were recovered and stored while less valuable materials were all dumped into the Origin core. Although low-value materials contributed little to ship upgrades, their sheer volume compensated for it. During the wait for clearance, Lu Jin amassed a vast quantity of materials. All kinds of materials were sorted, with the more expensive composite materials being set aside by Lu Jin. As the fleet continued to expand, he would need a substantial amount of capital. And that capital would naturally come from selling these composite materials, so not everything was destined for the Origin core. After an unknown period, Lu Jin inside the nutrient pod felt himself gradually adapting to his new body. He decisively chose to drain the surrounding nutrient fluid. Stepping out of the nutrient pod, Lu Jin felt a slight dissonance between his spirit and his physical form. But this slight dissonance faded away as he acclimated. Lu Jin took a deep breath, inhaling the air within the cabin. He was finally free of that nutrient pod. Leaving the chamber, he tidied himself up. When he arrived at the bridge, he found Yu Tiansong and the others gathered there. Yu Tiansong did not recognize Lu Jin at first. It was not until Lu Jin walked up to him and took the terminal from his hand that Yu Tiansong realized the Lu Jin before him was not a holographic projection. "You've come out of seclusion." Seclusion. That was a term only Yu Tiansong, also a human from Blue Star, would use. Lu Jin spread his palm and in an instant mobilized his psychic energy to levitate the terminal. "For now I've broken free from the limitations of the nutrient pod. However, it will still take some time to fully adapt from being an ordinary person to a psychic." At this moment, the nearby Shiria keenly noticed that Lu Jin's psychic level had already reached the level of a second-grade psychic. How formidable was that? Just by fusing the psychic gene seed, his psychic level had directly ascended to the second grade. And most crucially, Lu Jin had stated that he had not yet fully mastered his psychic power. If he did master it fully, what grade would he reach? A third-grade psychic? A fourth-grade psychic? Or perhaps an even higher level? No wonder the Dark Necromancers were willing to go to any lengths to retrieve the psychic gene seed that Lu Jin possessed. This psychic gene seed was far more powerful than any she had ever seen. At this moment, all of Lu Jin's attention was fixed on the terminal panel before him. The panel clearly displayed the supplies scavenged by the fleet during this period. It had to be said that the Dark Necromancers, as a race with deep foundations, had shipped stock mostly with extremely valuable superalloys. Selling these superalloys alone would yield a considerable sum. With the capital, Lu Jin could now implement his next plan. Just as Lu Jin was pondering, stroking his chin, the ship's upgrade panel popped up on its own. Ding detected an upgrade path. Oh. He hadn't expected that the material supply over these days had brought the Origin Warship to another upgrade threshold. Lu Jin sat down in his seat and opened the ship's upgrade panel. He wondered what surprise the Origin Warship would bring him this time. Upgrade Path 1: Unlock Origin Cloning Chamber, unlock Recipe DNA Biologic Agent. Upgrade Path 2: Unlock Origin Modification Chamber, unlock Recipe Type 42 Super Black Steel Alloy. The two upgrade paths represented two completely different directions. The Origin Cloning Chamber, its function was evident from its name alone. After a moment's thought, Lu Jin decisively chose this cloning chamber. The fleet's expansion required personnel, and Lu Jin's current manpower was stretched thin. The sleepers could train new recruits, but the results were too slow. The Starsea Elves and the Hunting Star Dragons were even more out of the question. They were extremely rare races within the Starsea, and even finding their kin would take considerable time. But using the Origin Cloning Chamber would avoid all those troubles. Ding! Congratulations on successfully unlocking the Origin Cloning Chamber, unlocking Recipe DNA Biologic Agent. After unlocking the chamber, Lu Jin eagerly headed to the Origin Cloning Chamber. Inside, through the Origin Warship's automatic upgrades, it was already filled with various production instruments. Lu Jin opened the control panel of the Origin Cloning Chamber, and the first thing that caught his eye was the synthesis recipe for the DNA Biologic Agent. DNA Biologic Agent required materials for manufacturing high-energy or biomass DNA gene. The DNA Biologic Agent was the fundamental material for cloning. In other words, if Lu Jin wanted to clone crew members on a large scale, he would need a massive amount of DNA Biologic Agent. But the materials for the DNA Biologic Agent were not simple. A single glance told Lu Jin that the cost for 1 gram of the agent was as high as 100,000 credit points. Lu Jin stroked his chin. After some deliberation, he input his own DNA sample into the system. He was curious to see how much DNA Biologic Agent would be needed to clone himself. However, when he checked, he found that the amount of DNA Biologic Agent required to clone himself was an astronomical figure. This astronomical sum was beyond even all of Lu Jin's assets put together. Is cloning a Blue Star human so difficult? But soon Lu Jin realized that his current genes had been modified. Perhaps it was because of this modification that such an astronomical figure had been generated. With that thought, Lu Jin decisively obtained a DNA sample from Yu Tiansong. Sure enough, after inputting Yu Tiankang's DNA sample into the system, the cloning cost appeared. The cost to clone a Blue Star human was 1 million credit points.
1 million credit points to clone a blue star human. What about cloning a star sea elf? Lu Jin's thoughts began to wander. He collected DNA samples from all his crew members, the star sea elf, the hunting star dragon, and the golden human. After inputting all the DNA samples, he opened the system again. To his astonishment, the cloning cost for just one star sea elf was as high as hundreds of millions of credit points. The hunting star dragon was even more expensive. Its cost was in the tens of billions. Seeing these exorbitant prices, Lu Jin immediately abandoned his plan to expand his population by throwing money at the problem. As it stood, unless he could acquire a production line for the materials used in the DNA biologic agent, relying on purchased materials for cloning would drain all his credit points no matter how many he had. Thinking of the assembly line, Lu Jin became even more resolute in his upcoming plan. Purchasing resource planets and expanding his power, this matter must be prioritized. Otherwise, with the current fleet size, he could not even make a ripple in the assimilation war. Furthermore, he needed to seek allies to jointly confront the impending conflict. At that moment, a familiar figure emerged in his mind. Mermaid Yvonne. Among the forces of the Pirate Kings, the Howling Shark pirate group was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for an alliance. Lu Jin incorporated this into his plan. He must amass sufficient strength before the assimilation war. The unlocking of the Origin cloning pod brought the greatest joy to the Star Sea Elves. After all, their race was sparsely populated and lacked male members. If they could cultivate additional population through the Origin cloning pod, it might revive their dying species. Have you heard? Another new chamber has been unlocked. I heard about the cloning chamber long ago. Cloning technology isn't cutting edge, why make a fuss? Is this your first day on the ship? How can the cloning chamber unlocked by the Origin battleship be the same as ordinary cloning tech? I've heard that this newly unlocked chamber can even clone the genes of psychics. What? Clone psychics? Linglong, walking through the corridors, wore an expression of disbelief upon hearing this news. After all, the more powerful a creature, the more complex its gene sequence. The essence of cloning technology is to replicate gene sequences and transform them into a complete organism. If the gene sequence of a blue star human were compared to a string of numbers, then that of a psychic would be an astronomical figure. This is why cloning technology has gradually been phased out. Even the night undead can only digitize souls and replace bodies. Cloning, however, creates a living being. There is an essential difference between the two. Linglong clutched the documents in her arms tightly. Since Lu Jin saved her, he had assigned her a crew position. Though she was grateful for finally living a better life, she often woke from nightmares thinking of her fallen comrades. Moreover, every crew member on the ship had their own kin and groups. As the sole survivor of the Sun Dynasty, she could never blend into any community. After standing still in silence for a long while, Linglong seemed to make a decision. She resolutely headed toward the bridge, knowing that Lu Jin often organized materials there. As expected, when she arrived at the bridge, Lu Jin was already seated in his place. Seeing Linglong appear, he put down the data terminal. His gaze fell upon her. As the surviving remnant of the Sun Dynasty, Lu Jin treated her with relative leniency. What's the matter? Is there a problem with your work? Lu Jin asked patiently. But Linglong did not answer his question. I heard the ship has a new chamber with advanced cloning technology. When these words reached Lu Jin's ears, he immediately understood Linglong's intention. Did she want to use the Origin cloning chamber's technology to recreate the Sun Dynasty? A slight smile curled at the corners of Lu Jin's mouth as he looked at Linglong and replied, yes, that's true. I beg you use my DNA sample to clone my people. Linglong cut to the chase and stated her request directly. At the same time, she knew that merely making a request was insufficient. She had to offer a reason Lu Jin could not refuse. Thus, after organizing her words in her mind, Linglong spoke decisively. Through my observations, I've found that all your crew members are psychics. Undeniably, psychics are the finest combatants, but what a fleet navigating the Starsea truly needs is excellent engineers. We, the people of the Sun Dynasty, are born with the ability to rapidly master various engineering disciplines. Even our children, from the moment they can hold a wrench, are familiar with the structure of mechanical creations and can modify them. Therefore, if you are willing to use my DNA sample to clone a batch of Sun Dynasty residents, I believe your fleet will gain a loyal and reliable team of engineers. After hearing this, Lu Jin did not give an immediate answer. He leaned back in his seat. As Linglong had said, his fleet's overall combat strength was formidable. However, in other aspects it was notably weak. Currently, positions like engineers on the ship were mostly filled by sleepers. As for the Starsea Elves and the star-hunting dragons, aside from fighting, their abilities in other fields were lacking. Thus the fleet indeed needed a race like the Sun Dynasty survivors blessed with strong engineering talents. With this thought, Lu Jin looked at Linglong before him. I can grant your request, but let me first tell you that activating the cloning chamber comes at an extremely high cost. If that cost cannot be borne, then even if the Sun Dynasty people possessed extraordinary skills, I would be powerless. In response, Linglong's gaze did not waver. Rather than watching the Sun Dynasty vanish completely while she remained alone, it was better to take a gamble. Perhaps a spark of civilization could be rekindled. Thus Lu Jin personally led Linglong to the cloning chamber.
Lu Jin placed Linglong's DNA sample into the collector of the cloning chamber. After inputting the genetic information of the Sun Dynasty people, the required consumption for cloning was immediately displayed. Oh. The cost to clone one Sun Dynasty resident is actually 50 million credits. This figure piqued Lu Jin's interest. According to the gene editor, the Sun Dynasty people possessed no psychic talent and had a lifespan of only about 200 years. Yet despite appearing so ordinary, this race commanded a cost of 50 million credits. Just then Lu Jin discovered that within the DNA sequence of the Sun Dynasty people there was a unique unanalyzable segment. Was this the reason for their high cost? An unknown DNA sequence. Lu Jin recalled that his own DNA also contained such an unknown sequence. Were these two sequences the same? Just as Lu Jin prepared to investigate this, Linglong spoke up beside him. "Captain, can you clone my people?" Lu Jin interrupted, regained his focus and redirected his gaze to the gene editor before him. He then informed Linglong of the cost for the citizens of the Sun Dynasty. Although the cost is not considered expensive for Lu Jin at this moment, it is merely the cost. Purchasing the materials to manufacture the DNA bioregions will require additional time. The materials currently stored on the ship can only clone 10 of your kind. 10 is sufficient. I will personally teach them the information related to engineering, and later they can teach others about engineering. After all, they are clones. Although they share the same genes, their memories are not as comprehensive as Linglong's. However, genes are genes. With a bit of guidance from Linglong, the inheritance of engineering knowledge can be achieved. Lu Jin nodded and began to operate the gene editor, preserving the most crucial genes while replacing others related to physique and gender. After continuously producing 10 sets of similar gene sequences, Lu Jin decisively invested the materials and began the process of biological cloning. Before long, 10 citizens of the Sun Dynasty, each with different genders and appearances yet sharing the same genetic heritage, were released. Upon opening their eyes and surveying their surroundings, their gazes eventually settled on Lu Jin. Meanwhile, Linglong was immensely excited as she felt that familiar bond of bloodline connection. Originally, she thought the cloning machine would produce a person identical to her. However, she did not expect that the cloning chamber of the Origin Warship was far more advanced than she had imagined. Lu Jin looked at the clones before him and glanced at the control panel of the cloning chamber. He had to admit that the Origin cloning chamber system had already taken all factors into account. Firstly, these clones were not blank slates. From the moment they were cloned, they had already been implanted with a wealth of common knowledge. This meant that they not only understood their identity as clones but also had a certain level of awareness about this world. This way, the clones would not experience emotional turmoil at the moment of their birth due to doubts about their identity. Moreover, each clone is an independent individual, their gene sequences completely randomized by the system. The core genes remain unchanged, only the appearance genes have varied. However, this does not harm the clones, instead it optimizes their appearances to the best possible. Most importantly, the Origin cloning chamber had already stamped the clones with a mental seal. This serves as the final insurance unless in the last moments the clones will not trigger it until death. Lu Jin instructed Linglong to lead these clones away, choosing not to follow them. After discovering the secrets within the DNA, he had a conjecture in mind. This conjecture could upend everything he understood. Nevertheless, he insisted on continuing his research. This is the insatiable thirst for knowledge that humanity possesses. After several hours of data comparison, Lu Jin unexpectedly uncovered a deeply unsettling secret. There exists a common unknown DNA sequence within all biological DNA sequences. Indeed. Among all biological DNA sequences, there is an unknown DNA sequence. Although this DNA sequence occupies a minuscule proportion akin to a drop of water in the ocean, Lu Jin discovered that the higher one's spiritual talent, the greater its proportion. And his current DNA sequence had the highest proportion among all DNA sequences. Lu Jin temporarily referred to this DNA sequence as the spiritual sequence. However, this also indirectly proves that All-Starry races likely share a common origin. Even with the memories of 2 lifetimes, Lu Jin found this discovery profoundly shocking. Reflecting on the information he had obtained from the Soul Devourer account, he thought, Star God. Perhaps in this vast and boundless star sea gods truly exist. Lu Jin recorded his discovery into the intelligence database, setting the information's classification level to the highest. Such a discovery offers no benefit to the current fleet. Thus Lu Jin decisively chose to seal it. Just as he finished processing the information, Yutian Song's communication signal re-emerged. The Fangtooth drone has located the coordinates of the Sun Dynasty ruins. Our fleet is ready and can head to the designated coordinates at any time. Next, it is up to your command whether to wait a while before proceeding or to go immediately. Have the coordinates been found? Lu Jin took a deep breath and decisively chose to proceed to the coordinates immediately. Even he was now somewhat curious. After sacrificing a significant number of Nightfall undead, what kind of legacy would this Sun Dynasty ruin offer him? He was quite satisfied with the previous Sun Whale-class battleship. Yet that was merely a small gift left behind by the Sun Dynasty. He was eager to see if the official version of the legacy would surpass the Sun Whale-class battleship. As Lu Jin contemplated, the fleet had already arrived over the ruins. Just as Lu Jin had previously learned, this altar was indeed a genuine altar. The massive altar was concealed beneath rubble. Had Lu Jin not known beforehand that there was a Sun Dynasty altar here, it would have been easy to overlook. Now, after the Fangtooth drone's thorough cleaning, the true appearance of the Sun Dynasty altar was finally revealed. A grand and complex colossal altar with a series of engravings on the ground. Looking down from above, the engravings formed a series of twisted and bizarre symbols. At the very center of the altar stood a massive cauldron. Lu Jin gazed at this altar that exuded an air of strangeness. After merely glancing for a moment, he decisively called for Linglong. Rather than racking his brain on how to activate this altar, it would be better to directly find a local from the Sun Dynasty to decipher it.
Linglong, who was teaching the new citizens, was promptly brought over.
Upon merely glancing at the altar, she immediately recognized its true form.
This is a very simple triggering device.
You only need to throw the corpses of the Nightfall undead into the cauldron at the center. The cauldron will melt the corpses into a metallic liquid which will then flow along the engravings to cover the entire altar. Once the engravings are filled, the entrance should open.
Is it really that simple? Lu Jin thought the altar of the Sun Dynasty would have some degree of high technology.
Yet all it takes is to fill these engravings. So according to you, can I not use other substances to fill these engravings and still open the altar? Upon hearing this, Linglong could not help but roll her eyes. After all, this was an altar constructed by their Solar Dynasty. Though its exterior resembled the prayer altars used by ancient civilizations, its interior was a complex assembly of numerous intricate engineering structures, both large and small. If merely filling it with some other substance could unlock it, then their Solar Dynasty would truly be incompetent. Linglong brushed aside the dust within the altar's grooves and pointed to the even finer cracks at the bottom. The bottom of these grooves is covered with reconnaissance beacons.
If you recklessly fill them with other materials, I cannot guarantee what unforeseen incidents might occur. Lu Jin smiled and said nothing.
He was well aware that this altar was not as simple as he had imagined. Yet he still harbored a sliver of hope. After all, given the size of this altar, filling it would likely require melting a substantial number of nightmarish undead. The necrotic metal contained within the nightmarish undead was also a highly sought-after commodity on the market. Nevertheless, to prevent any accidents, Lu Jin waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to begin their work. A large number of nightmarish undead carcasses were cast into the furnace. As soon as these bodies were thrown in, before Lu Jin could even activate it, the furnace began to operate on its own.
Oh. This mechanism can still function. The furnace's interior started churning, and the intense heat melted the numerous carcasses directly into molten iron.
Then the molten iron flowed out from the bottom, gradually beginning to fill the surrounding grooves. At this moment, Lu Jin could distinctly feel the entire altar growing scorching hot. But Lu Jin was no longer the man he once was. This level of heat could be easily withstood by channeling his spiritual energy.
In an instant, the entire altar began to glow and radiate heat.
The molten iron flowed through the grooves, gradually filling the entire altar. Once all the grooves were completely filled, a crisp cracking sound echoed from within the altar, followed by a series of rumbling noises. Seeing this, Lu Jin braced himself for any eventuality. Soon the entire altar turned a blazing red, resembling a piece of red-hot iron. To shield himself from the intense heat, Lu Jin used his spiritual energy to levitate. Hovering in the air, he watched as the red-hot altar, consumed by flames, gradually revealed its original form. A unique emblem of the Solar Dynasty slowly appeared before everyone. The moment this emblem fully manifested, the altar shattered into pieces and a colossal mechanical structure seemed to begin operating deep beneath the earth.
The ground underwent a violent transformation as a behemoth emerged from below.
It was a starship. Everyone instantly recognized the shape of this vessel. Even Lu Jin, upon seeing the vessel's form, could not hide a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. The ship before him was comparable in size to a star destroyer.
However, after a quick scan, Lu Jin noticed that the ship had surprisingly few weapon systems.
In fact, the firepower it was equipped with was even inferior to that of his own ship, the Prometheus. At that moment, Linglong, standing nearby, stared wide-eyed in disbelief.
The Colossus-class engineering ship. It actually exists. Colossus-class engineering ship.
This vessel before them was an engineering ship. He had never seen an engineering ship of such immense proportions. But then he recalled the Solar Dynasty's greatest expertise, wasn't it engineering and construction? With this thought, Lu Jin turned to Linglong and asked her what made this ship so special. As a native of the Solar Dynasty, Linglong explained the marvels of the Colossus-class engineering ship. The origins of the Colossus can be traced back to a project initiated by our Solar Dynasty. Although I wasn't born at the time, according to our historical records, to prevent a catastrophic extinction event, the Solar Dynasty constructed a total of 12 large-scale engineering ships.
Each large-scale engineering ship carried the seeds of the Solar Dynasty's civilization.
But from what I remember, during the invasion of the nightmarish undead, they deliberately destroyed all of these engineering ships.
All the large-scale engineering ships carrying the seeds of civilization had been destroyed. Then what was this thing that had appeared before them? A counterfeit. Or perhaps an authentic relic left behind.
Lu Jin grew increasingly intrigued by the engineering ship before him based on Linglong's description. The engineering ships built by the Solar Dynasty were different from those of other civilizations. Each of the 12 large-scale ships they constructed held the seeds of civilization capable of rapidly reviving the solar dynasty. Such a miraculous vessel carrying the seeds of civilization piqued Lu Jin's immense interest. In that case, let us personally step inside this ship and see its true identity. Rather than speculating here, it was better to enter and investigate directly. At this moment, Linglong volunteered to act as a guide, offering to help Lu Jin explore the ship. Although the ship before them looked exactly like the Colossus documented in the records, Linglong had personally witnessed the destruction of the 12 civilization-bearing engineering ships. Seeing a supposedly dead ship resurrected now filled even her with boundless confusion.
Then come with me.
Lu Jin hastily assembled an exploration team and arrived at the hatch of the Colossus.
However, when he reached the entrance, the entire ship showed no response whatsoever.
After a thorough inspection, Lu Jin quickly determined the ship's condition.
The hatch and the external identification system of this ship have not been activated.
It is highly likely that it has depleted its energy reserves and entered a dormant state.
Let me handle this. I have a way to open this door without damaging it. Saying this, Linglong pulled a wrench from her backpack. After a brief search, she precisely located the circuits controlling the hatch.
Using the wrench, she crossed the wires and connected them to an external power source. Finally, after some modifications to the engineering data, the long-dormant hatch suddenly began to shudder. Then, accompanied by a shower of rust and dust, the engineering ship's hatch swung open. Lu Jin glanced at Linglong. This girl was somewhat useful after all. The exploration team stepped directly into the interior of the engineering ship. Due to the depletion of internal energy, all the lighting fixtures in the ship's corridors had failed. In the dim cabin, Lu Jin turned on a searchlight and surveyed the vessel before him. He had to admit this ship was remarkably well preserved. As they walked along, Lu Jin didn't even spot any damaged areas. They hadn't gone far before they encountered another sealed hatch. At this point, Lu Jin's gaze fell upon Linglong. Clearly, it was time for her to take the stage once more.
Heh, it's finally my turn to shine again.
Linglong felt a surge of smugness inwardly, then strode straight to the tightly sealed cabin door. After a brief adjustment, the cabin door before them slid open. At this moment, Linglong was brimming with immeasurable pride. So what if they were psychics? She, a craftswoman, could still carve out a place among these formidable experts. Just then they arrived before another cabin door. Linglong touched her nose, thinking to herself, time for this young lady to take the stage again. But before she could utter a word, Inoue stepped forward and, without waiting for anyone to react, swung her blade directly. With a flash of cold light streaking across their vision, the cabin door was cleaved in two by Inoue. Inoue cast a provocative glance at Linglong, then spoke in a tone laced with indifference.
It's just a cabin door. Just chop it open. There are many more doors ahead.
If we unlock them one by one, it'll waste too much time.
Hearing this, Lu Jin nodded in profound agreement. Yet his gaze suddenly swept over Linglong. Seeing Lu Jin nod, Linglong couldn't help but sigh softly. Did all her skills mean nothing in the face of true martial might? At that thought, the confidence Linglong had just mustered dissipated like smoke with Yinya's single slash. But just then, Lu Jin's hand suddenly landed on Linglong's shoulder. Everyone has their own area of expertise. There will be plenty of chances for you to shine in the future. The simplest words, yet they warmed Linglong's heart instantly. Seeing that his comfort had taken effect, Lu Jin withdrew his hand. Yinya's gaze lingered on Linglong for a moment before she finally closed her eyes, her aura turning noticeably colder. Continuing down the ship's corridor, they soon arrived at the vessel's most core area. Gazing at the sealed cabin doors on both sides, Lu Jin's eyes settled on one particular chamber door. Think tank no. 3A think tank, a place that archives all kinds of data and intelligence.
Along the way, Lu Jin had already spotted 3 such think tank chambers. On an ordinary ship, a single think tank would suffice to store all the records from its voyages.
But on this colossal engineering vessel there were 3 think tanks. No. Perhaps there were even more think tank chambers. This piqued Lu Jin's curiosity immensely about what data was stored within them. Just as Lu Jin's curiosity piqued, a dark shadow flickered past behind them. The shadow moved with incredible speed, and since everyone's attention was on the surrounding chambers, they only caught a fleeting trace. Sensing something amiss, the exploration team immediately went on alert. Careful, there's something else on the ship besides us. Did any of you get a clear look at that thing? No, we were all focused on the cabins and it moved so fast it was gone by the time we noticed. Maintain formation and conduct a thorough psychic scan immediately. Facing this sudden situation, Inoue, as Lu Jin's guard, was the calmest and most cautious. Inoue extended her psychic power outward once more, greatly expanding her perception range. At that moment, the eerie figure appeared again. But this time Inoue, already prepared, lunged at the shadow without a moment's hesitation. Clang! A crisp, melodious sound of metal clashing rang out. The dark shadow gradually revealed its true form before them, a bizarre robot with 8 mechanical arms. The robot's lower half was built on a stable track structure which allowed it to maintain such high speed within the cabin. After Inoue subdued the robot, Linglong stepped forward. Wait, this robot should be a maintenance engineering bot from inside the ship.
It must have been activated because we damaged the cabin door.
A maintenance engineering robot.
Lu Jin glanced at the captured machine and saw it posed no real threat.
So Lu Jin signaled Inuit to release it. Once freed, the maintenance bot swiftly vanished from sight. Lu Jin couldn't help but remark, that little robot sure is fast.
But then Linglong beside him delivered some bad news.
If the maintenance bots on this engineering ship were still operational, it meant other robots could be too. If they pressed on, they might encounter security engineering robots. Security engineering robots.
Before Lu Jin could finish his sentence, a red light gleamed in the darkness. Immediately a lightning-fast strike shot straight toward Lu Jin.
Lu Jin raised his hand, channeling his psychic energy, and effortlessly blocked the attack.
But the moment he deflected the first strike, a second and third followed in rapid succession.
Reacting swiftly, Inuit charged into the darkness along the trajectory of the attacks.
Before long, she returned to Lu Jin's side. She tossed a battered engineering robot at Linglong's feet. This so-called security engineering robot is nothing special.
I wonder where you learned such arrogance. This is an engineering ship carrying the spark of civilization. Did you think there'd be just one security bot? As she spoke, Linglong began dismantling parts from the robot.
Just as she pocketed the components, a rumbling roar echoed from the distant darkness.
Lu Jin frowned slightly, extending his psychic sense outward.
What he saw was a different sight entirely. In the far corridor, a multitude of sounds like a battlefield were drawing nearer. One colossal machine after another was approaching them. From his initial perception, there were at least 100 mechanical constructs. Even Lu Jin couldn't help but ask Linglong at this point, how many engineering robots does a ship like this typically carry?
After a moment of thought, Linglong gave Lu Jin a vague answer.
According to our database, this ship was originally designed to carry a population of over 100 million. A ship equipped for 100 million people would carry only more robots, not fewer.
At this thought, Lu Jin felt a headache coming on.
Though Lu Jin could order his crew to storm the ship and mow down these robots like cutting through melons and cabbages. This ship was after all his future property.
These engineering robots were also part of his future assets.
If he recklessly reduced them to scrap, it would be like injuring himself while trying to harm the enemy.
At this thought, Lu Jin couldn't help but feel a headache coming on.
He glanced at the engineering robot that had already been destroyed on the ground. Then Lu Jin performed the same action as Linglong, dismantling some components from the engineering robot.
At that moment, Inuit couldn't help but ask, "Captain, what are you doing?" "Using the parts inside this engineering robot to create a simple signal jamming device."
After some assembly, a very simple device appeared in Lu Jin's hands.
This device could temporarily alter the magnetic field around them to one that was undetectable.
Thus, even if those robots were right in front of them, they wouldn't be able to detect their presence.
Seeing this, Linglong's eyes widened in surprise. Did Lu Jin possess engineering talent as formidable as her own? But quickly Linglong snapped back to reality.
She was from the Sun Dynasty, carrying the genes of an engineer. Linglong swiftly scanned Lu Jin's device, then pulled out a few parts from her pocket.
"Captain, there are a few areas where this device can be enhanced." "Oh really? In that case, I'll leave it to you."
With that, Lu Jin handed the signal jamming device to Linglong. Living up to expectations, after some adjustments, the device before them transformed into something entirely different.
Lu Jin nodded in affirmation.
After being transformed by the psionic gene seed, his physical abilities had greatly improved. Even his thinking speed had become incredibly rapid. In the past, he would never have been able to create a signal jamming device capable of altering magnetic fields in such a short time. But now he had done it, and with Linglong's assistance, the device had become extremely stable.
Pressing the switch, an invisible electromagnetic wave formed a barrier around them.
Just then, the security engineering robots appeared in their field of vision. Seeing the terrifyingly vast endless sea of robots in the passage, Lu Jin realized his decision had been absolutely correct.
Destroying all those security engineering robots would have been a considerable loss for Lu Jin. Protected by the signal jamming device, the group appeared as an amorphous mass to the security robots.
Unable to identify Lu Jin's presence, they decisively chose to bypass them.
And so Lu Jin and his team moved through the sea of robots.
They were like a stubborn rock in a stream. The steel tide automatically veered away as it approached them. After a series of tense but uneventful moments, Lu Jin and the others arrived at the final hatch. Beyond this hatch lay the ship's most critical area, the bridge of the giant god engineering vessel, their destination.
As usual, Inuit prepared to use brute force to break open the hatch.
However, being the bridge's hatch, it was clearly not so easily breached. A single slash from her blade failed to break it. Instead, it began to self-repair, much like the Origin Warship. Seeing this, Yinyu's eyes were filled with astonishment.
Self-repair? Is this engineering vessel also an Origin Warship?
No, it's just that the hatch of this compartment is made from memory energy metal material. Memory energy metal is a special material similar to the hull of an Origin Warship. As long as there is sufficient energy, this memory metal can continuously heal itself like an Origin Warship. However, compared to the self-healing speed of an Origin Warship, memory metal is not only costly but also has a fixed healing rate with no room for growth. Lu Jin frowned at the hatch. He had confirmed that the engineering vessel had entered a dormant state due to energy depletion when they first boarded. But now as they neared the bridge the ship seemed intent on stopping them. First the engineering robots and now this memory energy metal hatch. Without energy input the hatch's protection would be only slightly stronger than ordinary superalloys. Yet now the hatch's self-repair indicated that there might be other unknown lifeforms within the bridge. Closing his eyes Lu Jin fell silent for a moment then decisively looked at Linglong. Linglong, find the emergency circuit for this hatch. I'll set up a door-breaking program now. Once you find the circuit implant this program into the network. I wasn't sure before but now I can guess that the bridge of this engineering vessel has likely been taken over by something unclean. With that Lu Jin opened his personal terminal. Utilizing his now highly developed brain and the hacking experience accumulated in his past life, Lu Jin quickly created a door-breaking program. At the same time Linglong found the network circuit. I found the circuit. Excellent. Inue prepare for battle. With that Lu Jin decisively connected his personal terminal to the hatch's network. Instantly a flood of crimson error data appeared on Lu Jin's terminal. Seeing this error data Lu Jin was even more certain of his conjecture. Soon the twisted crimson error data formed a sentence on the terminal screen: humans cease your attack. Seeing this string of words Linglong felt a chill run down her spine. What was this? Was the ship's network system speaking? Lu Jin however showed no courtesy. He decisively entered a series of codes. The moment these codes appeared the entity on the other side immediately began to beg for mercy. Wait, we can negotiate. Just as he suspected. After witnessing the power of these codes Lu Jin was even more certain of the entity's identity. An anomalous data entity. In his past life extraterrestrial races called them rebel AIs. Unfortunately as a reincarnator Lu Jin could easily handle these anomalous data entities with his past life memories. The codes he possessed were far more advanced than those of the anomalous data entity. This entity still unawakened was nothing more than a vulnerable bug program in Lu Jin's hands. The bridge hatch swung open with a roar and the group finally saw the state of the bridge. The vast space was now filled with data cables and at its center sat a massive optical brain-like data processor. All data converged within the processor. The core of the so-called anomalous data entity was similarly stored inside this optical brain processor. Upon detecting Lu Jin and the others entering the bridge, the anomalous data entity within the optical brain processor emitted a voice through the external speaker. What is your purpose? Why have you intruded upon my vessel? Your vessel. Upon hearing the words of the anomalous data entity Lu Jin could not help but let out a soft chuckle. Indeed, even cold lifeless code in digits after enduring an endless expanse of time could give birth to an entity with self-awareness. The existence of anomalous data entities was not a rare phenomenon within the boundless sea of stars. However, compared to the formidable calamity tier strength of his past life, the current anomalous data entity had yet to become a significant threat. Most of the time many would simply dismiss it as a data bug and casually delete it. But only Lu Jin knew that with the outbreak of the assimilation war these anomalous data would rapidly rise to power, becoming entities comparable to calamities. Thus facing the anomalous data entity before him, Lu Jin did not let his guard down even though its core was exposed. Your vessel. I'm sorry, but according to the rules established by the builder of this ship, this vessel should now belong to me. That means everything on this ship including you is my property. If you don't believe me you can ask the person beside me. You've been on this ship for so long, don't tell me you can't recognize someone from the Solar Dynasty. Faced with Lu Jin's words, the anomalous data entity did not choose to answer immediately. As an existence born from the data of countless civilizations, how could it possibly not know who the builder of this vessel was? However, answering truthfully now would only put it at a disadvantage. After some deliberation, the anomalous data entity finally thought of a suitable response. I was born from data, I am an independent entity. I am not an object, so I should not belong to you. The logic holds, you cannot decide my fate. After hearing the anomalous data entity's reply, Lu Jin smiled faintly. Clearly this anomalous data entity had not been born long ago. Its logical thinking was like that of a toddler taking its first steps. For Lu Jin such an entity was actually good news. As a reborn individual he deeply understood the potential of anomalous data entities. He was also well aware that this one he encountered was the first but certainly not the last. Therefore, to prevent himself from being constrained by anomalous data entities in the future, he could nurture a new one now to help him deal with others later. With this thought, a detailed plan immediately formed in Lu Jin's mind. He looked at the optical brain processor before him and without waiting for the anomalous data entity to react, he directly instructed Silver Moon beside him. Guard the hatch. Don't let any other engineering robots come in. Understood. Although Silver Moon didn't know exactly what Lu Jin intended to do as his guard, her duty was to carry out his orders. Silver Moon immediately stood by the hatch and drew her weapon. Seeing this, the anomalous data entity could not help but pose a question. Query, what are you doing? Question, what are you going to do to me? As Lu Jin approached, the anomalous data entity voiced its inquiries. But Lu Jin had no intention of answering its questions at this moment. Before the anomalous data entity could react, he directly connected his personal terminal to the optical brain processor. Instantly, the opposing anomalous data entity seemed to sense Lu Jin's intent and began attacking his personal terminal with a flood of junk data.
Linglong, help me. Under the onslaught of massive junk data, even Lu Jin found himself overwhelmed.
After all, this was an anomalous data entity. His psychic powers were useless in the cyber world. Now the contest was purely about processing speed and reaction swiftness. After snapping out of her daze, Linglong quickly grasped Lu Jin's intention. They both entered the cyber world simultaneously, using their exceptional skills to begin modifying the core code of the anomalous data entity before them. Sensing the threat to its existence, the anomalous data entity immediately began summoning the engineering robots outside. But at this point, no matter how many robots it summoned, it was futile.
Anomaly. Data anomaly detected. Anomaly. You are the anomalous data.
After the final layer of core code was modified, the restless engineering robots at the hatch instantly calmed down.
Linglong couldn't help but wipe the sweat from her brow. Curiosity filled her eyes. What exactly was this data entity? It possessed self-awareness.
She had long heard rumors of anomalous data entities in the boundless sea of stars.
But she never imagined her first encounter would be so novel. Meanwhile, Lu Jin was already fully immersed in modifying the anomalous data entity. He altered the underlying core code and added several layers of protective locks. These protective codes could only be breached by a hacker whose skills were 10 times superior to his own. Such an existence was likely only achievable by a calamity-tier anomalous data entity. Lu Jin disconnected his personal terminal from the optical brain processor, which then reactivated. Following this, a sweet, delicate voice emanated from the processor. Greetings, Captain.
The intelligence system of the Colossus is delighted to serve you. From now on, Captain, simply call for me whenever you need.
Silver Moon approached at this moment.
Hearing the change in the anomalous data entity's voice, she glanced at Lu Jin and thought to herself.
So the Captain prefers this type. No wonder he never reacts to me.
It seems I need to change myself when I get back. At this time, however, Lu Jin's attention had already been captivated by the vast amount of data from the Colossus. As a vessel carrying the spark of the Solar Dynasty civilization, he had countless curiosities he wished to verify. The most crucial among them was the origin of this engineering ship, the Colossus. Linglong had mentioned that all civilization ships were supposed to have been destroyed in that war. So what was the situation with this suddenly appearing Colossus?
Colossus. I am here.
Immediately retrieve all data concerning the ship's origins. A total of 26 documents related to the ship's origin and construction have been found. They have all been sent to your personal terminal for your perusal at any time. The amount of data was considerable, yet with the organization provided by the Colossus intelligence system, Lu Jin found it not too difficult to comprehend. After perusing all the documents and records, Lu Jin came to understand the origins of this massive engineering vessel, the Colossus. Linglong, who had also finished reviewing the materials beside him, was filled with awe. For the records contained within this ship far exceeded her imagination. According to these documents, the High Council of the Solar Dynasty had constructed 12 colossal engineering vessels to carry the seeds of civilization. Yet these 12 vessels only preserved a partial history of the Solar Dynasty. The darker aspects, those unfit for public view, were concealed by the ruling elite. Some scholars argue that a civilization's history should not solely reflect its glorious side. Thus the realist faction of scholars was born. They dedicated themselves to building a true Noah's Ark, one that would embody every facet of civilization. Both the civilization's evils and its virtues were gathered into this single vessel. Only in this way, should the Solar Dynasty ever face a crisis, could their descendants perfectly inherit the torch of their civilization. But clearly the plan for 12 arcs of civilization was merely a tool used by the Solar Dynasty's High Council to inspire the populace during times of peace. The scholars' vision was never adopted. The High Council, guided by their own ideals, adorned the false arcs of civilization. Meanwhile, the realist scholars chose to leave their homeland, constructing a true Noah's Ark beyond the planet. After reviewing all the data, Linglong's shock was immeasurable. Is this the true history? In that moment, she felt as if her worldview was on the verge of collapse. Was the education she had received since childhood nothing but a fabrication? Just as she teetered on the brink of despair, Lu Jin spoke up. At least now you have touched upon the genuine truth. You can choose to bring this true history to those clones. Moreover, these records prove that your people have not been completely annihilated. The invasion of the Nether Night had extinguished the Solar Dynasty. The realist scholars, having left their homeland, found a sliver of hope. Over the years they established ruins on various planets, seeking forces capable of resisting the Nether Night. Gazing upon the records left by her predecessors, Linglong steeled herself anew. Yes. The Solar Dynasty had not yet fallen completely, she only needed to find these realist scholars. Combined with the power that Lu Jin commanded, perhaps they could truly overcome the Nether Night and re-establish a new Solar Dynasty. At this moment, Lu Jin had finished reviewing all the data. In summary, this Colossus-class engineering vessel before him was not one of the 12 civilizational ships built by the Solar Dynasty.
This ship was the Noah's Ark painstakingly crafted by the realist scholars. It carried the flame of the Solar Dynasty civilization as well as its good and its evil. Compared to the civilizational ships built by the Solar Dynasty's High Council, this Noah's Ark was far more authentic. And within its think tank lay something that brought Lu Jin immense delight. Planetary coordinates. Records of resource-rich planets and habitable worlds. Black Planet, a resource world. Its surface is rich in black crystal or possessing immense commercial value. Sulfur Planet, a resource world. Its interior is rich in minerals and its specialty Yellowstone can be processed as an energy mineral. Aqua Planet, a habitable world. Its surface is 50% water, 30% land and 20% forest, suitable for large-scale migration. Looking at the various planetary coordinates displayed in the database, a smile tugged at Lu Jin's lips. With these coordinates he could save a great deal of effort. But just as he was immersed in these coordinates, the Colossus intelligence system suddenly interjected. Ding, a new planetary coordinate message has been detected and added to the think tank. A new planetary coordinate. Lu Jin was slightly taken aback and Linglong beside him was equally surprised. But then both quickly grasped the situation. A new planetary coordinate message, could it be that the realist scholars had sent it? Colossus receiving a new coordinate message means someone is transmitting this information to you. According to the ship's communication history in the time before and after my hibernation, I have received a total of 145 external messages. And crucially, these external signals possessed the highest access privileges. Therefore, even after the Colossus intelligence system awakened, it did not choose to reject these incoming messages. This news fell upon Lu Jin's ears and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Based on the intelligence system's description, these external messages were very likely sent by the realist scholars. Or perhaps by other surviving remnants of the Solar Dynasty. Linglong, there might still be survivors among your people. Lu Jin opened the newly acquired planetary coordinate information. He extracted the coordinates and imported them into the star map. Soon the Colossus located the target planet. According to the intelligence within the message, this planet is a resource world rich in biomass. Perfectly, the operation of the Origin clone pod requires a large amount of biomass to sustain it. We can head to this target planet for a search and rescue mission. If we can find traces of the realist scholars there, we can also offer them aid. Based on the information Linglong had provided, the realist scholars were undoubtedly people of great capability within the Solar Dynasty. Otherwise they could not have built a vast Noah's Ark like the Colossus. And even if the realist scholars were not found, discovering the relics they left behind would be an excellent outcome. Thus Lu Jin decisively set the coordinates for the next destination. Returning to the interior of the Prometheus, Lu Jin had just taken his seat on the bridge when the Colossus intelligence system appeared before them as a holographic projection. Looking at the holographic projection, which had the appearance of a blue star maiden with perfectly proportioned features, Yu Tian-song turned to Lu Jin as if asking what this projection was. Before Lu Jin could speak, the holographic projection introduced itself. Hello everyone, I am the ship's intelligence system recently acquired by my master. My primary processor is currently aboard the Colossus-class engineering vessel, so you can call me Little Colossus or my full name. I hope we can all get along well in the future. As a token of respect, I have distributed some small gifts to each of your personal terminals. A gift? Yu Tian-song and the others were curious, what gift could a holographic projection possibly offer them? Yet when Yu Tian-song opened his personal terminal, he was immediately captivated by what he saw. It's actually the Erosa military compendium, but hasn't this book long been out of print? Simple, I sifted through vast data, pieced together fragments of information and reconstructed it in its entirety. Hearing this, Yu Tian-song was utterly astounded. To think that even within the Solar Alliance only a portion of this book's contents existed. Yet now he had obtained the complete information. The Erosa military compendium was authored by an exceptionally war-obsessed civilization. It documented countless wartime contingencies and corresponding strategies. In essence, mastering this book could transform even an ordinary person into a commander capable of orchestrating a grand fleet battle. Lu Jin glanced at Yu Tiankang's personal terminal, then turned his gaze to the Colossus intelligence system. Lu Jin had some familiarity with this book in his past life. He had once discovered a fragment of it within an ancient ruin. Because that war-crazed civilization was excessively obsessed with conflict, other civilizations united to eradicate it. After its annihilation, they even destroyed all evidence of its existence. The Erosa military compendium vanished along with it. Yet now the Colossus intelligence system had reproduced this book. Such was the terrifying data collection and learning capability of an aberrant data entity. Besides Yu Tian-song, the others also received various skill books tailored for them by the Colossus intelligence system. A skill book meticulously compiled by an aberrant data entity, even a single read could yield profound insights. The Colossus intelligence system gazed at the group. Thanks to the skill books, they quickly accepted this bodiless comrade. At that moment, Lu Jin turned his attention to the Colossus intelligence system. In your database, is there any book suitable for me? Everyone present, even Inu and Zuelia, had received skill books compiled by the Colossus intelligence system. Only Lu Jin had not, piquing his curiosity.
Since the Colossus intelligence system could analyze and produce skill books suited for the patrol star dragon, could it not customize one for him?
Apologies, Captain.
Based on my data analysis, the skills you possess are far too comprehensive. With my current computational power, I cannot yet devise the most suitable skill book for you. Hearing Lu Jin's question, the Colossus intelligence system, though devoid of emotion, felt a chill. For Lu Jin was the first entity it had encountered since its inception that defied analysis. The mere fact that he could effortlessly suppress it with superior code had already exceeded its computational limits. To this day, the Colossus intelligence system could not decipher the code that had once overpowered it. Thus, toward Lu Jin, the Colossus intelligence system unexpectedly developed an emotion alien to aberrant data entities' reverence.
Hearing this, Lu Jin paid it no mind. Should I encounter other aberrant data entities in the future, I will feed their databases to you. I hope you can grow stronger soon. Lu Jin turned and fixed his gaze on the ship's navigation system. He transmitted the previously obtained planetary coordinates into it, and a star map unfolded before him. After some adjustments, the fleet set sail once more. A colossal gust of wind swept across the planet's surface as the Colossus, a massive engineering vessel that had long slumbered, radiated renewed brilliance. The fleet departed from Blazed Star and headed straight for the target planet. After a period of travel, Lu Jin finally arrived at the star system containing the planet. Gazing at the vibrant green planet before him, Lu Jin checked the star map to confirm it was their destination. A life-bearing planet designated Planet 132.
According to intelligence relayed via communication signals, most of this planet is overrun by a form of living vegetation. The animals on it are all docile large creatures with no natural predators. Their primary source of energy comes from nutrient-rich lakes formed by the planet's internal pressures and eruptions.
Thanks to these nutrient lakes, the planet's lifeforms face no survival pressures. Based on calculations, I have pinpointed the signal source to the left.
With that, the Colossus intelligence system marked a coordinate on the star map.
Lu Jin glanced at it and without hesitation directed the fleet toward the planet's surface.
After entering orbit, the Prometheus immediately scanned the planet. As the Colossus intelligence system had stated, this planet resembled a living organism composed entirely of biomass.
The entire planet was filled with objects made of biomass.
Even minerals had become living entities. One could only say that the vast starry sea, especially the endless star sea, held wonders beyond imagination. A planet with such bizarre terrain was hardly rare.
After confirming there was no threat on the surface, Lu Jin began organizing the fleet's tasks. First, the Colossus, the massive engineering vessel, was tasked with collecting the planet's biomass.
Its internal storage was immense, so this mission could be entrusted to it.
The Solar Whale-class battleship was responsible for safeguarding the engineering vessel and could be summoned to Lu Jin's side whenever needed.
With everything ready, Lu Jin piloted the Prometheus to land on a relatively flat area. As the ship touched down, a massive gust of wind scattered all nearby creatures. Lu Jin stepped out of the hatch and onto the ground. Treading lightly, he found the earth saturated with biomass, felt as soft as flesh. This planet is truly unsettling, no wonder it's only classified as a resource world. With a brief complaint, Lu Jin retrieved a signal detection device. After some searching, the device pointed him in a direction. Lu Jin led his team swiftly toward the signal source. As they crested a hillside, they finally spotted a structure at the bottom of a deep pit. A metallic building, one utterly incongruous with this planet. The metal structure was rooted in the fleshy soil with surrounding plants clinging to it, attempting to drag it into the earth.
Lu Jin approached and furrowed his brow. The building's entrance was completely covered by a vine-like organism.
Judging by the growth of these vines, it was clear that this building had been abandoned for a long time. With that thought, Lu Jin mobilized his spiritual energy, conjuring several energy blades that swiftly cleared the overgrown structure before him. After clearing away the surrounding vegetation, Lu Jin approached the entrance. The door before him was not tightly shut; on the contrary, it appeared to have been forcibly breached by something. The door bore a gaping hole from the inside out. On the inner side of the door, Lu Jin saw a series of claw marks resembling those of a wild beast. Frowning slightly, he continued deeper into the building. The scene inside the building was even more chaotic. Countless pieces of equipment and items lay shredded and scattered across the floor. In the very center of the area, Lu Jin discovered a signal transmitter. It was evident that the signal they had received originated from this device. However, the transmitter was now damaged beyond recognition.
Linglong, can you repair this signal transmitter?
Linglong stepped forward, examined it briefly, and immediately gave her answer. No major issues, the key components are intact.
It can be fixed. Then it's yours to handle. No problem. While Linglong worked on repairing the transmitter, Lu Jin continued to explore this small outpost.
Entering the rest area, Lu Jin inferred from the bedding and various details of daily life that the outpost had housed approximately 10 personnel. Although the interior was riddled with signs of battle, there were no human remains. Lu Jin speculated that they had attempted to contain a large creature, failed, and the beast had rampaged through the outpost. Unable to subdue the creature, they had abandoned the outpost. However, a question arose: the creatures on this planet should not have been aggressive. After all, without survival pressures, these organisms would not have evolved strong offensive capabilities. Unless some anomaly had occurred on this planet causing these docile beings to mutate. Or perhaps the realist scholars had done something.
Just as Lu Jin was deep in thought, Linglong finished repairing the signal transmitter.
Approaching the device, Lu Jin directly summoned the Colossus intelligence system.
Colossus scanned this signal transmitter and organized its log data. Understood. With its immense computational power, the Colossus system took only a minute to retrieve all the data from the device. According to the device's logs, the last signal transmission occurred 3 days ago. The signal Lu Jin had received, however, dated from an earlier time point. This meant that the personnel at this outpost had maintained some form of contact. Furthermore, could it be that the Colossus-class large engineering vessel Lu Jin possessed was merely one of many built by the realist scholars? Things are getting more interesting. An abandoned outpost.
Unknown ferocious creatures.
Multiple signal logs. Everything happening on this planet was growing increasingly complex. Continue searching this outpost for any other useful intelligence.
With that command, the group quickly began their search. Soon Linglong made a new discovery.
Captain, I found a logbook. A logbook. Following Linglong's gaze, Lu Jin spotted a logbook made of unknown plant fibers. He took it, feeling its weighty texture, and couldn't help but silently remark. Indeed, scholars of any race seem to prefer using physical objects to record certain things. Was this a universal habit among scholars? Opening the logbook, Lu Jin found he could not understand a single word. The text was entirely written in the exclusive script of the Solar Dynasty. Fortunately, he had a genuine citizen of the Solar Dynasty by his side. Linglong, translate this.
All right. Taking the logbook, Linglong began to fluently translate its contents.
Today's exploration was still uneventful.
If not for this planet's bizarre ecology, it might have been recorded as a habitable world in the civilization system.
Damn. Our outpost was attacked by an unidentified creature again.
I can clearly sense that this planet is sick. All the creatures are growing restless.
They've lost their minds. They actually want to contain that monster. But thinking about it, aren't we all just doing what madmen would do? Bad news, 3 more outposts have gone silent today. I don't know how much longer we can hold out. I have a feeling.
Reading this, Lu Jin narrowed his eyes. As he had anticipated, the realist scholars, in an effort to preserve the seeds of civilization, had fragmented and embarked on a journey across the sea of stars. They continually recorded new resource-rich and habitable planets, uploading this information to the civilization Ember system in the hope that future generations could make use of it.
Lu Jin continued listening to Linglong's translation, extracting several key factors.
First, it seemed these people had not died. According to the logbook, they had established numerous outposts for research convenience.
The current one was merely one of their temporary bases. Second, this planet had undergone an anomaly. This meant that all previously obtained intelligence would have to be reconsidered. Just as Lu Jin was pondering which outpost to explore next, the roar of a spacecraft echoed from outside. Yes, the unmistakable sound of a spacecraft. Lu Jin and his group quickly fell silent, choosing not to act rashly. At this moment, a spacecraft landing on this planet. Friend or foe was still unknown. But Lu Jin had already sent a message to Yu Tiansong aboard the Prometheus, instructing him to prepare for battle. Boom! With a dull thud, the spacecraft landed. Through the gap in the doorway, Lu Jin observed its appearance. A pitch-black coating, the hull shaped like a sharp blade, highly aggressive in design. Then, most crucially, a figure descended from the spacecraft. This person wore a hat, carried a special revolver at their waist, and their body was adorned with various mechanical prosthetics. With just a glance, Lu Jin identified their identity. A Starsea cowboy. A special group belonging to the bounty hunter profession. Among bounty hunters, Starsea cowboys were an extremely self-centered group. They adhered to a so-called cowboy ethos, acting entirely according to their own code of conduct. They had no concept of good or evil, all their standards stemmed from their personal perceptions. To be honest, such a group was the most difficult to handle. Because you never knew what their code of conduct was, making communication and negotiation impossible. Is this the planet where the target mission lies? I don't know why, but my gut tells me this planet is perilous. Perilous? Are you relying on your gut again? Based on the ecological characteristics of this planet, it's impossible for any ferocious creatures to have emerged. That's different. This is the endless Starsea where anything is possible. After that Starsea cowboy stepped out of the hatch, several others of varied appearances emerged from the vessel. Some were entirely covered in mechanical constructs, wielding a heat-melting firearm resembling a shotgun. Others maintained their flesh and blood bodies, holding 2 portable guns in their hands. Though their appearances and equipment differed, their identities were one and the same. And their purpose for arriving on this planet was identical. Stop your blabbering here. The bounty for this mission is as high as 100 million credits. All of you be meticulous. If you hold me back, I'll be the first to blow your heads off. One of the cowboys uttered a harsh threat. Then, without warning, he chose to break away from the group and headed off in one direction. The other Starsea cowboys exchanged glances and decisively opted to go solo or form small teams. Witnessing this, Lu Jin couldn't help but stroke his chin. So these Starsea cowboys weren't united.
It seemed as they had said they had come to this planet together mainly for the high-value bounty mission. At that moment Silver Moon approached Lu Jin, her gaze sweeping over the multitude of Starsea cowboys. One of them evidently noticed the building nearby. Thus he strode directly toward it. At this rate their encounter was only a matter of time. With that thought Lu Jin waved his hand signaling the others to conceal themselves. Once the Starsea cowboy entered they would capture him first to extract some intelligence. But just as the cowboy reached the doorway he halted.
Hey, you inside. You don't honestly think I'd walk in without a guard, do you? If you don't want a beating, come out now. I'm not an unreasonable man.
Before the Starsea cowboy could finish, Silver Moon swiftly charged out from within the building. Seeing this, the Starsea cowboy curled his lips slightly. His speed was remarkable. The moment Silver Moon appeared in his sight his hand had already reached for the gun at his waist. But his mistake lay in overconfidence in his own abilities. An invisible force surged forth and the Starsea cowboy suddenly felt his arm stiffen.
Lu Jin had made his move. A powerful psychic energy enveloped the Starsea cowboy's entire body, rendering him immobile.
Seizing the opportunity, Silver Moon acted. She delivered a sweeping strike. However, this time Silver Moon chose to attack with the blunt edge of her blade. As the blow landed on the Starsea cowboy he collapsed to the ground.
And the Starsea cowboy instantly realized he had bitten off more than he could chew.
The psychic force he had just felt alone indicated that there were at least two psychics far more powerful than him.
I didn't expect to fall right at the mission site.
Silver Moon directly turned her blade toward the Starsea cowboy's vital points.
Meanwhile, Lu Jin harnessed his psychic energy to disarm the cowboy of all his weapons.
Even at this point Lu Jin remained vigilant. After all, these Starsea cowboys were essentially bounty hunters constantly navigating the brink of life and death. How could they lack contingency measures? After a thorough inspection, Lu Jin immediately identified the Starsea cowboy's trump card.
Electronic eye, bionic arm, and a laser hidden slot.
You have quite a mess of mechanical prosthetics on you.
Colossus hack all his weapon systems. Understood.
Before the Starsea cowboy could react, a sharp pain shot through his brain. Then his mechanical prosthetics, as if struck by a malfunction, began to shut down and paralyze one by one. At this stage the Starsea cowboy had lost all his earlier composure. The person before him not only outmatched him in power but also possessed extraordinary means beyond his knowledge. Compared to any enemy he had encountered before, this was a completely different league. At that moment the Colossus intelligence system appeared beside Lu Jin as a holographic projection.
Captain, I've hacked all his weapon systems. Additionally, I discovered an electronic detonation chip in his brain. I didn't hack that one, as its operational principle is self-triggered detonation. But I've altered the permissions on that electronic detonation chip. Now with a single command from you I can blow his head to pieces. What? Permissions on the electronic detonation chip?
Fear flooded the Starsea cowboy's eyes. The chip was his final ace.
Originally it was meant to take down an enemy with him in death.
But now even his death card had been turned over.
You? Who the hell are you?
Lu Jin gazed at the Starsea cowboy, sensing that his willpower was far less firm than before, and knew this was the perfect moment for interrogation.
Tell me everything you know. Why did you come to this planet and what is your purpose here?
Faced with this question, the Starsea cowboy didn't hide a thing.
Because this matter was hardly a secret. It was information Lu Jin could easily obtain with a little probing.
He truly didn't need to sacrifice his life for such worthless intelligence.
We came to this planet because a high-value bounty mission appeared recently. The mission is simple: find a group of scholars on this godforsaken planet. The benefactor is generous, the starting price alone is 500 million credits.
And the benefactor explicitly stated that as long as we ensure the scholars' safety and protect all their property, an additional 500 million credits will be added upon completion.
That's 500 million credits, who wouldn't be tempted? 500 million as the initial amount plus another 500 million. A total of 1 billion credits.
If Lu Jin were also a bounty hunter, he would have been lured by this staggering reward. At that moment the Starsea cowboy spoke again.
Boss, we have no grudges. If you want the bounty you'll just leave.
Oh. How can I be certain that after letting you go you won't join forces with your companions to ambush me? Faced with this question, the Starsea cowboy across from him wore an utterly indifferent expression.
Companions.
In the concept of Starsea cowboys there was no such notion as companionship. They were merely competitors gathered together chasing after bounties. They might all be seated here now, but once the mission target was found everyone would fend for themselves. Rest assured, though we are all Starsea cowboys, this is merely a temporary alliance. Besides, you saw that ship. Those inside must already know what happened here, yet nothing has occurred.
That's because this ship isn't even ours, it's merely a vessel we rented. Hearing this, Lu Jin followed the Starsea cowboy's gaze toward the ship.
Indeed, a large swarm of drone bees was hovering around the ship. These drones moved about the vessel but wisely refrained from approaching Lu Jin's side. Logically, the situation here should have been fully captured by the drone bees. If those on the ship were allied with this Starsea cowboy, they would have rushed to his aid immediately. Yet those aboard chose to stand idly by. Seeing this, Lu Jin signaled Inu to sheath her blade. As the Starsea cowboy had said, they bore no grudge and there was no need for a massacre.
Moreover, he needed manpower now, and this Starsea cowboy could serve as a pawn for his purposes. Most crucially, he held the authority over the self-destruct ship.
In other words, this Starsea cowboy's life was in his hands. The Starsea cowboy stood up, dusted himself off and spread his hands with what he thought was a friendly smile. "You see, boss, let's all make peace and prosper." At that moment, Lu Jin gestured for the Starsea cowboy to come closer.
The Starsea cowboy hesitated, but constrained by Lu Jin's control over the self-destruct ship, he followed Lu Jin into the building.
Once inside, Lu Jin immediately instructed the Gargantua's intelligence system to block all surrounding signals.
Finding a somewhat battered chair, Lu Jin sat down directly in front of the Starsea cowboy. "Now that no one is watching us, I have one more question. Who are the people on that ship?" Hearing this, the Starsea cowboy chuckled. "Funny you ask, the captain of that ship is a blue star human just like you." "Another blue star human?" Lu Jin narrowed his eyes. Encountering a fellow countryman in the boundless Starsea was far from good news. While Lu Jin and the Starsea cowboy conversed on the bridge of that ship, a blue star human stared grimly at the screen before him. The screen displayed the abandoned outpost where Lu Jin and his group were. The scene of Lu Jin overpowering the Starsea cowboy had naturally caught his eye. "Lu Jin, is it really you? I never thought you'd grown to such a level in such a short time. It seems they'll need to devise a plan to seize that Origin Warship from you." With these words, the blue star human stood up. The crew members nearby turned to look at their captain. "You all hold the fort here. I'm going out to negotiate with my old classmate." "Old classmate?" Hearing this, the crew watched their captain's retreating figure. They had already witnessed Lu Jin's strength, but they hadn't expected that Lu Jin and their captain shared a special connection. Our captain and that powerhouse are old classmates. Both being blue star humans, it's only natural they have ties. Ties are good. These Starsea cowboys paid a hefty sum to board our ship. If he really dies here, we'll have to pay a considerable compensation. That's the escort business. If those cowboys hadn't offered enough, I wouldn't have taken this job. By then, Lu Jin had fully grasped the situation. A familiar voice came from outside. "I advise you to step aside now. Your captain and I are both graduates of Blue Star Academy. Offending me means offending your captain. So do you understand now?" Hearing the voice, Lu Jin let out a soft chuckle. Then Lu Jin stepped out of the abandoned outpost and came face to face with a familiar figure. The other person clearly saw Lu Jin and rushed over excitedly. "It really is you, Lu Jin. It's me. I'm Zhou Guangfei. We were in the same exam hall before. I never thought I'd run into a fellow countryman in the boundless Starsea." Just as Zhou Guangfei tried to approach further, Lu Jin raised his hand and decisively unleashed his psychic power. The psychic energy directly blocked Zhou Guangfei's advance. Sensing the psychic force, Zhou Guangfei's eyes flashed with shock. "Psychic power. You've become a psychic. Have you already obtained the psychic gene seed?" "Ah, old classmate, you're doing really well. You even got your hands on a psychic gene seed." Seeing the other's enthusiastic demeanor, Lu Jin showed no courtesy. "Something you need." The icy tone froze the smile on Zhou Guangfei's face. Then Zhou Guangfei rubbed his hands together and spoke somewhat sheepishly. "Old classmate, I've actually been running an escort service in the boundless Starsea lately. You know, taking money to ensure someone reaches their target planet. These Starsea cowboys are my current clients. So could you, for the sake of our old school ties, let him off? You didn't have a real conflict and he's already learned his lesson. Let's just drop it. If he dies, he'll have to pay a hefty compensation." As he spoke, Zhou Guangfei watched Lu Jin's reaction. Lu Jin glanced at Zhou Guangfei, then unceremoniously shoved the Starsea cowboy forward. "Go." "What?" Seeing Lu Jin release the man so readily, Zhou Guangfei was momentarily stunned. "That easy?" But then a sneer rose in Zhou Guangfei's heart. "You let him go just because I asked? With such naive thinking, I wonder how you even made it to the boundless Starsea. Still, it saves me a lot of trouble. Now I can carefully plan how to get that Origin Warship from Lu Jin. And if I could also transfer his psychic power to myself, that would be even better. Thank you, old classmate." Upon seeing Lu Jin readily choose to release him, Zhou Guangfei revealed a friendly smile. At that moment, the Starsea cowboy who had been captured by Lu Jin was not pleased. He glanced at Zhou Guangfei, then took a step back, spreading his hands to indicate refusal. "Sorry, but I won't go with you. I have already decided to follow the strong individual before me. Coincidentally, our goals are aligned. I believe he needs me as a guide." Saying this, the Starsea cowboy looked at Lu Jin, boldly expressing his desire to stick with him. It was clear to everyone present that among them only Lu Jin possessed the strongest power. Thus, as long as he could win Lu Jin's favor and accompany him in the search for the target, he might just get a share of the rewards. Hearing this, Zhou Guangfei's expression stiffened again. "He came to rescue you and now you say you won't leave. Is this a joke? The veins on Zhou Guangfei's forehead throbbed, but in the end he chose to forcibly suppress his inner fury. It wasn't worth arguing with these Starsea cowboys. His objective was Lu Jin right in front of him. Compared to these Starsea cowboys, if he could bring Lu Jin under his control, he could quickly accumulate capital and gain the power to establish a foothold in the endless Starsea. Since that's the case, then it's all good. Let's all be amicable. Harmony brings wealth. Lu Jin glanced at the Starsea cowboy beside him, then at Zhou Guangfei. How interesting. While Zhou Guangfei was chatting with him, Lu Jin had already instructed the Titan to scan Zhou Guangfei's ship. This ship was classified as a small vessel and its weapon and armor systems were quite outdated. However, its shield system was far superior to that of ordinary ships. Most critically, the Titan's intelligence system was obstructed by mysterious forces after scanning only a portion of the ship. This further confirmed to Lu Jin that Zhou Guangfei's ship was not an ordinary vessel. It was likely an Origin battleship just like his own. Origin battleships were treasures of the Starsea, possessing the ability to evolve infinitely. However, the materials required to nurture such a ship amounted to astronomical figures. Even Lu Jin had only managed to cultivate his ship to the level of a medium R-class vessel. Therefore, Lu Jin could understand why Zhou Guangfei's ship was so outdated. In his memories, Zhou Guangfei had vanished after leaving Blue Star, and there had been no news of him even during the Assimilation War. Such a small character who should have perished in the Starsea had now transformed into an owner of an Origin battleship just like himself. Could this be the butterfly effect of my rebirth? Just as Lu Jin pondered, a message popped up on Zhou Guangfei's personal terminal. Captain, we've detected a large-scale biological response. A massive wave of mutated creatures is approaching us. Please board the ship quickly, we must leave this dangerous place. A wave of mutated creatures. Zhou Guangfei's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this news. It is known that on a planet teeming with various species, a wave of beasts is akin to a major disaster. If one is not careful, even hiding inside the ship can lead to significant losses. Thinking of this, Zhou Guangfei prepared to return to his ship at the first opportunity. But at that moment he suddenly thought of Lu Jin. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to get Lu Jin on his ship? Once inside his ship, wouldn't Lu Jin be completely at his mercy? The plan was perfect. Zhou Guangfei immediately turned to Lu Jin with an anxious look. Old classmate, the wave of beasts is coming, you should come on board with me to take cover. On such a life-bearing planet, the destructive power of a wave of beasts is no less than that of storms and other natural disasters. You definitely won't have time to return to your own ship now, so it's better to come aboard mine for shelter. Boarding Zhou Guangfei's ship for refuge. At this moment, Inui Sharia and Linglong all looked towards Zhou Guangfei. They were no longer the naive novices who had just begun interstellar travel. Zhou Guangfei exuded a hypocritical kindness. Such a person inviting them aboard was a genuine kindness or hidden malice. They could easily discern the truth. However, Yu and the others chose not to directly expose Zhou Guangfei, as Lu Jin had emerged from the building appearing somewhat different. Seeing Zhou Guangfei invite him aboard, Lu Jin was pleasantly surprised, his face filled with joy. This joy carried a hint of innocence, a touch of unexpectedness, and a dash of surprise, perfectly landing in Zhou Guangfei's eyes. Really? You can rest assured and come aboard. Then I shall obey your request. Meanwhile, the Starsea cowboy glanced at Lu Jin, then at Zhou Guangfei. Just as the Starsea cowboy was about to say something, Yu appeared behind him out of nowhere. Feeling the cold blade pressed against his waist, the words he was about to say got stuck in his throat. I really dislike you talking, so from now on you can keep quiet. With this statement, the Starsea cowboy immediately understood Lu Jin's group's intentions. He cast a look of pity towards Zhou Guangfei. Is this the culture of Blue Star humanity? Fellow townsfolk meeting each other only to stab twice. After Lu Jin and the others boarded the ship, Linglong and the others began to observe the vessel. This was the second Origin battleship they had encountered. However, after only a moment of observation, Linglong noticed the gap between this Origin battleship and the Prometheus. The material of this ship is quite crude and many of the compartments are completely vacant. Furthermore, the basic compartments of this ship seem to be somewhat outdated compared to the Prometheus. Shouldn't Origin battleships be stronger than ordinary ones? Why does this ship look so weak? The discussions among the group fell mercilessly into Zhou Guangfei's ears. As the owner of this Origin battleship, Zhou Guangfei felt he was about to explode with anger. After all, he had invested a considerable amount of resources, yet no one had informed him that upgrading an Origin battleship required such extensive resources. However, at this point Zhou Guangfei chose to console himself. There was no need to get angry with these people. No matter how strong Lu Jin was, he was now in his hands. Once the ship took off, Lu Jin and the others would become his prey. With this thought, Zhou Guangfei eagerly made his way to the bridge, determined to make Lu Jin pay for mocking him. Arriving at the bridge area, Zhou Guangfei impatiently instructed the crew to prepare for takeoff. Rumble. As the ship ascended, the entire ground began to tremble like ripples on water. A plume of smoke gradually appeared on the distant horizon. Then the true form of the beast tide was revealed to everyone. On this planet, most creatures capable of movement were mingled within it. Some were colossal like tyrannosaurs, others tiny like rodents.
But at this moment, driven by some unknown force, they all rushed in one direction. During the stampede, many creatures slowed or stumbled for various reasons.
The next second, those that faltered were engulfed by the endless tide behind them.
Where the beast tide passed, the corpses of various creatures formed a bloody path. Lu Jin stroked his chin, observing the tide before him. His eyes narrowed slightly, sensing something amiss about this beast tide. Normally a beast tide could only arise from two causes. One was migration for survival. But on a life-sustaining planet, survival was rarely a concern for these creatures. Thus the other factor was fleeing from a massive predator. Only this could explain why so many species were mixed in the tide. The constant trampling also indicated that these creatures fled in sheer terror.
So the question was,
on this life-sustaining planet devoid of any threat to survival or territory, what kind of colossal predator had emerged to instill such fear? Normally a life-sustaining planet should not give rise to overly powerful creatures. This contradicted the very laws governing such worlds.
This is getting more interesting by the minute. A faint smile curled at the corner of Lu Jin's lips. His curiosity about this anomalous planet grew. Just as Lu Jin was lost in thought, Zhou Guanfei approached inopportunely. Seeing this, Inoue didn't hesitate to show her disdain.
Before Zhou Guanfei could get close, Inoue drew her blade, blocking his path.
Feeling the sharp edges menace, Zhou Guanfei halted with a sheepish grin.
Old classmate, this beast tide will take a while to pass. Since we've met in the boundless star sea, why not catch up over a meal in the canteen?
I've had the crew prepare blue star delicacies. It'll feel just like home. Hearing this, Lu Jin snapped back to reality.
He looked at Zhou Guanfei and gave a faint smile. Sure. They all headed to the canteen, where Lu Jin and Zhou Guanfei sat at one table. The Starsea cowboy sat with Inoue and the others, while Zhou Guanfei's crew surrounded them. A keen observer would notice that Lu Jin's group occupied the central seats. The crew's seats formed a circle around them. Lu Jin saw through Zhou Guanfei's scheme but chose not to expose it. He was curious to see what trick Zhou Guanfei would try.
Come, old classmate, let me toast you.
With that, Zhou Guanfei placed a glass before Lu Jin, then raised another and drained it in one gulp.
Watching Zhou Guanfei finish his drink, Lu Jin turned his gaze to his own glass. He touched it, letting his spiritual energy seep into the wine.
Soon he detected a substance that suppressed spiritual energy.
Poison.
Lu Jin chuckled, disappointed that this was all Zhou Guanfei had up his sleeve. He had expected something more interesting. Then he raised his glass and drank. To be fair, Zhou Guanfei had prepared fine wine to lure him in. Even Lu Jin found it palatable. After drinking, the drug began to take effect. But against his absolute spiritual energy, it barely caused a ripple. The drug could at most suppress a third-level spiritual energy user. Lu Jin's level was far beyond that.
Seeing Lu Jin drink, Zhou Guanfei's eyes lit up. Success. His demeanor shifted, shedding all pretense of respect.
Zhou Guanfei revealed his true colors.
Lu Jin, between your crew and mine, who do you think is stronger?
Before he finished, the Starsea cowboy who was eating nearby let out a snicker.
All eyes turned to him.
Zhou Guanfei, as the ship's captain, glared at him impatiently.
What's so funny? I remembered something amusing.
What?
I once killed a giant mammoth with a single shot. Accepting the excuse, Zhou Guanfei turned back to Lu Jin. Don't be fooled by my escort job, it takes real skill.
I know you're a spiritual energy user, but my crew has them too.
So that doesn't matter.
In the boundless star sea, ability is what counts, you understand. After his speech, Zhou Guanfei glanced at Lu Jin, who had downed a few more glasses.
The drug should be taking effect by now.
He looked at Lu Jin like a lamb to the slaughter.
To be honest, I'm glad to see you here in the boundless star sea.
You've had the Origin ship for a while, but did you know that when one Origin ship devours another, it inherits all the other's upgrades?
I only found out after buying that info from the Origin Alliance at a high price. Lu Jin's heart jolted. He hadn't known.
An Origin ship could gain another's progress by devouring it. If so, he had planned to absorb Zhou Guanfei's ship. Now he changed his mind. Also, the Origin Alliance that Zhou Guanfei mentioned piqued his interest. That might be the key to how Zhou Guanfei obtained his Origin ship.
Lu Jin, we left Blue Star at the same time, but I've been in the boundless star sea longer. As your senior, let me teach you a lesson today. Never trust anyone. With that, Zhou Guanfei ceased all pretense.
At his command, the crew who had been eating moments before instantly armed themselves and encircled Lu Jin's group. Yet Lu Jin remained seated, his face devoid of any tension. In fact, he regarded Zhou Guanfei with evident interest. I'm curious, what exactly is this Origin Alliance you mentioned?
And am also very interested in the origin of your Origin Warship. You're too impatient. I didn't even get to finish hearing the information I wanted.
In response to Lu Jin's arrogant words, Zhou Guanfei raised his hand and drew a firearm from his waist.
The dark muzzle aimed at Lu Jin's head, a triumphant smirk curling on Zhou Guanfei's face. If you want to know, I can tell you slowly later. But for now, your Origin Warship and everything you command will become mine.
Before his words faded, Silver Moon struck with ferocity. Her speed was so great that even the crew failed to react. After a flash of blade light passed before their eyes, all the peripheral crew members crumpled to the ground.
They died without even knowing how.
The Starsea cowboy, having long foreseen the outcome, never left his dining table. Gazing at the corpses at his feet, the Starsea cowboy stuffed a piece of bread into his mouth. A bunch of ordinary people with no mechanical enhancements, no genetic modifications, no psychic cultivation, remarkably overconfident. Zhou Guangfei watched as his crew didn't even last a single round, instantly eliminated by Silver Moon.
Only then did he realize that Lu Jin's crew were no ordinary psychics. How is this possible?
You clearly drank the drugged wine. Zhou Guangfei stared at Lu Jin, attempting to pull the trigger in a final desperate struggle. But he found to his shock that no matter how hard he tried, the trigger was immobile, as if welded in place. Lu Jin stepped forward, channeling his psychic energy to confiscate the gun from Zhou Guangfei's hand.
Did you really think your drugs could suppress a high-level psychic? Thank you for your hospitality, but now I'm more eager to learn about this so-called Origin Alliance you mentioned.
As his words fell, crew members from around the cabin, drawn by the commotion, gathered. Among them were the psychic crew Zhou Guangfei had mentioned earlier.
Yet Zhou Guangfei felt no relief at seeing them.
He knew well that the drugs he had administered to Lu Jin's group would have incapacitated even his own crew. The fact that Lu Jin and his people were easily immune proved that their psychic levels were on an entirely different plane from his crew's.
Just as the crew prepared to step into the dining area, Silver Moon moved forward. In an instant, a flood of psychic energy engulfed the entire dining zone. All the crew members' steps froze midair, their desire to advance utterly quashed. Step forward and die.
Silver Moon drew her blade, simply sitting at the entrance of the dining area. The crew dared not make a single move, even the psychics among them, sensing Silver Moon's psychic aura, were filled with nothing but boundless terror.
A powerhouse. The Starsea elf seated before them was an undeniable psychic master.
Though she sat there calmly, any advance would surely mean death. They were crew hired by Zhou Guangfei, their bond far from one of life and death. So in that moment, every crew member chose to withdraw their steps, even retreating a few paces.
The dining area instantly became a forbidden zone.
The Starsea cowboy glanced at the crew, then picked up his glass with mild boredom. He had half expected them to stir up some trouble. But before any wave could form, Silver Moon's mere psychic pressure had halted them. Now we can have a proper reunion, old classmate.
Lu Jin smiled faintly and forcibly pressed Zhou Guangfei back into his seat. Zhou Guangfei's back was already soaked with sweat.
He had imagined Lu Jin was strong, but he never expected him to be this formidable.
So many powerful psychics, this was beyond what mere money could buy.
Seeing Zhou Guangfei so tense, Lu Jin smiled gently, offering what he thought was a reassuring expression.
Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. As long as you tell me what I want to know, I promise to let you go. Let him go.
Really?
Of course. Hearing Lu Jin's promise, Zhou Guangfei visibly relaxed.
As long as there's life, there's hope. If Lu Jin let him go, everything could still be salvaged.
With that thought, Zhou Guangfei looked at Lu Jin and recounted his experiences upon entering the endless Starsea. It was in a way Zhou Guangfei's good fortune. During a pursuit by interstellar pirates, he accidentally fell into a wormhole.
This wormhole was an unstable random one, but it transported him directly into the endless Starsea region.
Upon arriving in the endless Starsea, before Zhou Guangfei could even feel relieved, he was once again chased by an alien fleet.
After a period of pursuit, he encountered a member of the Origin Alliance. The Origin Alliance, as the name suggests, is an alliance formed by members who possess Origin Warships. They collect various Origin Warships and rank members based on the upgrade progress of their vessels. I heard that the leader of the Origin Alliance has already upgraded and evolved his Origin Warship to the Star Destroyer level.
That's a Star Destroyer class Origin Warship, likely the only one in the entire endless Starsea.
If it only devoured other materials, the amount required could probably build a perfect planet.
A Star Destroyer class Origin Warship. Lu Jin narrowed his eyes. If that were true, the owner of that warship must have expended an astronomical amount of materials.
Of course, there was another possibility, that it had devoured enough other Origin Warships. According to Zhou Guangfei, when an Origin Warship devours another, it gains its upgrade progress. If he possessed enough Origin Warships, distributed them to subordinates, and then devoured them all when the time was right, the upgrade speed could indeed yield a Star Destroyer class Origin Warship.
Shortly after joining the Origin Alliance, I met a benefactor. This Origin Warship of mine was a stroke of fortune he gave me. He provided me with coordinates, and following them I indeed discovered an Origin Warship. According to the coordinates, a Origin battleship has been discovered. Upon hearing this, Lu Jin couldn't help but let out a light chuckle, gaining a rough understanding of this Origin Alliance.
It seemed that this so-called Origin Alliance was established by a group of individuals who possessed a vast number of Origin battleships. Their primary purpose was to distribute their fleet vessels to others. In other words, apart from the high-ranking members, everyone else in this Origin Alliance was merely cannon fodder used to upgrade the elite. Yet this was not a disadvantage for Lu Jin. To him it was a tempting prize. Thus Lu Jin obtained the means to contact the Origin Alliance from Zhou Guangfei. Having gathered all the intelligence, Lu Jin turned his gaze back to Zhou Guangfei.
You may take your crew and leave. I will give you only 1 hour. Anyone still aboard this vessel after that hour will not be spared. At these words, the other crew members snapped into action. They rushed toward the hatch without a backward glance. As for Zhou Guangfei, after a moment of realization, he looked at Lu Jin with a pleading expression. Could you at least leave me a ship? Time is precious. Hearing this, Zhou Guangfei understood immediately. He gritted his teeth, daring to linger no longer, and swiftly followed the other crew members toward the hatch. Before long, all the crew members were expelled from the vessel. What do we do now? We have to find a way out of here. Damn it. If it weren't for you provoking those experts, we wouldn't be in this mess. That's right. It's all your fault. Now that their ship had been seized, they were left stranded and helpless. In an instant, all the crew members vented their fury upon Zhou Guangfei. Zhou Guangfei, an ordinary mortal with no means of defense, was instantly overwhelmed by the crew's assault. Just as their rage peaked, another vessel appeared in the sky. Seeing this ship, the crew immediately shifted their focus. They waved frantically at the vessel above, clutching at it like a lifeline. If the ship would take them aboard, they might yet escape with their lives. But at that moment, Yu Tiansong, standing in the bridge of the Prometheus, looked at the crew below and decisively activated the ship's weapon systems. These must be the crew from the previous ship. In that case, I'll be merciful and send you on your way. To spare you from suffering on this planet. Boom! A single missile descended and all the crew members were obliterated in the blazing explosion. Lu Jin cast a brief glance at the annihilated fleet crew, then directed his own crew to begin transferring the vessel's supplies. Once all the supplies had been fully transferred, Lu Jin started dismantling the Origin battleship before him. First, he targeted the most critical area, the Origin core in the bridge. Lu Jin removed the Origin core and integrated it into the Prometheus' own Origin core. As the core was absorbed, he immediately heard the familiar upgrade notification. Ding, a new Origin core detected. Absorption complete. Ding, absorption finished. The ship's upgrade progress has increased to 90. What? Just feeding it a single Origin core had pushed the upgrade progress to 90. This was far faster than his painstaking efforts to devour vast quantities of ship materials. No wonder those in the Origin Alliance chose to hand over their Origin battleships to others. Although Zhou Guangfei's Origin battleship had low upgrade progress, it still managed to boost Lu Jin's progress to 90. If he upgraded to a medium-sized Origin battleship, devouring it might allow him to directly evolve into a large-scale vessel. At that moment, the ship's system once again displayed a flood of notifications. Ding, congratulations! You have unlocked the space warehouse, significantly increasing material storage capacity. Ding, congratulations! You have unlocked the explosive engine, greatly enhancing ship speed. Ding, congratulations! You have unlocked the multifunctional star chart, vastly expanding the ship's radar range. As Lu Jin devoured Zhou Guangfei's ship, its upgrade progress naturally transferred to his own vessel. Lu Jin examined the unlocked compartments and functional devices, a slight frown creasing his brow. How could Zhou Guangfei's unlocked compartment functions be so lackluster? The space warehouse was something he had encountered several times before, but compared to other evolution options, Lu Jin had always discarded it without hesitation. Yet in Zhou Guangfei's case, this was the best he had. If Zhou Guangfei had heard Lu Jin's words, he would surely have cursed him out. The compartment functions unlocked during an Origin battleship's upgrade depended on the materials it absorbed. The materials Lu Jin fed to the Prometheus were no ordinary ship components. The Gem Fleet, the Blackstone Pirates, the Necro ships. Because of these materials, every compartment function unlocked by the Prometheus was far more powerful than that of ordinary Origin battleships. But this was something Lu Jin was unaware of. Just then the ship's system chimed again. Ding, 10 upgrade paths detected. Please choose your next upgrade route. 10 upgrade paths. For a moment Lu Jin even doubted his ears. When he opened the ship's upgrade panel, he saw clearly that he had not misheard. Before him were 10 upgrade paths, each one tempting him greatly. Upgrade Path 1, unlock Charged Stellar Furnace, unlock Mode 1000 Superstellar Mode. Upgrade Path 2, unlock Neutron Star Laboratory, unlock Weapon Neutron Star Missile. Upgrade Path 3, unlock Quantum Communication Center, unlock Blueprint Quantum Swarm. All of them are incredible. Gazing at the 10 evolution paths, Lu Jin's eyes lit up with excitement. This only strengthened his desire to hunt down other Origin battleships. If devouring a small Origin battleship yielded such a massive boost, then what if he devoured a medium-sized Origin battleship? A large Origin battleship? Or even a star-destroying Origin battleship? At this thought, a realization struck Lu Jin. If his Origin battleship could truly reach its peak, could it become a unique battle-deciding invincible vessel? This idea gradually took shape in Lu Jin's mind. In the end, it took root like a seed, sprouting and growing within his thoughts. Perhaps this could be a path, a trump card he could forge himself. Perhaps it truly is possible. Lu Jin had never entertained such a thought before, but the emergence of the Origin Alliance now offered him a glimmer of hope, a chance. If he could devour the entire Origin Alliance, merging all the Origin warships into one, just how formidable would that vessel become?
Although Lu Jin was uncertain of the Origin Warship's ultimate potential, his gaze fell upon the upgrade path before him. He was certain that once he consumed all the Origin Alliance's warships, his own vessel would evolve to a level beyond his imagination. Ding! Congratulations on successfully unlocking the charged stellar furnace and the 1000 superstellar mode. Among all the evolution paths, Lu Jin had chosen to unlock the charged stellar furnace. Most of the other evolution routes merely added an attack method to the warship. However, the 1000 superstellar mode unlocked by the charged stellar furnace was a genuine means to vastly boost the ship's combat power in a short time. Now Lu Jin commanded his own fleet, and with the main cannon's colossal weapon, the stellar dirge, other weapon systems paled in comparison to a direct increase in combat strength. Just as Lu Jin finalized the warship's upgrade path, the Colossus intelligence system suddenly appeared beside him. Captain, 3 seconds ago the Colossus received a distress signal from this planet. As it spoke, the Colossus AI displayed a star map before Lu Jin. On the coordinates, the distress signal originated from a canyon terrain. Upon seeing the coordinates, Lu Jin rose without a moment's hesitation. Since the distress signal could reach the Colossus, the sender was likely a genuine scholar of the Solar Dynasty. Even if not, they were undoubtedly closely connected to the Solar Dynasty's genuine faction. Their primary mission on this planet was to rescue these people. Thus Lu Jin wasted no time. Shiria transformed into her dragon form and swiftly carried Lu Jin and the others toward the coordinate area. The Prometheus followed closely behind, ready to provide rapid support to Lu Jin's ground team in case of emergencies. Soon Shiria reached the canyon's sky. In the life-filled canyon, a mixture of flesh and or faint plumes of civilization smoke rose from the bottom. Lu Jin immediately instructed Shiria to approach the source of the smoke. There. Combining the coordinates and the smoke's location, Shiria quickly descended toward the canyon floor. However, when Lu Jin arrived at the bottom, he couldn't help but frown. At the source of the smoke, a simple campfire had just been extinguished, not by its users but trampled out by some creature. A chaotic scatter of charcoal debris lay on the ground, some embers still smoldering. It was evident that this group had been attacked by wild beasts. Finding them is no easy task. The successive beast attacks made Lu Jin acutely aware that this planet had undergone a massive mutation. If they lingered, their own lives might be threatened. Just then his keen hearing picked up a mournful cry. Not only Lu Jin but also Silver Moon and the others heard the sound. They followed it forward and soon spotted a human figure. Linglong's excitement surged upon seeing the figure. The person bore the distinct traits of the Solar Dynasty, clearly one of her kind. But just as Linglong moved closer, Lu Jin grabbed her arm. "Wait, don't come near." Before he could speak further, the figure warned them to keep their distance. It was then that the group noticed the Solar Dynasty citizen's body was overtaken by a slime-like organism. The viscous mass had already consumed half his body and was creeping toward his head at an alarming speed. Frowning at the sight, even they had never encountered such a bizarre creature. Linglong looked pleadingly at Lu Jin. This was the first of her kind she had found. "He's beyond saving. If I'm not mistaken, the organism on him is something called corrupting spores. Once infected, the host is gradually parasitized and eventually becomes a corrupted zombie. And after transformation, the zombie is controlled by the spores to spread them further." Lu Jin had never imagined that among the 4 most terrifying races of the Assimilation War, he had already encountered the Void Swarm, the Abyssal Demons, and the Bloodline Ancestors. He had thought he would only meet the corrupted zombies when the war erupted. But by a twist of fate, he found them on this life-bearing planet. "If you have anything to pass on, tell us now. Based on the spore activity on you, you have less than 10 minutes before turning into a corrupted zombie." Hearing Lu Jin's words, the Solar Dynasty citizen seemed to resign himself, gazing at the sky. So he had only 10 minutes left to live. Still, he was grateful to have seen other kind before his death, and they seemed to be faring well. This meant that their Civilization Ember project had not failed. "My name is Kasaro, a genuine scholar of the Solar Dynasty. I once participated in the construction of 3 large engineering ships, the Colossus, the Mountain Guard, and the Arcane. After the Civilization Ember project was initiated, I was assigned to Exploration Squad 231, conducting research on various planets. On this planet we discovered unique spores and initially hoped to tame and utilize their boundless vitality. But in the end we failed. These spores are a disaster, we inadvertently unleashed it." Sensing his time was running out, the Solar Dynasty citizen recounted everything he knew to Lu Jin. After listening, Lu Jin's expression grew increasingly grim. According to the man, he had been targeted by corrupting spores because many creatures on this planet had already become corrupted. They had been attacked by corrupted beings and implanted with the spores. "Besides you, how many survivors are there?" "There are." Just as he was about to reveal the number of survivors, the corrupting spores on him suddenly surged in activity. In an instant, the spores transformed into a gaping maw, devouring the Solar Dynasty citizen's entire body. Witnessing this, Lu Jin swiftly retreated several paces. The others, upon seeing this, also immediately went on high alert. For they had already heard Lu Jin explain that once the corrupting spores completely devoured an organism, it would transform into a corrupted creature driven by the spores. If targeted by a corrupted creature, one could easily be infected with corrupting spores.
Shiria, use your psychic dragon flame to incinerate this entire area. Although corrupting spores spread with terrifying speed, they are not without a nemesis. As long as you use high-temperature weapons to burn them, they can be completely eradicated. Understood. Without hesitation, Shiria exhaled a stream of psychic dragon flame. Before the corrupting spores could react, the scorching dragon fire swiftly reduced them to ashes. Yet even so, Lu Jin remained vigilant. Among the primary races in the assimilation war, the corrupting spores were undoubtedly the weakest in strength, but they were by far the most numerous. A single corrupted zombie hosted billions of spores. Though these spores were fragile in vitality, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. On the battlefield, a moment's inattention could lead to an attack by corrupting spores. Thus, during the assimilation war, wherever corrupted creatures appeared, that area would inevitably be reduced to a barren wasteland after the conflict ended. Similarly, Lu Jin was no exception now. After incinerating all the corrupting spores before him, Lu Jin even had Shiria scorch the surrounding area with a blast of psychic dragon breath. Only after confirming no residual spores remained did Lu Jin dare to proceed. He hadn't advanced far when he heard a commotion up ahead. I've had enough. If he hadn't brought that monster back to the outpost, would we be in this mess now? Stop arguing. What use is that now? The priority is to reach the next outpost and see if there's a ship to leave this planet. The next outpost. Most of our outposts have lost contact. Those monsters must have discovered our intentions. We're doomed. We're destined to become hosts for those monsters. Around a campfire, several people of the Solar Dynasty were arguing fiercely. The series of mishaps they had encountered in recent days had pushed their spirits to the brink of collapse. Now only they remained of their entire squad. Under the threat of death, no one could remain calm. But as they argued, Lu Jin and his group appeared in their sight. Lu Jin's appearance instantly put them on guard. However, they soon spotted Linglong, one of their own kin. The sight of Linglong quickly calmed the Solar Dynasty people. Who are you? We received a distress signal and came to rescue you. Lu Jin briefly explained the situation to the few before him. When they heard that Lu Jin was now the owner of the Goliath, their eyes lit up. Among the large engineering vessels they had built, only the Goliath was now under Lu Jin's control. After all, the conditions for inheriting each engineering vessel were the same. One had to melt the body of a night lich into metal and infuse it into the altar. In the vast sea of stars, how many dared to oppose a night lich? They had already given up hope for the civilization's Ember project, but Lu Jin's appearance rekindled their hope. So you've indeed slain quite a few night liches. The captain annihilated an entire night lich fleet led by a count. Before Lu Jin could speak, Linglong proudly recounted his many achievements. Had these words come from anyone else, the scholars might have doubted them. But coming from Linglong, a fellow Solar Dynasty citizen who had escaped from the Night Lich's enslavement, no one hated the Night Liches more than she did. After confirming their alliance, an elderly Solar Dynasty man stepped forward. Great Captain, we thank you for saving us. Hongyan, scholar of the Solar Dynasty, extends to you the highest respect. Before he could finish, Lu Jin cut off the pleasantries. This was no time for idle chatter. This planet was now overrun with corrupting spores. Every minute they remained on the surface increased their chances of infection. Thus Lu Jin stated that their most urgent task was to board his ship immediately. Are there no other survivors besides you? Only us. Then let's leave this place at once. As the words left his mouth, the ground began to tremble once more. A roar. With a beastly howl, a tyrannosaur-like creature, its entire body covered in corrupting spores, suddenly appeared around the canyon bend. The corrupted tyrannosaur locked its gaze on Lu Jin and the others. Then it charged straight at them. As it charged, clumps of spores occasionally fell to the ground. Seeing this, Lu Jin snorted coldly and channeled his psychic energy. Empowered by his psychic energy, the flames from the campfire surged upward, forming a blazing wall of fire. Lu Jin manipulated the firewall, engulfing the corrupted tyrannosaur. The corrupted tyrannosaur was consumed by the flames and instantly reduced to ashes. The spore clumps scattered on the ground quickly dispersed, merging into the earth. The spores themselves were minuscule, making them nearly invisible to the naked eye once mixed with dust. But Lu Jin paid them no heed, releasing a massive surge of psychic energy. Terrifying flames instantly engulfed the entire canyon floor. The Solar Dynasty people's eyes widened in astonishment. Lu Jin's methods against the corrupted creatures were even more adept than their own. Just then the Prometheus arrived above the canyon. Lu Jin and his group quickly boarded the ship. Once aboard, Lu Jin immediately ordered everyone to undergo disinfection checks, leaving no opportunity for the corrupting spores to infiltrate. But at that moment, from the jungle near the ship, a corrupted bird flew straight toward the Prometheus. Seeing this, Lu Jin activated the missile weapon system. Boom! The missile struck the corrupted bird and the explosion's fire instantly consumed it. However, attacks began to rain down one after another, causing Lu Jin to frown slightly. It seems these corrupted creatures don't intend to let us leave so easily. Yu Tian-san, activate all weapon systems and summon all ships in satellite orbit. Gather all ships in orbit and bring them here. Upon hearing Lu Jin's command, Yu Tiancan was momentarily bewildered.
In his view, the creatures attacking the ships were merely indigenous lifeforms of this planet. Wouldn't the ship's own weapon system suffice to deal with them? Was it truly necessary to mobilize the entire fleet? Yet despite his inner confusion, Yu Tiancan obeyed Lu Jin's order without any hesitation. Soon the Sunwhale-class battleships along with the Silent Coffin and the Colossus all converged from the planet's orbit. Inside the ships, the realist scholar's eyes welled with tears at the sight of the Sunwhale-class battleships. They never imagined they would live to see the Sunwhale-class battleship and the Colossus engineering vessel once more. As all ships assembled, the corrupted spore clusters on the ground seemed to sense the impending danger. A vast number of them scattered, hiding within the planet's rocky crevices. Their survival instinct urged them to conceal themselves. But how could Lu Jin let them off so easily? All ships by my command bombard the surface of this planet immediately. Unleash every weapon, every round of ammunition. A full-scale carpet bombing. The star cowboys seated inside the ships couldn't help but wipe cold sweat upon hearing Lu Jin's order. Thankfully, they had chosen to side with Lu Jin in advance. When boarding, Lu Jin had instructed him to notify the star cowboys still on the ground. If they hadn't left by now, they would surely face certain doom. Without a moment's delay, the captains of the numerous ships resolutely executed Lu Jin's command. A multitude of ship weapons powered up and countless laser missiles rained down upon the planet's surface. The colossal shockwaves from the explosions blasted the hidden corrupted spores out into the open. Before the spores could reconceal themselves, a second wave of attacks followed, eradicating every exposed spore completely. Attempting to flee, countless corrupted spores coalesced into a surging tide. The sight of this spore tide on the planet's surface filled everyone with horror. What in the world is that? Has the number of corrupted spores reached such a terrifying magnitude? Thank goodness we didn't stay on that planet too long. This is beyond horrific. Keep bombing. We must not allow these spores to remain in this world. Witnessing such a staggering number of corrupted spores, their attacks became relentless. Though the corrupted spores lacked high intelligence, they soon realized the fleet in the sky was targeting them. The will to survive ignited a fury within them. The spores coalesced into a giant which hurled cannonball-like spore clusters straight at the ships. In response, the ships swiftly ascended to prevent the spores from latching onto them. But the spore clusters transformed midair into countless birds. These corrupted avian forms assaulted the ship shields, fearlessly draining the ship's energy despite the shield's resistance. Lu Jin, however, seemed to have anticipated this, having already ascended his ship into outer space. From space looking down, the countless corrupted spores appeared as a blight upon the planet, clearly visible even from orbit. From this vantage point, the sheer scale and reproductive capability of the spores were starkly evident. Their numbers are truly immense, even the void swarm seems minuscule in comparison. Gazing at the spore army below, Yun Mengyan sighed in awe. Even a veteran of countless battles like her was humbled by the staggering quantity of corrupted spores. Could the sleepers prevail against such an enemy? This question arose in Yun Mengyan's mind. She gradually realized that since venturing into the boundless star sea, increasingly formidable foes had emerged. If she continued to idle, she feared she would fall behind Lu Jin. Meanwhile, Lu Jin's gaze fell upon the charging progress of the stellar dirge. Its charging speed was now incomparable to before. In just 1 hour, the stellar dirge had reached 100 charge. Yet that was not enough. Lu Jin intended to destroy the planet, nipping all corrupted spores in the bud. Lacking interstellar travel capabilities, they could only hitch rides on other organisms. Thus, by exterminating every spore on this planet, perhaps one of the terrifying races of the assimilation war could be eradicated entirely. Activate the charging stellar furnace. Let these spores experience firsthand the terrifying power of the stellar dirge in superstellar mode. The charging stellar furnace began to operate, channeling a pure and astonishing energy through every system of the ship. As furnace energy surged into the main cannon, the stellar dirge's muzzle blazed with even greater brilliance. At that moment, the entire ship began to tremble. The energy within the main cannon had reached an alarming level. If charging continued, there was a risk of the barrel bursting. Lu Jin wiped cold sweat from his brow. This superstellar mode was incredibly powerful. All ships retreat immediately. The stellar dirge had reached the point of no return. To avoid friendly fire, Lu Jin ordered all ships to evacuate the planet's vicinity. All ships obeyed, swiftly retreating from the life-bearing planet. The moment the last ship withdrew, Lu Jin pressed the firing button. A beam as dazzling as the sun struck the planet's surface. Boom! A colossal energy wave radiated from the impact point. A terrifying ring of energy swept across the entire planet, converging at the opposite side. The life planet erupted in a violent shockwave of immense power. This shockwave was palpable even to the ships in outer space. The beam faded. The stellar dirge's main cannon entered a cooling state. In that moment, all eyes were drawn to the life planet ravaged by the stellar dirge's bombardment. The green planet, once a symbol of vibrant life, had now transformed into a scorched wasteland. Its surface was nothing but blackened earth with flames still flickering in patches. The entire planet was now shrouded in an aura of destruction and despair. But this was not the end. In the area struck by the stellar lament, a massive chasm plunged straight to the planet's core. The core within the planet had shattered, unleashing a torrent of energy that exploded from within. The planet was instantly torn asunder, and the colossal shockwave of internal energy sent a second surge of power rippling across the starsea. When the energy shockwaves finally dissipated, what came into view was a sphere formed by countless planetary fragments.
These scattered remains would one day coalesce again, forming a small celestial body. Yet even so, having lost its inner core, even if it reconstituted, it would be nothing more than a lifeless, worthless star.
Sitting on the bridge, Lu Jin gazed at the now shattered life-bearing planet and silently mused. Having gone this far, the corrupting spores should have been completely eradicated, shouldn't they? Nevertheless, to be absolutely certain, Lu Jin decided to conduct a thorough scan of the planet. Facing such a troublesome calamity-level organism as the corrupting spores, he dared not let his guard down for a moment.
The fleet will remain here for 12 hours. During this time, scan the planetary celestial data. We must ensure the corrupting spores are utterly annihilated on this planet. Remain for 12 hours and continue scanning the celestial body.
This was the first time Yu Tiansong had seen Lu Jin treat any organism with such grave seriousness. He was unaware of the terror of the corrupting spores. But Yin Yu and the others understood it all too well. Thus, when Lu Jin issued the order, they accepted it without a moment's hesitation. Lu Jin then proceeded to enlighten Yu Tiansong and the others about the existence of the corrupting spores. Upon learning their properties, Yu Tiansong felt a chill run down his spine. Such terrifying creatures exist in the endless starsea. Their abilities are even more dreadful than the Void Swarm. The strength of the Void Swarm lies in its immense evolutionary and reproductive capabilities. The horror of the corrupting spores stems from their overwhelming numbers and imperceptible size. After the series of explanations, the fleet's crew became even more vigilant, daring not to slacken in the slightest. While scanning the celestial body, they also conducted thorough inspections of their own vessels, ensuring no chance for the corrupting spores to infiltrate. Just then, Lu Jin received a message from one of the ships. Report. We have discovered an unknown biological fragment within one of the celestial bodies. A fragment of an unknown organism. This piqued Lu Jin's interest. He promptly made his way to the ship that had made the discovery. Upon entering the ship's compartment, he found several crew members already present, all clad in protective suits. The lead crew member was a sleeper who was using various instruments to scan and examine the piece of flesh before them. Seeing Lu Jin arrive, the crew immediately turned their attention to him. Reporting to the captain, we discovered this unknown biological fragment on a piece of celestial debris.
We tested both the celestial fragment and this biological fragment and confirmed there are no corrupting spores present.
Our preliminary analysis indicates that this unknown biological fragment is carbon-based life.
The celestial fragment, on the other hand, is from the inner core region of the planet.
Therefore, we hypothesized that this organism is a carbon-based lifeform that lived in the planet's core. Lu Jin approached the fragment, which appeared to be skin and flesh tissue from an unknown creature.
Its outer layer had a scaly structure.
Upon testing, Lu Jin found a large amount of underdeveloped keratin within the scales. Based on the muscle fibers and cellular structure of the flesh, he could deduce the approximate size of the creature. Subsequently, the sleeper utilized the ship's onboard database computer system to quickly construct a biological model. According to the model, the creature's size was truly colossal. Its size was comparable to the macrophage worm of the Void Swarm recorded in the database. A celestial scale organism with a scaly structure surviving within a life-bearing planet. Lu Jin's eyes narrowed as a name surfaced in his mind. Celestial Leviathan. An extremely rare and immensely powerful colossal beast. An adult Leviathan could devour an entire galaxy's worth of celestial bodies in a short time. But their reproduction was exceedingly difficult, for the egg of a celestial Leviathan was a planet itself. To nourish the young, these planets were rich in life energy. Consequently, these eggs were often targeted by various civilizations as mineral veins to be exploited. As the veins were mined and the life energy depleted, the young celestial Leviathan would perish in the womb. Clearly, the fragment before them was the remains of a young celestial Leviathan. After layers of comparison by the database computer, the result was finally displayed. DNA comparison complete. Probability that the organism is a celestial Leviathan 999. Just as I thought. Lu Jin felt a wave of relief. It was fortunate he had discovered the corrupting spores in time. Had the spores been allowed to consume the entire planet, they would inevitably have discovered the celestial Leviathan. To escape the planet, they would have sought a way to hatch it. At that point, the celestial Leviathan would likely have become a source for spreading the spores. But now all their plans had been thwarted by Lu Jin's single strike. Now Lu Jin had obtained the DNA of the celestial Leviathan. This meant that with enough biological material, he could forge his own legion of Leviathan beasts. In the remaining time, collect as many fragments of the celestial Leviathan as possible. Of course, do not forget our primary mission while gathering the biological fragments. Understood. After issuing this additional task, Lu Jin was in high spirits. And just then another piece of news arrived. Through Linglong's persuasion, the realist scholars of the Solar Dynasty had all expressed their willingness to pledge allegiance to Lu Jin. Their condition was simple: that when Lu Jin established a planetary civilization, he would preserve the lineage of the Solar Dynasty. Child, you have endured much. After hearing about Linglong's experiences, every scholar of the realist faction expressed their concern for her. But Linglong had long since cast off the shadow of the Dark Necromancers. After all she had witnessed with her own eyes as Lu Jin annihilated an entire fleet of Dark Necromancers and slew their count on the spot. This shattered her former impression of the Dark Necromancers' invincibility. So the Dark Necromancers could be killed too. At that moment the realist scholars seemed to have reached a decision. We, the remnants of the Solar Dynasty, have wandered in exile for far too long. Now the emergence of Mr. Lu Jin has undoubtedly given us hope for a return. Therefore we intend to gather all realist scholars to jointly assist Mr. Lu Jin in establishing an unprecedented Star Sea dynasty. The Solar Dynasty was now a thing of the past. But Lu Jin as a rising star kindling within the Star Sea was undoubtedly their greatest reliance. Linglong gazed at the realist scholars before her, hesitating whether to disclose the matter of the cloning chamber. Just then Lu Jin had already returned to the cabin. Captain. Seeing Lu Jin's return, Linglong immediately approached him. Lu Jin looked at the realist scholars, holding them in high regard. After all, what they possessed was the historical essence of an entire dynasty. The realist scholars looked upon Lu Jin, who bore a youthful countenance, and could not help but sigh inwardly. Perhaps this was the inevitable tide of fate. With this thought, one of the realist scholars produced a star chart. Captain, we have heard that you recently intend to search the endless Star Sea for a suitable planet to establish a foothold. As it happens, we realist scholars have traveled extensively across the endless Star Sea over the years and have screened many planets suitable as strongholds. If you are willing, you could journey to this planet world known as Elysium. Elysium was the most suitable planet for establishing a civilization selected by the realist scholars from among all habitable worlds. Not only was the climate of this planet stable, but it also boasted diverse ecological environments across its surface. Most crucially, the planet's surface held numerous yet unlocked ancient civilization ruins. These ruins of various ancient civilizations not only proved the planet's suitability but could also grant them immense technological advantages. After the realist scholars detailed the benefits of Elysium, Lu Jin stroked his chin and agreed to establish the stronghold on that planet. However, Lu Jin was not yet ready to head directly to Elysium. Having collected the DNA samples of the celestial Leviathan, he was eager to produce enough biological agents to recreate the celestial Leviathan. Thus Lu Jin's next goal was to travel to another resource planet, gather ample resources for sale, and thereby acquire sufficient funds. Upon hearing Lu Jin's subsequent plan, the realist scholars were somewhat troubled. This deviated entirely from the plan they had anticipated. But soon they realized that they now served Lu Jin. Whether he intended to first accumulate resources or build a fixed stronghold, all they needed to do was use the knowledge they had acquired to assist Lu Jin. With this in mind, the realist scholars selected a new planet coordinate from the numerous star chart coordinates. Since the captain wishes to gather ample resources, we can next head to this planet. This oceanic planet is rich in aquamarine minerals which hold immense value even across the endless Star Sea. Most importantly, this oceanic planet houses a research outpost we established. According to messages from the realist scholars on this oceanic planet, beneath the surface of this oceanic planet lay the ruins of a teleportation gate. Their primary objective was to restore this gate. Once activated and utilized, this teleportation gate could transform the oceanic planet into an endless vein of minerals, continuously outputting resources. After hearing the realist scholar's introduction, Lu Jin's eyes lit up. Such an excellent resource planet existed. Originally he had planned to make a quick profit and then head directly to Elysium to build a fixed stronghold to enhance his combat strength. But unexpectedly, the realist scholar's planet coordinate had even accounted for the sustained development of resources. Lu Jin had to admit he held some admiration for these realist scholars. In that case, let us split into two groups. You can pilot the Colossus and head to Elysium first to establish the stronghold. I will take the other ships to the oceanic planet to mine minerals and accumulate resources. Split into two groups. No one had expected Lu Jin to make this decision. But upon reflection, doing so would indeed be more efficient. After all, stronghold construction and resource collection could proceed simultaneously. If they focused on only one task at a time, overall efficiency would drop considerably. With this thought, no one opposed the decision. Soon, under Lu Jin's arrangement, the fleet was divided into two parts. The Colossus and two Sun Whale-class battleships split off to form an independent fleet heading toward Elysium. This fleet carried a large amount of construction materials, aiming to quickly establish a stronghold on Elysium. For Lu Jin at present, a stronghold capable of steadily producing various resources was of utmost importance. Only by establishing his own stronghold could he gain a firm foothold in the endless Star Sea and gradually expand his influence. Of course, the prerequisite for building an excellent stronghold was possessing a sufficiently powerful resource base. Lu Jin's current resources were far from sufficient to support the construction of a stronghold. Therefore, he had to gather enough resources. After setting the planet coordinates, the remaining ships swiftly advanced toward the oceanic planet marked on the star chart. Soon Lu Jin's fleet arrived at the so-called oceanic planet. Just as the realist scholars had described, the entire planet was covered by oceans. The deepest parts of the ocean even approached the planet's core region. On such a planet, ships could not land, so to better collect resources, Lu Jin deployed the Fong drones. A multitude of Fong drones swiftly descended toward the ocean surface. The moment they entered the water, they immediately activated deep-sea mode. In deep-sea mode, the Fong drones could flawlessly execute underwater tasks. As the scholars of the realistic faction have stated, beneath the ocean of this planetary body lies a wealth of aquamarine ore. Aquamarine ore is a unique mineral that exists within oceanic terrains. This mineral possesses an exceedingly high commercial value even within the vast expanse of the Star Sea. Just 1 gram of aquamarine ore commands a staggering price of tens of thousands of credit points. The tusked drones tirelessly mine the aquamarine ore from the ocean floor, while Lu Jin and his companions pilot their spacecraft directly into the depths of the sea. According to the coordinates provided by the scholars of the realistic faction, another team of scholars has established a research outpost in the deep ocean region of this planetary body to facilitate the study of teleportation portals. They are about to head to the area where this research outpost is located. Through the windows of the spacecraft, Lu Jin can see shadowy figures occasionally darting by in the deep sea. On the spacecraft's radar, various massive creatures intermittently appear. However, upon detecting the spiritual energy pressure emanating from the spacecraft, these colossal beings swiftly flee the area like frightened dogs. For these massive creatures of the deep sea, nothing is more terrifying than an unknown powerful being. Lu Jin descended further until the surrounding environment became pitch black. In the inky depths of the ocean, there is not a trace of light. But for a spiritual energy user like Lu Jin, this poses no problem at all. Under the probing of his spiritual power, nothing can escape Lu Jin's perception. After an indeterminate amount of time, when an anomaly appeared on Lu Jin's radar, he finally realized they had arrived at their destination. At the bottom of the dark sea, a vast laboratory was situated here. The exterior of this enormous laboratory was lined with numerous materials to ensure that light from within would not escape. Otherwise, in this deep-sea region, even a glimmer of light could attract unknown colossal beings. Lu Jin sent a signal toward the direction of the laboratory. The specific signal frequency is the method of communication used by the scholars of the realistic faction. Shortly after, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared, allowing Lu Jin to see that the anomaly before him was actually a massive laboratory door. As they walked through the door, the water level around them gradually decreased and the spacecraft became increasingly exposed to a dry environment. When Lu Jin and his companions exited the spacecraft, a small door beside the main entrance opened. Several scholars from the realistic faction emerged from the small door. Upon seeing Lu Jin, these scholars couldn't help but frown slightly. The young man before them did not appear to be from their solar dynasty. However, Lu Jin was well prepared. He presented the identification documents prepared by the scholars of the realistic faction. Upon seeing this encrypted identification material crafted through their unique methods, the scholars' trust in Lu Jin and his companions immediately increased. Since you are allies, there is no need for formality. The area you are currently in is the underwater research center established by the scholars of the realistic faction. The primary work of our research center is to study the relics of teleportation portals found beneath this planet's ocean. As they spoke, the scholars of the realistic faction led Lu Jin to the central area of the laboratory. Compared to the scattered scholars of the realistic faction on the life planet, the number of scholars within this research center far exceeded Lu Jin's imagination. Everyone was gathered around a gigantic and damaged stargate for research. Upon seeing this stargate, Lu Jin couldn't help but reveal a hint of astonishment. This moment of surprise was immediately captured by a nearby scholar. "Sir, you seem to understand the origins of this stargate." "No, I am not aware of the origins of this stargate, but I have seen ancient technology bearing the same symbols as this stargate." "Indeed." Upon seeing this damaged stargate for the first time, Lu Jin noticed that it bore the exact same symbols as those of the ancient technology from Sunluo Star. This suggests that the stargate before him and the directional black hole teleportation device of Sunluo Star are likely products of the same civilization. After hearing Lu Jin's statements, many scholars of the realistic faction expressed a keen interest in the ancient technology he mentioned. However, it was clear that now was not the time to return to Sunluo Star. Lu Jin was still uncertain whether all the orc beasts on that planet had left. The scholars of the realistic faction took note of the ancient technology Lu Jin referred to. However, they were not in a hurry to study it, as their research on the stargate was also reaching a critical point. Based on our understanding of this stargate over the years, we have completely repaired the damaged sections of the stargate. During this time, we have been attempting to use the ocean water resources of this planet as energy material to recharge the stargate before us. If the experiment succeeds, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous success for our research. Lu Jin was taken aback upon hearing this. The scholars of the realistic faction had actually managed to repair the stargate. If this were true, this trip would indeed be worthwhile. After all, he had established a close collaboration with the Solar Dynasty, and the research achievements of the scholars of the realistic faction would also be his own. If the technology of this Stargate were in his hands with the information stored in his mind, he was confident that he could establish a vast resource network in a short time. Just as Lu Jin was about to examine how the Stargate operated, his personal terminal lit up at that moment. An urgent communication from Yu Tianchang, who was operating in orbit around the planet, rapidly informed Lu Jin.
Lu Jin, something is wrong. What is it? Given Yu Tianchang's panic, it must be something significant. Before Lu Jin could ask further, Yu Tianchang sent him an image.
In the image, a fleet composed of dozens of ships had approached the vicinity of this ocean planet. Their trajectory clearly indicated they were heading straight for the ocean planet before them. Most critically, amidst these ships, a vessel that Lu Jin was all too familiar with appeared in his view. The flagship of the Howling Shark pirate group, the Fury of the Sea, helmed by the mermaid Eve. Upon seeing the Fury of the Sea, Lu Jin could no longer continue his exploration of the underwater laboratory. If other ships from the Howling Shark pirate group appeared here, Lu Jin could perhaps ignore them. But now the ship appearing here was the flagship of the Howling Shark pirate group, the Fury of the Sea. The appearance of the raging sea's roar here signified that the leader of the Shark's Howl pirate crew, the mermaid Yvonne, was also present. Perhaps this was the best opportunity for him to make contact with her. At that moment, the mermaid Yvonne was leaning back in her seat on the bridge, her eyes closed in repose as she breathed evenly. The instant the vessel entered the satellite orbit of the ocean planet, the mermaid Yvonne seemed to sense something and opened her eyes. A nearby crew member promptly reported the current situation to her.
Captain, our fleet has successfully entered the planet's satellite orbit. Should we dispatch collection drones to the planet's deep sea to mine aquamarine ore?
Before Yvonne could respond, the first mate irritably tapped the crew member on the head.
Do you need to bother the boss with such trivial matters?
Now that the ships are in orbit, of course we should send the drones into the deep sea immediately. Otherwise, do you think our fleet traveled all this way for a sightseeing tour? Just then a message arrived from one of the ships. It indicated that they had detected traces of another fleet within the planet's orbital path. Hearing this, the mermaid Yvonne raised an eyebrow, a flicker of interest stirring within her. The coordinates of this ocean planet were purchased at a hefty price from a group of navigators. What interested Yvonne was not the vast deposits of aquamarine ore at the planet's bottom. Rather, it was the remnants of an ancient civilization left behind on this world. Years ago, she had discovered the ruins of a civilization on a barren planet's surface. After exploration, she had obtained some residual technology. Though not highly advanced, it was not something she could easily master at her current level. Thus she had spent years searching for similar ruins, hoping that one day she could fully comprehend this technology and use it to benefit her homeland. Dispatch an envoy to negotiate with them and have them leave this planet immediately. The mermaid Yvonne issued the command, but it sparked discontent among some crew members.
Boss, are we just letting them off?
That's right, we're the Shark's Howl pirates.
Why reason with them?
Who knows how much they've already mined here? Why not just rob them and save ourselves the trouble?
Silence. Have you all grown so arrogant as to question the boss orders?
At this moment, Diamond Warrior Salim stepped forward. He strode directly to the crew member who had first spoken, his dense killing intent surging like a tide enveloping the man. Then Salim placed his hand on the crew member's head. The crew member's legs gave way and he nearly collapsed to his knees. Just then the mermaid Yvonne spoke again.
Salim, that's enough. This is a warning. I do not wish to hear anyone question my orders again.
The situation across the endless star sea grows more chaotic by the day.
Everything we do is to protect our home when disaster strikes.
We are pirates, but before we were pirates our name was the Atlantean Defense Force.
Do not forget your true identity.
Yvonne's words jolted the crew back to their senses.
Indeed, everything they did was for Atlantis.
Just then Yvonne received another message from her subordinates. The opposing fleet had actually dispatched several ships heading directly toward them. Moreover, based on their flight trajectory, their target was unmistakably the flagship, the Raging Sea's Roar.
Hearing this report, Yvonne was taken aback.
Oh. Since they can identify our flagship, they must know exactly who we are. Knowing our identity, they didn't flee but instead come straight for us.
Interesting. Open the hangar bay doors. Let me go meet them.
As the hangar doors opened, Lu Jin, watching from his ship, smiled. Their actions proved that the Shark's Howl pirate crew were not purely malevolent villains.
It also showed that there was still a chance for cooperation between them. The ship entered the hangar.
When Lu Jin and his companions stepped out, the entire bay was already crowded with pirate crew members. Of course, they were not there to guard against Lu Jin. They were simply there for the spectacle, knowing their captain was present.
The crew had absolute confidence in the mermaid Yvonne's strength. That was why they stood around so leisurely enjoying the show. The one in front looks like a blue star human. A human. Their leader is a human. How pathetic. Ha! Have you seen the ones behind that human? Gasp. A stellar hunter dragon. A star sea elf. Both are high-level psychics.
Not only that, but those figures in powered armor behind them, I can't sense any physical form.
They seem to be pure psychic constructs.
In an instant the attitude of the Shark's Howl crew shifted from contempt to solemn vigilance. Some of the more cautious members quietly readied their weapons to prepare for any unexpected developments. As the mermaid Yvonne gazed at Lu Jin before her, the memory of their first meeting at the Star of Nations surfaced in her mind. I never expected our reunion to come so soon. I forgot to introduce myself last time.
My name is Lu Jin. Lu Jin.
The moment his name was uttered, every member of the Shark's Howl pirate crew stared wide-eyed, hardly believing their ears. Diamond warrior Salim, standing behind Yvonne, took half a step forward, ready for battle. Yvonne herself was surprised, but the flicker of shock vanished from her eyes in an instant.
So you are the Lu Jin who destroyed the Black Rock pirate crew.
I must say you are far more remarkable than I imagined.
When we last met you were not a psychic.
Now your psychic power has grown to an immense level. With such terrifying speed of growth, it's no wonder the Black Rock pirate crew fell to you.
Perhaps in time you will become even mightier than I am. At these words Salim couldn't help but look toward the mermaid Yvonne. Salim knew his captain's strength all too well.
Yet now the mermaid Yvonne had spoken such words. This was somewhat unacceptable to Salim, for in his heart Lu Jin, though now a psychic, was still fundamentally a mere human from Blue Star.
It wasn't just Salim, the other crew members thought so too. Lu Jin keenly perceived the hostility among the opposing crew, yet instead of feeling annoyed he found himself admiring the mermaid Yvonne even more.
With just a single sentence it was enough to show the trust her crew had in the mermaid Yvonne. It was unlikely that any other pirate crew could achieve such a level. After exchanging pleasantries, the mermaid Yvonne was the first to address the current issue, the most direct conflict of interest between their fleets. Clearly this ocean planet had now caught the attention of both factions.
Lu Jin would not easily give up this ocean planet, and neither would the mermaid Yvonne.
This planet not only possesses vast deposits of aquamarine ore but also contains extremely rare remnants of ancient technology.
So unless you can offer me a reasonable solution, I won't simply hand over this ocean planet. Of course I bear you no ill will.
The Shark Howl pirates are not warmongers. Everything we do is merely to protect our own interests. Having said this, the mermaid Yvonne turned her gaze to Lu Jin across from her. She deliberately left the conflict resolution to him, also as a test of his capabilities. If Lu Jin were merely a brute who solved problems with force, the Blackstone pirate crew would not have met its sudden demise at his hands. Of course, if Lu Jin's answer failed to satisfy the mermaid Yvonne, she would not hesitate to eliminate him right there. As one of the 7 pirate kings, the mermaid Yvonne was confident she had the means. Lu Jin naturally understood the mermaid Yvonne's thoughts and recognized this as a golden opportunity to earn her trust.
First, this planet is rich in resources. Joint exploitation by both sides is entirely feasible. Moreover, I control more than just this resource planet. This one is merely a stepping stone for me. Also, regarding the ancient technology you seek, I can assure you that I have fully mastered it.
If you show genuine sincerity, I can hand over the complete technical details of this civilization's technology to you. With just a few words, Lu Jin effortlessly resolved the conflict of interests between them.
Abandoning this planet would only mean a bit more trouble for him. He could simply seek out other resource planets and continue mining.
The Stargate technology had been thoroughly researched by the realist scholars. After leaving, he could choose to build a new Stargate for use.
Of course, these actions would take time, and Lu Jin's time was precious.
The mermaid Yvonne, upon hearing his reply, found the light in her eyes growing brighter.
Because this condition was simply perfect for her.
Resource sharing, technology sharing. She might not care much for the former, but she was profoundly interested in the latter. If these ancient technologies held no value for her, she would not have spent so many years relentlessly pursuing them.
Then what price must I pay?
The series of conditions Lu Jin proposed were all tempting to the mermaid Yvonne. But she was not a hot-headed leader. She had to consider whether she and her forces could bear the consequences of her decisions. Lu Jin, however, was well prepared. All he wanted was a promise from the mermaid Yvonne.
The condition is simple: cooperation. A win-win partnership.
I will provide you with various conveniences to help your fleet grow rapidly.
Of course, I also hope to receive your assistance in the future.
Saying this, Lu Jin produced the cooperation agreement he had prepared long ago. He had prepared many copies of this agreement. The mermaid Yvonne was merely his first choice for a partner, but certainly not the last. After reading the contents of the agreement, the mermaid Yvonne let out a soft laugh. What is this? A star-ocean community of shared future. I can sign this treaty, but before I do, I have one final request. I want to organize a contest between our 2 fleets. I don't want my partner to be a weakling who could be annihilated in the blink of an eye.
A contest. Lu Jin hadn't expected the mermaid Yvonne's final request to be this.
Of course, for Lu Jin this request was far too simple.
No problem at all. A contest between the 2 fleets was also a way to promote cooperation.
It would also be an opportunity to showcase the current strength of the Ember fleet to the Shark Howl pirates. Soon members of both fleets received the news.
Have you heard?
That Blue Star Humans fleet is going to have a martial competition with our Shark Howl pirates.
A martial competition? What's that for?
They say the Shark Howl pirates and the Ember fleet have signed a cooperation treaty, and this competition is to strengthen their partnership. If you ask me, the captain probably had a change of heart and is using this as an excuse to back out of the deal. How can a fleet formed by a blue star human compare to our shark hull pirates?
The news also spread to the various ships of the Ember Fleet.
The Hunstar Dragons, the Starcy Elves, and the Slumber Legion all received this message. When the Slumber Legion received the news, a faint smile curled at the corner of Yin Menjian's lips. She hadn't expected this cooperation to give rise to a martial competition. It was perfect. The Slumber Legion hadn't engaged in military drills for a long time. Through this competition she could finally train her slumber warriors.
The Hunstar Dragons as always were haughty.
Though they were now crew members under Lu Jin's command, their ingrained arrogance could not be shed overnight. Upon hearing about the martial competition, most of the Hunstar Dragons snorted coldly. A bunch of rabble, and they dare to make us intervene.
We have slain even the dark necromancers.
How dare these pirates show off their meager skills before us? Don't they know the might of the Hunstar Dragons?
Oof. We have been dormant for too long. It's time to teach these fellows a lesson.
As leaders of both sides, Lu Jin and the mermaid Yvonne jointly decided to hold the event on the surface of the ocean planet. When the mermaid Yvonne and Lu Jin both landed upon the sea surface, a formidable surge of spiritual energy coalesced beneath their feet, rendering the ordinarily yielding seawater as solid as unyielding stone. Yvonne cast her gaze upon Lu Jin only to discover that while his control over spiritual energy was exceedingly crude, the sheer intensity of the energy he unleashed far surpassed her expectations. This revelation compelled Yvonne to regard Lu Jin with even greater esteem. She then proceeded to demonstrate to all present the very foundation of her claim to leadership of the Shark Hull pirate crew. With a mere gesture she commanded the surrounding spiritual energy. This formidable force cleaved the sea itself apart, and the seabed's rocks began to shift and transform.
In an instant a continental shelf materialized upon the planet's ocean surface, brought forth by the dominion of Yvonne's extraordinary ability. Lu Jin in turn was not one to be outdone.
He channeled his own spiritual energy, awakening the dormant seeds of life within the soil. In the span of a few breaths, a lush verdant islet emerged before the eyes of all.
Gazing upon the island that had risen from the sea, Yu Tianson could not help but murmur in awe. So this is the power of a high-level spiritual energy wielder. To forge a landmass in but a moment. Shiria, observing the islet below, offered a faint smile and began to enlighten Yu Tianson. This is what a spiritual energy user can achieve, yet it is far from their ultimate limit.
Among our kind, the stellar hunters, legend speaks of the mightiest among us possessing the terrifying power to destroy a star.
To shape a continent is trivial. Given enough time, one could even forge a true planet.
Of course, to reach such heights one must command a spiritual energy of immense magnitude. The two parties then proceeded to set foot upon opposite sides of the island.
Lu Jin's side boasted the stellar hunters, the Starcy Elves, and the Slumberer Legion. The Shark Hull pirates were no less formidable. Diamond champion Selim stood among his crew, evidently prepared to partake in the contest. Surrounding Selim, numerous pirate crew members of mixed blood stood fully armed, ready for battle at a moment's notice.
Though the contest was nominally a sparring match, both factions understood it to be an opportunity to showcase their respective strengths.
To be bested in this contest would inevitably place the loser at a disadvantage in future collaborations.
Thus, despite the pretense of a friendly bout, every participant wore an expression of utmost gravity. The competition comprised two parts: a team battle. Each side was to select a unit to enter the island's core region. The objective was simple: with a unit size of 100, whichever side sustained casualties exceeding 50 would be declared defeated. The second event, a series of individual duels, was even more straightforward.
Each side would dispatch their elite crew members for unknown combat. Victory would be determined by a best-of-3 format.
Having clarified the rules, Lu Jin promptly summoned Yun Mengyan.
Yun Mengyan, you are now aware of the rules for this contest.
Therefore, for the team battle, I intend for you to lead the Slumberer Legion.
Lead the Slumberer Legion into battle. Was he jesting?
In Yun Mengyan's eyes, the Shark Hull pirates were not but a band of brigands. A group of pirates, and he expected her to personally lead the charge.
Simply select a centurion and have him lead his 100 men into battle. No, this time is different.
Before Yun Mengyan could finish, Lu Jin decisively cut her off. No one understood the true might of the Shark Hull pirates better than he. The Blackrock pirate crew, though formidable, was merely a collection of pirates united by convenience. Aside from their numbers, they held no advantage. But the Shark Hull pirates were different. They were a crew bound by a core conviction. Such a collective operated on an entirely different plane from the Blackrock pirates. Had the opposing force not been so powerful, Lu Jin would never have organized this contest to forge an alliance with the Shark Hull pirates.
After hearing Lu Jin's reasoning, Yun Mengyan finally understood.
Very well, then I shall lead the team and show these pirates of the endless star sea a measure of true astonishment. On the Shark Hull side, they too were mired in a difficult selection process. Selim looked at Yvonne, his eyes filled with confusion. He could not fathom why his captain forbade him from participating in the team battle. Captain I alone could crush their entire force in this team battle. He is merely a human from a blue star. Even if his fleet includes stellar hunters and Starcy Elves, so what? Our Shark Hull pirates have sailed the star seas for so many years. What powerful foes have we not faced? Some of the subordinate crew members were also filled with indignation. They had all volunteered for the team battle, yet Yvonne had rejected every single one. Yvonne's gaze swept over the assembled crew, her eyes gradually turning icy. When her stare fell upon Selim, the previously defiant champion immediately fell into submission.
Why I forbade your participation? The reason is simple: you are not worthy. This is the fleet that defeated the Blackrock pirate crew.
According to my investigation, Lu Jin's fleet even recently vanquished the Nightshade Death Fleet.
Do you truly believe the crew within such a fleet are a bunch of incompetents?
Having said this, Yvonne turned her gaze to a crew member standing behind her.
All eyes followed hers, finally settling upon one particular mermaid. This mermaid crew member stood there seemingly unremarkable.
Yet when they saw Yvonne's gaze land upon him, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at Yvonne.
Captain, isn't this overkill? Sending John and his unit into the fray.
Mermaid John, a kin of Yvonne, was also her most trusted Legion commander. His Fanged Hunt was always the elite legion of the Shark Hull pirates.
The battle records of the Fanged Hunt inspired dread in countless crew members.
Now Yvonne was deploying the Fanged Hunt against Lu Jin's fleet, a decision that baffled everyone.
Sending the Fanged Hunt to fight the humans' forces. If we truly dispatched the Fanged Hunt, I estimate the battle would conclude in under an hour. Captain, perhaps sending the 3rd or 4th Legion would suffice. Indeed, the Fanged Hunt is our elite legion.
But Yvonne merely raised her hand and the crowd instantly fell silent.
Then Yvonne looked at Mermaid John.
Yvonne had never underestimated Lu Jin, and it was precisely for this reason that she chose to send her most elite legion.
Can you win? We will win. Every member of the Howling Shark pirate crew present was brimming with confidence. Others might not know, but they understood all too well. The Fong Hunting Regiment was the elite force of their Howling Shark pirate crew.
Every single Fong Hunter among them was the cream of the crop within the crew.
On Lu Jin's side, Yun Mengyan was naturally just as confident. Who were they?
They were the military weapons forged by the Sacred Emperor for his expedition across the Starsea. In terms of military discipline and combat prowess, few in the Starsea could rival them.
But just as Yun Mengyan was about to lead her slumberers into the battlefield, Lu Jin placed a hand on her shoulder.
Yun Mengyan looked at him with slight confusion.
Captain, is there anything else you need to instruct?
As she spoke, Lu Jin placed a chip in her palm.
It was clearly a storage chip. Gazing at it, Yun Mengyan looked at Lu Jin with bewilderment.
I know the Slumberer Legion's strength is beyond doubt, he said. But if you ever find yourselves struggling, use what's on this chip.
It's a trump card I've prepared for you. A trump card. Yun Mengyan chuckled inwardly.
This was nothing more than a trivial spar. What need was there for a trump card?
Yet out of respect for Lu Jin, she tucked the chip away. Both forces stepped into the war zone. Lu Jin and Eve immediately used their spiritual energy to envelop the entire landmass.
Simultaneously, the ships of both fleets released a swarm of drones, allowing all non-participating members to witness the battle's inner workings. When the feat appeared before both sides, everyone saw the performance of the two teams. The first to catch their eye was naturally the Slumberer unit led by Yun Mengyan. It had to be said, under Yun Mengyan's command, the Slumberers advanced like a single machine. The 100 members moved like 100 gears within that machine, marching methodically toward the core zone. Anyone with even basic military knowledge could see that these Slumberers were an elite force.
Such formidable execution. Is this the unit sent by that Blue Star human? Tight coordination with contingency plans for unexpected events woven into their advance.
Elite, this is undoubtedly the elite of elites.
We underestimated their strength before.
If not for the Fong Hunting Regiment stepping in, we might have already lost this match.
Exactly.
Only the Fong Hunting Regiment can match such an elite force. On Lu Jin's side, he too noticed the Fong Hunting Regiment on the screen. Seeing the Fong Hunting Regiment moving like phantoms through the jungle, Lu Jin's face broke into a sly, satisfied smile.
Just as I thought. Mermaid Eve, you truly are the partner I had my eye on.
For a mere competition, you've dispatched the most elite legion of the Howling Shark pirate crew. But your caution was within my expectations. The Fong Hunting Regiment operates under a unique hunting system where each member is called a hunter.
The one leading the Fong Hunting Regiment is known as the Headhunter.
The Headhunter possesses immense strength and command ability, serving as the regiment's core. In Lu Jin's memory, the Howling Shark pirate crew had many powerful and distinctive half-bloods.
But as Eve's strongest legion, the Fong Hunting Regiment's Headhunter could not be an ordinary person. This person needed absolute loyalty and formidable power.
After narrowing it down, the only one who fit the bill was the Mermaid John, also from the Atlantis civilization like Eve. With this thought, Lu Jin narrowed his eyes. If all his guesses were correct, the outcome of this match was already decided.
If the Mermaid Eve could hear Lu Jin's thoughts, she would be utterly shocked.
Relying solely on memories from his past life, he had deduced her every move. Had she known, she would never have chosen this method to establish their cooperative standing.
But now it was too late.
On the screen, the Fong Hunting Regiment had already clashed with the Slumberer Legion. In the dense, narrow jungle, the Slumberers were the first to spot the Fong Hunting Regiment's traces.
Instantly, they launched an attack. Spiritual energy hunting rifles zeroed in on the Fang hunting regiment's position. True to being the Howling Shark pirate crew's elite, the regiment responded immediately upon being ambushed. All hunters scattered, spreading across the battlefield like blossoms scattering in the wind. As the battlefield expanded and the firing lines thinned, their defense became more manageable. Seeing this, Yun Mengyan couldn't help but praise impressive. Even under duress they react swiftly and adapt. A faint smile curled at the corners of her mouth. A troublesome enemy made things far more interesting. The next second the hunters launched their counterattack. From the jungle a spear suddenly emerged, an ancient hunting weapon. But wielded by the Fang hunting regiment, the slumberers dared not take it lightly. A slumberer bearing a spiritual energy shield quickly stepped in front of the targeted comrade. Clang! The spear pierced straight through the shield. Only then did the slumberers realize the spear was made of superalloy. Its surface was densely etched with rune-like craftsmanship. Just then the grooves on the spear's surface flared with light. A surge of powerful energy alerted the slumberers to the threat. Reacting almost instinctively, the slumberer hurled the shield, with the spear still embedded, away. Boom! Flames engulfed the jungle area. The violent shockwave toppled the surrounding trees. Explosive spears. Before the slumberers could recover, more explosive spears shot out from all directions. Defensive formation. Yun Mengyan commanded decisively, ordering the slumberers into formation. All slumberers instantly switched gear, erecting heavy, highly defensive alloy shields before them. In moments the shields formed a temporary defensive line. Just as everyone thought the slumberers would fall into a passive position, the slumberer at the very center pulled out a Gatling gun. What the hell? When the crowd saw that massive, menacing Gatling gun, they froze in place. Weren't you supposed to be in a defensive formation? What's with the Gatling gun? Hey, what in the world is this? A Gatling gun, isn't this supposed to be a defensive formation? Why is heavy firepower making an appearance? Is that the real concern? The real concern is that a 100-man squad actually managed to bring heavy firepower. Under everyone's gaze, the Gatling heavy machine gun was mounted atop an alloy shield. Yun Mengyan looked at the Gatling heavy machine gun before her, a cruel smile involuntarily curling across her face. This Gatling was the latest creation of the weapon laboratory. Based on the original firearm design, they had integrated a spiritual energy trigger mechanism. In other words, every bullet fired by this Gatling had been replaced with spiritual energy rounds. The greatest advantage of spiritual energy bullets was their formidable power, coupled with the fact that upon leaving the barrel they generated minimal heat to burden the weapon. Thus, once the Gatling was set up, Yun Mengyan directly grasped the energy conduits feeding all the Gatling heavy machine guns. Open fire. With the surge of spiritual energy output, the Gatling unleashed a torrent of bullets like a violent rainstorm. In mere moments the surrounding jungle was completely cleared. The hunters lurking in the shadows had already retreated to a distance upon witnessing this display. Yet even so, their eyes still held an undeniable shock at the terrifying firepower. What ferocious firepower! So this is a defensive formation. Truly indestructible. What do we do now? Retreat. Reach the core area before them and set up traps. John the Merman and lead hunter swiftly assessed that the current situation was highly unfavorable for them. Therefore, to play it safe, John the Merman decided to fall back and reach the core area ahead of time. Now the enemy was in the open while they remained concealed. As long as they laid traps in advance and ambushed their opponents, they still had a chance to turn the battle in their favor. John the Merman's strategy garnered unanimous approval from the other hunters. The hunters quickly dispersed, breaking into smaller units and advancing once more toward the core area. Seeing the hunters retreat on the screen, the members of the Howling Shark pirate crew wore grim expressions. They had never expected this clash to end with the Fang hunting group's withdrawal. They had initially believed that the Fang hunting group could at least stand their ground against the Slumberer Legion. Yet after just a single engagement, the Fang hunting group chose to retreat. On the Slumberer's side, sensing the enemy's departure, Yun Mengyan waved her hand signaling the Slumberers to resume their advance formation. Through this brief skirmish, Yun Mengyan had also gauged the enemy's strength. She had to admit they were indeed formidable. Any other unit would likely have fallen into their trap. These so-called hunters possessed exceptional individual combat prowess. Though their coordination wasn't perfect, their personal skills meant that with minimal direction they could unleash tremendous potential. Truly a formidable opponent. Now that they had retreated, it was surely to prepare for another ambush. At this moment the Slumberers found themselves at a disadvantage. Having failed to gain an edge in the first clash, being in the open while the enemy lurked in the shadows put them on the back foot. Just then Yun Mengyan remembered the storage chip Lu Jin had given her. She pulled out the chip and inserted it into her personal terminal. Quickly the stored information appeared on her terminal screen. As she read through, a disbelief filled her eyes. After reviewing all the intelligence, a confident smile spread across Yun Mengyan's face. My captain, you've truly given me a surprise. Through the drone feed, Lu Jin also witnessed Yun Mengyan's actions. It seemed she had received the intelligence stored in the chip. If so, the outcome of this battle was already decided. Just then a tremendously powerful surge of spiritual energy suddenly erupted from the sky. As Lu Jin looked up, Yvonne the merman landed before him from the other side of the island.
Oh. Miss Yvonne, what brings you here?
Because I'm curious, what's on that storage chip?
What Lu Jin could see, Yvonne could also perceive.
And when Yvonne saw Yun Mengyan produce the storage chip, her own spiritual sense activated. Yes. Yvonne possessed a unique spiritual talent, one unlike any other. A gift exclusive to Yvonne the merman. It was the sixth sense. The mermaid's sixth sense allowed her to perceive things beyond ordinary detection. Things like intangible fortune, the outcome of battles, and even the danger posed by an individual. But now, upon seeing that storage chip, her sixth sense had been triggered. She was destined to lose this match. Clearly the key to victory lay within that storage chip. Yet Lu Jin chose not to tell Yvonne because the intelligence stored in the chip was precisely about the Fang hunting group. This intelligence was deduced by Lu Jin based on his past life memories and combat experience. Though not entirely accurate given that both forces were now evenly matched. The information in the chip was undoubtedly the decisive blow. Just watch and you'll find out. On the screen, the slumberers finally faced the Fang hunting group in their second clash. This time, however, the Fang hunting group had laid numerous traps. Once the slumberers stepped into their encirclement, victory would be assured. Of course, that was the assumption. On the screen, just as the slumberers reached the edge of the trap zone, they suddenly halted. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on the slumberers. But the next moment a scene unfolded that left the Howling Shark pirate crew utterly exasperated. At the very last moment before stepping into the traps, the slumberers executed a sudden tactical shift. They adopted the same fragmentation tactic as the Fang hunting group. All the slumberers dispersed rapidly, closing in on the ambush zones where the Fang hunting group lay hidden. Damn it! What's going on? Are these guys cheating? They must be. Shut up. Stop making a fool of yourselves. This battle is a test of military strength. If the enemy can detect our traps, it only means we're inferior. No. The match isn't over yet, the hunters haven't been caught. But before the words faded, Yun Mengyan had already arrived at one of the ambush points. Upon spotting John the merman concealed in the trench, she let out a light, cheerful whistle. A big fish. The discovered mermaid John remained calm, showing no panic at being found. Seeing this, Yun Mengyan opposite him reacted swiftly. She pulled the trigger and the bolt gun roared. The mermaid John's intended attack swiftly turned into evasive action. Bang! A crater appeared where the mermaid John had been lying in ambush. He quickly retreated to a distance, simply watching Yun Mengyan in her power armor. They stared at each other and Yun Mengyan voluntarily put away her bolt gun. The mermaid John seemed to understand her gesture, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The next moment they engaged in combat using pure unarmed techniques. Everyone was captivated by their fight, but Lu Jin and Eve had their eyes on other screens. On those screens, the sleepers, leveraging their intelligence advantage, captured all the hunters lying in ambush at various locations. Almost instantly, half of the hunters were taken prisoner. The outcome of this battle was already sealed. Yet neither Lu Jin nor Eve chose to stop the fight. Because the battle between Yun Mengyan and the mermaid John was not over. Two equally powerful psychics unleashed their full strength in the very center of the island, engaging in a contest. Their fight only ended when both sides' forces returned to the fleet. I lost, gasped the mermaid John, looking at Yun Mengyan before him. Yun Mengyan was not in good shape either. Her psychic energy was heavily depleted and her projection had grown translucent. Yet the mermaid John understood clearly. The weapons held by the sleeper corps were far superior to those of their Fang hunting group. But the enemy had chosen not to crush him with that advantage. The pure unarmed combat and psychic confrontation greatly increased the mermaid John's goodwill toward Lu Jin's unit. It had been a long time since he had faced such a powerful opponent. Of course, Yun Mengyan opposite him was equally proud. You're not bad either. I acknowledge you. Yun Mengyan also knew that without Lu Jin's intelligence support, they would likely have fallen into the trap set by the Fang hunting group, and then the outcome would have been uncertain. So this victory of hers was not a pure one. Yun Mengyan and the mermaid John finally withdrew from the battlefield, returning to their respective fleets. The team match naturally ended with Lu Jin's side victorious. When the mermaid Eve and the mermaid John returned to the Sharktooth pirate crew, the surrounding crew immediately gathered around. Boss John is fine. This time the other side just had a slight edge. Right. We lost the team match, but there's still the individual match. Lord Selim can't wait, we will win the next match. Hearing the crew's reassurances, John gave a faint smile. The mermaid Eve glanced at the surrounding crew members. Next came the selection of participants for the individual match. Shiria Silver Moon, you two have no problem fighting, right? No problem. Who's the third one? Whoever the third is, as long as we two win our matches, losing the third one is fine. Just then Lu Jin turned his gaze to Yu Tiansong beside him. At that moment Yu Tiansong was leisurely holding an energy drink, watching Lu Jin select the next combatants. In his view, the upcoming matches were even more interesting.
The Sharktooth pirate crew surely had various heroes, but their side was no slouch either.
Among the Starsea Elves and the Stellar Hunt Dragons alone were the powerful elders Aelin and Yuval.
Of course, for such matches Shiriat and Silvermoon had to take the field.
So who was the third? Elder Aelin Yuval or one of the sleepers?
Just as Yu Tianson was pondering the third candidate, he suddenly noticed everyone's eyes on him.
Yu Tianson took a big gulp of his energy drink and let out a burp. Why are you looking at me? You can't possibly want me to fight the elite officers of the Sharktooth pirate crew, can you? Even though I have psychic armor, it's not appropriate for me to go on stage in such an occasion. I'm just a logistics officer, are you expecting me to fight? Yu Tianson was very open-minded about his role.
As the fleet grew stronger, his ability as the first mate was certainly lacking. But when it came to commanding the fleet, no one except Lu Jin could replace him.
So Yu Tianson was happy to take it easy, just using his brain on a daily basis.
Now that Lu Jin and the others had set their eyes on him, Yu Tiankang's heart skipped a beat.
Me fight the elite officers of the Sharktooth pirate crew. Are you serious?
Yes, the third one is you.
Ha! Are you kidding me?
Yu Tianson felt the sky was falling. What was he supposed to do up there? He had no psychic power, no strong special abilities. Wouldn't going on stage just mean getting beaten up? But soon Yu Tianson understood Lu Jin's intention.
Sai, since that's the case, it seems I have to go.
Seeing that Yu Tianson had grasped his meaning, Lu Jin said no more. The Sharktooth pirate crew also confirmed their lineup. As Lu Jin expected, the first to appear was Diamond War God Selim. Selim was filled with pent-up fury, needing a fight to vent his anger.
Seeing this, Lu Jin decisively sent Shiria into the fray. Shiria transformed into her dragon form, soaring into the air and landing directly on the prepared arena.
Upon seeing his opponent was a stellar hunt dragon, Selim's expression turned serious.
A stellar hunt dragon. Alright, such an opponent is worthy. Selim excitedly swung his fists, and as he did, a special diamond-like armor condensed on his body surface. Seeing this, Shiria opposite him transformed into human form.
Her gaze was filled with mockery, as if she faced not an opponent but a prey to toy with.
Sensing Shiria's gaze, Selim grew even angrier.
It had been a long time since anyone dared to look down on him. With such emotions, the battle erupted. Selim shot toward Shiria with lightning speed, his arms transforming into the sharpest diamond blades. In his charge, the diamond blades emitted a chilling gleam. Seeing this, Shiria stood still, not dodging but staring directly at Selim.
What's wrong with that stellar hunt dragon?
Could it be that she's scared stiff by Lord Selim's attack?
Ha! She's a stellar hunt dragon, how could she be this weak?
In an instant the attack was already upon Shiria. Even Selim couldn't help but frown slightly in the face of such a composed opponent. If she still didn't retaliate, the outcome of this battle would already be decided.
But just then Shiria's gaze abruptly fell upon Selim. Clang!
As Selim's attack struck the air, everyone suddenly noticed that a psionic barrier had already materialized before Shiria. It was precisely because of this psionic barrier shielding her that Shiria could be so fearless. Ha, so it's a psionic barrier.
With his attack blocked by the psionic barrier, a hint of a smile appeared on Selim's face.
He didn't want this battle to end so easily. But upon hearing Selim's words, a flicker of mockery flashed in Shiria's eyes.
A psionic barrier.
I wouldn't use such a lowly trick.
Not a psionic barrier.
Then what had blocked his attack? Prompted by Shiria, Selim realized that the barrier before him was different from the psionic barriers he knew. Why did the psionic barrier have the appearance of scales?
Moreover, it seemed to have a certain curvature.
At this moment, every member of the Roaring Shark pirate crew outside the ring stared wide-eyed, utterly incredulous at the arena.
Right then, centered on Shiria, a psionic projection of a colossal dragon loomed over the ring. This. What the hell is this thing? A projection.
But it seems to have substance. It's a projection condensed from psionic energy. I can sense the immense psionic power within it.
How was such a massive psionic projection even achieved?
Even the mermaid Eve was astounded by Shiria's display. To be sure, condensing such a colossal psionic projection required not only vast psionic reserves but also precise control over the energy.
Clearly, as a stellar hunter dragon, Shiria's mastery over psionics was formidable. Boom!
When Selim saw the dragon projection before him, his eyes were filled with shock. But before the shock could fade, Shiria launched her attack without hesitation.
The dragon's tail lashed out and Selim chose to defend at the first moment.
Even so, he was sent flying dozens of meters back, his feet carving a deep trench into the ground.
Yet before Selim could react, the dragon spread the wings on its back.
Seeing those wings, Selim's jaw dropped, crude words nearly escaping his throat. The Roaring Shark crew members nearly spat blood.
What am I seeing? Are my eyes playing tricks on me?
No, you're not seeing things, not just you, all of us see it.
What are those things on the dragon's wings? Guns. Is this a contest of psionics or a firepower showdown? Holy cyber dragon, she alone has the firepower of an entire army. Captain Selim, maybe we should just surrender this round.
At that moment, Shiria's projected psionic dragon unfurled the wings on its back. But where the wings should have been pure psionic energy, they were now covered in countless firearms.
As the dragon spread its wings, an arsenal of guns came into view.
It was hard to imagine what an apocalyptic scene it would be if all those guns opened fire simultaneously.
I'll give you 3 seconds.
I'll count to 3, and before I reach 3 you can choose to surrender. Shiria stood there, her gaze calm as she looked at Selim. And Selim had never faced an opponent with such a style. Combining psionics with technology, he never thought the visual impact would be so terrifying. But would he surrender?
No. He represented the Roaring Shark pirate crew.
He could not surrender. At the very least he had to withstand this attack and prove his strength.
3.
At that moment Shiria gave the order, and the dragon projection behind her opened fire without hesitation.
A torrent of bullets like a waterfall struck Selim. Everyone stood frozen, only realizing belatedly.
She said she'd count to 3, but this was her version of counting to 3.
Just then Eve, standing beside Lu Jin, acted swiftly, projecting a psionic shield over the arena. Diamond warrior Selim was now kneeling on the ground, battered and disheveled.
Even the diamond armor covering his body could not withstand the terrifying army-like firepower of Shiria.
Mr. Lu Jin, we concede this match. Clearly Selim was now severely injured, and continuing the fight would endanger his life. So the mermaid Eve decisively chose to surrender. Lu Jin waved his hand, signaling Shiria to return.
Standing on the ring, Shiria yawned with a hint of boredom.
That's it.
I was hoping you'd try my 99.99 Gatling gun dragon wing barrage technique.
99.99 Gatling gun dragon wing barrage.
So what they had just seen was far from her limit. Just hearing the name of that technique made the Roaring Shark crew's scalps tingle.
Was this still the stellar hunter dragon they knew?
In their memory, weren't stellar hunter dragons a proud race of stellar beings? When had these creatures who revered raw psionic power started wielding guns and cannons?
The mermaid Eve sent Selim to the ship's medical bay.
Watching her comrade enter the medical pod, the mermaid Eve turned to the other crew members. There are still 2 matches left.
Who wants to go?
At these words the previously lively crew fell into silence. They had all witnessed the opponent's strength. From initial contempt to this silence,
Eve couldn't help but rub her forehead, wondering if agreeing to this contest had been a good thing or a bad thing.
Just then one of the crew members cloaked in a black robe stepped forward.
Captain, let me try.
At the sound of that voice everyone turned to look at the robed crew member. The mermaid Eve recognized him as the commander of her 5th fleet. A hybrid with the genes of a dark star being and a venom serpent.
Black Serpent Fikagia.
Eve recalled Fikagia's strength, though her 5th fleet was the most low-key among all the fleets. The task she had assigned her had never failed. Overall she was a fairly reliable crew member under her command. And at this point she was the only one who had volunteered. So she had no choice but to send her into the next match. If she lost the next match too, the Roaring Shark pirate crew would never be able to hold their heads up again.
Can you win? I will do my best.
After witnessing the previous battle, even the Black Serpent Fikagia could not guarantee her victory. However, at this point they had no other choice. As the mermaid Eve took the Black Serpent Fikagia away from the ship and returned to the edge of the arena, Lu Jin also cast his gaze towards Eve. Upon seeing Fikagia standing beside Eve, Lu Jin narrowed his eyes.
Black Serpent Fikagia, a rather troublesome opponent. However, for Inoue it should not pose much of a problem.
In his past life memories, Lu Jin was well aware that Fikagia was also a formidable character. Although she was merely a legion leader under Mermaid Eve, now in his past life memories her bounty was higher than any other legion leader. The bounty was a clear indication of her strength. Coupled with her low-key personality, her strength was certainly not to be underestimated. At this moment Inoue was already standing on the arena holding her trusty blade in her arms. As the Black Serpent Fikagia appeared in her line of sight, Inoue instantly locked onto her gaze. Fikagia felt a jolt in her heart. It was her first time feeling such trepidation. It felt as if she had been grasped by the throat before the battle had even begun.
So strong. The opponent was strong, even stronger than the previous hunting star dragon.
What she was to face was the Starsea Elves, a powerful race with top-tier spiritual talent in the Starsea.
But Fikagia also knew that she represented the Howling Shark pirate crew. Stepping onto the arena, Fikagia took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down.
The two stood there observing each other.
Even as the battle began, neither made any moves.
This situation left the surrounding spectators somewhat puzzled.
Why aren't they fighting?
Could it be that both sides are holding back their trump cards?
Perhaps they are both masters and we cannot detect their movements. Actually, have they already made a move?
Just as both sides were speculating, Inoue struck. She drew her blade and the violent edge instantly swept across the entire island like a storm. The members of the Howling Shark pirate crew changed their expressions. The pressure from just one strike covered the entire island.
Meanwhile, Fikagia felt a cold sweat break out. Such a fierce attack. But the opponent's attack did not seem to be directed at her. Just as Fikagia's thoughts began to rise, the entire island started to tremble. Lu Jin and Eve also noticed the anomaly at the bottom of the island.
I didn't expect our previous sparring to attract a group of uninvited guests.
Booming. A mountain peak suddenly appeared at the edge of the island's waters.
The mountain, like a blade at sea, charged directly towards the island. Seeing this, the members of the Howling Shark pirate crew quickly went on alert, hastily boarding their ship. At this moment, in the deep sea area beneath the island,
countless sea monsters gathered here, all attracted by the spiritual energy emitted from the battle on the island.
On this oceanic planet, an island bursting with spiritual energy was as bright as a lighthouse to these sea monsters.
In an instant, several oceanic giants launched an attack on the island before them.
As the leaders of both sides, neither Eve nor Lu Jin chose to intervene.
Though the oceanic giants were fierce, they were not to be underestimated. On the arena, Inu faced the incoming mountain peak fishfin with calm composure. With a slash,
a single stroke divided the entire island in half.
Following that, a large number of oceanic giant corpses surfaced from the depths. At this moment, everyone realized the terrifying appearance of these oceanic giants.
The most fearsome of all was the great white shark with fins as large as mountains. Its fins not only had a mineral-like tough shell but also an enormous size. Just one great white shark was nearly comparable to the size of an island.
Seeing this, the black serpent Fikajia unleashed her own abilities. She pulled out a dagger and swiftly cut into her palm.
The dark green blood dripped into the seawater, and the area surrounding the shattered island was instantly corroded by poison.
The oceanic giants below were directly affected, surfacing one after another.
Noticing this, Inu narrowed her eyes slightly, drawing her blade once more.
This strike cleaved through the seawater. The oceanic giants hidden within had no chance of escape.
Thus, the original arena contest transformed directly into a hunting competition.
Fikajia naturally had no objections. If it was merely a contest of brute strength, her chances of winning would be slim. But if she could defeat Inu in hunting oceanic giants, she would be avenging the Howling Shark pirate crew. Just as this thought arose, Inu's aura suddenly intensified.
The raging spiritual energy coalesced around her, forming a set of armor.
Another spiritual projection. Could they not switch up their tactics?
In the next moment, Inu condensed a massive blade over 100 meters long. As it struck down, an endless storm of spiritual energy erupted in the surrounding waters. All members of the Howling Shark pirate crew gaped, unable to find words to describe the sight before them.
The two members under Lu Jin possessed such terrifying spiritual talent.
Even the mermaid Eve wore a solemn expression at this moment.
In just 2 rounds of competition, she could tell that the 2 crew members under Lu Jin had extraordinary spiritual talent.
To put it bluntly, as long as they were given enough time, even she would find it difficult to compete with them.
The mermaid Eve believed her spiritual genes were strong enough, her spiritual talent was formidable.
But now she saw Lu Jin and his crew. At this moment, the mermaid Eve smiled self-deprecatingly.
In the end, I was just looking at the sky from the bottom of a well.
Meanwhile, Lu Jin's gaze, fixated on the sea surface, gradually stained red with blood.
There seemed to be an overwhelming number of deep-sea giants.
If the oceanic giants were merely attracted by the leak of spiritual energy, their numbers should not be this high. Just as Lu Jin was puzzled, the mermaid Eve seemed to sense something.
Mr. Lu Jin, I sensed large-scale energy fluctuations beneath the sea.
Some of these oceanic giants were attracted by the spiritual energy, while others may have been driven out by the energy fluctuations from the seabed.
Energy fluctuations from the seabed.
At the mention of this, Lu Jin immediately thought of the research facility at the bottom of the sea.
Were the realists opening a portal?
Just as Lu Jin was still uncertain, the sea surface beneath his feet surged again.
Rumble. It was as if a volcano was about to erupt from the depths of the sea.
Immediately after, the colossal marine beasts surrounding the island seemed to sense something and began to flee in all directions. The once relatively intact island was now shattered into pieces under the destruction of the marine behemoths. Standing on the arena, Silver Moon and the black serpent Fikajia began to survey their surroundings. The waves around them began to surge higher and higher, and even the island beneath their feet was gradually being submerged. The black serpent Fikajia glanced at the marine beasts she had slaughtered nearby.
She then looked at the marine beasts slain by Silver Moon.
Although Silver Moon's kill count was only slightly higher than hers, the gap between them was not significant. Yet the black serpent Fikajia was well aware that her own psionic energy had been considerably depleted during the hunt.
In contrast, Silver Moon's psionic aura remained utterly unshaken. During the hunt, the psionic techniques employed by Silver Moon had even earned the admiration of the black serpent Fikajia. I am outmatched. I concede this battle. Having recognized the disparity between them, the black serpent Fikajia decisively admitted defeat.
But at this moment, Silver Moon's attention was no longer on her. At the bottom of the deep sea, countless pipes were drawing seawater into special containers. Subsequently, under the influence of these containers, the seawater was transformed into vast amounts of energy, which was then channeled into the Deep Sea Research Institute.
Indeed.
The tremendous energy fluctuations from the ocean floor were precisely because the realist scholars had finally completed the repair of the teleportation gate. Now, as the colossal energy poured into the teleportation gate, the mere residual waves of energy it released were comparable to the eruption of a submarine volcano. Consequently, all the colossal marine beasts in the nearby deep-sea regions were driven to the surface. At this moment, Lu Jin, accompanied by the mermaid Eve, arrived at the Teleportation Gate Research Center. Upon seeing such a vast research outpost on the ocean floor, a look of astonishment filled the mermaid Eve's eyes. She had originally believed this planet to be a forgotten one. But she had not expected that someone had already beaten them to it in the depths of this oceanic world. Entering the institute, Lu Jin observed the tense expressions on the faces of the numerous realist scholars. Grabbing one of the realist scholars, Lu Jin immediately inquired about what had transpired here. The scholar, recognizing Lu Jin, quickly briefed him on the current situation. After Lu Jin had left, the realist scholars, in their eagerness to complete the final step of the repair, had decisively activated the seawater energy extraction device. A massive volume of seawater was drawn and converted into energy, which was then injected into the teleportation gate. However, they had never anticipated that their haste would lead to such a dire consequence. The energy overflow from the teleportation gate had now far exceeded their expectations. Since an accident has occurred, why not immediately cease the energy input and abort the experiment? We wish we could abort it, but once activated, the teleportation gate spiraled out of control, continuously absorbing energy. If they were to abruptly interrupt the experiment and cut off the energy supply now, the teleportation gate would most likely explode, shattering into a pile of debris. Faced with the choice between a dangerous experiment and the destruction of the gate, the realist scholars had decisively opted for the former. Frowning in deep thought, Lu Jin soon made up his mind and headed towards the area where the teleportation gate was located. After a moment of hesitation, the mermaid Eve chose to follow Lu Jin. Together they arrived at the location of the teleportation gate. Lu Jin beheld the colossal teleportation gate, now enveloped by the immense oceanic energy. Is this ancient technology? I sense danger emanating from this ancient artifact. It has now reached the brink of losing control. Incomplete technology can never function properly. Possessing a sixth sense, the mermaid Eve immediately discerned the current state of the teleportation gate. In simpler terms, the teleportation gate was not in its most complete form and the massive energy input was overwhelming it. The teleportation gate was now nothing short of a ticking time bomb on the verge of detonation.
Damn it. I said we needed to check it again.
What's the use of your haste?
Haste? If we were hasty, we wouldn't have spent decades studying this broken gate in the deep sea. What's all the arguing for? Can arguing solve the problem? If it could, what would we need the knowledge in our heads for? According to our calculations, if we could add a set of capacitors in Sector 12, we could increase the success rate by 20%. The teleportation gate is now covered in energy arcs. Who do you plan to send in? Listening to the realist scholars' debate, Lu Jin stepped forward decisively. Having listened to the realist scholars' discussion on the side, he had roughly grasped the situation at hand. In one area of the teleportation gate, the components were insufficient to withstand the high voltage of the energy, resulting in inefficient energy transmission. If this gap could be filled, the entire teleportation gate could operate smoothly. However, the realist scholars were all mere mortals, utterly incapable of moving amidst the energy arcs. Thus the task ultimately fell to Lu Jin. When the mermaid Eve heard that Lu Jin intended to enter the energy field to install the teleportation gate components, she couldn't help but furrow her brow. Are you insane?
Even for a psionic being struck by an energy arc can be life-threatening.
Besides, this is merely an ancient piece of technology. Is it worth more than your life?
Upon hearing these words, Lu Jin gazed at the teleportation gate before him. Then his expression grew even more resolute. To the mermaid Eve, this teleportation gate might be nothing more than ancient technology. But to Lu Jin, it represented the future. If he could successfully master the teleportation gate technology, he would be able to connect all his resource planets. With the teleportation gate, he could rapidly expand his influence. With the teleportation gate, when the assimilation war began, he could traverse all battlefields. The teleportation gate was insignificant to the mermaid Eve, but it was of paramount importance to Lu Jin's future. Moreover, among all the psionics present, Lu Jin possessed the highest level of engineering expertise. Therefore, no one was more suited for this task than he was. Hand me the capacitor assembly. Reduce the energy input efficiency to the minimum. Having said that, Lu Jin mobilized his psionic energy and dashed straight towards the energy-coursing teleportation gate. Dangerous. This was far too dangerous. Who would risk their own life like this? From the mermaid Eve's perspective, Lu Jin's actions were nothing short of suicidal. Yet her sixth sense did not detect any danger at all. Why? Why did her sixth sense not only fail to perceive any danger, but even sense that the danger it had previously perceived was gradually receding? Carrying the components, Lu Jin approached the teleportation gate. Before he could even draw near, formidable arcs of energy lashed out at him like whips. Such intense energy arcs, if they struck his body, would deliver an impact no less potent than a truck hurtling at full speed. But Lu Jin was no longer the mere mortal he once was. The energy arcs collided with the barrier before him, immediately neutralized by his spiritual energy. Even so, Lu Jin was somewhat taken aback by the force of the impact. The impact was this formidable. And this was with the energy output frequency at its lowest.
If the device's energy output frequency were raised to its maximum, the intensity of the energy arcs would likely double. Lu Jin took a deep breath, enveloping himself in spiritual energy. Upon reaching the designated area, drawing upon the engineering knowledge etched into his memory from a past life, he located the critical flaw in less than a minute. After installing the vital component, the teleportation gate's energy output efficiency stabilized at once. The teleportation gate's energy output has stabilized. Excellent. All that remains is to activate the gate and our experiment is complete. I never imagined that His Excellency would resolve the gate's problems so swiftly. Without profound mastery in engineering, it would be impossible to solve the teleportation gate's issues this quickly. Indeed. From this day forward, our solar dynasty will welcome a new and powerful leader. Is that not a blessing in itself? The scholars of the Veritas sect, witnessing Lu Jin's swift resolution of the gate's problems, immediately acknowledged his engineering prowess. For the scholars of the solar dynasty, overwhelming strength might compel their submission. But only a leader they genuinely respected, one rich in knowledge, could truly earn their loyalty. And Lu Jin at this moment had clearly met the conditions for their fealty. Beside him, the mermaid Eve narrowed her eyes slightly as she saw the gate stabilize. It seemed her concerns had been unfounded. Such a problem was hardly a challenge for Lu Jin. She still knew too little about this ally of hers. She glanced at the scholars of the Veritas sect and abandoned any notion of recruiting them. At the very least, she could not match Lu Jin's capabilities, so recruitment was out of the question. However, the mermaid Eve turned her gaze to the teleportation gate. Amidst the dazzling energy, Lu Jin's figure flickered in and out of sight. Hadn't the problem been resolved? Why hadn't Lu Jin left the vicinity of the gate? Lu Jin, observing the gradually stabilizing gate, let out a sigh of relief. For him, this task had not been particularly difficult. Yet just as he prepared to depart, the corner of his eye caught a series of glowing runes. Runes. Lu Jin turned his gaze toward them. He watched as these runes, infused with energy, began to come to life. Then Lu Jin suddenly realized he could comprehend the meaning of these runes. They formed a language, more precisely a blueprint. What was happening? He clearly could not decipher these runes, yet he understood their meaning. This was utterly bizarre. Could this be a form of consciousness-level recording? In his past life, Lu Jin had encountered such phenomena. The higher the civilization's grade, the more their records leaned toward the realm of consciousness. But the advanced civilizations he had met merely used a form of hypnosis to implant knowledge into the reader's subconscious. Compared to the runes before him, the gap was immense. This also proved that the civilization which left these runes was far more powerful than any Lu Jin had ever encountered. While Lu Jin was still absorbed in deciphering the information within the runes, those outside sensed something amiss. Hasn't the teleportation gate's problem been resolved? Indeed, but why hasn't Lord Lu Jin descended yet? Could he have encountered some issue? Just as everyone's rekindled anxiety began to mount, Lu Jin's figure finally emerged from the radiant energy of the teleportation gate. His reappearance brought a collective sigh of relief. Yet Lu Jin, upon landing, found his eyes still brimming with an awe that refused to subside. The mermaid Eve noticed his disquiet and approached with concern. Lu Jin. Are you all right? Hearing her voice, Lu Jin seemed to snap back to reality. I am fine. He was still reeling from the shock of what he had just witnessed. At that moment, the energy radiance on the teleportation gate gradually subsided. Once activated, the entire gate became remarkably stable. All energy converged within the gate, and the structure, once shrouded in brilliance, now stood clear and distinct. Seeing the gate successfully activated, the scholars of the Veritas sect wept for joy and erupted in cheers. After all, this was the fruit of decades of their research. How could they not be exhilarated to see their work finally come to fruition? But Lu Jin's attention was not on the gate's activation. Eve, come with me. To verify his hypothesis, he grabbed the mermaid Eve's hand. The mermaid Eve was startled, then glanced down at her captured hand. Before she could react, Lu Jin had already pulled her to the teleportation gate. At the gate, Lu Jin once again saw the runes he had noticed earlier. Pointing at them, he asked the mermaid Eve, "What do you see?" At that moment, Eve's gaze was still fixed on their intertwined hands. Prompted by Lu Jin, she snapped back to focus. Following his gesture, she studied the runes on the gate. After a thorough examination, she answered earnestly, "They appear to be symbols left by some ancient civilization. I have no expertise in ancient languages." "You don't sense anything?" When Eve shook her head, Lu Jin frowned slightly. Eve's consciousness had not received the information within the runes. Lu Jin looked back at the runes, but found he no longer experienced that peculiar sensation. Was it because the runes were no longer bathed in energy radiance? But he could hardly suggest dismantling the gate and recreating the previous accidental conditions. If he proposed that, the scholars of the Veritas sect would likely fly into a rage. Moreover, if the gate were damaged again, repairing it would undoubtedly require considerable effort. It seems he'll have to let it go. Lu Jin had initially hoped that if Eve could also perceive the rune's wonder, he could use that as a foundation to study the ancient advanced civilization. For now, however, this plan had to be set aside.
The runes before him likely required a specific energy field to activate. Even a mere teleportation portal contained several ancient technologies unknown to him which only deepened Lu Jin's fascination with these relics. Perhaps he could gather remnants of ancient technology and attempt to activate the runes within a high energy field. If he could amass a wealth of such knowledge, it would be a lucrative venture of turning waste into treasure. As Lu Jin was lost in thought, Inyu's voice came from behind him.
Captain, what are you doing?
Her tone, as cold as ever, now carried a hint of murderous intent. Alas, Lu Jin, immersed in the joy of discovering ancient technology, failed to notice this anomaly. The mermaid Yvonne followed Inyu's gaze and saw it land on the hand she held with Lu Jin.
She immediately understood Inyu's thoughts and swiftly withdrew her hand. This is just a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? Before Lu Jin could collect himself, Inyu's fierce gaze fell upon the mermaid Yvonne. The contest isn't over yet. There's still one round.
No, we concede this competition. After the series of events, the mermaid Yvonne had come to understand Lu Jin's formidable strength. No matter how strong her crew members were, they paled in comparison to Shiria and Inyu. She could also sense that among Lu Jin's crew many formidable spiritual entities had yet to appear.
Continuing the contest would only dampen the morale of the Roaring Shark pirate crew.
Thus the mermaid Yvonne decisively admitted defeat. Since the outcome is decided, shall we discuss the specifics of our cooperation? The mermaid Yvonne voluntarily brought up the matter of collaboration. At this moment Lu Jin slowly snapped out of his thoughts about ancient technology.
Cooperation.
Of course. He recalled the pressing matters at hand. He could organize the realist scholars into a dedicated department to study ancient technology later. For now he needed to finalize the cooperation agreement. Based on the terms we previously said, I've drafted a cooperation treaty.
You can review its contents. I've also added a few clauses. Moreover, this cooperation is just the first step.
I plan to establish an alliance.
An alliance. The mermaid Yvonne, while reviewing the treaty, glanced at Lu Jin in surprise.
She hadn't expected Lu Jin to harbor such grand ambitions. Was seeking cooperation with the Roaring Shark pirate crew merely his first move?
She didn't dislike this ambition, in fact she quite admired it.
If she hadn't been burdened by numerous ties, the Roaring Shark pirate crew might not have remained at its current scale. The mermaid Yvonne appreciated ambitious individuals, for in the ruthless star sea only those with vast aspirations could journey far.
Establishing an alliance. Then I'd be a founding member. Of course, I've even thought of a name, the Universal Alliance. The Universal Alliance.
The mermaid Yvonne committed the name to memory.
After confirming the treaty's terms were satisfactory, she signed it.
Thus the two fleets became allies. A great weight lifted from Lu Jin's heart.
Wishing you smooth travels ahead.
After signing the treaty, the mermaid Yvonne chose not to linger. She needed to return promptly to announce the partnership to the Roaring Shark pirate crew. The Roaring Shark pirate crew comprised more than what was currently displayed. Several fleets had yet to appear. The mermaid Yvonne had to relay this news to the other fleet captains. After the mermaid Yvonne departed, Lu Jin turned to Inyu, finally sensing a shift in her mood.
Inyu, is something on your mind? Thank you for your concern, Captain. Fine. Fine. It didn't seem that way.
Lu Jin gazed at Inyu, and under his steady stare she felt the gloom within her begin to dissipate. Just as Inyu was about to speak, a realist scholar inconveniently approached. Lord Lu Jin, all parameters of the teleportation portal have been adjusted.
Next, we can set a coordinate. Through the portal we can reach that area. However, this portal is one way unless there's a corresponding one on the other side. A corresponding portal. Lu Jin immediately thought of the Elysian planet. His mission on this planet was complete. Why not seize the chance to use this portal to visit the Elysian planet and see how his outpost was progressing? It'll give you a coordinate. Set the portal accordingly. Understood.
After handing the Elysian planet's coordinates to the realist scholar, Lu Jin summoned another.
He needed to document the ancient technology gleaned from the runes.
Seeing Lu Jin so engrossed, Inyu sighed silently and left the underwater research facility without a word. The moment she emerged from the deep sea and reached the surface, she spotted a strikingly familiar figure. It was the mermaid Yvonne, who hadn't left. Instead, she stood on a fragment of land as if waiting for someone. Upon seeing Inyu, the mermaid Yvonne beckoned her with an intrigued gesture. Inyu frowned slightly. Had this woman stayed behind specifically to wait for her?
Something to discuss. Inyu's tone remained icy toward the mermaid Yvonne. The latter looked at Inyu as if struck by a thought, and a faint smile curled at the corner of her lips.
It seems you've misunderstood something. I waited here only to tell you that there's nothing between your captain and me. Upon hearing this, Inyu's gaze turned frigid.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The mermaid Yvonne raised an eyebrow slightly. This woman was indeed a prickly character. She sighed, then looked at Inyu. If I'm not mistaken, your captain hasn't been a spiritual energy user for long.
I can tell his control over spiritual energy is still crude. Proficiency in such manipulation can't be feigned.
Yet now your captain has reached the level of a 5th grade spiritual energy user. What's the most crucial factor for a breakthrough in spiritual energy?
Emotion. Intense emotion is the finest fuel for spiritual energy. What exactly are you trying to say?
As a psychic, Silvermoon understood these principles all too well. Yet now the mermaid Eve was speaking of them before her. What was her intent? Seeing Silvermoon still wearing a guarded expression, the mermaid Eve let out a helpless sigh.
Do you still not understand?
Your captain may appear composed as if everything is within his grasp, but do you know the pressure he bears within? I must say your captain, Lu Jin, is a terrifying individual.
He conceals his emotions masterfully. Even when a tempest rages in his heart, he remains utterly unruffled.
But psychic energy never lies. His spiritual power now blazes like a burning star, reflecting the turmoil he endures.
The enhancement of psychic energy might owe much to genetics.
Yet as the mermaid Eve had said, emotion is the finest fuel for such power. If Lu Jin's heart remained devoid of joy or sorrow, even with the strongest psychic genes in the Starsea, he could never have reached his current state so swiftly. Silvermoon stood frozen upon hearing these words. The mermaid Eve shrugged. You may possess great talent, but in terms of inner emotional combustion you pale beside your captain. Though I know not what secret torments your captain's heart so bitterly. From where I stand, prolonged high-pressure combustion bodes ill. With that, the mermaid Eve cast a glance at Silvermoon. By then her vessel had arrived above the sea surface. Summoning her psychic energy, Eve flew straight toward the ship. Left behind, Silvermoon pondered the mermaid's words. Upon reflection, she realized she had never truly paid much attention to Lu Jin. In her eyes, Lu Jin had always been the most reliable captain. Any danger or difficulty could be easily resolved in his presence. But could she, who had always leaned on him, truly stand by his side?
Silvermoon drew a deep breath.
After a long silence, she seemed to reach a resolution. Meanwhile, Lu Jin was still documenting the ancient technology he had acquired alongside the realist scholars.
This is all we have for now. Do you think these blueprints and formulas are viable?
The realist scholars across from him examined the recorded formulas and designs. Based on Lu Jin's descriptions, they had compiled a synthesis formula for an energy material and another for a superalloy metal. Most importantly, they had also extracted several blueprints for unknown technologies. To discern their purpose, experimentation and verification were imperative.
We must test them to determine feasibility. However, we can start with this special superalloy called helium metal.
Indeed. Compared to other formulas and blueprints, the helium metal formula is simpler. If helium metal proves to be a true superalloy, it will validate the authenticity of the other designs.
Helium metal.
According to the information in Lu Jin's memory, this so-called helium metal was a superalloy used by ancient advanced civilizations. Compared to the superalloy materials commonly used in the Starsea, helium boasted far superior hardness and toughness, yet its production cost was remarkably low. If it could be validated and developed, it would play a pivotal role in advancing technology.
Just then the teleportation gate's coordinates were set. Reporting Lord Lu Jin. The teleportation gate coordinates are ready. We may depart for the Elysian planet at any time. The coordinates were set.
Lu Jin approached the teleportation gate, where a group of realist scholars was already eager to proceed. As he arrived, they stepped ahead and strode directly into the gate. Upon confirming that the life signals of the first group remained intact, the remaining realist scholars verified the gate's safety.
Lu Jin and the others then followed, stepping through the gate to the Elysian planet.
A flash of light passed before his eyes, and when Lu Jin's vision cleared, he found himself in a picturesque plain filled with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Not far away, the realist scholars who had arrived earlier were already setting up observation outposts and collecting ecological data from the region.
Lu Jin surveyed his surroundings and couldn't help but remark, this planet's environment is truly splendid.
The climate was pleasant and the oxygen content in the air was ideal. As Lu Jin immersed himself in the beautiful scenery, his personal terminal buzzed. He opened it and a holographic projection of the Colossus AI system appeared before him. Seeing Lu Jin's figure, the Colossus AI was somewhat surprised. I detected the captain's terminal signal and came to investigate. I never expected to find the captain himself here. Though I know not how you arrived. For your safety, we will dispatch a convoy to welcome you. A convoy to welcome him. It seemed the outpost on the Elysian planet was progressing smoothly. Otherwise, there would be no convoy to greet him.
After all, outpost construction demanded substantial manpower, and assembling a convoy required resources.
Soon an unmanned combat vehicle assembled from various parts appeared before them. The Colossus AI had dispatched several vehicles of different capacities based on the headcount. These vehicles were of a type Lu Jin had never seen, likely built by the realist scholars aboard the Colossus. The vehicles moved swiftly. In just half an hour they had arrived near the outpost under construction. Surrounded by mountains, the outpost's construction environment was remarkably stable. At the center sat the Colossus large-scale engineering vessel. Compared to its previous ship-like form, it now resembled a colossal construction machine. A steady stream of resources and machinery flowed from the Colossus interior. Raw materials were then transported back into it for processing. Buildings rose around the Colossus, and Lu Jin even spotted factory-like structures tirelessly producing various construction tools.
With a single sweeping glance, Lu Jin could see that the outpost brimmed with vitality and promise. Given time, this settlement could undoubtedly blossom into a civilized city. No sooner had Lu Jin arrived at the outpost than Yu Tiansong and his team transported the fleet to the planet's surface via a portal. Under the command of the Colossus intelligence system, the starships landed one after another around the outpost. Lu Jin transported all supplies from the starships into the outpost's warehouse. Immediately afterward, the two factions of realist scholars convened and swiftly established a research institute dedicated to studying various infrastructure technologies. With ample materials at hand, Lu Jin cloned a vast number of Solar Dynasty citizens. Under Linglong's guidance, these Solar Dynasty people began replicating the research modules of the Prometheus onto the planet's surface. One colossal structure after another rose from the ground. With the aid of various engineering robots, the outpost underwent a transformation that could only be described as breathtakingly rapid. In merely a month, the once rudimentary outpost had been completely revitalized. Though it could not rival a major metropolis, all fundamental infrastructure had been fully established. On the dawn of this day, Lu Jin received the most splendid news. Harem metal had been successfully developed. Upon hearing this, Lu Jin hastened to the material processing plant. Inside the plant, Lu Jin saw numerous realist scholars gathered around an assembly line. This very line was the processing line for harem metal. Block after neat block of harem metal tumbled off the assembly line, collected into a dedicated storage warehouse. One of the realist scholars retrieved a sample of harem metal from the warehouse and commenced testing. The surrounding realist scholars immediately raised their personal terminals, beginning to record the data from this metal test. Lu Jin silently maneuvered to the edge of the testing area to observe the experiment. First came the hardness test. A sleeper drew out a bolter. The power of the bolter was well known to all. At close range, few materials could withstand its might. But this time, after the sleeper pulled the trigger, a gunshot rang out and the round struck the harem metal directly. A cascade of sparks erupted on the harem metal surface. Yet despite the shower of sparks, the bullet did not leave even a single scratch upon it. The sleeper opposite was somewhat astonished. He attempted a continuous barrage against the harem metal, but the result remained unchanged. Next, he switched his weapon, drawing a psychic hunter rifle. He pulled the trigger. The psychic round struck the harem metal surface. This time a scratch appeared on the harem metal, but it was merely a single scratch. Such a result left everyone utterly astounded. The hardness of harem metal far exceeded their expectations. If applied to military equipment, their forces would undoubtedly undergo a qualitative leap in strength. Next came the test of the metal's toughness. They forged the harem metal into a thin sheet and proceeded to test its flexibility. Astonishingly, harem metal was not only formidable in defense, but its toughness also surpassed all imagination. Under immense compressive force, the harem metal bent with surprising ease. Yet when the applied force dissipated, it returned to its original form. Even after being folded several times, the harem metal remained undamaged. Remarkable. I have never seen a superalloy with such formidable toughness and strength. This defies science. How can such a pliable metal possess such incredible defensive power against bullet impacts? Perhaps this is the marvel of a star ocean civilization. We cannot comprehend the technology of higher civilizations. It is a work of art. It is hard to imagine what kind of civilization could develop such a miraculous superalloy. The properties of harem metal resembled those of a non-Newtonian fluid. Under powerful external pressure, it transformed into the most solid superalloy. But without external pressure, it became a soft, easily malleable metal. These properties were not limited to immense impact forces alone. Harem metal also possessed a self-regulating property. Indeed, in low-temperature environments, its molecular structure became extremely compact. In this state, the thermal conductivity of harem metal was greatly reduced and its hardness further increased. Conversely, in high-temperature environments, the internal molecular structure became intensely active. Its thermal conductivity increased along with its toughness. Standing behind these realist scholars, Lu Jin took in all the experimental results of the harem metal. Admittedly, the performance of harem metal far exceeded his own expectations. However, manufacturing the metal was not Lu Jin's primary objective. Now Lu Jin needed to put harem metal to practical use. Lord Lu Jin, the tasks you previously assigned to us have been completed. At that moment, one of the realist scholars noticed Lu Jin's presence. He immediately beckoned Lu Jin to a warehouse. Inside this warehouse were stored the items he had previously commissioned. Lu Jin entered and surveyed the various metallic constructs made from harem metal, nodding with satisfaction. The realist scholar beside him reported, "As per your instructions, all these mechanical constructs are forged entirely from harem metal. The internal wiring has been fully installed. Now only the installation of the corresponding energy cores is needed to activate these machines." Gazing at the mechanical constructs before him, Lu Jin nodded in approval. Yet the realist scholar beside him was somewhat perplexed. Why had Lu Jin ordered them to manufacture so many mechanical constructs? Currently the engineering robots were entirely sufficient for the outpost's construction work. Moreover, the design blueprints for these constructs were entirely provided by Lu Jin. Although the constructs depicted were comprehensive in function, they were still inferior to the engineering robots. Could this merely be Lord Lu Jin's personal hobby? Just as the realist scholar was pondering this, Lu Jin pulled a spark from his bosom. Indeed. Lu Jin was about to use the apocalyptic spark to activate the mechanical constructs before him, transforming them into apocalyptic lifeforms. After obtaining the apocalyptic spark, Lu Jin had mostly used it as a backup energy source. Now that he possessed a resource planet capable of stably producing minerals, the spark's role as a backup energy source had gradually become negligible. However, the sparks it produced were perfectly suited for Lu Jin to create apocalyptic beings to increase the outpost's population. As the fire source entered the core region, the dormant mechanical constructs began to awaken one after another. The circuits on their forms gradually illuminated with color and their metallic bodies started to stir. Then, without any human control, the mechanical constructs before them began to move autonomously. This spectacle left the surrounding realist scholars utterly astonished. What had Lu Jin just placed into the core region? Was it because of that object that these mechanical constructs gained the ability to act independently? What drove the actions of these mechanical constructs before them? Code. Or perhaps spiritual consciousness. As they watched the gradually reviving apocalypse beings, the eyes of the realist scholars grew increasingly bright. When all the apocalypse beings had been activated, their gazes converged upon Lu Jin. Lu Jin had already input a series of underlying logic codes into the fire source. This ensured that upon awakening, these apocalypse beings would not become mechanical constructs as pure and blank as a sheet of white paper. At the same time, it guaranteed their loyalty. Soon one of the apocalypse beings approached Lu Jin, kneeling on one knee to humble its stature. "Great Creator, we thank you for bestowing life upon us." Then the other apocalypse beings followed, gathering before Lu Jin. Like devout believers, they displayed their loyalty before him. Looking at the activated apocalypse beings before him, Lu Jin nodded with satisfaction. "Excellent. I created you to entrust you with a far more important mission. Currently this planet is in the nascent stage of civilization and I require a large population. Your next task is to participate as much as possible in the work of civilization building." Faced with Lu Jin's command, the apocalypse beings did not refuse. Under his arrangements, they were swiftly assigned to various teams. Just then the holographic projection of the Colossus intelligence system reappeared beside Lu Jin. Its gaze swept over the multitude of apocalypse beings and a subtle expression of surprise flickered across its holographic face. "This is truly astonishing. Though they are mechanical constructs, I sense no data code within them. They possess the shell of a machine, yet their internal structure is the spiritual core of a stellar lifeform. Captain, would you grant me one apocalypse being as a servant? I crave new knowledge. This being has surpassed the comprehension of my database. I wish to understand more." Lu Jin's gaze fell upon the holographic projection of the Colossus intelligence system. It was the first time he had seen the system, originally an anomalous data entity, so excited. It now seemed far more emotional. Evidently its evolution was progressing faster than he had anticipated. Seeing Lu Jin remain silent, the Colossus intelligence system immediately grasped the situation, realizing that its behavior was an overstep of boundaries toward Lu Jin. This was a grave taboo in their relationship. When the Colossus intelligence system realized this, a sense of fear arose within it. Biological emotions were appearing within it with increasing frequency. Whether this was a benefit or a detriment to it remained unknown. But at that moment Lu Jin produced a fire source. Instead of studying the apocalypse beings, why not study this directly? The fire source is the core of the apocalypse beings. If you can thoroughly understand the fire source, you will comprehend the apocalypse beings. Hearing this, the Colossus intelligence system was momentarily stunned. It had not expected Lu Jin to entrust it with such a vital fire source. Had it been overthinking things? As more and more emotions intermingled with its data, the Colossus intelligence system felt itself becoming different. Just then a spacecraft suddenly appeared in the sky. Lu Jin narrowed his eyes, observing the vessel before him. Its hull was adorned with a lavish coating of various materials, with the insignia of its affiliated faction prominently displayed. The ship's design followed the most aerodynamic contours. Such ostentatious and impractical vessels were given a special name by many captains of commercial ship. Wealthy magnates and interstellar corporate executives would ride in these flashy ships to various planets. Over time, the commercial ship became the standard for elite figures across the stellar sea. Now as this commercial ship appeared above the stronghold, Lu Jin narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. The guests have finally arrived. Indeed. This commercial ship belonged to the Stellar Sea Infinite Corporation. The Stellar Sea Infinite Corporation was the wealthiest corporate system across the entire boundless stellar sea. The credit point monetary system was proposed by the Stellar Sea Infinite Corporation. Now Lu Jin had summoned the corporation to execute his next plan. The commercial ship landed smoothly on the ground. Then the hatch opened and a lavishly dressed woman stood at the entrance, her gaze sweeping over the stronghold.
After surveying the stronghold, a clear look of disgust appeared in the woman's eyes.
Are you kidding me?
Sending me to a backwater place like this for strategic investment?
What are the company's executives thinking?
What value could a place like this have? Just as the woman with a look of disdain was about to turn around and leave, the communication device at her ear lit up. When she connected the device, a processed voice sounded in her ear.
Miss Talia, you must have arrived at the target planet by now.
The company's top management places great importance on this strategic investment. If you fail to secure this cooperation at a very favorable price,
then do not consider any promotion within the next 50 years of your career. What? Hearing these words, shock filled Talia's eyes.
The message was clear: the company highly valued this cooperation.
In other words, Talia must secure this deal at all costs, with the price being whatever profit the company could extract. In the distance, Lu Jin, enhanced by his spiritual power, observed every expression on the woman's face, from initial contempt to shock, then to composed composure, her eyes becoming solemn. The company truly underestimates me, sending such a small fry to brush me off. But that's fine, since you've made a mistake, don't blame me for taking a big bite out of you.
Lu Jin used his stronghold and the future benefits from its development as leverage to secure an investment opportunity from the Stellar Sea Infinite Corporation. Securing their investment would undoubtedly be a surefire profitable venture for Lu Jin. Upon reaching an investment agreement, Lu Jin would not only secure a substantial development fund. Furthermore, to maximize its profits, the company would also dispatch a fleet to protect his stronghold. Of course, all of this hinged on the successful conclusion of the cooperation.
Therefore, Lu Jin's next consideration was how to maximize his own benefits while fulfilling the terms of the investment agreement. Hello, I am Talia, a member of the Strategic Investment Department of Stellar Infinite Corporation.
Having received instructions from her superiors, Talia had already shed her previous expression of disdain. Now her sole focus was on how to quickly finalize this cooperation treaty. You see, the Stellar Infinite Corporation was an entity of immense scale, but precisely because of its vast size it employed an equally enormous workforce. To rise to the top among such a multitude and be promoted to an executive position relying solely on hard work was far from sufficient.
Hence, Talia would never let slip any opportunity for advancement. I am honored to have caught the attention of Stellar Infinite Corporation. My name is Lu Jin. Lu Jin. The Blue Star human who destroyed the Black Rock pirate group. Hadn't he recently routed the Dark Knight Death Fleet on Blazed Star?
No wonder the company's high-ranking officials valued him so highly. As a Blue Star human having accomplished so many miracles, he must possess immense exploitable value. After confirming each other's identities, Lu Jin and Talia directly set up a simple negotiation outpost in the wilderness. Although the surroundings were pleasant, it was still the wild. Talia looked around feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Every time she had previously visited various planets for strategic investments, she was always treated with the utmost courtesy. But now she found herself negotiating an investment face-to-face with Lu Jin in this crude outpost.
Talia told herself internally that she just needed to get this deal done quickly.
Just as Talia was about to speak, Lu Jin clapped his hands. Immediately Silver Moon Shiria and Linglong came to stand behind him.
Since you intend to invest, I need to demonstrate my sincerity to your company. As you can see, my outpost is home to the hunting star dragon, the stellar elf, and the survivors of the solar dynasty.
They possess not only formidable combat power but also exceptional talents. Before Lu Jin could finish, Talia decisively interrupted him. I acknowledge that your territory indeed hosts numerous powerful stellar races. However, these cannot serve as leverage for you to increase the investment amount. We need to see the potential your outpost holds. While the hunting star dragon and the stellar elf are indeed formidable and the talents of the solar dynasty's people are known to us,
their numbers are few.
Without an increase in population, no matter how complete the civilization's construction, it is merely a castle in the air.
A population issue. With the cloning bay on the Origin battleship, was that still a problem? The company need not worry about the population. As the owner of an Origin battleship, my vessel possesses a cloning bay. Once funds are in place, I can use the cloning bay to continuously increase the population. A cloning bay. The cloning bay of an Origin battleship. Talia frowned slightly. After a moment of deliberation, she factored the cloning bay into the investment considerations. Next, Lu Jin produced the helium metal.
Upon seeing the test report for the helium metal, Talia's expression finally changed. This metal completely exceeded her expectations.
This outpost before her was actually capable of producing a unique superalloy. Composing herself, Talia looked at Lu Jin once more. Please continue to list the technologies you possess.
Seeing this, Lu Jin didn't hesitate and placed the fire source on the table.
The fire source, an entirely different form of energy material, once again overturned Talia's understanding.
After having her cognition subverted for the second time, Talia decisively stood up. I apologize, I need to communicate with my superiors.
No problem. This was exactly the outcome Lu Jin had wanted. He was well aware that Talia before him was merely a company employee. She wasn't even a high-ranking executive. This meant that the company hadn't taken his investment request seriously. But now things were different. The helium metal and the fire source were currently unique assets in the stellar sea.
With these two items in hand, the rating of his investment might just increase a notch.
Shortly after Talia finished her discussion with the higher-ups.
Subsequently, Talia sat back down at the negotiation table, but this time her expression had clearly changed.
Mr.
Lu Jin, based on our company's high-level discussions, we wish to purchase the ownership of everything you have just demonstrated for 100 billion credits.
I'm sorry, not for sale.
Of course, this outcome was also within our expectations. Therefore, we propose to buy the development rights to your outpost at a ratio of 10 billion credits per one.
10 billion per one.
Lu Jin let out a light laugh and directly crossed his legs.
Too little. Neither of us is a fool.
A higher price would benefit our negotiations.
Mr. Lu Jin, this is already the best offer our company can make. Your outpost is still in its infancy. This price is quite reasonable. No, this price is not reasonable at all. I might consider 100 billion credits per one. What? 100 billion per one equity. Was he joking? Even Talia, with her impeccable composure, couldn't help but stand up. Quoting such a price, did this fellow really think his outpost was some commercial metropolis? I'm sorry,
but I intend to sell 49 of the equity in one go.
Put. Talia nearly choked.
She could hardly believe her ears.
49 of the equity.
She knew that once a company held 50 of the equity, it could take over the entire outpost.
That is, Lu Jin would effectively lose all control over this outpost. What was this man doing?
Had he gone mad? She had seen many high-stakes gamblers before, but even the most reckless among them would dare to sell only up to 30 of the equity to the company. Yet Lu Jin dared to sell 49 directly.
Even Talia couldn't remain seated at this point.
I apologize, but I need to consult with my superiors again.
No problem.
Talia felt the negotiation had slipped out of her control. She had been led by the nose from the moment she sat down. When Talia reported the situation to the company's high-level officials, they were also stunned. 100 billion per one ratio, selling 49 of the equity.
Absolutely insane. I like this guy. Interesting. We've met our match. Talia is no match for him.
It must be said that Lu Jin's maneuver garnered varying degrees of attention from the company's upper echelons. Some among them expressed high approval for his actions.
Meanwhile, other company executives showed no interest whatsoever in Lu Jin or his assets.
Naturally, a few remained on the sidelines observing the situation.
So what is our answer? Should we offer some concessions to this audacious gambler?
The Starsea is filled with countless gamblers, but not all of them walk away unscathed.
My recommendation is to elevate this investment to an S-level high-value strategic venture. S-level strategic investment. That is our highest tier of investment classification.
It seems Lady Polaris has taken quite a liking to this high-stakes player. Amidst the multitude of holographic projections, a woman with an exquisite figure sat poised among the company's top executives. She toyed with the chips in her hand, her blurred ethereal face revealing an ecstatic smile. Of course, this is merely my personal opinion. However, the two items he has presented alone are enough to classify him as an S-level client. Harem metal and unprecedented superalloy. The Allspark, an unknown energy source that can bestow life upon machinery. These two treasures are rare finds indeed. As she spoke, Polaris, a member of the company's high council, enumerated all the potential Lu Jin possessed. Stirred by her words, the other executives gradually began to take this investment seriously.
Just as the executives were deliberating in hesitation, an email suddenly appeared on the personal terminals of every top-level manager.
After reading the email, the attitude of all company executives shifted instantly. In that case, the investment plan for Elysium Star will be upgraded to S-level.
And S-level investment contract.
Upon seeing the contents of the contract, Lu Jin couldn't help but stroke his chin.
How intriguing.
Originally, he had aimed to secure more corporate investment in this negotiation to amass funds quickly. But unexpectedly, the company had presented him with a delightful surprise.
And S-level investment contract entailed not just financial backing.
To ensure the development of the invested planet, the company would even dispatch a formidable fleet to stand guard. Such was the company. Wherever there was profit, they would spare no effort to protect and invest. But this time Lu Jin was destined to disappoint them. All the assets under his name were merely pawns laid out for the assimilation war.
When that war erupted in full force, he would plunge himself into an endless conflict.
At that point, the Stellar Infinite Corporation would face only two choices.
The first was to completely abandon Lu Jin as an S-level investment client and suffer a tremendous loss. The second choice was to be dragged by Lu Jin into the vortex of war.
In this game of chess, Lu Jin saw far beyond the company. Thus, the moment Lu Jin signed the investment agreement, a chill ran down the spines of the company executives.
The office temperature is too low. Turn it up a notch.
Polaris shrugged, placing her chips on the table. Her gaze swept across the star map before her, which clearly marked the coordinates of Elysium Star. On the desk beside the star map, a large pile of documents lay scattered, all containing information about Lu Jin.
Polaris picked up a wine glass, its scarlet liquid flowing along the inner wall.
Swirling the glass, her eyes gleamed with pure excitement. Lu Jin, what a madman he is. He is exactly the other half I have been waiting for. The escort fleet for this trip to Elysium Star hasn't been finalized yet, has it? Inform the company executives that I wish to be the founder of the investment escort fleet for Elysium Star.
What?
A member of the company's High Council, Polaris herself, was going to personally head to Elysium Star.
Her secretary, upon hearing this, was equally stunned. Lady Polaris, isn't this decision a bit too hasty?
No, I have made up my mind. I must go, and I will bring my guild fleet along. At these words, even the highly professional secretary's jaw dropped in disbelief.
The guild fleet. That was the strongest corporate fleet under Polaris command.
Its combat power had even reached the terrifying level of star-shattering might. And now this fleet was to become the escort for Elysium Star. Had the world gone mad, or had she woken up too early this morning? Just as the secretary was at a loss, Polaris glanced at her. Her gaze, devoid of any emotion, instantly made the secretary feel as if she had fallen into an icy abyss. What are you still standing here for? As my secretary, your reflexes are far too slow. You can forget about your year-end bonus.
At this, the secretary snapped back to reality.
Lady Polaris had not changed at all. She was still like the other company executives, a thoroughly twisted capitalist.
The secretary hurried off to execute Polaris' plan. Shortly after, Polaris' transfer request seemed to receive silent approval from the higher-ups.
It was approved in just 1 hour.
Upon receiving the approval, Polaris boarded a flagship with a golden coating, its hull as luxurious as a gem.
The vessel departed from the company's developed spaceport in countless opulent, dazzling ships headed straight for Elysium Star. Now the luxurious and resplendent fleet sailed through the star sea like a brilliant jewel. Countless space pirates were lured in, but upon seeing the fleet's insignia they fled in sheer terror. Beneath the company's main livery, a gilded ship emblem was engraved on the hull of every ship. Such luxurious ships. They looked just like gems. Only those corporate nouveau riche would build vessels like this.
Shoo! Keep your voice down.
If it were just a corporate headquarters fleet it wouldn't matter, but did you see the chip symbol below?
The guild chip emblem.
Could this fleet be the private armada of the company executive Polaris, the guild fleet? Rumor has it that among all the company executives' fleets, the guild fleet may not be the most formidable, but it is undoubtedly the most insane.
Let's get out of here. I don't want to be targeted by those lunatics. Upon recognizing the fleet, the space pirates wasted no time in fleeing the region.
Inside the flagship, Polaris studied Lu Jin's resume and dossier, a smile never leaving her face. It was only when the ship reached the star system containing Elysium Star that Polaris finally put away the documents and fixed her gaze upon the planet before her. Meanwhile, Lu Jin, standing on the planet's surface, naturally also caught sight of the gilded fleet gradually emerging in the sky.
It wasn't just Lu Jin, even Yu Tiansong and the others were drawn to the fleet in the heavens.
They had never before witnessed such opulent and dazzling starships.
After all, few would invest their efforts into the aesthetics of a vessel.
Whenever there was room for improvement, most captains would choose to enhance the ship's performance. These ships are truly beautiful, shining like a meteor. However, during voyages across the star sea, excessive luxury and brilliance in a vessel are not necessarily a good thing. If it weren't for the emblem of the Starsea Unlimited Corporation on these ships, there would surely be no shortage of interstellar pirates eyeing them. Nevertheless, the fact that Starsea Unlimited could dispatch such a massive fleet indicates they have indeed fulfilled the terms of the contract.
Everyone understood clearly that it was because Lu Jin had signed the investment agreement that Starsea Unlimited had sent the fleet. Yet they also knew this was merely a transaction.
Thus, after satisfying their curiosity at the sight of these ships, the crowd quickly dispersed. However, Lu Jin's gaze remained fixed.
His eyes settled on the gilded chip emblem and he couldn't help but narrow them slightly.
Silver Moon, standing beside him, sensed Lu Jin's unease and couldn't help but ask, "Captain, is there something wrong with this fleet?"
Yes, and the problem is significant.
Based on the livery of these ships, he could determine that this fleet was not part of the corporation's own escort forces. If these were ships from the corporation's headquarters, they would only bear the company's insignia. But these vessels, in addition to the company logo, also displayed special markings representing a private faction.
And this gilded chip symbol signified that the ships before him belonged to one of the corporation's high-ranking members, the fleet of Polaris. Sure enough, the next moment the fleet came to a halt near the planet's orbit.
A large vessel as resplendent and dazzling as a gem descended directly towards the stronghold. As the ship landed on the surface, its hatch opened.
Polaris, one of the corporation's high-ranking members, had already disembarked impatiently and strode before Lu Jin.
Gazing at Polaris, whose features were exquisite and whose entire being radiated an aura of nobility, Silver Moon once again felt the threat of danger closing in.
Completely unbothered, Polaris directly grasped Lu Jin's hands before he could evade. "Mr. Lu Jin, it is a pleasure to meet you.
My name is Polaris and I am the head of the escort fleet dispatched by the corporation to protect Elysium Star. I look forward to your guidance in the future development of the Elysian realm." Faced with such an enthusiastic Polaris, Lu Jin subtly withdrew his hands. He was of course not unfamiliar with the Polaris before him. A high-ranking member of the corporation, the most reckless gambler, the fearsome Polaris. Lu Jin had heard of these various titles in his past life. Of course, none of these epithets were complimentary. Polaris, a woman who was both mad and lethal. This was the impression Lu Jin had of her from his previous life. To be honest, the appearance of the Gilded Fleet was completely unforeseen in Lu Jin's plans. Although its arrival greatly enhanced the security of Elysium planet. Considering Polaris' reputation, however, Lu Jin felt this was more of a detriment. As if she could see through his wariness, Polaris narrowed her eyes slightly. Mr. Lu Jin, this seems to be our first meeting, doesn't it? But why are you so guarded against me? Could it be that we have met somewhere before unbeknownst to me? At these words, Lu Jin's heart tightened and he immediately became hyper-alert. In the span of a mere moment, he formulated a response. My apologies. I have only ever heard that the people of Starsea Unlimited are all merchants. It's only prudent to be cautious with a merchant, isn't it? I wouldn't want to be sold and end up counting the money for the person who sold me. Hearing this, Polaris broke into a charming smile. Mr. Lu Jin, you certainly have a sense of humor. However, when it comes to commercial acumen, few members of Starsea Unlimited can match you. Would you consider joining the corporation as my secretary? With your talent, I guarantee you could rise to become a high-ranking member like myself within a year. Faced with the tempting prospect, Polaris painted Lu Jin directly declined. Lu Jin was well aware of what Starsea Unlimited truly was. In this gathering place of all merchants across the Star Sea, earning a promotion was more difficult than ascending to heaven. Since Miss Polaris will be responsible for the security of Elysium planet from now on, perhaps you would like to tour this planet. As he spoke, Lu Jin directly summoned an apocalypse creature. This creature possessed two forms. One was a humanoid combat form. The other was a spacecraft form capable of carrying passengers. Lu Jin promptly organized a sightseeing party to show Polaris the ecological environment of Elysium planet. After sending Polaris off, Lu Jin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had to admit, as a high-ranking corporate member, Polaris' observational skills were incredibly meticulous. If he hadn't handled it well, even the secret of his rebirth might have been uncovered by her. Fortunately, with the funds now in place, he could begin executing his development plan. Thus some time passed as Lu Jin invested all the credit points from the corporation's investment into the development of the stronghold. With the existence of the cloning pods, the population issue was also gradually being resolved. But just as Lu Jin thought his subsequent plans would proceed without a hitch, a message arrived on his personal terminal. The sender of this message was none other than Polaris, who was in charge of Elysium planet's security. At that moment, Polaris was lounging listlessly in her seat, her gaze sweeping across the terminal screen before her. The information displayed was truly alarming. In less than a month, the frequency of void Zerg appearances had exploded exponentially. Numerous planets under the corporation's banner had been affected by the void Zerg. Most critically, some planets had suddenly lost all contact. Even some outposts had fallen under the influence of unknown factors and lost control. The corporation could already sense a calamity brewing in silence. And it wasn't just Starsea Unlimited, other factions were suffering impacts to varying degrees as well. After reading the message sent by Polaris, Lu Jin's expression gradually turned grave. Calculating the time, it was almost about to begin. The cosmic war that would engulf the entire Star Sea. The assimilation war was about to commence. The void Zerg were becoming active. The warp demons were gradually descending upon the Star Sea. The Blood Clan were stirring in the shadows. The corrupting spores were also about to take center stage on this vast cosmic arena. Time is indeed pressing. Lu Jin turned and gazed into the distance where the roaring factories ceaselessly produced chromium metal. Numerous engineers of the Solar Dynasty processed the chromium metal into various components. On a vast expanse of open ground, the skeletons of hundreds of vessels stood awaiting the engineers to complete them. Time. What Lu Jin needed now was time. A single year was ultimately too short. Just then, within the star system of Elysium, a colossal creature forged from flesh and blood abruptly appeared. With the emergence of the first beast, more and more monsters of varying sizes materialized. These creatures floated like enormous ships within the sea of stars. Upon these beasts, numerous vesicles filled with biomass dotted their bodies. Within each vesicle, the faint silhouettes of void insectoids could be discerned. The appearance of the monsters immediately caught Polaris' attention. Rising from her seat on the bridge, she gazed at the detection images displayed on the ship's terminal, her brows furrowing slightly. Accessing the company's shared database, Polaris swiftly compared the creature before her with the information within. Soon she identified its true nature. Void Insect Vessel. A massive biological transport ship constructed by the void insectoids. A single void insect vessel could not only gestate a multitude of void insectoids but also host countless fully matured ones parasitically upon its body. The moment a void insect vessel appeared, it signified that a planet was destined to become nourishment for the swarm. Naturally, Lu Jin also learned of the void swarm's invasion through satellites established within the star system. Gazing at the void insect vessel on the screen, Lu Jin's expression grew solemn. Seeing this silver moon, and Sherry volunteered to lead a fleet to eradicate the void swarm. Even Yun Mengyan stepped forward asserting that none were more adept at dealing with the void swarm than she. Yet Lu Jin waved his hand signaling them to quiet down. Based on the scale of the swarm fleet in the image, this void insectoid fleet is likely just a colonial expedition. Although a void insect vessel could gestate and transport vast numbers of void insectoids, it lacked sufficient offensive capabilities to fend off various predators. Typically, a standard void insectoid fleet would pair each void insect vessel with 2 macrophase worms. Yet the present void swarm fleet consisted solely of void insect vessels without any macrophase worms. This situation generally pointed to only 2 possibilities. The first was that this void insect vessel fleet was newly formed and had not yet gestated macrophase worms for escort. The second was that they were merely an advanced colonial force with the main force still trailing behind. Lu Jin hoped for the former. No one understood better than him the terrifying scale of a true void insectoid fleet's main force. Thus, before determining the void swarm's objective, Lu Jin's plan was to wait. After all, the one who should be more worried now was Polaris. And as Lu Jin had anticipated, upon identifying the void insect vessels, Polaris promptly mobilized the fleet. The scale of the gilded fleet far surpassed that of ordinary fleets. The gilded fleet alone boasted hundreds of large battleships, not to mention the numerous vessels equipped with heavy firepower within its ranks. Polaris immediately organized a firepower fleet and charged directly toward the coordinates of the void insect vessels. Meanwhile, the opposing void insect vessels seemed to have detected the gilded fleet's presence. Yet these void insect vessels showed no fear. Instead, they surged straight toward the gilded fleet. Oh. Facing my firepower fleet, they neither retreat nor flee but charge directly. Polaris sensed something amiss. But at this juncture she had no choice. The firepower fleet opened fire and a torrent of laser missiles rained down upon the void insect vessels like a storm. A rumbling echoed. Watching from the surface as the void insect vessels were effortlessly destroyed, Lu Jin frowned deeply. Something was wrong. Profoundly, utterly wrong. What was the matter with these void insect vessels? Facing the overwhelmingly superior gilded fleet, why did they not flee? Voluntarily seeking death. Preposterous. The void swarm in his memory was not a collection of such utterly foolish creatures. After annihilating the void swarm fleet, Polaris stared at the floating chunks of flesh in the starry sea. A sense of unease welled up from the depths of her heart. Too easy. The void swarm, described in intelligence reports as a scourge by major powers, had been crushed so effortlessly. And from the very beginning she had sensed something off. Throughout the entire engagement, from their appearance to their complete annihilation, the void swarm had never once attacked her ships. Even though void insect vessels had weaker offensive capabilities, they should still possess some means of retaliation. Yet the void swarm offered no resistance, allowing Polaris ships to slaughter them. At this moment a possibility dawned on Lu Jin. It's the warp demons. These void swarms had been corrupted by the warp demons. Warp demons were peculiar entities dwelling in the warp, possessing formidable psychic powers of corruption. Their every action was aimed at opening a passage between the starry sea and the warp, unleashing their kin. These void insect vessels were precisely the sacrifices prepared by the warp demons. As this realization struck Lu Jin, numerous warp rifts abruptly appeared around the floating chunks of flesh in the starry sea. These warp rifts devoured all the flesh. As the flesh merged into the rifts, the fissures expanded, eventually coalescing into a colossal gaping maw. A roar. Just then a bellow erupted from within the warp rift. In the vacuum of space where sound could not travel, everyone heard that bestial roar. Then before their very eyes a vessel emerged from the warp rift like a specter. The ship was wrapped in blood-red flesh and the bow was adorned with the skull of an unknown creature. On the deck countless warp demons of grotesque forms roared in unison. They celebrated and cheered like prisoners set free, exultant beyond measure. Seeing this, Polaris felt a chill run down her spine. Attack! To prevent these monsters from breaching the warp rift and descending upon the starry sea, Polaris decisively commanded the fleet to open fire. Open fire. Activate all weapon systems on the warships. A torrent of lasers and missiles surged straight toward the demon vessel. As blazing flames engulfed the entire star sea, the inferno completely swallowed the demon ship. Witnessing such a ferocious assault, Polaris couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Under such a bombardment, even if the demon vessel possessed extraordinary abilities, it should have been shattered into pieces. On the surface, Lu Jin watched the series of attacks with furrowed brows. No. The timing is wrong. As expected, when the flames dissipated, the warp demon ship remained utterly unscathed. Even the warp demons on the deck had suffered no harm. How is this possible? Polaris' eyes were filled with shock. Why had their attacks been completely ineffective? At that moment, Polaris' gaze fell upon the warp demon vessel. She suddenly noticed that some meteorite fragments, upon contacting the demon ship, passed straight through it. Passed through. These demon ships had no physical form. How could that be? If the demon ships lacked substance, was she utterly helpless against these warp entities? No. The company's think tank had records regarding warp demons. Every warp demon documented was not invincible. They possessed physical forms and could be harmed by various weapons. So there must be a specific factor at play.
It was this special factor that granted the warp demons their brief phase-shifting ability. What is this factor? It's the warp rift. At this critical moment, Lu Jin's message suddenly appeared on Polaris' personal terminal.
At this juncture, Lu Jin had no choice but to risk Polaris' suspicion. If the Lu Jin fleet were destroyed by the warp demons, his own planet would likely not survive. Thus, to preserve their strength, Lu Jin had to disclose some key information to Polaris.
Polaris glanced at the intelligence from Lu Jin and the confusion in her eyes instantly dissipated. So that was it.
The crucial factor was the warp rift. Before the rift was sealed, the warp demons were bound by the rules of the warp, unable to fully manifest in the Starsea. In essence, they were but hollow shells. So we must wait for the rift to close before we can strike.
Polaris narrowed her eyes. Without Lu Jin's prompting, she immediately deduced how to confront the warp demon fleet.
Under her command, all ships began moving toward the warp rift. An increasing number of vessels encircled the warp rift.
Just then a second warp demon ship broke through the warp's blockade, entering the Starsea. Haha, after being cooped up for so many years, my blade is more than ready.
How could the chaos of the Starsea be complete without the presence of us warp demons? I can't wait to torment the creatures of the Starsea.
Wait, something's not right.
Several warp demon commanders aboard the ship were discussing which region to conquer next. But then they saw the ships surrounding the warp rift. Clearly these vessels had been lying in wait, already forming a loose encirclement. The warp demon commanders widened their eyes in shock.
This is wrong. Who leaked our coordinates?
This star system was barren just a year ago. Why are there so many ships here now?
Damn it. Barnaby, didn't you say this incursion would go smoothly? The accused demon commander was equally bewildered.
Even he couldn't fathom why so many ships were waiting in this system. Given their formation and scale, they had clearly prepared in advance. The enemy knew that before the warp rift closed, the warp demons could not be attacked. Aware of this, they had formed an encirclement. Their aim was to launch an assault the moment the rift sealed. Bound by the warp's rules, the warp demons could only stand and face their opponents until the rift closed.
They're clearly prepared. The encirclement is already set. Indeed. Only those familiar with warp demons would act this way.
Since they're coming for us, we fight.
To war.
We warp demons are immortal. As long as the warp exists, we are invincible. Realizing they couldn't escape, the warp demons instead became filled with battle lust.
Such fervor made even Polaris feel a pang of difficulty.
The warp rift had yet to close, and the fleet emerging from it had already reached over 100 vessels.
Facing a warp demon fleet for the first time, Polaris trembled all over.
A nearby crew member stepped forward to console her.
Lady Polaris, do not worry. The Lu Jin fleet ranks among the company's finest in combat capability. The enemy's numbers are far inferior to ours.
If we work together, these warp demons are no match for us.
Indeed.
The Lu Jin fleet is no pushover. These warp demons will be easily crushed.
But when Polaris looked up,
what they saw was a Polaris with a sickly yet ecstatic expression.
Fear. Worry.
The only thing Polaris feared was that these warp demons wouldn't satisfy her. As one of the company's high-ranking officials, Polaris' greatest passion was facing formidable foes. The stronger the enemy, the more exhilarated she became. Whether in war or negotiation, only the strong could pique Polaris' interest. In just a few days, she had found her match, Lu Jin.
That man, shrouded in countless secrets, had captivated her completely.
She knew, of course, that Lu Jin had yet to act, hoping she would destroy the warp demons. This would both weaken the company and preserve his own strength.
Polaris was well aware of this, yet she chose to savor the warp demons' pressure alone. Warp demons. How intriguing. This stagnant life finally holds some interest.
As the last demon warship slowly sailed out of the spacetime rift, the rift itself seemed to lose all its energy support and began to shrink at a visible rate.
The demons from the spacetime could sense the gradually weakening connection with the rift as it shrank.
More and more demons from the spacetime had begun to stir, eager to cause chaos in the starry sea.
Of course, Polaris was equally prepared.
Her index finger tapped rhythmically on the ship's panel, ready to welcome the uninvited guests from the spacetime.
I hope this battle will be enjoyable.
Just as the words left her lips, the spacetime rift completely closed.
In an instant, both fleets launched their attacks.
As the rift closed, the demons immediately flapped their wings and rushed towards the gilded fleet with lightning speed.
Polaris decisively ordered the attack to commence.
A laser suddenly shot towards a demon warship, and an unsuspecting demon was burned to ashes.
Boom!
The laser struck the demon warship, blasting a hole through it. Seeing this, Polaris' eyes lit up.
Indeed, just as Lu Jin had said, after the rift disappeared, these demon warships became targets that could be attacked.
However, as Polaris observed the hole blasted by the laser, her brow furrowed involuntarily.
No shield system.
These demon warships actually had no shield system. Were these unshielded warships merely paper models? Had she overestimated the demons from the spacetime?
Just when Polaris thought the attack was too easy, the demon warship with the blasted hole began to stir. Flesh and blood gathered at the hole, and in the blink of an eye it was instantly repaired. The artillery wrapped in flesh aimed at one of the Gilded Fleet's warships. Boom! A flesh cannonball struck the ship's shield system. Immediately after, the cannonball seemed to parasitize the shield system like a living organism. The shield system was breached under the relentless bombardment of the flesh cannonballs, and a large number of space-time demons rushed into the ship's interior. Damn! There are too many of these demons. We need support. Wait, Maria. What are you doing here? Wasn't I fighting the space-time demons on the battlefield? Why am I here? A hallucination. But this feels too real. In less than a quarter of an hour, all the crew members of the ship invaded by the space-time demons were dragged into the mental illusion woven by the demons. Listening to the nonsensical chatter on the communication channel, Polaris closed her eyes. Gilded Fleet Captain of Ship No. 244, I command you. While you are still conscious, activate the ship's self-destruct mode. In an instant, the communication channel fell silent. Finally, a calm voice of a middle-aged man came through the communication channel. Received. With that acknowledgement, the demon-infected ship at the front line erupted in a violent explosion. The violent explosion engulfed the entire battlefield, pulling countless space-time demons into it. Facing the scene, Polaris remained calm, showing no sorrow for the fallen. Captain of Ship No. 213, I command you to activate self-destruct mode and charge full speed towards the 12 o'clock direction. Lord Polaris, my ship can still fight. I know, but that's an order. The communication channel fell silent once more. Shortly after, a ship from the Gilded Fleet broke away from the main group and charged towards the 12 o'clock direction. And at its 12 o'clock direction was a demon warship. Boom! A burst of fire lit up the starry battlefield. The spacetime demons were caught off guard by this sudden self-destruct assault. But Polaris was shocked to discover that even when the demon warships were destroyed to mere skeletons, they could still be restored to their original state in a short time. What kind of ability was this? Polaris commanded one ship after another, and the number of ships in the Gilded Fleet began to dwindle. Yet the enemy's demon warships showed no signs of decreasing. At this moment, Polaris took the initiative to contact Lu Jin. Lu Jin, I'm encountering some trouble here. These demon warships from the spacetime are quite strange. I clearly ordered the ships to self-destruct, blowing off half of the enemy ship, yet they can still return to their original form. You must know what is happening, right? Tell me the ships I have are not infinite. Hearing Polaris' calm tone, Lu Jin couldn't help but chuckle softly. Indeed, the people from the company are not to be trusted. And this Polaris before her is a madman. Only a madman would treat a ship full of crew members as expendable in battle. Clearly there were better ways, yet she chose the most extreme one. Each demon warship has a demon heart. Only by destroying the demon heart within the ship can the demon warship be utterly destroyed. Moreover, resisting the mental attacks of the spacetime demons is quite simple. You just need to set up a... Before Lu Jin could finish, Polaris abruptly ended the communication signal. A smile played at the corners of her mouth. Now that she knew how to destroy these demon warships, she just needed to counterattack. Captain No. 121, Captain No. 342, you two maneuver your ships towards the demon warships at the 3 o'clock position. Of course you don't need to initiate self-destruct mode just yet, at least not now. Under Polaris' command, the firepower ships concentrated their fire on one of the demon warships. Under the relentless bombardment of cannon fire, the flesh armor on the demon warship was gradually shattered. At this moment, Polaris finally noticed that within the engine compartment of this warship there was a pulsating heart-like flesh engine. Is this the core of the demon warship? What a well-concealed weakness. But now this weakness is no longer a secret. Polaris' lips curled into a cruel smile. With a command, the two ships that had already been dispatched slowly approached the demon warship. The surrounding spacetime demons quickly surrounded the two ships like moths to a flame. But the two ships had already initiated their self-destruct protocols. Boom! As the demon vessel shattered under the force of the explosion, Polaris did not immediately choose to depart. Only after confirming that the demon ship showed no signs of restoration did she let out a hearty laugh. Is that all? Is that all? So much for the ships of the warp demons. With the mere cost of a few vessels, we've destroyed one of their ships. Whether this trade is a gain or a loss remains to be seen. With a flick of her hand, Polaris grasped a single chip. Now that she knew the weakness of the demon vessels, it was time to launch a full-scale assault. The encirclement began to tighten, the firepower growing increasingly ferocious. The warp demons, witnessing the destruction of their own ship, were visibly taken aback. Our ship has been destroyed. Their attacks were clearly aimed at the flesh engine. They've discovered our vessel's weakness. First, our coordinates were exposed, and now the ship's weakness is found. If you tell me there's no mole among us, I refuse to believe it. A mole? Who could it be? We all hail from the warp. Who wouldn't want to escape that accursed place? The loss in battle caused the demon lords to lose control once more. They even began to suspect if a traitor lurked within their ranks. After all, the timing of it all was far too coincidental.
They had barely emerged from the warp when they encountered a formidable fleet. What's more, that fleet seemed to know the warp demons inside out, cracking the secrets of their ship shortly after their arrival. How could such suspicion not arise?
Just then one of the demon lords stepped forward. Enough bickering. Will arguing bring us victory?
At this point our only hope lies in what we do best, mental manipulation. If we can locate their flagship and ensnare their leader in an illusory realm, we still stand a chance.
Indeed.
Mental manipulation was the warp demon's greatest strength. If they could find the enemy leader, all was not lost.
The demon lords chose to take the offensive.
A horde of warp demons, leveraging their innate advantages, began to assault the ships of the gilded fleet.
Boom.
Under the cover of numerous warp demons, one demon lord breached the ship's armor and stormed inside. The crew within the vessel reacted swiftly, arming themselves and converging on the demon lord's location. Yet the demon lord, gazing at the approaching crew, showed no trace of worry. Instead, he smiled.
Raising his right hand, he unleashed a powerful wave of demonic psychic energy.
Under the influence of the demonic psychic force, the crew was instantly dragged into an illusory realm.
Tell me, who is the leader of this fleet? It's Polaris.
Which ship is the flagship?
Just as the demon lord was about to learn the flagship's location, a crew member stepped forward from the bridge.
In his hand, a communication device emitted Polaris' voice.
Oh. So this is a demon lord. Quite a peculiar look you have.
But I'm afraid seizing this vessel will do you no good. The moment you invaded, I had the captain initiate the self-destruct sequence.
What? Self-destruct?
A surge of crisis washed over the demon lord. Before he could utter a word, the ship erupted in a violent explosion.
The intense blast engulfed the demon lord and the surrounding warp demons alike. Even the demon lord hadn't anticipated such decisiveness from Polaris.
Had she already resolved to sacrifice the ship the moment he targeted it? Her ability to cut losses with such ruthless precision was masterful.
This one is more of a demon than we are. As another ship self-destructed, Polaris, expressionless, pulled out a calculator.
According to her calculations, sacrificing a ship despite the cost yielded immense benefits. Once she annihilated these warp demons, her reputation and standing within the company would soar. With more funding, she could expand her gilded fleet. Thus this turn of events worked in her favor.
Deal sealed. Then, let's continue. With a casual remark from Polaris, several more ships broke away from the main force, charging at the warp demons in suicidal explosions. The demon lords found themselves utterly helpless against Polaris' self-destruct tactics.
Their mental manipulation was potent, but she never gave them a chance. Before they could corrupt any opposing ship, the crew would resolutely trigger the self-destruct.
How could they fight like this?
On the surface, Lu Jin sighed as she watched the demon fleet falter.
Though Polaris' methods were brutally ruthless, their effectiveness was undeniable.
The warp demons were left with no means to deploy their strategies. Coupled with Lu Jin's intelligence support, the annihilation of these warp demons was only a matter of time.
Moreover, the gilded fleet would emerge from the battle with minimal losses.
Just as Lu Jin believed the outcome was sealed, a flash of light appeared near the battlefield.
Both Lu Jin and Polaris noticed this sudden radiance.
With the light came a massive devourer worm into view.
A devourer worm.
The moment she saw it, a foreboding sense crept back into Lu Jin's heart. As expected, after the first devourer worm appeared, more followed in droves. Then came the void swarm ships. This was a true swarm army. The number of void swarm ships alone had already exceeded 100.
And more swarm forces continued to emerge from behind.
Finally, with a distortion in space, a colossal satellite-like dread swarm ship materialized within the star system.
The massive swarm ship dwarfed even the typical planet-destroying vessels.
Around it coiled a devourer worm of leviathan-like proportions. Even Lu Jin frowned at the sight of this gargantuan swarm ship.
I'm starting to wonder if this star system has terrible feng shui. A void swarm queen ship, of all things to encounter. Polaris and the warp demons were equally stunned by the immense void swarm queen ship.
The warp demons in particular were gripped with dread.
Their relationship with the void swarm was far from amicable.
They had only managed to descend into the Starsea by manipulating the swarm for flesh sacrifices.
Damn it. Are we really this unlucky?
Are these bugs coming for us?
Is that important now?
Whether this void swarm mothership is passing by or pursuing us, we will all become nourishment for the swarm.
Damn it. Gracious, you bastard, if I ever descend again, I want team up with you, you jinx. What do you mean? The idea of luring the swarm as sacrifices was yours.
The moment they saw the void swarm mothership, the demon lords couldn't hold it together anymore. They were already besieged by the guild fleet and had fallen into a disadvantageous position. And now at this critical moment, a void swarm army had appeared.
This void swarm army was a genuine massive force. Just within that void swarm mothership alone, countless void swarm queens were parasitized. A single void swarm queen could command billions of swarm creatures. The combined number of swarm creatures these queens could control was unimaginable.
Polaris gazed at the Void Swarm army before her, a flicker of worry crossing her face. She was a madwoman but not a fool. The situation had spiraled beyond her expectations. The scale of the Void Swarm mothership and its subordinate Void Swarm vessels had exceeded her predictions. At this point, a thought of retreat even crept into Polaris' mind. Should she flee? Faced with such a formidable enemy, should she run? Could she win? But if she left now, would she be content? Thinking about it carefully, wasn't this exactly what she wanted? To die in a grand war. Wasn't that what she desired? Polaris couldn't help but bring her finger to her lips, nervously biting her nails. Her mind was racing, countless thoughts whirling within her skull. But just then the swarm had completed its jump. A giant devourer worm lunged straight toward the demon fleet. In an instant, the giant devourer worm coiled around a demon vessel. Then it opened its massive maw like a python swallowing its prey. Its razor-sharp fangs became a terrifying meat grinder, directly shredding the entire ship. Under the cover of the giant devourer worm, the Void Swarm vessels quickly reached a safe zone. Bubbles burst one after another and the Void Swarm creatures within spread their wings. Billions of swarm creatures formed a tide, surging straight toward the Guild fleet. Seeing this, the captains of the Guild fleet immediately launched a counterattack. A barrage of laser missiles rained down on the swarm tide, but to the terrifying swarm this firepower was nothing more than a tickle. The swarm tide directly engulfed a vessel. Its energy shield held out for less than a minute before shattering. Then the ravenous Void Swarm began gnawing at the ship's armor. 5 minutes later, the armor was devoured completely. 10 minutes later, the swarm started to dismantle the ship's hull. 20 minutes later, the entire vessel had been reduced to a pile of wreckage. 30 minutes later, the swarm had consumed the ship entirely, along with its crew vanishing into the vast sea of stars. Watching such a massive ship disappear into the starry sea, Polaris' anxiety grew even more intense. At that moment, a crew member stepped forward. "Lady Polaris, we must retreat. This star system is far too dangerous. Our fleet has already lost over a tenth of its strength. Continuing to fight is pointless. Our losses are too great. We can abandon the Elysium project. Against the warp demons and the Void Swarm, Lu Jin stands no chance." No chance at all. Was there truly no hope? Polaris looked up, her gaze falling on the planet Elysium. Lu Jin hadn't made a move yet. Was he planning to stand by? Or perhaps he couldn't resolve the situation either. No, Lu Jin's profile showed he was a man who could work miracles. He absolutely wouldn't give up so easily. Lu Jin hasn't retreated yet. He still has an ace up his sleeve. At that moment, the fear in Polaris' heart began to subside. Exactly. She had read Lu Jin's file. He had crushed the Blackstone pirates and the undead fleet before, so he must have a way now. Polaris was right this time. The situation was dire, but not so dire that Lu Jin couldn't salvage it. On the surface, Lu Jin watched the swarm spreading and wreaking havoc in the starry sky, taking a deep breath. It's time for us to step in. If we don't act, our allies might just run away. With that, Lu Jin turned and looked at the Prometheus before him. He boarded the ship and walked inside. The bridge hatch opened and everyone was already seated. This was proof that they were ready for battle at any moment. Lu Jin smiled faintly and took his seat. "Confirm all personnel are aboard. Begin the 1-minute countdown. In 1 minute, the Prometheus will launch first. In 5 minutes, the Coffin of Silence will launch and proceed to the designated coordinates for psychic projection. In 10 minutes, the first solar whale formation, all ships will launch." Roger. All the factories in the base began to operate. The solar whale-class battleships that had already been constructed were hastily loaded with crew members and put into combat readiness, skipping any testing. During the base's development, the engineers of the Solar Dynasty had built over 100 solar whale-class battleships. Of course, these battleships had not yet been officially deployed. If Lu Jin had another month, he could have an elite fleet of over 100 ships. But right now, time was what Lu Jin lacked the most. Ships launched one after another, entering the fray. In this meat grinder of a battlefield, Lu Jin's fleet was the smallest in scale. Even the weakest warp demon fleet currently had a complement of several hundred ships. In comparison, Lu Jin's fleet was so insignificant that the Void Swarm mothership didn't even bother to shift its attention. And that was exactly what Lu Jin wanted. The Prometheus sailed along the edge of the swarm. On the main front, the Guild fleet, the warp demons, and the Void Swarm were locked in a fierce three-way battle. No one noticed the Prometheus gradually circling around to the rear of the Void Swarm mothership. Looking at the Void Swarm mothership surrounded by countless swarms and giant devourer worms from behind, Lu Jin interlaced his fingers, a hint of delight flickering in his eyes. We really are being underestimated. To think that even now no swarm units have come to intercept us. Even Yu Tian-san, standing by, couldn't help but remark on how smoothly the operation was going. Perhaps it's because our ship is too inconspicuous. But that's fine, the less attention we draw the better our plan can proceed. It's time to teach those bugs a lesson. Let these insects learn the price of arrogance. Lu Jin smiled faintly and decisively activated the main cannon stellar elegy. As stellar elegy began to charge, its terrifying energy fluctuations immediately caught the attention of the Void Swarm mothership.
Countless Void Swarm kings turned their gaze toward the Prometheus.
Upon seeing the source of the immense energy, confusion flickered in their eyes. Why could this ship, insignificant as a speck of dust, emit such a fearsome energy wave? But the Void Swarm kings pondered only briefly before redirecting their attention to the battlefield before them.
To them, the Gilded Fleet and the Warp Demon Fleet were the true feast.
As for the Prometheus behind them, it was merely a garnish on the edge of the plate. Why would a gluttonous beast endlessly devouring care about breadcrumbs nearby? A portion of the swarm detached from the Void Swarm tide and surged straight toward the Prometheus.
But the moment they approached, the Prometheus activated its weapon systems.
The overwhelming firepower from its fierce armaments annihilated the swarm before they could even draw near. Witnessing the ship's formidable might, the swarm began to regard it with a hint of seriousness. More and more of the swarm converged on the Prometheus. Yet the Prometheus was no pushover. Its terrifying firepower kept the swarm at bay, unable to close in by even a hair.
Just then a colossal swarm eater lunged directly at the ship.
Inside the bridge, Shiria saw the approaching behemoth and sprang to her feet.
"Leave this big bug to me."
With that, Shiria strode out of the bridge and headed to the drop pod bay. But where the drop pods once stood, the area was now filled with members of the Stellar Hunter Dragon clan.
These dragons had been waiting there all along.
When Shiria appeared, they understood it was their turn to take the stage.
"Everyone, it's time to show these bugs who the true hunters are."
A faint smile curved Shiria's lips as her dragon fangs gradually emerged.
Layer upon layer of tough, resplendent dragon scales began to manifest across her body.
With a bang, the drop pod hatch flew open.
Shiria transformed into her dragon form and leaped straight into the opening.
In an instant, countless Stellar Hunter dragons also reverted to their true forms.
Bang!
Shiria burst out from the bottom of the ship, her form shifting and expanding until she regained her original colossal size. Her massive figure beat its dragon wings and her psionic energy materialized into a phantom in the air. The moment the opposing swarm eater spotted Shiria's silhouette, her psionic phantom delivered a powerful kick directly into its body. The swarm eater had never anticipated encountering a creature of equal enormity.
Before it could react, Shiria summoned her psionic phantom once more.
Her gaping maw clamped down on the swarm eater's vital point, tearing away a chunk of flesh. Seeing this, the other Stellar Hunter dragons wasted no time and unleashed their psionic dragon breaths. The searing psionic dragon breath instantly incinerated vast numbers of the swarm with each blast.
The swarm once again took notice of these Stellar Hunter dragons.
Even some of the Void Swarm kings aboard the mothership turned their attention to the Stellar Hunter dragon unit. Possessing both powerful physiques and psionic abilities, the dragons finally drew the Void Swarm king's focus. Thus more and more of the swarm were detached to engage them.
Yet facing the ever-growing Void Swarm tide, the Stellar Hunter dragons showed no fear.
They unleashed their psionic dragon breaths without restraint. Each blast caused countless swarm members to fall.
Just then several swarm eaters charged in.
Shiria tore the swarm eater beneath her in two, then eyed the approaching ones with a smirk.
In the next second, even more psionic energy erupted from within her.
The surge of psionic energy made her psionic projection even more colossal.
"Come on, you bugs."
Shiria beat her wings and lunged straight at the swarm eaters. The swarm eaters braced for battle. As more of the swarm were drawn away by the Stellar Hunter dragon unit, Polaris noticed the Prometheus behind the Void Swarm mothership.
"Is that Lu Jin's flagship? He's joined in too. But why is his flagship alone out there?
Where are his other ships?
And where are they now?" Gazing at the unremarkable Prometheus behind the Void Swarm mothership, even Polaris couldn't fathom what Lu Jin was planning.
But at that moment, Lu Jin, seated in the bridge, watched the charging progress of stellar elegy. The instant the progress bar hit 100%, he pressed the attack button without hesitation. The next second, a blinding laser shot forth like a spear, piercing straight into the Void Swarm mothership.
Boom! A dazzling blaze erupted on the mothership's surface.
Then a wave of energy began to ripple across the mothership's hull. The sheer force of the attack caught the Void Swarm mothership completely off guard. The swarm, sensing the danger, immediately rushed toward the laser beam unleashed by stellar elegy. Like moths to a flame, billions of swarm creatures enveloped the beam. In an instant, hundreds of millions of bugs were incinerated to ash by the energy beam of stellar elegy. Yet even so, they chose to stand in front of the Void Swarm mothership. When the attack ended and stellar elegy entered its cooldown phase, the Void Swarm mothership before them now bore only a massive breach, one that was rapidly healing. Seeing this, Polaris was utterly astonished. Lu Jin's ship was equipped with a weapon of such terrifying might.
Such power must have reached the planet destroyer level. But so what?
Even a planet destroyer level attack blocked by billions of swarms sacrificing their bodies failed to inflict a fatal wound on the Void Swarm mothership. And now that the Void Swarm kings had reacted, they would surely target Lu Jin's ship. Lu Jin, watching the breach on the Void Swarm mothership steadily close, curled his lips into a smile.
"This is enough. Activate the space jump engine.
Bring the ship closer."
Closer. Closer to where? Yu Tianzong was stunned.
Under these circumstances, what wild plan was Lu Jin still concocting? Lu Jin turned to Yu Tiansong and raised his right hand pointing at the Void Swarm mothership. Exactly. Their next target was the Void Swarm mothership. As long as they killed all the Void Swarm queens inside the swarm would lose control. Without the queens the swarm would be unable to form any effective fighting force for a short time. And that was when they would launch their counterattack. Upon hearing Lu Jin's plan, Yu Tiansong was momentarily stunned but quickly recovered. He was gradually getting used to Lu Jin's audacious ideas. He was no longer the Yu Tiansong who was easily shocked. He understood that behind Lu Jin's seemingly reckless actions lay careful calculation. Roger. Activating spatial jump. The ship warped in place and vanished. This sudden move caught the ever-watching Polaris completely off guard. Vanished. But before Polaris could react, Lu Jin's ship reappeared. Only this time it was right next to the Void Swarm mothership. The swarm guarding the mothership erupted into a frenzy at the sight of the sudden arrival. The Void Swarm queens also sensed something amiss. But by then even if they swarmed together they couldn't stop Lu Jin and his crew. Spatial flash. This time the ship materialized directly before the mothership. Gazing at the colossal behemoth that loomed like a wall across the starry sea, Yu Tiansong shoved the engine control lever forward. Full speed ahead. Boom. The ship rammed straight into the Void Swarm mothership. When the mothership tried to seal the breach it was already too late. At that moment the Prometheus was like a sharp blade plunging deep into the mothership's interior. And at that instant Lu Jin rose from his seat. Meanwhile Inu also stood up. Now they had to leverage their advantage boarding combat. The hatch opened. Before them was a wall of flesh composed of biomass. Countless Void Swarm creatures clung to it, their emerald eyes already waiting. But Inu stepped forward. The moment she drew her blade a terrifying psionic edge swept through the swarm around the ship like a hurricane, annihilating them all. Once the area was cleared, Lu Jin set foot inside the Void Swarm mothership. Feeling the familiar texture beneath his feet he took a deep breath and sighed. He never thought he would return here after all this time. In his past life he had also boarded the Void Swarm mothership. But that time had been a disaster for him. Now the situation was completely different. The apocalypse creature emerged from the hatch, its metallic frame shielding Lu Jin. Then the Sleeper Legion appeared on his left. The fully armed stellar elf troops stood on his right. Under such formidable protection Lu Jin's gaze turned exceptionally sharp. He took a forceful step forward. A sharp screeching cry echoed from the depths of the corridor. In the darkness countless emerald eyes gradually materialized. Facing the oncoming swarm Lu Jin merely waved his hand. Open fire. In an instant flames erupted. The apocalypse creature unleashed its heavy weaponry blasting into the swarm. Lu Jin advanced steadily, stepping onto the remains of the Void Swarm. With a crunch the debris was crushed by the sleepers behind him. But no one paid it any mind. They followed Lu Jin advancing through the corridor with methodical firepower. Armed with memories from his past life, Lu Jin's mind was razor sharp. With every step he took the Void Swarm queens inside the mothership grew more alarmed. They realized with horror that Lu Jin was like a homing beacon, an unstoppable pathfinder. No matter how complex the corridors. No matter how many swarms blocked the way. Each step he took brought him closer to the mothership's core, the domain of the Void Swarm queens. That human he's still approaching. Damn it. How does he know where we are? You're asking me. Who am I supposed to ask? Keep dispatching the swarm. We cannot let them get near. Easier said than done. The corridors are narrow, no matter how many swarms we have we can't all squeeze in at once. The Void Swarm mothership which once sheltered them had now become their prison. Panic began to spread among the Void Swarm queens. Just then inside the queen's chamber a three-turtle egg began to tremble. Seeing this the queens seized upon it as their last hope. A king is about to be born. Excellent. The will of the starry sea is on our side. Quickly channel nutrients to the egg. If the king can hatch successfully we still have a chance. Deploy the guard to intercept them. We must buy time for the king's birth. Meanwhile Lu Jin advancing sensed something was wrong. The charging swarm was becoming sluggish. Could it be fear? Nonsense. The Void Swarm were nothing but beasts, only the Void Swarm queens could control their minds. If the swarm was attacking with less ferocity there was only one possibility: the queens had dispatched a sufficiently powerful force. As expected, when the swarm parted, a 2-meter-tall Void Blade swarm, its body covered in thick chitin, came into view. The Void Blade swarm had 4 arms, each wielding a serrated longsword. The moment they appeared the surrounding swarm retreated. They wisely yielded the battlefield to the stronger beings. The Void Blade swarm true elites of the swarm unfurled the wings on their backs. In the next second they left after images in their wake. When they reappeared they were already before the apocalypse creature. Their serrated blades slashed down upon it. Instantly several deep gashes appeared on the apocalypse creature, revealing the internal wiring. Sensing the threat it retaliated with its weapons. But the blade swarm were no pushovers. They simply raised their arms covered in biological armor with formidable defense. With a single exchange they deflected all of the Apocalypse creatures' attacks. Seeing this, the Void Blade Swarm sneered contemptuously. As guards of the Void Swarm Queens, they were different from the lowliest swarm. Possessing higher intelligence, they faced the Apocalypse creature and said with confidence,
"Lowly beings, nothing more. I thought you had some remarkable skills.
But now it seems you can only threaten the bottom feeders of the swarm."
One of the Void Blade insects stepped forward, targeting Lu Jin.
It could discern that Lu Jin was the true leader of the enemy forces. If it could slay the opposing commander, the enemy would crumble on its own. The thought was promising, but reality was harsh. Just as the Void Blade insect prepared to advance, it froze in place. It wasn't that it sensed something amiss, rather it was suddenly bound by an invisible force. From behind Lu Jin, a Starseed elf slowly emerged. Her hands grasped the void, and the potent spiritual energy she wielded sent a wave of menace toward the opposing blade insects. In the next moment, the Starseed elf clenched her fists. The Void Blade insect, ensnared by the spiritual energy, was lifted into the air. The powerful spiritual force relentlessly crushed its body. Crack! The creature's biogenic carapace, tougher than any alloy, began to warp. With a soft snap, a fissure appeared and blood seeped through the crack. The other Void Blade insects reacted swiftly, charging their serrated blades toward the Starseed elf. But at that moment, more Starseed elves emerged. Spiritual energy erupted. Boom! A violent surge of spiritual energy filled the entire corridor. All the Void Blade insects froze in place as the Starseed elves tightened their grips. Bang! The formidable Void Blade insects had their bodies twisted and crushed by the spiritual energy. Before such absolute power, their carapaces were as fragile as paper. As the Starseed elves advanced another step, a flicker of fear clearly flashed in the eyes of the surviving Void Blade insects. Even the swarms in the corridor sensed their ruthlessness. A primal fear born from instinct surged from the depths of their hearts. But the next second, the voice of the Void Worm Emperor echoed in their minds. "Continue the attack." The moment the command rang out, it was as if the entire swarm was brainwashed. The fear in their eyes dissipated once more. The Void Blade insects no longer showed any terror. The tide of the swarm surged again. With a wave of Lu Jin's hand, the Starseed elves retreated while the Apocalypse being stepped forward once more, unleashing devastating firepower to annihilate the swarm. Lu Jin was not surprised by this outcome. No matter how many insects he killed, as long as the Void Worm Emperor existed, these creatures would never know fear. That was precisely why Lu Jin sought to slay the Void Worm Emperor first. He took a step forward and continued advancing the front line. At this moment, the Void Worm Emperors were frantic. Damn it! Even the blade insects cannot stop this human's advance. When did humanity produce such a monster? We are almost there. The king is about to be born. The swarm must stall at all costs until the king emerges. The Void Worm Emperors gazed at the quivering egg. If the Worm King could be born, they still had a chance to turn the tide. As Lu Jin advanced through the corridor, watching the swelling swarm, he couldn't help but sneer. It seems I am heading in the right direction. What difference did it make for the Void Worm Emperors to summon more insects? Under Lu Jin's forces, no number of swarms could halt his progress. After wiping out another wave of the swarm, Lu Jin finally halted his advance. He had reached his destination. A massive lake filled with countless eggs and nutrient fluid. Hanging from the ceiling above the lake were all the Void Worm Emperors, the very core of the Void Worm Emperorship. Their ghastly green eyes fixed on Lu Jin like malevolent spirits. Seeing this, Lu Jin couldn't help but curl his lips into a slight smile. "Human, you are too late. My king has already been born." The king. It was only then that Lu Jin noticed the center of the nutrient lake. A humanoid creature was devouring the surrounding eggs. With each egg that disappeared, the creature's body began to swell. As if sensing Lu Jin's gaze, the creature spun around, revealing a monstrous, horrifying visage. Lu Jin narrowed his eyes at the newly born Worm King. The most troublesome scenario had emerged. The Void Worm King. The strongest combat unit in the swarm. A single Void Worm Emperor could produce hundreds of millions of eggs daily, but among them a king egg might not even appear. Once the Void Worm King was born, it would evolve at a terrifying pace. The Worm King before him still bore the remnants of its eggshell, but its spiritual energy level had already reached an astonishing 4th-tier psionic. In the next second, Lu Jin's eyes narrowed. No. It had already reached the intensity of a 5th-tier psionic. The Void Worm King bared its fangs, its gaze fixed on Lu Jin. As the king of the Void Swarm, it could keenly sense that this human possessed extraordinarily powerful genes. To the Worm King, such potent genes were an irresistible temptation. The Worm King cast aside the egg in its hand, even though it was also a king egg. But now nothing was as alluring as the Lu Jin before it. Bang! Before anyone could react, the Worm King appeared before Lu Jin with lightning speed. An Apocalypse being beside him threw a punch at the Worm King, who dodged nimbly. Then the Worm King opened its jaws and bit off a piece of metal from the Apocalypse being. Under everyone's gaze, the Worm King consumed the alloy from the Apocalypse being's body. In the next moment the Worm King's carapace began to change, becoming as smooth as metal. The onlooker's eyes were filled with sheer horror.
It evolved an alloy carapace just by eating metal.
This evolution speed is absolutely terrifying.
If we give this monster time to develop, it could become an ultimate life form. Seeing is believing. Now I understand why these insects are called calamity creatures.
Lu Jin squinted at the Worm King.
The next second he decisively made his move. All the Star CLs understood, unleashing their powerful spiritual energy.
The Worm King tried to move but was immediately restrained by the spiritual energy. The nearby slumberers raised their weapons, unleashing a torrent of firepower that rained down on the Worm King like a storm. At that moment a massive swarm surged in, surrounding the Worm King. Lu Jin looked up at the Void Worm Emperors above, and several of them dropped from the ceiling.
Boom! As the colossal bodies of the Void Worm Emperors fell, the entire nutrient lake erupted into waves. The waves enveloped the Worm King, who began to frantically absorb the nutrient fluid from the lake. The nutrient solution of the entire lake could have supplied the Void Worm Emperor to spawn billions of eggs.
But now in just a mere moment the Worm King had absorbed half of the lake's nutrient solution.
Nourished by the nutrient solution, the alloy carapace of the Worm King underwent another transformation.
Its shell began to grow even more resilient, and two brand new arms sprouted from its back. Subsequently its arms evolved into serrated biological weapons.
Witnessing this, the countenances of every slumberer grew grave. Another evolution.
Less than 5 minutes had passed since they first discovered the Worm King. Yet within that brief span of 5 minutes the Worm King had evolved twice.
The first evolution granted it an alloy carapace. The second bestowed serrated biological weapons. If allowed to continue evolving unchecked, it might transform into something truly terrifying.
Just then a hoarse and turbid voice reached everyone's ears.
More genes.
What?
Who spoke? All eyes turned to the Worm King within the nutrient solution.
The Worm King had spoken.
It was already evolving a language system. This pace was too rapid. Open fire. Don't stop.
Lu Jin, battle-hardened from his past life, understood better than anyone that for every second the Worm King survived, their chances of victory diminished. The Worm King must be annihilated here. But the Void Worm Emperors also knew that the Worm King was their only hope for a comeback. The Worm King had just been born and needed time to develop. The Void Worm Emperors once again mobilized the swarm, countless insects clustering around the Worm King. The Worm King began to evolve while devouring its kin to acquire genes. As the Worm King's size grew, Lu Jin's brow furrowed deeper. This was too troublesome. Protected by the Void Worm Emperors, it was difficult for them to harm the Worm King. Though their numbers were not few, they were still far too scarce compared to the swarm. With that, Lu Jin narrowed his eyes.
Retreat.
What?
Retreat.
No one expected Lu Jin to choose retreat at this moment. The Slumberer Corps was utterly bewildered. The Worm King before them was still evolving, yet Lu Jin chose to retreat. Wasn't this giving the Worm King a chance to develop?
Captain, are we really retreating? That's right. A tactical retreat.
Amid the perplexed gazes of the group, Lu Jin led the stellar spirits out of the incubation chamber first.
Seeing this, the Void Worm Emperors couldn't help but laugh loudly. They're retreating.
Before the king, even the mightiest forces have no choice but to retreat.
Recall, all the swarms protect our king.
The swarms within the Void Worm Emperor vessel converged around the Worm King. But at this moment the Worm King grew restless.
Genes.
The next second the Worm King actually broke away from the swarm and moved towards Lu Jin's direction. Seeing this, the Void Worm Emperors were dumbfounded. The Worm King had run off. Meanwhile, Lu Jin, who was about to retreat, turned around with a confident smile.
A beast is but a beast.
In the next instant, Lu Jin turned and condensed spiritual energy into a spear.
Whoosh!
The spear of spiritual energy pierced straight through the Worm King's body.
The Worm King stared blankly at its pierced body, momentarily uncomprehending.
The nearby slumberers immediately grasped Lu Jin's intent, using himself as bait to lure the Worm King away from the swarm.
Brilliant!
The stellar spirit swiftly raised a spiritual energy barrier, completely isolating the Worm King from the swarm. The Void Worm Emperors, witnessing the Worm King's pierced body, slammed directly into the spiritual energy barrier. More and more of the swarm began to assault the barrier. It was clear they were truly desperate. After all, they had birthed only one Worm King, and it was their sole reliance. But unfortunately, perhaps due to its recent birth, the Worm King's mind had not fully developed.
All slumberers of the Slumberer Corps raised their firearms. Open fire.
This time, without the swarm's obstruction, the fierce barrage directly engulfed the Worm King. The Worm King was riddled with holes.
Yet even so, the Worm King's gaze never strayed from Lu Jin.
Looking at the dying Worm King before him, Lu Jin raised his hand to channel spiritual energy. Next time you evolve, develop your brain first.
Bang!
The Worm King was crushed to bits by the immense spiritual energy.
Witnessing this, the Void Worm Emperors began to panic.
Lu Jin's gaze fell upon the Void Worm Emperors, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth.
Next, the time for reckoning.
Without the threat of the Voidworm King, the combat power of these Voidworm Emperors posed no fear to the current Lu Jin. The swarms outside the Voidworm Emperor vessel seemed to sense that their masters were under threat. A massive number of the swarm changed direction, the insect tide coiling around the Voidworm Emperor vessel.
Seeing this, Polaris immediately understood. Lu Jin had succeeded. He had actually managed to take down the Voidworm Emperor vessel. I knew it, that man would always create miracles. The warp demons, witnessing the swarm's agitation, widened their eyes in disbelief. That blue star human had actually done it. For a mere human to achieve such a feat. If we could tempt him to fall, wouldn't we gain another formidable general? Stop dreaming, let's leave this place of trouble now. Leave. Why leave? Doesn't this battlefield now look like an altar? You mean? Several demon lords came to their senses, looking around the battlefield. With the death of the Voidworm Emperors, the swarm was left leaderless. The giant devourers began to rampage the swarms circling the Voidworm Emperor vessel, but unable to enter all at once due to their sheer numbers. The swarms on the Voidworm vessel also experienced a chain reaction due to the Voidworm Emperor's deaths. The entire swarm fell into chaos. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity for the warp demons to corrupt the swarm? Thus the demon lords began to corrupt the surrounding giant devourers. More and more giant devourers were seduced by the warp demons, and once corrupted they led other warp demons deeper into the swarm. After killing the last Voidworm Emperor, Lu Jin tossed a neutron star bomb into the nutrient pool. Then he immediately led his forces to break out of the encirclement. Without the Voidworm Emperor's command, the swarm was as fragile as paper. Some swarms, upon sensing the blood of their kin on Lu Jin, even fled his attack range before he could act. This saved Lu Jin a great deal of trouble. They returned to the ship Prometheus, and Yu Tiansong, seeing their return, breathed a sigh of relief. Mission accomplished, let's withdraw. Hearing the order to retreat, Yu Tiansong decisively engaged the ship's engines. The vessel's hull warped for an instant, and the next second it vanished from its position. When the Prometheus reappeared, they had already arrived at the outer perimeter of the Void Emperor's vessel. Gazing at the dense swarm encircling the Void Emperor's ship, Lu Jin directly mobilized the Sunwhale-class battleships to begin a massacre of the remaining insect horde. They had to cripple the swarm to instill such fear that the only option left was to drive them completely out of this star system. At that moment, a communication signal from the Polaris appeared before Lu Jin. Congratulations, Mr. Lu Jin. Now that the swarm has lost its leader, dealing with them will be much easier. But do not forget, Mr. Lu Jin, that the Void Swarm is not the only presence on this battlefield. It seems to me those warp demons are up to some underhanded tricks. Warp demons. Heeding the Polaris warning, Lu Jin only then noticed that these warp demons had not seized the opportunity to flee. Despite their fleet formation having been shattered into disarray by the Polaris, they still dared to scheme for gains in this conflict. Just then a warp rift tore open once more. This time, after its emergence, it began to voraciously absorb the swarms on the battlefield. Countless insects and void swarm ships were all sucked into the warp. The rift expanded further, and seeing it grow, the warp demons felt their confidence surge anew. Within the rift, the phantom outlines of numerous demonic vessels materialized. At the very heart of this demonic fleet, a colossal ship caught the attention of both Lu Jin and the Polaris. For that ship's form was utterly unlike a conventional vessel. Masses of flesh and blood tentacles grew around its hull, and every demonic ship carried a varying number of warp demons. Yet this particular vessel bore not a single warp demon upon it. It was as if the ship itself was a singular unified warp demon entity. Watching these demonic ships begin their descent into the starry sea, Lu Jin felt a throbbing headache. Beside him, Yu Tiansong erupted into a torrent of curses. Damn it! We've just finished off the Void Emperor, and before we can even clear out the swarm, another wave of warp demons shows up. At this rate, will this ever end? Even Inoue and the others furrowed their brows. Such an intense pace of combat was draining even for them. All eyes turned to Lu Jin, awaiting his strategy for this incoming warp demon fleet. Lu Jin pinched the bridge of his nose, his eyes filled with helplessness. Though surprises kept coming, Lu Jin was not disheartened. He understood well that this was the rhythm of the Assimilation War, and this was merely its infancy. By the mid-phase of the Assimilation War, calamity-level entities like the Blood Clan, the Corrupting Spores, the Warp Demons, and the Void Swarm would become far more formidable. For now, at least, the Void Swarm had yet to spawn a powerful Swarm King. And although the Warp Demons had summoned a vast armada, the Warp Demon Lord had not yet awakened. Should the Demon Lord awaken, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous calamity for Lu Jin. But at that very moment, within the warp rift, a pair of enormous eyes materialized behind all the demonic vessels. Upon seeing those colossal eyes, every warp demon prostrated themselves on the ground. Even the demon commanders were forced to kneel before that gaze. And the only being capable of inspiring such dread in all warp demons was the Warp Demon Lord slumbering within the warp. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Rumble. With the Demon Lord's awakening, the warp rift began to expand once more. Without any sacrifice, the Demon Lord extended a colossal hand. That enormous hand, when fully opened, could encompass an entire star. With his immense form, the Demon Lord tore open the warp rift, forging a warp passageway out of nothing.
Witnessing this, the warp demons erupted in cheers. The Demon Lord has awakened and he has opened a warp passage for us. With this passage we can traverse between the warp and the starry sea without hindrance.
Brothers, what are you waiting for?
The Demon Lord has awakened.
It's time to plunge the beings of the starry sea into damnation.
The Demon Lord's appearance instantly elevated the warp demon's previously low morale to its peak. As the Polaris watched the scene within the warp rift, a glimmer of light sparked in its eyes. So this was the warp. Was this the legendary warp Demon Lord? The Polaris gaze met the Demon Lord's eyes. For a moment the Polaris felt as though its very soul was being drawn into the warp. But at that instant a shell flew straight into the warp rift.
Boom!
The shell exploded and a silvery substance rapidly diffused around the rift's edges. The Demon Lord's hand, upon contacting that silvery substance, began to disintegrate. The Demon Lord within the warp violently retracted his hand. The intense burning sensation caused his gaze to lock onto the nearby Sunwhale-class battleships.
All the Sunwhale-class ships were arrayed in a line, every cannon aimed at the warp rift.
In the communication channel, Lu Jin calmly began issuing orders.
All Sunwhale-class battleships switch to sanctified silver shells.
Sanctified silver is the substance most feared by warp demons. Even the Demon Lord is not immune to it. We produced so much sanctified silver precisely to deal with the warp demons.
Fire! Fire with everything you've got. Do not spare the ammunition.
Even if it is the Demon Lord on my turf, you will stay cowed. At Lu Jin's command, a torrent of sanctified silver shells was launched. A dense cloud of sanctified silver spread around the warp rift. In mere moments a silver barrier formed around the entire rift. The warp demons watched helplessly as they were enveloped by the sanctified silver. Now even with 10 times their courage they dared not manifest in the starry sea. To appear now would mean being instantly engulfed by an endless ocean of sanctified silver.
That sensation would be far more agonizing than being struck by a shell.
Thus a peculiar stalemate emerged. A vast number of warp demons gathered at the edge of the warp rift.
Yet none dared to take a single step forward into the starry sea. It was then that the Demon Lord acted.
With a thunderous roar, a violent shockwave erupted from within the warp rift.
The surrounding sanctified silver was scattered by the shockwave.
Seizing the opportunity, some warp demons swiftly descended into the starry sea.
I'm out. I'm finally out.
The Starsea world, is this the Starsea world?
At last I can escape the cage of the warp. I shall rule the Starsea.
Before the words faded, a laser cannon shot directly struck the warp demon. In an instant, countless warp demons, still dazed by the novelty, turned into mere dust amidst the stars. Polestar curled his lips slightly, and with a wave of his hand a torrent of artillery fire poured forth. The warp demons scrambled to flee, while those still within the rift involuntarily retreated half a step. Seeing the terror in the eyes of the warp demons, Polestar felt an unfathomable pleasure. If even warp demons could be made to fear, did that not make him more of a demon than they? With that thought, Polestar's fleet intensified its barrage. After all, the situation was now crystal clear. The once mighty swarm was on its last legs, and though the warp demons had succeeded in awakening their Demon Lord in carving open a warp passage, the Demon Lord, shackled by the warp's constraints, could still only exert a fraction of its power. Lu Jin, wielding the sacred silver substance, firmly trapped the warp demons within the rift, preventing their descent. Unless the Demon Lord intervened, these warp demons could only gaze upon the Starsea world, daring not to cross the threshold. Just then Lu Jin opened a communication channel. The number of warp demons is growing. Sacred silver weapons alone can only delay their arrival in the Starsea. Linglong, how goes the calibration of the special star vessel built on the surface? Over the communication channel, Linglong, after hearing the space battle report, instantly grasped Lu Jin's intent. Early in the series of plans for the stronghold, Lu Jin had already devised a special star vessel construction plan tailored to counter each race. And what was now being activated was precisely the special vessel Lu Jin had built to combat the warp demons. The sacred silver-class large transport ship. As its name suggested, the entire transport ship was forged from sacred silver. The cost of a single transport vessel was 10 times that of an ordinary starship. Most crucially, this large transport ship was loaded with a vast number of exorbitantly priced exorcism rods. These rods had been painstakingly scoured from various planetary markets by Lu Jin. Yet unexpectedly, no sooner had the first sacred silver-class large transport ship been built than the warp demons descended, even disturbing the Demon Lord. Now Lu Jin did not expect the sacred silver-class large transport ship to harm the warp demons. He only hoped to seal them within the passage, buying a precious moment of respite. The sacred silver-class large transport ship gradually came into view of the many warp demons. Even Polestar noticed this extraordinary vessel. Her gaze fixed upon the sacred silver-class large transport ship before her. Oh. This ship does look rather distinctive. Mr. Lu Jin, what other cards do you have up your sleeve? Why not show them all at once? Every time I think you've run out of tricks, you surprise me. In response to Polestar's words, Lu Jin chose to ignore her entirely. After a brief period of interaction, Lu Jin had categorized Polestar as a dangerous individual. If the opportunity arose, he would not hesitate to eliminate her.
Having someone like her by his side would over time bring more harm than benefit. But for now Lu Jin still needed the firepower of the Guild fleet. My hidden cards are far more than you can imagine. With that he commanded the sacred Silver-class large transport ship to maneuver near the warp rift. Upon seeing the starship entirely crafted from sacred silver, the warp demons felt a deep instinctive revulsion. I've never seen a ship so nauseating to a demon. Damn it. Who will destroy this ship? Just looking at it is infuriating. Who will go? The exit is now covered in sacred silver. If you have the guts, step out now. The demon lord opened a passage for us, yet we're stuck inside. What kind of farce is this? The warp demons grumbled while glancing back at the warp behind them. Now all their hopes rested on the demon lord. And at that moment the demon lord naturally noticed the approaching sacred silver-class large transport ship. Its warp demon instincts made it loathe this sacred silver vessel. But the oppressive rules of the warp left it weary. Its earlier actions had already drained much of its energy. Yet seeing the horde of warp demons lingering around the passage, the demon lord fumed with rage. After all it had done, it still could not enable the warp demons to descend into the Starsea. With that thought, the demon lord resolved to use its last strength to utterly destroy the vessel before it. Rumble. The demon lord struck. A terrifying pressure emanated from the warp rift. A colossal demonic hand swept over the heads of the warp demons, hurtling straight toward the sacred silver-class transport ship. The warp demons erupted in cheers. With the demon lord's intervention, the ship that disgusted them all was doomed. As the demonic hand emerged, vast quantities of sacred silver enveloped the demon lord's limb. An intense burning sensation assailed it, but the demon lord paid it no heed. Its massive hand continued its assault on the sacred silver-class large transport ship. Seeing this, Lu Jin opened the communication channel and issued a calm command. Fire the exorcism rods. Roger. Inside the sacred silver-class large transport ship, numerous engineering robots began to operate. Indeed. To prevent mental corruption by the warp demons from within the ship, all crew members of the sacred silver-class large transport ship were engineering robots. The engineering robots, following their programmed orders, were utterly immune to the mental seduction and fall of the warp demons. And now these engineering robots loaded exorcism rods, crafted from various materials, into the missile bays originally designed for ordinary shells. Bang! The firepower system within the turret erupted. The exorcism rod turned into a streak of light shooting straight toward the demon lord's hand. Whoosh! The next second the exorcism rod pierced straight through the demon lord's palm. Immediately a piercing, agonized roar echoed from within the warp. The demonic hand poised to strike the ship recoiled as if electrocuted. The warp demons' hearts skipped a beat. They had never heard their lord cry out in such torment. What had happened to cause the demon lord such excruciating pain?